The man opened his eyes and looked at everything in front of him. He was completely stunned. He actually appeared on a floating island with nothing around him. The man's name was Jiang Tian. He had been playing games at home all night. After playing for a few hours, he dozed off in front of the computer for a while. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in this place. Jiang Tian climbed up from the ground and took in the situation he was in. This floating island was almost identical to the one in Minecraft, so empty. Apart from Jiang Tian himself, not a single living creature could be seen. Jiang Tian took a long time to calm down. He roughly calculated that this floating island was about 100 square meters. Beyond the edge lay a vast void. Standing on the edge, tentatively looking down, high, extremely high, this island was several thousand meters above the ground. And below the island where Jiang Tian stood, there was a vast ocean. Even though Jiang Tian wasn't afraid of heights, he quickly retreated. He didn't want to risk his life. The next second, Jiang Tian began to ponder again. The most urgent thing was to find a way to leave this place. He took another look around. Where he had woken up, there was a fishing rod, a piece of bread, and a bottle of mineral water. There was also a piece of parchment with a few lines of instructions written on it. Welcome to the global survival game. Everyone's only goal is to survive on the island. There are various supplies hidden in the clouds floating under the island. Fishing them with a fishing rod can help you solve many problems. On the island, various things, such as natural disasters and man-made disasters, may happen. Please quickly find supplies to develop your home and protect your survival. Bread and water are initial resources. Please use them sparingly. After reading, the parchment dissipated into fragmented fluorescent light. At the same time, a highly technological virtual screen appeared before my eyes. First, a personal profile appeared. Name, Jiang Tian. Age, 23. ID, CNNS 1111. Several options were marked on it. Chat system, trading system, alliance guild system. First, click into the chat system. Just like in online games, it is divided into several chat channels, but some of the chat channels are still gray, indicating that they have not been unlocked yet. Jiang Tian frowned as he looked at the multiple channels that appeared before him. He clicked in, and the world channel was already abuzz with chatter. In the chat channel, all kinds of messages were jumping around frantically. There were people in shock, weeping, cursing, and waiting to die. Everything was there. There were even some who still believed they were dreaming and shouted that they wanted to jump. Of course, Jiang Tian wouldn't do such an impulsive and thoughtless thing. The alliance system showed it as unlocked, so Jiang Tian simply skipped it. He then clicked on the trading system. According to the instructions, survivors could place their supplies on the platform for barter. They could also indicate their requirements for the supplies they were exchanging. Jiang Tian closed the interface, lost in thought. After a brief analysis of the situation, he could come to a conclusion. For now, it would be best to follow the rules on the parchment. The first thing to consider was food and drink. As I was thinking, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Ding! Hidden ability activated. Ability gained. Copy. You can choose an item to copy once per day. Jiang Tian quickly reacted and laughed out loud. He hadn't expected to awaken a cheat code unexpectedly. Copying this skill was extremely useful to him now. Jiang Tian looked down at the ground. Currently, there were only 3 things he could copy: bread, water, and this fishing rod. Which one should he copy? Finally, Jiang Tian's gaze settled on a spot. A fishing rod. His eyes lit up. That was it. Concentrating, he chose to copy. Ding! Congratulations, host. Copy successful. The command fell, and a dazzling light flashed. After a while, Jiang Tian had a fishing rod in his hand. Copy successful. Cooldown time, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Cooldown time. Jiang Tian glanced at the sky and understood instantly. It looked like it was around noon. In a dozen hours, it would be the next day. In other words, this copying ability would reset every second day. The system just reminded me that after a certain number of copies, the time will gradually shorten. Jiang Tian shook his head and didn't think about the copying for the time being. Instead, he picked up another fishing rod and looked at it carefully. The feel and style were exactly the same as the original fishing rod. It truly was a copy. Jiang Tian was also curious about whether any of the many people who had traveled through time and space possessed these extraordinary abilities. Opening the chat interface, the world channel was still abuzz with noise. Besides some wailing and angry messages, there were also a few useful messages. Many survivors had chosen to use fishing rods to fish for supplies, and they were actually catching something. After monitoring the global and regional channels for a while, he noticed no one was talking about hidden abilities. It seemed like he was the only one who possessed this ability to copy. Thinking about this, Jiang Tian looked at the two fishing rods. Jiang Tian's lips curled up. He now had two fishing rods. This way, even if he accidentally lost one, he still had one, so he wouldn't have to wait for death like everyone else. He had a pretty good understanding of the situation, so it was time to get to work. Jiang Tian picked up one of the fishing rods and walked to the edge, holding in his right hand and pinching the middle of the fishing line with his left. When a cloud floated close to the bottom of the sky island, he pointed the fishing rod into the air and released it when his left hand felt the resilience of the rod. Swish! The fishing line made a sound of breaking through the air, and the hook landed smoothly in the cloud. Jiang Tian sat down on the spot, holding the fishing rod in both hands and quietly watching the float on the cloud, just like sitting on the shore fishing. According to the information obtained in the chat interface, when the bell rings, the supplies will be hooked. Other clouds drifted slowly below the island, and time passed slowly, but the bell and the floating float on the cloud were silent. Luckily, Jiang Tian had fished before and knew he couldn't rush things. He also had the patience. He didn't know how long it took. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, a bell rang. Jiang Tian opened his eyes. The float on the cloud was trembling violently. Something had taken the bait. Seeing this, Jiang Tian quickly gripped the fishing rod tightly. Jiang Tian exerted a slight force with his arms, and the fishing line, dragging a cloud, landed at Jiang Tian's feet. Jiang Tian carefully examined the cloud at his feet. After a while, the cloud dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing a large black woven bag filled to the brim with pebbles. Jiang Tian's mouth twitched, his face filled with speechlessness. Was his luck really that bad? With a sigh, Jiang Tian lowered his fishing rod again. After all, he had two fishing rods. His catch would surely be twice as much as the others. However, Jiang Tian worked for hours, but to no avail. He caught quite a few woven bags, but they were filled with either pebbles or gravel. Just when Jiang Tian thought he was doomed, suddenly, the bell tied to one of the fishing rods rang. Jiang Tian took a deep breath and quickly prepared a reel in his rod. This fishing rod seemed to be made of some special material. Despite the huge pressure, there was no sign of breaking. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Tian continued to lift the fishing rod with force. Finally, the cloud on the fishing rod began to move slowly, and the fishing line hooked it, heading toward where Jiang Tian was. He took 2 steps back, adjusted the angle, and focused his eyes, finally seeing the cloud land accurately in front of him. Bang! After a muffled sound, the clouds gradually dissipated, revealing a large wooden box. Jiang Tian was delighted and quickly removed the hook from the handle of the wooden box. Then he opened the movable wooden board on the top of the wooden box and took a look. Jiang Tian originally thought that the box would contain food, enough to sustain him for a while, but he was stunned. Inside the box, there was actually a living person. At this moment, a man in the box suddenly opened his eyes. He quickly stood up from the box, stared at Jiang Tian for a moment, then suddenly knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and said, "I'm here, and I'll listen to your orders." The man in front of him looked to be in his 30s, nearly 2 meters tall, with a muscular body. Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. "Lu Fengxian? Are you Lu Bu, the general of the 3 kingdoms?" Lu Bu was stunned and answered a little confusedly, "My name is Lu Bu, and my courtesy name is Fengxian." Jiang Tian nodded, and he roughly understood the setting of this world. The characters caught will automatically belong to you and lose their past memories, which can save you a lot of trouble. After thinking for a while, Jiang Tian ordered, "From now on, you can call me Lord." "Yes, my lord." Lu Bu nodded firmly. Jiang Tian nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, you get out of the box first." Lu Bu successfully got out of the box, and Jiang Tian checked the wooden box he had fished out. Aside from Lu Bu, there were no other supplies inside. Having said that, this wooden box itself was also a resource. Not only had he caught a laborer, but he had also gotten some wood along the way. Jiang Tian felt like he had made a good profit. He had Lu Bu drag the box to the center of the island, then led him to the edge. "Lu Bu, do you know how to fish?" Fishing Lu Bu looked puzzled. Jiang Tian waved his hand casually. "Fine, just follow me and learn." Jiang Tian picked up his fishing rod again and flicked it gently, and the hook fell into the clouds again. Seeing this, Lu Bu also picked up another fishing rod and imitated Jiang Tian's movements, casting towards the clouds below the island. The two men sat on the ground, one on each side, quietly fishing. The scene looked very leisurely. The World Channel was still noisy, full of messy distress messages. Jiang Tian switched to the regional channel, where the conversation seemed much more normal. Most people were discussing the catch. Out of curiosity, Jiang Tian also sent a message asking, called CNNS 1111, "Did you catch any live animals?" "Dude, did you catch anything alive?" Seeing you ask that. "It must be a human, right? To be honest, I did catch a human, but this guy seems to have some mental problems." These words sparked another round of heated discussion. Jiang Tian saw these people's messages and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Most people's vision was still too narrow. Jiang Tian knew that relying solely on fishing to make a living would not last long. The wood, nails, and other supplies they were catching were all preparations for building a home in the future. The parchment also mentioned finding supplies to develop a home, but at the moment, this wasteland wasn't really a home at all. Although population growth will increase consumption, the increase in the labor force will greatly accelerate construction. Therefore, increasing the labor force is absolutely beneficial. Just as Jiang Tian was pondering this, Lu Bu, who was sitting next to him, suddenly let out a rumbling sound. He turned around and said to Jiang Tian bluntly, "My lord, I'm hungry." Jiang Tian's mouth twitched. Although he still had bread and water on hand, he couldn't give them to Lu Bu right now. This little food would probably not be enough to fill his stomach. "Hold it," Jiang Tian replied calmly. Time passed slowly, the sun set, and moonlight bathed the earth. Jiang Tian and Lu Bu also caught a lot of supplies, which were neatly arranged in the center of the island. Excluding Lu Bu's wooden box, the harvest includes 15 wooden boards, 1 wooden stake, 1 bag of nails, 50 pieces, 1 lighter, 1 candle, 1 pair of scissors, 2 bags of pillow bread, 2 packs of instant noodles, and 3 bottles of mineral water. There were also items wrapped in cloth and packed in plastic bags. These items, along with Lu Bu himself, were the culmination of their entire day's work. Jiang Tian and Lu Bu each ate a bag of bread and a bottle of mineral water, temporarily filling their stomachs. Jiang Tian then opened the chat room to check the latest situation. At this moment, the regional chat room became lively again. "Why didn't I catch anything to eat after fishing all day? I fished all day and only caught 3 clouds, and there was only a piece of bread inside." Jiang Tian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw these comments. Although food consumption had increased, fishing with 2 people would double their catch, ensuring at least 2 people were well fed, and the speed of resource acquisition would also increase exponentially. Chapter 5, A Box of Huazi? Jiang Tian's mind suddenly moved, and he looked through the chat logs. Most of the chat room content was people complaining about the lack of food. Some people caught a piece of bread, and the luckier ones might catch a few pieces. Some unlucky players only caught wood, cloth, and nails, while some unlucky players didn't catch anything at all. Occasionally, you can see some players pretending to be proud, showing off their catch to others and enjoying the envious looks, while others are cursing and getting emotional. After flipping through a few pages, Jiang Tian didn't see the information he was looking for, so he switched to the World Channel. At this point, the content on the World Channel was similar to the regional channels, with most people asking for food and begging for help. Scrolling further, Jiang Tian saw several new messages. "Oh my god, what you can get with a fishing rod is too little. Lord, please give me another fishing rod." Fishing rod? Has anyone caught a fishing rod today? I haven't heard of anyone catching a fishing rod. Me too. Ah, Shiba, what are these idiots thinking about all day? They can't catch anything with a fishing rod. Saka, I need alcohol. Davarish, I need alcohol. Who can give me alcohol? I want to smoke. Alcohol and cigarettes are not important at all. What we're discussing now is whether anyone has caught a fishing rod. Whoever catches a fishing rod can exchange it with me for some food. Jiang Tian flipped through dozens of pages, but didn't see anyone catching a fishing rod. Having said that, a fishing rod is the main production tool at present. If it can be caught, it is simply too unreasonable. However, Jiang Tian's ability is obviously not within the normal range, which itself is like a big bug. Suddenly, the fishing rod sank, and Jiang Tian felt something had taken the bait. He gently closed the chat interface and steadily raised the fishing rod. A moment later, a large paper bag landed in front of him and Lu Bu. Inside the bag was a red paper tube. Jiang Tian was stunned for a moment. Then he lowered his head to look at the bag, with a slight smile on his face. Is this a KFC family bucket? Seeing the old man icon on the paper tube and smelling the aroma of fried chicken wafting in the air, Jiang Tian and Lu Bu almost drooled. Gudong! They both swallowed, their saliva simultaneously, especially Lu Bu, whose eyes almost glowed green as he smelled this aroma for the first time. Seeing his eager gaze, Jiang Tian smiled, took out the family bucket, and said generously, "It's okay, eat it. I can't eat so much by myself." "Thank you, my lord." Lu Bu placed his fishing rod on the ground, quickly knelt, and cupped his fist, his eyes filled with gratitude. Jiang Tian pulled disposable gloves from a bucket and handed them to Lu Bu. "Put them on." The two of them, holding a piece of finger-licking chicken in one hand and a chicken wing in the other, began to gnaw. The chicken was still warm, as if freshly plucked from the pot. The oil splattered as you bit into it. Smack! Hiss! Lu Bu's eyes gleamed. "Is this chicken? There's actually a way to cook it like this. Wonderful, wonderful," he muttered as he ate, his mouth glistening with oil. They even chewed the bones in the chicken wings, biting off the crispy bits and licking off the flavor and grease before putting the bones down. Jiang Tian, by contrast, seemed more composed, chewing slowly and carefully. Before long, 5 pieces of finger-licking original chicken and 6 servings of spicy wings had been devoured by the two of them. Comfortable. They both burped, feeling full even though they hadn't eaten much, having already eaten a bag of pillow bread. They ate the remaining fried food while it was still hot. After all, it would be inedible if left out for too long. The bucket also contained mashed potatoes, sweet corn on the cob, and a 1.25-liter bottle of Coke, which he would store for the time being. There were also 10 napkins in the box. Jiang Tian took out 2 to wipe his own and Lu Bu's mouths, then gave the rest to Lu Bu to take to the center of the island. The wooden box that had previously held Lu Bu had been tilted at an angle, making it a suitable place to temporarily store food. Lu Bu pulled open the wooden box's planks, placed the remaining items inside, and then pushed the planks back in. The box was designed like a small cabinet, making it very convenient. After putting everything in place, Lu Bu returned to his fishing spot, while Jiang Tian sat on a wrapping cloth and wiped his mouth. They tossed the food scraps into a paper bag and tossed it down. The bag, filled with bone scraps, plummeted toward the sea. Splash! Splash! A few seconds later, a splashing sound echoed on the water. They hurriedly peered out, but despite the late hour, the sea was thick with fog, making it impossible to see anything. But they heard a sound, as if the creatures in the sea were reacting. Since they couldn't see it, they ignored it. The two turned around and saw that Lu Bu's fishing rod was responding again. The float made a crisp sound. Lu Bu grabbed the fishing rod, stood still, and lifted it up. Whoosh! Under his immense force, a small cloud sped towards the two of them. Lu Bu's quick eyes and hands caught the cloud just as it was about to hit him in the face. Pah! The cloud dissipated, and a cardboard box appeared before him. Lu Bu immediately caught it. Jiang Tian took a closer look. It was just an ordinary cardboard box. One couldn't tell what was inside just by looking at the packaging. "Open it and take a look," Jiang Tian said. "Yes." Lu Bu swiftly tore open the cardboard box. Jiang Tian was stunned when he saw what was inside. This is a box of Huazi. Chapter 6. Selling one Huazi cigarette. If you want one, bring something in exchange. Under the candlelight and moonlight, Jiang Tian pulled out strips of red packaging from the box, each one radiating a dazzling glow. The packaging was marked 329, and Jiang Tian recognized it as Huazi, the kind starting with the 3. When Lu Bu saw these packaging bags, he was obviously confused and asked, "My lord, what is Huazi?" Jiang Tian thought for a moment and replied, "It's cigarettes. You'll know later." After that, he tore open the package, took out a soft Huazi, smelled it, and the air was filled with a faint plum scent. Jiang Tian felt a sense of relief, the familiar aroma soothing him. He lit a cigarette, and the smoke slowly rose. He took a puff, and a satisfied expression crossed his face. Hiss! Phew! Such a delight! Lu Bu leaned forward and sniffed, his brow furrowed. "My lord, what is this?" "This is Huazi, a kind of cigarette that many people like to smoke." Jiang Tian took out another one and handed it to Lu Bu. "Come on, a whole one." Lu Bu took the cigarette and imitated Jiang Tian in confusion, holding it in his mouth and moving it close to the candle, trying to take a puff. But unexpectedly, just after taking a puff, Lu Bu immediately started coughing violently. "Cough, cough, cough, my lord, this is not easy to smoke." Jiang Tian smiled, took a puff of cigarette, and said, "It doesn't matter if it's not easy to smoke. This thing is not a good thing." He didn't want Lu Bu to like this, so as to avoid him asking him for a cigarette. Jiang Tian had a thought, thinking this cigarette might be worth trading. He took the small piece Lu Bu had just smoked and cut it off with scissors, leaving only the complete cigarette. He opened the market and prepared to put it on the shelf. 3-digit Huazi. 90 new, only one puff trade requirement. Food or water. After the settings were completed, the cigar appeared in the trading column as a virtual item. However, more than 10 minutes passed, and there was still no trade request. Jiang Tian was slightly disappointed. Knowing that everyone's main needs right now were food and water, it was clear that no one was willing to pay for a cigar. He immediately posted a message on the regional channel, CNNS 1111. Hey guys, I caught a 3-digit shad. Anyone want to trade resources for it? Private message me if you're interested. Hurry up. The regional channel immediately buzzed with activity. Trading resources for shad, I'm starving now. Who would trade? Do you know how painful it is for smokers to not smoke for a day? That's right. People who have smoked for 10 years will tell you that they would rather not eat than not smoke. You are crazy. Not eating will kill you, and not smoking will kill you. I want to smoke. I suddenly remembered that I haven't smoked today. I want to smoke too, but I don't have anything to light it. Do you give me a lighter when I buy Huazi? I only have a box of matches and I don't want to use it. Oh my god. I'm still trying to make fire by rubbing 2 sticks together. I'm still in elementary school. Can you give me one for free? Jiang Tian shook his head helplessly at the responses. It was clear that most people still couldn't understand this kind of deal. But he didn't want to waste any more time. So he simply adjusted the terms to warmth items and ignition and lighting items. Soon, trade requests began pouring in. Number RSNN 4235 requested. 1 pair of long johns. Number AMIN 7461 requested. 1 pair of slippers. These were mostly warm items. Jiang Tian scanned them but found nothing for lighting or fire. But eventually, he selected a request and traded it for a pile of flint. That'll be good to have on hand. Even though I already have a lighter, Jiang Tian thought silently. After the transaction was completed, Huazi's shadow vanished, and 2 flints appeared in his hands. Meanwhile, a brown-haired man on another sky island was showing off a cigarette he'd gotten. Oh, look what I got. Ha ha ha. I have a cigarette to smoke. The regional channel suddenly became buzzing with activity. I saw the trade message too, but I don't have the resources. I tried to trade a pair of socks, but was rejected. I couldn't get cigarettes for my only remaining pair of gloves. What did you trade for them? The brown-haired man smiled smugly. I was just trying it out, but I ended up exchanging 2 of my precious flints for cigarettes. However, as he was typing the message, he suddenly realized, my flints are gone. What should I do? How can I smoke now? He angrily shouted in the channel. Fuck. How am I supposed to smoke? Does anyone know how to make a fire? Suddenly, the regional channel erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Everyone teased him, and a cheerful atmosphere filled the entire channel. Chapter 7 Bronze Sword? Under the interweaving illumination of moonlight and candlelight, Jiang Tian opened the box and found several items in red packaging, shining with dazzling brilliance. The packaging was marked with 329, which was obviously Huazi. Jiang Tian's heart moved, and he remembered that these were not ordinary items, but Huazi with a prefix of 3. Lu Bu looked at these items and couldn't help asking, My lord, what are these? Jiang Tian smiled and replied, This is a cigarette. You'll know it in a moment. He casually tore open the package, took out a soft cigarette, and sniffed it. A faint plum aroma filled his nostrils. Jiang Tian felt a sense of relief. He was always familiar with this smell. He casually lit a firecracker, took a light puff, and exhaled a puff of green smoke. A satisfied expression appeared on his face. It's delightful. Lu Bu leaned in and smelled it, frowning. My lord, what is this? Jiang Tian handed him a cigarette. This is Huazi, a type of cigarette that many people like to smoke. Lu Bu took the cigarette and tried to imitate Jiang Tian's movements, but just after taking a puff, he started coughing violently. Cough, 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 my lord, this is not easy to smoke. Jiang Tian smiled and said, It's not good to smoke, but strictly speaking, this thing is not a good thing. Lu Bu doesn't like smoking, which saves trouble. He won't have to ask for cigarettes in the future. Jiang Tian thought, since Huazi is so rare, why not use it to make some trades? He cut off the cigarette that Lu Bu had smoked, leaving the rest as a complete cigarette. He opened the trading market and prepared to put on the market. 3-digit Huazi. 90 new, only 1 puff trading requirements. Food or water. After setting it up, Jiang Tian placed Huazi on it. More than 10 minutes passed, and there was no response to the transaction. Jiang Tian sighed. It was clear that what everyone needed most right now was food and water, and no one cared about Huazi. So he opened a regional channel and posted a new message, CNNS 1111. Hey guys, I caught a 3-digit smelt. Anyone want to trade resources for it? Message me privately if you're interested. Hurry up. As soon as this message was sent out, the local chat room was instantly abuzz. Big Brother Huazi is here again. Did you just sell a few Huazi cigarettes? I was watching the World Channel and a few foreigners said they bought cigarettes. And it seems they were exchanging their betting. Huazi exchanging branches and leaves. I want to come too. Soon, Jiang Tian received numerous private messages and trade requests. He browsed through the supplies offered and ultimately selected 2 individuals to trade with. He exchanged 2 Huazi for a large quantity of branches, leaves, and rocks. After the transaction was completed, the 2 individuals were filled with gratitude, feeling they had gotten a great deal. Jiang Tian smiled inwardly. He hadn't lost anything. Judging by the number of Huazi, this was only a fraction of his accumulated resources. After the transaction was completed, Jiang Tian instructed Lu Bu to begin building a bonfire. Following his instructions, Lu Bu dug a circular pit, surrounded it with stones, sprinkled it with leaves, and used branches to form a shed. Finally, he used scissors to cut strips of cloth to start the fire. After a while, the fire finally ignited, and the warm flames illuminated the surroundings. Jiang Tian instructed Lu Bu, if the bonfire is about to go out, throw some planks or branches in. If it's almost dawn, don't worry about it. Yes, my lord. Jiang Tian nodded. Okay, you continue to keep watch. I'm going to sleep. The night passed uneventfully until the next morning, when Jiang Tian awoke to see Lu Bu bowing before his bed. My lord, you're awake. Jiang Tian glanced at the sky and asked, was there anything unusual last night? Lu Bu replied, everything was normal. Nothing happened. Jiang Tian nodded, stood up, and checked the bonfire and its surroundings. It was out, but there were several boxes and packages on the ground. Lu Bu began to explain, these are my night fishing finds, an iron pot, 2 buckets of instant noodles, 2 bottles of mineral water, and a bronze sword. Jiang Tian nodded at the mention of an iron pot and instant noodles, thinking he could now boil water and cook. But when he heard the words bronze sword, his eyes lit up. Bronze sword, bring it over and see. Lu Bu walked over to Jiang Tian, holding the bronze sword in both hands. He unwrapped it, revealing a blue-gray longsword. The blade was about 3 feet 3 inches long and lacked a scabbard. Jiang Tian took the hilt and swung it a few times, feeling the weight of the sword. He walked over to the fallen wooden stake and swung the sword down. There was a dull thud as the blade hit the stake, and the stake was severed in half. Although it felt like it had been smashed, it was still a good result, better than nothing. Jiang Tian was somewhat confused, thinking, can I use this sword to chop? Would a bronze sword to chop? It would be strange if it doesn't break easily. He narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking something in his mind. Chapter 8 Monsters in the Sea. Jiang Tian thought for a moment and confirmed with Lu Bu again whether there was really nothing unusual last night. Seeing his lord's cautious look, Lu Bu also replied seriously. It's confirmed. Last night, apart from some occasional noises coming from the sea below, there was indeed no unusual movement where we were. Not only were there no other living things, there wasn't even a trace of sound. Well, that's good. Jiang Tian nodded and felt relieved. The bronze sword was temporarily set aside. The area surrounding the island was completely empty. Aside from the sound of the waves, there was nothing. Not even a flying bird or insect could be seen. Fortunately, a strong man like Lu Bu was by his side. Otherwise, Jiang Tianjin felt he would have suffocated to death. Besides, Lu Bu could help him keep watch. With his strength, no one could easily deal with him. By the way, Lu Bu, Jiang Tian patted Lu Bu's shoulder. You worked hard keeping watch last night. Go and get some rest now. Thank you, my lord. Lu Bu bowed and took 3 steps back, ready to return to his bed to rest. However, suddenly, Lu Bu's stomach made a rumbling sound. Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. Why? Are you hungry? Then eat something first. Lu Bu turned around, holding his stomach, a trace of embarrassment on his face. No, my lord. I need to go to the bathroom. Jiang Tian was stunned. Jiang Tian then remembered that he and Lu Bu had eaten a bucket of fried chicken together last night. For Lu Bu, a tough guy who had never eaten fried food, diarrhea after dinner was understandable. Then, Jiang Tian paused, with a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Okay, I understand. Go ahead. Thank you, my lord. Lu Bu squeezed out a word, clutching his stomach, and turned to walk towards the edge of the island. Hey, wait a minute. Jiang Tian stopped him, seeing Lu Bu's expression. Where are you going? Lu Bu gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. Go. To the edge, facing below. Okay, for safety's sake, don't go there. Jiang Tian waved his hand, picked up the paper bucket left over from last night's meal, opened the cabinet, took out a few pieces of paper, stuffed them in, and handed them to Lu Bu. Well, for safety, stay a little further away from the edge, pull it into the bucket, and find the right spot. Yes. Thank you, my lord, for your concern. Lu Bu was a little helpless, but still agreed. It's okay, go ahead, you can't hold it anymore. Jiang Tian waved his hand, signaling Lu Bu to go quickly. Jiang Tian was filled with emotion as he watched Lu Bu walk away, clutching his stomach. Good heavens, if Lu Bu, the so-called invincible flying general, were to fall to his death here from taking a shit, that would be a shame. He should be more careful. Lu Bu, quite tactful, took the paper bucket and went around to the other side of the island, crouching down until he was hidden by the wooden crates in the middle. Then, Jiang Tian heard a series of puffing sounds as Lu Bu began his metabolism. Hearing this, Jiang Tian's face turned slightly awkward. Although he didn't know much about history, everyone who had played a few games on the Three Kingdoms theme knew that Lu Bu was an invincible and brave existence. But now he actually made such a sound in front of him. Well, this was really too embarrassing. Lu Bu's image seemed to be completely ruined for a while. But there was nothing he could do. This place was just that big. Gurgle. Just as Jiang Tian was still thinking about this, his stomach began to growl. Instantly, Jiang Tian's expression became rather strange. Shit, last night's fried chicken was a bit greasy. He clutched his stomach, grabbed a few pieces of paper and a wrapping cloth, and prepared for an emergency. Suddenly, a series of strange noises echoed across the previously silent island. A few minutes later, the two heroes on either side of the island stood up and pulled up their trousers. Both had complex expressions. Lu Bu shouted, "My lord, where should I throw this?" Jiang Tian rolled his eyes and pointed downwards. "Just throw it down." "Okay." Lu Bu picked up the red paper bucket and threw it downwards. A few seconds later, the sound of violent waves could be heard on the sea. Splash! Lu Bu and Jiang Tian simultaneously peered over the edge, only to see that the hazy mist had dissipated, revealing large ripples beneath the surface. In the distance, they could vaguely see a green figure below, seemingly some unknown entity. At this moment, Lu Bu ran over from the other side. "My lord, what's that down there? I don't know." Jiang Tian shook his head. He then squatted down, retied the package containing the unspeakable thing, and threw it down again. The red package fell rapidly. Jiang Tian and Lu Bu simultaneously looked out to see what would happen. Just as the package was about to fall into the sea, suddenly, a massive shark, about 7 or 8 meters long, suddenly leaped from the sea. It opened its bloody maw and swallowed the purple package whole. Splash! After swallowing the package, the giant fish sank back into the sea, stirring up a huge splash. "Hiss!" The two people on the island gasped simultaneously. Lu Bu sighed. "I didn't expect that there would be such a monster hidden under this sea. It's really unusual. I didn't expect it either." Jiang Tian looked down with a complicated expression. "This thing can actually be swallowed." After a while, the sea surface showed unusual movements again. Two large fish leaped from the surface of the sea, thrashing about, spitting out fish, shrimp, and seaweed. Jiang Tian had no idea what was happening to them. A few minutes later, one of the fish vomited out a red paper bucket, and the other a purple package with yellow stripes. Finally, the surrounding water returned to calm. Chapter 9. Exchange. Jiang Tian and Lu Bu returned to the center of the island. Looking at the sky, it was probably around 8 in the morning, so it should be time for breakfast. Jiang Tian opened the food cabinet and took out the leftovers from last night. He handed Lu Bu some mashed potatoes and took a corn stick for himself. "Eat it," Jiang Tian said. Lu Bu looked at the mashed potatoes in the plastic box and seemed a little hesitant. "My lord, I'm not hungry for the time being." Jiang Tian saw the shape of the small lump of mashed potatoes and its earthy yellow color, and suddenly remembered the unpleasant scene just now. He looked at the corn stick in his hand again and suddenly felt nauseous. So he took out the breakfast bag from the initial supplies, tore off half of it, and handed it to Lu Bu. "Eat this first, then you go and rest. I'll go fishing for supplies." Lu Bu breathed a sigh of relief, took the bread and thanked him, then put down the mashed potatoes and began to eat the bread. After the two of them had a simple meal and drank some water, Lu Bu lay down to rest. Jiang Tian picked up his fishing rod, sat in the morning sun, and began to fish. He took a deep breath and concentrated. Copy. Soon, a new fishing rod appeared in his hand. Jiang Tian threw the 3 fishing rods into the clouds one by one. After the hooks sank into the clouds, he placed the fishing rods firmly on the ground to ensure that they would not slip. After determining the position, Jiang Tian opened the regional chat channel. By this time, many people in the channel had already started chatting. Good morning, everyone. Oh, what's so good? I'm starving. Hungry, didn't we have bread yesterday? Just 2 pieces of bread. How could it be enough? Yeah, I'm a big eater. I can eat more than a dozen of these small loaves of bread in one meal. By the way, do you want to trade for supplies? I can trade planks for food. What's the use of planks and stones? Food is the most important thing right now. So, how did you guys spend last night? I slept on the floor, covered with a layer of wrapping paper. Me too. Luckily, it wasn't cold. I had some insomnia last night. Insomnia, I was cloud fishing all day and was so tired I fell asleep right away. You didn't cloud fish, it was pitch dark. Weren't you afraid of falling? Last night, I lay on the wooden plank and looked at the stars, thinking of my hometown. Wow, I'm so hungry, I want to go home. Yesterday, I only ate a breakfast bag and a bottle of water. If I continue like this, I'll starve to death. At this moment, a person with the number CNNS 0888 sent a message. Hungry, are there not enough supplies in the cloud? Are you still hungry? As soon as this message came out, the regional channel exploded instantly. Oh my God, how can you say such a thing? Everyone is hungry now. It's not appropriate for you to say such a thing. Really, the channel was filled with accusations, with everyone complaining about the person with the ID CNNS 0888. After all, showing off during a famine was simply too much. Soon, CNNS 0888 spoke again. Haha, yesterday I caught 5 pieces of bread, 1 pack of biscuits, and 1 pack of instant noodles. I was full after eating 4 pieces of bread, and I still have some left. Sorry, it's the same for everyone, huh? Fuck, you're laughing so happily. Do you look embarrassed? Pretending to be a whole sailor. Euro King. NMSL. CNNS 0066. Oh, I have it here too. I got a 2-liter bucket of mineral water and several 500 milliliters bottles of water. Many people exchange bread for water, but I want to eat something oily and watery. So annoying. Fuck, another show-off. Damn, I hate show-offs like this the most. In the channel, 0888 and 0066 started showing off to each other. Seeing this, Jiang Tian came up with an idea and decided to play with them. So he sent a message. 0066, you want to eat something greasy, right? I have mashed potatoes and corn sticks with butter on them. They're sweet. Want some? Suddenly, there was an uproar on the channel. Little brother, I'm hungry. Can you give me some sticks? Fuck, this inging monster is so disgusting. 1111. How did you catch these things? Why can't I catch any? Seeing everyone asking, Jiang Tian casually replied. Yesterday, I caught a whole bucket. The buddy who caught it and I ate it together. The remaining mashed potatoes and corn sticks were given to me. We're so full, and it's so greasy, it's killing us. As soon as this was said, the channel exploded. Fuck, I was wondering why mashed potatoes and corn sticks sounded so familiar. It turns out it's a family bucket. Boss, please stop talking, I'm starving. Fuck, you're the best at pretending. Is this Versailles? Love it. At this moment, 0066 also sent a private message. Of course I want to eat these 2 things, but how much do they cost? 3 bottles of water. Dream on. Jiang Tian replied immediately. These 2 things are worth 3 bottles of water. Do you want them? 0066 immediately retorted. Just these 2 things. You want 3 bottles of water from me. Do you know how important water is? Water is the source of life. You can only live for 3 days without it. 0066 continued to talk nonstop, clearly stalling for time and attempting to bargain. Seeing this, Jiang Tian smiled inwardly and simply responded, then don't trade. Mashed potatoes and corn sticks are rich in vitamins, salt, and sugar, which can fully satisfy your body's nutrition and satiety. If you don't like them, I'll give them to someone else. Wait, 0066 finally couldn't hold back any longer and quickly sent a message. 2 bottles. 2 bottles at most. That's my bottom line. If you want to exchange, then exchange. If not, forget it. Jiang Tian smiled calmly. Deal. Originally, Jiang Tian only intended to exchange these 2 items for 2 bottles of water. He deliberately set a high price, leaving room for negotiation. Soon, 0066 submitted the transaction request. and the mashed potatoes and corn sticks disappeared, replaced by two 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water. Meanwhile, a stylishly dressed girl with purple hair was practically in tears as she looked at the mashed potatoes and cornbread in front of her. She had only eaten bread the day before, and it nearly made her vomit. Finally getting to eat something sweet and rich today was a real treat. Even though it was a little cold, she didn't care. She immediately opened the mashed potatoes and started devouring them. While eating, he sent a message and asked, "By the way, 1111, since these two things are so good, why don't you eat them yourself?" Jiang Tian replied casually, "It's nothing. I ate too much oil yesterday and I have diarrhea today. I think the shit I pooped out looked too much like these mashed potatoes and corn sticks, so I didn't want to eat it anymore. By the way, is it delicious? Is it sticky?" The girl looked down at the box of yellow mashed potatoes, her mouth twitching. "You fucking..." Chapter 10. Empty land expanding the area. Jiang Tian's gaze lingered on the 3 fishing rods before him, his mind a bit lost. Suddenly, a ringing sound broke his thoughts. He quickly grabbed one of the rods and yanked hard. The clouds appeared in response, then turned into white mist and dissipated, revealing a black soil block about 1 cubic meter in size, which appeared steadily in front of Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian was stunned for a moment, staring at the black soil. It fell directly onto the ground of the Sky Island, seemingly fitting perfectly with the island's ground. He raised an eyebrow and whispered, "What is this?" He looked around. The island beneath his feet seemed indistinguishable from the black clod of earth. Jiang Tian vaguely guessed that this clod of earth might be similar to the rock-pulling technique in the Sky Island survival game, Minecraft, which could be used to expand the land area. As for the principle, he didn't know, and since he didn't understand, he didn't want to delve into it. The most pressing question at this moment was, how do you use this thing? Jiang Tian circled the black soil a few times, reached out and touched it, and instantly a phantom appeared in front of him. This is a rectangular parallelepiped with 10 cells in length and width, each cell representing 1 meter, and the thickness of the island below is 3 meters. Seeing this shadow, Jiang Tian instantly understood. This should be a miniature of the island. The black soil clump transformed into a shadow and floated to Jiang Tian's fingertips. A system prompt sounded. "Please select a location for the empty soil." Jiang Tian was stunned for a moment, then pointed to a vacant lot on the west side of the island and clicked confirm. The system chimed again. "Empty earth installation successful." He walked to the west side to inspect it. Suddenly, a square protrusion had appeared on the previously flat edge of the island. Jiang Tian looked at it and asked in surprise, "It's installed right away." He muttered to himself, "According to the settings, the thickness of this piece of land should be only 1 meter. It should be quite solid, but I'm not sure." He picked up the fishing rod and tentatively stuck it on the raised soil. He felt a certain reaction force, and it seemed that this piece of land would not collapse easily. Of course, Jiang Tian didn't plan to stand on it himself. Falling would be disastrous. He retreated to his original position, continued swinging his fishing rod, and caught the next cloud. Jiang Tian began to think seriously. He had been pondering what building a home really meant. Was it just a safe haven, something as simple as a wooden house? But he felt that a wooden house alone couldn't be considered a home. Right, a true home should be a courtyard, or even a small village, or perhaps a city. In that case, 100 square meters was clearly not enough. More land was definitely needed. Unexpectedly, he had now encountered the opportunity to expand his territory. Although this 1 cubic meter of land may seem insignificant, as long as enough clods of soil are caught, these small plots of land will eventually become a vast grassland. Moreover, if there are enough fishing rods, the accumulation rate will increase exponentially. He gripped the fishing rod tightly, thinking, isn't this just like the fishing machine in Minecraft, clever and practical? Of course, the most important thing now is fishing, and other things cannot be done in a hurry, otherwise everything will be empty talk. An hour later, one of the 3 fishing rods on the ground began to react. Jiang Tian quickly pulled it up and caught a 6-pack of 350 milliliter soda water. Jiang Tian was very excited to see the water source. Water was the most scarce thing at the moment. After all, according to scientific research, an adult needs about 1.5 liters of water a day to stay healthy, and he didn't drink enough yesterday. Besides, he was planning on boiling water for instant noodles later. He just traded mashed potatoes and corn sticks with 0066 for mineral water to ensure a sufficient water supply. Jiang Tian continued to select a cloud, cast his hook, sat down again, lit a cigarette, and checked the world channel. Soon, another group of players woke up and began discussing the situation in the world channel. We spent the night peacefully, without encountering any demonic attacks. Thank God for his protection. Amen. Oh my God. I woke up to see you, a charlatan. What bad luck. Demons and such are impossible. I didn't sleep well last night. I really miss home. I slept okay. The weather was good. I slept on a plastic bag last night, but I didn't feel cold. Well, thankfully it didn't rain last night. Yeah, right now there's nothing to keep out the rain. That's too bad. Everyone, I'm a meteorologist. Judging from the clear blue sky right now, it shouldn't rain in the next few days. Really, that's great. Besides these people, some people deliberately acted cute in an attempt to trick people into giving them food, while others hoped to trade other resources for food and water. However, these news did not attract much attention. After all, food and water were the most precious resources right now. Jiang Tian looked at the news, exhaled a puff of smoke, and muttered to himself, "It won't rain, right? That's good. If it rained, the quilt would probably get wet." But then a thought flashed through his mind, and his heart skipped a beat. Zen. Chapter 11. Oh well, I actually ran into a regular customer. According to the World Channel, all players had encountered sunny skies on their first day, with no attacks at night. Aside from some people starving and desperately needing food, everything seemed peaceful. Although things were calm now, Jiang Tian knew that this was only a brief respite, and things would definitely not be so smooth going forward. According to the instructions on the parchment, this world was a survival game, and they had to develop their homeland as quickly as possible and take protective measures. Jiang Tian had already realized that extreme weather events like drought, snowstorms, and more could strike at any time. It was only a matter of time. Given this, the sooner he prepared a shelter from the sun and rain, the more assured his safety would be. He began to think about it. According to the current resource situation, everyone has a lot of wood, but other materials such as stone slabs are rare. The most feasible solution now is to start building a wooden house, which can at least serve as a shelter. First, Jiang Tian needed to determine the floor space required for the house. Considering the need for 2 beds and storage for essential supplies, he did some simple calculations and estimated that the ideal area for the cabin would be around 30 square meters, with a ceiling height of 2.5 meters. Looking at his 101 square meter island, Jiang Tian gave a wry smile. He wanted to build a larger cabin, but the resources were clearly insufficient. Currently, Jiang Tian had 15 planks of wood per square meter and 1 10-centimeter diameter wooden stake, which he had just broken. With these resources, it was clearly impossible to build a wooden house. He immediately opened the trading mall and searched for lumber resources. After all, any house needed a solid foundation. Since no one had bricks yet, he could only consider using long tree trunks as a substitute. However, most of the wood he saw in the trading house was rectangular or square planks, mostly around 1 square meter in size. These were clearly not suitable for foundations. He continued to search and finally found some tree trunks about 20 centimeters in diameter and 3.5 meters long, marked as being for food. Jiang Tian's heart skipped a beat, thinking this might be an opportunity. Without hesitation, he messaged the seller. "Hello, I saw your long tree trunk listed on the trading platform. Can we chat?" The seller quickly replied. "What are you talking about? Trade it for food." Jiang Tian didn't agree immediately. Instead, he responded casually. "Food, sorry. I can't meet your request for now. However, although I don't have food, I have some other good things. Why don't you listen to me?" "What good stuff?" Jiang Tian smiled slightly and sent a message. "Although I can't give you food, why don't you have some huazi? It won't satisfy your stomach, but it can relieve your empty heart. How about it?" Huazi, the other party, was a little stunned by the message, and then sent a long string of text. "Hey, I know you. You're the cigarette seller from last night. Damn it, you took my flint and steel yesterday, making it so I couldn't smoke that cigarette at all." Jiang Tian was somewhat helpless. "Oh, it's you." He continued typing. "I accidentally lost my flint, but I can give you another one and teach you a method of making fire by rubbing 2 sticks together. How about that?" The other party was silent for a long moment before replying. "I tried it yesterday, and there's no way I'm going to make fire by rubbing 2 sticks together. Are you trying to trick me? I tried for 2 hours. My clothes were soaked with sweat. I almost caught a cold, and there was still no spark." Jiang Tian smiled inwardly. "How about this? I'll give you 1 more huazi, a total of 4. You have to know that cigarettes are a scarce resource here. Have you seen anyone else catch cigarettes?" The other party was silent for a while, obviously moved by Jiang Tian's proposal, and finally replied, "Okay, for sticks is 4. Just teach me how to make fire by rubbing 2 sticks together." Jiang Tian was secretly pleased with himself. After sending the message, he prepared a trade. The 2 tree trunks were successfully exchanged. He thought that if the transaction went smoothly, he could at least build a basic wooden house. Although there were some twists and turns during the negotiation, Jiang Tian had already made a plan in mind. He knew that he could only maintain his foothold in this environment by constantly acquiring resources and establishing connections through exchange. Chapter 12. Go wherever is cooler. Jiang Tian knew what a cigarette meant to a smoker, especially in this world of scarce resources. The other party hesitated for a moment and replied, "What's the point of giving me 4 cigarettes? Without fire, everything is empty talk." Jiang Tian rolled his eyes and thought to himself, "This person is really stupid. You are stupid. Can't you just trade 1 cigarette for a flint?" The other party was stunned for more than 10 seconds, then suddenly exclaimed, "Yes, I want to exchange it. I want to exchange it." After some bargaining, the deal was finally reached. Jiang Tian exchanged 4 cigarettes for the long tree trunk. Jiang Tian figured the man must be a heavy smoker, so they exchanged IDs, promising to trade cigarettes for anything good. The man happily agreed, clearly in high spirits. After securing the tree trunk, Jiang Tian prepared to move on to his next resource. The other tree trunk seller was adamant, relying on the fact that he was the only one with a 3.5-meter-long trunk. He demanded that Jiang Tian exchange food and 2 cigarettes. Jiang Tian didn't want to waste time, so he closed the private chat window and opened the regional channel to ask, "Everyone, if anyone has a tree trunk longer than 3.5 meters, come and trade with me." After this message was sent, the regional channel immediately exploded with activity. 1111? Boss Wazi is here. Boss Wazi, please give me a cigarette. I can't hold it any longer. You just had a family bucket. Stop showing off. After waiting for a while, no one seemed willing to trade with him. Jiang Tian sighed, thinking to himself, this 3.5-meter tree trunk is really hard to find. Just as he was about to close the regional chat channel, a message appeared before his eyes. CNNS 4144. Huh. What's so good about the family bucket? It's just hormone-free chicken. Be careful or you'll die. This message instantly quieted the regional channel. 3 seconds later, the channel was flooded with another barrage of messages. Hormone-modified chicken? In my current situation, I can even eat fried rice made with gutter oil. Yeah, who cares if it has hormones or not? As long as I'm full, that's fine. Actually, he's right. If something goes wrong after eating it, there's no medicine. Jiang Tian glanced at the message and frowned slightly. This person with the number CNNS 4144 seemed to be the guy who caught someone yesterday. Is this person mentally ill? I didn't even mention the family bucket. So why is he worrying about all this? However, since this was a global travel adventure, there were all kinds of people involved, so Jiang Tian didn't bother to pay attention and prepared to continue reading other people's responses. However, at this moment, CNNS 4144 sent a private message. You want a tree trunk over 3 meters long? I happen to have one here. Let's talk. Jiang Tian was silent for a moment and then replied, How do you plan to chat? The other party replied quickly, It's very simple. Food and water for 4 people, plus a pack of Huazi. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes when he heard it and closed the private chat window directly. The guy on the trading floor just now only wanted 2 loaves of bread, 2 bottles of water, and a cigarette, but this guy actually asked for 4 portions of food, water, and a whole pack of cigarettes. It was simply an exorbitant demand. Shortly after closing the private chat window, the other party sent another message. What do you mean by not replying? Are you unhappy? You had a family bucket last night, so you probably had a lot of food. Can't you afford this price? I saw only 1 tree trunk on the trading platform. Don't miss it. Jiang Tian was speechless. Come on, you should just go somewhere cooler. Fuck, what the hell is your attitude? Don't be so ungrateful. The other party was still angry. Jiang Tian ignored him and directly added him to the blacklist. He turned back to the regional channel and didn't expect that another message would appear at this time. CNN 0888. Oh, isn't this the one who eats the whole family bucket? You want a tree trunk? Right, ha, what a coincidence, I just caught one, exactly 3.5 meters long. Wow, it happened just as you said, you're so lucky. 6666, it seems like you have Huazi cigarettes. I'm so envious. I also want to catch a tree trunk in exchange for Huazi cigarettes. Jiang Tian saw the message and quickly edited a reply. Perfect. Are you planning to trade this tree trunk with me? We can talk. CNNS0888 immediately replied, "Hey, wow, this is such good luck. I can't miss this opportunity. We can even talk. What are you planning to trade?" "Let me first explain, I've caught a lot of food and water these days. I'm not sure of them for now. But if you want to exchange them for these things, that's fine." Jiang Tian took another look and found that the other party continued to show off his fishing results on the regional channel. He was speechless. He knew this guy was clearly a show-off, relying on his good luck to show off everywhere, like a complete idiot. He actually had the energy to act pretentiously at a time like this. Jiang Tian was about to send a private message to him, but just as he was about to send it, a new post popped up in the regional channel. CNNS 4414. "I'm telling you, tree trunks this long are a scarce resource. Don't trade with this guy. Anyone who does is a fool." "No, 4414, what's wrong with you? Are you crazy? What's going on?" Chapter 13, it would be nice if you had Coke. Seeing the news, Jiang Tian frowned again. It would be fine if this kid didn't change, but why did he come here to cause trouble? You start criticizing people as soon as you open your mouth. Are you a psychopath? Before Jiang Tian could say anything, the other person started to retort. CNNS 0888. "Hey kid, who are you yelling at? What does it have to do with you whether I trade with him or not? Go somewhere cool, idiot." "Well done. Beautiful. I also dislike this kid." He caught a guy, and he couldn't even bear to give him food, and he even cursed at him. This kind of person is disgusting. 4144, stop embarrassing yourself here and get out of here. 4144 was not happy about being attacked by so many people all of a sudden. "Fuck, what the hell do you mean? You dare scold me? Do you believe I will kill you? Ha! How are you going to kill us? Fly over from the Sky Island? Wow, are there keyboard warriors on Sky Island? I'm so scared. Come over here if you're brave enough. Who can't talk? Shabby." For a moment, everyone in 4144 and the regional chat channel started cursing at each other. But how could he speak against so many people? He was criticized to pieces and became so angry that he couldn't even type clearly. In the end, I used up all 10 speaking opportunities every day and couldn't even fight back. I could only watch others attack me back. The other side, fuck, what a rubbish system. It won't even let me speak. Damn it. A young man wearing a beach shirt and with red bangs, who looked no more than 20 years old, was pointing at the sky and cursing. Not far behind him, a man who looked to be about 50 years old, dressed in cloth and a bit fat, was squatting there, not daring to make sound. After cursing at the sky for more than 10 minutes, the boy finally got tired and sat down on the ground. He turned around to look at the old man and cursed him fiercely. "What the hell are you looking at? Go get me a bottle of water." "Yes, yes, yes." The man swallowed and nodded quickly. He walked to the center of the island, picked up a bottle of mineral water, walked to where the man was and handed it to him. The boy grabbed it and unscrewed the lid. Tung tung tung. After drinking more than half the bottle, the boy finally recovered. Holding a bottle of mineral water in his hand, a red light flashed in his eyes. 1111-0888, and the regional channels are all run by these bastards. Damn it, do you look down on me? If I find a chance, I will kill you all. Click. He clenched his fist so hard that the plastic mineral water bottle was deformed. Without even closing the lid, he just threw it behind him. Seeing this, the middle-aged man hurried forward to pick it up and drank it secretly. "Come on, 1111, let's continue talking and ignore that shabby." "Yeah, okay." Jiang Tian looked at the message sent to him by 0888 and smiled faintly. "I didn't realize you have such a bad temper. That was back when I was a troll. When I was an online commentator, I didn't even know where this guy was. Okay, forget about him. What are you going to give me in exchange for this tree trunk? Food is out of the question anyway. Eating is definitely the most important thing. Besides, you don't seem to be short of food or water. How about this? I'll give you 2 huazi." Jiang Tian put forward the conditions. Of course, he didn't expect that he could exchange the tree trunk so easily with just 2 cigarettes. He had used 4 cigarettes when exchanging with the old customer just now. And after being tricked by 4144, even though the other party retorted to that person, he must have known in his heart how rare the tree trunk was and would not exchange it with him so easily. These 2 pieces of huazi were just a way for him to lower the price and give the other party some room to raise the price. As expected, the other party sent a message. "Don't give me that. I don't know what this thing is used for, but I just checked at the trading house, and it seems there's a shortage of tree trunks this long." On the other side, an older young man wearing a blue sweatshirt and with a chubby face twitched the corner of his mouth. Reply to 1111. And from last night until now, I estimate that you have given away quite a few cigarettes. If you only caught one pack, would you be so generous and not keep it for yourself? I don't smoke. Go. What's with that puff of huazi you put on the trading floor yesterday? I'm telling you, don't try that on me. Haha. Okay, you found out. So how do you plan to trade? A whole bag of huazi? No. Jiang Tian naturally couldn't follow the other party's routine and refused directly. The other party's negotiation attitude was also very clear. In this case, you should exchange it for food and water. Jiang Tian thought for a moment and continued. There were 3 packs of cigarettes in the plastic bag I caught yesterday. I've already smoked more than 1 pack myself, so the remaining cigarettes are very scarce. I can give you a maximum of 5, plus a 350 milliliters bottle of soda water. TSK. I'd be damned if I believed you. The man in the hoodie replied disdainfully. From his perspective, this 1111 must contain more than 3 packs of cigarettes. In terms of quantity, there should be 1. Even if the cigarettes were packed loose in plastic bags, as the other party said, at the rate he was distributing them, he would have to have at least 5 packs before he could be so cruel as to do this. This is cigarette, it's good stuff. However, the man in the hoodie didn't want to fall out with the other party. He had been searching for a long time in the trading house from last night until now, and currently, there was only 1,111 selling cigarettes. If they really fall out, I guess there won't even be a chance for a deal. Besides, the conditions offered by the other party are also very generous in the eyes of ordinary people. After all, there's also a bottle of soda water in it. The man in the hoodie glanced at the supplies around him, thought for a moment, and replied, "This condition is not bad, but you should replace the small bottle of soda water with a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water. I have soda, but the taste is so. By the way, it would be nice if you had some Coke." Cola? Seeing this, Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Coke? I have it." Chapter 14, You Are Too Honest. What you have? When 0888 saw this message, he was stunned. Gulp. Swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Cola. This 1111, he said he has Coke. Before traveling through time, 0888 was a loyal Coke fan. Others drink 2 liters of water a day, but he drinks 2 liters of Coke every day. Of course, he knew that drinking too much Coke was bad for the body, but he couldn't control it. If he can't drink Coke during meals or midnight snacks, he will feel uncomfortable all over. For 0888, Coke is the source of life. Unfortunately, after traveling through time, it seemed that he had no chance to have Coke anymore. Although he was lucky, he caught a lot of food and water yesterday, but there wasn't a single bottle of Coke in it. This morning I caught 2 bottles of soda water, which had a slight carbonation and sweetness. But drinking this weak taste made him feel even more itchy and wanted to drink Coke even more. Just when he was struggling with his desire for Coke, the other party, 1111, actually said he had Coke. It's like a pillow is brought to you when you are sleepy. It seems that I really am the king of Europe. Then he took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and said, "Okay, bring me 5 huazi and a bottle of Coke, and I'll trade you for the tree trunk." 1 bottle? I don't have that much. Jiang Tian smiled faintly and replied, "This Coke came with the family bucket I bought yesterday. I've almost finished it. Only a small sip is left, about 200 milliliters. Impossible, I don't believe it. You must have stored the Coke well. I probably didn't even drink a sip. Why don't you believe it? Let me ask you this. If it were you, eating fried chicken with grease dripping from your mouth, and there was a Coke next to it, could you resist the temptation and not drink it?" This 0888 took a deep breath. Yes, if he were in this situation, he would have drunk all the Coke without leaving any. It seems that this is really all the other party has left. While he was thinking, Jiang Tian sent another message. "Yesterday, I had to go through a long mental struggle to save the small sip of Coke for later. Looks like I'm going to give you a bargain today. 1 price, 200 milliliters of Coke and 5 cigarettes in exchange for your 3.5 meter long tree trunk, plus a bottle of mineral water." Fuck, why are you suddenly raising the price? Don't go too far. Excessive. Jiang Tian smiled faintly and continued, "Mineral water is plentiful. I'm sure you have quite a bit too. But you have to know that this is the only 200 milliliters of Coke I have left. Even calling it an equal exchange is a bargain. If you don't trade with me, I'll go trade with someone else." No. 0888 broke out in a cold sweat and quickly called out to Jiang Tian, "I'll trade with you. But can you replace the mineral water with soda water? Make a deal." Jiang Tian agreed readily. Then both parties began to prepare for the transaction. Then he went to the cupboard, picked up an empty mineral water bottle, and shook it to get rid of the remaining water droplets inside. Then he took out the Coke, unscrewed it, and poured half a bottle into it. Pull out 5 hua seeds and point with one finger. 5 cigarettes and half a bottle of Coke turned into shadows. At this time, the other party also put things on the table, and another shadow appeared in front of Jiang Tian. A 3.5 tree trunk and a 350 milliliters bottle of lemon-flavored soda water. Jiang Tian took a look and found that everything was fine, so he clicked confirm. The other side, 0888, took a look at the cola and the mineral water bottle in the shadow. Although I felt something was wrong, the thing was right in front of me, and I didn't have time to think too much. After the deal was done, 5 plum-scented Hanako sticks and a small bottle of black liquid appeared in front of him. 0888 grabbed the plastic bottle, unscrewed the lid, and smelled it. The carbon dioxide with a hint of sweetness poured into his nasal cavity, making his heartbeat seem to slow down for a beat. Yes, it's Coke. 0888 grabbed the Coke and was about to cry. I miss you so much when I don't see you for a day. He tilted his head back, grabbed the bottle, and put it to his mouth. The black liquid rushed into his mouth like an army, and the active bubbles burst between his lips and teeth like fireworks. After lingering for a few seconds before swallowing, a hint of sweetness lingered in his stomach tube. Hiccup. The abundant carbon dioxide poured in, causing 0888 to burp. Carbonic acid. Sugar. Comfortable. That's the feeling. Happy. 0888 squinted his eyes and sighed, then looked at the remaining 100 milliliters of Coke in the bottle. Carefully twist the plastic bottle and twist it into a ball in the middle. I'll drink the remaining half tonight. The Coke is still quite carbonated, so I have to keep it safe. 0888 was muttering to himself when his heart suddenly skipped a beat. This is not right. Then he opened the private chat window again and cursed. No, you lied to me. This cola is so carbonated, it doesn't look like the cola that has 200 milliliters left over and has been left overnight. That's the first sip of Coke after opening the bottle, right? Jiang Tian was shocked when he saw this news. Fuck, you can even taste this? You must be an expert. That's right. I've been drinking Coke for years. 0888 replied proudly, and then said, even though you lied to me, I'm still grateful that you gave me this first sip of Coke. After all, 90% of the value of Coke is in that first sip. I don't know how much Coke you have left, but please save some for me. I'll come back to exchange it later. No problem. Just as I close the chat box with 0888, another chat window popped up. 0066. You want a 3.5 meter collar, right? Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows when he saw the news. Why, you have it. Yes, I have one. I caught it last night. What do you want such a long pole for? Don't ask so many questions. Just decide whether you want to change or not. Exchange. But what are you going to exchange with me? 3 huazi, 3 hanako. On the other side, the fashionable girl replied to a message in a fuss. Do you know how much effort it took me to catch something so long and thick? I'm a girl. You actually want to get rid of me with just 3 fish sticks? That's too much. Who did you learn this tone from? You were talking like this just now. Jiang Tian had a frown on his face. By the way, there's a girl across from me? After all, women who smoke are a minority. What if she doesn't smoke? Then he thought for a moment and replied, how about I trade you a bottle of soda water? Looking at the stingy conditions, the girl was furious. I originally wanted to imitate the tone of the person in the regional chat box and act coquettishly to see if I could take advantage of him, but I didn't expect the other party to not fall for it. Then he returned to his original self and refused. Water? Are you kidding? I've already told you, little sister, I don't have much else, but I have a lot of water. Jiang Tian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked, good fellow, aren't you being too frank? Chapter 15, Low-Quality Plastic Bags. The girl was stunned at first. After a while, she realized the meaning of the words. His face turned red and he cursed. What the hell are you thinking about? Pervert. God and God. You said that yourself. Why are you scolding me? No. Hey. The girl's cheeks burned hot. She thought for a long time, but didn't know what to say. Finally, she said angrily, stop talking about this. Let's get back to talking about the steaks. Okay. Since you don't want water or huazi, then I don't think I have anything to give you. After sending this message, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. In such a situation, it's quite fun to find a girl to chat with like this. Not long after, the other party sent a message. Who said I don't want huazi anymore? Huh? Aren't you a girl? Huh? Girls can't smoke? Let me tell you, if you want this wooden stake, you have to exchange it for 10 cigarettes. I didn't realize you were such a heavy smoker. After a round of bargaining, Jiang Tian exchanged 8 huazi for this long wooden stake. The girl on the other side's eyes lit up when she saw huazi appear. He picked up one, put it in his mouth, lit it with a lighter, and took a deep breath. So comfortable. Jiang Tian squatted on the ground, looking at the 3 long wooden poles in front of him. In this way, there are 3 long trunks. Of course, this is far from enough if you want to build a log house. However, everyone has limited resources now, and is not easy to buy. Let's take it step by step. As for the remaining long piece of wood on the trading floor, just leave it there for now. Anyway, right now, I'm the only one busy buying wood to build a house, so no one will buy that thing for a while. And judging by that person's character, no one would exchange food for such a seemingly useless thing. Jiang Tian put huazi on the trading floor and asked for notes on various types of wood or tools, such as hammers and saws. Then I continued fishing. In the blink of an eye, the sun rises from the front to the top of the head. About 6 hours passed. My lord, are you awake? Jiang Tian smoked a cigarette while looking at Lu Bu, who was bowing beside him. Pointing to the paper bag next to him, he said, Here, have 2. This is... Lu Bu looked at the paper bag and saw 4 bamboo sticks inside. Pinch out one and take a look. There's something stuck on it 2 inches long, red and shiny. Looks like meat? Jiang Tian said casually. This thing is called a hot dog. Eat it. It's delicious. This paper bag was caught 3 hours ago. It contains 6 hot dogs, and Jiang Tian ate 2 of them. It tastes pretty good. Yes. Lu Bu responded and moved closer to the hot dog to sniff it. The hot dog was cold at this point, but you could still smell a hint of oil. It was this trace of oil that made Lu Bu, with an empty stomach, swallow his saliva. Open your mouth and take a bite. Puff. The plump meat pieces spurted out a stream of oil, and the aroma instantly filled the entire mouth. This taste smells so good. After tasting this flavor, Lu Bu opened his eyes. Gudong. In his excitement, he swallowed the sausage without chewing it. He looked at the sausage and quickly took a bite. The gravy flowed between his lips and teeth again. He finished the sausage in 2 bites and picked up another one to eat. Lu Bu wiped the oil off his lips and was full of praise again. Okay, stop sighing. Jiang Tian stopped Lu Bu and pointed at the plastic bag and package next to him and ordered, Take these things over here. Put the food and water in the cupboard, as usual, and put the other things on the floor. By the way, use the flint to light the bonfire later, put the iron pot on it, and pour 2 bottles of mineral water to boil. We'll eat the instant noodles later. Yes. After obeying the order, Lu Bu left with several large bags of things. These things were naturally caught by Jiang Tian during these 6 hours. In addition to the bag of sausages, there were also 3 bags of potato chips and 4 bottles of mineral water. 1 bag of toilet paper, 10 rolls, 1 large bag of pebbles, 2 bags of palm leaves, 1 bag of straw. There is also 1 cubic meter of black soil, hereinafter referred to as empty soil, that is, the black soil that expands the area of the empty island, and 1 big bag of mud. Jiang Tian naturally installed the hunched thing on the west side first. Although the area below the 2 square meters is still empty, the island surface area has now reached 102 square meters. As for the other bag of mud, although it looks very similar to the texture of empty soil, it is just ordinary soil and cannot float. By the way, other people should have caught this empty land as well. I don't know what happened to other people's land. Jiang Tian opened the World Channel, which happened to be discussing the matter of Kong 2. Hey, I just caught a black clod of dirt. It can expand the area of the island. The black clods of earth can expand the land. Doesn't that mean they can also float in the air like islands? How is such a thing possible? Are you dreaming? How is that impossible? I just caught one, and it works. What he said is true. I also caught a piece this morning. As soon as I touched the soil, a picture appeared asking me to place the land. I chose a location, and that piece of land really gained an extra square meter. Haha, I caught one too. As long as I keep catching these black lumps of soil, I can develop my island into a country. Oh my God, are you serious? Why didn't I catch anything? Can all the soil you catch be installed on the Sky Island? Why is the piece I just caught just ordinary soil? I just caught one too. Sure enough, only the European emperor is worthy of owning this kind of thing. See this one, the speech number CNNS 0888. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. Wow, this guy really likes to show off wherever he goes. This guy seems to be really lucky. He can catch almost anything he wants. Of course, it's definitely not as good as myself. While looking through the chat history, ding ling ling, the bell rang again. Jiang Tian closed the interface and lifted one of the fishing rods. Hey, this cloud is so small. Is it edible? Jiang Tian pulled the fishing rod, and small clouds slowly flew over. Finally, it transformed into a low-quality plastic bag and fell into Jiang Tian's hand. Open the plastic bag. Two dirty things appeared in front of him. This is Chapter 16, Can You Still Catch Monsters? The two objects in the plastic bag were khaki in color and the size of a fist. It looks unattractive. Jiang Tian looked at the plastic bag with the label of a farmer's market printed on it and felt delighted. Potato. Good stuff. This is the fourth most important food crop in the world, not to mention its nutritional value. What's more important is that it has extremely high yield and strong adaptability to the environment. The most important thing is that it is easy to store and not easy to deteriorate. As long as I have it, I won't have to worry about food and drink. At this time, Lu Bu had already put his things back. Looking at the potato in Jiang Tian's hand, he asked the classic line, "My lord, what is this?" "Okay, I'll explain it to you later." Jiang Tian had a smile on his face and asked Lu Bu to bring the bag of straw and the scissors. Then he walked to the southern part of the island, squatted down, and dug two 2-centimeter shallow pits with his hands. Place the potatoes on top. There was no obstruction on the sky island, and the sunlight was shining on the potatoes. Then spread the straw evenly on top. It was not very thick, and there was still a little sunlight shining through the gaps in the straw. The temperature should be just right. He took a bottle of mineral water and gently poked a few tiny holes in the lid with scissors. A simple watering can is ready. Gently press the water bottle and sprinkle some water drops on the straw above the potatoes to ensure humidity. The work of germinating potatoes is completed. While doing these tasks, Jiang Tian was also explaining the concept of potatoes to Lu Bu. Looking at Lu Bu nodding blankly, he seemed to understand, but not quite. But it doesn't matter. He will understand when he eats the potatoes. Looking at the position of the potato, Jiang Tian couldn't help but start to imagine. When the potatoes grow, should I eat spicy and sour potato shreds or braised potato slices? It would be even better if there was beef stew with potatoes. Of course, all this will have to wait until the potatoes grow. I don't know how long it will take for these potatoes to mature. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. Day 9. Well, it's almost finished. We can proceed to the next step. Yes, my lord. Okay, go get the stuff. Jiang Tian waved his hand, arranged for Lu Bu to get the supplies, and then began to look at the small wooden house in front of him. In the center of the island, there is a hexagon with a conical roof made of wood. It seems to be the case. During this period, Jiang Tian purchased some tree trunks over 3.5 meters long, and together with those he caught himself, he had a total of 12. Originally, Jiang Tian wanted to build an ancient rectangular wooden house, but he couldn't find suitable materials, mainly because he couldn't find beams that long. So he had to settle for the second best and made it like this. At that time, one of the tree trunks that was more than 3 meters long was used. A circle was drawn with one end as the center, and the circle was divided into 6 equal parts. Based on this, a hexagon was drawn. This is the footprint of the house. According to calculations, it is exactly around 30 square meters. According to the original plan, this cabin was built by drawing a 1-meter foundation, placing 6 tree trunks in it, and then placing another trunk on top of the trunks and tying them with hemp rope. The same goes for the top, which is built with slightly shorter tree trunks and tied tightly with hemp rope. The skeleton of a log cabin is complete. I pushed it with my hand, and it was still very firm. As long as the wind is not particularly strong, the wooden house should not be affected at all. Jiang Tian nodded and looked towards the west side of the island, where Lu Bu was busy. There are supplies that have been caught or purchased in the past few days. There were wooden boards stacked 1 person high, and various sticks, branches, and stones placed on the ground. There were also loosely folded tarpaulins, large quantities of palm leaves, and other materials. Next to it are construction tools such as shovels, pickaxes, and hammers, as well as daily utensils such as iron pots and aluminum bowls and chopsticks. These metal objects reflect light in the sunlight and appear to be shining. A little further to the side, food and water are placed. There were 4 cardboard boxes stacked on the black ground, all filled with mineral water. We have all kinds of brands. There's also a cardboard box containing Coke, 7-Up, Mirinda orange juice, and so on. Although the quantity is not as much as mineral water, there are still more than 20 bottles. Next to these water resources, several plastic boxes are stacked. Each box is full of food resources and has a label on the outside. Instant noodles, bread and biscuits, soy products, meat, sweets. Seeing these neatly arranged supplies, Jiang Tian shook his head and smiled. Ever since I came here, I seem to have developed obsessive-compulsive disorder. However, seeing these abundant resources, my heart is filled with satisfaction. Looking to the south again, Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. The potatoes that were originally planted over there have already been tilled into the soil. The seedlings emerging from the soil have grown quite tall, about 20 centimeters. To be honest, Jiang Tian was shocked when he saw the growth rate. Generally speaking, it takes at least 100 days for potatoes to germinate and be harvested. But how long has it been now? It's only been 7 or 8 days, and the seedlings have grown so tall. Based on this rate, the entire potato ripening period is estimated to be 10 days, and the potatoes can be harvested in 2 or 3 days. How did the land here grow? This thing is quite amazing. Speaking of land, 12 1-cubic-meter blocks of empty soil were caught during these 7 days. The island now has an area of 114 square meters. Just as Jiang Tian was thinking, Lu Bu came over with something like a wooden board and a hammer. "My lord, please give me your orders." "Well, now that the frame of the cabin is ready, let's nail these boards in place and build the roof first." "Yes." The two men picked up hammers and nails and started hammering away. An hour later, the cabin, which has not yet been fully completed, already has a roof made of wooden boards. The two rested for a while and continued working. Another hour later, the main body of the house was also built into a wooden wall. A square gap 2 meters high and 1 meter wide is left on the wooden board opposite as the entrance. After finishing these tasks, Jiang Tian and Lu Bu sat on the ground and rested for a while. The wooden house in front of us is basically completed. Although the wall made of wooden boards of different specifications looks a bit strange, it can also be considered an abstract style. Looking at his masterpiece, Jiang Tian still felt very proud. Jiang Tian asked Lu Bu to bring 2 bottles of mineral water. While drinking, he opened the World Chat channel. As the world's largest communication platform, messages scroll through at a very fast speed. Today is the 9th day, and my supplies are all gone. What should I do? I haven't eaten for 2 days. Can someone save me? Hee hee. I'm hungry and alone. I can't take it anymore. I might as well die. No matter what difficulties we encounter, don't be afraid. Face them with a smile. The best way to overcome fear is to face it. Come on, Olege. I haven't eaten for 3 days, and next to me is a pile of yesterday's poop. I'm sorry for my stomach. Fuck you guys, Ollie go. Vomit. Looking at the news, a not-so-nice picture emerged in Jiang Tian's mind, and he suddenly felt ashamed. Just about to close the chat channel. At this time, another message popped up and caught his attention. "Help! I caught a monster. Can someone save me?" Chapter 17, I thought it was a monster. I misunderstood. Caught a monster. Jiang Tian frowned when he saw this message. Continue watching the World Channel. As soon as the news came out, the World Channel exploded into chaos again. Caught a monster? Are you kidding me? I think he's hallucinating from hunger. Where do monsters come from in this world? We should be civilized, harmonious, and friendly. If you ask me, this guy just can't catch anything to eat, so he wants to use a monster as a cover to trick us into not fishing for clouds. I think so too. This kind of person is so disgusting. No, what if what he said is true? The Lord will protect me. Even if a monster appears, it won't be able to harm me at all. Fuck, I just caught a wooden box, and when I opened it, there was a long-eared, grinning thing ready to bite me. Luckily, I was quick-witted and kicked it away. No way, are you serious? On the channel, messages continued to scroll rapidly. The first person who said he had caught a monster stopped talking. I don't know if it's because of the daily limit of the World Channel, or if it's he would never be able to send a message again in his life. Looking at the news, Jiang Tian's eyes narrowed. He didn't think these people were exaggerating, although everything seemed calm during these 9 days. Jiang Tian did not relax because of this, and still arranged Lu Bu to keep watch every night. Sure enough, something went wrong today. This island is not that simple. Sudden, on the east side of the island, where 10 fishing rods are placed, there was a fierce ringing of bells. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. Hearing the sound, Jiang Tian's eyes flashed. Coming? Lu Bu. Lord, please give the order. Go get the stuff. As you command. Seeing Jiang Tian's expression, Lu Bu's expression also became much more solemn. Then go around to the north side of the cabin. There are several items placed on this side. It's a weapon. Spear, dagger, axe, and the long sword obtained the next day. These are all made of bronze and exude a dangerous aura. He picked up the bronze sword and handed it to Jiang Tian, while he himself took a spear, and the two of them went to the east together. Jiang Tian aimed at the fishing rod that made the sound. The bell above was still ringing, and the float on the seemingly innocent white cloud connected to the fishing line of the fishing rod was shaking violently. Take a deep breath and pick up the fishing rod. Lift it up. Feeling the weight on the fishing rod, the cloud was pulled towards the island. Bang! After the clouds fell, the white mist dissipated, and a wooden box about 1 cubic meter in size fell in front of the two people. A wooden box. Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. Having said that, it is actually very rare to catch a wooden box. The last time I fished out a wooden box was on the first day, and it contained Lu Bu. I never caught any fish after that. According to what was said on the World Channel just now, those monsters are also hiding in the wooden boxes. Could it be that the wooden box represents a living creature? It is very possible. If you open this wooden box, you might be attacked by a monster. No matter what this monster is, on this isolated island, if an ordinary person is bitten or scratched by it, even if he survives, the untreatable wound will be a big problem. Since someone has reminded him, Jiang Tian will not suffer any loss from this. He gave Lu Bu a wink, and the other nodded in understanding. He took a step forward, grabbed the movable wooden board at the top of the wooden box, and slowly pulled it backwards. Jiang Tian held the sword in his right hand and stared at the gap where the wooden box was opened. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. Afterwards, Lu Bu suddenly pulled out all the wooden boards. He gripped the spear in his right hand, ready for battle. If a monster jumps out of there, you must stab it to death. Jiang Tian also held a long sword with a cold look in his eyes. If a monster comes out of there, let it die without a burial place. Sudden, swish, a gray figure stood up from the box. Jiang Tian and Lu Bu looked serious. At the same time, the arms gather strength and prepare to attack. The look in his eyes is so cold and scary. Just then, owner, a man wearing gray cloth and long black hair. A girl who was about 15 or 16 years old looked at Jiang Tian and called out timidly, "Well, owner?" Jiang Tian and Lu Bu were both stunned. The other side, after the girl finished shouting, she saw the situation in front of her. Whether it is the master in his subconscious mind or the strong man on the other side, they all pointed their weapons at him, with ferocious looks on their faces. It's like skinning yourself alive. I was immediately frightened and stood there motionless. Then his eyes began to turn red and his big, shining eyes became moist. Fortunately, the girl had a good mental state, so she didn't cry out loud. However, seeing the tearful face of the girl in front of them, Lu Bu and Jiang Tian were both at a loss for a moment. Why is a little girl? My lord, this. Lu Bu looked at the girl, then at Jiang Tian, his face full of confusion. Just now, he saw that Jiang Tian was ready to fight to the death with others. Now a girl shows up, should he take action? Jiang Tian's face also looked a little embarrassed. This little girl calls him master. It seems I like Lu Bu. She is a new member caught by him. It had been too quiet during this period, and after reading the chat records of those people just now, he was indeed a little nervous. Then he waved his hand at Lu Bu and said, "I thought it was a monster. What a misunderstanding. Quick, put your weapons down." Yes. After the two men put down their weapons at the same time, Jiang Tian walked to the girl and patted her soft shoulders. "Ahem. Sorry, little girl. I think there's a little misunderstanding between us. Don't cry. We don't mean any harm." Hearing this, the girl rubbed her eyes. "Wipe away some of the tears from the corners of your eyes." She pursed her lips and looked at Jiang Tian. He asked with some sobs, Master? Yes, I am." Jiang Tian nodded. After the incident with Lu Bu, he was no longer so surprised by the names of the people he caught. However, Lu Bu had forgotten his previous experiences, and he didn't know whether the little girl remembered them. Then he asked again, "What is your name? Do you remember who you are?" Chapter 18 Master, I'm afraid. Jiang Tian asked this question. The girl looked at the kind-faced host and the burly man who had taken off his weapon and had a complicated expression on his face. Subconsciously, he leaned towards Jiang Tian and replied timidly, "My name is Kai Zhaoji. Suji?" Hearing these two words, Lu Bu frowned a little. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "This name seems familiar to me." Your acquaintance. Jiang Tian was stunned at first. Take a look at the girl. A strand of hair on both sides was tied up and combed into a hanging bun, making her look like a lop-eared rabbit. Coupled with the style of the name, it feels like an ancient person. The name sounds familiar, but I can't remember who it is. Combining this with Lu Bu's analysis, he should be a person from the Three Kingdoms era. Gai Zado Di. Suddenly my heart moved. He looked at the girl and asked, "Are you Cayenne?" Gai Wendy. The girl opened her eyes wide and replied in surprise. Exactly. My real name is Cayenne, and my courtesy name is Zhaoji, not Wenji. Well, that's right. Jiang Tian nodded. Cayenne's original courtesy name was Zhaoji, but later it was changed to Wenji to avoid the name of Sima Zhao. Okay, I'll call you Kai Wenji from now on. Is that okay? Yes, master. Kai Wenji blinked her big watery eyes and nodded obediently. He took the girl out of the wooden box and asked about the situation. She shook her head, completely unable to remember anything other than her name. Although Lu Bu and Kai Wenji felt that each other's names sounded familiar, they still couldn't remember who the other was. Jiang Tian gave up. During the unpacking process just now, the bells on the ground were ringing loudly. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. A few more fishing rods caught supplies. Pull them up one by one. A 2L bottle of Coke, 2 buckets of instant noodles, a towel. During this period, Kai Wenji stood by. Blinking her big eyes, she watched the 2 people fishing up the supplies one by one. Every time she sees these new gadgets she has never seen before, she will ask the same classic questions as Lu Bu before. What's this? What is that? What is this? Jiang Tian was too lazy to teach them again, so he left the task of educating these newcomers to Lu Bu. After this period of training, Lu Bu has become more or less familiar with these modern things. He laughed and pointed at each item and introduced them to Kai Wenji one by one. At this time, the only thing left was a fishing rod with a ringing bell. Another cloud was pulled to the island by Jiang Tian. Bang! The clouds dispersed, and a 1 cubic meter object fell to the ground. Another wooden box. Hearing the noise, the 2 people who were pointing at objects to identify them looked over here at the same time. Kai Wenji opened her eyes wide and looked at the wooden box, her eyes full of curiosity. Lu Bu understood and walked to the box. Pull open the movable wooden board and wait for the things inside to jump out. With Kai Wenji's performance, the atmosphere was no longer as tense as before. It would be embarrassing if I scared the new members again. 2 seconds after opening the box, a naked humanoid creature with a green body stood up. It is about 1.56 meters tall, with a hunched body, long and pointed ears, and a prominent nose. Although his limbs were thin, his belly was round and bulging, which was very strange. Seeing this strange thing, Lu Bu looked at Jiang Tian with confusion, not knowing how to deal with it. At the same time, Jiang Tian's expression was a little strange. This, big long ears and a protruding nose. Looks like a goblin? I had only seen this thing in games before, and I never thought that one day I would be able to see it with my own eyes. He's really fucking ugly. By the way, this thing has appeared in games before, sometimes as a monster, and sometimes as an NPC merchant. I don't know what this thing I caught is. Just as Jiang Tian was thinking. Sudden, wee-hee, the goblin let out a strange cry. He jumped up with a wicked grin and was about to pounce on Jiang Tian. Kai Wenji, who was standing by, was startled and subconsciously stood in front of Jiang Tian. Master, be careful. Seeing Kai Wenji's action, Jiang Tian felt relieved. After all, in this world of survival on a sky island, fishing out a girl with low combat power and no special skills would make her look like a vase and a waste of food. Seeing Kai Wenji stand up for him like this, Jiang Tian felt a little warm in his heart. However, the situation was critical at the moment, and Jiang Tian didn't have time to express his feelings. He frowned and was about to pull Kai Wenji to avoid the goblin's attack. Next second, court death. Lu Bu glared with his tiger eyes and smashed his fist down with the sound of wind. Bang! Crack! Before the goblin could jump up, he was hit hard on the shoulder and was thrown back in a box. Jiang Tian leaned over and saw that the poor goblin was lying inside the box in a very twisted posture. Its spine seemed to have been broken, its body twitched continuously, and green blood flowed from the corners of its mouth and wounds. Very disgusting. There was nothing else in the box except the goblins. The box was covered in monster blood, and he didn't want it anymore, but he didn't need this little wood now. Lu Bu, throw this box down directly. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu took the order and kicked the wooden box out of the island. The wooden box fell rapidly and landed in the sea with a crash. The goblin's body was thrown out and floated on the sea. Below, sensing the movement, large fish of various colors gathered around again. He circled the goblin's body several times, examining it carefully. If it was given 9 days ago, they would definitely swallow it without thinking. But these days, the indescribable things that fell from above had eaten up a large part of them. Now, if I see something falling, I will definitely think twice before doing it. It was not until the goblin's blood floated into their mouths along with the sea water and they tasted the blood that they became restless. Together they rushed towards the goblin's body. Crash! The sea water stirred up countless waves. For a moment, the big fish started tearing each other apart, fighting for this hard-earned delicacy. On the island, Jiang Tian looked at the white clouds below the island and fell into deep thought again. It seems that the one just now was the monster mentioned in the World Channel. My guess turned out to be correct. In this place, there will be a crisis in supply. Their own safety will also be threatened. Although this goblin doesn't look strong, any normal adult male should be able to deal with it without any problems. At most, he would suffer some injuries. But it's hard to say for women, children, and the elderly. And it's still the same problem. Even if you survive, you will be injured in this environment. It is really a very troublesome thing. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian opened the system all, put the huazi on the table, and make a note requesting to exchange various medicines. After thinking about it, now that there are rumors that fishing rods can catch monsters, it should be difficult to collect precious things like medicines. Then they put some snacks and soda water on the table and asked people to exchange them for various medicines. Now that I have a relatively complete supply and I have more fishing rods, I can also sell some of the food. It doesn't matter if the cost is a little higher. As you progress, more and more people may encounter monsters, and the value of the medicine will become higher. These things still need to be prepared early. After closing the trading floor, Jiang Tian sensed some unusual movement behind him. Looking back, it was Kai Wenji. She was not tall, and her height was just right at Jiang Tian's chest. Although Kai Wenji's face was pale, she still forced a smile when she met Jiang Tian's gaze. Master, I'm fine. Jiang Tian heard this and nodded at her, just as he was about to say something. Kai Wenji pursed her lips and said aggrievedly, Master, I'm scared. Chapter 19, It's Going to Rain. Seeing Kai Wenji like this, Jiang Tian felt a little warm in his heart. Even in ancient times, 14 or 15 years old was considered an adult. Not to mention that Kai Wenji had lost her previous memories. Even if she hadn't lost her memories, she was a lady from a wealthy family. How could she have seen a monster like a goblin? So it is normal to have such a reaction now. After all, not all ancient people had such rich imaginations as modern people. Jiang Tian took a deep breath, then reached out and stroked Kai Wenji's hair. Be good. The monster has been thrown away. Don't be afraid anymore. Kai Wenji opened her eyes wide and nodded obediently. Master, I want to help. Well, you can just fish for clouds here. You should be able to pull up anything lighter. How do you fish? Lu Bu, you come and teach her. Yes, my lord. This fishing cloud is... I'll show you. Kai Wenji was very smart. After watching Lu Bu demonstrate it once, she also learned to cast the pole. He learned it quite well. Letting her watch from the east, Jiang Tian brought Lu Bu to the wooden house. The cylindrical trunk is surrounded by irregularly shaped wooden boards. It just looks like this, it's not finished yet. First we have to make this door. I took a thicker piece of wood and calculated the length and width. Saw off the overgrown part and nail wooden boards to fill the part that is not wide enough. I compared it to the door frame and it was just the right size. A half-meter round hole was chiseled on one side below the wooden door. He pointed at the same position below the door frame and drilled a hole there as well. Then take a polished cobblestone stick and place it at the joint as a door axis and pour some cooking oil on it. Push and pull it with your hands. It is very smooth and there is no sound. Enter the house and nail 2 pieces of wood with grooves carved out of them as door bolts. This door is finished. Even with the addition of the wooden door, the wooden house is still not finished. Wooden houses are not very heat insulating, and if it rains, water will easily seep in. Lu Bu, bring the buckets and soil, and 2 buckets of water as well. Yes, my lord. He told Lu Bu to pour the soil he had caught earlier into an aluminum bucket, add mineral water, and start stirring it to mix them together. Then, Jiang Tian took out the trowel. Together with Lu Bu, he spread the moist soil evenly around the house and on the dome. waiting for the sun to dry the soil and form a protective layer. In this way, the thermal insulation effect in the house will be greatly increased. The cold wind does not enter, and the scorching sun does not invade. Having said that, although there is no shortage of water resources now, we still use mineral water and mud. Jiang Tian still felt a little distressed. It seems we need to dig a reservoir. If it rains, it is also convenient to store some domestic water. Having said that, if it rains, the mud may be washed away by the rain. To be on the safe side, after the soil dries, it needs to be covered with a layer of rainproof cloth. Jiang Tian had caught a few pieces of plastic film before and placed them on the west side with other materials. However, the total area of these plastic films is only more than 30 square meters, which is not enough to cover the entire exterior of the house. Open the trading system and see if you can buy some from it. After searching, I found that there are quite a few of them sold with plastic film on them. It seems that many people are now seeing that the weather is good now and it hasn't rained for so many days. So everyone relaxed and treated the plastic film as something that was not really necessary. The conditions of exchange vary. Some are for food and water, others for weapons, wound medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, and gauze. It seems that these people also caught the monster and were injured. Although Jiang Tian had caught some weapons, gauze, and some anti-inflammatory drugs before, it was impossible to use these things to exchange for plastic film. There's a lot of food. You could take it out and exchange it. After buying enough waterproof cloth, I took a look to see if the things I had just hung up had been exchanged for medicines. None. Not a single one. Seeing this, Jiang Tian's mouth twitched. Has everyone learned now? No one is willing to exchange medicine for huazi? No one was interested in the bags of potato chips and dried tofu that were put there. After thinking about it carefully, it seems that medicines only appeared 2 days ago, and no one has ever caught them before. In addition, the news of the monster attack in the channel just now made everyone panic. It would probably be difficult to collect the medicines. Forget it, let's put it aside for now. Thinking of the rain, Jiang Tian remembered something else. The gaps between the wooden boards on the wall and the ground must be filled one by one, and more soil must be pressed underneath to form a slope, so that the house is located at the highest point on the island. In case of rain, it will prevent water from seeping in. Well, very rigorous. After a busy meal. Next, just dig the puddle. Lu Bu, get a shovel and get to work. Yes, my lord. After searching for location, I chose a piece of land on the north side of the island and marked out a 2 by 3, 6 square meter grid. By the way, don't dig too deep or you'll fall in. Just a meter or so is enough. Yes, my lord. After digging, remember to tamp the mud down to prevent water seepage. Receive. Grunts and grunts. The dirt was flying. After more than an hour of hard work by the two men, a puddle was finally shoveled out. After completing the whole set of work, the sun had already set in the west, and the sky began to darken. I went over and took a photo of the wooden house. Fortunately, the mud on top has dried up. Well, now we can tie the plastic wrap on. Jiang Tianjing muttered. Sudden. Tick-tick. A drop of rain fell on Jiang Tian's face. Jiang Tian looked up. I found that there was something wrong with the weather. According to calculations, it should be around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Compared to usual, the sky today seems much gloomier. And these sudden drops of water falling from the sky. Tick! Another drop of water fell. Fuck! Jiang Tian was shocked and quickly gave orders to Lu Bu. Hurry, it's going to rain. Tie up the plastic sheet. As you command. Lu Bu also looked solemn. Pick up the plastic film and spread it on top. Don't worry about what's down there. Put the roof on first. Receive. Lu Bu climbed onto the roof and laid plastic sheeting. Jiang Tian immediately rolled up the 2 beds not far from the wooden house. Throw it into the house. There were also several sets of spare clothes next to the bed. Candles, lighters, and flints placed on the wooden block. Without thinking twice, he grabbed everything and threw it in. I looked to the west where the supplies were placed and wondered if there was anything else that was afraid of getting wet. Food, water, wood, tools. The food and water we have stockpiled now are all packed in plastic, so it doesn't matter if they get wet in the rain. The cooked food in bags that has just come out of the pot is basically eaten on the same day and not stored. The most urgent task now is to ensure the waterproofing of this house. Then he climbed onto the roof and laid the plastic film with Lu Bu. Tick-tock. More raindrops fell. A drizzle began to fall from the sky. While Jiang Tian was busy, he looked up at the sky, which was gradually getting darker. His expression became increasingly gloomy. I don't know how heavy the rain will be. Jiang Tianxia felt it subconsciously. I guess this rain will be heavy. After 9 days of brewing in this calm life, this rain may be extraordinary. We have to put these things away quickly, otherwise they may be ruined by the rain. If the rain is very heavy, things placed on the ground may even be washed away. Nothing else, mainly the fishing rod. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly shouted in the direction of the fishing. Kai Wenji, stop fishing. Hurry and put these fishing rods back inside. Okay, master. Seeing Jiang Tian's serious face and the sudden change in the weather, Kai Wenji nodded seriously. Quickly pull up the fishing rods one by one. Fortunately, these fishing rods did not catch anything. With Kai Wenji's physique, she could easily pull them up and place them one by one beside her. When you pull the last one, ding ling ling. Ah! The bell of the buoy suddenly rang, startling Kai Wenji. He patted his chest and calmed himself down. Thinking about the posture of lifting the rod when fishing for clouds just now, I held the fishing rod and lifted it up little by little. When the top of the fishing rod is raised little by little, thinking about fishing backwards. The fishing line was taut and the rod didn't move at all. Kai Wenji was stunned. Pull it back again. Can't pull. Hold the fishing rod tightly, step firmly on the ground, and push forward. Ah! Kai Wenji gritted her teeth and dragged her thin body to continue pulling the fishing rod back. The thing on this fishing rod. Why is it so heavy? Chapter 20. Okay, I'll do it myself. Tick, tick, tick. The originally drizzling rain gradually picked up speed. The raindrops are also getting bigger little by little. The raindrops that were originally the size of rice grains have now become the size of mung beans. It hit the ground and made a rustling sound. The rain is getting heavier. Jiang Tian and Lu Bu's clothes were soaked with water, and their faces became more and more anxious. We have to hurry up and lay out the plastic film quickly. Don't let the rain wet the soil, otherwise all your efforts will be wasted. Fortunately, the plastic film on the top has been tied. The plastic film on the surrounding walls is also half laid. While he was busy, Jiang Tian felt something was wrong. It seems like I have forgotten something because I was so busy. I subconsciously looked towards the fishing rod. A weak figure was standing on the east side. His body and face were covered in rain, but he still held on to a fishing rod and pulled. Jiang Tian opened his eyes and shouted, Kai Wenji, what are you still doing there? Hearing this shout, Kai Wenji's small body trembled. His eyes suddenly turned red, and he struggled with the fishing rod while crying. Master, this is too heavy. I can't pull it up. Okay, forget about it for now. Bring the other fishing rods over first. Good. Kai Wenji pursed her lips and put down her fishing rod reluctantly. He turned around, hurriedly picked up the other 9 fishing rods, and ran into the house in a panic. Ah! Crash! The hard pull just now had exhausted Kai Wenji's strength, and she stumbled and fell while running. 9 fishing rods were also scattered on the ground. However, although Kai Wenji fell, she was covered in mud, but she still forced herself to get up from the ground. Then he quickly picked up the 9 fishing rods scattered on the ground and staggered towards the wooden house. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tian's heart twitched. Lu Bu, you lay the plastic film first. I'll go over and help. Yes, my lord. Release the plastic film, and Jiang Tian quickly came to Kai Wenji's side. How's it going? Are you okay? Master, I'm sorry, I'm so useless. Kai Wenji looked down at the mud on her body and the 9 fishing rods in her arms. Her nose suddenly felt sore and her eyes became redder. Drops of water were rolling around in my eyes. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Let's go inside first. Good. Then, Jiang Tian picked up the fishing rod from Kai Wenji's arms and held it with his right hand. Holding Kai Wenji's hand with his left hand, he trotted towards the wooden house. Holding Jiang Tian's hand, feeling the warmth from her palm, Kai Wenji trotted while looking at her master's profile. It felt like my body and mind had warmed up a lot, and the fall I just had didn't hurt as much anymore. Bring the fishing rod into the house and place it on the ground. Kai Wenji, please stay in the room first. As he was speaking, Jiang Tian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Oh shit, Huazi and Tudo are still outside. Without waiting for Kai Wenji to reply, Jiang Tian rushed out again. I took a piece of waterproof cloth and covered the potatoes with it and pressed them down with stones. Then he ran to the west side, quickly picked up the cardboard box containing Huazi and ran back. The cardboard box was wet and felt soft to the touch. Fortunately, whether it is a box of 10 packs of cigarettes or a single pack inside, the packaging will be protected by a layer of plastic film. If you rescue in time, it shouldn't get damp. Bang! He put the box down, took out the packed flowers inside, and put them into the house. Then he ran out the door and asked, Lu Bu, is the plastic film installed? Report to the Lord, everything is ready. Okay, now go move the other stuff. Yes. The two of them braved the rain and hurried to the west side. I planned to carry the wood into the house first. Swish, swish, swish. By this time, the rain had gotten heavier. Jiang Tian and Lu Bu were moving when they heard a timid voice coming from behind. Owner. Jiang Tian looked back, surprised. Didn't I tell you to stay inside? It's raining now, why are you out again? Master, I want to help. Looking at Kai Wenji, pursing her lips and looking at herself eagerly. Jiang Tian smiled and used his free hand to touch his head. Okay, then you can move in the boxes of potato chips and instant noodles. They're lighter. Kai Wenji nodded. Her eyes narrowed into a crescent. Jiang Tian and Lu Bu carried the wood, and Kai Wenji held the box of food. The three of them walked towards the wooden house together. Finally finished moving. Jiang Tian shook the water off his hands, lit the candle, and placed it on the wooden block. The originally dark wooden house was instantly filled with candlelight. Then he sat on the ground with Lu Bu and Kai Wenji. The three of them looked at the piles of supplies in the house and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Finally finished the work. Everything was moved in. Apart from their clothes and some wet wood, there seemed to be no other damage. The tense nerves finally relaxed. Just then, Shu. Kai Wendy snizet. You have a cold. Jiang Tian looked at Kai Wenji and asked, Thank you for your concern, master. I'm fine. Snifle. Kai Wenji looked at Jiang Tian and answered with a sweet smile, but she sniffled at the end. Jiang Tian smiled helplessly and handed over a towel and a set of clothes. Okay, change out of your wet clothes quickly. Dry yourself off and put on new clothes. Don't catch a cold. Good. Lu Bu, you should also change into a new set so you don't catch a cold. Yes, my lord. The three of them walked to the corner, holding clothes and towels. There is one standing at each of the first three corners of the hexagonal house. Lu Bu, who was standing on the right, was fine. He just turned his back to the two of them and started taking off his clothes. Jiang Tian originally wanted to take off the wet clothes, but at this time he saw Kai Wenji standing on the left, holding the clothes with her head down and not moving. Her pretty face flushed red, and she looked at him from time to time, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Jiang Tian was stunned, remembering that there was no partition here. There were two grown men living there before, and they didn't think it was a big deal, so they didn't think of making a screen or anything like that. But now, Kai Wenji definitely cannot be allowed to be so unrestrained. At least give her a shelf and put something on it to block it. Subconsciously, I wanted Lu Bu to handle it, but when I turned around, I saw that Lu Bu had already taken off all his clothes and was wiping himself with a towel. 3 black lines appeared on Jiang Tian's forehead. If Lu Bu in this state walked over, he would definitely scare Kai Wenji to faint. Well, I'll do it myself. Jiang Tian thought about it, picked up a fishing rod, hung the long fishing line on both sides of the room, and then hung the quilt on it. A curtain is ready. Although the obstruction area is not large, Kai Wenji is not tall either. The quilt just covered the area from her neck to her calves. Seeing this, Kai Wenji also breathed a sigh of relief. With a sweet smile, she said, Thank you, master. It's okay, go ahead and change. Remember to dry yourself. Jiang Tian waved his hand and turned his back. Just returned to his seat and took off his shirt. Just as he was about to take the next step, he heard Kai Wenji calling him timidly again. Owner, what's wrong? This. Kai Wenji was stunned when she saw Jiang Tian's well-proportioned and fair upper body. Her face flushed again, and she pointed to her waist. Jiang Tian walked around the curtain and took a look. The belt tied around Kai Wenji's cloth. She didn't know when the knot was formed, and because it was soaked by rain, she couldn't untie it at all. After understanding the reason, Jiang Tian squatted in front of Kai Wenji and used his strength to untie the knot. Swish! The belt that was holding him tight was pulled loose. The 2 corners of the cloth drooped, revealing a white gap. Jiang Tian and Kai Wenji were stunned. Kai Wenji let out a cry of surprise, and her little face turned red like a ripe apple. What's the matter? Hearing the noise, Lu Bu frowned and turned around suddenly. He saw Kai Wenji standing behind the quilt with her back to him and her clothes loose. And his lord was squatting in front of Kai Wenji, not knowing what he was doing. Lu Bu's expression became extremely awkward, and he immediately turned around, pretending nothing had happened. Chapter 21, Global Heavy Rain. Wow, wow, wow. Raindrops as big as soybeans fell madly on the ground. It was dark above the island. In the wooden house, the newly dug bonfire was emitting warm light. Crack, crack. The burning branches made a staccato sound. Jiang Tian, Lu Bu, and Kai Wenji, sitting around the fire with hands spread out, feeling the warmth from the bonfire. At this time, they had changed into their clothes and were drying their wet clothes on several branches opposite. There was an iron pot placed on the campfire, and the pure water boiling, and it was already emitting wisps of hot steam. The scene seemed extremely leisurely and peaceful. Inside and outside the house, it's like two different worlds. But the three people in the room didn't say a word, and the atmosphere seemed a little awkward. Lu Bu sat cross-legged on the ground with a strange expression, staring at the fire without saying a word. Kai Wenji sat on the ground with her head down, hugging her knees, her face flushed. From time to time, he would look up and secretly glance at Jiang Tian. If she accidentally made eye contact with Jiang Tian, she would immediately lower her head, and her face would become even redder. Thinking of what happened just now, my heart started beating like a deer. In the end, it was Jiang Tian who broke the silence. He looked at Kai Wenji and asked, "How are you? Are you feeling warmer?" Kai Wenji pursed her lips and responded. Jiang Tian also felt a little embarrassed and instructed the other side. "Lu Bu, I remember we have some ginger slices here. Throw some into the pot and cook." "Yes, my lord," Lu Bu responded, quickly got up and left this subtle atmosphere. I've been busy until now and haven't had time to check the chat channel. I don't know what the other people are doing. Jiang Tian opened the chat interface while thinking. Just opened it. Haven't had time to select the chat channel yet. Jiang Tian was surprised to find that many people had sent him private messages, expressing their concern for his situation. 11:11. It's raining heavily here. Is it raining heavily there too? How are you? Is Huazi okay? Hey, my good buddy. This damn weather has suddenly started to rain heavily, and it's really terrible here. How are you doing? Are the cigarettes waterproofed? Shit, it's raining. Huazi won't get wet, right? 11:11. You must protect Huazi well. Do you hear me? Seeing this news, Jiang Tian's mouth twitched. The people who sent him private messages were mainly 0066 and 0888, as well as old customers who had bought Huazi in recent days. Jiang Tian was speechless. Wow, I thought they were concerned about me, but it turns out they were concerned about Huazi. By the way, based on the information revealed in these private chats, they also encountered heavy rain. You know, one of them has a number that is not in his area. Is this rainstorm global? Temporarily hide the private chat interface and open the world window. Really, the whole world is discussing this rainstorm. The rain and wind are hitting me. It's so cold. This rain is so heavy. How long will it last? Will I freeze to death? Don't panic, everyone. Use wooden planks to build a shelter that can shelter you from the rain. It can help you avoid the rain. Where the hell did I get the planks? I sold them all. Shit, it's cold, and my supplies were washed away by the rain. Me too. I'm cold and hungry. Will I die here today? Buddha, Bodhisattva, it seems I will go to the Western Paradise to see you today. Lord, why did you make it rain before I even finished building my house? Damn it, Lord. Damn, wasn't it fine a few days ago? Why is it raining all of a sudden? Are you trying to kill me? Luckily, I had the foresight to sew a tent out of plastic sheeting. Fuck, if anyone still has plastic film and raincoats, I'll take them. Any price. Does anyone have a ready-made tent? I'm almost freezing to death. Please, kind person, give me one. The world chat channel was in chaos. All kinds of ghostly howling sounds. Jiang Tian shrugged, then his eyes fell on Kai Wenji again. Kai Wenji's cheeks were red, and she seemed to be still feeling uneasy about what had just happened. But something embarrassing happened just now. But her face is too red. Well, she is sick. After all, we just got caught in such a heavy rain, so we have to be on guard. How is it? Do you feel any discomfort in your body? Kai Wenji didn't say anything. She did feel that something was a little strange about her condition, but she didn't know how to say it, and she was too embarrassed to speak up now. Seeing this, Jiang Tian sighed. He stretched out the back of his hand and touched Kai Wenji's forehead. Because my hands had just been heated, I couldn't really feel the temperature of her forehead. Okay, stay warm. He reached out and pulled the collar of Kai Wenji's shirt, which was one size too big. Well, thank you, master. This action made Kai Wenji's cheeks hot again, and she responded in a mosquito-like voice. After a while of exploration, Lu Bu found a bag of ginger slices, took out a dozen slices, and threw them into the pot. Jiang Tian brought over some more meat. After working so hard until now, it's finally time to have dinner. After eating and drinking, Jiang Tian poured another bowl of ginger soup and sipped it bit by bit. Listening to the noise outside, the rain was getting heavier. The ground was hit with a crackling sound. What happened today was really sudden. Caught monster. It started to rain heavily. And Kai Wenji. It caught me off guard. Chapter 22, Don't Be Angry. This is what he paid for with his life. Then open the regional channel. It seems to be much more harmonious here. Rain, such heavy rain. The weather looked strange today, so I was so scared that I quickly built a simple shed with a few boards in the rain. Now I'm sitting in it, confused. I'm squatting in the wooden box of the monster I caught today. Wow, it's of excellent quality. It feels so good. I'm standing in the wind and rain, holding a big wooden board. I feel like a complete idiot. Hey, it's good to have some rain today. It's been dry for so many days. It'll be like a bath. I made a raincoat out of plastic bags and am now nailing wood. 0066. I caught 2 sets of raincoats and rain boots yesterday. Fuck, that's so bad. Miss 66666. Miss, can you sell me the raincoat? Seeing this, Jiang Tian smiled slightly. It seems that the people in this area are quite smart. And, judging from their tone, they seem to be young and strong young people. It shouldn't be a big deal to get caught in the rain. Everyone was sharing their sufferings and experiences of taking shelter from the rain. Just then, an inappropriate message popped up. 0888. I just happened to catch a tent this morning, and I'm using it now. What the hell? Fuck, the European Emperor. Go to hell, Emperor Europe. You're so fucking cocky. Don't be angry, everyone. This is what he earned with his life. Seeing this, Jiang Tian was speechless. Well, it rained in the afternoon, so I happened to get a tent in the morning. This is really bad luck. At this time, 0888 seemed unsatisfied and was pretending to be cool in the chat channel. 0888. Sitting in the tent, feeling the sound of rain hitting it, I can't help but feel a little melancholy. I just want to light a cigarette to satisfy my inner comfort. Shit, I'm out of cigarettes. 1111, how are you? Come out and sell cigarettes. 0888, as soon as these words came out. There's a burst of laughter in the regional channel. I told you to act cool. Are you dumbfounded? By the way, it seems like Boss Wazi 1111 hasn't been active all day. 0066. Yeah, I just sent him a message and he didn't reply. I don't know how he's doing now. 4144. Haha, no reply. I guess he got washed under the island by the rain. Or maybe he froze to death. Ha ha ha. Jiang Tian didn't expect that at this time, 4144 would pop up again. And he started to criticize me for no apparent reason, making it seem like I had committed suicide by him. Immediately, another explosion occurred in the regional channel. 0066. Hey, how can you talk like that? You're still making sarcastic remarks at this time. 0888. Exactly. Are you even talking like a human? Every time I hear you talk, I really want to slap you. 4144, get out of the way. Just seeing you makes me sick. If anyone has to die, you should die first. Seeing these remarks, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. Although he had maintained a trading relationship with this group of people in the past few days and always took advantage of them. But after chatting these days, we get along almost like friends. Compared to the prices listed on the trading house, the things you exchange with them yourself will be slightly more affordable. Seeing them speaking for me, I felt a little warm in my heart. At this time, 4144 said this again in a haughty tone. I'm going to die first? While you were bragging, I was sitting in my 6 square meter room, eating sausages and watching you act like idiots. What rubbish raincoats and tents. There's even someone squatting in a box. It's hilarious. You bunch of losers with nowhere to hide from the rain. Just wait to get drenched to death. As soon as he said this, there was a brief silence in the regional channel. Indeed, compared to his, even the 0888 tent is much inferior. However, everyone feels very uncomfortable when being ridiculed by such people. One by one, they also responded. Tisk, what's there to be proud of? It's only 6 square meters, perfect for your coffin. Get out of here. You don't deserve to live in a place that's only 6 square meters, not even 6 centimeters. The more people said this, the more excited 4144 became. The channel was filled with his laughter. Ha, sour. Just keep on being sour. You're just a bunch of rain-soaked bugs. Aren't you just jealous of me? Why are you still talking nonsense? Is it so hard to say you're jealous of me? For a while, there was a lot of criticism on the regional channels. Seeing this, Jiang Tian shook his head. It seems that 4,144 has not been idle during this period. You should also have stored some wood to build a house in case of emergency. Only this 6 square meter room. It's really not good enough. After a moment's thought, he said, "Thank you all for your concern. I'm still alive and well. It suddenly rained heavily today, and I just got busy now. I want to let everyone know that I'm safe." When Jiang Tian spoke, everyone else's focus shifted again. One by one, they asked about Jiang Tian's situation and whether he had any extra supplies. Some people, including 0888, eagerly asked him whether the flowers were wet. Seeing this, 4,144 snorted coldly and sent another message. "Isn't it just that you were lucky enough to get a few packs of cigarettes? What are you bragging about? Why are you still busy now? Have you gone to find a place to hide from the rain? It's raining so hard. The cigarettes and supplies must have been washed away by now, right? Ha ha ha. If the cigarettes are gone, I'll see how you're going to eat. Starve to death, you son of a bitch. How do you make a living?" Jiang Tian glanced at the pile of supplies next to him. There were also 2 people burping next to them. The corner of his mouth twitched. 3 people can't finish all this, okay? Chapter 23, all at the master's command. After thinking for a while, Jiang Tian sent a message. "Indeed, this heavy rain came too quickly and too suddenly, catching me off guard. Despite desperate efforts to salvage the supplies, some were still damaged by the rain." When 4144 saw this message, he laughed so hard that his nose started bubbling and he burst into laughter. When the others heard Jiang Tian's words, their hearts twitched. Ruined by the rain? Then those huazi of his. What the hell? Didn't the cigarettes get wet too? Don't throw it away if it gets wet. Wait until it comes out in the sun, and it might still be good to smoke. 0066. How are you doing now? Do you have a place to shelter from the rain? 0888. Weren't you buying plastic film rainproof sheets before? Those plastic films had no protective materials and were sewn into tents to avoid the rain. 4144. Using plastic film to sew a tent. Are you a beggar? 1111. You're a scoundrel, aren't you? Now you're miserable, right? I'm sitting in a comfortable wooden shed, smiling without saying a word. 0066. You've said enough. Go and laugh without saying anything, you idiot. The channel was filled with curses again. During this period, Jiang Tian had been editing the message. Then he smiled faintly and sent it out. "Alas, my life is really not going well now. Just now, I rescued several boxes of food, including spicy strips, potato chips, chicken legs and braised eggs, instant noodles and sausages, and huazi. But these are all external possessions. My few pieces of wooden pots, pans, etc. have been wet. These are all my treasures. My heart aches so much now, and I can only sit in this airtight wooden house of 30 square meters, feeling dazed. Even though there was a fire in front of me, my heart was still cold. I could only drink a bowl of hot ginger soup to comfort my wounded heart." When this long message appears, for a moment, the chat channel, which was jumping rapidly, suddenly froze. Everyone was stunned when they saw the news. After staring at these words for several minutes, the chat channel continued to scroll. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Hundreds of damn words omitted here. This is too much information. Wooden house, 30 square meters. It's okay for pots and pans to get wet in the rain. No. Several boxes of food? How the hell did you do that, sir? Fuck God, these are just personal possessions. Don't give them to me. That Versailles dog will die a miserable death. Gurgle fire, ginger soup. Hey there, you're just pretending to be awesome. Come and take a look at my 30 square meter house. Zero Oshim, Oshim Jishont Oshim, I'm shocked. You're even more pretentious than me. 0066. TSK, I worried for nothing. Oh, aren't there 2 of you there? How did you manage to store so much food? Among them, 4144 also sent some cursing messages, but they were directly ignored by everyone. Jiang Tian began to answer other people's questions. 2. No, 3 now. Today, when I was fishing for clouds, I caught another girl. She's about 15 or 16 years old, short, about 1.55 meters tall. As soon as this news was released, 0888 exploded, and everyone else was also shocked. 0888, holy crap. Lolita. I love Lolita the most. Oh my God, you gave me such good luck. Why didn't you let me catch a Lolita? Fuck, woman. Boss, tell me quickly, what do you think of this girl? 0066. I did catch a woman a couple of days ago, but she was a greasy, middle-aged woman. Comparison is the thief of joy. Seeing other people's questions, Jiang Tian subconsciously glanced at the little girl next to him. Kai Wenji was still hugging her knees and had just raised her head to look at her master in a daze. She suddenly made eye contact with Jiang Tian, then quickly lowered her head, her face turning red again. Jiang Tian smiled faintly. Continuing to edit the message, he added, "Actually, there's nothing good about this little girl. Apart from her big, watery eyes, long eyelashes, fair skin, and beautiful long hair, she feels soft and cute when she falls into my arms. She doesn't have any advantages. Besides, she especially likes to follow me around. It's like I have a daughter. She's so clingy. Oh, how annoying. Fuck. Hundreds of idiots are omitted here. You mean there are no advantages? This is all advantages. Raising a daughter? I'm so damn envious. Woo, I want a daughter too. 0888:1111. I'm warning you, stop talking. You're making me die of greed. 0066 spa. Disrespectful. Hey, what's wrong with wanting a daughter? It's you who has a deviant mindset, isn't it? Yes, that's it. There was laughter everywhere on the chat channel. Seeing other people so cold and hungry. Jiang Tian is also taking advantage of the situation. No, it's robbery in the rain. He asked Lu Bu to pour 2 bottles of water and some ginger slices into the pot and cook some ginger soup. Then take the hot ginger soup and trade it with others for more water. A cup of ginger soup. The cup is provided by others. Exchange it for 2 bottles of mineral water and then put the mineral water into the pot and continue to cook it into ginger soup. Unlimited nesting dolls. On this rainy day, compared to the water resources available everywhere, what everyone wants more is naturally hot ginger soup, and Jiang Tian is also very happy to change. The room was filled with boxes of mineral water, and there was almost no room left. After chatting for a while, Jiang Tian closed the chat channel, opened the door a little to let in some fresh air and see what's going on outside. Then he sighed. It's too dark, and we can't light a bonfire outside in the pouring rain. Lu Bu, you don't have to keep watch tonight. Go to bed early. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu nodded. According to Jiang Tian's instructions, the beds were placed on both sides of the room. Kai Wenji was still sitting in the middle position, looking at the bed on the left and then at the bed on the right. After discovering that there were only 2 beds, her little face flushed as she looked at Jiang Tian, wanting to say something but stopping herself. At this time, Jiang Tian remembered that there was one more person today. Kai Wenji's bed has not been prepared yet. I opened the trading line and looked for things like bed accessories. I was shocked to find a pile of mattresses, quilts, and other things hanging on it. But they were all soaked with rainwater and were so wet that they were completely unusable. He looked at Kai Wenji and said with a helpless smile, "Your bed is not ready for the time being. How about you squeeze in with me tonight?" Upon hearing this, Kai Wenji's pupils dilated. My cheeks were burning and my heart was beating fast. An indescribable feeling spread in my heart. After looking at Jiang Tian for a few seconds, he lowered his head again. 2 white index fingers kept circling. Finally, he murmured softly, "It's all at the master's commands." Chapter 24. Just sleeping together. The bonfire in the house has gone out. The light inside was maintained by a half-burnt candle placed on a wooden board. Kai Wenji knelt on Jiang Tian's bed and used her small hands to smooth out the wrinkles bit by bit. Jiang Tian's bed was located on the left side of the house, which was where Kai Wenji had changed her clothes just now. The quilt was the same one that was used to cover her just now. This scene reminded Kai Wenji of what had just happened. His fingertips brushed across the quilt, causing her heart to tremble again. Soon after, he stood up and whispered to Jiang Tian, "Master, the bedding is ready." Jiang Tian looked at the smooth pavement and nodded with satisfaction. He reached out and stroked Kai Wenji's little head. "Yeah, very good. Feeling the warmth from Jiang Tian's palm, Kai Wenji felt very comfortable. She squinted her eyes and smiled, revealing 2 dimples. "Okay, let's go to bed." Jiang Tian took off his slippers and got into bed. He waved to Lu Bu, who was standing on the other side of the room waiting for orders, and said, "Lu Bu, you should also go to bed early. Get up early tomorrow. If the rain stops, you still have to work." "Yes, my lord." Lu Bu responded. He lay down on a mattress, covered himself with the quilt, and said nothing more. Seeing Jiang Tian looking at her, Kai Wenji said somewhat at a loss, "Master, please go to bed first." I'll go blow out the candles." Jiang Tian responded and said no more. Kai Wenji blew out the candle and climbed onto the bed in the dark. He carefully lifted a corner of the quilt and crawled in. Lying on the soft mattress, feeling the warmth coming from beside her, Kai Wenji was full of nervousness. His body was trembling slightly, his eyes were tightly closed, and his palms were covered in sweat. My mind is full of random thoughts. I don't know how long this situation will last. There was no movement around me, and the things I imagined did not happen. Kai Wenji opened her eyes, tilted her head, and asked tentatively, "Owner, call." There was no response, only the sound of even breathing beside him. Falling asleep, Kai Wenji finally felt relieved, but I also feel inexplicably disappointed. I want to reach out and touch my master, but I don't dare. Just then, in the sky outside the wooden house, a long silver dragon streaked across the sky. A few seconds later, there were bursts of thunder. Rumble, rumble, ah! Kai Wenji, who was already tense, was startled by the sudden thunder. Then he quickly curled up into a ball like a stressed kitten. In the darkness, his huge pupils were filled with fear. Although in ancient times, Kai Wenji was already a mother of several children at her age. But Kai Wenji, who had lost her memory, behaved like a young girl who had not experienced much of the world. What's wrong? Hearing the noise, Jiang Tian opened his hazy eyes, half asleep and half awake, and asked, "I'm sorry, master. I disturbed your sleep. There was thunder just now, and Are you scared?" Kai Wenji responded with some shame. It seemed to be annoyed at disturbing its master's rest. Jiang Tian turned his lying body to the side, then reached out and touched her head. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Master will recite a jingle for you." Kai Wenji was slightly stunned, then nodded shyly. Jiang Tian said slowly in a low voice, "The little white rabbit is so white with 2 ears standing up. It loves to eat radishes and vegetables. It jumps around so cutely." Kai Wenji felt even more ashamed when she heard Jiang Tian reciting such a childish nursery rhyme. "Owner, I'm really not a child." However, Jiang Tian paused and continued. "The little white rabbit is so white with its ears standing up. After cutting the artery, cut the vein. It's so cute when it's still. Peel the skin, chop it into pieces, and stir-fry it in a pan. Add water and cover. Sprinkle coriander before serving." Kai Wenji. This. I was quite touched, master. Rabbits are so cute. How can you eat them? However, it was precisely because of Jiang Tian's playful rhyme that Kai Wenji was no longer afraid. So, Kai Wenji carefully turned her head and looked at Jiang Tian. Under the night light, Jiang Tian's profile was unusually gentle. In a moment of carelessness, he was stunned by Kai Wenji's gaze. Until Kai Wenji suddenly felt someone gently holding her hand. The next second, I was in a warm embrace. Master, be good. I'm not afraid anymore." Jiang Tian muttered something in a daze, rubbed Kai Wenji's head, and fell asleep again. In the darkness, Kai Wenji's face was burning. She also stretched out her little hand and held Jiang Tian's waist. The next day, Jiang Tian and the other 2 got up early and listened to the noise outside. The wind and rain had stopped. Open the wooden door. The dark clouds have retreated, and the familiar sunlight shines on the island again. This kind of weather is still comfortable. Jiang Tian stretched and sighed, looked at the situation outside. Everything is as usual, as if nothing happened. Only the remaining water on the ground reminded everyone of the heavy rain that came last night. He tentatively stepped outside. A mud mark. Jiang Tian frowned and opened the trading system. "I want to buy some raincoats and rain boots." But it was not sold. After what happened last night, the previously cheap rainproof items have become very popular. There is no other way but to shout in the regional channel to see if there is anyone I know who can sell it to me. At this time, in the regional channel, people are discussing the sunny weather after today's rain. Finally, it's sunny. It's not easy. Exactly. It was okay when I first got caught in the rain yesterday, but later on I almost froze to death. I also built a small shed yesterday in the rain and burned hay in it to get water and keep warm. The ground was wet, with holes everywhere I stepped on. It was difficult to walk. CNNS 1111, buying a set of raincoats and boots. Price is negotiable. If you have any, you can private message me. Jiang Tian's shout caused another uproar in the regional channel. "Fuck, the boss is coming out." "Boss, how's your communication with that little lowly going? Did anything happen last night?" 0066 Ugh. "You pervert." 0888. "Damn, I don't know what happened to you guys, but I'm so envious." The news scrolled quickly. Jiang Tian twitched the corner of his mouth. Why is no one paying attention to my acquisition information, and everyone is asking about Kai Wenji? Thinking of this, Jiang Tianchao glanced behind him. Feeling the other person's gaze, Kai Wenji blushed and smiled sweetly. He seems to be in a very good mood. Jiang Tian thought for a moment and sent. Last night we had dinner together and then sell me the raincoat first, and after I receive 3 sets of raincoats and rain boots, I will tell you the rest of the story. Fuck, you should tell the whole story. Who is a raincoat? Sell one to the boss. At this point, everyone's focus returned to Jiang Tian's acquisition of items. Although after the baptism of yesterday night, those who had raincoats kept them and refused to exchange them, but there were still 2 people who chatted privately with Jiang Tian. They planned to sell the raincoat, and sew another one themselves using tarpaulin and other plastics. After all, many people are now in a situation of food shortage. Although they have raincoats, the supplies they have are not enough to eat. Of course, under the current circumstances, the price these 2 people are asking for is a bit high. Each person was given a portion of instant noodles, ham, bread, and 2 Chinese dumplings. Jiang Tian took away 2 sets of raincoats and rain boots. Well, there's another set. Jiang Tian muttered to himself while flipping through the messages. Just then, he received a private message. 0066. Are you collecting raincoats now? Why, you have one. Oh, by the way, I think you said yesterday that you won 2 raincoats. Yes, I have an extra set, and I think this raincoat is especially suitable for you. Oh, what do you mean? This extra set I have is a children's raincoat, which is not very comfortable for most people to wear. But didn't you catch a little girl yesterday? What a coincidence. Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. Very good. Make an offer quickly. The other party was silent for a while. How were you yesterday? Why are you so gossipy? Jiang Tian was speechless. Didn't I tell you that I'll announce it on the regional channel when I receive the raincoat? This is the last one you have, so hurry up. Well, my fire's out and I can't boil water. Give me some plastic-wrapped cooked food with oil and water and 3 Chinese sesame seeds. Make a deal. A shadow flashed by, and the deal was done. In front of Jiang Tian appeared a set of yellow, dinosaur-style raincoat and rain boots, more than 1 meter long. The raincoat was also covered with plastic cloth sewn into the shape of spines on the back of a dinosaur. Very cute. You can wear this when it rains next time. Come on, put on your boots first. It looks great. Kai Wenji took it with surprise, her eyes smiling into a crescent moon again. Thank you, master. Jiang Tian smiled faintly and handed another adult raincoat to Lu Bu. Finally, open the regional chat channel. At this time, the 3 people who sold the raincoat to Jiang Tian, including 0066, had already reported the situation. There was a lot of noise in the channel, and everyone was clamoring for Jiang Tian to tell them what happened last night. Jiang Tian smiled helplessly and sent. Look at you. Nothing happened last night after we had dinner. Only, we just slept together. Chapter 25, 200 packets of fine salt. As soon as Jiang Tian said this, the regional channel exploded again. Fuck. A few hundred more damn words are omitted here. They're sleeping together. And you still say you didn't do anything? Oh my god, please kill this bastard. 0888. Woo, my little lowly. How did you end up in someone else's hands? 0066. Bah, you bastard, give me back my raincoat. Jiang Tian laughed and didn't explain any further. While taking a few wooden boards, he ordered, Lu Bu, grab your fishing rod. Kai Wenji, bring me a small shovel. Yes, my lord. Okay, master, The 3 of them put on their rain boots, took their tools, and walked out of the cabin, following the footprints. I first checked the situation of potatoes in the south. It rained so heavily yesterday, I don't know if there was any damage. Move the stones away and lift the tarpaulin. The potato seedlings deep in the straw pile were just slightly bent, but they did not wither and looked very healthy. He gently dug up the soil again and carefully took out the potatoes to take a look. The 2 potatoes that were originally buried have grown into a large bunch through the roots, with about 30 or 40 potatoes in total. Although it was covered in mud, there was no mold or rot. Fortunately, the potatoes did not get sick. He ordered Lu Bu to go into the house and get a bag of preserved new soil, pour it on the moist soil, and replant the potatoes. Judging from their growth conditions, these potatoes will be fully mature by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Jiang Tian breathed a sigh of relief as he found that there was no problem with the only valuable product left outside the house. Next, it's time to start the most important work. Fishing clouds. Jiang Tian subconsciously looked to the east. A long black object was lying crookedly on the ground, emitting a metallic luster in the sunlight. His brows suddenly raised. Huh, your fishing rod from last night is still there? I thought it would have been washed away. When it rained yesterday, Kaiwenji kept pulling on that fishing rod. Judging from her appearance, the thing she caught must be quite heavy. Jiang Tian didn't want to waste time on this and increase his chances of catching a cold and getting sick. Anyway, there are many fishing rods, so even if I am unlucky and this one is washed away, I won't feel bad. Unexpectedly, the rod is still there. The three of them walked over and first used wooden boards to shovel the wet land in the east of the side. After clearing out a relatively dry area, he cast the hooks on the 9 fishing rods into the clouds one by one. Finally, Jiang Tian looked at the fishing rod that was left over from yesterday. Hold in your hand and lift it up. The fishing rod bent, and the cloud was slowly pulled up. Kaiwenji also looked at the cloud that had troubled her yesterday. His big eyes were full of curiosity. The clouds were drawn to the island area, and the fog dissipated. Bang! A rectangular aluminum box, more than 1.5 meters long, fell to the ground, splashing some remaining water droplets. Kaiwenji pounced behind Jiang Tian again like a frightened little rabbit. Jiang Tian's mind was full of questions. Aluminum box? What's in here? It looks a bit like the box used to store money in the movie. Could it be that there are valuables inside? He touched Kaiwenji's head to comfort her and walked forward. He squatted down and unfastened the buckle of the aluminum box. Open the lid and take a look. There were bags of white stuff inside. There was a big word iodine written on it. Salt. Jiang Tian was stunned. Hearing this, Lu Bu and Kaiwenji were also stunned. What? This is salt. Such fine salt. At the same time, I picked up a pack and marveled at it. Jiang Tian was not surprised to see their reaction. Although there was salt during the Three Kingdoms period, there was no modern processing technology, so it was all coarse salt. After briefly introducing it to them, Jiang Tianqing counted the amount of salt. Each pack is 500 grams, and there are 200 packs in total. And if you convert it, these must be 100 kilograms? My goodness, how long will it take to finish this? No wonder Kaiwenji couldn't pull it out after trying for a long time. By the way, when I picked up the salt just now, I didn't feel how heavy it was. Lu Bu's weight is about this, right? It was so difficult to catch it back then, but now it's much easier to catch him with the same weight. By the way, these past few days, carrying wood has gone from being difficult at the beginning to becoming easy later. Is it possible that my strength is getting stronger little by little? Jiang Tian looked at his not-so-strong arms, feeling a little confused. But this is also a good thing. Jiang Tian didn't worry too much about it. Arrange Lu Bu to take the box of salt back to the house. Come to think of it, after exchanging for mineral water last night, the space in the house is almost filled with resources, right? It seems that we need to build another warehouse. How big should this warehouse be? Thinking of this, Jiang Tian sighed. The island is still too small. It would be better if it were a little bigger. Unfortunately, the volume of the empty soil I catch each time is only 1 cubic meter, so it will take a long time to catch enough fish. He had tried it before, and the empty soil could be copied, but Jiang Tian did not do so. 1 cubic meter of land is too little, so it would be more cost-effective to copy the fishing rod. Jiang Tian was just about to make a copy of the fishing rod in his hand. Sudden, ding-ling-ling, a bell on a fishing rod began to vibrate. Jiang Tian put down the fishing rod in his hand and walked towards the direction of the ringing fishing rod. I felt the corner of my clothes being pulled, and a figure jumped in front of me. Master, I'll do this. Oh, okay. Seeing Kaiwenji trying to prove herself, Jiang Tian smiled and nodded. Kaiwenji smiled sweetly and trotted to the fishing rod. Lift the fishing rod and pull. Swish! A large cloud was pulled up and floated towards Kaiwenji. Looking at the cloud, Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. Was this thing so big? Moreover, with Kaiwenji's strength, she was able to pull such a large object. Could it be? While I was thinking, the clouds had already landed on the island. The fog dissipated, and an extra-large, rectangular black lump of soil fell not far from Jiang Tian's chest. Kaiwenji pointed at this thing, pulled Jiang Tian's clothes in surprise, and shouted, Master, look! Is this the empty land you mentioned before? Chapter 26, Master, look what this is. See this black clod of earth. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up as well, and he quickly stepped forward to take a look. Really? It's empty soil. Jiang Tian stretched out his fingers and counted. A total of 6 cubes. It's so big. Jiang Tian was overjoyed and ruffled Kai Wenji's hair. Well done, that's amazing. Kai Wenji narrowed her eyes and smiled. She was very pleased with the compliment from her master. Jiang Tian pointed to the empty land. Recite silently in your heart. Copy. A ray of light appeared and transformed into a long block of 6 cubic meters. After the light faded, a black lump of soil of the same size fell in front of Jiang Tian. Stretch out your palm and press it on it. Select the west direction in the shadow and place it. Looking to the west again, there was another rectangular piece of land. As for the other 6 cubic meters of land, it is used as a seed for replicating the empty soil. Arrange Lubu to push it next to the wooden house and nail a few stakes in the ground to enclose it. In the future, this location can be used specifically to store seeds of empty soil for houses. If there's a larger area of empty land behind it, it can be replaced with this 6 cubic meters of empty land. Come to think of it, the amount of land caught before was always 1 cubic meter. How come it has increased 6 times now? Could it be that after the next rain, the resources in the clouds change? Open the World channel and check the chat history. In addition to talking about the clear weather after the rain, there's also a discussion about the empty land. I just caught a 2 cubic meter piece of soil. I'm so lucky. Oh my lord. Thank you for giving me a 3 cubic meter piece of empty land. Praise you. Why is the piece I just caught only 1 cubic meter? I can't even catch the empty land you're talking about. According to everyone's information, the empty soil caught now seems to fluctuate between 1 and 3 cubic meters. CNNS 0888. Your information is wrong. Just now, I fished up a 4 cubic meter piece of soil. The volume of the soil should now fluctuate between 1 and 4 cubic meters. The surface area of my island is now 106 square meters. Fuck, this goo emperor is here again. I still only have 100 square meters. Damn, this is so fucking infuriating. Jiang Tian smiled helplessly. This 0888 is really... He shows off on the World channel every day. Isn't this too hateful? Having said that, the number 0888 is actually wrong. The volume increase of empty soil is at least 1 to 6 cubic meters. Because his empty land is right before his eyes. Jiang Tian looked at the extra land on the west side of the island. Adding the 6 cubic meters just now, the surface size of the island has now reached 120 square meters. Although there is 20 square meters of empty space below, it doesn't matter. All I need is this large piece of land, my own abilities, and these fishing rods. It probably wouldn't take much time to double the size of this empty island. He set up 10 fishing rods and asked Kai Wenji to watch over them while he went to the north. The 6 square meter pit that was dug at that time and was more than 1 meter deep was now filled with water. I roughly calculated the volume, which is about 10 cubic meters or 10 tons of water. He squatted down and looked at the water in the pit. The rain here seems to be different from that in the previous world. The water in the pit looks quite clear, but Jiang Tian didn't dare to drink it directly, in case there were bacteria in it. Besides, I stocked up on so much mineral water last night, I don't know when I'll be able to finish it all. It would be better to use this kind of rainwater to wash your feet or water plants. If these true feelings were directly posted on the World channel, it would probably piss off the other survivors who are saving rainwater to drink. You use the water that sustains my life to wash your feet? Are you too arrogant? 2 hours passed. The water stains on the island dried up a little. The 3 people on the island were all busy. Lu Bu was digging the foundation with a shovel on the west side of the wooden house. Prepare for the warehouse to be prepared in the future. On the east side, Jiang Tian and Kai Wenji caught several more supplies. Nails, straw planks. At this time, the bell rang again. Kai Wenji gripped the fishing rod tightly and pulled it back. A small cloud flew towards the 2 of them. When the mist dissipated, a small cardboard box appeared on the ground. Kai Wenji opened the paper box, took out something, and handed it to Jiang Tian. Master, what do you think this is? Jiang Tian took it and took a look. This is a transparent plastic bag. There's a small handful of brown, granular stuff in it. It looks like a seed, but I don't know what plant it is from. Oh, seeds? Then we can plant trees. A light flashed in Kai Wenji's eyes. Jiang Tian smiled and nodded. Well, let's go. Take the shovel and plant some trees. Good. No matter what it is, just plant it first and see what happens. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Tian, and Kai Wenji came to the north side, next to the pool. I dug a small hole, sprinkled a few seeds in it, and buried it. If trees really grow, it will also make it easier to compact the soil and prevent water loss. Jiang Tian looked at the ground of the island where he was. Apart from the potato seedling, the rest was just black mud. Very monotonous. It will be nice to have more types of seeds so that you can add some color to your island. Since I can catch the seeds, others should be able to catch them too, right? After thinking about it, Jiang Tian didn't go to the World Chat channel to check the records. Instead, I sent a private message directly to 0888. Are you there? Jiang Tian also discovered that 0888 was a lucky guy. As long as something new appeared in the world, he had a high chance of catching it. For example, the tent yesterday and the 4 cubic meters of empty soil this morning. Of course, he still can't compare with himself. After all, he has the means to replicate this dimensionality reduction attack. Not long after, 0888 sent a message. Oh, you're just in time. I have good news for you. Did you know I just caught a 4 cubic meter piece of soil? Yes, I know. I saw your world message. Seeing him pretending to be arrogant, Jiang Tian smiled helplessly and did not tell anyone about his 6 cubic meters of empty land. Take care of his self-esteem as a European emperor. Then I didn't bother to listen to his pretense and asked directly. Let me ask you something. Do you have any seeds? Seed? The other party was stunned at first, then replied, Of course I have. I have plenty of this stuff. Jiang Tian was a little surprised. A lot of them? Didn't the seeds just come out today? How could he catch so many of them? Is it really that European? Then he asked again, Can you give me some? 0888 replied readily. No problem, just send me your email address. Jiang Tian's face was full of question marks. Chapter 27, Is this something a human would do? No, I'm talking about the seed that's planted in the ground and makes the plant grow branches and leaves, not the one that makes you grow branches and leaves. Oh, sorry, I'm used to being a good person and giving out seeds, so I subconsciously. Seeing the other party's reply, Jiang Tian's face was full of black lines. Okay, so did you catch any seeds? There was a cardboard box that was caught, and inside the bag were pellets. It looked like it, but I don't know if it was. It should be. Bring it over and have a look. After a brief exchange, Jiang Tian exchanged half a bag of seeds in his hand for half a bag of seeds from 0888. His bag of seeds was oval in shape and yellowish-white in color. I don't know what can be grown. He took Kai Wenji's little hand and walked to the other side of the puddle, where he buried a few of the newly obtained seeds. It had just rained, and there was still water in the soil, so there was no need to water them. Based on our experience with growing potatoes, it shouldn't take long for them to grow out. After exchanging this one, Jiang Tian sent a message to another acquaintance. Are you there? 0066 Ba. Hooligan. Jiang Tian's face was full of questions. What's wrong with you today? Did I provoke you? Why are you scolding me for no reason? Why did I scold you? What did you do with that little girl you caught last night? Didn't I tell you that we'll go to bed together after dinner? Bah, how dare you say that? Don't you feel embarrassed? Jiang Tian was confused again. After an explanation, 0066. So, because there were no beds, you asked her to squeeze in with you? You didn't do anything. What else? Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. Besides, this is none of your business. Why are you so angry? You look like you've taken bullets. I'm concerned about the safety of my female compatriots. The other party was silent for a long time before throwing out this sentence, and then said, Okay, let's not talk about this. What do you want from me? Seeing that the other party changed the subject, Jiang Tian also directly stated his purpose. Do you have any seeds? Bah, you filthy scoundrel. After another round of explanation, 0066. You mean that seed? I thought you were talking about that seed. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes again. Good boy, you and that kid 0888 have the same train of thought. What are you thinking about all day long? Okay, just tell me whether you have it or not. Yes, and they're rice seeds. Jiang Tian was a little surprised when he saw this sentence. When I first got the seeds, I didn't know what kind of plant they were. How can you be sure they are rice seeds? Do you have any research on crops? Not really. After I caught the seeds just now, I caught another person. He recognized the seeds right away. It seems like he knows a lot about agriculture. After saying this, 0066 added another sentence. By the way, if you want those seeds, you'll probably be disappointed. The guy I caught had already planted all the rice seeds before you contacted me. After hearing the news, Jiang Tian was silent for a while. But then I thought it through. I currently have such limited space, and with so many things stored there, it would probably be difficult to grow crops on such a large scale. Anyway, I already have potatoes, so I'll let her deal with the staple food like wheat, and we can exchange them later. Why discuss this matter with 0066? Both parties hit it off. Finally, Jiang Tian asked again, "By the way, do you have any girls' clothes? You gonna dress that little girl?" Well, although I caught some girls' clothes before, I sold them. Now she's wearing my clothes, which are a bit too big. She's wearing your clothes? What the hell? What's wrong? It's nothing. She's only about 1.4 meters tall, right? I don't think she can wear my clothes, but I can help look for them on the trading floor. Okay, thank you. After a while, there was no reply from the other party. Jiang Tian directly closed the chat interface. At this moment, I felt someone pulling the corner of my clothes. Jiang Tian lowered his head and saw Kai Wenji looking at him eagerly. His expression was very subtle, his face flushed, and he muttered softly, "Master, I want to go to the bathroom." Well, Jiang Tian looked embarrassed. He went back to the house, took out a small cardboard box and a stack of papers, and handed them to Kai Wenji. He pointed to an open space behind the cabin, and his meaning was clear. Kai Wenji took the cardboard box, looked at the empty space it pointed to, and was completely stunned. Jiang Tian patted her soft shoulders and said a little embarrassedly, "Just make do with it for now, and I'll find a way to build a toilet later. That way it will be more convenient." The current environment is indeed quite special, and Kai Wenji nodded obediently. He walked away holding the paper box. Her face just blushed to the tips of her ears. Jiang Tian turned around and walked to the other side of the wooden house, sighing. On the first day, as newcomers, he and Lu Bu were indeed a little embarrassed to encounter such a thing. But after all, they're both grown men and don't have too many requirements, so it's no big deal after getting used to it. Moreover, a few days ago, the two of them hadn't even finished cleaning the house, let alone the toilet. Now that the wooden house is ready and Kai Wenji has arrived, it's time to build the toilet as well. Jiang Tian looked at the other side and saw Lu Bu waving a shovel to dig the foundation of the warehouse. He sighed again. The current manpower is still not enough. It would be great if we could find some labor to share the pressure. But it is quite troublesome to catch too many people. Not only is eating a problem, but housing is also another issue. Well, let's take it one step at a time. 10 minutes later. "Master, I'm fine now this." "Throw it down." Okay. Call." A cardboard box fell from a height of 1,000 meters. Looking at this thing falling from the sky, the big fish in the sea remembered the delicious food that fell from above yesterday. Seizing the opportunity, he jumped up with a whoosh. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed it, then fell into the sea. Crash! Vomit! How the hell did it turn back to its original state? Is this something a human would do? On the island, Jiang Tian took Kai Wenji to the pond in the north to wash her hands. The bell on the fishing rod began to ring again. The two of them went to the fishing spot hand in hand to harvest their catch. Chapter 28. You go ahead and do your thing. I can handle the monster myself. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. As the bells continued to ring, a lot of supplies were placed behind Jiang Tian and Kai Wenji. Besides some wood, some good stuff was caught. A 5 cubic meter piece of empty soil, a bag of rice, and 2 packs of wide noodles. There are also some more modern things, such as pens, A4 paper, plastic sheets, staplers, etc. After putting away the piece of wood he had caught, Jiang Tian raised his fishing rod again. The clouds drifted down. A thing with a pointed beak and yellow feathers fell to the ground. Because his body was wrapped in a rope net, he could only lie on the ground, looking around with his head sticking out and making innocent cries. Goo-goo. Jiang Tian raised his brows. Chicken. The animal caught this time was the common hen. Kai Wenji squatted down, blinked her big eyes, and touched the soft feathers of the hen. Seems to be very interested in small animals. On the other side, Lu Bu also rushed over from the other side, clasped his fists and reported, "My lord, the warehouse foundation has been laid. Please." "Huh? Chicken?" Lu Bu looked at the tied hen. He swallowed his saliva secretly and asked, "My lord, do you want to deep fry this?" Hearing this, Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. It seems that Lu Bu is still obsessed with the fried chicken nuggets he had at Deiji last time. But Jiang Tian would definitely not do something like killing the chicken to get the eggs. The correct way to deal with it is to keep the hen and let it lay eggs, or catch a rooster to breed and hatch chicks to expand the scale. Ensuring sustainable development is the bottom line, and then it will not be difficult to eat chicken again. Then he ordered, "Don't eat this one yet. Keep it for now. You can continue with your work at the warehouse. I'll take care of these. Lu Bu took the order, looked at the hen again, went back to the wooden house, and started fiddling with various types of wood. Seeing this, Jiang Tian shook his head and smiled. Come to think of it, it seems like I haven't seen a living animal in a long time. Today there are seeds and chickens. Are we entering the agricultural age? I opened the World Channel and saw that some people had indeed caught small animals. Chickens, ducks, geese, fish, and so on. Seeing this scene further confirmed Jiang Tian's guess about the changes in the game version. Close the interface and continue fishing with Kai Wenji. Not long after, the bell rang again. Ding ling ling. Jiang Tian raised his fishing rod. Bang! A wooden box fell to the ground and appeared in front of the two people. I don't know whether there's a human or a ghost inside. When Kai Wenji saw this thing, she remembered the monster that came out of the box yesterday and hid behind Jiang Tian nervously. Lu Bu also heard the noise and rushed over with two weapons. He handed the bronze sword to its owner, then walked forward to open the box. Seeing this, Jiang Tian frowned. In today's special environment, we cannot rely solely on the protection of others. You still have to become stronger yourself. According to common logic, the monsters that appear on this sky island should become more and more powerful. I should hone my fighting skills while the monsters are still relatively weak. Then he called Lu Bu and ordered, after we open the box, if the monster that comes out is the same one from yesterday, I'll deal with it myself. Lu Bu thought about how weak that monster was yesterday and nodded in response. Yes, my lord. Let Kai Wenji stand far away and hide first. Jiang Tian ordered Lu Bu to open the box. Under the gaze of everyone, a humanoid creature with pointed ears and a protruding nose stood up with a hunched back. Still the same goblin from yesterday. According to Jiang Tian's request, Lu Bu did not take any action. He just stood there quietly, staring at the goblin, his body tense and ready to move to prevent anything from going wrong. The goblin took a look at the two of them and chose Jiang Tian, who was slightly shorter, and jumped over. Wee! Seeing the other party's attack, Jiang Tian, who was mentally prepared, remained calm. He raised his arm and swung the bronze sword, smashing it towards the opponent. Puff! The goblin's body was hit, and a stream of green blood spurted out of its mouth and the abdomen where it was hit. Under the huge force, the corpse was smashed more than 10 meters away. It fell into the sea in a parabola. Watching the monster fly out, Jiang Tian looked at his not-so-strong arms again. Although this goblin is thin, it should weigh about 50 or 60 kilograms, right? How could I send it flying so far away? It seems that my strength has indeed been growing, but I don't know the reason for this growth. Just as he was thinking about it, Lu Bu beside him clasped his fists and said respectfully, My lord is mighty. Kai Wenji also trotted over, looking at Jiang Tian with stars in her eyes. Master is so awesome. Jiang Tian withdrew his thoughts, smiled faintly, and rubbed Kai Wenji's head. Just a goblin, nothing to brag about. Okay, let's get back to our work. Yes, my lord. Okay, master. After the little incident, everything returned to calm. Jiang Tian and Kai Wenji picked up their fishing rods again, and Lu Bu continued to go back to the place where the warehouse was being built to store wood. Ding ling ling. The bell rang, and Kai Wenji raised her fishing rod. This time, a black plastic bag was caught. In the plastic bag, a fish weighing about 2 kilograms was flapping its wings. Kai Wenji, please throw this fish into the pond. Okay, master. Kai Wenji came to the pond with a plastic bag in her hand. After throwing the fish into the pond, he squatted down and watched the fish swimming in the water, stirring the water from time to time to see the fish's reaction. Looks like they're having a lot of fun. On the other side, Lu Bu, who was sticking wood on the ground, suddenly stopped. He put down the wood, walked into the house, took a stack of toilet paper and a plastic bag, and squatted in a corner in the south. Seeing this, Jiang Tian felt a little conflicted. TSK, we should build a toilet quickly. It's not going to work like this. But now we have this problem of manpower. Just as I was thinking about it, the bell on the fishing rod rang again. Ding ling ling. Jiang Tian raised the rod and pulled. Bang! Another wooden box fell in front of him. Hearing the noise, Lu Bu looked up and was about to get up. Jiang Tian looked at Lu Bu squatting in the toilet, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and quickly waved his hands and said, Okay, go ahead and do your thing. I can handle these monsters myself now. Lu Bu nodded awkwardly and continued his metabolism. Jiang Tian picked up the bronze sword and slowly pulled open the wooden board. 2 seconds later, a middle-aged man stood up from the box. After seeing Jiang Tian, he nodded and said, "Owner." He saw that what was inside was not a monster, but a new member who called him Master. Jiang Tian stopped preparing for battle. Then he took a look at the middle-aged man. He was wearing a blue shirt and black slacks. He has a shaved head, and his forehead is smooth and a little bald. Seeing this outfit, Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. This looks like a modern person. Chapter 29 New member, good at civil engineering. At this time, Kai Wenji also trotted over and stood behind Jiang Tian. He blinked and looked at the new member. After introducing each other, I learned that his name was Shi Gang. It is indeed a very modern naming style. He also knew about things like potato chips and ham, as well as the items like televisions and computers that Jiang Tian mentioned. He is undoubtedly a modern man. This was the first time Jiang Tian had caught a modern person, and he became interested in him. Then he asked with interest, "Besides these, do you remember anything else? What did you do before? How'd you get here?" "These? I can't remember." Shi Gang shook his head and said, "It's just that I seem to have some memories of doing civil engineering." "Civil engineering?" Hearing these 4 words, Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. "I was just worrying about the lack of labor, and now a talented person in construction has been sent to me. Just when I was worrying about being too sleepy, a pillow was delivered. In the future, many construction-related matters can be handed over to him." Shi Gang nodded. "Yes, master. Is there anything I can do for you?" "Yes, now I need you to build something for me." Jiang Tian pointed to the land to the west. "Build a toilet there first." "Bathroom." Shi Gang turned around and looked in the direction Jiang Tian pointed. As he turned around, he saw Lu Bu squatting in the south. All at once, he understood everything. Then he nodded. "Okay, I understand. What materials and tools are available now? What are the requirements for the scale and style of the building?" "No requirements, as long as it works." Jiang Tian waved his hand and then explained, "The materials are limited right now, and wood is the main material. As for tools, never mind, just follow me." As he spoke, Jiang Tian brought Shi Gang into the house and let him see the tools he now had. Afterwards, he took him to the west side where the toilet was going to be built. Shi Gang looked around the area and nodded after understanding the situation. Okay, I know what to do. So, let me draw a rough blueprint." As he spoke, he subconsciously reached into the chest pocket of his blue shirt. At this time, he had nothing on except the clothes. Jiang Tian understood and looked at Kai Wenji, who was following behind him. He patted his head and ordered, "Go, get those pens and papers you just caught." "Good." Kai Wenji smiled sweetly, ran to the fishing spot, and picked up a cardboard box. "Bring it over." Shi Gang took a look and took out a stack of paper and a pen from the box. He held the paper in his hand and skillfully sketched for a moment, then handed it to Jiang Tian. "Master, do you think this design is okay?" Jiang Tian took it and took a look. A perspective drawing of a square hut with a triangular top was drawn on the paper in black. Next to the drawn buildings, data, such as the length, width, and height of the buildings are also described. The overall shape is rectangular, 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, covering an area of 2 square meters, and the internal height is 2 meters. The foundation is. The wall thickness is. Window area and location in. It looks very professional at first glance. Looking at these, Jiang Tian nodded. "Very good. I'll leave these to you from now on." "Okay, now let's get started." "Yes, master." Jiang Tian waved his hand. "Okay, don't call me master from now on, call me boss." "Yes, boss." Shi Gang nodded in response. Then he went into the house and came back with a shovel. After marking out an area on the ground, start digging the soil on the spot. Jiang Tian thought about it and called Lu Bu, who had returned to his work. He was arranged to cooperate with the professional Shi Gang to build the toilet first, and then the 2 of them would build the warehouse together. This will be more efficient. Jiang Tianze and Kai Wenji returned to the east and continued fishing. The 4 people on both sides of the island were busy with their own affairs, and time passed. The sun sets in the west, and the sunset light illuminates the whole place. Lu Bu and Shi Gang came to the east side and reported to Jiang Tian, who was fishing. "Master, boss, the toilet has been built." "Well, go and take a look." Jiang Tian nodded and stood up. Kai Wenji also put down her fishing rod and looked over there curiously. The 4 of them came to the west again. At this time, there was a small building on it. The wooden structure is more than 2 meters high and has a 30-centimeter hole carved on it for ventilation. The whole thing has been polished, and some palm leaves have been hung on it, which looks quite beautiful. Open the wooden door and look inside. A pit was made using a circular hollowed-out wooden block. Because the island itself is in the air, there's no need to go through the trouble of building any pipelines. All you need to do is dig a small hole in the ground. From now on, those unspeakable things can be washed down with water. Because the land where the toilet was built was only 1 meter deep, it was not difficult to dig. After exiting the building, Shi Gang nodded and asked, "Boss, do you think it's okay to do it like this?" Jiang Tian nodded. "Well, it's pretty good. It's quite efficient. The happiest person must be Kai Wenji. What happened today really made her feel embarrassed. After all, she's a girl, and this kind of behavior of urinating and defecating in the open air." Thinking of this, Kai Wenji's little face turned red again. "No, I can't think about it anymore. It's too shameful. Boss, now that the toilet is finished, can we start building the warehouse?" Jiang Tian thought for a moment and shook his head. "It's getting dark, and it probably won't be possible to build the warehouse in a short time, so there's no need to rush. Now there's other stuff to do. That's it for today. We'll talk about the warehouse tomorrow. We just caught some chickens and ducks. Please make the cages for the poultry first." "Yes, my lord." "Roger that, boss." At night, the moon rises. A day's work is over. The cages for raising poultry have been made, and a small shed has been built next to it to protect them from rain. Lu Bu and Shi Gang cleaned the mud off their tools and walked into the house. Kai Wenji volunteered to cook. Jiang Tian sat outside the hut, lit a cigarette, and counted the amount of supplies he had harvested today. In addition to some materials, 10 cubic meters of empty soil were also harvested. Excluding the 6 cubic meters used for replication, the island now has a surface area of 130 square meters. In addition, there are 4 chickens, 3 ducks, and 5 fish. The chickens and ducks were thrown in, and the fish were placed in the pond. It seems that today's harvest is quite rich. But then again, when fishing in the past, common supermarket items such as instant noodles, potato chips, and packaged meat accounted for more than 30%. Why does it seem to have dropped a bit today? Only about 15%. Some of them are rice and noodles, which need to be processed before they can be eaten. As time goes by, will these ready-made supplies sold in supermarkets become less and less until they disappear? Jiang Tian felt that the possibility was very high. Maybe in the future, even rice and flour will be gone, and all food will have to be obtained by developing agriculture and animal husbandry. Moreover, I caught 5 goblins today. Although Jiang Tian has a lot of fishing rods, the probability of each person catching a monster is still 50%. Maybe in the future, the probability of catching monsters will become higher and higher, and the monsters will become stronger and stronger. If this is really a game, the novice phase is probably over, right? It seems that survival will become increasingly difficult. Jiang Tian was smoking a cigarette while thinking about random things. Suddenly, a small figure appeared in front of him, smiled sweetly, and said, "Master, the porridge is ready. You can eat now." "Well, let's go." Jiang Tian smiled and walked into the house holding Kai Wenji's hand. Chapter 30, Clay, ready to make bricks. Inside the house, the bonfire had been lit, and the branches inside were making a crackling sound. From time to time, some tiny sparks flowed out. Jiang Tian and the other 3 sat around a wooden box that was used as a table, on which was placed a stainless steel pot specially used for induction cookers. The porridge in the pot is steaming. Kai Wenji took the bowl, filled it with food, and handed it to Jiang Tian. "Master, here, I just cooked it." "Yeah, that's good." Jiang Tian touched Kai Wenji's little head and took the porridge. I blew away the hot steam and took a sip. A warm current rushed into the stomach, and the body felt warm. I used to only eat instant noodles as snacks, and I haven't had a bowl of rice porridge for a long time. This taste is really nostalgic. The other 3 also picked up their bowls and each filled a bowl of porridge and started drinking. After a busy day, drink this bowl of hot rice porridge. Everyone had a look of satisfaction on their face. Of course, just drinking porridge would be a bit monotonous. Jiang Tian dug out some braised eggs, ham sausages, spicy strips, and other things and ate them. Having said that, it always feels a bit weird to drink porridge and eat snacks at the same time. It would be even better if there were a few side dishes at this time. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian shook his head helplessly again. Cooking? This condition cannot be met now. First of all, there are no vegetables now. Even the potatoes planted then would not be ripe until tomorrow. Moreover, there are no conditions for cooking now. Putting an iron pan on a campfire to cook always seems a bit stupid. At least there should be a stove, right? Moreover, even if there is a stove, you can't cook in this house. How can you live here if the smoke is everywhere? In other words, there must be a kitchen. The warehouse isn't even finished yet, so the kitchen is probably even further away. Jiang Tian sighed and asked Shijigang, how long will it take to build a warehouse tomorrow? According to the specifications of 20 square meters, it can be built in less than a day. Shijigang said this with great conviction. Well, that's good. Once the warehouse is built, we can build a kitchen out of wood. Then we can cook a few dishes. It's not much fun to just drink porridge. A kitchen, it's all right, and we have enough wood, but Shijigang thought for a moment and continued. As for the kitchen, it would be best to have a stove so that it would be convenient for cooking. A stove, something that can start a fire, can't be made with wood. Sigh. If only there were bricks and cement here. Bricks and cement? Jiang Tian opened the trading platform again. There is no such thing for sale. I haven't heard anyone on the World Channel say that they have caught these things. I asked 0888, but even he had never caught one. Judging from this situation, this thing has not been refreshed in this world yet. Jiang Tian frowned. Is it possible that this stove cannot be built? I originally wanted to make some fried potatoes, stew some fish, or something like that. Jiang Tian sighed. In this case, we can only take it one step at a time and wait until these things come out. Turning around, he saw Kai Wenji beside him looking at him aggrievedly with red eyes. Jiang Tian quickly asked, what's wrong? Why are your eyes red? Kai Wenji pursed her lips. Master, are you unhappy because the food I cooked is not tasty? Jiang Tian was stunned. Then I realized that what I had just said was a bit inappropriate. He had just finished eating the porridge cooked by Kai Wenji, and he said that drinking this porridge was boring and sighed. No wonder people misunderstood. Jiang Tian smiled and pinched Kai Wenji's little face. Said, how can it not be delicious? This porridge is the best I've ever tasted. Real. Of course it's true. As he said that, Jiang Tian drank the porridge in the bowl. He gave a thumbs up and said, it smells so good. Chuckle. Kai Wenji finally burst into laughter and reached out her little hand to wipe the rice grains from Jiang Tian's mouth. It's late at night. It's time to go to sleep. Now that the wooden house has been built and certain defensive measures have been taken, Lubu no longer needs to go out to guard the night. If the cabin was attacked, any noise would wake them up. In comparison, it would be better to let him have a normal rest and finish building the warehouse with Shijigang as soon as possible. Of course, as for Shijigang, he has to squeeze in with Lubu first. The three men lay down and covered themselves with blankets. Call. The candlelight was blown out by Kai Wenji. The room was pitch black and Jiang Tian closed his eyes. He felt it between sleep and wakefulness. A small body took the initiative to hug himself. There seems to be a sweet smile on her face. The next day, the four of them went out together and started their respective work. Lubu and Shijigang built a warehouse. Jiang Tian copied the empty soil and placed it there, then went to fish for clouds. Kai Wenji took a bowl of porridge and some breadcrumbs and went to feed the chickens, ducks, and fish. There is peace and tranquility on the island. Ding-ling-ling. A bell on a fishing rod rang. When the cloud was lifted up, it turned out to be a bag of white and yellow soil. When Jiang Tian saw this thing, he was stunned at first. This is mud? That's not right. The fish I caught before were all black soil. Why'd I catch this color today? Jiang Tian looked at the thing in the plastic bag. A flash of inspiration came to his mind, and he turned around and shouted to the back. Shijigang, come here. Shijigang, who was fiddling with a wooden stake, was stunned. Put down what you are holding and walk forward. Boss, what do you want from me? Look at this. Do you recognize it? Jiang Tian handed over the bag of soil. Seeing this thing, Shijigang frowned and looked at it for a few seconds. Then he reached out and took out a piece of soil and said in surprise, Boss, isn't this clay? Really? Jiang Tian smiled slightly. If this is clay, then it means... Shijigang said in surprise. That means we can make bricks. Chapter 31. Build a warehouse and drink fish soup. The thing that was caught was clay. The red bricks used in old residential buildings are made of clay. Upon hearing the news, Shijigang danced with joy holding a handful of clay. Jiang Tian also looked at the clay with hope, muttering, if we have bricks, we should be able to build a brick house, right? Who knows? Hearing this, Shijigang looked bitter. I'm afraid it's not that easy. What do you mean? As far as I can remember, the length, width, and height of a brick are 240 millimeters, 115 millimeters, and 53 millimeters respectively. If I were to build a 100 square meter house, assuming the thickness is 2 bricks, then the bricks needed for the exterior, including the foundation, would be over 20,000. At this point, Shi Gang's originally cheerful expression disappeared. Looking at the clay in his hand, he sighed and continued. That's not even counting the bricks needed to separate the rooms. Even if our place isn't that big, the number of bricks needed to build a smaller house is staggering. With just this little clay, I'm afraid. At this time, Jiang Tian also reacted. Even if you catch clay, it is not easy to use it to make bricks to build a house. It costs more than 20,000 yuan to build a perimeter? How much clay does this take? Having said that, Shi Gang did hit the nail on the head with one point of Jiang Tian's heart. He really wants to build a 100 square meter house. But Jiang Tian looked at the pitiful area of the island again and smiled helplessly. Under the current conditions, building a spacious house by yourself is really a big project. Okay, go ahead and do your work. I'll figure out a way to deal with this. Yes, boss. Shi Gang returned to the construction warehouse and continued to tinker with his wooden stakes. Jiang Tian thought for a while and posted a purchase request on the trading platform. Food exchange clay. My own power is limited, so I might as well try to buy more. At this time, Kai Wenji came back after feeding the animals. After arranging her to watch over the fishing rods, Jiang Tian also came to the place where the warehouse was being built and started working with the other two. Let's build this warehouse first and think about the other things later. Jiang Tian's joining has greatly accelerated the construction of the warehouse. As the sun set, the wooden warehouse had been built and covered with a layer of mud and tarpaulin. Of course, the work is not yet completely over. This completed warehouse has not yet been put to use. Seeing that it was still early, Jiang Tian seized the time and took the two of them to move the supplies placed in the wooden house into the warehouse one by one. After all the things were moved, the crowded wooden house finally became a little more spacious. After letting Lu Bu and Shi Gang sit in the house and rest for a while, Jiang Tian came to the fishing spot. When she saw Jiang Tian, Kai Wenji smiled, pulled her master's clothes as if to ask for credit, and pointed at the supplies beside her. Master, look! Today I caught 8 cubic meters of empty soil, 2 chickens, 6 fish, some clods of earth, and some wood. Have the animals been put in cages? It's already been put in place, and the fish are in the pond. Yeah, that's good. After settling the empty soil, he stroked Kai Wenji's hair. Let's go back and eat. Okay, master, I'll cook the porridge. Jiang Tian thought about it and decided that there were plenty of fish now, so he could be a bit extravagant. Then he said, let's not cook porridge today. Let's cook rice. We'll stew a fish later and have fish soup today. Good. The moon rises and the stars are shining. Next to the bonfire, four people held a bowl of rice in one hand and chopsticks in the other. He was staring at the stainless steel pot on the campfire and the 2 fish stewing in it. After 20 minutes of stewing, the soup has turned milky white and is boiling slightly. The fragrance drifted into everyone's nose along with the rising hot steam. Kai Wenji sniffed and swallowed. Good, smells so good. Master, is it cooked? Jiang Tian poked the fish with chopsticks. The chopsticks didn't feel any toughness and easily penetrated the fish meat and poked the fish bones, turning out the white and tender meat slices. The meat is already cooked. He scooped up a little more with a spoon and took a sip. It has umami flavor, but the fish I caught these past 2 days are all freshwater fish, without much salt, so they taste a bit bland if cooked alone. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian's heart moved. By the way, I have salt, and there are so many. Ask Lu Bu to bring a bag of salt, and tear open the package. Sprinkle some into the pot, and stir it slightly with a spoon. Take another bite. The taste is right. The fish soup is ready. Enjoy. A few people who couldn't hold back any longer picked up another bowl. I took a big spoon and scooped a few spoonfuls in. Slurp. It's delicious. It's delicious. I don't know why, but drinking this bowl of fish soup makes me feel like I'm home. The white soup full of fat enters the mouth and slides down the esophagus. The 4 of them held their bowls, and a hint of happiness appeared on their faces. While eating, Jiang Tian opened the World Chat channel. The messages above are still scrolling very fast, and most people are eating dinner now. They were all discussing food-related topics. I'm eating a baked potato. What about you guys? I caught a fish today, and I'm eating sashimi now. Sashimi? Man, this is freshwater fish. I caught a chicken. After all these days, I finally get to eat meat. It's so hard. I envy you guys so much. I'm still eating bread right now. Lord, I want to eat meat too. Give me a chicken. Ashi, aren't you a monk? How can you say such vulgar words? I grilled the fish, but it's a bit tasteless. Does anyone have any seasoning? I also want to ask, does anyone have salt and MSG or something? Hey, I caught a can of chili noodles. Fuck boss, please change. Seeing this news, Jiang Tian had an idea. The transaction line opens. Take out a bag of salt, put into 10 small boxes and hang them up, and make notes asking you to replace them with other seasonings or onions, ginger, garlic, etc. Prepare for the meal later. Looking at the purchase message I sent out this morning, I have already received some clay. There weren't many of them. Only a few people exchanged some bread and snacks with me. And according to other people's information, since the rain, many people have caught some chickens, ducks, fish, and so on, so there's really no shortage of food at this time. At this moment, Jiang Tian suddenly discovered there are very few people selling wood in the trading house now. Through the previous rainstorms, everyone realized the importance of wood. Taking advantage of the sunny weather today, everyone started to seize the time to build a small wooden house for themselves. No one is willing to sell it. Even if there is a small amount of wood for sale, the price asked by the seller is very high. After thinking for a while, he hung up some salt and wooden boards. 5 grams of salt can be exchanged for 10 liters of clay. 1 wooden board for 50 liters of clay. The interface is then closed. I found that the scene in front of me had changed. Lubu, stop eating. You've almost finished the fish soup and rice. But I'm not full yet. The master hasn't eaten much yet. If you're not full, go eat the bread. This. Jiang Tian took a look. In just a moment, the fish soup in the pot was gone. The fish had become a bare skeleton, and a large pot of cooked rice was also missing. Kai Wenji was using chopsticks to protect the remaining half of the fish, while Lu Bu was looking at her eagerly. Shi Jiang didn't care much and just made do with a bag of bread. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tian smiled helplessly. I encountered the same problem yesterday. Lu Bu drank up a whole pot of porridge. As a well-known military commander, his appetite is at least not comparable to that of ordinary people. It must be enough for at least 3 people. If I didn't have so many fishing rods, I really couldn't afford to support him those days. All right, let Lu Bu eat to his heart's content. Shi Jiang, go kill 2 more fish and cook them in a pot. Kai Wenji, make more rice from now on and use a large pot to make enough for 6 people. Roger that, boss. Okay, master. Thank you, my lord. Whoa. Chapter 32, Kitchen. Another day has passed. Jiang Tian's dream was interrupted by the crowing of roosters and the sound of conversation. Oh, brother Shi Jiang, go and lay the kitchen foundation first, and I'll go set up the fishing rod. Receive. The voices of Lu Bu and Shi Jiang gradually faded away. In a state of half sleep and half wakefulness, the mass that was lying on his chest also groped its way up. The quilt was carefully lifted to create a gap, and he crawled out. Then the edge of the quilt was pressed down. Not long after, Jiang Tian woke up and opened his eyes. Master, you're awake. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. At this time, the sunlight has already shone in from the door, reflecting soft light throughout the house. Kai Wenji knelt in front of the bed holding a towel with a basin of water beside her. Master, the water is ready. Please enjoy it. Jiang Tian sat up, took the towel, dabbed it in the water, and wiped it on his face a few times. The water temperature is just right, and it feels warm when applied to the face. He wiped his hands with a towel and touched Kai Wenji's little head. Very comfortable. Thank you for your hard work. Kai Wenji smiled sweetly, revealing 2 dimples. He took the towel from Jiang Tian's hand, placed it in the basin, and went out with it. Jiang Tian also got up, stretched, and walked out the door. Lu Bu and Shi Jiang were standing near the west side, waving shovels with a pile of dirt beside them. Further ahead, there was a large cage made of nailed wood with a haystack inside. The chickens and ducks were pecking at the food in the troughs that had been carved out. Call out from time to time. Goo goo goo. Quack quack quack. Giggle giggle giggle. On the east side, 10 fishing rods have also been placed. The bell hadn't rung yet. It was just quietly reflecting the metallic light. Walk around the wooden house and come to the pond. The seeds planted earlier have already sprouted into seedlings. There's still some water droplets on the tender leaves, and it looks like they have just been watered. Kai Wenji was standing by, tearing slices of bread to feed the fish. Seeing this peaceful and harmonious scene, Jiang Tian nodded. It feels a bit like a small farmyard. I greeted Kai Wenji and asked her to come over and watch the fishing rod after feeding the animals. Then he went to Lu Bu and Shi Jiang to see the situation in the kitchen. Lu Bu and Shi Jiang had already laid the foundation and were tamping the wooden side. There was a blueprint of the kitchen lying on the ground next to it. Looking at the decoration drawn above, Jiang Tian remembered the topic he talked about with Shi Jigang yesterday. The stove. Jiang Tian thought about it and checked the situation of purchasing clay last night. Because salt and wood planks are scarce resources now, there are quite a few people who asked to exchange these two items after they are put up for sale. Although the clay caught by others was not enough after a transaction, we still got 2 big bags. Call Shi Jigang and put the clay in front of him. Is this enough clay to make a stove? Shi Jigang looked at it for a few seconds, put his hand on his chin and rubbed it, thinking for a while. He replied, "There's enough clay, but it's not baked into bricks yet, and there's no cement yet. How about this? I use this clay to make a stove and use it as a makeshift. What do you think?" "Well, as long as I can cook, I'll do as you say." "That's good. Since it takes time to dry and fire the clay, I'll build the furnace while there's still sunlight." "Okay, I'll leave it to you." After getting Jiang Tian's reply and exchanging a few words, Shi Jigang went to the other side, dug a hole, and poured the broken clay into the hole. Jiang Tian brought 2 buckets of water and poured them in. Stir the clay into mud, then put the mud back into the bucket and drain the water. Shi Jigang walked to the kitchen area, calculated the location, and then piled the clay into the shape of a stove bit by bit. On the other side, Lu Bu continued to knock on the kitchen wall. However, according to Shi Jigang's instructions, they did not rush to build the top, but left a piece of sunlight to dry the mud. Jiang Tianza assisted the 2 of them, handing them tools and materials. Check the trading house from time to time to see if there are any seasonings and vegetables that can be exchanged. It's quite leisurely in comparison. "My lord, please pass me that board." "Yes, here you go." "Boss, could you please give me a trowel so I can smooth the edge of the stove?" "I got it." "Master, I caught another box." "Move aside and let me see what's inside." Fuck you. Crash. The sun sets. On the small island, there is a 10 square meter rectangular hut with eaves. "Boss, I've checked the ventilation and rainproofing of the kitchen, and there's no problem. Moreover, these 2 furnaces should have been fired as well." Shi Jigang in the room introduced Jiang Tian behind him. Then he squatted down again, looked at the flames in the 2 cylindrical furnaces in front of him, and patted the furnace body to feel its hardness. Nodded. "It's okay. Although it's a bit crude, everything works fine for cooking and making fire." "Yeah, okay." Jiang Tian glanced inside the kitchen, then looked at Lu Bu and Kai Wenji, who were watching outside the door. He smiled and said, "Okay, everyone, get ready and have a good meal tonight." Chapter 33, I just made a pot of fish soup, how about you? Before I knew it, the moon appeared on the horizon, and the stars were dotted all over the sky. Kitchen. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Tian was holding a kitchen knife and chopping a fish on the chopping board. Then he smeared the cut fish pieces with a kitchen knife and threw them into the iron pan on the stove. Squeak. The fish pieces made a boiling sound when they entered the hot oil. Then pick up a spatula and mix it a few times. Clang, clang. The frying pan and the iron pan collided with each other, making a series of metallic sounds. The fish pieces rolled in the pot along with the onions, ginger, and garlic, and a fragrance wafted out. "Master, the potatoes are all cut. I brought the 2 biggest ones over." Kai Wenji ran into the kitchen, skipping and jumping, holding a potato covered in dirt in one hand. The little nose sniffed and opened its eyes wide. "Ah, it smells so good. Well, wash the mud off the potatoes. I'll make some fried potato chips for you later." As he spoke, Jiang Tian glanced at Kai Wenji and smiled. "Cover the pot and put down the wok." He squatted down and used his index finger to scrape off a piece of mud from her nose. "How did you get so dirty? Remember to wash your hands and face." Hey. Kai Wenji smiled embarrassedly, took the potatoes to the big bucket outside the kitchen, and started washing them. The other side, Lu Bu was waiting outside the kitchen. Shi Jigang stood in front of another stove, lifted the lid of the pot in front of him, and took a look. "Boss, the chicken is ready." "Well, take it inside. I'll fry the potatoes for you later, and I'll slice the tomatoes. By the way, Lu Bu, it seems those hens have laid eggs today. Go get them." "Yes, my lord." 20 minutes later, in a wooden house, on the newly nailed wooden table, there were 4 pots of steaming dishes. Scrambled eggs with red and yellow tomatoes. Translucent fried potato slices. Braised fish pieces garnished with chopped green onions. Light yellow, oily chicken soup. The fragrant aroma whetted the appetites of the 4 people sitting nearby. Lu Bu and Kai Wenji opened their eyes wide and swallowed their saliva. Jiang Tian smiled and gestured towards the table. Okay, let's eat and taste this craftsmanship from over 1,800 years ago. After saying that, Jiang Tian took the lead in scooping a spoonful of chicken soup. Shi Gang held out his chopsticks with a simple smile on his face. Although Lu Bu and Kai Wenji didn't know what this year meant, they picked up their chopsticks and started eating. Awoo awoo, baji baji. Several people's faces were greasy from eating. Boss, your cooking skills are really good. Thank you for the compliment. You're not bad either. My lord, this chicken is rich in flavor, and the chicken soup is delicious and sweet. It's really awoo awoo awoo. Eat slowly, don't choke. Wow, this scrambled eggs with tomatoes is so sour and sweet, so delicious. Master, I want to learn how to cook too. Okay, then you can help us while we cook and learn by watching. Okay. More than 10 minutes later, the 4 dishes on the table were swept away, and the 4 people sat there burping. After resting for a while, several people started to perform their duties again. Lu Bu and Shi Gang began to clean up the garbage in the kitchen and on the table respectively, and Kai Wenji was responsible for washing the pots and pans. Jiang Tian took a leisurely walk on the island to digest his food, then sat down by the campfire outside and lit a cigarette. These days are becoming more and more comfortable. Slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Although I had thought of raising these chickens, I didn't expect to stew one so quickly. I have to say it smells really good. Anyway, I have a lot of fishing rods, so I can get these resources much faster than others. There's nothing to worry about. While thinking about it, I opened the regional chat channel to see how other people were living. There are no televisions or computers in this world, so using this as a way to entertain yourself after dinner is not bad. At this point, the channel was once again filled with discussions about dinner. I just made a pot of fish soup. How about you guys? Yesterday was fine, I caught a fish, but today I didn't catch anything. I'm so dumbfounded. I did catch a chicken today, but there are 2 of us here, so I don't think it's enough. 0066. Let me interrupt and ask, do you have clothes for little girls? 0888. There are 2 of us here too. Yesterday, we caught a fish and a duck, and today we caught 2 chickens. We've had plenty to eat these past 2 days. Fuck, the European Emperor is showing off again. Please stop talking. I haven't caught any meat in the past 2 days. I wonder what that boss 1111 ate tonight. I'm curious too. I guess they're eating chicken right now. Seeing someone asking about him, Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows and replied, Thank you for the invitation. I just finished my meal and came to take a look. 1 stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Jiang Tian's reply immediately attracted everyone's attention again. Boss, what did you eat? 0888. Curious. Same question. Boss, are you eating fish soup there too? Did you roast the chicken? Is this enough for dinner for the 3 of you? How about I trade you some food for some salt? Jiang Tian thought about it and answered frankly. If you're short on salt, you can ask me for some. As for dinner, that is, I had some home-cooked meals. I fried some potato chips, made some scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised some fish fillets, and stewed some chicken soup. Oh, there are 4 of us now, and we're all so full after eating. By the way, do you have any stomach strengthening and digestion promoting tablets? I can exchange them for salt and Chinese medicine. As soon as these words came out, there was a moment of silence in the regional chat channel. Then, what the hell? What the hell? Hundreds of damn words omitted here. 0888. Damn it, I still can't beat you when it comes to pretentiousness. Invisible pretentiousness is the most deadly. 0066. The 2 of us haven't eaten enough, but the 4 of you are so full, and you still want some stomach strengthening and digestion promoting pills? You are too Versailles. No, boss, are you sure you're not wrong? Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, fried potato slices, braised fish fillets, and chicken soup? Boss, are you eating out on Sky Island? Chapter 34. Get ready to build a brick kiln. In the channel, the voices of various survivors were heard, seen, incessantly. Everyone was asking how Jiang Tian could eat such rich food in such a poor environment. There are also some who are envious and hope to ask Jiang Tian for some hot meals. Of course, Jiang Tian would ignore these people who are asking for money. Some others hope to exchange some food and raw materials for finished products. Jiang Tian also rejected them all. He has no shortage of food now, so there is no point in exchanging these things. In the chat channel, the survivors envied Jiang Tian's delicious food while complaining about it. They said that although they caught some food these days, there are only 2 people on the island now, and it is not enough to eat. Having said that, Jiang Tian discovered some new information from this conversation. In these days, it seems that many people have been fishing people out of the clouds one after another. Now most of the survivors have a partner on the island. There are men and women, young and old, ancient and modern people. Some are ordinary people, while some have special skills. For example, those who are stronger and can run faster, and those like Jiang who can help with island construction. For example, the one caught by 0066 has some knowledge about agriculture. Could it be that not only has the area for obtaining empty land been changed, but the probability of catching a character has also increased? Jiang Tian was thinking. At this time, another message appeared in the channel, attracting everyone's attention again. Damn, my luck was so bad today. I didn't catch any animals, but I did catch 3 in the wooden box. I thought they were people, but they turned out to be goblins. What the hell? Dude, your luck is so bad. I only catch 1 fish a day at most. I don't think I've had much luck today. I only caught 2 in one day. I always feel that the chances of catching goblins are a little higher now than before. Oh, no way. Although I only catch 1 a day, I also feel that the probability of goblins appearing has increased. Everyone should be more careful these days. If you come across a box, prepare your hatchet, hammer, etc. before opening it. Be careful not to get into any accidents. Seeing this, Jiang Tian also frowned. His previous guess was correct. The refresh frequency of the monsters in the box had indeed increased, and it is still in a state of gradual increase. The chance of catching wooden boxes has increased a lot in the past 2 days. I could only catch 5 a day before, but today I caught 10. Although these goblins pose no threat to him, he still needs to prepare for the worst. He has more fishing rods than others. Not only can he obtain resources much faster than others, but his chances of catching monsters are also many times higher than others. Moreover, it is possible that these monsters will become stronger as time goes by, and they may not be as easy to deal with as they are now. Weapons and other things need to be prepared. Although I have a few now, it seems that I can't catch them these days, so I have to find a way to prepare them. But if you want to make weapons, I haven't seen anyone fishing up iron or other metals yet. I was thinking about these things while smoking. Before I knew it, a drizzle began to fall from the sky. Seeing this weather, everyone in the regional chat channel also returned to the topic. They greeted each other and went to Yutuan with buckets to collect water. Everyone started to get busy, and the originally lively interface gradually became quiet. Tick-tock, a drop of rain hit the cigarette, but making a hissing sound. Jiang Tian also came back to his senses from his thoughts. Forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. Let's build a brick kiln first. Once we have bricks, we can think about the blacksmith shop. Stomp out the cigarette, and close the interface. Look at the dripping raindrops. Since it is raining now, let's store some water first. I've used a lot of water these days to water the clay and wash dishes. Although I have more resources now, I still have to save where I can. Besides, I need more water to make clay. At this time, several people who went out to do housework also came back. Jiang Tian smiled and ordered. It's starting to rain. Kaiwenji, take those buckets out and store some water. Okay, master. Sure, Jiang, dig up the hole where the clay was muddied. Roger that, boss. Lubu, put on your raincoat and expand the pond. Yes, my lord. The next day, when everyone got up, they opened the door. It was still drizzling. Although the rain was not heavy, there was still a layer of rainwater on the ground. Sure, Jiang volunteered to do the drainage work. Lubu also put on a raincoat and went to the east to set up his fishing rods one by one. The other side, Kaiwenji, who had just helped Jiang Tian wash his face, looked at the drizzle outside the window. His big eyes blinked, as if he had thought of something. He ran back into the house and rummaged around, and found a small yellow raincoat with triangular thorns on the back. It's exactly the set I got from 0066 last time. Put on your raincoat and rain boots. He ran to Jiang Tian and tugged at the corner of his clothes. Master, look! Jiang Tian smiled and pinched Kaiwenji's little face. Little dinosaur, so cute. Hey. Kaiwenji enjoyed hearing Jiang Tian's praise. Humming a tune, he headed west and began feeding the poultry. Jiang Tianza came to the north side of the island to inspect the pond that had been expanded last night. At this time, the pond has expanded from 6 square meters to 10 square meters and is filled with water. More than 10 fish were swimming happily in it. Seeing this, Jiang Tian nodded with satisfaction. Water resources have expanded again. The seedlings planted next to it have also grown a lot taller. Walk to the other side. The drainage work on the island has been almost completed. The sun gradually rose. There is also a pit filled with rainwater near the south side of the island. It was exactly the same one dug out last time when I made a stove with clay, but now it is a little bigger than before. There were more than a dozen large buckets filled with water outside. This rain also brought a rich harvest. At this moment, Jiang Tian is probably the one with the most water resources among all the survivors. Of course, the purpose of storing this water is different from that of others. It is not intended to be drunk. I don't know how long I can finish drinking all the boxes of mineral water in the warehouse. The reason for digging this pit is naturally to prepare for making clay bricks. After 2 days of purchasing, we did harvest a lot of clay, but there was not enough water to mix the clay. Jiang Tian really couldn't bear to use mineral water to do this. It just so happened that it rained last night at the perfect time. Then he looked at Lu Bu and Shi Jigang, who were waiting on the side, smiled and said, "Everyone, get ready to build the brick kiln." Chapter 35. My goodness, are you here to survive or to go on vacation? Take out all the clay, break up the clods, and pour them into the puddle. Lu Bu stood at the edge of the pit, stirring it with a shovel, mixing the soil and water together into mud. Shi Jigang returned to the house and took out the brick mold he had made last night. The production of this mold is also very simple. Just saw several pieces of wood into a certain length and nail them together to make a hollow rectangle. Then add the mixed clay into it. A square clay brick is completed. Of course, doing it piece by piece is too inefficient. Last night, Shi Jigang improved and expanded these molds. Finally, 2 large square molds with a side length of 1 meter were made, which were filled with rectangular hollow gaps. The mold is placed on the ground, and large pieces of clay are thrown into it and compacted. Then push away the clay that overflows from the wooden board and pick up the mold. 32 square bricks can be made at one time. This can greatly improve production efficiency. Of course, the square bricks, just made from the mold, must be dried before they can be fired. While Lu Bu was mixing the clay, Jiang Tian and Shi Jigang started making wooden racks for drying bricks. 8 square meters, more than 2 meters high. According to the thickness of the bricks, there are more than 20 floors in total. According to calculations, if the shelves are filled up, about 5,000 bricks can be hung at the same time. The wooden frame was ready and the clay in the pit was mixed. The 3 of them started filling the mold and moving bricks again. From time to time, Jiang Tian would go to the fishing spot to busy himself. Open a box, fight a goblin, settle an empty land or something. I was so busy that I forgot about time. I woke up around 7 in the morning and was busy until noon. Before I knew it, the sun was shining brightly. Jiang Tian and Lu Bu sat directly on the dried soil and breathed a sigh of relief. "Ha!" Jiang Tian lit a cigarette and took a puff. Looking at the wooden racks filled with bricks, I sighed. I never thought that after living this long, I would end up moving bricks one day, like a machine on an assembly line. I don't know how long I'll have to do this kind of work. Shi Jigang smiled innocently. "Boss, you'll get used to it. Although I don't remember my previous experience, I always feel like I've been through this before." While chatting, Kai Wenji and Lu Bu brought water and food. After washing his hands, he began to fill his hungry stomach. Generally speaking, lunch is pretty casual, and these are just the kinds of food that are commonly found in supermarkets. The 4 of them ate bread and ham and drank Coke. After eating, I pulled up the ringing fishing rods and harvested some supplies. After arranging Shi Jigang and Lu Bu to light a fire next to the wooden rack where the bricks were placed, they were used to speed up the hardening of the bricks. Then Jiang Tian took Kai Wenji back to the house for a nap. If other survivors knew their current living conditions, they would definitely be furious. Many of them don't even have food to eat at this time. While busy fishing, he also had to make time to rebuild his wooden house. Where's the time to go back for a nap? And he was actually taking a nap with a loli in his arms? My goodness, are you here to survive or to go on vacation? An hour later, "Master, it's time to get up." The human-shaped alarm clock, Kai Wenji, woke Jiang Tian up. He stretched and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Jiang Tian walked out the door and came to the blazing fire. "Shi Jigang, how are the bricks baking?" "Boss, they're all roasted." So soon?" Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. I walked over to the wooden shelf and touched it. The surface is dry and the moisture has almost dried out. It seems that the material of this place is different from before. But then again, the plants here mature in just a few days, so it's not surprising that the bricks dry faster. Of course, the bricks in this state cannot be put into use. It also requires a high fire to burn the bricks thoroughly, cinder them, and then cool them to form real bricks. This is the last step and the most important one. Here, a brick kiln is needed. After choosing a location, the three men came to the south side of the island. In addition to filling up part of the west side with the empty soil that was fished out, some of the south side was also filled up. Just when he was settling the land in the south, Jiang Tian had an idea. When placing the empty soil, place the newly acquired empty soil in a place of equal thickness in the center of the island. After marking out a 12 square meter square area, we began digging the soil. After digging a 1 meter deep pit, he lit a fire in the center. Then start piling up the clay around the edges. As the clay below is baked and solidified bit by bit, a new layer of clay is piled on top of this layer of clay. It feels a bit like the feeling of making the stove before. Finally, we were busy until sunset. A simple brick kiln was finally completed. The total height of the building is 2 meters, but it is sunk in 1 meter to facilitate the delivery of fuel. Next, the three of them were still busy. Stack the bricks one by one in the brick kiln, and then take the branches to make charcoal. Finally, as the moon rose, a fire began to burn in the small brick kiln. Today's work is over. After a busy day, the three of them were as tired as grandchildren. I'm finally done. It wasn't easy. Jiang Tian looked at the brick kiln with mixed feelings. Shi Gang also panted and said, "Yes, the intensity of today's work gave me a very familiar feeling. Alas, there's still not enough labor. It would be better if there were more people. Okay, everyone go back and rest for a while." Jiang Tian waved his hand and shouted towards the fishing spot. "Kaiwenji, it's time to put the club away. Here I come." Hearing the sound, Kaiwenji lifted up the fishing rods one by one. Just then, the bell on one of the fishing rods rang again. Ding-ling-ling. Kaiwenji was stunned at first, then she reacted. Hold the fishing rod with both hands and lift it up. Feeling the gravity coming from the fishing rod, her heart skipped a beat. This weight seems to be a wooden box. Bang! Just as he was thinking about it, the clouds dispersed and a wooden box really fell down. Then he shouted to the other side. "Owner, what's wrong?" "Box. Oh, I see." Jiang Tian sighed and stood up. "How many times have you caught this box today?" "I think I caught over a dozen, and they were all goblins." The pointed ears, protruding nose, and strange cry almost made him vomit. "It was almost time to eat, and I caught a fish at this time. What bad luck." Jiang Tian thought secretly in his heart. Come to the fishing spot. Let Kaiwenji stand aside and slowly pull the wooden board apart. 2 seconds later, a hunched-over guy stood up. "Fuck you." Jiang Tian clenched his fists and was about to punch this thing. Suddenly, his body paused. Old man. Chapter 36. Wow, are you so lucky? The guy who stood up from the box was a hunched old man. Seeing Jiang Tian, the old man bowed slightly and said, "Owner, new member." Jiang Tian raised his brows and retracted his fist. "I was just thinking that it would be great if we could get a few more people here. Unexpectedly, I actually caught one." Only, Jiang Tian walked around the box a few times and looked at the old man again. His expression was a little subtle. Looking at his thin appearance, it seems that he can't do any work and can only eat. At this time, Lu Bu and Shi Gang also came up curiously, glanced at the old man. Seeing Jiang Tian's expression was not right, Lu Bu frowned and said, "My lord, this old man looks frail and can't do any work. I think you should kick him out to prevent him from wasting the food." Jiang Tian hasn't spoken yet. The old man's face turned pale and he waved his hands quickly. "Young man, what are you talking about? You can't do any work just by looking at me. You really look down on the elderly." Kaiwenji, who was standing by, tugged at Jiang Tian's clothes and said, "I can't bear it. This old man looks kind and benevolent. He's obviously not a bad person. Kicking him is too much." "That's right. This little girl still knows how to respect the elderly and love the young." The old man said, "Master, why don't you let him help Shi Gang with odd jobs? It's not bad to be a laborer," Kaiwenji said with her big eyes blinking. "Old man, little girl, I just praise you for respecting the elderly and loving the young. Why don't you play by the rules? At my age and with this body, can I be a laborer? Just at this moment. Lubusonortet koldi. I don't know what it means to respect the elderly and love the young. I only know that you will waste the Lord's food." "Hey, young man, what are you talking about? How can you say you're wasting food? I know a thing or two about the laws of nature, and I also know a bit about strategy. Being a counselor is no problem at all. How can you say you're wasting food?" Snort. Luba didn't know why, but he got angry when he saw the old man. At this time, Jiang Tian thought about it. After all, there is a certain probability that the person caught is equipped with some knowledge and abilities. Maybe this little old man has some extraordinary qualities. Then he said, "Okay, Old man, tell me your name first. The old man thought for a moment, then clasped his fists respectfully and said, My name is Wang Yun. Nice to meet you, master. Wang Yun. Lu Bu's expression became very complicated. Seeing his reaction, Jiang Tian was stunned and asked, Lu Bu, what's wrong with you? This name sounds familiar, although I don't think I've seen him before. As soon as I heard these two words, my teeth itched. Jiang Tian slapped his head. Wang Yun, isn't this just offering Jiaochan to that old guy Dongjua? No wonder Lu Bu targeted him so much. After all, the hatred of having one's wife taken away is irreconcilable. Chess, music, calligraphy, and painting, isn't this just eating, drinking, and having fun? Lu Bu glared at Wang Yun. Then he clasped his fist toward Jiang Tian and said, My lord, I think we should just kick him down. Jiang Tian touched his chin and looked Wang Yun up and down. This scrutinizing look made Wang Yun feel a little numb on his scalp. This old man really seems useless, and staying here will easily lead to internal conflicts. Then he looked at Wang Yun and gestured towards the edge. How about you go down by yourself? Hearing this, Kai Wenji looked at Jiang Tian. My eyes are full of pity. Seeing this, Wang Yun was still a little confused. I walked out of the box and looked over the edge. He was so frightened that he jumped back 2 steps. My goodness, if he falls from such a height, he's probably going to shit. Master, spare my life. Wang Yun fell to his knees and kowtowed to Jiang Tian with a bang 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 sound. Jiang Tian smiled faintly and waved his hand. Just kidding, come on, grab a fishing rod and go fishing for clouds. Although Wang Yun looked old and weak, he was useless. But Jiang Tian is not short of these foods. Besides, he is not such a cruel person. Forget it, let's just keep it for now. After all, he is a famous figure in the 3 kingdoms. Who knows if it will be useful in the future? Seeing this scene, Kai Wenji also breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't like the old man, she still didn't want her master to do such a thing. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tian was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. If Kai Wenji knew that her father was killed by Wang Yun, I guess he's even more angry than Lu Bu. Then, Jiang Tian explained to Wang Yun what Dao Yanchuan was. After seeing Wang Yun waving his fishing rod and throwing the hook into the clouds, Jiang Tian casually said, Okay, you fish here first. When the bell rings, lift the rod. If the thing is too heavy, put down first. We will come to help you later. After saying that, he turned and left with the others. I was about to go back to cook. Sudden, ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, a ringtone rang behind me. Jiang Tian paused and turned around. The bell on the fishing rod in Wang Yun's hand was ringing wildly. Then he hurriedly urged him. You caught it so quickly? Quick, pull it up. Oh, okay. Wang Yun grabbed the fishing rod and pulled it back. A large cloud got caught on the fishing line and drifted slowly towards the island. Looking at the way he fished it, it didn't seem to be difficult at all. Jiang Tian's heart moved. Could this be? The clouds were pulled over the island and the fog dissipated. An oversized black lump of earth appeared in front of everyone. This, Jiang Tian took slow steps and walked forward. Reach out and pull. Suddenly his eyes opened wide. A large black cube appeared before my eyes. Such a large, empty land. Reaching out and touching it, the data of this piece of empty land appeared before his eyes. 2 by 5. A full 10 cubic meters. Kai Wenji also opened her eyes wide. Wow, what a huge empty space. So amazing. Hearing this compliment, Wang Yun smiled embarrassedly. But Lu Bu snorted nonchalantly, his eyes full of indifference. Jiang Tian came to Wang Yun and looked him over. This really surprised him. Although, since the last heavy rain, the volume of empty soil has increased. But at most it is 6 cubic meters. This 10 cubic meters is the first time I've seen one. I don't know if this old man was lucky or just happened to happen upon it. Then he looked at Wang Yun and said, Come on, don't be idle, keep going. Oh yes, master. Wang Yun stood up again and swung the fishing hook forward unskillfully. This time, Jiang Tian and the other 2 did not leave in a hurry, but stood by and waited. I want to see if I can catch fish as quickly and well as before. However, after watching for 10 minutes, the bell did not respond. The float on the hook was still hammering straight at the cloud, with no movement at all. Jiang Tian frowned. Was I really lucky just now? Just as they were thinking about it, the 4 people's stomachs started to growl again. Forget it. Let's go back and eat first. Push this 10 cubic meter piece of empty soil back to the wooden house and replace the previous 6 cubic meter piece of empty soil used for replication. Without thinking too much, I went back to the cabin to cook and eat. Stew some rice and fish soup and have a comfortable meal. After eating and drinking, Kai Wenji went to wash the dishes. He arranged for Lu Bu and Shi Jigang to sleep on the upper and lower bunks, while he continued to go to the fishing spot. I was shocked when I saw the scene in front of me. On the east side of the island, 3 black lumps of earth were neatly stacked behind Wang Yun. Each piece of black soil is as big as the one just caught. Jiang Tian walked forward and took a look. Suddenly my eyes lit up. Empty soil. It's all empty land. Each one is 10 cubic meters. Jiang Tian patted the empty soil and looked at Wang Yun. Good boy, are you so lucky? Chapter 37, take these fishing rods and fish together. To be honest, this characteristic of Wang Yun really gave Jiang Tian a big surprise. I used to think that such a small island would not be big enough to build a house in the future. Unexpectedly, after fishing up the old man, he caught fish one after another, and they were all large pieces. If he can really maintain this state, he won't have to worry about land use in the future. Wang Yun felt a little embarrassed after being praised by Jiang Tian. He smoothed his beard and said, "Actually, I don't know what this thing is. I was just fishing for it." This. As he was speaking, the bell of another fishing rod beside Wang Yun rang. This one was the one Kai Wenji caught just now after she fished out the box, but she hadn't yet lifted the rod to retrieve it. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. "Quick, go and collect that one too." "Yes, master." Wang Yun obediently put down the fishing rod in his hand and picked up the one with the ringing bell. "Lift it up." A cloud slowly drifted over, and after the mist dissipated, a small package appeared. After unpacking the package, I found several pieces of wood inside. "Huh? Why isn't it Sora?" Jiang Tian frowned. After thinking for a while, I guess an answer. Does it mean that only with the fishing rod held by Wang Yun himself can one catch the empty soil? Then he picked up several other fishing rods placed nearby. He put in Wang Yun's arms. "Come on, take these fishing rods and fish together." "Well," Wang Yun looked at the metal fishing rods in his arms with an embarrassed expression. "Well, I'm old. I'm afraid I can't hold so many fishing rods. At most, I can only hold 2 at a time." "I see." Jiang Tian looked at the old man's 2 dry and weak hands and sighed. "What a pity. It would be great if this old man had a few more hands." "Okay, just grab 2 and hold them tight so they don't drop." "Yes, master." "Don't call me master. It sounds weird. From now on, you can call me Lord." "Yes, my lord." Wang Yun sat cross-legged on the ground, holding a fishing rod in one hand and resting it on his thigh. "It looks a bit funny." Jiang Tian stared at it for a while, but there was still no movement. This time, fishing clouds was still not as fast as the first time. Then he didn't care about it anymore, took back the other fishing rods, and left it there to dry. Returned to the house. Kai Wenji had already washed the dishes and was making the bed. Now, their beds are no longer on the floor. Instead, he placed the bed on a simple small wooden bed. This was made for Jiang Tian last night by Shi Jigang, who volunteered to make it out of wood. Although it is relatively simple to make, the surface of the wooden board is quite smooth and it is quite comfortable to sleep on. On the other side of the room, Shi Jigang had already planed 4 pieces of wood of the same size and placed them in the other corner of the room, looking like the 4 legs of a bed. The plane shaved the originally rough edge of the wooden pole into a smooth surface. There were also some smooth wooden boards and strips placed next to it, which were knocking on them in coordination with Lu Bu. Once this bunk bed is completed, these 2 people won't have to sleep together anymore. The 4 beds have been built, and the sleep quality is better than before. At this time, Kai Wenji made her bed. I looked at the other side of the room and saw 2 people sleeping in bunk beds. Pulling the corner of Jiang Tian's clothes, he asked, "Master, what about that old man? Where does he sleep?" This question, Jiang Tian suddenly remembered that another person came today. Just now, his attention was focused on the fish he caught, and he forgot about his food and accommodation. No matter what he did in his previous life, now that he is on Sky Island, he is still one of ours. We can't just leave it alone. Then he instructed Shi Jigang, saying, "After you make the bed, tell Wang Yun to come back to sleep if he's sleepy." "Yes, boss." Shi Jigang agreed. Jiang Tian climbed onto the wooden bed, lay down, and closed his eyes. The next day, Jiang Tian yawned and opened his hazy eyes. "I was really tired yesterday and fell asleep as soon as I lay down. Because I went to bed early, I seem to be the first one to wake up today. There seemed to be no movement in the room. Only the sound of breathing could be heard. Just woke up. Then I felt something warm pressing on my chest. He raised his head slightly and took a look. Kai Wenji was sleeping soundly with her head resting on his chest. Her little mouth was slightly open, and she was still mumbling something. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tian also smiled silently. I used to get up late, so when I woke up, Kai Wenji was already awake. I didn't realize she sleeps so badly. Kai Wenji was also awakened by Jiang Tian's movement. Kai Wenji hummed. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she opened her eyes. Seeing Jiang Tianzheng looking at her with a smile, her heart began to beat fast. The little face turned red in an instant. Master, what's wrong? Didn't you get up early today? Didn't you sleep well last night? Jiang Tian asked while smoothing Kai Wenji's long hair. Kai Wenji pursed her lips and said with some embarrassment, I'm a light sleeper. They knocked on the bed last night and made a lot of noise. Master, I'll go boil some water first. After saying that, Kai Wenji climbed down from the bed and trotted out of the room. Since the kitchen was built, the water boiling work was also done there. After Kai Wenji left, Jiang Tian sighed. I was too tired yesterday and really didn't think about these things. It is indeed not very convenient to live together in this small house. We should build the house as soon as possible and separate the rooms. There was less land available before, so there was nothing we could do. But now that we've caught that old man. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian raised his brows. By the way, Wang Yin, I almost forgot about this little old man. Yesterday, I asked Shi Jigang to notify him to come back to sleep. Did he come back? Thinking of this, Jiang Tian got up, looked to another part of the house. At this time, the wooden bunk beds have been set up. Shi Jigang slept on it. Lu Bu slept on the lower bunk. The little old man Wang Yin was sleeping on the ground at Lu Bu's feet, covered with his old clothes. There's a sock on his head, but I didn't know whose it belonged to. Looks pitiful. Jiang Tian was a little amused and helpless. Come on, let's expand the house as soon as possible. Chapter 38. Wipe your neck clean and wait. Not long after, Kai Wenji boiled the water and brought it over, then helped Jiang Tian to wash up. The sound of the door opening and running water woke Lu Bu and Shi Jigang. Good morning, boss. Greetings, my lord. The two greeted each other and climbed out of bed. Seeing Wang Yun still sleeping soundly on the ground, Lu Bu rolled his eyes. Shi Jigang smiled helplessly and said nothing. Jiang Tian glanced at Wang Yun and then asked, Shi Jigang, when did this old man fall asleep yesterday? Shi Jigang had a complicated expression. We made the bed yesterday, and when I went out to call him, he was already sleeping on the floor. I had to drag him back. So sleepy. Jiang Tian waved his hand. All right, wake him up quickly. After saying that, Lu Bu and Shi Jigang each called out to Wang Yun. When Wang Yun woke up, he rubbed his eyes, looking like he was still sleepy. Only when Lu Bu took out the food and started eating breakfast did he finally wake up. He grabbed a piece of bread and a sausage and ate them, praising the food highly. This action again caused Lu Bu to roll his eyes. After a simple breakfast, everyone went out and started their own work. Jiang Tian went to the east first and checked on Wang Yun's fishing experience last night. To the east, there are 3 large black lumps of earth quietly stacked aside. Fortunately, Wang Yun still created some land income before falling asleep yesterday. Jiang Tian thought about it. Since Wang Yun is here, he doesn't have to worry about land issues anymore and can continue to copy fishing rods. Then, Jiang Tian placed his palm on the empty ground. Fill these empty lands on the islands one by one. The fish caught before, plus those caught by Wang Yun yesterday. Now, the area of the entire Jiangtian Island has reached more than 200 square meters. Moreover, these areas are filled to a certain thickness, which is enough to lay the foundation for building a house. Next, we have to consider the bricks. After Kai Wenji fed the animals, she and Wang Yun were arranged to go fishing in the east. Then he took Lu Bu and Shi Jigang to pull the clay over and started moving bricks again. Fill the clay, stir, and pour into the mold. Then the extruded bricks are placed on wooden racks. Because all the props had been prepared yesterday, the speed of the group was much faster today. I was busy until noon. Lu Bu, who was stirring the clay, suddenly said something. My lord, there doesn't seem to be enough water. Jiang Tian was stunned. Looking at the hole where the clay was mixed, it was full of clay powder. There's only a small area where it has formed a clumping mass. Jiang Tiankai finally realized that more than 5,000 bricks had been made yesterday, and the rainwater that had been stored had long been used up. The rainwater stored in the buckets was also used up. At this time, Jiang asked, "Boss, do you want me to go get some from the pond?" Jiang Tian thought about it, and then waved his hand. "If we really want to build a house, I'm afraid the water in the pond won't be enough. Forget it, I'd better go buy some." After thinking for a moment, Jiang Tian directly opened the chat channel. The above is discussing their current development status. Ha ha ha. Through my unremitting efforts, I finally built the wooden house. Me too. I just built a small wooden house. It's only a dozen square meters now. Just be content. What is too expensive now? I only built an 8 square meter one. Boss 1111 built a 30 square meter wooden house before. I wonder how it is doing now. Has it been expanded? Don't mention him. As soon as you mention him, I want Huazi. It seems like the boss was collecting a lot of clay yesterday. You should be farming now, right? What kind of fields are you planting that require so much clay? Hey, who knows? We don't understand what the boss is thinking. Seeing the message, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. Replied, "CNNS 1111. Sorry for the long wait, everyone. I'm currently short of a lot of water. If you need to exchange for supplies, you can come and trade with me." The boss is coming out. Water? That's not right. Didn't you collect so much mineral water when it rained before? Did you drink it all? Maybe there are more people at the boss's place, and they drink more. I remember that when it rained, the boss collected about 100 or 80 boxes. And now it's gone. How fast did they drink it? 1111. We don't need mineral water. We only need the rainwater you collected earlier. The price is negotiable. Rainwater? What do you need it for? No, sir, are you so thirsty? 4144. You bunch of idiots, he was collecting clay before, and now he's collecting water. It's obvious that he's going to lay bricks and build a house, and you're still talking about farming. It's really funny to me. Build a house? What the hell? Boss, how many square meters of house do you plan to build? As soon as he said this, the regional chat channel was in an uproar again. Jiang Tian didn't expect that this person would pop up again at this time and see through your own thoughts. Then he stopped hiding it. Also directly admitted, "Yes, I am indeed building a brick house now, and all the rainwater I collected before has been used up. If you have extra rainwater now, you could trade some for me." As soon as this news came out, before anyone else could say anything, a message popped up immediately. 4144. You idiots, if you trade water to him, what will happen if there is a drought later? Just because he wants to build a house, you will die of thirst? Besides, aren't you afraid that he's deliberately hoarding these water resources and selling them to you when there's a drought? This message was sent. There was silence again on the regional channel. Soon after, others began to speak. Boss, think about it this way. The weather in this world is really unpredictable. What if there really is a drought? Yes, even though we have stored rainwater, it's not enough now, and there are only 2 of us here. Sorry, sir, you should look somewhere else. Seeing this, Jiang Tian sighed. It's okay. I understand your situation. I'll just go to the World Channel and check it out. Unexpectedly, such a thing would appear at this time. He has basically cut off his own channels. Just as I was about to switch to the World Channel, another message popped up on the chat channel, full of arrogant words. 4144. Haha, 1111. Are you fucking dumbfounded? I already have over 300 square meters, and I haven't even built a house yet, and you dare to build one? Who the FCK do you think you are? More than 300 square meters? Jiang Tian was stunned when he heard this number. Why so many? Could it be that he also has some special abilities? Not long after, 4144 sent another message. Haha, just keep collecting. Even if you make it, this house is mine. So just wipe your neck and wait for it. Chapter 39, there is actually such a way to get rich? When 4144 said this, everyone in the regional channel was shocked. Even if it is done, the house is still his. What does this mean? In this 300 square meters he had somehow created. Looking at the information he received, Jiang Tian frowned. I had a bad guess in my mind. Could it be? At this time, other people also discovered clues from 4144's words. They all questioned. What do you mean by that? Explain clearly. Also, my current apartment is only about 130 square meters. How did you get the extra 200 square meters? We all use the same fishing rod, but how come you managed to catch so much empty soil? How did you do it? 4144. Haha, just guess what you want. Won't you all know everything when you meet me? What are you saying? Yesterday, my friend messaged me, saying there was a hollow flying towards him and he went to check it out. But later on, he never messaged me back. At this moment, Jiang Tian's eyes became stern. Asked, could it be that your sky island can be moved? 4144, bingo. Haha, congratulations on getting it right. And that kid above, that friend you mentioned, did you stockpile a lot of wood? Ha ha ha, now all of it belongs to me. What? He was indeed. What did you do to my friend? 4144, what's wrong, he? Wait until you run into me, then go down and ask your friends and you'll know, right? Ha 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 ha. This made everyone's heart skip a beat. Can his sky island be moved? In other words, is he using this feature to plunder? Also, the friend of the person who was robbed is probably already, at this time, those who were chatting happily in the channel before fell silent at this moment. A panic-stricken look. However, it caused a lot of people who had not been in the chat channel before to come out. When they saw the news, their eyes lit up. Holy crap, there's actually such a way to get rich. Boss 4144, how did you do it? Ask the same question. Master, please teach me. My luck is so bad. What I catch is not enough to eat. 4144, ha ha ha, please beg me. If you beg me, I might even tell you something. Since then, there have been chat messages with 4,144 being arrogant and showing off, and others asking him for advice. Full of ambitious flavor. The topic continued until they ran out of time to speak. It was just an incident, and no one else was in the mood to continue chatting. This kind of atmosphere attracts people who want to develop themselves. It's getting more and more creepy. I quickly closed the chat channel without staying any longer. These chat records still remain in the chat channel and have not been pushed to the top. It was like a death sentence written in blood. Seeing this, Jiang Tian also closed the regional chat channel. Sighed. Just now 4144 said that his land is more than 300 square meters. If that's the case, he should have harmed 2 survivors. And it seems that there are many people who share the same idea as him. It seems that not everyone wants to obtain resources through their own efforts. Greed and plunder are, after all, the evil roots in the human heart. Although no one knows how he made the sky island move, 4144 never revealed his method later. But it gave others an idea, and many people will probably try to move their islands and invade. At this moment, the words on the parchment appeared in Jiang Tian's mind again. Natural disasters, man-made disasters, all kinds of things can happen. Man-made disaster? Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems. After this sky island survival game will become even more unstable. Weapons, equipment, and manpower. These things must be prepared in case of emergency. Regain your mind and re-enter the world channel to purchase water resources. However, once the message was sent out, it was instantly drowned out by the wider world news. Only a handful of people sent him trade requests. This is also the reason why Jiang Tian didn't like to acquire resources on the World Channel before. There are too many people posting messages in the World Channel, and the messages are updated too quickly. A message may be refreshed before you can even read it clearly. Moreover, you can only post a message once a day on this channel, which is very inconvenient. Later, Jiang Tian thought about it and found a foreign friend who had bought huazi before. I gave him some huazi to do some good things, and through him, as a medium, asked this foreign friend to help me make the call in other areas. Fortunately, this trick really works. A steady stream of rainwater transactions were sent to Jiang Tian, and Jiang Tian seized the opportunity to purchase some more clay. These resources were successfully obtained, and the mixing of the clay could continue. While Lu Bu was stirring the clay, Jiang Tian shouted to another person, "Shi Jigang, come here for a moment." Shi Jigang paused and wiped the dirt off his hands on his rainproof apron. He ran over and asked, "Boss, what's up? How long will it take for this house to be completed?" Here Jiang Tian asked. Shi Jigang looked at Lu Bu, who was stirring the soil, and then thought for a while. Said, "Although I'm quite experienced in this area, and my boss and Lu Bu are also very efficient, it would still take 4 or 5 days to complete the entire thing if we rush it, and that's just for a bare-bones house without any decoration." 4 or 5 days. Jiang Tian frowned and began to ponder again. Seeing this, Shi Jigang asked, "Boss, what's wrong?" "Nothing. I hope the house will be finished soon, and then the blacksmith shop will be built sooner." "Blacksmith shop? Boss, have we got the iron yet?" Shi Jigang asked. Jiang Tian opened the trading platform and took a look. Currently, there is no sale of metals. Subconsciously found 0888 and asked, "Are you there? Let me ask you something. Have you caught any iron or these past 2 days?" The message was sent, but the other party did not reply. Jiang Tian was stunned when he encountered this situation. Then I remembered that when 4144 was showing off, 0888 didn't seem to say anything. Since 4144 has already invaded 2 people, could it be that 0888? Just when Jiang Tian guessed that the other party had met with an accident, the message was replied. No, what's wrong? Nothing, just asking. Were you just now? Didn't you even check the area chat messages? No, I was busy just now. I won't say any more. I'm going to continue working. The other party replied once, and then never replied again. Seeing this, Jiang Tian frowned. Although I don't know what the other person is busy with, since he replied to the message, it proves that he is safe. And it seems that the iron ore has probably not been refreshed yet. At this time, Jiang Tian remembered. 0066. It seems that there was no reply to the message just now. Chapter 40. I am Hua Tsubing, and I am honored to meet you, my master. Send another message to 0066. After waiting for a minute, the other party did not reply. Jiang Tian frowned. This girl was quite active before, and she would reply almost immediately after I sent her a message. She seemed quite free. What's wrong today? It's like no one has spoken at all. It's a bit unlike her style. The goblin refresh frequency has increased, combined with what the person just said. It's easy to imagine some not-so-good results. Jiang Tian sighed. In the current situation, it's useless to think too much. Close the message. Put these things behind you for now. I immersed myself again and thought about what I should do now. Continue to look at Shijigang. Iron ore is not in sight yet, but there will be some in the future. Let's lay the bricks first, and work hard over the next few days to speed up the process. Once the house is built, we can start the blacksmith shop. Yes, boss. After Shijigang agreed, he went back to work. The series of events made Jiang Tian a little upset. Then they did not continue with bricklaying, but started to circle the island. While taking a walk, I began to observe the current development situation. First come to the warehouse. It was filled with supermarket groceries and mineral water, as well as various tools like screws and nails. Even the plastic bags containing these things were folded and placed in a large cardboard box. Because there were so many fishing rods, a lot of these things were caught before. Even now, when everyone has used up all the early resources such as food in the supermarket, Jiang Tian still has a lot of food here. Things like rice, flour, grain, and oil are kept in the kitchen. To the north, more than 20 fish were swimming happily in the pond. You can vaguely see some small silvery white things swaying in the pond. They're the fry of these fish. By the pond, the plants planted earlier are growing well. Several saplings over 1 meter tall have grown up, but they have not yet borne fruit. On the other side, several green vines about 1 meter high with large leaves and small yellow flowers grew on them. The tomatoes I bought earlier were also sliced and planted, and seedlings grew. The potatoes that were dug out at that time were also brought here and planted, and the seedlings have just emerged from the soil. In the cage on the west side, chickens and ducks were also piled together, totaling more than 10, including 2 geese that have been caught before. There are 7 or 8 chicken eggs and duck eggs, and a big goose egg next to them. After these poultry are hatched, Shijigang will have to expand the cage. Jiang Tian was thinking while listening to the crowing of chickens and the yelling of ducks inside. As for the wood, because there is too much of it and it is large in size. Except for some smaller pieces of wood that were placed in the room and warehouse, the others were directly tied with waterproof cloth and plastic bags and thrown to the east. After looking around, Jiang Tian's mind calmed down a little. There is no shortage of food, water, or wood. Although clay and water are consumed in large quantities, fortunately these things can be purchased and are relatively easy to make. The land is now relatively large, and more buildings can be built for development and living. Moreover, with the old man Wang Yin around, there is no need to worry about land use for the time being. Jiang Tian doesn't seem to have any worries about resource needs. Now, what is most lacking is work efficiency. There are still too few people, and development is relatively slow. Moreover, although there are 5 people on the island, in terms of combat effectiveness, there should be only 2. 1 for him and 1 for Lu Bu. This can't go on. If the number of goblins increases, the 2 of them will probably be too busy to handle them no matter how good they are at fighting. Moreover, there are those who want to plunder the island. Whether it is for development or to build a defense team to deal with external precautions, people are needed. It would be better if there were more people. Just then, bang! A wooden box that Kai Wenji fished out and placed on the ground attracted Jiang Tian's attention. Looking back, Kai Wenji was taking off the hook. Jiang Tian suddenly remembered that Kai Wenji seemed to be stronger now. Before, it took a lot of effort to catch a wooden box containing goblins, and she would even gasp for breath due to exhaustion, but now she feels that fishing is becoming easier and easier. Looking at Jiang Tian, Kai Wenji chuckled. Master the box. Yeah, here I come. Jiang Tian picked up the bronze sword and walked to the fishing spot. At this time, there are a total of 11 fishing rods here. One was held by Kai Wenji, 2 were held by the old man Wang Yun, and the others were placed on the ground. Since he fished Wang Yun out, Jiang Tian also changed his mind. Instead of copying empty soil, copy fishing rods instead to increase resource acquisition. Let Kai Wenji and Wang Yun step aside first, and Jiang Tian came to the wooden box that had just been fished out. Pull out the wooden board. After waiting for 2 seconds, it wasn't a goblin that came out. A man in cloth clothes stood up. The moment he stood up, a sharp eagle light flashed in his eyes. At this time, Lu Bu, who was stirring the clay on the other side, also looked over subconsciously. Their eyes met, and their brows furrowed slightly at the same time. The eye contact lasted only a second before both looked away. Lu Bu continued to lower his head to stir the clay, and the man also looked at Jiang Tian. To be honest, this surprised him a little. There was one last night, and I didn't expect another one to come today. And just when they needed labor, they caught it. It seems that I am really lucky. Then he looked at the man in front of him. He is a little short, but stands very straight, about 1.7 meters tall. He has a square face, fair skin, and delicate features. Jiang Tian also noticed the eye contact between this man and Lu Bu just now. Could it be that he is also a character from the Three Kingdoms period, and an enemy of Lu Bu? Before Jiang Tian could ask, the commoner knelt on one knee, clasped his fist towards Jiang Tian, and said, My name is Huatsubing. Nice to meet you, master. Huatsubing. Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. Exactly. What are your orders, master? Huatsubing's voice was full of tenacity when he answered. Jiang Tian didn't say anything, but looked at Huatsubing in silence. Unexpectedly, this person was caught by himself. This guy is not simple. A famous general during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han, who was granted the title of Marquis after one battle at Fenglangjiu. It's a pity that he died a little too early, and the cause of death is somewhat unclear. Jiang Tian really wanted to ask him how he died, but after thinking about it, it seems a bit impolite to ask this question. And according to convention, he should have no memory of his previous life, so there's no point in asking. Anyway, how could he and Lu Bu fall in love? After thinking carefully for a moment, Jiang Tian looked at Lu Bu and laughed in silence. He remembered that Dong Zhuo had once sent Lu Bu to lead troops to rob the tomb of Emperor Wu of Han. As a result, Lu Bu did not find what Dong Zhuo wanted and failed to complete his mission. In a fit of rage, he dug up Huatsubing's grave. Hi, this is what happened. It was Kai Wenji, then Wang Yun, and now is Huatsubing. How come everyone caught, except Shi Jigang from modern times, can be connected with Lu Bu? Wow, you are really something, Lu Bu. Chapter 41, City Defense Weapon. After thinking about this, Jiang Tian also came back to his senses and continued to look at Huatsubing. He smiled and said, Okay, don't call me master from now on. Call me lord. Yes, my lord. Huatsubing bowed again. At this time, Kai Wenji and Wang Yun also came over and looked at the new member curiously. He let Huatsubing come out of the box and briefly introduced himself to the two of them. The two of them returned to their jobs and continued fishing. Jiang Tian took him around the island and got to know the other two. Then he looked at Huatsubing a few more times. According to history, this person had strong psychological qualities and first-class combat capabilities. It seems that I can rely on him to share some of the burden of many things in the future. This time my luck is pretty good. Even if I were attacked, I would be much more confident. Seeing this, Huatsubing's eyes narrowed, and he asked, My lord, are you worried about something? Jiang Tian raised his brows. Was it discovered? It seems that what people say about Huatsubing being gifted and intelligent is true. Turning around, he thought again. Since the other party is already his subordinate and has high quality, it's not impossible to discuss these things with him. It's really not a good thing to keep things to yourself all the time. I just chatted with Huatsubing. The general situation of the island, the monsters that will be caught, and the people who threatened you today. I told him the general situation. With sufficient food and fodder, why fear foreign threats? Upon hearing the news, Huatsubing frowned. Another gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. In my opinion, we should take the initiative and spy on the enemy. If possible, annihilate the enemy first. Hearing this, Jiang Tian also nodded. In fact, he thought so too. But I haven't found a way to make that person move yet. And I don't know his location or appearance. And in this weird world, it is better to find out the information first and be prepared before taking action. After telling the other party these things, Huatsubing thought about it. In that case, why don't we just sit back and wait for the opportunity? According to what the Lord said, the enemy is plundering by floating. In my opinion, we need to create long-range weapons and kill them while they are on their way. Long-range weapon? Jiang Tian raised his brows. Exactly. Huatsubing cupped his hands and replied, although I can't remember my previous experiences, I still have memories of making Han crossbows. If we can equip the island with powerful crossbows, we will surely be able to kill all the invaders. Strong crossbow? Jiang Tian thought for a while. It reminds me of the powerful weapons placed on the city walls in ancient times. If this thing were placed on an island, everyone would die. This is a great weapon for defending the city. Hearing this proposal, Jiang Tian naturally agreed. Then Huatsubing said, if you want to make a powerful crossbow, you need hardwood for the crossbow body and bronze for the crossbow receiver. Bronze, this thing. Jiang Tian was about to say that he hadn't gotten any metal recently. Then he saw that Huatsubing's eyes were staring at his right hand. Jiang Tian took a quick look. Isn't that a bronze sword in your hand? I was walking and chatting with Huatsubing just now, and I actually forgot about it. Now Huatsubing has been staring at me. For a moment, Jiang Tian was silent. Wow, it seems this thing has never been used except for chopping wood before. I didn't expect you to be waiting here. Does this mean that he want me to melt the bronze to make a mechanism box? Seeing the other person's face full of waiting for instructions, Jiang Tian thought for a while. It's not that I'm reluctant to melt this thing. And that means he has more than one bronze artifact in his hands. There are also axes, daggers, and spears at the back, which should be enough to make a few mechanism boxes. But the blacksmith shop is not ready yet, so this thing cannot be melted. Then he said, we don't have the smelting technology right now. Can you tell me about other materials? What do you mean by hardwood? Are those other woods acceptable? As he spoke, Jiang Tian pointed to the wood used to make the house. When Huatsubing saw it, he immediately shook his head. This wood won't do. What kind of wood do you need? When Jiang Tian asked, Huatsubing replied, curcuma is the best, followed by elm and oak. Jiang Tian was speechless. He doesn't have any of these three types of wood. Some are just ordinary wood caught by fishing. Speaking of which, the wood caught seemed to be of the same quality, with no difference. It seems like the trees need to replant themselves. He had seen people selling saplings in the trading house before, but Jiang Tian didn't take it seriously. On the one hand, the island has limited space, and it is impossible to plant all the plants. On the other hand, he had so much wood that he could not use it all, so there seemed no point in growing wood. If that's the case, we can't get this crossbow for the time being. Jiang Tian muttered. How about asking again in the chat channel? Open a chat channel. Suddenly, I realized that I had a private message reply. 0066. What's wrong? What do you want from me today? Seeing this, Jiang Tian was stunned. Have you replied to the message? It seems that she is not among the two people invaded by 4144. It's nothing serious, just asking. Have you checked the regional chat channel? No, I was busy planting trees just now. While planting, I was learning something from the teacher who caught the fish. The other side, the purple-haired girl with mud on her hands replied to a message. Suddenly, I was stunned and looked at the message sent by 1111 again. He stared at it for several seconds. What do you mean by just asking casually? As he watched, he muttered, could it be that he wanted to chat with me, but I didn't reply, so he felt lonely? The purple-haired girl didn't even realize that the corners of her mouth had begun to curl up. For a moment, I was in a good mood. The originally tired body seemed to have regained its vitality. After thinking for a moment, he replied, by the way, what's wrong with you today? Why are you so concerned about me? Nothing, just asking really. Really? The purple-haired girl hummed a tune and hummed softly. I didn't realize this 1111 is quite arrogant. After a light complaint, he replied, okay, tell me, what do you want from me? Already said it, I was just asking casually, it's really nothing. After editing this message, Jiang Tian thought about it. Deleted these words again. Ever since I said the wrong thing during dinner last time and made Kaiwenji cry, Jiang Tian now carefully chooses his words every time he chats. Then sent. Okay then, I wanted to ask how the wheat you're planting is doing. Also, have you planted any trees? What kind of trees are you planting? See this statement. The purple-haired girl curled her lips. TSK, actually using wheat as an excuse to change the subject. What a straight man. Since you asked this, I will answer this question. Edit the message. Send. 0066. The wheat should be ripe soon. I'll trade it with you for potatoes then, so don't worry. Also, I caught a gift bag of tree seedlings today. It includes peach trees, rubber trees, walnut trees, and one with a particularly strange name called a taku tree. I just want to plant them. What's wrong? Oh, okay then. Jiang Tian wanted to respond and closed the chat window. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. 1111. What did you say? To Cookie? Chapter 42. If he calls me, I'll just kill him. See this message. The purple-haired girl was stunned. What's going on with this 1111 today? Why does it feel a bit noisy? It's not like his style. With a head full of doubts, she replied. Yes, it's the taku tree. When I caught these saplings, the teacher said this tree was very valuable, so he urged me to plant it right away. What happened to this tree? 1111, what a coincidence. This is exactly the tree I need. TSK. The girl snorted again. Straight guy. His method of picking up girls is so old-fashioned. He definitely doesn't have a girlfriend. He. Humming a tune, he replied. Really? On the other side, Jiang Tian looked at her reply, confused. Although it is confirmed that 0066 has not been invaded, it is guaranteed to be safe now. But what's with her strange tone? Why do I feel like a different person? 1111. Yes, your tree is exactly the one I need. By the way, what's wrong with you today? Why do you speak so strangely like a woman? 0066. You idiot. I'm a woman. What do you mean by acting like a woman? The purple-haired girl almost vomited blood when she saw Jiang Tian's message. I felt my previous guess seemed to be a little off. On the other hand, Jiang Tian nodded with satisfaction. That's the right tone. Just tell me, after you grow this tree, how about selling me some taku wood? Why? After the girl finished her reply, she returned to her normal tone and said, Tell me, you want this tree. What benefit do you plan to give me? 1111. For mature trees, one root is 1 meter long. 0066. No. Fem hu aussi fori en meter. 1111 deal. The girl was stunned when she saw the message. No, didn't you always negotiate with me first and take advantage before closing the deal? Why did you just agree to my random offer today? Why are you so easy to talk to today? I've already said that I really need this tree. Anyway, we agreed that you should plant these trees quickly and sell them to me as soon as possible. Okay? You really came to me for the wheat and the trees? What else? But you said you just needed this tree. So how did you find me? That's why I just said it was a coincidence. The purple-haired girl, was a little disappointed. It seemed that I really thought too much this time. Then he asked curiously, By the way, what do you want this Takumi for? After seeing this message, Jiang Tian was silent for a while. Type a line of words. If you look through the chat logs in the regional channel, you'll know. Oh, the girl replied casually. The chat history opens. At this time, some people were still chatting on the regional chat channel, but not many people spoke. After flipping through a few pages, the girl came across the chat history between 4144 and others. This. Seeing this, the girl opened her eyes wide. His muddy hands subconsciously covered his mouth. This 4144? Sky Island movement? Invasion? And these people who follow the trend. For a moment, the girl felt her heart pounding. Since she traveled through time, her life has become much worse than before. But at least I was lucky enough to catch something fish-related, and by trading with others, I could at least ensure I had enough food and clothes. That is, the first time she caught a goblin, she was surprised. However, the chance of catching a goblin is not high, and she has gotten used to it as time goes by. If you encounter a goblin, just kick it down. Although I occasionally see news of people being persecuted by goblins in the chat channel. But to be honest, although I feel a little bit reluctant, it is not unacceptable, because it's a monster. Even if they hurt people, it is because of differences in race and stance. However, now, when she saw it with her own eyes, for 1144 said those words so casually. When she saw those followers openly saying that they wanted to follow 4144 to invade, the girl's self-comforting sense of security collapsed in an instant. Only then did she fully react. I'm not experiencing life in another world. This is a survival game. A bloody survival game. What if that 4144 finds me here? Then the girl shuddered subconsciously, even though there was a scorching sun overhead, and even though I had just worked. But she suddenly felt cold. It's the kind of biting cold that comes from the heart and cannot be warmed by others. I looked at the teacher who had been taking care of my life after I caught the fish. He who had just told me about these plant knowledge was now taking care of the planted takuya seedlings. What if those people really invaded our island? So what will become of me and my teacher? The girl was panicked. She didn't know whether to tell the teacher about this. She didn't know what to do now. At this time, a message popped up on the private chat. 1111, how's it going? Did you see it? This piece of news brought the panic-stricken girl back to her senses. Swallowed. Yeah, I see. So, I'll just say it straight. Jiang Tian's expression returned to normal. I need these trees to make crossbows and arrows to build a defense for Sky Island. The girl looked at the message and was silent for a while. Then he felt that his panic seemed to have subsided a little and asked, You seem very calm. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Of course I'm afraid. These aren't stupid monsters, they're bad guys. What if they come after me? Besides, you've made enemies with 4144. Aren't you afraid he'll come after you for revenge? Why should I be afraid? Jiang Tian was a little confused. If he attacks me, I'll just kill him. Are you so sure? That's natural. What's Yubing? Let's find out. As soon as these words were spoken, the purple-haired girl's eyes widened. What's Yubing? At this time, the teacher who was taking care of the trees nearby saw her startled and asked in confusion, What's wrong with Xiaowen? Did something happen? It's okay, it's okay. The girl waved to the teacher. She swallowed hard. As a young person who has received 9 years of compulsory education, how could she not know the famous Hua Tsubing in history? Hua Tsubing, at the age of 17, went to the battlefield for the first time and won the MVP award, became the focus of attention, and was named champion marquee. He completed the Battle of Fenglangjutsu at the age of 22 and never lost a battle in his life. You know, Fenglangjutsu was the lifelong goal of many military generals in history. It can be said that Hua Tsubing was a great general who is unprecedented and unparalleled. This kind of person is here with the big boss 1111. Boss 1111's luck is too good, right? The purple-haired girl took a deep breath and confirmed it again. You mean, you caught Hua Tsubing, the one who sealed the wolf's lair? Chapter 43, it would be nice if there was some it. Not long after, a message came back. Yes, it's Hua Tsubing, the legendary fisherman from Fenglangjutsu. I just caught him. It's really him. There was light in the girl's eyes. You know, from what I've learned in the chat channel before, most of the fish that people catch are ordinary people, and very few of them can be named. There was someone who caught pan foam before, and everyone else was envious. You actually caught Hua Tsubing. You are amazing. Jiang Tian was stunned. Then he looked at Hua Tsubing, who was still standing in front of him, waiting to receive orders. And it was Lu Bu, standing on the other side, stirring the clay. Really? Of course. When the girl learned that there was such a powerful person on the other side, her eyes were full of envy. Then he asked curiously, Did Hua Tsubing help you make the crossbow arrows you wanted to make? It looks like a powerful crossbow used to defend the city. The girl thought of the crossbow that fired large arrows in the tower defense game she played before. If she had this, she would have the means to protect herself. Even if bad guys come to attack, she doesn't have to be so passive. Then he gritted his teeth. Once you're done, can you sell me one? I'll provide the ingredients. Seeing this, Jiang Tian frowned. Done. In the chat, Jiang Tian looked at Hua Tsubing again. I found Takumi's channel, but it's not fully grown yet, and it will take some time before the crossbow can be crafted. Now, I have another task for you. My lord, please give the order. Yeah, good. Come with me. As he spoke, Jiang Tian led him to the place where bricks were made. Just before chatting with Hua Tsubing, Jiang Tian asked Shi Gang to make another brick mold. Now it is finished. After demonstrating the production process to him, the four of them started working again. Lu Bu put a few shovels of clay on it, and Jiang Tian, Shi Gang, and Hua Tsubing could make 3 batches of bricks at the same time, which means 96 bricks. Work efficiency is greatly improved. After a few hours, the wooden shelves containing the bricks were filled. After a simple lunch, Shi Gang lit the fire next to him to speed up the hardening of the bricks. Instructing Hua Tsubing to watch from the side, Jiang Tian let the others rest for a while and allowed everyone to take a nap. After entering the house, Kai Wenji helped Jiang Tian onto the bed, and then she lay down on it herself. Lu Bu and Shi Gang also climbed onto the upper and lower bunks. Everyone's face was filled with a comfortable expression, except Wang Yun. The little old man stood by the bed, looked at the 2 people lying on the upper and lower bunks, and then looked at the pile of clothes on the floor. Then he turned around and looked at Jiang Tian eagerly, looking a little aggrieved. Jiang Tian, who was lying on the bed, saw Wang Yun standing there with his body bent, and he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. After thinking about it, he was still his subordinate after all, so he couldn't treat him too badly. Besides, now there is another hunched. We can't just let them lie on the ground like this all the time. But if Shi Gang were asked to make another bed, the room would still have room for it, but it would seem a bit crowded. After thinking for a moment, he opened the trading house and bought 2 tents and 2 sets of beds for Wang Yun and hunched to live with first. After that, we will build the house and provide them with rooms. Only after receiving the tent and mattress did the old man finally smile, left the room, and set up the tent. The other 4 people also fell into a sweet sleep. An hour later, after waking up, several people continued to work. Those who fish, and those who lay bricks. During the work process, Kai Wenji would occasionally fish up a few in boxes. Now that there are a few more people, Jiang Tian handed the unpacking task over to hunched. He was told that if he encountered a person, he should bring him over. If the one standing up is a goblin with pointed ears and a protruding nose, just kick it down. Then he would push over the empty soil that he had caught that was floating in the sky so that he could put it on the ground. Hunched did as he was told. With more helpers, Jiang Tian felt a lot more relaxed. Time flies quickly in the busy life. In a blink of an eye, the setting sun rose in the west again. Since the tools were completed yesterday, a new member was added today. The results of the work are also very good. Jiang Tian looked at the thousands of bricks in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Seeing that it was getting late, he clapped his hands. "Pa, thank you all for your hard work. Let's go home today." Hearing this, several people stood up. Hunched stood quietly, looking at the bricks without saying a word. Lu Bu flexed his wrists and looked toward the kitchen. My stomach growled. Obviously, I was hungry. Shi Gang raised his arms, stretched his waist, and exercised his muscles. Not a long sigh. The little old man Wang Yun put down his fishing rod, lay down on the ground, and began to snore. Fell asleep very quickly. Kai Wenji ran over with small steps and threw herself into Jiang Tian's arms. "Master, what are we having for dinner tonight? What do you want to eat?" "I want to eat braised fish fillet." "Okay, Shi Gang, go catch some fish." "Roger that, boss." Master is so kind. I'll go cook the meal first, and then I'll help you learn how to cook." "Well, that's good. Go ahead." After washing the mud off their bodies, Jiang Tian, Shi Gang, and Kai Wenji entered the kitchen. The smell of fireworks wafted over the small island again. Half an hour later, several people came into the house, carrying dishes, which smelled delicious. Even the little old man Wang Yun, who was sleeping outside, got up when he smelled the fragrance. He wiped his saliva and ran towards the cabin. Finished the meal. Several people sat down at the table to rest and digest their food. After half an hour, it was almost time to rest. Kai Wenji was assigned to wash the dishes, while Lu Bu and hunched went to the kitchen to clean. Then he woke up Wang Yun, who was sleeping soundly, and asked him to go to the fishing spot to work overtime. Then, Jiang Tian and Shi Gang came to the brick kiln to carry out the next step. The raging fire inside was extinguished, and then the brick kiln was sealed and cooled. Generally speaking, the finished bricks should be fired continuously for 5 days. However, based on the previous experience of drying bricks in an hour, the material of the things here is somewhat different from reality. Judging by the time, it should be about time now. It took another hour to fill the brick kiln. Open the hole you just filled to let outside air flow in. The bricks are almost fired. The next step is to move the fired bricks out and put the bricks made today in for another round of firing. At this time, the others had finished their own work and were on standby. In addition to Kai Wenji and Wang Yun, someone else was called over by Jiang Tian. Soon after, all the bricks inside were moved out. Jiang Tian picked up a piece and looked at it. The originally white and yellow clay has now been fired into red bricks. It looks no different from the red brick houses I've seen before, except that it's a little newer. Weighing it, the weight seems to be about the same. Shi Gang also picked up a piece, put under his feet, and stood on it. The bricks showed no sign of breaking, then nodded. "Well, this brick is well fired." Jiang Tian looked at the tens of thousands of bricks placed in front of him and raised his eyebrows. "So, at this rate, we can finish building the house soon?" "In theory, yes." Shi Gang also looked at the bricks and suddenly smiled bitterly. "It's just that the quality of the house might not be that solid. It would be better if it had cement." Chapter 44, Collecting Ashes. Submit. Jiang Tian muttered silently. I opened the trading line again and searched. Still no trace of cement. Since there is no finished product, just make it yourself. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Jiang Tian was in trouble again. Cement is made of limestone, clay, and iron or powder. We have clay, but where can we find limestone and iron or powder? Jiang Tian sees through this thing called iron ore. In this game version, metal will not be refreshed for the time being. Not to mention iron ore, there's not even limestone. What the hell, how do I do this? Is it true that the clay refreshed this time is just for the survivors to use for farming? Are you not allowed to build your own brick house in the game yet? Seeing Jiang Tian frown, Shi Jiang also realized that even as the boss, he would not be able to get cement in a short time. Then he promised Jiang Tian solemnly, "Boss, don't worry. As long as I'm here, even without cement, the quality of the house we build won't be bad." Jiang Tian sighed. "Okay, I'll leave it to you. Arrange everyone to move the fired bricks out and stack them up, and then move the dried bricks into the brick kiln for burning." Jiang Tian walked alone on the island with his hands behind his back to relax. I looked at the trees and pond in the north, and then at the chickens, ducks, and geese in the west. Before he knew it, Jiang Tian arrived at the warehouse. Boxes filled with supplies appeared in front of Jiang Tian. Several boxes were opened, containing construction materials such as nails and plastic sheets. Seeing this, Jiang Tian thought about cement again. I felt even more upset. Walking and looking, I soon arrived at the corner of the warehouse. Here lies a large plastic bag containing a small pile of gray powder. These are the powders left after the useless bark and leaves were burned as fuel when cooking. The scientific name is wood ash. The purpose of storing these is mainly to store potatoes and increase their shelf life. Moreover, this thing can also be used as fertilizer to increase plant yields. In this resource-scarce area, it can also be used to stop bleeding if you get injured. Overall, this thing has a lot of uses. However, Jiang Tian has no time to think about those things now. Look at the gray color and the shape of the powder. No matter how Jiang Tian looked at it, he felt that this thing looked like cement powder. He squatted down and picked up a handful of wood ash. It would be great if you were cement. Jiang Tian muttered to himself as he watched the powder flow down his fingertips. After saying this, Jiang Tian smiled helplessly again. I'm confused too. Wood ash is just wood ash. How can it be turned into cement? Etc. At this moment, Jiang Tian paused. His eyes were fixed on the ash, as if he remembered something. The mind races through memory. Soon after, several images appeared in my mind. Yes, it's wood ash. Jiang Tian dropped the ashes in his hand and clapped his hands. He strode out with a happy face. Shi Jiang, come here. The next day, the sun is shining. On each empty island, the survivors were chatting while positioning their fishing rods. On the regional chat channel, some people were chatting while others were purchasing various supplies. I'm buying a chicken. If you're interested, please chat privately. Get 2 fish and exchange them for planks. Collect wooden planks and exchange them for food. 2 people upstairs. Can't you just go and have a private chat? No, I can't communicate with that bitch. That shabby's price is too low. 2 fish for only 1 piece of wood. I'd better find someone else to trade with. I just caught a chicken. Chicken collector, what's your price? Everything seemed to have returned to calm, as if what happened yesterday had never happened. However, now it seems that a lot of names that I have never seen before have popped up, and the tone of speaking is quite aggressive. After careful identification, it was discovered that these people were the group that 4144 wanted to hang out with when he was showing off yesterday. Just as various purchase messages popped up and some people were arguing about corruption, an acquisition message appeared in the channel. CNNS 1111, collecting clay, rainwater, and wood ash. This inexplicable acquisition news sent by a familiar ID instantly attracted everyone's attention. Plant ash. Boss, I understand you're collecting clay and water to build a house, but why are you collecting this ash? Isn't wood ash the waste left after burning firewood? What do you need it for? Boss, are you going to farm? I think it's for farming. Otherwise, what's the point of collecting clay and wood ash? You should have told me earlier if you wanted to keep this. I threw away all the ash from the fire. Oh my God, you're actually farming instead of building a house? You really scared me yesterday. Exactly. I'm still living in a tent. I haven't even built a cabin yet. How can you build a house? This kid is just showing off. I think Boss 1111 is just building a house, Why don't you believe it? This idiot wants to collect rubbish like wood ash, so why don't we trade with him, huh? Bah, you're a pretentious criminal. Messages scrolled quickly on the regional chat channel. Most of them were mocking Jiang Tian, who was boasting and bragging about his shortcomings. But this acquisition news also had an effect. While a group of people were mocking Jiang Tian, a lot of transaction information was also sent to him. Jiang Tian just smiled faintly at the ridicule. If you don't want to believe it, then don't believe it. Anyway, I didn't build this house for you to see. He completely ignored the ridicule and accepted the transaction messages sent one by one to start communicating. While controlling the trading interface, Jiang Tian poured the collected wood ash into a large hemp sack. Because everyone had relatively little wood ash left, the transaction lasted for more than an hour. His hands were sore from the whole thing. At the same time, there's still a lot of discussion on the chat channel. Many people are still mocking Jiang Tian for wasting these precious resources collecting garbage. Others who had a good relationship with Jiang Tian also didn't understand what he was going to do with the wood ashes. Finally, some food, salt, and a small amount of wood were exchanged for 2 large bags of wood ash. Seeing the ashes, Jiang Tian smiled. Finally, enough. Then he ran excitedly to the bricklaying area with a large sack in one hand. Sure, Jiang, come and look at this. Boss, this is... Looking at the powder in the 2 large sacks, Sure Jiang was a little confused. He picked up a handful, rubbed it between his fingers, and asked with a puzzled look, "Is this wood ash?" "No." Jiang Tian smiled slightly. "This is our cement." Chapter 45, The First Cement Brick House. Hearing Jiang Tian's words, Sure Jiang's face was full of question marks. Although he couldn't guarantee it was wood ash, but it's definitely not cement. With the profound construction knowledge in his mind, he dares to make this guarantee. Why did my boss say it was cement? Was it because he couldn't get cement and was under too much pressure from his material, causing cognitive disorder? Thinking of this, a trace of worry appeared on Sure Jiang's face. Boss, it can actually be done without cement. Believe me, you better calm down. Jiang Tian was stunned. Then he saw Sure Jiang's constipated expression and understood. My goodness, he doesn't believe in himself. He rolled his eyes, but didn't explain anything. Asked directly, "Is the food we made yesterday baked dry?" "Well, I just checked it and it works fine." "That's fine, follow me." After arranging Lu Bu and Hua tubing to continue making bricks, Jiang Tian took a handful of wood ash and led Sure Jiang away from the bricklaying area. After thinking for a while, he told Sure Jiang to take a wooden board, a plastic bucket filled with water, and a wrapping cloth. Then the two of them came to a place next to the brick kiln. Compared to yesterday, there's a large furnace made of clay here. Next to it is a large barrel made of the same clay. Under Sure Jiang's curious gaze, Jiang Tian threw the wood ash into the bucket. Reach your hand in again, stir the wood ash evenly, and let it settle. After doing these, he took the wooden board and wrapping cloth from Sure Jiang, and then told him to light the fire in the stove. Then Jiang Tian placed the wooden board on the ground and placed the wrapping cloth on it. At this time, the wood ash in the bucket has almost settled. Jiang Tian gently stroked the water surface with his hand, and then removed the impurities floating on the water. Then he drained some of the water, scooped up the wood ash slurry mixed with water, and placed it on the wrapping cloth. Wrap the mud in a wrapping cloth and press firmly to squeeze out the moisture. The wrapping cloth was open again, and the wood ash mud inside was squeezed into a ball. The more Sure Jiang looked at it, the more confused he became, and he asked out of curiosity, "Boss, this is..." "You'll know soon." Jiang Tian smiled and placed the ash ball next to the fire to dry. After touching it and finding that the moisture was almost baked away, he threw the ash ball into the fire in the stove. "Quick, use some planks to fan the fire and turn up the heat." "Oh, okay." Sure Jiang was stunned. He picked up a thin wooden board as a fan and fanned the fire vigorously. Jiang Tian was not idle either. He picked up another board and fanned the fire. Whoosh! The fire in the stove grew brighter and brighter. Thick smoke billowed from the chimney above the stove. Finally, after a while, "Okay, stop." Jiang Tian waved his hand to stop Sure Jiang, who was sweating profusely. "Take 2 branches. In the flames, pick out the ash ball that has burned into orange. Throw into the bucket. Squeak. When the high-temperature wood ash ball meets water, it emits a fire-extinguishing sound and a string of bubbles. Take another clean wooden stick and start stirring it in the bucket." Soon after, the burnt wood ash was stirred evenly again. Sure Jiang Bring the clay powder over here. Oh, okay. After the other party brought a bag of clay, he was told to add it to the bucket. The water that was originally filled with gray mist turned into a lump of gray mud, and Jiang Tian kneaded it with his hands. Finally, pour the mud ball onto a wooden board, press it into a pancake shape, and press it firmly with your hands. Well, it's done. Jiang Tian looked at the mud cake and nodded with satisfaction. Seeing this, Shi Gang felt a little confused. Boss, what do you mean? You'll know when the time comes. Jiang Tian kept the secret a secret and placed the wooden board with the mud cakes not far from the fire to roast it to speed up the evaporation of moisture. Then he stood up, rubbed his muddy hands, and waved to Shi Gang. Let's go and continue making bricks. Another day's sun sets. Several people on the island stopped working. Shi Gang was stretching and thinking about what to cook for dinner. Jiang Tian came to him and said with a smile, "Let's go, Shi Gang, and see our results." Ah, okay, boss. Shi Gang was stunned at first, and then followed Jiang Tian and walked south. When he walked to the stove with flames burning, he remembered, "Today my boss mixed wood ash and clay together and kneaded it into a cake. I don't know what he was going to do with it." Walking to the stove, Jiang Tian squatted down, picked up the pancake from the wooden board, and patted the mud stains on it. The corners of his mouth curled up. Sure enough, it's already taken shape. When Shi Gang saw the thing in Jiang Tian's hand, he was stunned at first. Finally, he opened his eyes wide. This is... Shi Gang squatted down and took the mud cake from Jiang Tian. His face was full of disbelief. At this time, this round cake-shaped object, made of mud, it has turned into a pie-shaped stone. When I flicked it with my fingers, there was a crisp sound, which was the sound of nails hitting the stone. Pinch it with your hands, and it's extremely hard. Seeing this, Jiang Tian smiled and said, "Don't try it. The stone formed after this stuff solidifies is no worse than cement." Is this really made of wood ash? Shi Gang held the stone cake in his hands, his face full of shock. Although he has no previous memory, but during this time, he felt that his cognition had changed. Boss, you actually know this method of making cement? You're amazing. What's the principle behind this? Jiang Tian smiled faintly and said nothing. He had seen this method of making cement on a video. I didn't expect that I would actually use it now. After holding the stone cake in his hands with surprise for a while, Shi Gang looked at Jiang Tian seriously. Boss, as long as we have this kind of material, I guarantee that I can build a house of excellent quality. Well, that's all you need to say. Jiang Tian patted his shoulder and said, "All right, let's go eat first. Now that this process has been added, it will probably be even busier in the future." Got it, boss. Putting down the stone cakes, the two men turned and walked towards the wooden house. On the way back, Jiang Tian put his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky, and smiled leisurely. Even if there is no limestone or iron or powder, what can we do? Soon, you'll be able to create the entire Sky Island world. The first cement brick house. Chapter 46. Strengthened Goblin? Another night passed. The sky brightened. As the roosters crowed, several people sleeping in the cabins and tents got out of bed. Except Wang Yun. When Jiang Tian and his companions walked out of the wooden house, Huitsubing was already working at the bricklaying site, being extremely hard-working and patient. On the other hand, Wang Yun was still sleeping soundly in the tent. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes and asked Lu Bu to wake him up before everyone started working. Those who should fish, and those who should move bricks. As usual, Jiang Tian first walked around the island to check the current development situation. There are more and more animals placed in the west. We already have more than 20 chickens and ducks and 4 geese. There are also 5 chicks and 3 ducklings, and the hatching speed is quite fast. Yesterday, Jiang Tian arranged for Shi Gang to make another cage and put all the chicks and ducklings in it. The goose eggs haven't hatched yet, but looks like they will soon. Come to the north. The plants that were planted grew vigorously, and the small tree grew another 20 centimeters taller. As for those vine plants, small fruits have already grown on them, but it is still impossible to tell what they are. Looking back at the pond, I saw fish fry swimming around in it, which also looked a little bigger than before. If this continues, this small pond will definitely not be enough to support so many fish. It must be expanded. Originally, Jiang Tian planned to continue shoveling the land and digging the pond bigger. Later, when they were trying to place the empty land, they came up with a good way to save time and effort. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian smiled slightly and looked further to the north. At this time, a square groove appeared on the northern edge of the previous sky island. This groove is made entirely of empty soil, is 50 square meters, 2 meters above the ground, and has a volume of 100 cubic meters. When Jiang Tian was arranging the empty land before, he had an idea. All the empty soil obtained in these days was placed at the bottom of the northern part of the island, in front of the third piece of empty soil, forming a stepped pit. Then the edges of these lands were fenced off to form a natural swimming pool-like terrain. As soon as it rains, the pit will naturally fill with rainwater, and there is no need to go through the trouble of digging a pond. Even if it doesn't rain, you can pour the rainwater you collect into here and store it. As long as this pit is filled, I will have an extra 100 tons of backup water resources. To be honest, Jiang Tian is quite proud of his idea. To the south, Lu Bu, Shi Gang, and Hui Tubing were working hard on laying bricks. In the open space next to it, piles of finished bricks more than 2 meters high are emitting a matte red luster under the sun. Counting the number produced in the past 2 days, there are now about 30,000 bricks. Finish today's work, and you can prepare to lay the foundation tomorrow. Then we started to produce cement on a large scale and officially started to build houses. Looking at these, Jiang Tian felt very comfortable. This small island started out with nothing and has gradually grown to its current size. No matter how I look at it, I feel a sense of accomplishment. I looked at the work status of others and confirmed that everything was correct. Jiang Tian opened the regional chat channel and continued to acquire resources. Gathering clay, rainwater, and wood ash. Hurry if you want to sell them. Jiang Tian plans to keep collecting these things during this period of time. Needless to say, clay and water resources are essential, and subsequent construction will rely on these two things. As for the wood ash, the more you stockpile, the better. Now to everyone else, this stuff is just useless junk, cheap and touching. But in Jiang Tian's heart, this is a treasure. Not to mention being able to make cement. If limestone and iron or powder do not arrive, we will also need it for construction in the future. If other people find out later that wood ash can be used to make cement, maybe I can resell it and make some money. Even if cement can be produced in the future and wood ash cement is replaced, it will not be a big deal. As other people's land becomes larger and more plants are planted, they will naturally need these things as fertilizers, and the value will still increase a lot. Buy now and make a profit. As soon as this statement came out, a bunch of people who were originally chatting nonsense on the channel turned their attention over. Fuck, this idiot is here again. Ha ha ha, you're still collecting wood ash? How much crops would that take? That's right, you have so much land to farm. What's the point of collecting so much fertilizer? Hey, what the boss buys is none of your business. Can you speak? It's none of your business. You're just as much of a shabby as he is. Don't pay attention to them, sir. I'll support you. Jiang Tian said thank you to some of those who supported him and silently wrote down their IDs. If you do business with them in the future, you will be given some discounts. As for those who mocked him, Jiang Tian didn't take them to heart. The layout is different. There's nothing much to say. All of a sudden, countless transactions were thrown towards Jiang Tian. Most of it is wood ash, which is considered garbage in the eyes of ordinary people. There is much less clay and no water at all. After being disturbed by 4144, many people in this area also thought about storing clay and water to build houses. But this doesn't matter. Jiang Tian still has foreign channels. He used 2 Chinese cigarettes as a medium and asked his foreign friend to shout for him. The transaction of clay and rainwater was thrown towards Jiang Tian again. After more than an hour, this wave of harvesting was over. Next to Jiang Tian, there were large bags of clay. Plastic buckets and other things are also filled with water. If the bucket can't hold it, pour into the pool you created. It feels so good to have gained weight again. Jiang Tian smiled and stopped, planning to take a break. He sat cross-legged on the ground and opened a regional chat channel to kill time. At this time, the rhythm of the language mocking Jiang Tian's garbage collection had almost stopped. The survivors inside began to send out purchase information or chat about other trivial matters. For example, what animal or person he just caught, or he might show off that he has built a wooden house of more than 10 square meters. It looks quite peaceful. At this moment, a piece of news appeared again, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Holy crap, I just fished up a box, and a goblin jumped out of it. TSK, I thought there was something in the box, it's just a goblin. That's right, what the hell are you yelling about? I've already caught this one. This kid must be very lucky. He has never caught this before, right? Just as the others were mocking that man, the one who caught the goblin spoke again. No, this one I caught, isn't an ordinary goblin like before. It's been strengthened. Chapter 47 Lord, leave it alone, I'll come. What? A strengthened goblin? What the hell is this? How did the goblin get strengthened? What's going on? Explain it quickly. For a moment, the regional chat channel became lively again. Everyone shouted, asking that person to explain the so-called enhanced goblin. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the man spoke again. I can't quite explain it, but this goblin is different. Its belly is smaller, its muscles are more plentiful, and it seems to be taller. It even has a stick in its hand. It feels like it's upgraded. Goblin will level up? I just caught one too. It's just an ordinary goblin. Are you dreaming? Damn, is this guy lying to us? What he said is true. I just caught one like that. It hit my guy with a stick. Luckily, I reacted quickly and killed it with a rock. What the hell? Could this thing really be upgraded? That would make it more difficult. If they continue to upgrade, can we still defeat these monsters? In the regional chat channel, there was chatter and messages were scrolling at a very fast speed. When goblins first appeared in wooden boxes, they did scare many people. However, in the past few days, through discussions in the world and regional chat channels, everyone has become more aware of this kind of thing. The goblins caught by everyone seem to be of the same size. With that physique, his fighting ability is about the same as that of a 10-year-old child, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Even if I catch one, I'll just fight and kick it down, and I won't take it seriously. However, the increased frequency of goblins appearing in the past 2 days, as well as their so-called upgrades, have caused another stir. Seeing this, Jiang Tian switched windows and entered the world chat channel. There are rows and rows of discussions about upgrading the monsters caught. Hey, I just caught a goblin. Why is he stronger? Did he go to the gym? Oh my god, what do I see? There's a moving skeleton in the box. Oh Sheba, there's a hyena in this box. I've been bitten. I found a murloc in the box I fished out. Isn't it a great thing to catch a murloc? We can have some exciting fun. I'm talking about a fish man with a fish upper body, not a mermaid with a human upper body, idiot. After seeing this, Jiang Tian understood the general situation. In other words, this game was updated again today, the monster system was enhanced, and the types were increased a lot. However, some people were luckier and managed to catch the weaker goblins they had caught before. It seems that my previous guess was correct. The difficulty of living here will gradually increase. Come to think of it, since everyone else has caught this enhanced monster, I have so many fishing rods here, so I should be able to catch one too, right? These days, the fishing task was given to Kai Wenji and Wang Yun, and these 2 days the unpacking task was given to Huot Xubing. Jiang Tian really didn't know the specific situation of what he had caught. However, during the transaction, just now, I did hear the sound of a heavy object falling into the sea. It must have been kicked into the sea by Huot Xubing. Just then, Kai Wenji's voice came from the fishing spot. This thing is a bit heavy. Sink? Hearing the noise, Jiang Tian frowned. During this period, Kai Wenji's physical fitness also improved, and her strength became much stronger than before. Occasionally, when she caught a larger piece of wood, I never heard her say the word sink. What happened this time? Close the chat interface and give Huot Xubing a look. Huot Xubing put down the bricks and followed Jiang Tian to the fishing spot. On this side, the fishing rod in Kai Wenji's hand was bent into an inverted U shape. Without Jiang Tian's instructions, Huot Xubing went over and took the fishing rod. With the force of his wrist, he pulled up a medium-sized cloud. Just when Jiang Tian thought that what he caught was a wooden box, the mist dissipated and a tied-up white pig appeared in front of the people, falling to the ground and grunting. This pig looks neither fat nor thin, but it weighs at least 200 kilograms. Seeing it, Jiang Tian became interested. I thought it was a monster, but I didn't expect it to be this thing. Having said that, although we caught some animals before, they were all poultry and fish. This time I caught a pig directly. It seems that although the difficulty of this game has increased, the benefits have also increased. The slaughter rate of a pig is approximately between 72% and 80%. If the pig weighs 400 kilograms, there will be about 300 kilograms of meat. Just this one pig can feed several people for dozens of days. Besides, I haven't eaten braised pork for a long time. Looking at the pig, Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. At the same time, the old man Wang Yun was also looking at the pig. He stroked his beard with his index finger and smiled, not knowing what he was thinking. The other side, the pig lay on the ground, squealing and looking around with its small eyes. When it met Jiang Tian and Wang Yun's eyes, it was stunned. The looks in the eyes of these two people are extremely unfriendly. It was as if he was thinking about how to kill himself. All of a sudden, the screaming stopped, and the whole pig was frightened. Jiang Tian smiled with satisfaction and ordered, "Hua Xiubing, take it to the west first. On your way over, tell Shi Jigang and Lu Bu to stop and work with them to build a pig pen." "Yes, my lord." Hua Xiubing took the order and left with the pig. "Let Wang Yun go fishing again." Jiang Tian looked at Kai Wenji and asked, "Kai Wenji, did you catch any boxes recently?" "Catch one. What's in it?" Kai Wenji thought for a moment and blinked her eyes. "It seems to contain goblins." Hearing this, Jiang Tian was stunned. As if, "Didn't you see it?" "No." Kai Wenji shook her head and explained. Since yesterday afternoon, Hua Xiubing did not open the lid of the box and stand by to wait for the contents to come out as he did at the beginning. Instead, after opening the box, he peeked inside. Seeing it wasn't a human, he punched the thing inside and threw the box away, so I didn't see what was inside clearly. Jiang Tian was a little amused and helpless. But this is indeed Hua Xiubing's style, very tough and direct. Jiang Tian thought about it and sat cross-legged on the ground waiting. After catching the wooden box again, I will open it myself to see what these monsters have become. Not long after, the bell rang again. Bang! Kai Wenji brought up a wooden box. Jiang Tian asked Kai Wenji and Wang Yun to step aside for a while and was just about to open the box. Just then, a voice came from behind. "My lord, leave it alone. I'll do it." Chapter 48. Was he beaten to death by a monster? Jiang Tian looked back. Seeing Hua Xiubing, he threw the wooden board and rushed towards him. His eyes were fixed on the wooden box, murderous intent in his eyes. Soon, he ran to Jiang Tian and asked to be allowed to open the box. Jiang Tian thought for a moment, made way for him, and said, "You can open the box if you want, but if there's a monster inside, don't rush to throw it in. Pull out first and let me take a look." "Yes, my lord." Hua Xiubing bowed and walked to the box. He pulled the movable wooden board and put his head closer. Inside the wooden box, the monster felt the light. As soon as he let out a howl, he felt an iron hand grabbing his neck and his whole body was lifted up. Bang! A human-shaped object was thrown to the ground by Hua Xiubing. Jiang Tian stepped over to take a look. This thing is still a goblin, but compared to those I encountered before, it is indeed a lot stronger. My previously skinny and weak arms now have more muscles, and my belly is no longer as bulging as before. I feel a little taller than before. In his right hand, he held a stone stick like a baseball bat, but when Hua Xiubing swung it, the stone stick was thrown down and fell to the ground. It looks like a higher-end version of the previous one. Of course, the face is still as ugly. After taking a closer look, I can probably come to a conclusion. Compared to before, this goblin's combat power has roughly doubled, and he is also equipped with weapons. This kind of combat power is not enough for us. However, for other ordinary people who are not prepared, the threat is much greater. Seeing this thing, Kai Wenji ran behind Jiang Tian again. She held Jiang Tian's hand tightly, looking a little scared. But there was no expression of fear on his face. Instead, he showed a cunning smile like a little fox. "It's like I got some advantage." After completing the observation, Jiang Tian nodded. "Okay, throw it down." "Yes, my lord." As soon as the goblin came to his senses, Hua Xiubing threw him down. Crash! Waves splashed on the sea surface, and big fish of various colors gathered together again. At this moment, Jiang Tian felt the warmth and softness on his left hand. He turned around, smiled, and stroked Kai Wenji's hair with his right hand. "Be good. The monster has fallen down. Keep fishing." "Oh!" Kai Wenji puffed up her lips and reluctantly let go of Jiang Tian's hand. Then, Jiang Tian looked at Hua Xiubing, who was on standby. After thinking about his unpacking action just now, he reminded, "Next time you open a box, just take the lid off and wait nearby. Don't stick your head in, okay?" "My lord, it's all right. I'm just a small soldier. Why should I be afraid?" Hua Xiubing didn't care. Seeing this, Jiang Tian shook his head. Now, these monsters really did not pose a threat to him, and they were not even pawns. But in a place like this, the things that appear in the box change rapidly. No one knows what hidden arrow may jump out of the box in the next second. It would be troublesome if you were tricked accidentally. After giving Hua Xiubing a few more instructions in an imperative tone, he nodded in agreement. After, Kai Wenji and Wang Yun continued fishing, while Hua Xiubing followed Lu Bu and Shi Jigang to build a pig pen. Soon the pig pen was repaired and the pigs were untied and thrown in. He seized the time and continued making bricks. Everything returned to its original rhythm. But every time I fish up a box, Huitsubing would always put down his work and ask to be the one to open the box. Seeing that he wanted to kill the enemy, Jiang Tian did not stop him. He just told him to pull out the monster first and let him see it, and then throw it into the sea. Time flows, and the sunset hangs in the sky again. A group of people also got off work. Jiang Tian came to the east and began to count the supplies he had caught this time. Not to mention materials like wood, rice, flour, etc. Mainly some plant seeds and animals. Today I caught 2 geese, 2 sheep, and 1 pig. There are also some special gains. Among the monsters caught today, in addition to the enhanced goblins, there are also some skeletons and murlocs with weapons. Jiang Tian looked at the stone sticks, bone knives, and stone forks placed next to him. These are what fell from the monsters that were caught. It can be considered as an explosion of equipment. After a short rest, Jiang Tian arranged for Shi Jigang to cook. At this time, Kai Wenji came over with a smile and said, "Master, let me do it this time." You're cooking?" "Yeah, I've already learned it while helping out these past 2 days." So soon, Jiang Tian was a little surprised. But then again, Kai Wenji was a talented woman after all, so it's normal that she has a strong learning ability. It might not be a bad idea to let her give it a try. Then he stroked Kai Wenji's hair and said with a smile, "Well, then I'll be waiting to taste your cooking." "Good." Kai Wenji smiled sweetly and skipped into the kitchen. The wait for food was long. In the wooden house, several people sat around the table, looking a little bored. Shi Jigang also took out paper and pen and started sketching something to pass the time. Jiang Tian had nothing to do, so he opened the regional chat channel and took a look. At this time, there was still a lot of noise inside, and everyone was discussing the changes in the cloud materials today and the monsters becoming stronger. "Ha ha, I caught a pig today. Now I have something to eat. Fuck, I also got a pig, but it's just a wild boar. It jumped out of the box. Good thing, as soon as it jumped out, it chased me everywhere. Its fangs are so scary. Wild boar? I heard it's pretty powerful. How did you escape?" When this thing was chasing me, it couldn't stop and rushed under the island and was eaten by a big fish. What a pity. I heard wild boar meat is quite delicious. If you want to eat this, you have to be alive to eat it. Haven't you heard of the saying, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers? Stop talking about food. I fished up a box today, and a fisherman jumped out and speared me. It stabbed me in the arm, and it's still bleeding. It hurts. Does anyone have hemostatics? I need them. 4144. Ha-ha. That's it. What's there to be afraid of? You bunch of trash. I caught 3 monsters today, and I killed them all. When a message 4144 popped up, those who had wanted to follow him immediately started to check the message. Boss 4144 is cheating. You are worthy of being the one I like, boss. Can I hang out with you? Boss, how do you move your island? Teach me. 4144 seemed to benefit from being praised by these people. After installing it again, I looked through the chat history. Another sentence was uttered. "Hey, where's that 1111? Why isn't he talking? Could he have been killed by a monster? Ha ha ha. Chapter 49, what the hell do you two want to do?" As soon as this arrogant statement came out, Jiang Tian rolled his eyes and didn't intend to pay any attention to this idiot. And those who praised 4144 immediately began to follow suit. "Ha ha, boss, you're right. I also think this guy was killed by a monster. This kind of farmer-like idiot would probably be too scared to walk if he caught a monster, right? You guys have a terrible mouth. You're the ones who are going to die. Boss 1111 is just busy. 0066, bah. Even if your whole family died, 1111 wouldn't die. You piece of shit. Hey, did that kid 1111's dog come out to bark for his master? I heard there are a lot of resources on his island. Boss 4144, go grab them." Jiang Tian didn't show up, and with such praise, 4144 was even more proud. He continued, "Ha ha, even if he's lucky enough to survive, so what? If anyone knows the location of 1111, tell me. I'll grab all his stuff and give him half. I've been annoyed with that pretentious guy for a long time. Damn, why is he pretending? That's right, boss, kill him. Take me one. A bunch of lackeys, so disgusting. 0066, you bunch of idiots. 1111 caught Huitsubing yesterday. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. 0066, as soon as this sentence was sent out, the originally noisy crowd suddenly became quiet. For a moment, the regional chat channel seemed to be stuck and motionless. After a while, the messages on the channel began to scroll. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Here, Thousands of wow sentences are omitted. Hua Tsubing? Are you talking about Hua Tsubing, the killer god of the Western Han dynasty who annihilated 110,000 Xiongnu? Oh my god, am I seeing this right? If this were in a game, this would be an SSR hero. Why the hell did I just catch an ordinary bandit? Fuck why? How could he catch such a bad guy? But I only caught an ordinary person. The guy I caught here said he knows Taekwondo. I thought that was pretty impressive, but I didn't expect him to catch Hua Tsubing. Boss 1111 is really a cheater. Seeing this news, Jiang Tian was speechless. My goodness, why is this woman so loose-lipped? I had only told her the news that Hua Tsubing had been caught, but I didn't expect that the whole area would know about it. In this way, wouldn't this kid 4144 be more alert? Jiang Tian rolled his eyes and started to edit a private message. The other side, seeing that this sentence had an effect, the purple-haired girl felt a little proud. He continued, 0066. Humph, what's up? Weren't you guys yelling so fiercely just now? Why aren't you yelling now? Where's 4144? Where the hell have you been? Keep pretending. No one spoke. Seeing this, the purple-haired girl felt even more proud. It was as if they had fished Hua Tsubing out by themselves, and they were the ones they were afraid of. Then continue editing the message. Let me tell you, Boss 1111 is currently making weapons. You guys, when she finished editing this, she received a private message. 1111. Okay, stop revealing my information here. Were you sent by 4144 to gather information or something? The girl was startled and then reacted. Oh, sorry, I accidentally let it slip. 1111. Okay, keep your mouth shut from now on, or I won't dare to have an in-depth conversation with you anymore. Okay. After sending it, the purple-haired girl looked at Jiang Tian's words carefully again. His face suddenly turned red. Bah, hooligan. Jiang Tian didn't understand. On the regional chat channel, Jiang Tian and 0066 stopped talking. It's just that other people who don't like 4144 continue mock it. After a while, 4144 sent a message in the regional chat window. Shabi, what about Hua Tsubing? Can he fly over and hit me? Besides, if you can't beat me in a one-on-one fight, can't you just gang up on me? To tell you the truth, I killed another one today. Now the guy from that island has joined me. If I continue to gather a group of people like this, I will kill you all. Fuck. Having said this, a message immediately followed. Yes, today I'm so lucky to have Big Boss 4144 visit my island. Our two islands have been merged. From now on, I'll be hanging out with Big Boss. Haha. Lackey. Seeing the message sent by this person, almost everyone had this thought in their mind. It was clearly his territory that was invaded, yet he still acted so servilely. That's so cheap. The two of them sang in unison and said a few words, then stopped speaking because they did not have enough chances to speak. The chat channel finally returned to normal. At this time, the meal was ready. Kai Wenji and Shiji Gang placed the dishes on the table, and everyone began to prepare to eat. Jiang Tian also closed the chat channel. Come, master, try this. Kai Wenji served Jiang Tian some rice and handed him some food with chopsticks. Jiang Tian took it and put a piece of fish into his mouth. Chew slowly and swallow. Although the taste is a little worse than before, it is really amazing that Kai Wenji can cook like this for the first time. Master, how does it taste? Kai Wenji looked at Jiang Tian with her big eyes, looking forward to his praise. Jiang Tian smiled, put down his bowl and chopsticks and praised. It tastes good, very delicious. Then, Master, do you like the food I cook? I like it. Very good. Hearing this, Kai Wenji's eyes curved into a crescent shape. In a state of great joy, she threw herself into Jiang Tian's arms and said, If Master likes it, I will cook for you every day. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Tian rubbed Kai Wenji's head and said, Okay, let's eat. Hee. Master, try this again. Soon after, the meal was over. Kai Wenji went to wash the dishes, while Hua Tsubing and Shiji Gang went to tidy up the kitchen. Lu Bu stayed in the room to clean the stains on the table, while Jiang Tian and the old man Wang Yun sat aside to rest. When he had some free time, Jiang Tian recalled the scene on the chat channel just now. The person whose island was occupied had already become a prisoner, yet he still had the mind to lick that 4144. Anyone who is even slightly normal would not do such a thing. Well, Jiang Tian sighed. He didn't sympathize with the man, he just felt a little sorry for him. At this time, Lu Bu heard the sigh. He frowned, looked at Jiang Tian doubtfully and asked, My lord, Why are you sighing? Jiang Tian thought about it and decided to talk about these things with Lu Bu. In order to make Lu Bu understand, he compared the island to a country and roughly described the story of how the land was invaded and the people who bowed down to the invaders. What? There are actually people like this. After hearing this, Lu Bu was also furious. He cursed directly. A real man lives between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and live under others for a long time? What a waste. The old man Wang Yun also echoed. Lu Bu's words are very good. Yes, it is. Jiang Tian replied casually. Then, I felt that this sentence sounded familiar. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he looked at Lu Bu and Wang Yun and asked, No, you two boys, what the hell do you want to do? Chapter 50. Don't eat this stuff carelessly. The next day, with the crowing of a rooster, people on the island got up one by one. Wang Yun, who was sleeping in, was also picked up by Hua Tsubing, who received orders from Jiang Tian and asked to go fishing. On the contrary, Jiang Tian himself was still sleeping in bed. Master, do you want to get up and wash? Kai Wenji came to the bedside with a basin of water and asked. Jiang Tian, who was half asleep and half awake, waved his hands and muttered, No, I didn't sleep well last night. Let me sleep a little longer. Okay, I'll go feed the animals first. Kai Wenji blinked her big eyes, put down the basin, and left. While walking, I was still thinking. Master must have been exhausted recently. I must make him a delicious meal today to nourish him. After thinking about it, he walked straight to the west and picked the poultry that were growing well. After that, Jiang Tian was the only one left sleeping in the room. While snoring, he began to dream. In the dream, I was resting in the room. Lu Bu and Wang Yun were sitting in another room, whispering to each other. Suddenly, Lu Bu slammed the chopping board and roared. A true man lives in this world. How can he live in depression and be inferior to others for long? Wang Yun echoed this. Given the general's talent, Grand Tutor Jiang cannot limit him. The two talked for a while, and then Lu Bu picked up a sword and rushed towards him. Ah! All of a sudden, Jiang Tian sat up from the bed, patting his chest and gasping for breath. Why the hell is this nightmare happening again? I had it all night long last night. Just this one dream woke Jiang Tian up countless times. This is also the reason why he didn't sleep well last night. Hey, what's going on? Jiang Tian shook his head helplessly and simply gave up sleeping. I leaned against the edge of the bed, opened the chat channel, and tried to distract myself. Unexpectedly, as soon as I opened the chat system, I saw countless private messages sent to me. Boss, you're famous. Boss 1111, everyone on the World Channel is discussing your Hua Tsubing incident. Boss, you are so cheating. Boss, how did you catch Hua Tsubing? Can you share your experience? Boss 1111, I was always unlucky when I played the mobile game before, and I couldn't draw any good cards. Does someone like me have a chance to catch a famous general? Boss, do you have any famous heroes? Can you give me some? I'm a student. Can you give Hua Tsubing to me? Seeing this news, Jiang Tian's face was full of question marks. What kind of weird stuff is this? I clicked on the World Channel and found that people were indeed discussing my own affairs. You all know, right? Number 1111 in the CNNS area caught a Hua Tsubing. I've known about it for a long time. Didn't it spread all over last night? That 1111 is really lucky. He can even get a figure like Hua Tsubing. Everyone in our CNS area is a big shot, and for a while I felt so much more awesome. Oh my god, are you talking about that killer Hua Tsubing? I admit, your Hua Tsubing may be very powerful, but the Miyamoto Musashi I caught is not bad either. That's right, I also caught Oda Nobunaga yesterday. Sometimes I catch some monsters, but they're nothing compared to this, sir. Sugoi. Ha ha ha. I caught the famous pirate Blackbeard, Edward Teach. Wow, that's my idol. Buddy, you're so strong. No, what the hell is the point of catching pirates on a sky island? This seems to make some sense. Ah, Shiba, why do I only know about generals from your side? Don't we have any here? For a while, on the World Channel, everyone who had hooked a famous person started to show off. One by one, they all said that the fish they caught were the best. Some of them even started arguing, instigating a fight between the generals on both sides to see who had the harder fist. Of course, in this situation, they can't fight for the time being unless they also master the method of moving the sky island. When I think of the mobile sky island, I naturally think of 4144. Judging from his cowardly attitude yesterday, he probably won't cause trouble for me in the short term. By the time he arrives, the island's defenses will surely be in place. What I have to do now is to sit back and wait. When he comes over, give him a fatal blow. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian felt a little more relaxed. I stretched, got out of bed, and washed my face. Walk out of the cabin and stroll around the island. On the island, everything is normal. Kai Wenji and Wang Yun were fishing as usual, while Lu Bu, Shi Gang, and Hui Tsubing were making bricks. After this batch of bricks are made, we can dig the foundation in the afternoon and make cement with wood ash. The chickens, ducks, geese, fish, sheep, and pigs have been fed and are eating in their own little territories. Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows when he saw the plants planted by the pond. The fruits grown on the vines planted earlier are gradually taking shape, long and round, praising the emerald green. Now we can clearly tell what this plant is. Isn't this a cucumber? This is a good thing. In addition to containing various vitamins and sugars, it can be used in cooking and eaten as fruit, and it can clear away heat and detoxify. Jiang Tian was very satisfied with being able to grow these fruits and vegetables. As for the other batch of planted trees, they are still growing and have not borne fruit yet, but Jiang Tian is not in a hurry. At this time, Kai Wenji's voice was heard from the fishing spot. Master, I caught something. It's a paper tube wrapped in a plastic bag. What do you think it is? Jiang Tian was stunned and walked to the fishing spot. At this time, Kai Wenji was carrying a plastic bag. He put his little nose close to the bag and sniffed it. Oh, it smells good. What is this? Jiang Tian took the bag from Kai Wenji and looked inside. A yellow paper tube with pieces of bright yellow stuff wrapped in plastic paper inside, emitting a faint meaty aroma. Seeing this thing, Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. Huh? Another family bucket of fried chicken. Fried chicken. On the other side, Lu Bu, who was stirring the clay, turned around. Seeing this plastic bag pushed into a cylindrical shape, I swallowed my saliva. He threw down the shovel and walked forward, his eyes fixed on the fried chicken nuggets inside. My lord, it's almost noon. Why don't we eat it? Seeing his greedy look, Jiang Tian smiled helplessly. It seems that Lu Bu has been obsessed with the fried chicken he had eaten before. At the same time, the old man Wang Yun also came over. Although he had never seen this thing before, the aroma of meat wafting from it still made him drool. The two were waiting, and after Jiang Tian gave the order, they put the fried chicken into their mouths. However, at this moment, Jiang Tian shook his head. No, you can't eat this fried chicken. Why? Lu Bu opened his eyes, puzzled. Jiang Tianchao pointed at the packaging bag. This bucket of fried chicken is different from the one we had last time. Last time we caught a Kentucky, but this time we caught a Wallace. My lord, what's the difference between these two? Certainly. Jiang Tian was at a loss for words as he introduced. You can't just eat Wallace's set meal casually. After eating it, you will turn into a splatoon. Chapter 51. Of course, I have to sell it. Splatoon? What does that mean? Hearing this, the other three looked confused. As the name suggests, after eating this, people will spray it out, which is diarrhea. Jiang Tian gave a brief explanation. When introducing this brand of fried chicken, Jiang Tian's face was full of complexity. Once, he had a set meal at Walashi. It's really delicious when you eat it. But after the meal, my stomach felt turbulent and I had diarrhea all night. Almost collapsed on the toilet. This is not the worst. I heard that there was a guy online who had diarrhea for 2 whole days after eating it. I don't know how he got here. Moreover, in this environment, we cannot have diarrhea because of this kind of thing, as it will affect our work efficiency. Explanation completed. Finally, Jiang Tian looked at the 3 disappointed people and comforted them. Anyway, this thing is inedible. Okay, it's just fried chicken. We could just make it ourselves from now on. After these words were spoken, the eyes of several people lit up again. Lu Bu asked again, My lord, since we can't eat it, what should we do with it? Should we throw it away? Throw it? How is that possible? Jiang Tian looked at the yellow paper tube and smiled. Of course I'm going to sell it. As he spoke, Jiang Tian opened the regional chat channel. On the regional chat channel, everyone was posting buying and selling messages or chatting and sharing their life on the island. Purchasing wooden planks. If interested, please chat privately. 2 eggs for sale. The plants I planted earlier seem to have grown. Have all the things you planted previously grown? I planted it before, but I didn't know what kind of seeds it was. Now it's grown and I found it's cabbage. Me too. After I planted them, I realized what I caught were pepper seeds. Haha, what I caught before were radish seeds. This time I'll have something to eat. 0888. My cucumber is about to mature, haha. Ah, you have the nerve to say something like this? Brother, did you reveal something? By the way, cucumbers are obviously green, so why are they called cucumbers? 0888, I know. Although it is green, its use is very yellow. This explanation is absolutely amazing. You rascal. Fuck. Show off, bro. 666,666. Just as everyone was discussing vegetables, an inappropriate piece of news suddenly appeared. 1111. Fried chicken family bucket for sale. Highest bidder wins. Seeing this news, everyone was shocked. Fuck. It's fried chicken. I haven't eaten fried chicken in a long time. How are they selling it? Boss, I'll trade you some clay and water, okay? Boss, why are you suddenly selling fried chicken? Are you selling the whole family bucket again? Fuck 1111. How the hell do you always catch such good things? Boss, you're actually selling these good things? Don't you want to eat them yourself? Facing the question, Jiang Tian thought for a moment and explained. I've eaten it once before. It's too oily and not tasty. I think I'll sell it now. Fuck, that's so infuriating. I want to buy it. Boss, I'm willing to exchange 10 planks with you. I use 15 of them, plus a bag of clay. I use 20, plus a bag of clay and a bag of wood ash. Messages are flashing one by one, and bids are being made against each other. Jiang Tian received countless private messages hoping to purchase this family bucket. Some of them were sent by acquaintances. 0888. Damn, this is so boring. If you want to sell fried chicken, why don't you talk to me first? The price is negotiable. Jiang Tian smiled helplessly. 1111. Let me make it clear in advance. This is the whole package from Wallace. If you want to eat it, I'll sell it to you. 0888. What the hell? Are you talking about the jetpack? Goodbye. 0066. Fried chicken? I haven't eaten it in a long time. Can you sell it to me? 1111. This is the whole package of Wallace's affairs. 0066. Shit, I was wondering why you were so kind, but now you're actually doing something so wicked. I don't want to get diarrhea, so you should just sell it to someone else. After kindly reminding 2 acquaintances, Jiang Tian began to select the candidate with the highest bid in private chat. At this time, a private chat caught Jiang Tian's attention. I'm willing to trade 50 planks and 3 bags of clay for this family bucket. Is that okay? Seeing this, Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. Wow, the bid is so high. Although Jiang Tian himself has no shortage of wood, in the current environment, wood is the most valuable thing for ordinary people. Others offered to buy the whole bucket, but the most they could get was only 25 pieces of wood. After looking at the ID of the person who sent the private message, Jiang Tian was shocked. Isn't this the lackey whose land was occupied by 4144 yesterday? Why did he suddenly come to me to exchange fried chicken? After a short moment's thought, it's not difficult to guess. This should mean 4144. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian showed a playful smile. This kid wants to eat it, but is too embarrassed to buy it directly from me. Are you afraid that you won't sell it to him? So he could only ask a lackey to trade with him. Having said that, this guy has plundered quite a lot of resources. Well then, since you are willing to die, I am willing to bury you. Then he pretended not to know the truth and started bargaining with the man. Not long after, on a certain sky island, Master, the whole family bucket was exchanged for 70 pieces of wood and 5 bags of clay. A boy of about 16 or 17 was groveling and handing a paper tube to 4144. However, the part with the brand written on the top of the paper tube was covered with a black marker. Yeah, good job. 4144 took the paper tube and looked at the fried chicken inside, feeling very happy. Ha ha, this idiot 1111 never expected that the whole family bucket he caught is now in my hands. On the World Channel, I haven't seen many people catch a whole bucket. This thing is much more valuable than a pile of wood, and he sold it just like that. What idiot. He sneered and mocked, then took out a chicken leg and started eating it. This scene made the young man drool. Master, can you please give me one? Get lost. Who the hell do you think you are? I ate all this by myself. 4144 snorted coldly and cursed. Go do your job and stop being an eyesore. Yes. Hearing this, the boy could only look at the fried chicken nuggets again, swallowed silently, and walked out of the house. After eating, 4144 also licked his fingers to clean the oil and water on them, a look of unsatisfied feeling on his face. It has been a long time since I last ate fried food since I came to Sky Island. I didn't expect that this time I would take advantage of the loophole. This time, I have to thank that idiot 1111. Otherwise, I might not be able to eat fried chicken in my life. Although he had the chicken in oil, he had tried it 2 days ago, but he couldn't fry it to the same flavor. This kind of ready-made one is still the best. Thinking of this, he opened the regional chat channel. 4144:1111 You idiot. Your fried chicken is delicious. Thank you, ha ha ha. Chapter 52, How about slaughtering the pig and making some pigskin armor? After the message is sent, some people who didn't buy fried chicken and some people who wanted to follow 4144 made sarcastic remarks at the same time. Aren't 1111 and 4144 enemies? Why would they sell fried chicken to him? It was me who just made the deal with 1111. I bought it and then gave it to boss 4144. This idiot got tricked by me, haha. Ah, you're the lackey? Fuck, how can you say that? I'm just a wise bird choosing the right tree to rest in. No wonder. When boss 4144 announced yesterday that he was recruiting new followers, boss 1111 didn't seem to be here, so he didn't know about it. I didn't expect that this fried chicken was taken by boss 4144. Boss, you're cheating. Haha, that pretentious 1111. He didn't expect to send such a good thing to his enemy. He must be dumbfounded now, right? Looking at these messages, 4144 was very satisfied. He called over the boy whose territory he had occupied again and asked him to take out the food scraps and throw them away. Then he burped and sneered with the corners of his mouth curled up. But soon he found something wrong. I waited for a long time, but there was no response from 1111. It would be fine if he didn't react, but why didn't 0888 and 0066, who were defending 1111 before, come to confront him now? Did he lose his temper because he was deceived by himself once? TSK. 4144 sneered and shook his head. You little bastards, you're too young to fight me. Just as he was thinking about this, he frowned and suddenly felt something strange in his stomach. Gurgle. My lower abdomen made a sound like a cell phone vibrating, and my stomach suddenly felt a little nauseous. This is 4144 is still in a daze. Sudden, he felt a strong sense of sinking as if his abdomen was filled with lead. At that moment, 4144 felt his stomach growling. Fuck, this is going to happen. 4144's eyebrows and the lower back part of his body were instantly locked in a frown. He pushed open the wooden door and ran out holding his stomach. Under the puzzled gazes of several of his men, he ran to the hole dug on the island to serve as a toilet and squatted down. At the moment of liberating pants. Gwaa! Crackle. Kufork. The other side of the island. The boy took the box of fried chicken left by 4144, looked at the leftovers inside, and sighed. What a waste. There's still meat left on the bones. You can't eat so much yourself, and you won't share any with me. At this time, he looked around. Then he quietly took the box to a deserted place, picked up the remaining chicken, and started eating. Baji, I haven't eaten fried chicken in a long time. Today, I really got lucky. The boy smacked his lips and threw a clean bone into the bucket before throwing the bucket down. Just then, gurgle, a cry came from the boy's lower abdomen. At the same time, his brows and the lower back of his body were tightly locked. He rushed to the toilet and squatted down next to 4144. The two men were pale and stared at each other. Are you also? Yes, I ate it secretly. Master, this chicken is poisonous. Fuck, I also noticed this. Puff, this is fucking, I got tricked. The sun sets. Jiang Tian and a group of islanders also got off work. After counting today's spoils, the harvest was pretty good. In addition to materials such as soil, wood, and clay, as well as some food such as flour and rice, we also caught some plant seeds, 2 pigs, and a sheep, which are sustainable development resources. Moreover, Wang Yun actually caught a man today named Jiang Tian. However, this man is rather mediocre in terms of his name, appearance, and qualities in all aspects. I don't see anything special about him. He is just an ordinary person. But it doesn't matter. Now is the time to use people. Jiang Tian also arranged for Shi Gang to lead him in starting the construction work. This morning, the last batch of bricks was completed. In the afternoon, several people worked together to dig out the foundation. After dinner, they worked overtime to burn wood, ash, and clay into cement and fill it up. I packed up my things and cleaned up a bit. Kai Wenji greeted Jiang Tian and ran into the kitchen. Hua Tsubing ran to the west to catch chickens, while Lubu led Zhang San to the pond to dig fish. They each began to prepare ingredients to save waiting time for meals. Shi Gang also walked into the house, took out a pen and paper, and began to draw on the table, designing the future decoration of the house. Everything seems dull. At this time, Jiang Tian looked at the old man lying next to him and asked, Wang Yun, how many boxes of monsters did you catch today? The old man thought about it. Probably, there were about 20 of them, and they were all taken care of by Hua Xubing. 20? Are they all enhanced monsters? Basically, they're all of them. There should be ordinary goblins as well. Maybe 1 or 2. Yeah, I understand. Jiang Tian stroked his chin and thought for a while. Yesterday, there were more than 10 wooden boxes containing monsters caught, but today the number has increased to 20. It seems that the frequency of monsters appearing is still increasing. I opened the chat channel and took a look. It seems that no one has noticed this. This is normal. Most people only have 1 fishing rod, but on average they can still catch 1 monster a day. Some people who only caught 2 or 3 fish also blame their bad luck. If I didn't have so many fishing rods and more data to analyze, I probably wouldn't have discovered it. Now it's time for others to eat. At this time, more people started chatting. While eating, they talked about their gains today and how to deal with monsters. I was lucky today and caught a pig. Fuck, man, when you kill the pig, remember to sell me some meat. I haven't eaten pork in a long time. Who said it wasn't true? Why can't I catch such a large animal? Forget about the pigs. Today I caught a goblin and a skeleton. I almost got stabbed. I was the same yesterday. I was so scared that I made a wooden helmet with planks and ropes overnight. Now I'm much tougher after unboxing it. Wooden helmet armor? How do you make this thing? It's about taking pieces of wood, chiseling them into shapes that fit the body, and then tying them up with ropes and wearing them on the body. Fuck, show off. I'll make one later too. Seeing this, Jiang Tian nodded silently. Although the types of materials are relatively limited now, and Lu Bu and Hua Xubing are so powerful that they don't need this kind of protective gear for the time being, protective measures still need to be taken. Of course, forget about the wooden armor that other survivors mentioned. Given its quality, it will probably break down soon. Moreover, doing it this way is a waste of time. Lu Bu and Hua Xubing also look down on these things. There is no metal now, so we can't make armor or anything like that for the time being. So what can be done in this situation? Jiang Tian thought for a while. Or, how about slaughtering the pig and making some pigskin armor? Chapter 53. What the hell did you do to the fried chicken? When this idea came up, Jiang Tian himself felt speechless. Let's not talk about the pigskin for now. Let's talk about its defensive capabilities. It always feels weird to put a layer of pigskin on yourself. Lu Bu and Hua Xubing probably couldn't accept this kind of thing. As for leather armor, forget it. Jiang Tian thought about it and decided to wait and see in a few days. If you can catch some metal these days, make a piece of metal armor. If that doesn't work, you can collect some vines to make vine armor. Then, he sent another message to 0888. If you catch any metal, remember to let him know so he can buy it. In addition, ask 0066 to collect some vines and sell them to him later. After all these things were arranged, the meal was almost served. Compared to yesterday, Kai Wenji's skills have improved a bit. The group chatted while eating, and the meal was very harmonious. But now there are more and more people. Sitting together around this small round table, it seemed quite crowded. Come to think of it, when we sat at this table before, there were only 4 people in the room. In a blink of an eye, Wang Yun and Hua Xubing were added. Including the ones we caught today, there are 7 in total. It seems that this table needs to be made from scratch. And if things continue like this, the number will increase. Just making a table is only a temporary solution and does not address the root cause. Having to make a new table every once in a while is too much trouble. Moreover, we have to arrange accommodation for them. While eating, I thought about these things. Before I knew it, the meal was over. The others were cleaning or returning to work overtime. Jiang Tianza lay leisurely on the shop, opening the chat channel to pass the time. At this time, the others seemed to have finished their meals and were chatting casually. Sells carrot plant seeds in exchange for food or wood. Sell fresh cabbage and exchange it for other food or wood. Selling green onions and garlic. Seeing these things that increased the richness of the dishes, Jiang Tian also sent a message to purchase them. 1111. If you want to sell food seeds and vegetables, you could trade directly with me. The price is negotiable. Fuck, the boss is here. Boss, I have some garlic here. Can I trade it for some salt and spicy strips? Boss 1111, I have chili peppers here, and I heard you have potato chips and Coke. Let's trade. Boss, here are some fresh carrots. 10 carrots only need 1 huazi. Boss, please consider it. Just when Jiang Tian was trading supplies, suddenly, a familiar ID popped up in a regional chat channel, cursing. 4144. Damn, everyone, don't do business with this 1111. This bastard would poison the food. The bucket of fried chicken I bought from him this morning almost killed me. As soon as these words were spoken, those who were exchanging food with Jiang Tian stopped immediately when they heard this. They asked in surprise, "A poisoning? No way. This has never happened before when I traded food with the boss." Bah, if Boss 1111 really poisoned you, would you still be alive and nagging here? No. What if what 4144 said is true, and this 1111 really poisoned the food? Wouldn't that mean we've been ambushed? Just when everyone was speculating, an official message suddenly appeared in the regional chat window. Official reminder: for any item traded on the trading system, the notes must fully comply with the description of the transaction, and any information that is inconsistent with the original item cannot be concealed. For example, if the wood is wet by rain, the note should be, would moisten by rain. If the food being traded does contain chemical adulteration, the additives must also be indicated in the remarks. Player CNNS 4144 is slandering the system for shielding players and concealing facts. This is a system warning. If this offense occurs again, the system will punish them. Seeing this, the group of people who had just traded with Jiang Tian also felt relieved. Indeed, even the huazi that Jiang Tian took a puff of before would be noted, leaving no room for deception. That is to say, as long as the remarks are normal, there's indeed no problem with the items used for the transaction. And when Jiang Tian was selling fried chicken today, someone also used the trading system to check on the situation of the fried chicken with Jiang Tian. The note clearly states a bucket of fried chicken fresh out of the fryer. There's nothing unusual at all. I'm afraid this person 4144 is framing someone else. However, even 4144 was confused. Although he didn't believe this 1111, what the official said should not be false. But what he just said is also true. If there is nothing wrong with the bucket of fried chicken, how could he have gotten so far? Then he asked angrily, 4144. Dam, no poison? Then how the hell did you trick me? I ate the fried chicken you brought me today, and I've had diarrhea since this morning. Not only am I exhausted, I've even run out of toilet paper. Explain to me what the hell is going on. Jiang Tianla was overjoyed when he saw this. Asked, "No, tell me first, how much of that bucket of fried chicken did you eat?" 4144. I ate it all. Damn, after eating it, my stomach felt like it exploded and I couldn't stop pooping. I didn't do anything the whole day, but had diarrhea, damn. Tell me, what the hell did you do to fried chicken? Chapter 54. When I opened the box just now, a big spider jumped out. A whole day? 4144, you're amazing. 4144, can you still stand? Puff. Seeing this, Jiang Tian also laughed out loud. It is impossible to explain to such a person, not in this lifetime. Besides, it's not his fault that he had diarrhea. What he took out was the original and authentic product. Jiang Tian has no regrets about earning money from these resources. If 4144 wants to blame someone, just blame Wallace's cold chain or blame his own stomach for not being strong enough. Then again, 4144 seemed to have eaten the entire bucket by himself. It will probably take 2 or 3 days to recover. Jiang Tian showed a wicked smile on his face and closed the chat channel directly. Only 4144 was left, collecting the toilet paper while cursing at Jiang Tian and those who laughed at him. The next day, the rooster crowed and everyone got up. Master, you're awake. Jiang Tian stretched and sat up. Let Kai Wenji help him wash his face. I didn't have a nightmare last night, and my sleep quality finally returned to normal. Shortly after I finished washing up, Ji Gang came up with breakfast. More than 10 fried dough sticks, some steamed buns, boiled noodles, and so on. These things gave the people who had been eating bread for breakfast a new taste. For a moment, Jiang Tian felt like he was returning to his previous life. Baji. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Tian swallowed the last bite of fried dough sticks and wiped the grease from his mouth. Hey, it would be nice if there were some steamed dumplings and some egg and meat pie soup. Meat? When he heard the word meat, Lu Bu's eyes lit up. My lord, are you going to slaughter the pig? Well, I can think about it. My lord, when are we going to slaughter the sheep and eat their meat? Your thinking is quite broad. Forget about the sheep for now. There is only one now. If you eat it, it will be gone. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. Stop thinking about this stuff and get back to your work. Yes, my lord. After dinner, Kai Wenji went to wash the dishes and water the plants. Wang Yin came to the fishing spot with his fishing rod. Several other people also started their new work today. At this point, the work of making bricks day and night finally came to an end. Lu Bu and Hua Tubing dug the foundation, while Shi Jigang took Jiang Tian to the furnace to burn wood ash to make cement. Everything is in order. Jiang Tian walked alone, strolling leisurely on the island, walking and humming a little tune. It's better to have a dream in the beautiful spring where the grass smells sweet. There are more people now, and although food and accommodation are a little inconvenient, the increase in the labor force has indeed saved a lot of effort. If Jiang Tian wanted to work, he would do some work. If he didn't want to work, he would sit aside and exchange supplies or something. Compared to the beginning, I now have a lot more free time. I walked around the slightly larger sky island, looked at the fish in the pond, and played with the chickens, ducks, and geese. It has a bit of the flavor of a farm stay. Finally, Jiang Tian looked at the pig pen again. There are 3 pigs in the pig pen now, 1 male and 2 females. At this time, he was eating with a humming sound. At this time, Jiang Tian thought of the dumplings and braised pork again. I haven't eaten meat for a long time, so I'm a little greedy. However, in order to maximize profits, we still have to keep them to reproduce and increase their numbers before thinking about eating meat. Jiang Tian thought about it and opened the chat channel to see if anyone was selling pork. At first glance, there are quite a lot of them, including pigs and sheep. Sell fresh pork in exchange for food with a longer shelf life. Selling mutton, freshly slaughtered. Same as above, for some long-lasting food, or maybe wood. 1 pound of pork for 5 packs of instant noodles. Pre-order now. Damn, I envy you guys for catching pigs and sheep. That's right. My face is so dark, I can only catch flour. I'll send you a deal. Why are you selling it so expensive? You can't finish all the meat from a pig. Can you please make it cheaper? That's right. If you can't sell your meat, it will just rot. You might as well sell it to us at a lower price. Fuck, do you know how hard this thing's to catch? I finally caught one. Why should I sell it cheap? A bunch of poor bastards can buy it or not. I won't even give it to you if I throw it away. Fuck, you're going too far. Alas, the rich are feasting and drinking, while the poor are freezing to death on the streets. Seeing this, Jiang Tian also sent a message. Buying pork and mutton, sell them quickly if you want it, don't come if you want to ask for too much. Fuck, Boss 1111 showed up. Boss, trade with me, I just need some salt. Boss, I have some mutton here, just exchange it with me for salt. And me. As soon as Jiang Tian appeared, all the news came at him. They all wanted to exchange salt with Jiang Tian. These requirements are not difficult to understand. A pig, hundreds of pounds of meat. There are only 2 or 3 people on the island of survivors, including the ones caught by the men. They simply cannot eat so much, and if they keep leaving it there, it would just go bad. They proposed this transaction in order to exchange for more salt to preserve the meat. Jiang Tian accepted it very happily. I spent 300 grams of salt and got 30 kilograms of meat. Based on the appetite of several people, this meat is enough to last for 5 or 6 days. The transaction will be completed after reaching this amount, and you'll have to wait 5 or 6 days to exchange it for some fresh meat. The meat was already in hand, and Jiang Tian called Shi Jigang and Jiang San. Let them stop what they're doing for a while and process the meat first. The fat is squeezed for oil, and the lean meat is marinated. Then, he looked at the chat channel, thinking of continuing to purchase some other supplies, such as clay and wood ash. On the chat channel, people were still arguing about the price of pork, causing a heated argument. Just then, the appearance of a piece of news broke the quarreling atmosphere. Holy crap. When I opened the box just now, a giant spider popped out. The information about the monster immediately shifted everyone's attention. The topic of pork stopped immediately, and everyone started asking, "Huh? A giant spider? Something like this appears again? How big is the giant spider you're talking about? What does it look like?" This spider is black and furry, about half a meter long, and has fangs. Damn, it jumped out the moment I opened the box and bit my subordinate. Now my subordinate's arm is still bleeding. Please give me some hemostatic medicine. Fuck, it's this big? Furry. Ugh, that sounds disgusting. Thanks for the reminder, brother. It seems I have to be more careful next time. Hey, is that spider you mentioned poisonous? How is it now? The spider has been killed. We don't know if it's venomous or not. But the wound under my hand is just bleeding with no other symptoms. It's probably not venomous. Oh, that's good. Seeing this message, Jiang Tian frowned. Now the types of monsters are becoming more and more diverse. Moreover, according to this person, the monster jumped out as soon as the box was opened. There is no time for the unpacker to react. It seems that I still need to talk to them and ask them to be more careful when opening the boxes next time. I was just about to close the chat channel and inform hunched. At this moment, another message about the wooden box came on the channel. Fuck, I also fished up a box here, and someone crawled out of it. Chapter 55, Pigman, specializing in destroying the vegetable garden. Seeing this, Jiang Tian turned his attention to the chat channel again. This is so weird. What crawled out of the wooden box? Why didn't it even finish its words? At the same time, there was a lot of shouting on the channel. What the hell is that thing that crawled out? Please explain it clearly. Fuck, I hate people like this the most. They leave things unsaid halfway through. Hurry up and tell me what's in that box of yours. Fuck, you remind me of the feeling I had when I encountered those out-of-place things when I was reading novels. That's right, it's really fucking abominable. At this moment, the person who had been keeping the secret spoke again. Actually, I don't know what this thing is. It's fat and wears only shorts. It looks like a human, but it's not a human. It has a hairy back, an ugly face, and a big round nose. It looks like a pig standing up. What the hell is a standing pig? Can you eat it? Good fellow, we didn't fish Beiji out, did you? What the hell? Can you even fish up mythical characters? I also need to hurry up and see if I can catch Shanga or the Jade Rabbit Fairy or something. You're dreaming. Is this thing a monster or a new teammate? Did it attack you? After a while, the man spoke again. It didn't attack me or my men, but it ignored us when we spoke to it. It just kept humming to itself and wandered around my island. Holy crap. What happened again? Did it attack you? What on earth did this pig do? Tell me. Brother, can you calm down a little? Don't be so jumpy. If you have something to say, just say it. The chat channel was filled with questions. However, the person who encountered the strange creature just now did not speak, and his life or death is unknown. At this point, some people had already speculated that he was beaten to death by the pig-like creature. Finally, after a few minutes, the man spoke again. Fuck, this pig man suddenly rushed in my vegetable garden and ate all the cabbages I worked so hard to grow. And this guy is so strong that 2 people can't stop him. When my men tried to stop him, he punched them and knocked them unconscious. What the hell? I can't beat it. I can only watch it eat my food. Not only does it eat, it also runs while eating and urinates and defecates everywhere while running, like it's moving and casting spells. Now my island is full of indescribable things, and the whole island stinks. Damn it, I'm going to fight it. This scene is so beautiful. I can't even imagine it. Although it doesn't actively attack people in some ways, it's more hateful than goblins or something like that. Fuck, I'm having breakfast. Can you not describe it in such detail? Seeing this, Jiang Tian suddenly felt a little nauseous. I quietly closed the chat interface and began to analyze what happened in today's game. This big spider is understandable. After all, it is also a kind of monster. Without giving the survivors time to react, they jump out of the box directly, increasing the strength of the monster system. This pig man, there's a very subtle feeling. According to the victim's description, it was not like a monster that would actively attack people. However, the persecution it causes to survivors is no less severe. Waste food, defecate, and urinate everywhere. It feels like a naughty kid who breaks into his own house, smashes all the figurines, and then installs all kinds of bundled software on the computer C drive. Its purpose in coming to the island was to cause trouble. Jiang Tian looked at the sky and felt that this game was not only cruel, but also full of evil fun. I don't know what the official is thinking. After trying hard to clear the image from his mind, Jiang Tian called Lu Bu and hunched and took them to the fishing spot. He also asked Kai Wenji and Wang Yun to stop and asked them to stand in a row in front of him for a small meeting. I just got the news that the monster in the box has changed again. Jiang Tian paced in front of the 4 people and explained the situation of the spider and the pigman. In short, the characteristics of this monster are getting stranger and stranger. Some have already appeared, jumping out without giving you time to react. In the future, perhaps there will be monsters that can open boxes on their own or attack people directly after being caught. So, whether you're unpacking or fishing, you have to be more careful, got it? Yes, my lord. Lu Bu and hunched responded at the same time. At this time, the 2 people in charge of fishing clouds looked a little unhappy. The old man Wang Yun looked embarrassed and asked, My lord, if a monster that attacks as soon as it's caught really appears, wouldn't this fishing job be very dangerous? Can I apply for construction work? Jiang Tian patted the floating soil next to him and rolled his eyes at him. What do you think? The old man suddenly stopped talking, just pursed his lips, looking very embarrassed. Kai Wenji also threw herself into Jiang Tian's arms, raised her head and said eagerly, "Master, that spider you mentioned is so scary. I'm scared." "Good." Jiang Tian rubbed Kai Wenji's hair and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll definitely ensure safety. So, I'll add one more person to take charge of the fishing duties, and let." Halfway through his words, Huatsubing took a step forward, knelt on one knee, and clasped his fists, saying, "My lord, I am willing to obey your orders and guard the border." Seeing this, Jiang Tian nodded. Huatsubing seems to have a special obsession with killing enemies, so let him be responsible for this job. Okay, then from now on, you'll take your weapons to the fishing area and be responsible for the boxes you catch. Lubu will continue to be in charge of the construction for the time being. "Thank you, my lord." Huatsubing clasped his fists again. "All right, everyone, let's get back to work. Huatsubing, if you catch any boxes, tell me before you open them. And don't rush to kill those monsters. Let me take a look first." "Yes." After the small meeting, everyone returned to their respective jobs. Fishing place, after joining Huatsubing, Kai Wenji and Wang Yun also calmed down and were not as scared as before. After all, the monsters these days were all dealt with by Huatsubing, and his strength is obvious to all. On the other side, Jiang Tian and Lu Bu continued to work on the foundation and increase the progress of the work. While digging the hole, Jiang Tian was thinking about something. We still need manpower. If we can catch a few more laborers, we can have generals like Lu Bu and Huatsubing take charge of the island's defense, and leave the construction work to others. Just then, bang! A muffled sound came from the fishing spot, which was the sound of a wooden box falling to the ground. Huatsubing asked Kai Wenji and Wang Yun to temporarily leave and shouted to Jiang Tian, "My lord." "Okay, got it." Jiang Tian put down the shovel and walked to a place not far from the wooden box. "Okay, open the box. Be careful how you open it, and it's best to leave the victim alive." "Yes." Huatsubing bowed in response. He picked up the dagger and used the tip of the sword to hook out the movable wooden board. Right at this moment, swish, a black shadow jumped out of the box and fell to the ground not far from the box. Chapter 56. Can metal ores be caught? This sudden appearance of the thing startled Kai Wenji and Wang Yun. Even Huatsubing frowned slightly. If he had just stuck his head in and looked like he did before, he might have been tricked. Jiang Tian and Huatsubing took a closer look and found that the body of this thing was divided into two round parts, with a large and round hairy abdomen and 8 limbs as thick as rolling pins. The entire body is half a meter long. At the front of the head, 2 white claws were waving and clamping, and 4 black eyes, 2 large and 2 small, were attached together. Although it had no pupils, they knew it was watching them both. Watching with eager eyes. Just after looking at the spider, the half-meter-long black shadow attacked again. Da-da-da-da. The 8 limbs moved rapidly on the ground, kicked in place for a while, and then turned in circles to adjust the direction. After adjusting the angle, he lowered his limbs to gather strength and jumped towards Huatsubing again. The white fangs were raised, revealing a fierce light. It's fast, but Huatsubing is faster than it. The man in green cloth moved, and a bronze light and shadow passed by. The 4 long legs were cut off and fell to the ground, wriggling slightly. The spider, missing part of its body, fell to the ground face up. Green blood still flowed from the 4 severed limbs. His abdomen throbbed, and his other 4 limbs flared wildly, as if trying to climb back up. But, because one side of the limbs was missing, the movement seemed extremely uncoordinated, and the claws rubbed against each other rapidly, making a hissing sound as if threatening the people present. This picture looks very strange. At this time, Huatsubing moved again. A flash of light passed by, and the other 4 limbs were also chopped off. Another move. The 2 claws were also cut off. Now, the spider is completely quiet, but my abdomen was still surging, making me feel even more disgusted. After confirming that there was no threat, Huatsubing used his dagger to move the 8 severed legs and 2 claws to the side of the spider. Then he flicked the blood off the dagger. He came to Jiang Tian and clasped his fists. "My lord, the monster has been subdued. Please take a look." "Yeah, very good." Jiang Tian was very pleased. It seems that Huatsubing did not forget his words and left the spider alive for his own research. He stepped forward and took a look at the thing. The black body twisted and writhed on the ground in agony, limbs jutting out beside it. This scene reminded Jiang Tian of the cut-up king crab. It just looks a bit disgusting. This should be the spider that the person mentioned in the chat channel just now. I didn't expect to encounter it so soon. It was really big. It was the first time Jiang Tian saw it. On the other side, Kai Wenji also trotted over and glanced at the spider. Compound eyes, broken limbs, twisting body, green blood. This bizarre scene frightened Kai Wenji so much that her face turned pale. He pounced on Jiang Tian's back again. He touched Kai Wenji's head and asked her to rest for a while. Jiang Tian started studying spiders again. He picked up a branch and poked it. He fiddled with the spider's broken limbs and took a look. The front part of the spider's legs is sharp and aggressive, but its body surface is not very hard. It has a certain degree of aggressiveness, but its defense is not high, so it is still relatively easy to kill. As long as you don't get ambushed by it when you open the box, have a strong mentality, and are not afraid of the image of this big spider, this thing is not very difficult to deal with. As for the rest, Jiang Tian is not a biologist, so he can't do much research. Okay, throw it down. This spider monster is disgusting. I guess no one would want it even if I exchange it for materials. Might as well just throw it away and benefit the fish brother under the Sky Island. Yes, my lord. Hua Tsubing obeyed the order and used his dagger to sweep the spider's parts out of the island. Wang Yin, go get a bucket of water and wash off this spider blood. Yes, my lord. As the old man walked towards the pond, he looked back at the remains of the spider with disgust in his eyes. This big spider is so disgusting. I hope I never encounter it again. After this little episode, everything returned to normal. After clearing the land, Hua Tsubing continued fishing with Kai Wenji and Wang Yin. Jiang Tian returned to the construction site to contribute to the construction of the new house. Whenever a wooden box was caught at the fishing spot, Jiang Tian would go over to take a look from time to time. The previous monsters will still appear, and the familiar goblins, skeletons, and murlocs from the past 2 days will still appear in the wooden boxes. I caught another spider, and it was the same size as the one I caught before. But this time Jiang Tian was too lazy to study this thing because it looked disgusting. Just let Hua Tsubing drive it away from the island. The morning passed uneventfully, and just when a few of them had finished lunch and were about to take a nap, Jiang Tian received a private message. 0888. Hey, are you there? I have good news to tell you. What's the good news? Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. Did you catch some metal? Soon after, the other party replied. Fuck, how do you know? I just caught something, a purple metal lump. It feels cool to the touch. It must be metal. Purple. Jiang Tian thought about it and guessed. Could it be copper? 0888. I don't know what it is, but I just caught it. Do you want it? Yes, of course. Then what is the price? Let's trade first. After replying this sentence, the other party sent a transaction invitation. The system notes said it was a copper ingot. Really? It is in the shape of a rectangular block, more than 20 centimeters long and more than 10 centimeters wide. The thickness is about 5 centimeters. Considering the density of copper, this piece of copper probably weighs about 20 kilograms. 0888 asked, how about it? Make an offer. 1 Huazi and 1 Coke. Want to do it? Holy crap, that's a steal. I spent a ton of money to catch this. I told you as soon as I caught it, but there's also a data fee. So give me more. Okay then, do you want some spicy noodles? Fuck, it seems like supermarket snacks are no longer available. How come we still have spicy strips? How did you do it? Don't worry about it. Do you want to change it or not? Switch. Jiang Tian threw in a Huazi cigarette, 200 milliliters of Coke, and a small bag of spicy strips. The deal was done, and I got the copper ingot. Jiang Tian weighed it for a while. Although this thing had a certain weight, it was not very big. It's so small that you can't make anything out of it. Moreover, this seems to be a piece of pure copper, which is soft in texture and cannot be used to make equipment. But it doesn't matter. Jiang Tian looked at the copper ingot and smiled faintly. If someone can catch this thing, it means that metal should have started to appear. As long as it is refreshed, his men will not only be able to catch it. You can even buy and stockpile some. Don't worry about quantity. And according to my guess, there should be some other metals besides copper. If you receive another wave of tin or iron, it will be of great use. Chapter 57. Hurry, grab it. Not long after, Jiang Tian posted a message seeking to purchase metal on the trading floor and 2 chat channels. We are buying all kinds of metals. You can exchange them for food, salt, wood, and other resources. If you're interested, please contact us privately. After the message was sent, several people did send in transaction requests. But the number is small. Jiang Tian was not in a hurry. According to his experience, the frequency of such newly appeared items was not high. Besides, the blacksmith shop is not ready yet, so there is no need to rush. just accumulate slowly. With beautiful plans for the future, Jiang Tian lay down comfortably and took a nap. An hour later, Master, it's time to get up. Hearing the call of Kai Wenji, the human-shaped alarm clock, Jiang Tian rubbed his eyes and got out of bed. After washing his face, a few people went out. Jiang Tian opened a trading system to check the metal acquisition situation. Within this hour, 2 more people sent in transaction requests. Jiang Tian negotiated and purchased one by one and acquired a small copper ingot and a small piece of tin. The metal transactions received at noon today were basically copper, 2 pieces of iron, and 1 piece of tin. The portion is pitifully small, not even as big as the 0888 portion at noon. Forget it, I'll collect it slowly. Close the interface and go outside to continue working. Those who are building the foundation are building the foundation, and those who are pouring cement are pouring cement. From time to time, the sound of wooden boxes colliding could be heard from the fishing spot, as well as the splash of some creatures falling into the sea. Time slowly slides along the direction of the sun. At about 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Kai Wenji's voice was heard from the fishing spot. Oh, this thing is a bit heavy. Leave it to me. Hua Tsubing stood up, took the fishing rod, and lifted it up. A long cloud was pulled over. Bang! A wooden box fell to the ground. The sound of it hitting the ground was louder than usual. Hearing the sound, Jiang Tian also walked over curiously. Judging from a noise, the things in this box must be unusual, and this box looks to be of higher specifications than the previous ones. He gave Hua Tsubing a look, and he understood. He picked up the dagger and slowly moved towards the wooden box, intending to tear the planks apart. Just then, the planks of the crate actually began to move on their own. Wow! Bang! The movable plank slid to the edge and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tian and Hua Tsubing's eyes flashed. My guess turned out to be correct. There really is something that can be unboxed by itself. I just don't know whether there is a human or a ghost in it. Kai Wenji and Wang Yun stepped aside, while Jiang Tian and Hua Tsubing prepared for battle with weapons in hand. Now, 2 chubby things stuck out from the gap in the wooden box. There were 2 hands that looked like they only had 2 fingers clinging to the edge of the box. Then, something large and round poked out of the box. Broad ears, a round nose, and a plump face. 2 round eyes were rolling around, and he was looking around with his mouth wide open. Jiang Tian and Hua Tsubing were stunned. This is Pighead? This curious scene made the 2 of them look at each other. It's like staring at each other. What a big pig head. Then, Hua Tsubing stared at the pig head again, gripping his dagger tightly. My lord, this is the pigman you were talking about, right? How do we deal with this monster? Jiang Tian thought about it and gave the order. I heard it won't hurt anyone on its own initiative. Keep your distance from it and see what happens. Yes, just as the 2 were talking. The pig in the box has completely stood up. This head looks quite tall, perhaps even taller than Lu Bu, probably around 2 meters. His upper body is broad and strong, and he looks quite sturdy. The bottom is blocked by wooden boxes and cannot be seen. Then the pigman leaned on the edge of the box and grunted awkwardly as he tried to get out. The center of gravity shifted, the wooden box overturned, and the pigman fell down with the box. Plop! Seeing this scene, Jiang Tian frowned and clicked his tongue. TSK, that was a pretty hard fall, and he landed face down on the ground. How painful that must have been. At this time, except for Kai Wenji and Wang Yun who were standing by and watching. Even Lu Bu, Shi Jigang, and Zhang San, who were working on construction on the other side, turned around to look over. Seeing this thing, everyone's eyes widened. There is a big pig on the ground. At this time, the pig man lying on the ground moved forward twice. Then he got up, as if nothing had happened, still grinning foolishly. Doesn't look very smart. After getting up, they discovered the pig man also wore a short skirt made of hay. Moreover, although this pig man has a relatively strong upper body, his lower body is particularly short. At most, only 1/3 of the body. No wonder it's so hard to climb a 1-meter box. The pig man got up and walked forward in small steps, looking around with a curious look on his face. Looks pretty happy. As for Jiang Tian and Hua Tsubing next to him, the pig man took a look and turned his head away, showing no interest at all. It is indeed as the survivor said, it is not actively aggressive. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Tian and Hua Tsubing did not take any action. They followed it and observed the situation of this thing. The pigman's back is covered with short white hair, and it looks no different from an ordinary pig. It also has a curved, round tail in the lower middle part of its body. The pigman walked forward and passed by the central wooden house. I raised my nose and sniffed, but found it uninteresting. Go around the wooden house and keep going forward. At this time, we have arrived in the West. This is the place where animals are kept in captivity. The pigman first looked at the chickens, ducks, and geese in the cages and chuckled twice. Then he spotted a few pigs in the pig pen and immediately ran over with small steps. He pounced down and stretched out his hoof to touch the pigs' faces. The pig's face was grinning, as if with a hint of mockery. Hum. The pigs in the pig pen saw that this was a different kind of their own. His mouth opened wide in surprise, obviously frightened. Oh shit, how the hell is this long? We are both pigs. Why are you so outstanding? During this process, Jiang Tian and Hua Tubing watched from the side with weapons in hand. Even Lu Bu put down his shovel and followed. If the pig man intends to do something bad to these pigs, teach him a lesson. Fortunately, the pig man tried it and found it boring. He got up again and looked to the side. At this moment, the round eyes lit up. I don't know what he discovered, but he ran towards the north with his short legs. As he ran, the pigman's big face was spitting outwards, his face full of excitement. Jiang Tian was shocked when he saw this scene. Oh shit, this is going to destroy their plants. Quick, grab it. Chapter 58. My lord, I caught a woman. After receiving the order, Lu Bu and Hua Tubing stepped forward at the same time and grabbed the pigman's arms on the left and right. The pigman was running with small steps when he suddenly felt his body stop. He pushed hard against the ground with his short legs, but felt unable to move even a step. Only then did it discover. I was actually obstructed by two people. A humph. His fat body swayed from side to side, and he struggled violently, but he couldn't move. Being blocked like this, the pigman turned around and glared at the two of them. He swung his arms wildly, but after a long time he still couldn't pull his arms free. The facial features were squeezed together, and the fat pig's face was full of anger. Suddenly, the pigman opened his mouth wide and bit Lu Bu directly. The teeth were crooked and uneven, and a sharp smell emanated from the pig's mouth. Lu Bu frowned and raised his other arm. He clenched his fists and faced the aggressive pig face. Behave yourself. Boom! The pig's head rolled its eyes and flew backwards with its body. However, he was pulled back by Lu Bu and the other man and slowly collapsed. Seeing this, Lu Bu and Hua Tubing let go of their hands at the same time. Bang! The pigman fell to the ground on his back. Looking again, there was blood foam at the pig's mouth and ears, and its nose was flattened. At this time, the other people also put down their work and gathered around, pointing at the pigman. So ugly. This is the first time I've seen a pig in human form. Is it a monster? TSK. How on earth did they do that? Aren't there reproductive isolation between humans and pigs? Jiang Tian walked to the pigman and squatted down. Use the stick to poke the pigman's fat face. Dead. Hua Tubing squatted down and put his fingers on the pigman's neck. He sniffed again. Looks like he's dead. Jiang Tian was speechless. According to the person on the chat channel, this pig seems to be quite tough, and neither of them can hold it back. How could he be killed so easily with just one punch from Lu Bu? Lu Bu also looked at his fist in confusion. He looked so strong. How could he die so quickly? So weak. Jiang Tian looked at the pig man carefully again. The head, limbs, and facial features all look like those of a pig. However, its body proportions are slightly different from those of normal pigs, and it can walk upright. In general, the main body is still the pig. However, if I really want to eat it like pig, I can't do it. After all, its behavior looks a bit like that of a human, except that its brain isn't very smart. Jiang Tian waved his hand. Okay, throw it down. Yes, my lord. Hua Tubing accepted the order. Grabbing the pigman by the scruff of the neck, he dragged it towards the edge. Okay, you guys should get back to work. There will probably be more and more weird things in the future, and there will be plenty of opportunities to see them. Jiang Tian waved his hand and sent away the onlookers. Then everything returned to normal. Shi Gang and Zhang Sen carried buckets of cement to the foundation dug by Lu Bu and poured them down. After Hua Tubing threw the pigman out of the empty island, he returned to his fishing spot and continued fishing for clouds. Jiang Tian thought about it and realized that what he had just said casually actually made sense. The characteristics of monsters that appear later should become increasingly strange. I should collect more information about these monsters to avoid being at a disadvantage. Afterwards, Jiang Tian opened the chat system again to observe the situation and purchase some supplies. First open the World Channel. The comments were jumping around rapidly, mostly discussing the new monsters that appeared today. Oh my god, there's a humanoid pig on my island destroying my farmland. The spider ate one of my eyes. I also encountered a pigman. It has high defense and great strength. If you encounter it, throw food outside the island in front of it to lure it down. I also caught a monster, but it was a murloc, not the spider or pigman you mentioned. Hey, I tried to fight them today and found that my physical fitness seemed to have improved a bit. I could knock them back several steps with one punch. Really? I also found that I seem to be stronger now than before. Haha, are we upgrading? Will we become superheroes in the future? After hearing what you said, I can't wait to find a monster to try it out. Observe for a while. Apart from goblins, murlocs, and skeletons, the monsters people talked about the most were spiders and pigmen, and no one talked about other monsters. It seems that these two new species were added today. Then, Jiang Tian switched to the regional chat channel. They were also talking about the monster they caught today. By the way, what weapons did you use when fighting those monsters? I whittled a spear out of wood, and it seems pretty useful. Haha, I have a bone knife dropped by a skeleton. I did pick up a stone club when I was fighting the goblins yesterday, but it wasn't very good. It got broken during the battle today. Fuck, I'm so jealous. I have nothing here. I want a bone knife too. That spider is so disgusting. I need a longer weapon. Do you still have a stone fork? Please. Seeing this, Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. Arms? He has plenty of them here. In the past 2 days, I have caught many monsters with weapons. When they were kicked off the island, the weapons fell to the ground and were collected. There were more than 40 stone sticks, stone forks, bone knives, and so on piled on the east side. This stuff is of extremely poor quality, and Jiang Tian originally wanted to see if it could be used as material. I didn't expect that there are people who collect this kind of stuff. Maybe these things can be sold at a good price. Thinking about it, Jiang Tian began to edit the message. Send. 1111. Weapons for sale, including bone knives, stone forks, and stone clubs. You can exchange them for various materials, with metal being preferred. Quantities are limited, less than 50 pieces, so hurry and buy now. As soon as this message was sent, the chat channel fell silent again. Then the sound of "oh my god" continued to ring out. What the hell? Less than 50? My goodness. Where did you get all these weapons? Aren't these all held by the monsters? Did you find a monster nest? I want to buy it. I want to buy it. Boss, you're cheating. I don't have any metal. Can I use clay instead? Boss, I don't have anything. Can you give me a few? For a time, transaction applications flooded in again. Clay bags of various sizes, wood, and some seeds appeared around Jiang Tian. Seeing this, Jiang Tian was also happy. After fighting so many monsters, I finally saw some benefits this time. Just then, Huitsubing came over and reported. My lord, a woman has been caught. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Female. Chapter 59 Master. My name is Li Xioning. Jiang Tianchao looked towards the fishing spot. There was indeed a wooden box there, and a man with long hair and wearing green cloth was standing in the middle. It does look like a woman, and judging by her attire, she seems to be an ancient person. Next to her, Kai Wenji was also standing next to the box, raising her head and looking at it curiously. By comparison, we can find that this woman is about 1.7 meters tall, a head taller than Kai Wenji. Go, bring her here and let her see. Yes, my lord. Huitsubing took the order, returned to the box, and said something to the woman. The woman stepped out of the box, and the two of them walked towards Jiang Tian together. During this process, Jiang Tian discovered that the walking styles of the two people were surprisingly similar, both striding with big strides and a free and easy posture. Soon they came in front of Jiang Tian, and both of them bowed and said, My lord, the people are here. Owner. Only then did Jiang Tiankai see the woman's appearance clearly. She looked to be about 20 years old, with a pretty oval face. Beneath her willow-shaped eyebrows were a pair of bright phoenix eyes, and her thick black hair casually fell on her shoulders. There is always a sense of decisiveness and ruthlessness in his behavior. All in all, the whole person looks very capable. There is absolutely no trace of the immaturity that matches his age. Instead, there's a maturity full of charm. If she were to wear a professional OL outfit and be placed in a modern city, she would also be the perfect image of a strong woman. Having said that, this woman's every move was as clean and neat as Huitsubing's. A sense of determination permeates the sound of the trickling spring water. A female soldier? Could it be? Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes and asked, What's your name? Return to the master. The woman nodded and said, "My name is Li Xiaoning." Jiang Tian was speechless. Guessed wrong. I thought it was Milan. However, Li Xiaoning is no ordinary woman. It can even be said to be famous. This Li Xiaoning is the third daughter of Emperor Gaozu of Tang, Li Yuan, and the elder sister of Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin, Princess Pingyang. Of course, Li Shimin had many brothers and sisters, and if it were just because of this kinship, he would not be so famous. When Li Yuan started his rebellion, she also began to support her father from the rear. Disguised as a man, she called herself Master Li and recruited troops along the way to conquer the east and the west with great success. The women's army, led by her, became famous. In the process of Li Yuan's conquest of the world, Li Xiaoning made great contributions. It can be said that half of the Tang dynasty was conquered by her. The saying, "Women are as good as men," is very suitable for her. After a moment of reminiscing, Jiang Tian nodded. The one he hooked this time was another unusual character, adding another strength to his armed forces. Besides, it seems like it has been a while since I caught any female subordinates. The last time I caught Kai Wenji was on the 9th day. It's the 18th day now, and I finally caught a member of the opposite sex, and she's a princess. This makes the team appear more harmonious. Afterwards, Hui Tsubing was allowed to return to his post. Jiang Tianza took Li Xiaoning for a walk around the island. I looked at the ponds, the areas where plants were grown and animals were raised, as well as the locations of toilets and the housing construction sites. After a brief introduction, just then, another box was caught at the fishing spot. Jiang Tian brought Li Xiaoning over again and asked Hui Tsubing to open the box in front of them, kill the monster inside, and kick it off the island. This is almost the end of the introduction to the living conditions on the entire island. It's time to arrange jobs again. Jiang Tian asked, "Li Xiaoning, what are you more interested in, building a house or going fishing in the east?" "Master, I could do all of this." Li Xiaoning had a serious expression on his face, and at this moment, he looked like a soldier on standby. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Tian made a decision. First, arrange for her to go fishing and cooperate with Hui Tsubing to learn more about the monster. He also instructed Hui Tsubing that if Li Xiaoning wanted to practice with monsters herself, she could try and practice more fighting skills. Everything is arranged. Jiang Tian returned to the construction site to speed up the construction of the house. After a busy few hours, the setting sun hangs in the sky. Jiang Tian looked at the sun and patted the dust off his hands. "Get off work, time to eat. Call." Shiji Gang stretched. Lu Bu's stomach rumbled, and his eyes looked towards the kitchen. "Okay, stop looking." Jiang Tian patted Lu Bu and ordered, "If you want to eat quickly, go prepare the ingredients first. Go cook the rice first." "Yes, my lord." Lu Bu clasped his fists and ran to the warehouse to get rice. Owner, Kai Wenji trotted over and threw herself into Jiang Tian's arms. He raised his big eyes and asked, "Master, what would you like to eat tonight?" Let me think about it." While stroking Kai Wenji's hair, Jiang Tian began to think about what ingredients were available. "I bought some pork today, and this cucumber seems to be ripe now. Could be a whole new take on home cooking." Then he smiled and said, "Let's make fish soup tonight and stir-fry some cabbage." "Oh, and today we can have 2 new dishes, braised pork and stir-fried cucumber and ham sausage." "Braised pork? Cucumber, fried ham." Kai Wenji blinked her big eyes. "Master, I don't know how to cook these 2 dishes." "I'll teach you." "Okay." Shiji Gang, go kill 3 fish." "Okay, boss." In the kitchen, the newly purchased steamer was emitting white smoke and rice was steaming inside. On the other side, there were a few cucumbers and sausages on the table. There was a large piece of pork belly on the cutting board. Jiang Tianzheng took a kitchen knife and cut the large piece of meat into small cubes about 2 centimeters in size. Then put in a large pot of cold water, pour in a little cooking wine, turn on the fire, and start cooking. Kai Wenji stood obediently beside Jiang Tian and watched quietly. While blanching the meat, Jiang Tian began to prepare the next dish. He took the cucumber and picked up the kitchen knife to start cutting. At this time, Kai Wenji suddenly said, "Master, let me cut it." "Okay." Jiang Tian moved aside, and Kai Wenji stood in front of the chopping board and picked up the kitchen knife. Following Jiang Tian's example, he placed his left hand on the cucumber and used a kitchen knife to mark the position on it. Jiang Tian reminded, "This cucumber slice is cut very thinly. Be careful not to cut your hands." Kai Wenji stopped and blinked. "Master, how do you cut this?" "I'm not very good at cutting." "Then let me show you how to use it." As he spoke, Jiang Tian stood behind Kai Wenji, taught step by step. Like this, little by little, cut the cucumber into this thin slice. Kai Wenji responded in a low voice. At an angle that Jiang Tian couldn't see, Kai Wenji lowered her head with a red face. His little heart was beating fast, and his mouth was curled into a W shape. Feeling the body temperature behind me, my eyelashes couldn't help but tremble. Just then, Li Xiaoning walked into the kitchen, carrying a basin of fish. Master, I can also light a fire and cook. The two people who were cutting cucumbers leisurely were stunned and looked toward the door at the same time. The three of them stared at each other. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Chapter 60, I'm going to kill you. I'm definitely going to kill you. Inside and outside the kitchen, the three of them stared at each other in silence for a while. Jiang Tian broke the silence and said, why are you here? Where's Shi Jigang? Although teaching Kai Wenji how to cook was a very normal thing for him to do. But this happened suddenly, and I don't know why, but I felt a little guilty. I just saw Shi Jigang killing fish, so I took over this matter. I heard that the master was cooking himself, so I wanted to share his worries. Li Xiaoning also replied in a daze. Then he looked at the two people who were still in this posture, and they seemed to realize something. He said somewhat embarrassedly, "It seems I came at the wrong time." No, you came at the perfect time. I don't know why, but Jiang Tian suddenly replied like this. I originally said this to get rid of the awkward atmosphere, but as soon as I said this, it always feels more awkward. Then he looked at the cucumber on the chopping board and said quickly, I'm chopping cucumbers now. How about you come? Yeah, okay. Li Xiaoning quickly joined in the conversation and put a basin of fish on the table. He walked over, took the kitchen knife, and brought over the cutting board and cucumber. Rub. With skillful knife skills, he cut the cucumber into small round slices in one go. Jiang Tian nodded. Well, your knife skills are pretty good. Master, thank you for your praise. As Li Xiaoning spoke, she cut another cucumber into slices. Master, you can leave the cooking work to me in the future. Yeah, sure. At this point, the awkward atmosphere finally eased. The other side, when Kai Wenji saw this scene, she was completely dumbfounded. The little mouth muttered blankly. It's obviously me who came here first. Why are you? Hey, Kai Wenji, what are you talking about? This sounds so familiar. Master, it's nothing. Jiang Tian looked at Kai Wenji's subtle expression and thought about it. From now on, I'll leave the kitchen to you two girls, okay? Yes, master. Good. Okay, the meat is almost done. Now let's start the rest of the process. Both of you should learn it. After, Jiang Tian began to stir-fry the pork belly, adding soy sauce and hot water. Then simmer it over low heat. During the process, Li Xiaoning watched very carefully. But Kai Wenji didn't look at the dishes much, but stared at Li Xiaoning silently with a puffed-up mouth. I don't know what he is thinking. An hour later, as dishes were served on the table, the whole house was filled with the aroma of food. After smelling this, the appetites of the people nearby were whetted. Especially Lu Bu. His eyes lit up when he saw the pot of braised pork. Tun swallowed his saliva. Jiang Tian picked up a piece of meat, tasted it, and nodded. He smiled and said, Okay, let's eat and try these two new dishes today. The words fell. Everyone picked up their chopsticks. My lord, this is the braised pork. It's rosy red in color and rich in flavor. It's a delicacy. Baji. Yes, it's fat but not greasy, and the aroma of the sauce is overflowing. I admire it. The familiar taste of braised pork brings me back to the feeling of being home. Whoa. This stir-fried cucumber and ham sausage is fragrant, crispy, and has a unique flavor. The owner is truly talented. Kai Wenji, who was sitting on Jiang Tian's left, picked up a piece of fish and put it into Jiang Tian's bowl. Master, have some fish. Good. Jiang Tian took the fish and took a bite. Looking at Kai Wenji, she seemed to be in a bad mood. He smiled, picked up a piece of braised pork, and handed it to Kai Wenji's mouth. Come, try it. At this moment, Kai Wenji's eyes lit up and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. She opened her little mouth and took the chopsticks containing the pork belly into her mouth. Ouch, woo. How is it? Is it delicious? Delicious. Hee. A smile reappeared on Kai Wenji's face, and her eyes narrowed into crescents. Here, master, eat this. Yeah, okay. Finally, the meal was finished. After resting for a while, Kai Wenji washed the dishes, Li Xiaoning cleaned the kitchen, and Shi Jigang cleared the table. Jiang Tian sat down and continued to rest, while others went to their workstations to work overtime. Everything is arranged perfectly. It's time to kill time by looking at the chat channel again. Yu opened the chat system and clicked on the regional channel. At this time, people were also talking about dinner. Everyone, I just cooked an egg for you guys. Ha ha ha. I roasted a duck and it tastes delicious. I've eaten duck before and I haven't caught any in the past 2 days, so I can only nibble on fish. Just be content. I just made a bowl of noodles and haven't added any salt yet. Ha ha ha. I caught a pig and am eating roast pork now. TSK, TSK, TSK. So envious. Stop talking. My mouth is watering. Haha. I also bought a piece of pork today and it's being stewed right now. I'm sure you'll be craving it. Fuck, you guys are so pretentious. Where's Boss 1111? Come out and take action against them. That's right. What's so arrogant about it? By the way, Boss 1111 hasn't announced his menu these past few days. I'm a little curious about what he's eating now. He's so unruly. He should be grilling meat now, right? I saw someone mentioning me. Jiang Tian replied. Thank you for the invitation. I'm in the house and just finished my meal. Fuck, if you mention it, it will appear. Boss, what did you eat tonight? Tell me. I'm curious too. Bah, this idiot used to love exchanging food for clay, but now he has nothing to eat. He must be chewing on the dirt, right? You little bastard, you're here again. You are the fucking lackey. Jiang Tian smiled indifferently, satisfying the curiosity of the other survivors, and said, I didn't eat anything, just some very common things. I just stir-fried some cabbage and stewed some fish soup. I made a pot of stir-fried cucumber and ham, and then made a pot of braised pork. There was nothing curious about it. To be honest, I feel a bit sick of eating too much braised pork. I won't make it for the next 2 days. The chat channel fell silent again. Then, fuck, basin. Boss, you're cheating. You're using a basin to cook. You fucking, fuck, you're showing off again. What's so great about that? Boss, I was wrong. Stop talking. I'm dying of greed. That's right. Things change over time. Don't look down on the young and poor. Boss, if you feel sick, give me some. Seeing this news, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. They were the ones who insisted on asking me what I had eaten in the evening, but after I told them, they were not happy about it. As for those who mocked him, Jiang Tian was too lazy to pay attention to them. In the next few minutes, the regional chat channel was filled with discussions about Jiang Tian's dinner. What's more, some people would even sell everything they have to buy pork. Instead, it helped those pork vendors increase their sales, and some people even sent me private messages to thank me. After watching for a while, Jiang Tian found something wrong. This 4144, why didn't you come out to cause trouble today? This is not his style. Just then, it seemed that the lackey of 4144 reported to his master. This familiar ID appeared in the chat channel. 4144, damn you. I've been shitting since I ate your fried chicken yesterday, and I still haven't finished shitting yet, and you're still pretending to be awesome. Damn, I'm gonna kill you. I'm definitely going to kill you. Puffed. Chapter 61, I just asked you to explore the way, but I didn't ask you to fuck him. Oh my, 4144, you are so disgusting. Oh my god, what happened to this fried chicken? How could it be pulled until now? Could it be the jet package? Fuck. 1111, you're so cruel. After 4144 popped up, the regional channel burst into laughter. 4144, damn. What the hell are you laughing at? Just wait for me. I will definitely... As soon as these words were spoken, the chat channel was filled with a cheerful atmosphere again. But after 4144 said this, he was speechless. I don't know if I was exhausted or fainted. The other side, on a small island of several hundred square meters. Damn, these bastards. Dongshui, you give me a hand. Yes, master. A fat man with a long beard trotted over. I came across a man wearing a beach shirt and his pants off, lying on a dirt pit, and started to get horny. Wipe it off for me. I'm out of strength. Hurry up. Oh, okay. Dongshui glanced at the lower back of the man's body with a complicated expression. Then he found a piece of wrapping cloth and pressed it against the yellowed part. It's not that I don't want to use paper. All the toilet paper has been used up in the past 2 days. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll have no more wrapping cloth and we'll have to use leaves instead. When you feel it is almost done, throw the wrapping cloth to the edge. Master, it's done. Help me pull my pants up again. Yes. After finishing all this, the man in the beach shirt collapsed on the ground with his face up. What the hell, I've changed 3 pairs of pants in the past 2 days. Damn, it's all that 1111's fault, damn it. He looked at the starry sky, his pale face full of anger. Damn it, I'm in trouble this time. He actually tricked me into eating the jet set meal. and this bastard is still pretending to be a big shot. The man in the beach shirt is 4,144. Although he was extremely weak, he did not stop cursing. Fuck, I'm gonna find you and kill you. Hear this. Dong Zhuo, who was standing next to him, paused, a gloomy smile appearing on his fat face. Master, what do you think? Should we go find him now? Looking for him? How can I look for him? I don't even know where he is. Thinking of this, 4,144 became even angrier. This is fucking terrible. That bastard has another hunched. Can you guys beat him? Hunched? The fat on Dong Zhuo's face bulged, and he looked up at the sky and thought for a while. He didn't remember the name, but subconsciously felt that it seemed very powerful. But so what? Master, no matter who he is only one person. We can control many people, so why should we be afraid of pawns like them? Dong Zhuo offered a suggestion with a flattering smile. Besides, if that 1,111's men are truly incredibly formidable, as long as we can control that 111, even the most formidable of men can be used by us. 4144 frowned and thought for a while, then nodded. That makes sense. Okay, I'm going to find him. Oh wait, come here. As soon as the words fell, a young man with an equally pale face walked up to 4,144 and greeted him. Master, what is it? Tomorrow. No, now. 4144 ordered. Take your men and fly the spaceship out to explore the area. Find that 1111. Looking for the one who eats braised pork? When he heard this ID, a hint of greed appeared on Wei's face. Then he said with some embarrassment, Master, he is hunched there. If I go there, you're scared of shit. 4144 glared at him. I only asked you to scout the way, not to kill him. If you run into him, just send me his location. But where can I find him? Idiot, just take your time searching. If you find another well-developed island, send me a signal. It will be the same if I eat them first. Oh good, Master is wise. Okay, go ahead. 4,144 raised his arms and waved them weakly. Wei also walked to a place on the island with a greedy smile. Here, there is a small island separated by a dozen square meters. The night passed slowly. The crescent moon sets, and the stars in the sky are gradually covered by the sunlight. Oh, the rooster crowed. The group led by Jiang Tian opened their eyes. Good morning, boss. Good morning, my lord. Well, go put your things away first and come over for breakfast later. Receive. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu and Shi Jiang greeted Jiang Tian, who was lying on the bed, and pushed open the door. My lord, good morning. Good morning, master. When the door was pushed open, Huicubing and Li Xiaoning were standing outside, bowing their hands and greeting the inside of the house. Well, good morning to you guys too. Jiang Tian waved his hand lazily. After a simple greeting, the few people left to work. Huicubing went to get the fishing rod, and Li Xiaoning went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Lu Bu and Shi Jiang also walked out of the door and saw 3 tents in front of them. Before the house was built, the people who came later lived in tents outside the house. There are now 3 tents outside, one for Huicubing, one for Li Xiaoning, and one for Wang Yun and Zhang San. At this time, Zhang San had just put on his clothes, walked out of the tent, and greeted Jiang Tian. Afterwards, Shi Jiang went directly to the warehouse to organize the tools, while Lu Bu came to the outside of Wang Yun's tent. He squatted down and went in, then dragged Wang Yun out. Hey, old man, don't sleep anymore, get up and work. Lu Bu patted Wang Yun's face carelessly and woke him up. The little old man rubbed his sleepy eyes. Lu Bu, do you know how to respect your elders? Stop talking nonsense. Lu Bu glared and said, Hurry up, don't make the Lord angry. The little old man then got up and walked towards a fishing spot. While walking, he muttered, What do you mean by making the Lord angry? It's obvious that you just don't like me. Go back inside. Owner. Kai Wenji looked at Jiang Tian, who was dazed with his eyes closed. Master, I'm going to boil some water. Jiang Tian replied casually, looking at the state of his master and the hand that was resting on the edge of the bed when he waved and greeted a few people just now. She deliberately rubbed her little face against Jiang Tian's palm, then got up from the bed and went to boil some water. Not long after. Master, the water is ready. Jiang Tian got up. Kai Wenji took the towel in her small hands, brushed it in warm water, and then gently wrung it dry, slowly wiping Jiang Tian's face. Comfortable. Under the stimulation of the warm water, Jiang Tian also came to his senses and sighed. The feeling of being served now. Really good. Hearing the praise, Kai Wenji also raised the corners of her mouth. Then, Master, I'm going to go out and feed the animals first. Kai Wenji picked up the basin of water and went out. Jiang Tian stretched again and walked out the door. The first thing to do when you wake up every day is to copy the fishing rod to increase your income. Chapter 62. Jiang Tian felt something was wrong. Outside the house, Jiang Tian came to the fishing spot and picked up a fishing rod. Recite silently in your heart. Copy. A phantom of rosy light appeared, and soon another fishing rod appeared in front of him. Today is the 19th day. Except for the days of copying the empty land, the number of fishing rods has been increasing with the passage of time. Now I have 16 fishing rods. Wang Yin and Hua Tsubing were hooking them onto the clouds one by one. Jiang Tian nodded and went to the construction site again. Tools, clay, water, etc. have been laid out, ready for work to begin. At this time, Shiji Gang walked over and said, Boss, Li Xiaoning asked me to report that breakfast is ready. Okay, let's notify the others too. Let's finish breakfast before we start working. Okay. Inside the house, 8 people sat together. On the table, there's a large pot of noodles sprinkled with chopped green onions and exuding the aroma of lard. There are also 7 bowls placed next to it, placed in front of each person. There was also a basin placed in front of Lu Bu. The noodles were packed one by one, and several people began to eat breakfast, chatting while eating. While slurping the noodles, Jiang Tian was still thinking. Now we have pork, cabbage, onions, and so on. Maybe you could try making dumplings to enrich your breakfast? Li Xiaoning should know how to make dumplings, right? I can talk to her about it later. As we chatted and thought, the meal was soon finished. Several people returned to their respective posts, and the day's work officially began. Jiang Tian also opened the chat channel and purchased some supplies as usual, and took the opportunity to see if there were any changes in the monsters today. At this time, most people had also gotten up and were greeting each other on the channel. Good morning, everyone. Are you all up? I'm up, fishing for clouds. I was so scared last night. I fished up a box and a pig's head stuck out of it. Fuck, you caught a pigman too? How's that going? I recognized it right away. Snap. It was so quick. I pushed the box down before it could crawl out. You're so lucky. Otherwise your island would have been destroyed too. By the way, where's the guy who caught the pigman yesterday? Didn't he say he wanted to fight the pigman? Why is he silent now? Didn't the pigman beat him to death? As soon as these words were spoken, the chat channel became even more lively. Everyone started calling out for the guy who caught the pigman yesterday, wanted to know what happened to him. In this resource-scarce place, their greatest pleasure is to discuss such topics after dinner. Even Jiang Tian was a little curious and wanted to know what happened to that person afterwards. Not long after, the brother who was harmed by the pigman yesterday finally spoke. CNNS 2345. Don't guess I'm not dead yet. Holy crap. Hey buddy, tell me, what's up with that pigman who came to your island? Yes, tell me. Did you kill the pigman? You should kill it while it's sleeping, right? 2345 was silent for a moment, then said, Don't say that. Actually, I think this pigman is pretty good. When these words came out, everyone else was shocked. Fuck, pretty good? Dude, that's not what you said yesterday. Didn't you say you were going to fight it to the death? You changed your opinion of it in just one night? What happened between you and the pigman last night? Upstairs, there's something wrong with what you said. Regional channels were buzzing with discussion. Everyone is guessing what happened between 2345 and the pigman that night. Some remarks were even warned by the system because they were too vulgar. After a while, 2345 sent out a long message explaining what happened yesterday. Yesterday I said I was going to fight the pigman, but I couldn't beat it, so I gave up and just continued fishing for clouds. Then I caught a box, and a spider jumped out of it and chased me, which scared me. At this moment, the pig brother rushed over, grabbed the spider, and beat it up, killing it and saving my life. Sometimes, I feel like it's nice to have a companion like this on the island. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. What the hell? A pigman could be a thug. Is there such a thing? This pigman. Could it be from a friendly camp? Damn, pigmen can help fight monsters. I want to catch pigmen too. What happened next? What happened next? 2345. Later, the pigman ate the spider and seemed to be in a good mood after eating it. I have decided to leave it on the island from now on. At worst, I won't grow vegetables anymore. That's amazing. I want to be a pig farmer too. Me too. After that, everyone followed suit and said they hoped to catch a pigman. I hope there will be another thug like this to lend me a hand. Seeing this, Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. Switched to the World Channel to observe the situation. Some people here are also discussing pigmen, helping themselves to fight some goblins and murlocs. After the pigmen kill them, they will devour the monster's corpse. According to the survivors' speculation, the pigmen belonged to the friendly camp and came to help them. Upon seeing this news, the other survivors were extremely excited. However, Jiang Tian felt something was wrong. Yesterday, when Lu Bu and Hua Tubing clamped the pigman and prevented him from going to the vegetable garden, he became angry and opened his mouth to bite people. Could this kind of thing be a teammate? However, if it encounters a monster, it will attack again. After much thought, I can probably come to this conclusion. This pigman should belong to an independent camp. They remain neutral towards the survivors and are not very interested in humans, but they have a hostile relationship with monsters. As long as the survivors do not attack it or stop it from eating, it will not do anything to humans. At most, it will harm the crops on the island. If you try to obstruct the pigmen, you will be attacked by them. And if they get really hungry, I don't know what will happen. In short, Jiang Tian would not raise such a thing, and he didn't need the pigman to do anything for him. As for thugs, there are plenty of them on his island. Yesterday, this pigman was killed by Lu Bu with just one punch. With such fighting power, it would be better not to have him. As for other people, if they want to raise pigs, then go ahead. I can also use them as a reference to see what the situation is like behind the pigman. Switch to the regional chat channel again. It's still talking about pig people and is full of fantasies about this kind of good friend. Some even said that they hope to catch more pigmen and let them reproduce to build an armed force for themselves. Just at this moment, the emergence of a statement drew everyone's attention back from the topic of pigmen. Holy shit, I saw a little island flying towards me. Chapter 63, Air Pirates. Is the island flying towards you? Wait, I seem to have some impression. Who mentioned this last time? It seems to be 4144. Oh shit, is he targeting you? The chat channel exploded instantly. At this time, the person who discovered the flying island continued to describe. I don't know if this is Island 4144. There's a big sale on it. Oh, Island 4144 seems to be over 300 square meters, but this one looks quite small. Less than 20 square meters. It shouldn't be him coming over. The island is getting closer and closer. I'm gonna go check it out. Hey, buddy, be careful. That's right, call all your men. Do you have any pigmen there? Bring them along. For the next few minutes, the man was silent. Everyone was wondering if this guy had met with an accident. At this time, the person who encountered the floating island spoke again. I called 2 of my men over. Now the island has drifted to the edge of my island. I can see its structure clearly and know how it drifted here. Besides a large sail for wind power, there was also a large, human-powered wooden fan at the back. 4 strong men sat on it, cranking the handle to create thrust. This small island was less than 20 square meters, and its sides were thinned to only 1 cubic meter to reduce the load. And then, etc. For strong men? As soon as this news came out, the man was speechless. Others didn't send any more messages, but just stared at the message they had just sent. For a moment, the regional channel fell silent again. Although I didn't see the situation there with my own eyes, I heard about it through this message. Everyone knew that this person was in great danger. I don't know how long it took, but news on the regional channel began to surge again. You guys, what's going on with this guy? I think he should be... Is he dead? Oh my god. Such a living person is about to disappear in front of me. Who is on this moving island? Is it a sky island? Holy crap. So this is how the Sky Island moves? I finally figured it out. Sky Pirate? What a great name. Ha! I finally found a way to go to someone else's island and have fun. No. What do you want to do? What do you think we're going to do? Won't you know when we come find you? Hey, looking at your ID, it seems like you caught a pig yesterday, right? From your usual chats, it seems like you have plenty of resources. Fuck, you guys are not going to imitate those guys and prepare to rob them, are you? I'm robbing you lucky bastards. I'm going to start making sails and fans right now. Do you have any wood? Sell it all to me. The price is negotiable. Don't come over here. I want one too. Fuck, don't fight with me. Do you believe I'll fly over and fuck you? Come if you have the guts. I'm waiting for you. The chat channel was filled with panic and quarrels. Seeing this situation, many people knew what was going on. This area is likely to be in complete chaos. The other side, above a certain area, an island of over 100 square meters is suspended in the air. Next to this island, there is another small island less than 20 square meters with sails and fans on it. Between the 2 islands, Two wooden stakes tied with ropes are used to lock the position. On a larger island, a teenager and two strong men were patrolling the island. The two strong men stood with their heads held high and stepped on a young man who was tied up and wearing modern clothes. Next to the young man, there were two injured men kneeling with their heads in their hands. The two men looked on in fear as they saw their master being threatened, but they did not dare to act rashly. The young man lowered his head and looked as pale as death. Just now he saw an island flying towards him, so he went to watch the fun. Unexpectedly, four big men with weapons and a young man with a domineering face jumped down from above and rushed to their island. While he was looking at the other party's sky island construction, he was hit on the head with a stick and his men were also beaten. When I came to my senses, my hands and feet were tied and my mouth was blocked. This young man was the unlucky guy who was invaded in the chat channel just now. At this time, the young man with a domineering look on his face, who was accompanied by two strong men, also came back after completing his inspection. He walked up to the young man with a swagger and waved his hand to ask the strong man to make room for him. Bang! A foot carelessly stepped on a young man's face. Wow, it's growing well. You've planted quite a lot of plants. Haha, now they're all ours. Thank you so much. Stop. Take your feet away. Seeing their master being stepped on, the two men kneeling on the ground could not help but yell and struggled to stand up and resist. Bang! Behave yourself. The two men tried to stand up, but one of them was kicked by the strong man next to him and fell to his knees again. Oomph. Looking at the two men's frustrated expressions, the young man sneered twice. The right foot twisted twice on the young man's face. I'm telling you, you'd better behave yourself, or I can't guarantee what will happen to you. The master. Seeing this scene, the two men gritted their teeth again. But at this moment, they're at the mercy of others and dare not speak out. Okay. The young man retracted his foot, clapped his hands, and said to the two strong men beside him, You guys throw this tied-up guy onto the boat first. Yes. The sturdy man took the order, picked up the young man, and walked to the smaller sky island to wait. Then the boy walked up to the two kneeling men. He leaned forward, raised his chin, and said proudly, Your island is now under our control, and your owner is also in our hands. Your new master will bring a large army to take over your island soon. Clean up this island and prepare to welcome your new master, okay? The two men did not reply, but stared at the owner of the small sky island, their faces full of worry and anger. The boy didn't care and turned around with a swagger. Let's go back and report. Then, he took the other two strong men back to the island. The sails were raised, the fans were turned, and several people sailed away. In the air, a small island of more than 10 square meters is moving slowly. A young man was sending a private message to someone. Master, we discovered an island today. There are wooden houses and vegetable plots on it. We have taken it over. Well, I already know. Come back first. The other side, 4144 lay on the wooden chair, looking at this private message and the debate in the regional channel. Smiling coldly. Chapter 64 Theoretically, this method is feasible. On the small island flying slowly in the sky. Four strong men were shaking a fan vigorously, and a young man with his hands and feet tied was lying next to them. In the front, a young man was sitting on the ground looking at the young man with a smug smile on his face. He was Ah Wei, who was sent by 4144 to find Jiang Tian's location. Although Wei did not find the location of 1111, this time he was able to find this agricultural island, which can be regarded as a contribution. To be honest, when he saw the island, he was also considering whether to land directly. After all, if this is Island 1111 and I meet Hui Tsubing, I will be dead. At this moment, the idiot lying on the ground actually exposed his ID. As long as it's not 1111, he won't be afraid at all. At least in this area, no one is more powerful than him and 4144. I don't know how the master will reward me after I return. When 4144 develops in the future, I can lead a team to kill enemies everywhere, and maybe I can become the overlord of a region. When the time comes, you can do whatever you want. The other side, TSK, can't you find 1111? 4144 sneered defiantly on his face. However, it would be a good idea to first recruit some other islands and labor forces to increase our own strength. It was this Ah Wei who actually gave others time to react and revealed the method of moving the island. 4144 muttered to himself, stroking his chin, lost in memories. In the first few days after arriving at Sky Island, 4144 was sure supplies. Just when he was feeling depressed and angry, suddenly a kid came flying towards him on an island that was only 10 square meters. The mobile device used by that kid is the prototype of the flying device currently used by 4144. As for the person who flew over, he was naturally imprisoned by 4144 and locked on the island to make fans. I originally thought that I could use this method to gradually invade others and develop myself, but I didn't expect that now everyone knows about it. However, it didn't take long for 4144 to figure it out. A smile appeared on his face again. Actually, this is a good thing. If others start fighting and swallow up other forces, and then I go and slaughter them, wouldn't that be equivalent to slaughtering several islands at once? It also saves me from having to look for these guys one by one. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. After he occupies the entire area, he is the biggest fish in the sky. Sky pirates? What a great name. After seeing these chat records, Jiang Tian was silent for a while. He probably also knew how to move the sky island. This should be the island movement method used by 4144, right? To be honest, Jiang Tian felt relieved at this moment. I originally thought that 4144 also came with some hidden cheat code. It seems that he just used the tools, and there should be nothing special about it. I just don't know how many resources this kid has plundered and how he's developing. Also, I should also equip myself with the method of moving around the sky island. Thinking about this, Jiang Tian came to the construction site. Shiji Gang, come here. Boss, what's up? Shiji Gang ran up to Jiang Tian, his face full of curiosity. Every time my boss calls me over, I discover something new, or build something new on the island. Therefore, this time Shiji Gang's face was also full of anticipation. Look, I just found a way to move the island. Can you please configure it for our island as well? Here's the method. Afterwards, Jiang Tian explained the method on the chat channel. Hear this. Shiji Gang raised his eyebrows first. Then he turned around and looked around the island. He frowned again, looked at Jiang Tian, and replied, "In theory, this method is feasible, but what?" Shiji Gang frowned and replied, "Although I don't know the principle, this empty soil should have a certain buoyancy, but it also has a certain mass. According to what the boss just said, the moving island is less than 20 square meters, which is also to reduce the consumption required to move the sky island. With an island as large as ours and so many supplies on it, the sails and fans needed to propel the island would be quite large. To make it, a large amount of wood and labor are needed. The materials are sufficient, but our current labor..." Shiji Gang glanced at the people busy at their various posts, and his meaning was very clear. "Yeah, I understand." Jiang Tian nodded. "Okay, let's think about this later. Let's build the house first. It should be almost done now, right?" "It's almost done. They're already laying the bricks. With the addition of cement, it should be finished tomorrow." "Okay, go ahead and get busy." "Okay, boss." After Shiji Gang left, Jiang Tian thought about it. So many people are flocking to install mobile devices on their islands, simply because they want to invade others and obtain resources. However, because of this skill, I developed faster than others. If we interrupt our own development and waste manpower and material resources to develop these things to invade others, it will probably not be worth the cost. It is better to start construction first and increase the island's defense capabilities. As long as your strength is strong enough, even if others invade, they will only be defeated by you. Of course, in addition to construction work, you also need to prepare weapons. We have to finish building the house quickly and then set up the blacksmith shop while collecting metals. Then they came to the fishing area and asked Hua Tubing to put down his fishing rod and go to the construction site to cooperate with the work and speed up the progress for the next 2 days. Now Li Xiaoning has an understanding of these monsters, and judging from the chat messages, no new monsters have appeared today, so she can deal with them alone. Afterwards, Jiang Tian opened the chat system again, intending to purchase some metals. At this time, a private message came from the chat system. 1111, did you check the chat channel just now? Another person was attacked, and they revealed a method to move the island. Now everyone in the chat channel is like crazy, frantically buying up wood, and it looks like they're going to make sails and fans to invade others. What if they come to me? Sell me some weapons quickly. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes when he saw the message. You're still telling me this. How's your Takumi doing? I'm still waiting for your materials to make a powerful crossbow. The other side, the purple-haired girl looked at the trees around her that were about 5 or 6 meters tall. He replied, plants grown on the sky island grow very quickly. They should be ready in 2 days. Okay, Contact me when you're done. Chapter 65, Song Yingxing, Crisis Strikes. The two exchanged potatoes and wheat again, and then closed the chat interface. Afterwards, the purple-haired girl came to the edge of the farmland and shouted to the two men working in the fields. Teacher, Uncle Wang Jian. A man in a white shirt and black trousers and a man in a green cloth turned around at the same time. What's wrong, Xiaowen? I have something to tell you. The purple-haired girl gritted her teeth and told everyone about the possible invasion. The other side, Jiang Tian was also in the warehouse, continuing to acquire resources. I bought all the construction materials, such as metal and clay, except for the ones that cost a lot. I didn't buy any wood. Ever since the method of moving across the Sky Island was revealed, the price of wood has skyrocketed. Jiang Tian exchanged metal and clay for a small amount of wood. After more than an hour, Jiang Tian stopped. He shook his tired arms and walked out to bask in the sun. As I stepped out of the door, I happened to meet Kai Wenji jogging towards me and pointing toward the fishing spot. Master, I just caught a guy. Jiang Tian opened his eyes and saw a wooden box placed at the fishing spot. Li Xiaoning was just waiting for a man in green cloth to come out of the wooden box. Well, go and take a look. As they talked, the two of them came to the fishing spot. Seeing Jiang Tian, the man in green cloth immediately bowed and said, Owner. Jiang Tian nodded and looked at the man. His hair was a little gray and his face was full of wrinkles. He was probably in his 60s or 70s. He also had a goatee on his chin. Unexpectedly, another old man came. Then he asked directly, Uncle, what is your name? Owner. The old man bowed and said, My name is Song Chonggong. Chonggong. Hearing this name, Jiang Tian thought about it. This name doesn't seem to be from the Western Han Dynasty or the Eastern Han Dynasty, nor does it seem to be from the Tang Dynasty. Tang Song Yuan Ming. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows and asked tentatively, Could it be Song Yingxing? Exactly. When Song Yingxing heard Jiang Tian mention his name, he was a little surprised. He bowed again and said, This old man is Song Yingxing. Very good. Jiang Tian nodded with satisfaction. My originally complicated mood became a little better. Song Yingxing, who was caught this time, is no ordinary person. He was an outstanding agronomist and naturalist in the late Ming Dynasty. The heavenly creations he compiled is hailed as the encyclopedia of technology in the 17th century. In addition to some tasks, such as agricultural product planning that can be assigned to him, many cognitive matters can also be asked to this living encyclopedia. Afterwards, Jiang Tian chatted with Song Yingxing as usual. Everything was back to normal. Song Yingxing had forgotten his previous experience, but he still remembered the agricultural knowledge by heart. Well, Mr. Song, from now on, don't call me master. Call me lord. Yes, my lord. Song Yingxing bowed and saluted. Then Jiang Tian looked at Kai Wenji. Kai Wenji, please take Mr. Song to learn about the situation on the island first. You can also hand over the work of caring for the plants to him later. Yes, master. Kai Wenji blinked her big eyes and left with Song Yingxing. Although she didn't know Song Yingxing from listening to the old man chatting with the host, she felt that he seemed to know a lot about plants. After the two left, Jiang Tian repeated his previous plan and circled around the island leisurely. At this time, the area of the island has reached 400 square meters. Moreover, this is an area of land that is thick enough to be used for building houses. If we add the 50 square meter reservoir and the breeding area, the surface area of the entire island is more than 500 square meters. Among those who fish honestly, I should be the first. In the first few days after he arrived, he also tried to copy the Sky Island to see if he could expand his territory by 2N. However, Jiang Tian found that he could not take advantage of this loophole at all. I don't know if it's because the concept of a piece of land is too vague, or because there are too many things on the island to be counted as one individual. I just don't know how big the land of 4,144, which relied on plundering to obtain resources, is now. While thinking, Jiang Tian walked on the island with his hands behind his back. Looking at the vastness in the distance, Jiang Tian couldn't help but think. I don't know when an island will fly over and come in my sight. We also have to find someone to patrol the island, so that if we really encounter this situation, we could be prepared. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian came to the construction site. Lu Bu and Hua Xiubing were laying bricks, and Zhang San was making cement at the furnace. Shi Jigang was busy running back and forth between the two sides, supervising the work processes on both sides. We are still a little short of manpower. How about I take charge of this inspection, work myself first? This work is usually no different from taking a walk, and it feels pretty good. Jiang Tian thought as he walked leisurely, looking at the scenery around him. Ding-ling-ling. When Jiang Tian walked to the fishing spot, the bell sounded. Li Xiaoning lifted the fishing rod up. A cloud came, and a wooden box landed on the island. Bang! Seeing the movement, Jiang Tian also stopped. He watched with interest as Li Xiaoning opened the wooden box, wondering what was inside. Crackling, a skeleton slowly stood up, holding a bone knife in its right hand. Seeing this, Li Xiaoning kicked back directly. Swish! A kick swept over the skull, and a white, oval object flew out of the island. The next second, the monster turned into a headless skeleton, holding the bone knife and looking a little at a loss. Jiang Tian nodded. All right, leave the bone knife behind and kick the monster out. My lord, wait a minute. At this moment, an old voice came from behind. Looking back, Song Yingxing was jogging towards me. Looking at the skeleton, he said, My lord, it would be a waste to just kick it off the island. How about grinding it into bone meal and using it as fertilizer? Hearing this, Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. This thing has this function? Well, Li Xiaoning, next time you come across a skeleton, smash it into pieces and put it in a bag. I'll make a big stone hammer out of cement later and grind them into powder tonight. Yes, master. Li Xiaoning nodded in response, then picked up the dagger, broke the joints, and threw it aside. Jiang Tian also went to the construction site, took a wooden stake and a bucket of wood ash cement, and started tinkering with it. Time passed, and everything seemed so peaceful. The other side, on a relatively large island, a young man and two strong men carried a tied young man into a small house. I came to 4144, who was lying on a wooden chair and wearing a beach shirt. Bang! The young man was thrown to the ground by the strong man. The young man said somewhat flatteringly, Master, we have brought back the survivors, and we are waiting for you to go and take over the land. Well, you did a good job this time. 4144 glanced at the young man lying on the ground and waved his hand casually. Okay, lock him up with the others. The two strong men nodded and carried the young man out. Away, come here. 4144 hooked his finger at Wei and asked, How many people can we mobilize now? Wei thought for a moment and said, Except for the survivors held in prison, you and I, there are 13 men in total, including 3 military commanders. Are there already so many people? That should be enough. 4144 squinted his eyes and thought for a while. Then, he showed a defiant smile again. Go, tell them to hoist the sails and take over that land. Then split into 2 groups, each to find that 1111 and kill him. Yes. Chapter 66, just wait. I'll give you a big surprise. Time passes and white clouds float by. The sun was hanging in the northwest, around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Jiang Tianzheng was leaning against the side of the house, looking through the supplies on the trading floor. At this moment, a voice came from behind. Master, Wang Yun has caught a man. Another one? Jiang Tian opened his eyes and looked over, seeing Kai Wenji standing in front of him with a young man with messy hair, wearing a plaid shirt and jeans. After taking a few glances, he felt that this person was very ordinary. And in terms of dress, it seems to be similar to when Zhang San first came. May I have your name? Master, my name is Li Si. Do you remember what you can do? After chatting for a while, Jiang Tian shook his head. Well, he's an ordinary person. It's exactly the same configuration as Zhang San. Okay, call me boss from now on. I'll take you straight to work now. Okay, boss. After saying that, he let Kai Wenji go back to fishing. Jiang Tian led Li Si to the construction site. Sure, Ji Gang, there's a new guy here. I'll take care of him for you from now on. Sure, Ji Gang nodded and asked Li Si, Judging from your attire, you must be a modern person. Do you know how to move bricks? It seems. I have some impression. Okay, I'll take you to lay bricks. Looking at the people busy on the construction site and the bricks that were gradually getting higher, Jiang Tian nodded with satisfaction. With one more worker added, construction can be accelerated. We should be able to move into our new house tomorrow. At this time, Lu Bu yawned. It seems that bricklaying is a very boring thing. Of course, this is also really boring. Jiang Tian thought about it and realized that Lu Bu had been either mixing clay or laying bricks these days. It seemed like he hadn't exercised for a long time. You can also let him fight and exercise appropriately. Then he ordered, Lu Bu, put the bricklaying work aside for now. There might be an invasion from outside these days, so take a few fishing rods and set them up on the other side and patrol the island periodically. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu's face lit up with joy. He dropped the brick and ran towards the fishing rod. Then he picked up 4 fishing rods and ran to the west to set them up one by one. Then he strode around the island with his head held high, looking in a very good mood. Jiang Tian smiled faintly, continued to open the trading house, and began to purchase supplies. 2 more people came today, so we need to buy 2 more tents. All positions on the island are operating according to normal procedures. A few more hours later, the moonlight is faint. All the survivors in the world fell asleep. The entire CNNS area is quiet, with only 2 small islands with sails hanging on them, floating leisurely. The next day, early morning, on the flying island, Away, who was sleeping, was awakened by a male voice. Viagra, Viagra, wake up. Fuck, it's so early in the morning. What the hell are you yelling for? Away rubbed his eyes and sat up, cursing. He glanced at the 3 big men around him and asked, "What's the matter? What's the fuss? What happened?" Viagra, look. A strong man pointed forward. There seems to be an empty island there. Away became alert, stood up suddenly, and looked forward. Sure enough, a few kilometers ahead of them, there was an island floating in the air. If this isn't an empty island, what is it? Away was delighted and immediately ordered, "Quick, speed up, go over and take a look." Yes. 3 strong men sat down and started shaking the handle. The small island accelerated forward, and the distant island came closer. "Stop, taking the sail." When they were 2 kilometers away from the island ahead, the strong men stopped what they were doing. As the island slowly moved by inertia, Wei leaned over. As he watched the island in front of him grow larger and larger in his sight, he also opened his eyes wide. "Oh my God, this island is quite large," Wei murmured to himself. "It looks like it's over 500 square meters, right? What's that big pit-like thing in front of me? There seem to be a lot of plants growing around it. That round thing in the middle, is it a wooden house? And next to the wooden house, that big square thing that looks like a stone is..." Speaking of this, Away's heart skipped a beat. Is it a brick house? As inertia moved, the small island got closer to the larger island opposite. Although I can't see it very carefully, it's a big square thing. It looks like a brick house, and I estimated the area. It should be about 180 square meters, right? At this moment, a familiar ID popped up in Away's mind. Away was shocked at the time, and his eyes widened. Fuck, 100 square meters? A brick house. Could this be the island of 1111? What the hell? I thought he was just bragging, but I didn't expect he was actually building a house. When these words were spoken, the 3 strong men next to them were also stunned. Although they don't understand who this 1111 is, but they could always hear the number 1111 being repeated by their island leader. And his expression wasn't very friendly. Did we encounter our enemy's island this time? At this time, Away's confidant stepped forward and said, "Brother Wei, this area is so rich in resources. Why don't we?" What the hell? Away frowned and grinned, and it was impossible to tell what expression he had. If my guess is correct, this is 1111's island. In this area, no one except us is fatter than this 1111. It must be him. There's a hunched on this 1111 island. Are you sure you could defeat him? Hearing the 3 words hunched, the confidant was also shocked. Although he didn't remember the name, he subconsciously felt that the 3 of them were no match for the opponent. So what should we do now? Idiot, turn around and report back. Yes. After giving the order, several strong men immediately began to control the sails. The small island slowly turned and headed back towards where it came from. When leaving, Away stood there, looking at the figures standing on the opposite island. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Open the chat system and send a private message. "Master, good news. I found the island of 1111. The other side, lying on a wooden chair, for 1144's eyes lit up as he looked at the chat messages. Are you sure? How do you know it's his island? I'm sure. I saw the house. They're building it. And their island is huge. 4144 was silent for a moment. He murmured, building a house. How did they do it? After muttering a sentence, he asked directly, "Okay, where are they? Didn't we swallow this new island yesterday? It's just southwest of where we are now." Ha ha ha, really? I didn't expect to find it so quickly. 4144 stroked his chin, the corners of his mouth raised. "Come back first and explain the situation over there to me in person." "Roger that, master." After receiving the reply, 4144 closed the chat interface and shook the bell beside him. Dong Shua trotted over from outside the door, bowed to 4144 and said, "Master, what is it? Go, light the signal fire and call back the other team. We have a big prey this time." Hearing this, a gloomy smile appeared on Dongzhu's fat face. "Yes, master." After saying that, Dongzhu turned around and trotted away. 4144 looking at Dongzhu's back, his smile gradually became a little ferocious. 1111, I finally found you. Just wait, I'll give you a big surprise. Chapter 67. Are you in a hurry now? The other side, on a small island of 4 or 500 square meters. Jiang Tian and his group were watching the flying island in the distance slowly move away. "My lord," Huitsubing frowned. "Is this a foreign enemy?" "Well, it should be them." Jiang Tian looked into the distance, his eyes slightly fixed. "This island doesn't look big, estimated to be around 20 square meters. As for how many people were there, I couldn't see clearly. But the situation is similar to what the person who was attacked yesterday described. Big sail, fan, small island. They must be the same group that attacked other islands yesterday." After thinking for a moment, Jiang Tian opened the regional chat channel. There's a lot of discussion above, with all kinds of opinions. Most of the messages were about purchasing wood, and some were about asking how to make fans. It's a mess. I didn't see the speech of the person who was attacked yesterday, so it's likely that he is dead. By the way, the one who was attacked yesterday said that they rushed directly onto the island. Why didn't you come directly this time? Are you scared? Was he recognized and scared away by Huitsubing? Jiang Tian looked back at the house behind him that was almost completed. He must have recognized himself when he saw this thing. However, if this is someone from 4144, he probably won't let it go. According to him, they should gather people together and attack their own island. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian looked to his side. The group stood there, looking at themselves and waiting for orders. The unknown foreign invaders made everyone look more or less nervous. Jiang Tian smiled and said, "Everyone, don't worry too much. Their strength is estimated to be about the same as that of the pigmen. Even if they come, it will be like an egg against a rock. The strength level here is not comparable to ordinary people." According to the last message sent by 0066, he revealed what happened when he had Huitsubing. 4144 did not brag about having any powerful subordinates, but said that he would gather more people to fight him. In other words, he does not have an advantage in terms of quality. At most, he has more quantity. Although it is said that quantitative change sometimes leads to qualitative change, but Jiang Tian looked at Lu Bu, Huitsubing, and Li Xiaoning beside him. I couldn't help but smile. To use quantitative change to cause qualitative change in front of them, it requires a lot of preparation. It's really hard to say. What we need to do now is to prepare means of long-range attack to prevent the opponent from using long-range attack to short-range attack. Then he instructed the two people beside him. "Sure, Jigang, Huitsubing, put aside your current task for now and quickly convert the wood ash furnace into a blast furnace. Then, smelt the copper and make the crossbow mechanism." "Yes, my lord." "Roger that, boss." The two men took the order and walked towards the stove together. "Lu Bu, continue patrolling. If you see anything suspicious flying over here, notify me immediately." "Yes, my lord." Then, Jiang Tian rubbed Kai Wenji in his arms. "Okay, let's all get back to work." "It's okay." Kai Wenji blinked, returned to the fishing spot, and picked up the fishing rod. The others nodded and returned to their seats. Now we just have to wait and see when the rubbing wood from 0066 can be delivered. Then open the chat system and send a private message. "How's your Takumi doing?" Soon after, the other party replied, "It's almost there. It will be fully grown tomorrow. Are you in a hurry now?" Jiang Tian thought about it and edited a message. "Just now, a small island flew towards us. My location should have been known to 4144 and the others. Do you understand what I mean? Could it be that? So, I have to make the crossbow quickly. No matter what Takumi looks like, you must send him to me tonight, understand?" The other party was silent for a while, then replied, "Okay, I understand." Jiang Tian thought about it. "By the way, take these." As he spoke, he sent the other party a transaction invitation. "Huh, what are you doing?" 0066 asked after accepting the invitation. "I found that the other party had placed 2 items. One of them was a big bag of wood ash. The other was a large bag of bone meal." After reading the remarks, 0066 was shocked. "Bone meal? Where did you get so much?" "Don't worry about it. You should know the functions of these 2 things, right? Pour them into me. Speed up the growth. If it doesn't work, just add some artificial fertilizer." 0066 accepted it with a confused look on his face, then suddenly realized something was wrong. Hey, what the hell do you mean by artificial fertilizer? Could it be that he wanted to let himself be by the tree? Bah, bah, bah. Rogue. Faced with 0066 complaints, Jiang Tian was too lazy to pay attention. He came to Shi Jigang and Hua Xubing, who were busy modifying the furnace, and asked about the scale and other materials needed to make the powerful crossbow. Then, I started looking for materials to make hemp ropes. Everything seems busy, but is in good order. Before I knew it, the sun was moving slowly. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the strong men were shaking the handles hard to speed up. Away and his group rushed to the relocated base camp. He went straight to the house in the middle of the island and said to 4144, who was lying on the chair, "Master, we are back. Well, come here and tell me the details of the situation." 4144 nodded and made a pinky promise to Wei. Wei nodded, walked over and bowed. "Well, we discovered the island of 1111 early in the morning." Then, Wei told everyone what he had seen and heard today, including the general structure of the island and the more obvious buildings on it. After listening to his description, 4144 frowned and suddenly asked, "You said his house is almost finished? Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Wei nodded. "Although it's quite far away, the main structure is almost complete. It's about 180 square meters. When I went over there, I saw someone putting cement on it." "What did you say?" 4144, who was originally lying on the wooden chair, suddenly sat up. "How the hell is this possible? I waited for so many days, and the small house wasn't even finished. And he finished a 100 square meter house? Holy shit, was what he said true?" Sudden, 4144 seemed to have realized something, grabbed Wei's collar, frowned, and asked, "You just said they were putting cement on it? Are you sure it wasn't clay?" I'm telling the truth. Even though it's a bit far away, someone really is sticking something on the wall. It's gray and definitely not clay." Being suddenly grabbed by the collar, Wei was a little flustered, but he still told what he saw. Hearing this, 4144 loosened Wei's collar. However, his furrowed brows had not yet relaxed. "What the hell? I've been looking for cement for days and haven't seen anyone selling it. I have iron but no limestone. This 1111, where the hell did they get the cement from?" Wei, whose collar was loosened, breathed a sigh of relief and said flatteringly, "Master, why should we care about him? Even if he finishes building the house, when we attack him, the house will still be ours. As for the cement, can't we just catch that kid 1111 and torture him to find out the method?" Hearing this, 4144's brows slowly relaxed, and the corners of his mouth raised again, and with a huge amplitude. His eyes were full of greed. He ordered, "That makes sense. Prepare a 30 square meter spaceship, bring all your equipment, and we'll set sail now." Chapter 68. I'll take this island today. In the midst of everyone's busyness, a day passes, the sun and the moon alternate. The next day, in the hazy sunlight, an island of about 30 square meters is slowly moving in one direction. "Master, look, we are almost there." Wei bent over and woke up 4144, who was sleeping. 4144, who would usually fly into a rage if woken up, rarely did so this time. Instead, he jumped up and looked forward. Sure enough, an island appeared in his field of vision, which looked very small because of its distance. "Are you sure this is the island of 1111? "I'm sure." Wei also looked into the distance, his eyes full of greed. "We followed this route yesterday. No mistake." "Good." 4144 sneered and looked at the people standing up around him, as well as the few who were operating the fan. This time, in addition to himself and Wei, he also brought a group of subordinates. After clearing them out one by one, there were as many as 12 people. Moreover, all the generals were brought here. Only one trusted confidant was left to watch over the base camp. With so many people around, are you still afraid of not being able to catch his little 1111? Then he instructed the people around him. "When we get to their island, we'll attack them first. If they're hiding behind us, we'll take advantage of the situation and get to the island. As long as we can control that 1111, we'll have the final say. Do you understand?" "Understood," 12 men of different sizes said in unison. "Yeah, very good." 4144 smiled smugly again. At this time, one of the men suddenly asked, "Isn't there a man named Hua Xubing on their island? I heard he's very powerful. What if he tries to stop us?" "Bah, trash." 4144 raised his hand and slapped the subordinate, cursing. Fuck it. I already said last night. That's just rumors that he has hunched. Have you seen him with your own eyes? Who knows if he's just bragging? Besides, even if he really had hunched, so what? You have so many people and a few generals. Why don't you just find a few strong ones to hold hunched hostage and let the others capture 1111? As he spoke, 4144 looked towards the three men in cloth clothes. One of them is Dongjua. Hearing this, he took a few steps back and lowered his head, as if he hadn't heard it. But it doesn't matter, 4144 didn't count on him anyway. Another man in plain clothes frowned and looked at the sky, as if he was thinking about something. 4144 frowned and was about to say something. Just then, the last one, a man wearing cloth clothes and with a square face and a short beard, smiled heartily. Ha, my master is right. Hunched is just a bunch of empty names. I have the strength to fight against 10,000 people, and I can kill him no matter who he is. Only after seeing this person did 4144 nod with satisfaction. This square-faced man was the one he caught a few days ago. Judging from his name and attire, he should be a military commander. 4144 didn't know much about history and only knew some particularly famous figures, so he wasn't very familiar with this square-faced man. But it doesn't matter. Judging from his words and actions these past 2 days, he is very confident and seems very powerful. Maybe he is a relatively low-key master? Anyway, when he invaded other people's islands before, he was really cruel when he beat up ordinary people. Okay then, if we really run into hunched later, I'll leave it to you to handle. Yes. Feeling the admiring gazes of others, the square-faced man agreed very readily. Just as 4144 announced the battle plan, the island in sight is getting closer and closer. At this time, 4144 could also see the situation on the island a little more clearly. After seeing it clearly, an indescribable joy emerged from his heart. Brick house. There really is a brick house. And it was a 100-square-meter brick house that had already been built and covered with cement. Moreover, this island really looks like it is more than 500 square meters. Even he himself could not have imagined that in this area, there were other people whose land area could reach such a scale. 4144 became happier the more he looked at it, with a sneer on his face. From today on, this land will belong to him. You can't believe it, 1111. You've worked so hard for so long, but in the end you still have to make wedding dresses for him, 4144. After thinking about it, 4144 instructed his subordinates. Pull the sails. Keep the boats about 100 meters away from them. Receive. The men operating the handles stopped, and the others also raised the sails. The 30-square-meter sky island continued to move forward due to inertia, and the situation on the island appeared more clearly in front of 4144. He took a quick look. On the island, it seemed that several people were working. There are 2 old men on the east and north sides of the island, a little girl and a woman. There was only one sturdy-looking man holding a weapon staring at him. This must be hunched. Just then, the man shouted behind him, and the little girl and the 2 old men ran back to the wooden house. The other woman also stood up with a weapon in her hand and stared at her side. Seeing this, 4144 couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha! Old people, children, women, is this the combat capability? A hunched and a powerless woman want to stop me? I'm going to take this island today. He was in high spirits and put his arm around Away. Away, I didn't expect you to find him, and I didn't expect him to develop so well. You did a good job this time. You will benefit from this when we take over the island. Hearing this, Away was delighted. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. 4144 waved his hand, his face full of social airs. Don't call me that from now on. The master sounds really obedient. When I was in the underworld before, they all called me Brother Jia. You should call me that from now on. Yes, Brother Jia. The island is gradually approaching. It's only about 200 meters away. As 4144 watched the island getting closer and closer, his mood became more and more cheerful. Now all he could think about was how the general next to him would harass the burly man in front of him, and then how he would beat 1111 to his knees and beg for mercy. Thinking of this, 4144 was stunned. By the way, if this big man is hunched, so where is 1111 himself? Could he be hiding? Just at this moment, something unexpected happened. 4 more men appeared from behind the stone brick house. and he walked over pushing two strange things. These two things were covered with purple wrapping cloth, and it was impossible to see what they were. Although the sudden increase in the number of people surprised 4144. It doesn't matter. After all, these 4 people who suddenly appeared looked ordinary. Moreover, there are only 6 people on the other side, while we have 14 people here. The overwhelming gap in strength is right here. At this time, the gap between the 2 islands is over 100 meters. It looked like the battle was about to break out. 4144 smiled coldly. Opens a regional chat channel. I have good news for you. I'm right next to the island of 1111 right now. Today I'm going to show you a live broadcast of the massacre of 1111. Chapter 69, throw all the men away, leave the women alive. As soon as 4144 speech came out, the originally noisy regional chat channel suddenly paused. After a while, the news began to flow. What did 4144 say just now? Isn't the chat history right here? He said he's with boss 1111 now. Could it be? Holy crap, 1111 is going to be slaughtered by 4144? Really? I was wondering why 4144 hadn't spoken in the past 2 days. I thought he was exhausted, but I didn't expect him to go to see 1111. Ha ha, just in time to kill him. I've disliked him for a long time. Boss 4144, kill this Versailles dog. Fuck, if 1111 gets slaughtered, where am I going to buy Huazi? Do I have a trade with that idiot 4144? I saw that boss 1111 seemed really fat. If he gets eaten, wouldn't boss 4144 be incredibly fat? Ha ha ha, boss 4144, kill him. Take me flying. If he eats boss 1111 and comes to trouble us again, won't we be even more defenseless? Kill him. Kill that bastard 1111. And then kill all the other idiots. No, I can't stay in this area anymore. The people here are too scary. I want to escape. I want to get out of this place on a flying device. No, how could you possibly kill boss 1111? He has Huatsubing. Who do you think you are? 4144. Huh. Whoever showed you how to kill him live, I'm going to kill him today, you idiots. I wouldn't be standing here if I wasn't prepared. Scrolling in the message channel. The happy, the unwilling, and the panicked ones take turns rolling. See what's happening on the chat channel. 4144, I feel so happy. What he wants is this feeling of being respected. He immediately waved his hand and said, turn the fan a little more and move the island a little further. I'm going to give this bastard a good scolding in front of him. Yes. The men on the island responded in unison and began shaking the handle again. The other side, Jiang Tian stood on the island and looked at a man wearing a beach shirt on the small, empty island opposite. He was raising his arms and opening his mouth, chattering. You don't have to guess to know that this person must be a survivor, sending chat messages there. At the same time, Jiang Tian also opened the chat channel. These chat records also came into his sight. 4144, it's you. Watch the content in the channel. Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed across them. Although he has never caused trouble, it doesn't mean he is afraid of trouble. Since the other party came to him on his own initiative, he would definitely not be polite to him. The same thing. Since you are willing to die, then I am willing to bury you. At this time, a familiar ID appeared on the chat channel. 0888. Holy shit. I just woke up and saw such a big thing. 1111. Are you going to be fucked by 4144? Quick, tell me your location. I'll go help you. I just drew Su Chu and a Zhang Liao these past 2 days. Chopped them up. I've played this card game so much, I like to use the word draw to describe the things I catch. Oh, and I have one more thing to say. At 4144, I'm telling you, play around, but don't make fun of Huazi. If you dare to let anything happen to Huazi and Kayle, I'll fucking kill you. This time, the chat channel exploded again. Fuck, what does that mean? Fishing up 2 famous generals in a row. Is this the European emperor? Damn it. Fuck, comparing yourself to others is so frustrating. Why the hell are all the people I catch plumbers and couriers? Stop talking. Just be content with catching ordinary people. I caught a bandit before, and this bandit was lazy and did nothing, and he was tough and thick-skinned, so I couldn't even hit him. Yesterday, I caught a wooden box, and I was hoping to find a more serious new member inside, but I didn't expect it to be a pigman. Now, my bandit hangs out with the pigmen every day, destroying my food supplies. They even hug each other and whisper to each other, calling each other brothers. I'm so freaking mad. Fuck, you're the most miserable one. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes when he saw the message from 0888. It's the same fucking position, with blue sky and white clouds above your head and the sea below. Where can I get you a position? Just as I was about to close the chat system, a private message popped up. 0066. You bastard, get up. Did you know that 4144 is at your place? Check the chat channel. Yeah, I saw them. They were standing across from me. Seeing the news, Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. Why? The sun has just risen. You got up so early. 0066. I didn't sleep all night last night. I couldn't sleep. Are you done with that thing? Well, luckily you gave me the wood early. I worked all night last night and finally finished it. You don't know, one of my guys fainted from exhaustion. After sending this message, Jiang Tian looked at the two big guys in front of him who were covered with cloth. He added, now that 4144 is here, it's a good opportunity to test the power of this thing. After sending, close the chat interface. At this time, the distance between the two islands was closer. It's probably less than 20 meters. 4144 sneered and stepped forward, glancing at the people on the opposite island. Which of you is 1111? Stand up. However, no one responded to him. Instead, he looked at him with a strange look, as if he was looking at a pig man. At this time, 4144's face looked a little ugly. You have the guts to pretend, but you don't have the guts to stand up, right? Fine. I'll torture you all one by one later. Silly, Jiang Tian sneered. The sound was not loud, but it happened to reach 4144's ears. Now, 4144 has found the real culprit. He raised his finger arrogantly, pointed at Jiang Tian's nose and cursed. Fuck, you were 1111? Didn't you like to act cool before? Now that I'm here to find you, are you dumbfounded? Hurry up and kowtow to me and admit your mistake, and I'll consider it and take you with me from now on. The other side, Jiang Tian didn't say anything. Instead, he sat on the ground and looked at 4144 calmly, as if he was watching a clown performance in a circus. After a long while, Jiang Tiankai finally spoke calmly. 4144? Have you ever considered going to Gotham City and acting opposite Batman? As soon as these words were spoken, 4144's mouth twitched. Even with the army approaching, how dare he still be so arrogant? Fuck, I wanted to spare your life, but I didn't expect you to dare to mock me. I don't know where you get the confidence and courage from. Fine, I'll throw you all down to feed the fish later. Having said that, 4144 glanced at the people on the opposite island. 5 men and 1 woman. Finally, his eyes fell on Li Xiaoning. Suddenly, 4144 was extremely angry. Oh, and there are women on this guy's island. I was so focused on destroying his island that I forgot about it. In all these days, he had fished out so many people and slaughtered so many islands, but he hadn't even seen a woman. Not even a female animal. This fucking thing almost made his sexual orientation confused. 4144 smiled obscenely and shouted to the people behind him. Later, throw all the men down and leave the women alive. Chapter 70. What can you use to fight me? Yes. 4144's men responded in unison. Immediately, 4144 glanced at Jiang Tian, then looked at the strongest man with disdain. You just have Huatsubing. What's so arrogant about that? How can he stand up to so many of us by himself? As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand. All the men stepped forward. Their group formed a sharp contrast with the group opposite. 4144 laughed heartily and pointed at Jiang Tian, saying, Don't you understand the current situation? There are 14 of us here, and among you, only Huatsubing can fight. Look at the others around you. 2 of them are ordinary people at first glance, a short man with a pretty face and a woman who is powerless. 1111, what do you have to fight me? Hearing this, Jiang Tian felt something was wrong. He glanced at the people standing next to him. The 2 ordinary people referred to Zhang San and Li Si. The weak woman must be referring to Li Xiaoning. But this short, pretty boy, Jiang Tian compared his height. Among the men, the shortest was Huatsubing, who was only 1.7 meters tall. 4144, does this mean there's a conflict? Just now you said he was a good fighter, and now you say he's a gigolo? Where's Lu Bu? He wouldn't mistake Huatsubing for Lu Bu, right? Just at this moment, the square-faced man behind 4144 stepped forward and asked, Master, let me go first and dampen their spirit. 4144 raised his eyebrows and glanced at the square-faced man, then nodded with great satisfaction. Very good, then I'll send you out first to make me proud. Yes. The square-faced man bowed and walked in front with a big horse and a golden sword. He raised his chin and looked at the group of people opposite him. After looking around, he pointed at the strongest man on the other side and asked, "Are you the Hua Tsubing who got his fame in vain?" The suddenness of the situation left Lu Bu and Hua Tsubing puzzled and caught off guard. Lu Bu frowned, not knowing what this man meant. He wanted to find Hua Tsubing. Why was he pointing at himself? Hua Tsubing, who was standing by, also frowned and stepped forward and shouted, "I am Hua Tsubing, who are you?" "Humph, so Hua Tsubing is you." The square-faced man turned his head and looked at Hua Tsubing, with a look of disdain on his face. "Bah, you? A short, pretty boy like you? I don't know how you guys are so famous. I'm afraid you've blown your own trumpet." Seeing this, 4144 was very happy. He is indeed his subordinate. Regardless of his strength, just from his aura, he must be a brave warrior. Then he sent a message in the regional chat channel. 4144. So what if 1111 has Hua Tsubing? I also have several great generals here who are no less capable than his Hua Tsubing. As we all know, Hua Tsubing was only good at fighting. Seeing how small and thin he was, I guess his personal strength wasn't as exaggerated as the history books say. 4144 at first, he was quite afraid of Hua Tsubing, but now after seeing his appearance, the only concerns in his heart disappeared. I knew it. As expected of the 4144 boss, he's really good at cheating. This time, 1111 is finished. Short stature? So this is what Hua Tsubing looked like. Boss 4144, what kind of generals do you have? Tell me. Fuck, it can't be. The chat channel was filled with speculation. Seeing this, Awei also felt inexplicably proud. He also instigated the general he brought with him to come forward and curse a few times so that he could pretend to be insolent. The other side, Hua Tsubing was inexplicably confronted, and no matter how he looked at it, he felt that there was something wrong with the guy opposite him. He has been working every day since he woke up, and he doesn't know why the person opposite him said he was famous. I don't know what's wrong with this guy. Lu Bu on the side also felt a little unhappy, feeling that he was inexplicably ignored. Pointing at the other party, he asked with a stern face, "Then who are you? Tell me your name." Ha. At this moment, the square-faced man suddenly laughed loudly and said arrogantly, "You want to hear my name? If I tell you my name, you'll be shocked. I am my lord's #1 soldier, Xing Daorong." Hearing this name, Jiang Tian's mouth twitched. Oh my goodness, it turns out to be this guy. Lu Bu and Hua Tsubing looked confused. "My lord, who exactly is this Xing Daorong? Why has your expression changed? Could it be that this person is some kind of expert?" "No, it doesn't matter who he is." Jiang Tian waved his hand and explained. "Didn't I say before that their fighting power was the same as that of the pigmen? I found out I was wrong." Upon hearing this, Lu Bu, Hua Tsubing, and others looked at each other in surprise. Could it be that as I thought, this Xing Daorong? In an instant, the expressions of Lu Bu, Hua Tsubing, and Li Xiaoning all became solemn. But Jiang Tian smiled casually. They are worse than pigmen. At this time, Xing Daorong took a look at the situation on the opposite side. I even told them my name, but they were still whispering. Suddenly, he became furious. "You rats, you dare to whisper to each other after hearing my name? Tell me your names quickly, and I will take your heads off." Hearing this, Lu Bu was immediately furious. Tiger glared at the other party and roared, "My Lu Fengxian is here. If you want to fight, then fight." Hearing this, 4144 was horrified. "Lu Bu? What the hell is this Lu Bu? 1111 having a Hua Tsubing isn't enough. Does he also have a Lu Bu? Damn, this is fake, right?" He hasn't reacted yet. His train of thought was interrupted by the square-faced man in front of him who was challenging him and the movement of the first subordinate he had hooked up. Bang! Xing Daorong froze on the spot. The whole person is like an idiot. He didn't know why he was like this. I just feel a little confused and think that I shouldn't be here. Dong Zhua, who was standing aside with his head lowered, heard this. I looked up first and saw the figure of the burly man. With a bang, he collapsed to the ground. His raised arm pointed forward and trembled constantly. His fat face twitched, and cold sweat covered his whole body. I seemed to remember something, but I couldn't remember anything. All I could feel was the deep fear coming from that soul. Lu Fengxian, why is he here? Besides, on the side, you can also hear Wei's exclamation. Fuck, Sandow, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly kneel down? Fuck, why are your pants wet? Chapter 71 2nd Battalion Commander, fire at me. On a small island of 30 square meters. The group that was originally so aggressive has now become a mess. Xing Daorong, who had been standing at the front and shouting just now, stood there with his mouth slightly open, staring blankly at Lu Bu with lifeless eyes, as if he was stupid. While shouting, away pulled a man named Lu Sandao. Faintly, you can see that Lu Sandao's pants have dark and light patches. Some other men dressed in ancient costumes were also stunned when they heard Lu Bu's name, with their mouths wide open, not knowing what they were thinking. The subordinates dressed in modern clothes looked at the chaotic scene and were a little at a loss. As for Dong Zhuo, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Seeing this scene, 4144's expression was the most complicated. He really didn't know much about history, but he definitely knew about Lu Bu. He was the most powerful man in the Three Kingdoms period. Moment. Shock, resentment, and anger, and so on emotions filled his heart. Just now he thought that the strong man opposite was just bragging along with 1111. But looking at the reactions of his men, reason told him, the person opposite could really be Lu Bu. Fuck, how the hell is this possible? 4144 stared at Jiang Tian intently, muttering to himself. Isn't it enough that you have hunched? You even have Lu Bu. Damn, this is why. This idiot, how can he be so lucky? After saying this, he turned around and glared at his men. What are you doing standing there, you bunch of idiots? Have you forgotten why we're here? Get moving. Hearing this, several of the men were stunned, pointed in the direction of Lu Bu, and stammered. Move? But that Lu Bu, Master, why don't we take a long-term view on this matter? Why don't we go back and discuss it first? Yeah, even though I don't know who Lu Fengxian is, but I always feel like we're going to be beaten to death by him. The more his subordinates talked, the darker 4144's face became. He also didn't expect that in addition to hunched, the other side actually had such a god of war. To be honest, for a moment he also wanted to back out. But 4144 quietly opened the regional chat channel. The survivors inside were all asking how the fight between him and 1111 was going and whether they had conquered the other side. These news make my scalp tingle. Damn it, I have already boasted about Hai Cow. Am I just going to leave like this? What the hell? I was thinking of being the king here, but it would be so embarrassing if I just ran away in disgrace. For a moment, 4144's eyes turned red. Especially when he saw his subordinates, he was furious. Oh shit. 4144 kicked Xing Daorong on the butt. Then he gritted his teeth and cursed at his men. What the hell are you afraid of? What can Lu Bu do? No matter how powerful he is, can he fly over and beat us up? Then he pointed to the side. Fool, follow the plan. Grab your weapons. Shoot them to death with bows and arrows from a distance. Oh. As soon as these words were spoken, the other subordinates also reacted. He ran to a place on the island and frantically searched for weapons on the ground. Then, he brought over 3 curved wooden structures with hemp ropes tied around them. Master, here comes the bow. 4144 took it and said, Go and distribute the remaining 2 to Xing Daorong and Lu Sandao. Oh, yes. After receiving the order, the subordinate stuffed the other 2 bows into the hands of the 2 men. However, these 2 people are still in a daze. Especially Lu Sandao, his pants were already wet. Seeing this, 4144 was so angry that his teeth were almost broken. Although he didn't know who Xing Daorong, who was caught, and Lu Sandao, who was caught by a way, were. But looking at their reactions, some were confused and some were peeing. They are definitely 2 pieces of garbage. Bang! He just walked up to them and gave them a big slap. Then he pointed at the 2 men's noses and cursed. Damn it. Look at you. You're really embarrassing me. We're far away from them now. Neither Lu Bu nor hunched can hit us, understand? Pick up your bows and arrows and shoot them to death. After hearing this, Xing Daorong and Lu Sandao came to their senses. He took the bow in a daze and then asked other men to get arrows. Seeing how cowardly they were, 4144 snorted again. However, now that he had the bow in his hands, he felt much less uneasy. After all, as long as he has the means to attack from a distance, the opponent will only be beaten. He walked forward with a swagger, and the smug look returned to his face. Humph, 1111. Even if you are a powerful general, what can you do? No matter how powerful they are, can they fly over and hit me? Ha ha ha. You didn't expect that I have. Well, at this point, 4144 was suddenly stunned. The 1111 people standing on the opposite island seemed to have no intention of paying any attention to him. Instead, They were fiddling with two things covered by large packages placed next to them. At this time, he also remembered that when 1111 and others came over, they pushed this thing over together. Just when he was confused. Wow! The large package was pulled open. A strange, yet familiar thing appeared in front of them. 4144 frowned. This thing looks like a cart, a large wooden board with 4 wooden wheels underneath. They just pushed this thing over here. If you look closely, this cart seems to be a little different. There seemed to be a semicircular object on top of the wooden board, about the size of an octagonal table. There seems to be a long pillar on top of it. The top of the pillar reflects a coppery, metallic glow. What is this? 4144's eyes widened, still confused. On the other side, Xing Daorong and Lu Sandow had just finished fiddling with their bows and arrows. When I saw this thing, my face turned pale. This is a ballista? They actually have ballistae. This time, Xing Daorong and Lu Sandow were completely panicked. At this moment, even the hands holding the bow and arrow couldn't help but tremble. Crossbow cart? 4144 was stunned for a moment, then swallowed violently twice. 1111, that bastard. How could he have this thing? Looking at the giant crossbow mounted on the crossbow cart, and the thick and long arrows. 4144's legs are numb. Damn it, I want to report that this bastard 1111 is cheating. However, Jiang Tian, on the other hand, saw the other party's panic clearly. He sneered, immediately, with a wave of his hand. Pointing at the other island, he shouted, "2nd Battalion Commander, fire at me. Chapter 72, I'm going to report you. You're cheating." The words fell. Hua Tsubing was seen standing ready, his hand tightly gripping the large bronze trigger. Then pull it back. Crack. Call out. There was a sound of metal collision, and the hemp rope string that was hooked into a triangle was instantly released and pulled straight again. Next second, the long and thick wooden stakes on the crossbow cart fell towards the small island not far away like a meteorite. The other side, the 4144 group was stunned and could only see a long object with a metal arrow on the top coming towards them. In the field of vision, it gradually becomes longer and thicker. Boom! Just as the group was stunned, a long wooden dragon emitting a copper-colored light burst out from under the sky island, which was only 1 meter thick. An unlucky guy who was not standing in the right position was knocked away by the long dragon before he could even make a sound and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. Only a trace of blood mist was left, slowly sprinkling on the faces of 4144 in their group. This moment, they are stupid. Feel the fine sandy liquid on your face. 4144 raised his hand stiffly, wanting to touch his face to see what was on his face. However, the reality brought them back from their daze. At the moment when the dragon broke through the island, a mottled crack appeared on the sky island. In the blink of an eye, countless dust particles fell from the sky island, and the crack became longer and bigger. Gradually, a gully was formed. Swish! This ravine spread out at lightning speed, forming one spiderweb of cracks after another. The cracked soil fell down one after another, forming a gap in the island. Before they could react, the people standing on the empty land felt their feet go empty, and they lost their balance and fell down. Several more people fell and disappeared on the spot. Only 4144, away, Xing Daolong, Lu Sandow, and Dong Zhua, who was just awakened by the noise, remained on the island. For a while, emotions of shock, panic, and dismay filled the minds of several people. His face was full of disbelief at the scene before him. A crossbow arrow directly penetrated the island? What kind of power is this? Is this 1111's defense method? This is the person you shouted you were going to kill live? For a moment, 4144 didn't know what to say. Since entering Sky Island, he has always been at the forefront of development. While others were still getting wet in the rain, he began to collect supplies to build a wooden house. Who would have known that he had used up all the materials and built a 6 square meter living room, and was preparing to show off in front of others? This 1111, the house it built, is 5 times the size of his. Not only that, this 1111 has always eaten better and lived better than him. However, even if you get more fishing rods during the looting process to obtain resources, he felt that his supplies were still not as abundant as this 1111. Where the hell is justice in this? Didn't you see this guy going out to rob? Where did he get so many resources? Is he cheating? Also, on the day when the clay was refreshed, He 4144 also purchased the clay and water as soon as possible. However, its construction speed is still much slower than 1111. Take building a house, for example. He hasn't even finished laying the bricks, but others have already laid the cement. How the hell did you do that? Also, while others were still making knives, forks, and sticks out of stone and wood, he 4144 had already started preparing long-range weapons. Thinking of this, 4144 looked at the wooden bow in his hand. Then, he looked at the crossbow card opposite. It feels like using a slingshot to hit a cannon. Is this the long-range weapon I prepared? What are you doing? Bang! In a rage, 4144 raised his knee and broke the wooden bow into two pieces. At this time, the three generals of the three kingdoms collapsed on the ground again, and each of them wet their pants. Looking at the gap on the island, I dare not breathe. Awei also knelt on the ground tremblingly and moved slowly in front of 4144. His face was full of panic. Jeb, brother, what should we do now? What the hell can we do? Retreat. 4144 kicked the generals lying on the ground and spat at them. Fuck, stop peeing. Hurry up and get up to help me pull the sail back to the city. If you don't get up and work, I'll kick you all down. Hearing this, Awei and Dongjua hurried to adjust the sails, and the other two generals quickly climbed to the fan, ready to speed up the departure of Sky Island. Just then, now that you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Didn't you say you were going to kill me? Jiang Tian sneered, stretched out his right index finger, and hooked it towards 4144. Come here. Pooh. 4144 cursed angrily. Do you think I'm stupid? I'm just relying on two powerful generals. So why are you pretending to be so powerful? I'm telling you, things may change over time. I'll definitely come back once I'm successful. After that, 4144 started to urge Wei and the others. Hurry, it takes time for him to fire the crossbow and reload it, and they may not have arrows anymore. Let's leave quickly while we have time. However, 4144 the words had just fallen, and the sails had not yet been hoisted. Jiang Tian pulled the other piece of wrapping cloth covering the object again. Wow! Another crossbow card of the same specifications appeared in front of everyone. There were also large arrows with a metallic luster placed on it, aimed at the remaining 5 people. This action made several people on the damaged island gasp again. How come you still have it? You fucking. This time, 4144's hope of escape was completely gone. In extreme grief and anger, he pointed directly at Jiang Tian's nose and cursed. Fuck you, I've been wanting to ask you for a long time. Where the hell did you get so many resources? I'm going to report you, you're cheating. After saying that, he even started communicating between the World Channel and the Regional Channel. CNNS 4144, GM, this bastard has a GM in the game? I want to report him. There's a guy named CNNS 1111. This bastard is cheating. When this news came out, people on the World Channel were still confused. What? This thing is cheats. Is what this person said true or false? If there is a cheat, give me one. Oh my god, this kid just had a mental breakdown and went crazy, right? However, the regional channels became lively. 1111 cheating? What kind of cheating? 4144, didn't you say you were going to attack 1111? What's the situation now? What do you mean by cheating? Are you going to get beaten up by 1111? 0888. Hey, isn't this 4144? Why are you so lazy after not seeing you for a while? Chapter 73. What has your island become like now? Messages scrolled quickly on the regional chat channel. Seeing 4144's reaction at this time, they all guessed the result in their hearts. This guy got beaten. Those who got beaten are talking nonsense. For a moment, those who had been ridiculed by 4144 before straightened their backs again. They mocked him in return. Hey, 4144, weren't you very crazy before? Why are you talking nonsense now? 4144, why don't you continue swinging? What on earth happened to you? Share it with everyone. Some of them, who had previously wanted to follow 4144, immediately switched sides and joined the army of taunts. Some of those who had been shouting the loudest before were now speechless. 4144 watched for a long time, but the GM he was expecting did not show up. All he could see was other people mocking him mercilessly, which almost made 4144 so angry that he almost vomited blood. Just then, the man standing on the opposite island made another devilish sound. I called you over here. Didn't you hear me? Do you want another round? Now, 4144 was really confused. Before he could react, Awei on the side said to the back with a panicked look on his face. Sandow, didn't you hear me? Turn on the fan. Damn it, stop peeing and move. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Sandow's pants were dripping with water, and he was shaking his arms wildly. On the other side, Xing Daorong also looked at 4144 in confusion, not knowing what to do. Seeing this scene, 4144's eyes turned red again. Damn, this Ah Wei and the guy he caught are so lame. When they saw that the situation was not going well, they gave up faster than anyone else. But there was nothing he could do at this time. If this continues, what if the 1111 on the opposite side really opens fire at me? He saw clearly what happened to the boy who was knocked away by the giant arrow just now. And the few people who fell down just now are probably dead too. At this time, on the sea below the island, the waves surged into one. Several long figures were flapping in the sea. He doesn't want to suffer the same fate. He could only grit his teeth and tell Xing Daorong to turn on the fan and move closer, while comforting myself in my heart. Save your life first. As long as you have the life, you will never run out of firewood. The islands on both sides are getting closer and closer. Soon after, the small island collided with Jiang Tian's island. Jiang Tian nodded and waved to 4144 and the others. Just be sensible. Come here. Hey, okay. Ah Wei nodded and bowed as he rushed to Jiang Tian and the others, then fell to his knees. Brother, 1111, from now on you are my big brother. Give me a chance. Let me hang out with you. After saying this, Ah Wei waved to the back. Lu Sandow, come here quickly and recognize our new master. Good. Lu Sandow also put down his hands, stood up, and ran towards Jiang Tian. Stop, stop, stop. Jiang Tian stopped talking and glanced at Lu Sandow and his wet pants that were still dripping with water. A face full of disgust. What the hell is this, man? It's too sexy. Go kneel somewhere else. Okay, okay. Lu Sandow nodded, took a few steps back, and came to the edge of the island. He knelt down with a plop, lowered his head, and didn't dare to look at the faces of the people in front of him. The other side, Dong Zhuo and Xing Daorong stared at their master blankly, waiting for instructions. Let's go over there first and see what they're going to do. 4144 gritted his teeth and kicked the two men again. The three of them moved forward and came to each other's sky island. At this moment, the 5 remaining people on the sky island finally landed. But 4144 didn't expect that they would land on each other's island in this way. When he saw Ah Wei kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, he was furious. This is what the kid said to him when he landed on Ah Wei's island. I didn't expect that this guy would start saying the same thing to other men so soon, just changing his ID. He gritted his teeth and walked forward, punching and kicking Ah Wei who was kneeling on the ground. Fuck, you little bastard. You change your attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. It hurts. Brother Jia, please don't, Brother Jia. Don't call me Brother Jia. I'm going to beat you to death today. Faced with this scene, Jiang Tian and his companions remained silent, but instead watched the farce in front of them with interest. It was not until Ah Wei was beaten black and blue that Jiang Tiankai casually waved his hand. He ordered Lu Bu and Hua Xiubing to settle the captives separately, and asked Zhang San and Li Si to go to the other side's island to check the situation. At the same time, Jiang Tian also opened the chat channel to check the message above. The chat channel was noisy and messages were scrolling quickly. Now everyone seems to have stopped working and is just asking about the situation. 4144, how are you now? Did you run away? 4144, didn't you say you were going to slaughter 1111? Where are the people? Fuck, didn't you say 1111 was cheating? What did he do? Tell me what happened. You haven't spoken for so long. Could you have been beaten to death? Jiang Tian smiled faintly and uttered a few words. 4144? I feel like we met too late. I'm going to treat him to a meal at my place. Finished. Jiang Tian directly ordered Lu Bu and Hua Xiubing beside him to escort the group to the west. When Hua Xiubing was tying people up, he asked Jiang Tian what the 2nd Battalion commander meant. Jiang Tian waved his hand and told him not to worry about these details. After that, Hua Xiubing didn't ask any more questions. I was just thinking in my mind that the title of battalion commander sounds like a military position. Could it be that the Lord wants to assign me a military position? On the west side of the island, there is a toilet that was built earlier. Various animals are also raised nearby. Chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and sheep, and the feces of various animals. Soon, all the prisoners were tied up. The two men took them one by one to the pig pen. It's like catching an ordinary monster and throwing them casually to the side of the pig pen. Nothing happened when other people were detained. However, when Lu Bu came to Dong Zhuo, who lowered his head, he frowned. Pointing at the fat face in front of him, he shouted, "You lift your head and let me see." Dong Zhuo shuddered when he heard this and quickly raised his head stiffly. At this time, Dong Zhuo's face was full of horror, especially when he looked at Lu Bu. "I don't know why, but I feel so panicked." Lu Bu didn't know why, but he got angry when he saw Dong Zhuo's face. I clenched my fists and wanted to punch him. However, at this moment, Lu Bu remembered the pig man. He was afraid that Dong Zhuo would kill him with one punch. "Humph, my lord, there's still some use for you now. I'll deal with you after I've tortured you." He angrily said this and picked up a branch from the ground. Bang! The blow left a bloody mark on Dong Zhuo's fat face. Dong Zhuo screamed, and before he could react, he felt himself being lifted up like a chicken. With a bang, Lu Bu threw him next to the pig pen. Looking at the people in front of him, Jiang Tian slowly walked up to 4144. She squatted down and looked at him with a smile. "Come on, tell me, how has your island developed now?" Chapter 74, Eat quickly, or I will beat you to death. Hear this. 4144 raised his head, gritted his teeth, and said arrogantly, "What's the development like? What the hell does it have to do with you?" "Of course it's my business." Jiang Tian replied with a half-smile. "You came here to deliver a package to me, so I have to check the situation. So, tell me the location and I'll go check it myself." At this time, Jiang San and Li Si also came back to report to Jiang Tian after inspecting the island. "Boss, the island has been inspected. The fan and sail are a little loose from the soil, but they're not damaged and can still be used. There are also some bone knives and stone forks dropped by monsters, as well as 2 bows and some arrows." Jiang Tian nodded. "Okay, let's get to work." "Yes, boss." Jiang San and Li Si picked up a wooden bucket and a shovel, walked aside, and started busying themselves with the tasks assigned to them by their boss. Listening to the conversation between the few people, 4144 sneered and stared at Jiang Tian. "Why are you asking these questions? Do you want my island? You're dreaming. Even if I die, I won't tell you the location. If you're capable, go find it yourself." "Master, I know." Before he could finish his words, Awei suddenly moved to Jiang Tian's side and replied with a flattering look on his face. "Master, you want that island, right? I know where it is. I'll take you there." At this moment, 4144 was stunned, staring blankly at Awei beside him, unable to speak. Good man, he hasn't even finished pretending yet, and he's already been slapped in the face. What the hell? For 1144's eyes were red, and he was thrashing around like a madman. All he could think about was killing this Awei. But because his hands and feet were tied, he could only lean over to Awei and bite him. Brother Jia, stop. It hurts. Stop. It's bleeding." Awei felt pain and twisted his body like a maggot, trying to shake 4144 off. However, 4144 was like a turtle, holding on tightly and refusing to let go. Wei cried out in pain. Now, Jiang Tian also took action. "Since this lackey wants to curry favor with me, it might be a good idea to use an excuse." He ordered Hua Xubing to grab 4144's hair and pull his body off Awei. In this way, Awei was finally liberated. Lying on the ground, he smiled with a twisted expression and expressed his gratitude to Jiang Tian. The other side, after being pulled apart, 4144 spat. He lay on the ground and twisted his body, cursing at Jiang Tian and Awei. "Fuck you, you bastard, and 1111 you. TSK, your mouth stinks, even stinkier than on the chat channel." Jiang Tian glanced at 4144 with disdain. Then he asked the 2 people not far away. "Jiang San, Li Si, have you cleared away the indescribable things produced by those animals?" "Almost." Jiang San and Li Si came over carrying a big wooden barrel. Inside the bucket, all kinds of indescribable things were gathered together. The smell emitted seemed to distort the air. When 4144 saw this thing, his eyes widened. I had a vague feeling that something bad was going to happen. He cursed in a panic. "FFF, what the hell? 1111, what the hell are you doing?" Jiang Tian showed a wicked smile, pinched his nose, and told the 2 of them, "Go, feed the 4th young master some food to cover up the bad taste in his mouth." "Yes." Jiang San and Li Si understood each other and dragged 4144 to the wooden barrel, one on each side. But at this moment, they both ran into trouble. According to the boss, this little guy needs to be fed, but how do you feed him? Do I have to scoop it out with my hands and stuff it into his mouth? My goodness, this is so dirty. At this time, Jiang Tian thought of a way and said to his companions, Li Si, pull him up and throw him over the bucket, and let him eat it himself. Okay, Li Si responded. The two men pulled 4,144 by the shoulders and made him kneel beside the bucket. Eat quickly. Vomit. Smelling the odor up close, 4144 vomited on the spot, turned around and cursed, Fuck, get down here. You don't want to eat, right? After being criticized like this, Jiang Tian was furious and began to do evil. He ran to the stone brick house, where the remaining bricks were placed, picked up a brick and walked over again, staring at 4144 with a ferocious look. Eat quickly, or I'll beat you to death. 4144 was startled when he saw the brick, but he still refused to obey and opened his mouth to curse again. Aim. Bang. Jiang Tian picked up a brick and hit 4,144 in the face. 4144 was stunned and started bleeding from the nose. In the midst of a daze, I could still hear Jiang Tian saying to Li Si, Just push his head in directly, don't get our hands dirty. Okay. Plop. 4,144's head was pressed into the bucket by two people. Jiang Tian was stunned by this scene. I can't believe this guy is so ordinary. I didn't expect him to be so fierce. Jiang Tian, be gentle, don't kill him yet. Yes. Jiang Tian responded again and pulled 4,144's head out of the bucket. He asked fiercely, Are you convinced? I gurgle. 4144 had just said a word when his head was pushed back in. At this moment, there were countless horses galloping in his heart. Damn it, just let me finish what I'm saying. The other side, away, and the three generals were all dumbfounded. He started torturing me without even saying a word. This way of treating prisoners is too cruel. It's worse than death. Are all of 1,111 subordinates so cruel? Devil. This man is a devil. At once, the three generals urinated again. Wei moved to Jiang Tian's feet again and quickly flattered him. Master, I've been fed up with this bitch for a long time, Master. You did a great job. From now on, I will be yours. So please take good care of me. Jiang Tian glanced at Wei. Don't try to play it like that. Didn't you say you knew the location of Island 4144? Where is it? Northeast. In the northeast. Wei quickly said, Master, I know the exact location. I'll take you there. First, tell me what's going on his island. Okay, this island. Then, Wei carefully described the situation of the 4144 base camp. The empty island that had been plundered from several plots of land was already 700 or 800 square meters. There are 3 large sails and 6 windmills on it. In order to reduce weight, there are no special buildings on it. Only a few wooden houses, some farmland, a few animals, and an unfinished brick house. There are 7 fishing rods on top. As for the population, there was only one confidant of 4,144 and a few imprisoned survivors left on the island. Okay. Jiang Tian thought for a moment and said, Shoning, you take care of these prisoners. I'll go and make some arrangements. Yes, Master. Chapter 75, Am I Dreaming? Li Xiaoning bowed and took over the conversation, striding towards the west side of the island. Came to the place where several people were tied up. At this time, Jiang Tian and Li Si were still pulling 4,144's hair, pressing his head up and down, interrogating him with questions. Tell me, where's your island? I gurgle. Tell me, what's on your island? Wei is not. Gulyulu. Tell me, where's the Pirate King's treasure hidden? Gurgle. Seeing this scene, Li Xiaoning felt nauseous. All right, Jiang Tian and Li Si, the master asked me to take over. You guys go stand by. Okowo. Hearing this, Jiang Tian and Li Si stopped what they were doing and ran to Jiang Tian. Boss, what are your orders? Seeing the two of them, Jiang Tian frowned. Go wash your hands first. After washing your hands, go to the island you flew over to. Okay, boss. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Tian and Li Si ran towards the bucket next to them. At this moment, Wei was shocked. He stared in Li Xiaoning's direction with a look of disbelief on his face. Li Xiaoning. Is this the Li Xiaoning from the Tang Dynasty? Yeah, what's wrong? What the hell? Wei felt a little confused. Although he doesn't know much about history, he has always watched TV dramas. Just now, the weak woman mentioned by several people was Li Xiaoning, the leader of the Tang Dynasty Women's Army? Am I dreaming? For this 1111, having Lu Bu and Hoi Xiubing is not enough. There is such a well-known female leader. This is fucking like cheating, right? Thinking of this, Wei looked at Jiang Tian, and the flattery in his eyes became even stronger. Following such a big boss, you will never have to worry about not having meat to eat in the future. This look made Jiang Tian feel nauseous. He turned his head, called Hua Tsubing, and told him about the situation on the island. Then he ordered, Hua Tsubing, take Zhang San and Li Si with you and see if you can get that piece of land. Take this guy and Lu Sandao away and let him lead the way for you. By the way, you must remember the way back. If they show any abnormality, kick them out directly. Yes, my lord. A hint of joy appeared in Hua Tsubing's eyes, and he knelt on one knee and bowed to receive the order. He carried away directly towards the island they came from. At this moment, Jiang Tian seemed to think of something. He also walked towards a small island bordering him and reached out to touch it. A prompt came to my mind. Uninhabited land detected. Merge into current land. Weather. No man's land? Seeing this, Jiang Tian turned around and looked at the filthy-faced 4144. Logically speaking, this land should be considered his. But that guy is not dead yet. So, does that mean he has no owner? After thinking about it, the setting should be that if there are no characters on the land, they can be incorporated. Then, Jiang Tian looked at the damaged island in front of him. This sky island was just pierced by an arrow, and there may be quality problems inside. If you climb up like this, it may be quite dangerous. He didn't care about the lives of Wei and Lu Sandao, but Jiang Tian still had to be concerned about Hua Tsubing, Zhang San, and Li Si. Then, look at the options that pop up in front of you. Select yes. After confirming the option, the structure of the island changed slightly. The originally somewhat loose part seemed to condense a little, forming a cross-section with the part closest to its own island and being sucked onto its own island. At this time, the small island had merged into one with its own island, without even a trace of gap, but the sails and large fans that had previously existed on the island were still on it. Well, that's all. Jiang Tian nodded, drew a line on the ground with a bronze sword, and then ordered, cut this piece open, let it form an independent ship again, and turn around and sail over. Yes. Hua Tsubing threw the tied-up Wei aside and started working again with Zhang San and Li Si, who had rushed over. This has already been instructed, so Jiang Tian doesn't need to worry about it. Jiang Tian turned around and returned to the west side of the island. Look at the 4144 over there. Red, yellow, white, brown. Various colored poops mixed together and stuck to his face. After Zhang San left, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. But he still didn't relax completely and continued to kneel beside the bucket and vomit violently. TSK, 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 this scene, it's as disgusting as it can be. Fortunately, I wasn't eating when I saw this scene, otherwise I would have vomited. Having said that, Jiang Tian thought about it, and thought about the time it took for them to send people to investigate and the time it took to attack the island. If all goes well, perhaps tomorrow, Hua Tsubing will be able to drive over the 4144 island. I don't know how this 4144 would feel when he saw me annexing his island with his own eyes. At this time, Li Xioning stood aside, looking at 4144's appearance, feeling a little reluctant to watch. Jiang Tian asked with concern, why, Li Xioning, do you think he's disgusting? Li Xioning responda softly. Jiang Tian nodded. Come to Dongjua. By the way, I still don't know who you are. You, raise your head and let me see. Dong Zhuo was stunned, feeling that this sentence was somewhat familiar. Although I had a bad feeling in my heart, I had to raise my head as I was now at the mercy of others. Jiang Tian looked at his fat face and long beard, as well as his reaction when Lu Bu threw him at him just now, and he had a guess in his mind. Are you Dong Zhuo? Dong Zhuo was startled and didn't give a direct answer. Instead, he asked in panic, what are you going to do? Well, it's you. Jiang Tian shook his head helplessly. Hey, enemies always meet. Is 4144 your master? Jiang Tian pointed at 4144. Dong Zhuo took a look, pursed his lips, and nodded with difficulty. Jiang Tian asked again, seeing your master like this, do you feel uncomfortable? This question left Dong Zhuo speechless for a moment. The abacus in my mind began to tick frantically. This 1111. Is it to test the extent of my loyalty to my master? Could it be that he is attracted by my talent and wants to turn me against him? Dong Zhuo thought about it and felt that this was possible. However, although he has no previous memory, but I always feel that if I say something that shows my indifference to the owner, 1111 will definitely think that I am a fence-sitter. For example, when 1111 looked at Away just now, his eyes were full of contempt. That Away would definitely not have a good ending. You should go against the routine and let him see your loyalty. Perhaps, when he sees his loyalty and courage, he will be deeply moved and let him go. Then, Dongzhuo nodded solemnly. My master has suffered such a great humiliation. I am naturally very upset. Let my master go. If you have anything to do, come to me. Yeah, very good. Jiang Tian nodded and pointed at 4144's face towards Dongzhuo. You, go and lick your master's face clean. Chapter 76, let him continue to feast on his delights. Hearing this, Dongzhuo was completely confused and realized that he seemed to have given a wrong answer. Just as he was about to make a few remarks, he was interrupted by 4144 on the other side. Dongzhuo, didn't you hear me? Come over here and help me clean it up. He couldn't stand the stuff on his face, but because his hands and feet were tied, he had no way to clean it. Of course, he couldn't miss this opportunity. With wolves in front and tigers behind, Dongzhuo had no way out. I can only bite the bullet and move forward. Vomit. Dongzhuo, damn it. The other side, Jiang Tian was too lazy to look at this kind of scene anymore. Even Li Xiaoning subconsciously turned her head away. At this time, Lu Bu came over and felt very happy when he saw this. Jiang Tian thought about it, then ordered Lu Bu to watch them, and asked Li Xiaoning to call out Kai Wenji, Wang Yun, and Song Yingxing to continue working. He came to Xing Daorong's side, squatted down, and looked at him with interest. W, what are you going to do? Being stared at by Jiang Tian like this, Xing Daorong felt a little uneasy. He had just seen what happened to Dongzhuo. I'm telling you, if you have anything to say, just talk it out nicely. If all else fails, just kill me with your sword. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. Having said that, his pants were wet again. Jiang Tian shook his head helplessly and walked away. At this point, other people's work is already on track. Jiang Tian also opened the trading house, thinking of purchasing some supplies. While browsing the trading house, several items for sale caught Jiang Tian's attention. Sell adult rooster, one in exchange for wood or other animals. Selling adult boar, one, exchange for sheep, other animals, or wood. Messages privately for quantity. Sell. Seeing this, Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. A whole pig. Can most people afford this? Before, Jiang Tian had tried to sell these poultry animals, which could be sold alive. Generally speaking, as long as they have enough food, these reproductive animals will generally be kept and not sold. Only when one is really poor will one sell living things. And generally speaking, the animals sold are males. Unless there are a lot of female animals being raised, there is little value in raising a few more male animals. However, what is usually sold are chickens, ducks, and geese. Most people are relatively poor nowadays, and they cannot afford to buy pigs even if they catch them. This kind of fertile living creature is already quite valuable, let alone a big pig. Generally speaking, people slaughter pigs and then sell the meat at retail. This person is selling a whole pig. Doesn't he know how to kill a pig? Thinking of this, Jiang Tian looked at the pig pen again. At this time, there were already 7 pigs in the pigsty, 3 males and 4 females. Consider selling a boar or eating it. Which one to sell? Thinking of this, Jiang Tian's eyes followed the moving pig. Inadvertently, he looked at Xing Daorong, who was moving beside the pig pen, avoiding his sight. At this moment, Jiang Tian's gaze paused. I had a bold idea in my mind. If living things can be sold, I wonder if this general. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian opened the trading bank again. Start looking through the living things inside. Chickens, ducks, geese, pigs. After flipping through a few pages, I found that they were all mainly poultry. Finally, a few pages later, Jiang Tian saw something being sold on the trading floor. Tied up ordinary goblin 1, exchange for wood or food. Try selecting the item details. A shadow appeared in front of Jiang Tian. It was a goblin tied up. Seeing this, Jiang Tian was delighted. Can monsters be sold? In that case, can I sell the monsters I catch later? This is a huge resource. If I had known this, I would have sold all the monsters I caught before to it. Of course, selling monsters is not Jiang Tian's main purpose. Afterwards, Jiang Tian walked to Xing Daorong again. Select the Select Items to List option in the trading line, then point at Xing Daorong. This subordinate does not belong to you. Please choose again. What the hell? Is it really possible? Jiang Tian was delighted again, feeling that he had opened the door to a new world. However, it seems that only the subordinate's owner can sell it. At this time, 4144, who was feeling disgusted by dozed was licking, noticed Jiang Tian's abnormality. He sneered and said, "Oh, what? You still want to sell out my men?" Aya. As soon as these words came out, 4144 was kicked by Li Xiaoning. "If you dare to speak nonsense again, I will make you suffer the pain of verbal abuse." At this moment, 4144 glanced at the bucket beside him and immediately stopped talking, his mouth tightly shut. Jiang Tian was stunned. He walked over and asked, "Do you know that this thing of yours can be sold?" "Old." 4144 glanced at Li Xiaoning and changed his words. "Of course I know. After I caught dozed, I caught another ordinary person. It was by exchanging him for food that I was able to get to where I am now in the early days." No wonder. At this time, Jiang Tian remembered the time when it was revealed that he had hunched. At that time, many people sent him private messages, hoping that hunched could be given to him or something. Hearing this, Jiang Tian looked at dozed with interest and asked, "If I remember correctly, you used to dislike this old fat man. Why did you choose to sell ordinary people instead of selling him?" 4144 snorted again. Dozed suggested selling people. He also gave me many other ideas afterwards. They were quite useful, and having said that, 4144 glanced at dozed, and his face was suddenly filled with grief and anger. "Before, I tried to put it on a trading platform, but if King wouldn't sell at all, I couldn't even get it for the price of a loaf of bread. Some people even mocked me. 'You idiot, this thing is old and ugly. What use is it? Is it going to cause trouble in the harem?'" Jiang Tian laughed out loud. Wow, this complaint really hits the mark. However, this also confirms my guess. Jiang Tian couldn't help it and planned to sell one of his men for fun. Of course, these men of his would not be sold. Jiang Tian squatted down and asked 4144 with interest. "Since my men can put it up for sale, then we can definitely trade it, right? How about you give me the Xing Daorong first?" 4144 sneered again and said sarcastically, "You want my men to work for you? You're dreaming. Even though Xing Daorong is useless, I won't give away my labor for nothing. To tell you the truth, as long as I don't agree to hand my men over to you, even if you kill me, they won't acknowledge you as their master. So just give up on this idea." "Oh, so that's how it is." Jiang Tian nodded and got another piece of information. Of course, 4144 has not yet satisfied his curiosity about selling his men, and he cannot give up. Then he instructed Li Xiaoning, "Since he's so courageous, let him continue to feast on his food." "Yes, master," Li Xiaoning responded, picked up a stick from the ground, put on 4144's head, and was about to push him into the bucket. This time, 4144 was completely scared. He quickly shouted, "No, no, no. He's just a rubbish subordinate. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you." Chapter 77. You actually sold this. So bad. After a calm discussion, 4144 traded Xing Daorong over. After the transaction was completed, Xing Daorong was stunned at first. Then he looked at Jiang Tian and called a master. Jiang Tian was too lazy to argue with him, so he directly opened the trading house, clicked on the item to be put on the shelf, and pointed to Xing Daorong. "Put on the shelf, and note to exchange metal and animals." This time the launch went very smoothly. After the prompt was successful, Xing Daorong's message appeared on the trading line. However, Xing Daorong did not turn into a shadow after being put on the shelves like other products. Instead, it is just labeled as on the shelf. After Xing Daorong was put on the shelf, he himself did not react at all, as if nothing had happened. Jiang Tian nodded, indicating that the character could still help others with work before the transaction was reached. Afterwards, Jiang Tian didn't let Xing Daorong work either. No one wanted to touch him because he looked so wet. Just leave him like that. And then Jiang Tian started to busy himself with his own things and began to inspect the situation on the island. Today is the 21st day. The chicks and ducklings that were hatched from the chickens, ducks and geese that were raised before have grown up and are clucking in another cage. The goslings seem to be about to hatch too. In addition to the 7 pigs that had just been cleared, there were 4 sheep eating grass in the pen, bleating from time to time. Then come to the north. Fruits, such as cucumbers and tomatoes, have been harvested, and the seeds have been taken and sown together with other purchased seeds. All these were handed over to Song Ingxing to handle, and Jiang Tian was happy to have some free time. The saplings planted earlier have grown to more than 3 meters and are bearing unripe fruits. Based on the shape of the fruit and Song Ingxing's introduction, Jiang Tian was able to recognize that what was planted at that time was an apple. There is no need to describe its nutritional value in detail. It is a good idea to add more fruits to adjust the taste. When there are more varieties of fruits in the future, maybe I can make a fruit plate or something. Then sing at KTV. Jiang Tian covered his face, feeling that he was thinking a little too far. After saying hello to Song Yingxing, who was taking care of the plants, Jiang Tian came to the fishing spot again. At this time, Hua Xiubing and Zhang Sanli had separated the island and set off with Wei and Lu Sandao. Only Kai Wenji and Wang Yun were left fishing here. There was some wood piled up next to it. At this time, there were already 17 fishing rods. According to the rule of 1 fishing rod per day, excluding the days when I copied the empty land before, I should have caught 18 rods today. However, in the early hours of this morning, Jiang Tian copied something that was more important to the moment. That's the ballista. Yesterday, Shi Jigang and others exhausted all their strength, but they could only rush out a crossbow cart. The other one was naturally copied by Jiang Tian, using his ability. To be honest, Jiang Tian originally just wanted to give this assembled thing a try. Unexpectedly, the system prompted me that I could copy. This surprised Jiang Tian a little. First cancel the copy, then Jiang Tian placed the large crossbow on the crossbow cart and used copy again. This time the replication failed. After thinking about it, Jiang Tian roughly guessed a reason. As a single unit, the crossbow cart can be copied, but complex units such as the crossbow cart with crossbow arrows cannot be copied. Jiang Tian didn't care about this. As long as the core things can be copied, other additional accessories will not be difficult to obtain depending on your own ability. Because Li Xiaoning was watching over the relationship between 4144 and Dong Zhuo on the other side, Jiang Tian called Lu Bu over to carry out the defense work of fishing. After instructing Lu Bu to keep as many monsters as possible alive and then pack them up, Jiang Tian went to the south again. At this time, the furnace built here has been built into a blast furnace with clay piles. After Shi Jigang, who has fainted from exhaustion, and Zhang San and Li Si come back, they can build a blacksmith shop next to it. Looking at the harmonious scene on the island, except for 4144 and Dong Zhuo, Jiang Tian smiled with satisfaction again. The north is water Xuanwu. The south is fire Sisu, the east is wood Qinglong, and the west is gold white tiger. Live in it yourself. If possible, Jiang Tian would like to continue expanding according to this specification. After completing the inspection, we returned to the warehouse and started collecting supplies. Having said that, this small warehouse doesn't seem to be enough. After Shi Jigang wakes up, he and Zhang San and Li Si will have to find time to expand the facility. My goodness, Shi Jigang feels like an exploited tool. Jiang Tian shook his head helplessly and smiled, clearing his mind of distracting thoughts. Enter the trading house and start purchasing various metals and water. More than an hour later, Jiang Tian shook his tired arms and rested for a while. After going out, I was shocked to find out Xing Daorong was still there. Didn't sell it. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tian was speechless. Perhaps most people now don't know that you can buy generals on the trading house, so they haven't searched for it. In order to successfully sell Xing Daorong, Jiang Tian opened the regional chat channel. At this time, there was another uproar inside. Fuck, why are 1111 and 4144 quiet? That's right, it's been so long, we won't die together, right? The hammer will destroy them together. Didn't you see 4144 just say 1111 was cheating? He must have been beaten to a pulp. Since 4144 forced him to admit he was cheating, then 1111 must be pretty awesome. I'm a little curious about how the boss has developed. Come to think of it, boss 1111 hasn't come out yet. Is he busy abusing boss 4144? I think it's possible. Seeing these messages, Jiang Tian replied, speechlessly. What do you mean by abuse? Do you think I'm that mean? I just treated him to a meal. Huh, really? Why wouldn't I believe it? That's right, I don't believe it, either. Boss, how are you doing now? Can you tell us? Jiang Tian ignored the news. His purpose this time was just to promote Xing Daorong and sell him out quickly so as not to waste space and food. Then he released a message to deceive people. Never mind that for now. I have good news for everyone. To thank you all for your support and love for my business, I've decided to reluctantly sell you a general. He's already listed on the trading platform. His name is Xing Daorong. Hurry and buy now. First come, first served. After this message was sent, the regional channel exploded. What the hell? You can even sell generals? I just found out. Fuck, if that's the case, can ordinary people also be sold? These 3 ordinary people of mine are useless and a waste of food. I'll sell one now and see how it goes. To be honest, I know this, but under the current circumstances, no one would sell the generals. Wait, Xing Daorong, isn't this the braggart? Exactly, he's just like a fucking idiot. What's the point of buying him? It's a waste of food. I don't know who Xing Daorong is, but I just checked the exchange. What does this Xing Daorong with piss all over his pants mean? This guy is so disgusting. Fuck, I was just about to buy it, but after hearing what you said, I don't want to buy it anymore. Thanks for the heads up, 1111. You're actually selling this. That's so fucking bad. Chapter 78. So this is how characters are traded. After the message was sent, the regional channel exploded again. Many people were shocked and felt like they had discovered a new world. What made Jiang Tian speechless was that some people actually revealed Xing Daorong's background, which completely shattered his own little plan. Pants full of urine? Jiang Tian opened the trading bank in confusion and checked the status of Xing Daorong on the shelf. Sure enough, the notes above clearly stated it. Xing Daorong with his pants full of urine. Nature, subordinate. Gender, male. Condition, healthy. Wow, with that description, no wonder it can't be sold. According to the information released by the system last time, some additional substances in the listed items will be forcibly noted. Jiang Tian thought about it and decided to do an experiment. Then he came to Xing Daorong and ordered, "You, take off your pants and wash yourself clean with water." "Yes, master." Hearing this, Xing Daorong looked at Jiang Tian with a very subtle look, but he did not disobey the order. He took off his smelly pants, walked to the bucket next to the toilet, scooped water, and started washing. Li Xiaoning standing by was full of questions. Then he widened his eyes and looked at Jiang Tian with disbelief. "Master, you are not." No, don't get me wrong." Jiang Tian waved his hands helplessly. "I'm not what you think. I just want to do an experiment." Li Xiaoning was skeptical and didn't continue to ask. Instead, she said with a blushing face, then, "Master, I will step aside for a moment." "Well, go somewhere else first. I'll let you know when I'm done." Li Xiaoning said nothing and left with a red face. On the other side, 4144 and Dong Zhu were both dumbfounded. 4144 pointed at Jiang Tian and cursed. "You bastard, you don't have any special fetishes, do you? Damn it, you lock me up here, what do you want to do? I'm telling you, don't mess around. I'm not that kind of person." Jiang Tian was also extremely helpless, so he picked up a board and smashed it over. "Fuck you, stop imagining things." After smashing 4144, I ignored him. At this time, Xing Daorong, naked from the waist down, also came back. Jiang Tian directly opened the trading bank, pointed at him, and chose to put the item on the shelf. This time, it was not successfully put on the shelves. System prompt. This person's status is too vulgar and cannot pass the review. Jiang Tian was speechless. Why is there such a thing as audit everywhere? He took a piece of wrapping cloth and asked Xing Daorong to tie it. On the shelves again. This time, the listing was successful. Xing Daorong. Nature, subordinate. Gender, male. Condition, healthy. Having said that, the detailed information is very simple, with only necessary information such as name, gender, and physical condition. As for other information, you need to make your own notes, and it cannot be inconsistent with the actual information. In order to sell Xing Daorong as soon as possible without violating the system regulations, Jiang Tian thought for a moment and began to note the product information. Xing Daorong. Note: during the Three Kingdoms period, Xing Daorong, the general of Lingling, was the one who dared to challenge Zhao Zilong of Changshan in a duel. He was the most powerful general in the Three Kingdoms, self-proclaimed. Exchange: metal or animal. After editing, Jiang Tian smiled and clicked to put on the shelves. This time the launch was still very successful. After all, the news edited by Jiang Tian is true. Just then, there was a shout from the fisherman. "Oh, master, look, I actually caught a cow today." Moo! As the sound of cows mooing rang out, Jiang Tian looked back. Sure enough, a 2-meter-long yellow cow with 2 rounded horns on its head was tied with a hemp rope and lying at the fishing spot. Kai Wenji, who had put down her fishing rod, was squatting and stroking the yellow cattle's head while greeting Jiang Tian. Wang Yan also put down his fishing rod and came over to look at it curiously. While Lu Bu was cutting the rope on the yellow cattle with his spear, he stared at the cattle with a bad look and swallowed his saliva. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tian was also happy. Unexpectedly, a cow was also spawned today. It seems that the variety of ingredients on the table can be increased. Of course, for now, we still have to raise this cow first. If we want to eat beef, we can buy it from the trading house later. Since there were not enough people, Jiang Tian went over personally and made a cow cage with hemp rope and put on the cow. Then lead the cow to the west side of the island. When they saw the cow, 4144 and Dong Zhu's eyes widened. 4144 stared at the cow for a few seconds, then looked at Jiang Tian angrily for a few seconds. If he had not been captured, he might have bought some beef and asked his men to cook it for him. However, now I can only eat. Thinking of this, 4144's eyes turned red again. But Li Xiaoning had already returned at this time, and he didn't dare to scold. He could only grit his teeth and glare at Jiang Tian fiercely. Jiang Tian was too lazy to care about them. He tied the cow far away from them and planned to continue with his work. At this moment, he was shocked to find out. I seem to be selling Xing Daorong just now. Click on the transaction line to view the product information. At this time, many purchase applications have been sent in. Copper 30 gene, iron 10 gene, tin 20 gene. Finally, Jiang Tian found the one he needed most and accepted the deal. After agreeing to the deal, Jiang Tian immediately looked at Xing Daorong to see what the situation was like with the character being sold. The moment he clicked agree, Xing Daorong's body slowly transformed into a broken fluorescent light and slowly dissipated. Then, a small, long shadow appeared on the ground in front of Jiang Tian. After choosing a location, an iron ingot more than 20 centimeters long, 10 centimeters wide and 5 centimeters thick appeared on the ground. So this is how characters are traded. Jiang Tian muttered softly. Then he opened the world chat channel to see if anyone had purchased or leaked the information. As for the regional chat channel, there is no need to think about it. The people in this area have become very cautious and will not buy into someone like Xing Daorong. Sure enough, on the world chat channel, Jiang Tian discovered this lucky guy. JP in 7423. Haha, I was just browsing the trading floor and saw someone selling a Three Kingdoms general. Their generals are my biggest admirers. They're incredible. According to the note, this General Xing Daorong was the most powerful general of the Three Kingdoms period. Ugh, what does this self-proclaimed title mean? Oh my god, are you talking about the generals of the Three Kingdoms? I heard that they were all very brave. You are so lucky, my friend. Military commander? My dear Davarish, I heard that military commanders love to drink and always carry alcohol with them wherever they go. Does this military commander have any alcohol on his hands? No, Xing Daorong, the most powerful general in the Three Kingdoms. Self-proclaimed? My foreign friend, have you been tricked? Brother, take my advice, you'd better not hold too high hopes on him. Oh my god, why don't I see any of our generals here? Seeing this news, Jiang Tian couldn't help but smile mischievously. It seems that not only did I successfully sell this thing, but I also seem to have discovered a logical loophole in the system. In this way, it will be of great help to your future, conscientious business. Now, I should think about what happens next. Chapter 79 Boss, why are you selling everything? Think about this. Jiang Tian looked at 4144 with a strange light flashing in his eyes. I wonder if this survivor can be sold? Seeing this, 4144's heart skipped a beat, and he felt that something was wrong. He quickly pointed at Jiang Tian's nose and cursed. What the hell? What do you want to do? I just said, I'm not that kind of person. I will never give in to you even if I die. Seeing that he had misunderstood his meaning, Jiang Tian was too lazy to explain to him. If survivors can really be traded, it should be similar to the effect of teleportation. This 4144 must be sent into the sea. I can't give him a chance just because of my own experiment. Let's wait for that away to come back and try again. Having said that, the reason I kept this 4144 for the time being is because I'm afraid that way will cheat. In case the location he gave was false, I still have to find out the location of his island from this 4144 and recruit him. Then, without bothering to even glance at the frightened 4144, Jiang Tian continued to look at the chat channel, searching for business opportunities. At this time, everyone on the regional chat channel seems to have found the door to a new world. Each one of them posted information about selling characters. Character, Li Lei for sale, pre-order now. Character, Shimin Qing for sale cheap. Fuck, Shimin Qing? Why did you buy him here? I'm selling someone with special skills, named Yang Yixiao. According to Yang Yixiao himself, he used to be a medical student. There's a guy selling Li Lei up there? Is that the Li Lei who recited in you? I'd be in trouble if I bought him. Where's Han Mimi? Selling her to me would be more effective. You actually want to buy a young lady? You're dreaming. That is, selling a plumber. Judging from the situation, everyone has sold out those who seem useless. However, local people basically won't fall for this trick. According to a survivor who sold Shi Min Qing, when he checked the World Channel, he found that his Shi Min Qing seemed to have been bought by a person whose ID initials were SK. It is said that the buyer was shouting Shiba and said that he wanted to buy this martial artist named Shimin to liven up the scene. It seems like I have recognized the wrong person. At this time, under the research of a group of survivors, many people also drew inferences from this and began to discuss whether monsters could be sold on a trading floor. Hey, you guys, since we can sell our men, can we sell the goblins we caught? Wow, how fresh. I'm tired of catching them, so why buy them? Hey, I'm just doing some research. You know what? I actually saw someone selling goblins at the trading house. What's the matter? My subordinates are subordinate to me. Isn't this monster from the enemy camp? How did it get put there? That one on the trading floor is a tied-up goblin. Should we just make it incapacitated so we can sell it? Fuck, how did you come up with this? What's the use of this thing? Will anyone buy it? I don't think spiders, goblins, murlocs, and the like are very useful, but pigmen are pretty good. I also caught a pigman yesterday, and it helped me kill a murloc. I'm so envious. For people like us who can only catch ordinary people, the pigman is our savior. I want a pigman too. Me too. Anyone selling a pigman? I want one. Seeing this, Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. Business opportunity is here. Close the interface and walk toward the fishing spot. Around noon, there are already several tied-up monsters at the fishing spot. Goblins, murlocs, skeletons. Jiang Tian put all of these on the trading floor, but no one was interested yet. The only trouble is the spider, which is really not easy to tie. All we can do is continue to dismantle its 8 legs and 2 claws, pack them together, and put them on the shelf to form a disassembled spider. However, the most valuable fish has not been caught yet. More than 10 minutes later, a slightly larger wooden box was fished up. Shortly after landing, the top movable wooden board was removed from the inside. 2 pigs' trotters were clinging to the edge of the box, and a big pig's head poked out. That's it. Jiang Tian gave an order. Lubu, catch it. Be careful not to kill it. Yes, sir. Lubu responded and stepped forward, directly lifting the pigman out of the box. Because the pig was too big, 2 meters tall, Lubu took it out and lifted it up by grabbing its back with both hands. It's the same posture as an athlete lifting weights. The pigs were stunned, feeling a large hand grabbing the scruff of their necks by fate, and another hand grabbing their spines. Staring at the sky with eyes wide open, the meat on the front and hind legs kept struggling. Just like that, knock it out. Yes, my lord. Lubu responded, turned sideways and let go of the pig man, and the pig man fell to the ground with his back facing the ground. Bang! A shallow outline was smashed into the ground, with half of the pigman's back sunk into it. However, even at a height of more than 2 meters, gravity was not able to knock the pig man unconscious. The pig man lay on the ground and cried out in pain. Jiang Tian waved his hand. Come on, just tie it up like this. Understood. Before the pig man could react, Lubu picked up the hemp rope and skillfully wrapped it around its hands several times. Then 2 more hind legs. When the pig man came to his senses, he had already collapsed on the ground in a dagger shape, unable to move. This time, it suddenly became anxious and opened its mouth wide, as if to bite people. But because his body was tied up, he could only support his neck and bite the air. He stared at Lubu with his round eyes, anger and fear in his eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Tian opened the trading line and chose to put the item on the shelf. Pointed tentatively at the pigman. Pigman with bound hands and feet was successfully put on the shelf and exchanged for metal. There is also, on the shelf, label on the pigman. At this time, Jiang Tian also noticed it. When listing common creatures and items, the marking font color is white. For this kind of monster that is forcibly detained, the font used in the detailed information is blood red. The tied-up goblin I saw on the trading floor just now also used the same color font. Perhaps this shows that it has a certain degree of danger. This is also a sign that the pigmen are not on our side. Of course, these have nothing to do with Jiang Tian. Since this thing is so popular, I might as well sell it. Open the chat channel and send. Pigmen for sale. Freshly made pigmen. Pigmen security guards, protecting the area's peace. It has been put on the trading platform. Hurry up and buy it. This time, the regional chat channel exploded again. Fuck, just after I finished talking about the pigmen, the boss caught one. Big boss, show off. Neither of us can beat it. How did you catch it? You just sold one of your men. And now you're selling a pigment? Boss, why are you selling everything? Chapter 80. Damn, what are you doing? Seeing this message, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. There'll be so many things to sell later. Moreover, it may be far beyond their imagination. Time passed slowly between the chats and transactions. The pigman has been sold and received 20 kilograms of copper ingots. What Jiang Tian didn't expect was that the spider and the skeleton were also sold. According to the buyers, they plan to roast and eat the spider legs and use the large bones of the skeleton to make soup. These pieces of news shocked Jiang Tian. Spiders are fine. They're said to contain 6 times the protein of beef. But this skull bones soup, boy, that's pretty strong. At this time, it was time for dinner. After Kai Wenji prepared the meal, everyone except Li Xiaoning, who was looking after the two of them, ate lunch with relish. Then Lu Bu went to take over the shift and let Li Xiaoning eat. In fact, there's no need to rush to look after 41, 44, and the others at this time. After what happened just now, Dong Zhuo was so exhausted from vomiting that he passed out. 41, 44 also had a pale face and lay on the ground like a dead dog. Gradually fell asleep. The other side, a small island of 30 square meters, is floating towards the northeast. Zhang San, Li Si, Awei, and Lu Sandao were shaking the handle vigorously. Hui Tsubing stood aside, keeping his eyes on Awei and Lu Sandao's actions, monitoring whether they were doing anything abnormal. At this moment, Awei squinted his eyes and looked forward. He stopped and stood up, pointing to an island that was faintly visible in front of him, and said, "Brother Hua, we're almost there. Look, that's the one." Faced with the other party's attitude, Hui Tsubing frowned. "Don't try to get close to me. Call me Captain Hua." "Huh, battalion commander?" Awei was stunned for a moment, then quickly composed himself and flattered. Yes, Captain Hua. That's enough. Keep the fans running and prepare for landing." "Okay, Captain Hua." Opposite, there's an island of 700 or 800 square meters. A young man in a green sweater and blue jeans was sitting on a wooden stool and complaining. "Fisk, will the master and the others come back? It's so boring staying here alone." While complaining, he ate a piece of sweet potato boredly. In fact, he was not alone. At the young man's feet lay 3 tightly tied men, all wearing modern clothes. Their faces looked a little tired and pale, and their eyes were fixed on the sweet potatoes in the young man's hand. At this moment, the young man frowned. "Pa!" He threw the half-eaten sweet potato on the ground and cursed. "Fuck, eating this stuff every day is almost making me vomit. I wonder where the master will bring some delicious food when he attacks the city this time." At this moment, the 3 men lying on the ground stared at the sweet potatoes on the ground. He moved his body with drool, trying to get close to the sweet potato and have a bite. Watching the actions of the 3 men, the young man stood up. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He took a step forward and kicked the half-piece of sweet potato on the ground. Baji, he simply stepped on the sweet potato and turned it into a flat lump. Not only that, he also used the soles of his shoes to crush the sweet potato flesh into the mud. Ayu! The 3 men, who were obviously starving, were heartbroken when they saw this scene. 2 of the men in shirt sleeves pleaded, "Master Zhang Xiao, please have mercy on us and give us something to eat. Yeah, we haven't eaten for more than 2 days. Seeing these 2 people being tortured by him, Zhang Xiao, who was wearing a green sweater, felt very happy. He smiled and said, "Want to eat something?" I want to. The 2 men in shirts kowtowed repeatedly. Only a man in a black t-shirt was left. Seeing this scene, he sighed helplessly, his face ashen. "I didn't beg for anything like others did." "Okay, then I'll let you eat." Zhang Xiao smiled and walked forward. He grabbed a man in a shirt by the hair with one hand and pressed him to the ground where he had stepped on the sweet potatoes. "Eat. Don't you want to eat? I'll let you eat as much as you want." Woo! The 2 men in shirts ate a mouthful of dirt, and their already weak bodies twitched twice. Looking at their painful expressions, Zhang Xiao felt very happy. Ha! In this situation, having you guys to help me kill time is not bad. Just then, he looked into the distance. A dark shadow was slowly approaching towards him. "Master! The master is back!" Ha! Woohoo! Zhang Xiao jumped up and down happily, took off his clothes, and waved them in his hands. "Master, you're finally back. I missed you so much." On the other side of the island, Awei paused for a moment and pointed to the 700 or 800 square meter island opposite and introduced. "Captain Hua, this is the lair of 4144. Hui Tsubing narrowed his eyes and took a rough look at the situation on the island. At this moment, someone on the island ahead shouted, "Master! Master!" Hearing the voice, Hua Tubing frowned and asked, "Who's that guy on the island?" When Wei took a look, his expression was a little complicated. That kid, also one of those 4,144 fished out, is called Zhang Xiao. This time, 4144 brought all the available personnel and assigned him to guard the house and watch over the imprisoned survivors. Speaking of this guy, he seems a bit psychopathic and really enjoys torturing people. Really? Hua Tubing said expressionlessly. Let's go to the island first and talk about it later. Okay. Soon after, the moving island stuck to the edge of the Big Sky Island. Hua Tubing, Zhang San, Li Si, Wei and Lu Sandao walked out from behind the sail one after another. Take a step and land on the big island. Seeing the newcomers, Zhang Xiao realized something was wrong and asked sternly, "Who are you?" "Yang, who the hell did you bring here? Where are the masters?" At this time, the few people who got off the island were able to see the situation on the island more carefully. This kid with a somewhat sinister expression and the three poor guys lying on the ground who have lost their ability to fight. Hua Tubing glanced at him lightly and said nothing. He just walked forward while slowly holding it at his waist. There was the bronze sword given to him by his master. "What the hell, what are you doing?" At this moment, Zhang Xiao noticed that the other party was about to draw his weapon and was immediately shocked. He also realized that his master might have met with an accident, and he started to run away. Just as Zhang Xiao turned around, Zhang San, who was standing next to Hua Tubing, suddenly took out a brick from his arms. Throw it directly toward Zhang Xiao. The brick drew a parabola in the air like a grenade. Bang! The brick hit Zhang Xiao directly on the back of his head, and blood splattered everywhere. Zhang Xiao fell directly to the ground, and it was unknown whether he was dead or not. This scared Li Si, Wei, and Lu Sandao. What the hell? Why do I feel that this Zhang San is even more ruthless than Hua Tubing? You just start smashing things without saying anything, without any reason at all? Even Hua Tubing was stunned, but he had no objection to this approach. Said lightly, "Okay, make way." "Yes, yes, yes." Quick, Lu Sandao leads the way. Wei nodded quickly in response. Chapter 81. Pulling the sails and preparing to return. The flattery on Wei's face became even more pronounced. He pushed Lu Sandao and asked him to walk in front and lead the way according to the location of the buildings on the island. Let Li Si look at Zhang Xiao lying on the ground and the tied-up captives. Hua Tubing and Zhang San followed, not far behind Lu Sandao, while Wei hunched his waist and introduced the situation on the island to the three of them. The situation on this island is indeed similar to what Wei had described before. The first thing that catches your eye is the 3 furled sails and 6 fans standing on the island. Among them, there are 2 largest fans, which serve as the main driving force. The other 4 fans are slightly smaller and are located on both sides of the large fan. They should be used to adjust the direction of the island. In addition, there are 3 wooden houses, 2 of which are 10 square meters, and a small room of 6 square meters. Nearby, there is an unfinished brick house. Judging from the area, it is about 50 square meters, and the bricks on the wall are about 1 meter high. There were also several rows of bricks, and some would piled up next to it. It seems that 4,144 is indeed preparing to build a brick house. It's a pity that he ran to his lord to die before the house was even built. It's really sad and ridiculous. Hua Tubing looked away and gave a light instruction, asking the other party to continue leading the way. Soon, the entire island was inspected. Among the 3 wooden houses, one of the 10 square meter ones contains a lounge chair, and the other 10 square meter one is used as a warehouse where some supplies are stored. The 6 square meter room contained 2 wooden cages and looked like a prison cell. In addition, there's a water hole here, and there are 2 small fields next to it where some sweet potatoes and vegetables are planted. In the nearby pen, there are a few chickens, ducks, geese, and 2 sheep. There are 7 or 8 tents on the edge of the island. In general, there are not many supplies, and the most valuable ones should be the sails and large fans. After a circle, they returned to where they had just landed. Zhang Xiao, who was hit, was still lying on the ground, motionless. Hua Tubing turned Zhang Xiao over and checked his breathing. Still breathing. I didn't expect he was still alive. Hua Tubing nodded and asked Wei and the others to tie up the boy. On the other side, 3 tied-up captives stared at Zhang Xiao with a look of gloating on their faces. When Hua Tubing and Zhang San looked at them, the expressions on their faces became a little panicked again. "Who are you? What are you going to do?" Seeing this, Away explained. The guy in the black t-shirt seems to be the one who first came to the Sky Island and was captured by 4144. He has been imprisoned here and used as a fan ever since. The other two were the owners of the island that was taken down 2 days ago. We were planning to throw them down, but we were busy leaving the island and starting the battle yesterday, so we left them here for now. Hua Tsubing nodded and turned a deaf ear to the questions of the captives on the ground. Just let Away and Lu Sandow throw them into that cell. After everything was done, Hua Tsubing waved his hand. Everyone, pull the sails and prepare to return. The sun moved slowly. Before I knew it, it had already fallen to the west. Jiang Tian and his group stopped their work and started preparing dinner. Boss. Shiji Gang, are you awake? Looking at Shiji Gang walking out of the wooden house, Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows and handed over the piece of meat he had just purchased. You woke up at the right time. Come, cut the meat into thinner slices so we can have a good meal tonight. Roger that, boss. Shiji Gang took the piece of meat and walked slowly into the kitchen. Kai Wenji trotted over and threw herself into Jiang Tian's arms. Master, what would you like to eat tonight? On the other side, Li Xiaoning also looked in the direction of Jiang Tian and the others. I didn't know whether to continue watching over these two or go to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Jiang Tian rubbed Kai Wenji's little head. You don't have to cook today. We'll have something fresh to eat in the evening. Fresh? Is the master going to cook again? Were we eating? Kai Wenji's big eyes blinked, her face full of curiosity and anticipation. Hearing this, Lu Bu also came over. His eyes were burning and his stomach was growling. Jiang Tian smiled helplessly. You'll know when the time comes. Speaking of which, calling this something new isn't entirely accurate. You might have eaten it before. Okay, Kai Wenji, pick some vegetables, wash them, and cut them into large slices. Lu Bu, get one of the kitchen stoves out and a larger pot. Yes, my lord. Okay, master. Soon, everything was ready. Under Jiang Tian's instructions, a stove was placed outside the kitchen. There was also a large iron pot on top. There was a charcoal fire burning in the stove, and the hot water in the pot was steaming. Next to it, there are 2 tables and several stools. There were bowls and chopsticks on one of the tables, and Kai Wenji and others were sitting around the table. On another table, there were bowls filled with beef slices, mutton slices, ham sausages, and various vegetables. At this time, Jiang Tian came to the stove, humming a tune, holding something wrapped in plastic in his hand. I'll eat hot pot, and you'll eat the hot pot base. Tear open the package and place 1 lump into the pot. After stirring with a spoon for a while, the lumps melted into the water and turned into a pot of red soup. While humming a tune, Jiang Tian looked at the packaging bag in his hand. I'll lay a beef hot pot base. This thing was caught by Kai Wenji this afternoon, and I caught a whole box of fish with all kinds of flavors. Now that you have caught the fish, you must satisfy your appetite with a hot pot meal. Okay, put the meat in first. Okay, master. It smells so good. Yes, my lord. Gulu, Li Xiaoning, tie them both together and come over to eat with us. Yes, master. Li Xiaoning's beautiful eyes lit up when she smelled the aroma of butter coming from the other side. He took a long hemp rope and tied 4144 and Dong Zhu's legs together, then tied the other end of the hemp rope into a knot on the pig pen. After washing his hands, he strode towards the stove. At this time, 4144 and Dong Zhu, who were lying on the ground, also started to move. Master, I'm so hungry. Fuck, do you think I'm not hungry? The two exchanged a few words in a weak voice. They haven't eaten anything all day since they came to the island. Some abnormal things were also vomited out. Now their stomachs were empty, and they were so hungry that they had no strength left. Both of their stomachs growled at the same time. Gurgle. At this moment, the aroma of butter wafted into their noses. 4144 and Dong Zhu subconsciously swallowed their saliva. What's that smell? It sounds so familiar. After sniffing the smell, 4144 raised his head. Seeing the scene in front of him, his eyes widened instantly. Oh shit, this 1111 is eating hot pot. I've been hungry all day, and you're eating hot pot in front of me. Is this something a human would do? Chapter 82 Master, I'm familiar with this job. Master, I can't eat anymore. Then you should rest for a while. Lu Bu, you eat. Hey, are you full too? Hiccup. Yes, my lord. Why haven't Hui Tsubing and the others come back yet? I shouldn't have done so much. Boss, what should we do now? There are still some noodles and vegetable leaves left in the pot. Do you want to scoop them out? Forget it, just pour it into the bucket and feed it to the pigs tomorrow. This night, 4144 and Dong Zhuo didn't know how they got here. My stomach was growling like crazy, but I watched the group of people not far away eating hot pot for more than an hour in front of me. My ears were filled with words like really delicious and yummy, and I could also hear the number 1111 asking someone to bring Coke from time to time. Seeing this scene, 4144 and Dong Zhuo almost popped their eyes out. This is so fucking painful. The most annoying thing is, after finishing the pot, there was clearly still food in it, but they said they wanted to feed it to the pigs. Dong Zhuo tentatively asked them if they could share some of the leftovers with him, but the group acted as if they didn't hear him and poured the leftovers into the gansugai and placed it not far from them. That night, the two of them looked at the gansugai and were so greedy that they couldn't bear it anymore. However, a bald middle-aged man was standing nearby with a large stone hammer, watching, and they did not dare to move forward to steal the food. I could only stick my face in the dirt to avoid smelling the hot pot. Finally, the night passed. The crowing of roosters accompanied by the rising sun woke everyone up. After washing up and having breakfast, Jiang Tian walked out of the room. At this point, everything returned to normal. Old man Song Yingxing was checking the growth of the plants and feeding the fish. Shi Jigang stayed in the newly built stone brick house, checking the conditions inside and cleaning it. Li Xiaoning was in the west, guarding 2 prisoners and feeding chickens and ducks. Lu Bu was on patrol, glancing at 4144 and Dong Zhuo from time to time. At this moment, they were lying on the ground in a daze like dead dogs. Jiang Tian ignored them and went to copy the crossbow cart first. After yesterday's battle, Jiang Tian also tasted the sweetness of this thing. In the current environment, more of this kind of thing is naturally better. It's just that crossbows are a bit expensive. The 2 crossbows we got yesterday were equipped with large bronze arrowheads. I'll have to talk to Shi Jigang later and ask him to try applying stone cement on it to make an arrow. Master, wooden box. Well, let me do it. Jiang Tian came to the fishing spot with a bronze axe, where a slightly larger wooden box was placed. The wooden board on the box moved, and the pig's head and trotters popped out. It's a pig man. Seeing this good friend, Jiang Tian smiled. Yesterday afternoon, Lu Bu caught 2 more pigmen. In order to test his current level of strength, Jiang Tian dealt with these 2 pigmen. I suddenly discovered that my physical fitness has become much stronger. The first pigman was accidentally killed by himself, and the other one fainted because he controlled the strength. Moreover, Jiang Tian discovered that this pigman was extremely easy to sell. Soon after it was put up for sale, we received purchase applications, and the price is showing a trend of gradually increasing. He walked over to the box with a smile and waved to the pigman. Come on, get out of the box first. Seeing this smiling face, the pigman was stunned. But he didn't care about that and slowly climbed out of the box, with Jiang Tian supporting him. Just as he was about to run toward the vegetable patch, he suddenly realized that the man was standing in front of him, with his right palm extended. Bang! The pigman was hit hard in the face, spat out 2 pig teeth, and fainted on the ground. After tying up the pigman, Jiang Tian opened the trading house. Throw the goods up and take a look at the current situation of the trading house. Now, in addition to supplies, there are also monsters like spider goblins and some subordinates. These subordinates have different pupil and hair colors and are from different regions. It seems that the news that his subordinates can be sold has spread around the world. However, these subordinates don't look very good at first glance. They can only eat and not fight. They feel worse than pigs. Just as Jiang Tian was browsing the trading house, Lu Bu pointed to the northeast and shouted, Lord, there seems to be an island flying towards us. Hearing this, Jiang Tian frowned slightly. Ahead, there was indeed a block-shaped object moving slowly towards them. If my guess is correct, it should be Huo Tsubing and others who have returned. However, to be on the safe side, Jiang Tian still called a few people, prepared for battle, and pushed the crossbow cart over. As time passed, distant objects became closer and closer in the field of vision, and the sails and fans on them could be clearly seen. It's an island, yes. Moreover, the scale of this island is even larger than the island they have now. When they were 500 meters away, the sails were reefed. At a distance of 300 meters, several figures could be seen standing on the island. Finally, with only 100 meters left, the fan stopped and large chunks of the island floated over due to inertia. Seeing the figure holding a bronze sword above, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. Okay, no need to be on guard. It's Huo Tsubing and Zhang San and Li Si who are back. At this time, Lu Bu, Kai Wenji, and others opened their eyes wide. They only knew that Hui Tsubing went to collect land, but they didn't expect that this piece of land was so big. Everyone stretched their necks to look, trying to see what was on the island opposite. Not long after, feeling a slight vibration under my feet, the two islands slowly collided together and connected at the fishing spot in the east. Hui Tsubing strode to Jiang Tian, knelt on one knee and bowed, saying, "My lord, I have fulfilled my mission and have brought the land back." Then, Hui Tsubing described the situation on the island again. "Yeah, very good." Jiang Tian nodded. "Take Zhang San and Li Si to rest for a while and eat something. I will take care of the rest." "Yes, my lord." After receiving the order, Hui Tsubing took Zhang San and Li Si towards the tent. "Lu Bu, Li Xiaoning, go to the island and bring those prisoners here." As soon as he gave this order, Wei suddenly rushed over and said flatteringly, "Master, I'm familiar with this job. Let me and Lu Sandao go and capture them." Jiang Tian felt a little weird looking at this Wei, but he still showed a kind smile. "Okay, then you two can do this job." Lu Bu goes up to watch them, and Li Xiaoning goes back to the west. All right, Lu Sandao, get to work." Seeing Jiang Tian smile, Wei was extremely excited. Not knowing what would happen to him, he hurriedly called on his men to work, hoping to perform well and give a good impression to his new master. At this moment, 4144, who felt the ground shaking, also weakly raised his head. For a moment, he was completely dumbfounded. This is fucking. Chapter 83, do you want to sell this to? After seeing the installations on the island, 4144 was completely stunned. Big windmill, big sails folded. Isn't this his island? Did this 1111 really get his island here? At this point, 4144 didn't care about anything else and started cursing. "Fuck, 1111. What the hell do you want to do? Behave yourself." Before he could finish his words, he was kicked by Li Xiaoning, who had rushed over. Ignoring the movement behind him, Jiang Tian reached out and touched the island. No information about Fusion Land popped up. Jiang Tian frowned slightly, looked at Wei and Lu Sandao, who were carrying the captives on the island, and had a guess in his mind about the judgment of the Fusion Land. Then he shouted to the two men, "Hurry up, you two, and bring these prisoners here." "Okay, master." Lu Sandao, hurry up. Hearing Jiang Tian's instructions, Wei smiled brightly. Soon after, the two men brought the four captives over and threw them on the ground. At this time, Lu Bu was the only one left on the bordering island. Jiang Tian squatted down again and touched the ground again. Uninhabited land detected. Merge into current land. Weather. Really? Jiang Tian's lips curled up slightly. Yes. After making a selection, the island with the fan changes. The borders of the islands began to fit into the islands on their side, and finally merged completely together without a single gap. Jiang Tian also understood the setting of the Fusion Island. If there are characters from other factions on the adjacent islands, the land is not considered unowned land. As long as you move the characters of other camps on the island outside the island can become your own occupation point for fusion. After the fusion was completed, Jiang Tian turned around and gave 4144 a half smile. The other side, seeing Jiang Tian's smiling face, 4144's eyes were bloodshot. He never expected that he would come here with a large army full of murderous intent. He didn't expect that he would become a prisoner in the territory of 700 to 800 square meters that he had accumulated with great difficulty was robbed, which was like a big gift package given to others. At this moment, he wished he could slap himself twice. He stared at Jiang Tian with red eyes and started to curse. "Fuck, Guliulu." Before he could finish his words, Li Xiaoning hit his head into the bucket with a stick. Jiang Tian curled his lips in disgust and turned around. He looked at the four captives thrown at his feet. The two men in shirts looked to be in their 20s. A middle-aged man in a black t-shirt. There was also a kid wearing a green sweater with blood on his head. The two men in green shirts looked terrified and kept asking questions like, "Who are you? What are you going to do? Let us go." The man in the black t-shirt sat on the ground without saying a word, his face ashen. The boy with bleeding head had his eyes closed and was motionless, but he still had body temperature, so he must have fainted. Now it's time to deal with them. Also, now that the island has been successfully obtained, there is no need for 4144 and Dong Zhua to exist anymore. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Tian asked Wei and Lu Sandao to continue carrying the four boys and put them to the west. After putting it down, the three of them discovered 4144 and dozed not far away. The two men in shirts were startled at first, and then they found that they were also tied up with something indescribable on their faces. They immediately became emboldened and started to curse and mock 4144. At this moment, 4144 also raised its filthy head. Seeing the two people insulting him, he was too weak to fight back. He just tilted his head and sneered, rarely refusing to respond. The man in the black t-shirt still looked lifeless. Through Hua Xubing's introduction just now, Jiang Tian also understood the situation. The one with bleeding head is 4144 subordinate, and he has a somewhat abnormal personality. The other three were prisoners. Moreover, this man in the black t-shirt was the one who sent the fan to 4144. Does he have any special skills? Jiang Tian became interested, squatted in front of the man in the black t-shirt, and asked, "Come on, tell me about yourself. Besides making fans, what else can you make?" The man in the black t-shirt spoke and slowly told his story. After listening to this, Jiang Tian was speechless. This old guy used to be a fan maker on an assembly line. Apart from making fans, he can't do anything else and is a coward. It feels like it has no value. At this time, the two men in shirts were tired of cursing. As if he smelled something, he looked towards the gansoi. "Is this the taste of hot pot? It smells like butter, so nice." After muttering this, the two men moved towards the gansoi, lowered their heads, and began to suck the contents. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tian was speechless, but did not stop it. Seeing this, the man in the black t-shirt also tentatively moved to the side of the bucket, looking for a gap to stick his head in. At this time, Jiang Tian looked at 4144 and pointed at the boy with bleeding head. "Is this your man?" 4144 snorted coldly. "Why, you want to sell this too? Are you going to sell Dongjua too?" "That's right. Stop talking nonsense and make the deal quickly." Having suffered losses before, 4144 had no choice but to agree. After untying one of his hands and making the deal, they tied the other hand again. The transaction went very smoothly. Although this subordinate is still in a coma, he can already be listed on the trading platform. After a Wei introduced him, Jiang Tian began to edit the information. Zhang Xiao with a head injury. Nature, subordinate. Gender, male. Condition, injured, unconscious. Note, the guardian of the isolated island. The warden feared by the enemy. His combat effectiveness cannot be assessed. Exchange, metal or animal. After successfully putting it on the shelves, Jiang Tian looked at Wei again. "Okay, bring Lu Sandow over here." This. "Master, do you want Lu Sandow to keep him for yourself? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up." Okowo. Hearing this, Wei had a bad feeling in his heart, but he still honestly traded the ownership of Lu Sandow. Jiang Tian put Lu Sandow back on the rack without saying a word. Lu Bo's pants have a strange smell. Nature, subordinate. Gender, male. Condition, healthy. Note, a general during the Three Kingdoms period, also known as Lu Sandow, who was said to have the strength to kill Lu Bu in 3 strikes. Looking at the 2 notes he edited, Jiang Tian nodded with satisfaction. As expected of me, this note looks so cool. Moreover, what he said was all true. Just after putting Lu Sandow on the shelf, Jiang Tian discovered that Zhang Xiao had already received several purchase applications. One of them had a particularly strong desire to buy and directly offered 40 kilograms of iron. He also begged Jiang Tian to sell this man with immeasurable combat power to him. Seeing this, Jiang Tian fulfilled the man's request. Looking at the iron ingots that appeared beside him, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A person like Dong Zhuo must be left to Lu Bu to deal with. So, the matters concerning the subordinates have been dealt with. Next, we need to consider the problems of these survivors. Chapter 80, for You Want to Sell Me? At this time, the 3 survivors had almost finished their meal. After eating, the 3 of them sat on the ground and began to look at their current situation. At this time, a man in a shirt looked at the tied-up 4144 with a subtle expression, as if he had thought of something. Then he looked at Jiang Tian and asked, "Brother, seeing as you beat up that bastard 4144, he must be a good guy, right? Can you let us go? Don't be so quick to give me the nice guy card." Jiang Tian waved his hand and looked at the man with a face full of hot pot sauce with disdain. "Let you go? Where are you planning to go?" At this time, the other man in the shirt also reacted and looked at the harmonious environment around him, including the old people and children near the edge of the island. He turned his eyes and looked at Jiang Tian and said, "Boss, I feel like you're a kind-hearted person. How about this? You give us a piece of land and a fan, and then give us a fishing rod, so that we can be self-sufficient. Yes, yes. I don't want more. 120 square meters will be enough. Me too. I only want 110 square meters. The two men in shirts sang in unison, looking at Jiang Tian expectantly. Jiang Tian's face was full of surprise. No, why? Why should I give you the land? After these words were spoken, the two men's faces became a little stiff. After looking at each other, they began to persuade each other step by step. What do you mean by why? Boss, you have so much land now. You don't need a few hundred square meters, right? Just give it to us. Yeah, besides, more than 100 square meters of that land originally belonged to us. Hearing these words, Jiang Tian's expression gradually turned cold. Ignoring the two men, he turned to look at the middle-aged man in the black t-shirt. What about you? How do you want to be treated? The middle-aged man just opened his mouth. The two men in shirts looked at him at the same time, their eyes burning. I hope he can form a united front with me. However, the middle-aged man turned around and looked at the tied-up 4144. He looked at Jiang Tian again, whose expression was wrong, and swallowed his saliva. Boss, I don't want any empty land. I just want to survive. Just give me a small corner and some leftovers to eat. I beg you. Yeah, I understand. Seeing this, Jiang Tian smiled faintly at the middle-aged man and nodded. Then, he looked at the tied 4144 and asked, have these two boys discussed these conditions with you before? Huh, fine. 4144 glanced at the two men in shirts and sneered. These two bastards peed when they saw me. How dare they negotiate with me? Yeah. Jiang Tian looked at the two men in shirts again. His face was as cold as ice. You don't even dare to negotiate with him. So what gives you the courage to negotiate with me? Do I look easier to talk to than 4144? Seeing Jiang Tian's expression, the two men were shocked. At this moment, they had a bad feeling in their hearts and quickly explained. No, boss, you are so powerful that even 4144 can't beat you. You must not be short of these resources. Yeah, we're just talking. We don't want it anymore. We don't want it anymore. The two men's hearts were pounding as they stammered and moved on the ground, thinking of escaping from this place. Where do you want to go? Jiang Tian walked up to the two of them and asked with a half-smile, this entire island belongs to me. Where can you escape to? I was wrong, boss. Please let me go. Yes, boss. Please give me a way to live. Now, both men's faces turned pale with fright. My pants were soaked. Li Xiuning. Here, master, please give me your orders. Li Xiuning knelt on one knee, clasped her fists, and looked at Jiang Tian with a serious face. She was also very unhappy when she heard those two guys talking just now. However, these two people had no threat capabilities, and the master did not give any orders, so she did not care. Now, I guess I have something to do. Jiang Tian pointed forward lightly. Throw them down. Yes. Li Xiuning responda. He walked up and picked up the two men in shirts. Ignoring their wailing and pleas for mercy, he threw them forward. Not long after, crash. Below the island, the sound of waves crashing one after another. Although I haven't seen it with my own eyes, it's not difficult to guess. The big fish below is enjoying a feast. Several captives present, including Wei and Lu Sandow, who had not yet been sold, were shocked when they saw this scene. 4144 sneered and glared. Don't be fooled by 1111's seemingly friendly appearance. He didn't react at all when so many people were shot into the sea with crossbow. These two idiots actually dared to negotiate with him. They were so stupid. On the other side, a middle-aged man in a black t-shirt, his face pale, rushed to Jiang Tian, trembling all over. Boss, I don't want anything, just let me live. I'm a very honest person and willing to do any job as long as I can eat. Really, if you don't believe me, you can ask for 144. I've never resisted. Looking at this middle-aged man, Jiang Tian felt a little sad. If he is my subordinate, judging from his attitude, I might as well keep him and give him a try. Through observations during this period, I have found that as long as my subordinates are under my command, they will never rebel against me. 4140 for the fact that Dong Zhuo had no intention of resisting is enough to prove this point. However, he is a survivor and is able to control his own thoughts. It's hard to explain the human heart. He couldn't stay on his island. However, seeing his pitiful appearance and his attitude just now, Jiang Tian didn't want to throw him away. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian looked at the man in the black t-shirt and smiled slightly. I can give you a chance, but you have to cooperate with me in an experiment. Experiment. The man was stunned. Boss, what experiment are you talking about? Jiang Tian did not answer and silently opened the trading platform. Select the product to be put on the shelf and point to the middle-aged man. At this moment, the middle-aged man was stunned, as if something had happened. Jiang Tian asked, "Why, what happened to you?" The middle-aged man looked at Jiang Tian with a complicated expression, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Here, a prompt popped up. What hint?" It says, "The lord of this island wants to sell you. Do you agree?" There are two options, yes and no. Is that so? Jiang Tian was a little surprised. He was just doing an experiment, but he didn't expect that he could actually sell the survivors. Then he continued to ask, "Anything else?" Yes, it also states that if the player agrees, they will lose their player status and will no longer be able to use the chat system or trade. Please choose carefully. No more. Gone. Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. He looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Okay, then I'll untie your hands. You can choose to accept it." "Huh? You're going to sell me out?" The middle-aged man's face was filled with disbelief. This game can even sell survivors? Jiang Tian waved his hand, interrupting his shock. "I'll tell you the truth. I won't let you stay on this island. As for whether others are willing to accept you, that depends on your fate. The opportunity is already in front of you, so consider it carefully." This is said very bluntly. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded for a while before he suddenly nodded. I agree. Chapter 85. Finished? After the middle-aged man said the word agree, Jiang Tian nodded and told Li Xiaoning to let go of one of his hands. Then, the middle-aged man pointed in the air with trembling hands. A system prompt came from Jiang Tian. CNNS 4150 accepted your arrangement and was successfully put on the shelves. At the same time, information about the middle-aged man also appeared on the trading platform. CNNS 4150. Nature, survivor. Gender, male. Condition, weak. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Tian began to edit the note information. Note, craftsmen who have wandered abroad are hardworking and easy to support. As survivors, they may possess some unknown abilities. After the note was made, a label on the shelf also appeared on the middle-aged man. Moreover, the font used in the detailed information of the listed products is brown. Perhaps this is the color represented by the survivors. During this process, the middle-aged man looked as pale as death. He didn't know where to go. Ever since he came into this inexplicable game, he has never had the right to choose and can only accept everything. Jiang Tian was too lazy to ask about his mental journey. After instructing Li Xiaoning to tie the middle-aged man's hands again, Jiang Tian came to Wei again. At this time, Wei was completely confused. Looking at Jiang Tian walking slowly towards him, the feeling of uneasiness in his heart became stronger and stronger. I had a vague guess about my own fate. He swallowed his saliva, forced a smile, and said, Master, do you have any instructions for me to do?" "Don't call me master. Your real master is waiting for you." Jiang Tian smiled faintly, opened the trading platform, and pointed. "Okay, hurry up and choose to accept it." Wei looked up and looked at the prompt in the void. Cold sweat instantly spread all over my body. He heard the entire conversation between 1111 and the middle-aged man. Once this is sold, the player will lose his status. Although he had never thought about the concept of this player identity before, losing this identity would definitely not be a good thing. Besides, if I were really sold, it's hard to say who would buy me. Maybe it's even worse than being under 4144's control before. What if you encounter a man-eating creature? What should you do? I just want to make a living with someone who is a bit awesome, but I don't want to be eaten by some inexplicable person. Thinking of this, Wei's legs went weak. He knelt down with a plop, tears streaming down his face, and pleaded while tugging at Jiang Tian's trouser legs. "Master, boss, please let me follow you. Look, I told you the location of 4144. Even if I don't have any credit, I have worked hard. Don't try that." Jiang Tian kicked Wei aside. "When you followed 4144 to mock me earlier, did you think I'd forgotten? If you hadn't created some value these past 2 days, you would have ended up like those two men, understand? Or you choose to agree. Otherwise, just jump down by yourself, and I won't stop you." Wei looked to the west, in the direction of the two men. Completely lost the fire. He could only raise his right hand, tremblingly, and click in the air. After receiving the feedback, Jiang Tian asked Li Xiaoning to tie up Awei's hands and feet to avoid any further trouble. Next, only 4144 and Dong Zhuo are left. After taking a look at the two of them, Jiang Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Li Xiaoning, go call Lu Bu over. You two can switch shifts first. Yes, master. Li Xiaoning nodded and walked away. At this time, Dong Zhuo heard the name Lu Bu. His face was pale. When 4144 woke up, he had actually woken up too. However, he was worried that he would be persecuted again. So I pretended to be asleep and lay on the ground without saying a word. But when they heard 1111, the person who captured them, say that he wanted to call Lu Bu over, Dong Zhuo's heart suddenly skipped a beat. I'm afraid something bad is going to happen. Not long after. My lord, you're here. Looking at Lu Bu in front of him, Jiang Tian nodded and pointed at Dong Zhuo. This fat guy is called Dong Zhuo. I leave it to you to deal with. Dong Zhuo? Hearing this name, Lu Bu was stunned. Dong Zhuo, Dong Zhuo. While muttering to himself, he walked towards Dong Zhuo. His fists were clenched tightly. Soon, he came to Dong Zhuo, who was pretending to be asleep. Not caring about the filth on Dong Zhuo's body, he stretched out his right hand, clamped Dong Zhuo's neck, and lifted him up in the air. At this time, Dong Zhuo could no longer pretend. He lost his balance, his fat body kept twisting, and his eyes were wide open. With a face full of fear, he looked at Lu Bu as if he wanted to say something, but his neck was clamped and he couldn't speak. My pants were wet again, and water was dripping down. At the same time, Lu Bu was also watching Dong Zhuo. His eyes were a little confused, but with a hint of resentment. Dong Zhuo? Lu Bu looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar face in front of him, and felt as if he had some deep hatred with him. The more I think about this name, the angrier I get. Your name is Dong Zhuo, right? While muttering these words, his right hand pinched harder and harder. Cool, cool. Driven by tremendous force, Dong Zhuo squeezed out these two words from his throat. His eyes widened even more, as if bulging out, and his fat face turned the color of liver. At last, the fat head tilted and drooped in an extremely uncoordinated state. The body that had been twisting and struggling relaxed, and hung quietly in Lu Bu's hand. And Lu Bu was still standing there, maintaining that posture. Looking at Dong Zhuo, who had lost all signs of life in front of him, his eyes seemed even more confused. Jiang Tian sighed. Okay, throw him down. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu recovered and threw with his right hand. Then there was a loud sound of something heavy falling into the water. Wash your hands clean. I'll give you a day off today, so you can rest. Yes. Lu Bu responded silently, turned around and walked toward the toilet. Okay, stop sitting there like an idiot. Jiang Tian squatted in front of 4144, and his face returned to that half-smile expression. Next, it's your turn. You watch your island being annexed by me, and your accumulated subordinates died or were sold. How do you feel now? You fucking... Looking at the kind face in front of him, 4144 was speechless for a moment. I glanced at the warm and harmonious environment in front of me. The old man and the little girl are working with flowers and plants planted next to them. Brick houses, tents, blast furnaces, ponds, small animals. Turning around again, he looked at Awei and the middle-aged man beside him with dull expressions, and the smiling expression of the man in front of me. This strange scene suddenly made 4144 feel a little creepy. You. After hesitating for a long time about the word you, 4144 couldn't even utter a single word. Are you done? Jiang Tian sighed and grabbed 4144's ankle. A flick of the wrist. Go Pikachu. 4144. Crash. Chapter 86. I'll send you to him now. Blue sky, white clouds, and a gentle breeze. And there was the sea below with its roaring waves. Everything seemed extremely harmonious and peaceful, as if nothing had happened just now. Jiang Tian stood there, gazing quietly into the distance. Like a sculpture. On the side, there were Awei and a middle-aged man lying on the ground, and Lu Sandow standing beside them. He stared blankly at Jiang Tian in front of him, his body tense, and he didn't dare to breathe. After a while, Jiang Tian turned his back. Lu Sandow, keep an eye on them. Yes, master. Lu Sandow swallowed his saliva and responded quickly. He kicked Awei and the middle-aged man together, stood up straight, and stared at them honestly. Jiang Tian walked slowly to the east with his hands behind his back. At this time, the land here has grown to a large area. Li Xiaoning was taking Kai Wenji and Wang Yun fishing at the junction of the two islands, near the gap in the north. Seeing Jiang Tian, The three of them stood up at the same time. My lord, I just caught another piece of soil, a big one. Master, is everything settled? I just caught a goblin, and I've already tied it up. Kai Wenji put down her fishing rod and trotted up. Standing in front of Jiang Tian, there was some worry in her big eyes. Master, what's wrong with you? Huh? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Master, you seem a little unhappy. Jiang Tian was stunned when he saw Kai Wenji in front of him. Only then did I realize that my expression seemed a little cold. Then he smiled. It's okay, I'm fine now, don't worry. Kai Wenji responded and threw herself into Jiang Tian's arms and hugged him. Owner. Kai Wenji raised her head, looked at Jiang Tian's face with her big eyes, and smiled. Master, I'll make whatever you want for dinner. It's all right. It's not even noon yet. Why are you thinking about dinner already, you greedy little cat? Master, I'm going fishing first. Well, go ahead. Jiang Tian rubbed Kai Wenji's hair, and the little figure hugged Jiang Tian again. Finally, he left her arms and returned to his original place. Jiang Tian continued to walk forward, circling the island to check the spoils of war. Wooden houses, vegetable plots, animals. There are also some tents. There are 7 fishing rods on the island, which have been taken back by Lu Bu. Among them, a wooden house was used as a warehouse, where food and some tools were stored. In general, the supplies are not very abundant. The most valuable thing is the land, and there are not many fishing rods or food left. Having said that, 4144 plundered so many of his subordinates, so the food consumption itself was not small. Even if we looted 7 fishing rods, it would not be enough to feed so many people. Plus, after exchanging resources for wood and clay, there wasn't much left. This is a good idea, as I can put some of the things in the previous warehouse into this warehouse. Then there's the land. Including this piece, his island has reached 1,300 square meters. Since most of the land is the original land plundered by 4144 before, most of the land is 3 meters thick. This time, I have indeed gained a lot of weight. After taking a quick look around, Jiang Tian sat down. Immerse your mind and enter the chat interface. First, go to the world channel to see if there are any changes in the world today. Hey, look what I caught, a cow. I have beef to eat, rich in protein. I sent you a private message. Please sell me some beef. I caught another pigman, and the island's defenses have been strengthened again. Yo, this pigman is pretty strong, buddy. With a left hook and a right hook, the spider skeleton is in danger. Brother, are you selling the pigman? I want a pigman too, but the price of a pigman is too expensive now. Selling vegetables, fresh vegetables. Everything on the channel is normal, with most of the content being about selling supplies. Apart from the pigmen, no one talked about monsters, and the types of monsters today should not have increased. Jiang Tian continued to watch. The news on the channel was refreshed rapidly, and now they started talking about the problems of their subordinates again. How many men do you have now? I am unlucky. I haven't caught a single one from the beginning until now. I have to deal with all the monsters myself. Is there anyone willing to sell me a better general? Most of the people on the trading floor are ordinary people. No one will sell people who can fight. Yeah, buddy, why don't you try the pigman? He's pretty good at fighting. I bought a guy with the surname Shiman yesterday. I thought he was Shiman Chushiwe, but it turns out I bought the wrong one. Now, this guy stares at my female subordinates every day and drools over them. Shiman Ching? Bro, you're amazing. Holy crap, I saw a survivor on the trading floor. What? What the hell? Oh my god, can the survivors be sold too? I saw it too. It's clearly marked on it. It's a survivor, and there's even a number on it. I'll go check it out too. As soon as this news came out, the topics on the World Channel were gathered together again. Everyone was talking about the survivors appearing on the trading floor. At this time, Jiang Tian remembered. There are still a few people hanging on my own trading house. Click on the transaction line. Sure enough, transaction requests appeared under the information of the middle-aged man and away. However, everyone's bids didn't seem very high. Worse than a pigman. After all, for items on the trading platform, you can click on the details to see the product's shadow and estimate its value. The 2 men had been tied up and looked very weak. It looks like it has no fighting power and seems useless. Those who bought them were probably just curious and wanted to buy them to study. On the contrary, the transaction value under Lu Sandow is constantly rising. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Tian decided to let Lu Sandow's value ferment for a while and chose the middle-aged man's order. After clicking on the trade, a copper ingot appears in front of you. He picked up the copper ingot and returned to where the people were imprisoned. At this time, the middle-aged man's figure had disappeared, as if he had never appeared. Away, who was on the other side, looked at the place where the middle-aged man had been lying with a pale face. Then he looked at Jiang Tian again, his mouth trembling as if he wanted to say something. Ignoring his expression, Jiang Tian opened the trading room again. At this time, he was shocked to find that someone offered away a very high price. An iron ingot weighing 40 kilograms. Now, Jiang Tian was a little curious. Why is the price of middle-aged people so low, while the price of Wei, who is also an ordinary survivor, suddenly becomes so high? I took another look at Wei, and he looked like a very ordinary teenager. He is small, with thin arms and legs, and doesn't seem to have anything special about him. Seeing Jiang Tian looking at him strangely, Wei's heart skipped a beat, and he felt that something was wrong. "Boss, what do you want to do?" Jiang Tian smiled faintly. "I found your new master, and the conditions seem pretty good. I'm sending you to him now." "Huh? No, boss, don't." Before he could finish his words, Jiang Tian chose to agree to the deal. Wei's figure turned into fluorescent light and dissipated into the air. Chapter 87. Do you feel that the weather is getting a little warmer now? Where is this? On an island, Wei woke up slowly. Just now, he seemed to have had a horrible dream. When he wanted to move his body, he found that his hands and feet were tied. He wanted to call out the system, but he found that no matter how he called in his heart, the system interface does not appear either. Only then did he remember. I have been sold by 1111 and have lost my player function. Who the hell was I sold to? Wei lay on the ground and twisted his body, trying to see what was happening around him. At this moment, he saw a man walking towards him. He wore a black hood, his upper body was naked, and he wore black leather pants. He stood in front of Wei, looking at him, with a strange smile on his face. That's good." Wei was shocked. Does this person speak English? Although I don't understand foreign languages, I can understand what he says. It seems that the system is still taking care of me. Then again, he seemed to be quite pleased with himself. At this time, Wei felt that something was wrong. He quickly asked, "Who are you?" With the help of the game system, the man in leather pants can also understand the other party's language. With a smile on his face, he introduced himself very gentlemanly. "My name is Van. I am an artist, a performance artist." "My name is Van. I am an artist, a performance artist." Wei looked confused. "Performance artist? What does that mean? What do they do?" The expression on the man in leather pants was a little subtle. "I'm hired for people to fulfill their fantasies. I was hired to embody people's fantasies." "Huh, fantasy." Wei was even more confused. What fantasy? The smile of the man in leather pants grew wider, and his eyes through the holes in his hood radiated a fanatical light. They're deep male sign, dark male sign fantasies. A deep, dark fantasy. Before Wei could react, he suddenly felt himself being carried up. "What the hell are you doing? Don't touch my pants." "Aowa, back to the other side." After selling these two people, Jiang Tian continued to browse the chat channel. Shit, those two survivors were sold out. To be honest, I originally wanted to buy one to try and see if it had any special functions, but I ended up not buying one. I don't know what price the person who bought them paid. I want to buy one and see for myself, so I can sell survivors. Looks like my income will increase again. I really did the right thing by hurrying up and finishing the mobile device. Fuck, you damn well aren't planning on selling the survivors too, are you? Hey, I want to be a sky pirate too. I'll sell you all out later. Oh no, what are you thinking, you devils? Damn it, you bunch of bandits. Come over here if you have the guts. I'm not afraid of you. Oh my god, I'm so weak. Please don't hurt me. We should unite and fight these sky pirates together. By the way, the IDs of the two people who just sold their things are both C and S. If I'm guessing correctly, they must have been sold by someone in the same area, right? Holy shit, are the people in this area that scary? The people in this area, are they a den of thieves? Hey, I'm warning you, don't fire the map cannon. Seeing this, Jiang Tian sighed. I didn't expect that one of my actions could cause such a big stir on the World Channel. Having said that, from the messages on the chat channel, it seems that the method of moving the Sky Island has been completely spread. Many people around the world have begun preparing devices for moving Sky Islands, and some have even made them and are waiting to go out and rob. It seems that things will become increasingly unstable in the future. At this time, Jiang Tian received several private messages. 0888. Holy shit, man. What did you do to 4,144? The regional channel is going crazy now. 0066. You beat them back, didn't you? By the way, Did you sell that away? Who was the other middle-aged man? Did you sell him too? These two people were in the lead, followed by some people he had communicated with before who were noisily asking him similar questions. Jiang Tian was silent for a while and did not respond to them. Switching to the regional chat channel, it was indeed blown up. The person everyone talks about is themselves. I just went to the trading house and checked it out. Do you know what I found? 4,144's lackey was listed for sale, and it was sold. I saw it too. I memorized that lackey's ID when he was pretending to be awesome. I recognized him right away on the trading floor just now. Oh my god, 4,144's lackey should be with his master, attacking boss 1111. Could 1111 have been responsible for selling him out? Who is the other one listed at 4,150? Could also be sold by 1111. Fuck, I didn't even think of selling survivors. I never even thought of it. This 1111 is such a ruthless person. Who the hell can tell me where this 1111 is? No, brother, if I remember correctly, you were yelling about the Sky Pirates before, right? Why did you ask about his location? You're not going to cause trouble for 1111, are you? Aren't you afraid of death? Looking for shit. If I knew his location, I'd just go around him. Yeah, you can't rob him no matter who you try. If he sells you out, that would be so stupid. There's a lot of shouting, and some people want to call him out and ask him to give an explanation. Jiang Tian was speechless. No one responded, and the chat interface was closed directly. Putting this matter behind me, I moved some things to the newly acquired island. We just kept working, and everything went according to normal procedures. In the afternoon, Hua Zubing, Zhang San, and Li Si got up. Shiji Gang also came out of the stone brick house and reported to Jiang Tian together. Boss, the house is ready. Well, can we move in now? Okowo. Okay, this afternoon's task is to distribute the newly acquired resources. Store the food in the warehouse near the stone brick house, and store the other materials in the wooden house on the newly acquired land. Yes, the four of them were busy together, carrying various supplies to move to another location. Halfway through the move, Shiji Gang wiped the sweat from his neck. He looked up at the sun hanging low in the sky and asked, "Do you feel that the weather is getting a little warmer now?" Chapter 88. The stone brick house is completed, and drought is coming. Shiji Gang said this. Zhang San and Li Si also raised their heads, looked at the sun, and wiped the sweat from their heads. Now that you mention it, it seems to be true. The weather is a bit hot. Just now I thought he was tired from work. Huizubing didn't react at all and continued working. At this time, Jiang Tian, who was sitting nearby checking the transactions, also noticed something strange about the few people. Close the interface and come in front of few people. What's wrong? Boss, we feel the temperature is a bit high. Do you think summer is coming soon? Summer. Jiang Tian was stunned and felt the temperature on his body. Compared to before, it feels like the temperature has risen a bit. Having said that, except for the cold weather when it rained, the climate has always been neither too hot nor too cold. The temperature is rising now. Is it really summer that is coming? When encountering things like seasonal changes, Jiang Tian began to be cautious again. The parchment clearly stated that anything can happen in this world, including natural disasters and man-made disasters. I've seen man-made disasters before, but natural disasters. Strictly speaking, the rain on the 9th day could not be considered a natural disaster. At most, it was a reminder to the survivors. This time, there might be a drought. We must hurry up and store more water to prevent water shortage. In addition, heavy rain and hail, which are common in summer, may also occur. This kind of preventive measures must also be taken. If hail occurs, the crops you grow will also be destroyed. Summer is such a pain in the ass. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Tian ordered. So, let's sort these things out first, and then hurry up and build a greenhouse next to the plants. This time, we bought a new piece of land with a wooden house. The work of building a warehouse can be put on hold for the time being, and we can build the vegetable greenhouse first. Yes, boss. The three of them responded and continued to work. Jiang Tian also reopened the trading house and began to prepare supplies. First of all, we must collect more water. Although they have purchased a lot these days, their water consumption is also huge. The 100 cubic meter water pool they built before is only half full. We need to collect more in the next 2 days to fill the pool. Also, the prices of rainwater and clay seem to be starting to rise. It seems that more and more people are now preparing to build brick houses, and there's a trend of eliminating wooden houses. Fortunately, the stone brick house has been built before, and there's also a lot of clay stockpiled, so the demand for these is not high for the time being. However, the price of timber remains high. After all, many people are now preparing to make fans out of wood. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian thought of the comments of those people on the chat channel and the private messages sent to him by others. I suddenly felt a little depressed. It was clearly other people who were looking for trouble with me, but I was the one who fought back. Although the means were somewhat cruel, I was just doing what I should do. The philosophy I hold is that I will not offend others unless they offend me. Why do I look like a bad person in the eyes of those people? Also, the way 4,144 looked at me just now, that looked filled with fear. Would such a wicked person be afraid of me? For a moment, Jiang Tian's mind was a little confused again. Forget it, it's better this way. If my bad reputation gets out, no one will dare to trouble me. Especially now that survival and development are the main priorities, Jiang Tian doesn't have the time to waste his life with them. I sighed and put these messy thoughts behind me. Arriving at the warehouse, we began exchanging salt for some meat and vegetables. In the midst of the busyness, the sun set before I knew it. The group also completed the work at hand. According to the original plan, the food in the warehouse on the land of 4144 was placed in a warehouse closer to the residence. Construction supplies and tools were moved from the original warehouse to the wooden house. There were also some snacks and drinks placed in the newly built stone brick house. When moving these things in, Jiang Tian went into the stone brick house and took a look. The inside has been cleaned and divided into 4 rooms. 1 master bedroom and 3 secondary bedrooms. Except for a secondary bedroom facing east, all other rooms face north and south. On the left side of the entrance, there is a space separated for the kitchen, which is connected to the dining room and a living room. In addition, a toilet was built with stone bricks, but the pit underneath had not been dug out yet. Song Yingxing suggested to Jiang Tian that it would be best to build a septic tank. After all, human feces is the best nutrient for crops and plants. Jiang Tian said he would consider it. But the septic tank must be built on the edge of the Sky Island. After all, the smell is too strong. The windows in the brick house have been made, but since there is no such thing as glass at that time, they're only equipped with a sliding wooden board. The center of the wooden board is hollowed out and plastic film is nailed on it. Everything seems to be normal. Another point is that everything inside the stone brick house is gray and there is no condition to paint it white. Of course, in the current environment, this is also like nitpicking. Compared to others, it's pretty good. You know, some people are unlucky and can't catch many pieces of wood at all. In addition, wood is becoming more and more expensive, and now we don't even have wooden houses, so we can only make do in tents. He walked out of the door with satisfaction and happened to meet Kai Wenji, who was jumping towards him. Suddenly, she bumped into Jiang Tian's arms. "Thank you for your hard work, master." Jiang Tian rubbed Kai Wenji's head. "How's it going? Did you catch anything good today?" Yes, we caught some today." Kai Wenji raised her little face and proudly introduced the spoil she had caught today. Wood, clay, cattle, sheep, plant seeds. Including the 7 fishing rods I got today, I now have 24 fishing rods. The resources obtained on this day seemed particularly abundant compared to those who only had a fishing rod. Of course, a lot of monsters were also caught, with more than 30 caught that day. These monsters are also arranged properly. Pigman, tie him up and sell him. Half of the skeleton is ground into bone powder, and the other half is sold. As for goblins and murlocs, Jiang Tian found that these 2 things were not easy to sell. On the chat channel, Jiang Tian saw someone trying to tame these 2 things. The results were all failures. Some people have tried to eat their meat, but it is sour and astringent and not tasty at all. I don't know why the pigmen and the big fish below eat so happily. So Jiang Tian instructed Li Xiaoning to leave his weapons behind if he encountered these 2 things and kick them down directly. According to people in the chat channel, the most delicious thing is spider. So Li Xiaoning was arranged to cut off all the spider's limbs and pack them up to sell. Jiang Tian had previously asked Li Xiaoning to dissect a spider to see if there was anything strange inside. As a result, there was not even a spider silk in here. After Kai Wenji finished her introduction, she looked curiously at the stone brick house next to it. "Master, is the new house finished?" "It's finished. You can move in tonight." "Oh." Kai Wenji blinked her big eyes and asked again, "How many rooms are there inside?" Chapter 89, Is There Such a Thing? When Kai Wenji asked this question, Jiang Tian didn't take it seriously. There are 4 rooms inside, including a master bedroom and 3 secondary bedrooms. As he spoke, he took Kai Wenji inside for a walk. Seeing the configuration inside, Kai Wenji also looked at everything inside curiously. It's quite refreshing to see this modern room layout. Then, blinking his big eyes, he asked, Master, there are 10 of us now, but there are only 4 rooms. How should we divide the rooms? Hearing this, Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. He rubbed his chin as if thinking. For now, I'm sleeping in the master bedroom. I'll ask everyone to choose their favorite room later. Kai Wenji, which room do you want to sleep in? Hey. Kai Wenji's eyes curved into crescents. Without answering Jiang Tian's question, he ran out the door. Master, I'm going to cook first. Jiang Tian smiled and called Shi Gang and his group over. He ordered everyone to move the tables, chairs, benches, beds, pots, pans, and other items from the wooden house here. Now it's time for dinner, so we won't move the stove or anything else. We can move these kitchen utensils to the new house tomorrow. Also, make a few more wooden beds. An hour later, the food was ready and brought into the dining room of the new house one by one. In a restaurant, there's a large square table newly made by Shi Gang, which is large enough for 10 people to dine together. Beef stew with potatoes, carrot and tomato duck soup, stir-fried vegetables. Men, women, young and old sat together, eating and chatting happily. I have high praise for this newly built house. Among them, Shi Gang was the proudest and smiled brighter than anyone else. Just as they were eating, a head suddenly popped out from outside the stone brick house, staring intently into the house. When Jiang Tian saw this person, he was speechless. Oh my God, Lu Sandow is still outside. I had originally planned to sell Lu Sandow, but then I got busy and forgot about it. After thinking about it, he is still his subordinate now, after all. Apart from peeing his pants, this person hasn't done anything bad. He took a bowl, filled it with food, and brought it to Lu Sandow, asking him to squat outside to eat and check if there was anything unusual around the island. Letting him eat outside is not targeting him. It is true that there is a smell on the pants. Seeing the food, Lu Sandow burst into tears of gratitude. She took the dishes and went out wiping her tears. Soon after, the meal was over. While sitting and digesting the food, Jiang Tian began to ask about the room allocation. Regarding this issue, several people basically had no objection. Wang Yin had no other requests, except that he couldn't live in the same room with Lu Bu. Lu Bu also had the same opinion on this. It was finally decided that Lu Bu and Shi Gang would have one room, Zhang San and Li Si would have one room, and Li Xiaoning would have one room by herself. Hui Tsubing took Wang Yun and Song Yingxing to sleep in the same wooden house. Kai Wenji didn't say anything, and Jiang Tian didn't ask. After the rooms were allocated, Kai Wenji and Li Xiaoning washed the dishes respectively, and the 2 old men set the dining table. Shi Gang also brought other strong men to continue making wooden beds. The night deepened amid the tinkling sounds of hammering. The moonlight is faint. Boss, the beds are all made and placed in our respective rooms. In the living room, Shi Gang reported to Jiang Tian, who was sitting on the ground. Jiang Tian looked at the sky through the window and nodded. Well, you've worked hard today. Let's all go back and rest. Oh, and call Hui Tsubing over. Roger that, boss. Shi Gang nodded and left the living room, then brought Hui Tsubing over. Hui Tsubing, you take Lu Sandow on night patrol tonight. Oh, and bring him a pair of pants so he can wash his old ones. Yes, my lord. After receiving the order, Hui Tsubing walked out of the door with his weapon and began to instruct Lu Sandow on his work for the evening. Jiang Tian didn't really want to keep Lu Sandow. However, as a subordinate, he will not rebel. Now is the time to use him, so we can sell him after a while. While thinking about these things, Jiang Tian walked into his bedroom. The master bedroom is 20 square meters in total, and the candlelight inside shows off the furnishings. The most eye-catching thing is a wooden bed. It's the one that was placed in the wooden house before. There's also a round table next to it, with some snacks and drinks on it. There is a trash can next to the bed. Since there are no modern items, such as televisions and computers, the whole room seems quite spacious. Lie down on the bed, close your eyes, and prepare to sleep. At this time, the wooden door was pushed open. A small figure walked in. Owner. Jiang Tian didn't open his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Seeing this, the small figure closed the wooden door. I blew out the candles quietly. The next day, the rooster crowed. Everyone got out of bed. After breakfast, Hui Tsubing, who was on guard, went back to his room to rest. As for Lu Sandow, he was assigned a tent outside. Then, everyone started a new day's work. Not to mention the anglers. Old man Song Yingxing began to take care of the fruits and vegetables by the pond. And according to Jiang Tian's instructions, he went to the newly acquired land and integrated the farmland on it. Shi Jigang took Zhang San and Li Si, took plastic sheets and wood, and started building a vegetable greenhouse. Everything is in order. After copying a crossbow card, Jiang Tian casually opened the world channel. Prepare to see if there are any changes in today's world. Hey, have you noticed that these monsters seem to have become stronger again? Yeah, I just caught a goblin. His muscles seem to have grown stronger, and his weapon has changed from a stone club to a stone axe. Fuck, that fishman I just met has grown biceps. Do you know how weird this is? Yeah, the skeleton's bones seem to have become a little harder. I discovered something. My pigmen seem to have gotten stronger. They can fight these enhanced monsters without any problem. How did you do that? My pigman feels the same way. He's a bit more ferocious than before. It seems like he ate monster meat and became like this. He even has some black hair growing on his body. What the hell? Pigmen can level up by eating monster meat? Then I have to buy some monsters for them to eat. By the way, guys, don't buy skeletons. They'll eat anything except skeletons because there's no meat. Thanks for the reminder. I'm going to buy it now. Seeing this, Jiang Tian was stunned. The monster has become stronger again. Will the pigment upgrade? Is there such a thing? Open the transaction line and take a look. Then he walked over to Li Xioning and told her about these things. And tell her not to kick the goblins and fishmen caught today down to the bottom, but to tie them up according to the old rules. Then open the trading line. The goblin that was saved before and put on the trading platform to see the effect. Change the terms of trade from food to metal or animals and see if anyone will buy it. After processing, open the world chat channel again. Jiang Tian discovered that in the short time he was warning Li Xioning, the topic had changed again. Help! There's an island approaching me with a huge sail and a black skull painted on it. Chapter 90, Sky Pirate, Self-Disciplined Murloc. This message caused another panic. Nanny, there's a skull painted on the sail? Dude, from what I've described, you sound like a pirate. Did you encounter a sky pirate? Ha ha ha. I'm leading Captain Blackbeard in a battle. Be afraid, you peasants. Oh my god, Blackbeard. Could it be the infamous Edward Teach? How the sky pirates started to act? Woohoo. My mobile device is ready. Let's go out now and look for prey. I'm here too. I've officially become the Sky Pirate King of this world. Only one message can be sent to the world channel per day. Just now, there is no news from the survivor who said he saw the skull. Perhaps due to the limit on the number of messages sent, I can no longer speak on the world channel. Perhaps he is seeking help in the regional channel he belongs to. Perhaps something unexpected has happened. The news on the world channel is still scrolling, basically divided into 3 factions. One of them shouted that he wanted to make a mobile device as soon as possible and escape. One of them clamored to move the island and go on the expedition. Others called for an alliance to fight these bandits together. While reading these news, Jiang Tian received a private message. 0066. Are you there? Is it convenient for us to chat? I have something I want to discuss with you. What's up? Someone was robbed again in our area, and the survivors were sold. Did you know about this? Jiang Tian was stunned when he saw this message. Switch to the zone chat window. Ha ha, I finally grabbed an island. I harvested over 100 square meters of land and materials in one go. What a bonanza. No wonder 4,144 loved robbing so much before. I grabbed one too. Wow, there's a woman on it. It's so cool. I'm on the way too. Fuck, are you crazy? Not only are you being a bandit, but you're also making such an exaggerated propaganda. Help. These bastards are going to sell me out. Help me. Have you guys watched the World Channel? Someone turned a mobile sky island into a pirate ship with a skull painted on it. It's so cool. I want to draw one too. Of course I saw it. I'm drawing it right now. I'm going to be the Sky Pirate King for once. There was a lot of shouting inside, and it looked very similar to the situation on the World Channel. At this time, 0066 sent another private message. I didn't expect something like this would happen after 4,144's death. So, I want to prepare some defensive measures on the island. As we agreed before, could you sell me some crossbows? At this time, Jiang Tiankai remembered. According to the previous agreement with 0066, I used her Takomi to sell some long-range weapons to her. Later, I was busy dealing with that group of people and forgot about it. Jiang Tian looked at the 4 crossbow carts next to him and thought for a while. Replied, to tell you the truth, I'm making a crossbow. The materials you gave me before can only make 1 crossbow, so I can't give it to you yet. Unless you give me a few more pieces of wood. I will have extra crossbows to sell you. Of course, if you are attacked, you can tell me, and I can lend you the crossbow cart first. Oh, and the crossbow isn't included, so you'll have to prepare it yourself. This is the truth. The materials 0066 had given before could only make a crossbow cart of this size, and it consumed a lot of manpower. The later ones were all copied by Jiang Tian using his skills. So there is absolutely nothing wrong with what he said. Moreover, even if the number of ballistae increases now, in the current chaotic environment, the more ballistae the better to prevent the island from being besieged. So for now, you can't just take one out and sell it to someone else. After these words were spoken, there was silence for a while on 0066 side. Then he said, "This is what you used against 4144 before, right? How effective was it?" "Very good. After all, the cost is there." "Well, to be honest, I'm also looking forward to this crossbow card. A new batch of Takumi is already being planted, and I hope you can keep your promise when the time comes. But we did make an agreement after all, and the world is in a rather chaotic state right now. Even if you don't give me the ballista, you have to give me some other weapons for self-defense." Jiang Tian did not refuse this request. After all, the materials I used were indeed obtained from the other party, and I didn't spend any money. And I have to continue to purchase goods from her in the future, so I can't take advantage of her too much. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Tian picked up some weapons dropped by the monsters and sent them over, as well as the 2 wooden bows. These weapons were crudely made and could only be used as consumables at best, so Jiang Tian looked down on them. Soon, the deal was reached, and the 2 sides exchanged some staple foods such as potatoes and wheat. Before ending the conversation, 0066 reminded Jiang Tian again that he must sell her a crossbow cart when the time comes. Jiang Tian tentatively asked the other party if he could sell him some of Takumi's seeds. As a result, it was rejected by 0066. Jiang Tian shook his head helplessly and closed the chat interface. While taking a walk, check on other people's work progress. When she reached the fishing spot, Kai Wenji just caught a box. Bang! Jiang Tian walked to the box and gave instructions to Li Xiaoning. "Open it and take a look. Remember to leave some alive." "Yes." Li Xiaoning responded and squatted down to pick up something. Then he picked up a long wooden hook and hooked it on the movable wooden board on the box. Jiang Tian asked Shi Jigang to make this wooden hook in his spare time these past 2 days, and it didn't take long. The main thing is to keep a certain distance when unpacking, just in case. Since spiders are jumping out of the box now, there's no guarantee that facehuggers will appear later, which is pretty disgusting. Soon after, the movable wooden board was slowly pulled open with the hook. A fishman with a spear jumped out. The fishman's body was light blue, with big green eyes, waving his muscular arms and baring his teeth. "Oh, Uday!" The fishman howled and rushed towards Li Xiaoning, who was closest to him, with his spear raised. Li Xiaoning was not in a hurry and swung her white right hand. A palm-sized stone flew out. Bang! The fisherman jumped in the air and was hit by a stone, leaving 2 small holes above his lips. He fell down and fainted, with blood gushing out of 2 small holes in his nose. "Master, it has been taken care of." Jiang Tian nodded, put his hands behind his back, and walked forward slowly to check the situation. The fishermen I met before all had green skin and thin arms and legs. This time it's blue, and, as the channel says, its arms are full of muscles and look quite powerful. Jiang Tian was speechless. It was the first time he saw a fish with biceps. Why do monsters like fitness nowadays? Are you that self-disciplined? Chapter 91. Try the hardness of this thing first. However, no matter how self-disciplined he could not escape Jiang Tian's clutches. As usual, tie up the fisherman's hands and feet first. Then he squatted beside it, picked up a branch from the ground, and poked the fisherman's arm. Indeed, the muscles are much harder than before. The skin turned blue and felt smoother than before. Ordinary stone weapons may not be effective when hitting them. I'm afraid someone has already suffered at their hands. On the ground beside the murloc was the stone spear it carried. This thing is nothing special, it's garbage. Just package them together and sell them on the trading platform. Not long after, another box was caught. When a movable wooden board was pulled open, a thing with bulging muscles stood up. Green skin, a protruding nose, and a stone axe in his right hand. Still an old friend, Goblin. He just became much stronger. His original hunched appearance disappeared, his back straightened up, and he even had 4 abdominal muscles. Of course, the face is still as ugly. Jiang Tian took a look and was speechless. My goodness, It's only been a few days, and the monsters have been trained to this point? Which gym did you train in? Just as Jiang Tian was silently complaining in his heart, the goblin grinned and pounced towards Li Xiaoning. Wee-wa! Bang! Another stone flew over and hit the goblin's open mouth directly. The goblin glared and then fell to the ground. Following the normal process, the goblin was tied up and packaged together with the stone axe and hung on the trading floor. After some more fishing, there was another wooden box, and inside it stood something familiar yet strange. Skeleton. This skeleton, looking at its head and bone structure, is no different from the previous one, but there was a faint blue glow on the bones. In the bones of his right hand, what was held was not the small bone knife from before, but a bone sword about 70 to 80 centimeters long. Seeing this thing, Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. According to what I just learned in the chat channel, the bones of this skeleton have just become a little harder. I haven't seen anyone mention the skull bones changing color. Is this a mutation? He nodded at Li Xiaoning, and the other party used the same trick again. He picked up another stone and smashed it into the hole in the skull's nose. Ding! The stones broke and scattered aside. At this time, the skeleton also stepped out of the wooden box. Holding a bone sword, he walked towards Jiang Tian and Li Xiaoning step by step. There was murderous intent in his steps. Li Xiaoning frowned and picked up the bronze dagger on the ground. Jiang Tian stood there, looking at the skeleton quietly, without any reaction at all. In a moment, the skeleton came in front of the two men. The bone sword was raised and slashed downwards. Clang! The bone sword collided with the bronze dagger in Li Xiaoning's hand. Hey! Where the two swords clashed, a gap appeared in the bone sword, and bone fragments fell down with a rustling sound. Although it was impossible to discern the enemy's expression, the blue skeleton seemed to have noticed something was wrong and raised his hand to retract the bone sword. At this moment, Li Xiaoning took a side step. He swung the dagger in his hand towards the skull's neck. Gurgle. The blue skull's neck was broken and its head rolled to the side. Even so, the body beneath the skull is still moving. At this time, he had already raised the bone sword and was about to chop it at Li Xiaoning's head. However, Li Xiaoning was no ordinary person and dodged the attack by moving sideways again. Based on the battles, beatings with monsters these days, she has learned the characteristics of these monsters. For example, even if you lose your head, your body will still be able to move. After dodging the attack, the dagger swung continuously. The blue skeleton was broken apart by slashing at the inner part of each joint. After making sure that the bones were no longer moving, Li Xiaoning came to his senses and bowed. Master, it's been resolved. Jiang Tian nodded and came to the skeleton. He squatted down and started his research work again. He picked up the stone axe that the goblin had just dropped and chopped it off the skeleton's thorax. Bang! After a dull sound of collision, cracks appeared on the front of the stone axe, and then the stone shattered to the ground. Then he took the bronze dagger and struck it on the sternum. Crack! A crack appeared on the sternum. A dull mark also appeared on the edge of the bronze dagger. Feeling the force, Jiang Tian had a rough analysis of the skeleton's bone strength. This thing is indeed much harder than the previous skeleton. Don't be fooled by the cracks on it. They were actually caused by your own strength. If an ordinary person held this dagger, there might not even be a scratch on the bone. If other people come across this thing, they may suffer a lot. The only drawback may be the joint connection. If the joints are broken up, the skeleton will no longer be able to move. At this point, I have seen almost all the changes in goblins, murlocs, and skeletons. Afterwards, Jiang Tian called Lu Bu, who was on patrol, over. Since the strength of the monsters has changed, they must all be familiar with the situation. My lord, what is it? Do you need a shift change? After Lu Bu asked, Jiang Tian shook his head and pointed at the skull. That's right, try the hardness of this thing first. Yes. Looking at the blue skull, Lu Bu was also a little curious. Squat down and pick up the leg bone. Break it with both hands. Crack! The leg bone broke into two pieces. Lu Bu nodded. Well, this thing is really hard, stronger than other skeletons. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tian was stunned. Wow, didn't Lu Bu just been a casualty? It broke right away. That's quite a lot of strength. However, for him, it was also a good thing that his subordinates had extremely high fighting power. Jiang Tian shifted his attention to the remaining half of the leg bone. A hole has been formed in the broken bone. There's nothing inside, not even any bone marrow. I don't know how those people use this thing to make bone soup. Afterwards, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel and looked at it for a while. Although the monsters have mutated today, the main topic discussed above is still about sky pirates. Occasionally, I see a few people discussing how monsters become stronger, and when they talk about skeletons, they just say that their bones become harder. Some people just said that the bones of the skull seemed to become whiter, and there was no mention of it turning blue. In other words, apart from myself, many people have never seen this thing with a blue skeleton. Unexpectedly, I encountered a rare monster. Although it feels useless, Jiang Tian thought about it and asked Li Xiaoning to collect the pile of skeletons and prepare to make them into bone powder to see if it has any special effects. Of course, according to the test just now, the stone hammer will definitely not have any effect on it. At least, you need to get a bronze hammer or an iron hammer. This thing needs to be made in a blacksmith shop. Chapter 92. Wow. Are these two spider legs? This blacksmith shop thing is a bit embarrassing. Building the house took too much time, so the construction of the blacksmith shop has been delayed until now. Once Gang and his team have completed the greenhouse as a preventive measure, they will have to hurry up and build the blacksmith shop. Otherwise, you will be passive when making weapons later. Making the mechanism box was quite stressful before. It is to melt the collected iron ingots together to form a relatively square iron block, forming a simple anvil. The bronze is then melted and poured into a mold made of clay. Then use the hammer you caught earlier to hit it. The mechanism of this kind of crossbow in ancient times was not complicated, so this device could be used as a makeshift device. You can't do that with tools and weapons in the future. Lu Bu was arranged to watch over the fishing spot here, and Jiang Tian came to the farmland. At this time, a group of people were busy. Use a shovel to dig a hole in the earth, then push a wooden stake into the hole and fill it with soil. It looks like it won't be done in a short time. Jiang Tian was not idle either. He took the shovel and started working under the guidance of Gang. Fortunately, there are not many crops on the island that need to be protected. By lunchtime, most of the greenhouse had been completed. After lunch, I took a nap. Wake up an hour later and walk out the door. It was discovered that Hu Xiubing had woken up at the same time and had just walked out the door. When I saw Jiang Tian, I said hello. My lord. Jiang Tian nodded and ordered. Find some cooked food to fill your stomach first. I'll take care of things for you later. No problem, my lord. Please give your orders. Seeing Hu Xiubing's serious look, Jiang Tian said, there should be some leftover wood from the previous crossbow card, right? Yes. Can these leftover materials be used to make a tumu bao? Hearing this question, Hu Xiubing thought about it. After removing some completely unusable scraps, the remaining materials can still be used to make 1 or 2 bows. Well, let's do this for now. Jiang Tian nodded. This matter is not particularly urgent. You can eat something first, and then make the wooden bow in the afternoon. Yes, my lord. After Hu Xiubing received the order and left, Jiang Tian continued pacing and was about to go to the greenhouse to speed up the construction. At this moment, a bang sound was heard from the fishing spot. Looking up, he saw a box placed in front of Lu Bu. With curiosity, Jiang Tian came to the fishing spot. Lu Bu, use the wooden hook to pull the box open, so I can take a look. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu nodded and followed Jiang Tian's instructions. Honestly, use the hook to pull open the movable wooden board. I originally thought a monster would jump out, but unexpectedly a young man stood up inside. The young man had messy hair and a rather strong build. He was wearing a gray vest and black trousers. Another modern man. Seeing Jiang Tian, the young man nodded and greeted him. Owner. Jiang Tian nodded. Well, please introduce yourself first. What's your name? What do you remember? Do you have any skills? The young man looked at the sky and thought for a while. Finally said, Master, my name is Tang Yin, and I think I can forge iron. Blacksmith? Blacksmith. It seems so. Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. Although he hadn't caught anyone these days, Jiang Tian felt a little unhappy. But this time I caught a blacksmith for myself. It seems that fate is still taking care of me. Okay, follow me. Yes, master. Don't call me master from now on. Call me boss. Yes, boss. Chat as we walked. Not long after, Jiang Tian brought Tang Yin to the blast furnace. Will this thing work? Tang Yin did not answer, but squatted down and took a closer look at the blast furnace. Then nodded. Although this blast furnace is extremely crude, it can be used. Then Jiang Tian pointed to the anvil made of a large iron block and the small hammer that was fished out. You should be able to use anvils and hammers, right? Seeing these two things, Tang Yan's expression became particularly complicated. This thing is called an anvil? Who are you trying to fool? Who made this? It's so stupid. Well, Jiang Tian felt a little ashamed. Although this thing was not made by him, it was his idea, but this shows that this person is indeed good at blacksmithing. Then he patted Tang Yan's shoulder. Okay, from now on, the furnace and the smithy will be yours. I have the furnace, but where is the smithy? Why can't I see it? Tang Yan looked around, confused. Jiang Tian smiled. It's not finished yet. Let's build a shed first, and then we can start the blacksmith shop. Boss, is there any special connection between the greenhouse and the blacksmith shop? Why do we build the greenhouse first, and then the blacksmith shop? Wouldn't it be better to build the blacksmith shop first? Okay, stop asking questions and just come and work with me. After throwing this chattering blacksmith to Shi Gang to do the work. At this time, a sound came from the only tent on the ground. Lu Sandao came out from inside and nodded to Jiang Tian. My lord, since he still needed Lu Sandao these days, Jiang Tian asked him to change his name first to avoid sounding awkward. Then he went into the house, took out a piece of bread, a sausage, and a bottle of mineral water, and threw them to him. Eat this, and then go find Shi Gang to work with. Yes, my lord. After Lu Sandao left, another dull thud of a box falling to the ground was heard from the fishing spot. Jiang Tian walked over with curiosity and asked Lu Bu to open the box. Just as the movable wooden board opened a 2-centimeter gap, 2 long objects came out from the gap. Looking at these 2 things, Jiang Tian frowned. These 2 things are about the thickness of a rolling pin and are covered with fuzz. The top is so sharp that it has even poked into the wooden board of the box. If this kind of lethality were to hit a person's body, the consequences could be imagined. Wow, are these 2 spider legs? Stop! Jiang Tian waved his hand and stopped Lu Bu's movements. There's a spider in here. Push the board a little further until there's enough space for its legs to come out. Lu Bu took the order and pushed the board back slightly, just enough to trap the spider's legs. The gap was just right, and the spider in the box couldn't get out. Its legs exposed outside, kept trying to pull them in, but they were stuck in the wooden board and couldn't retract. The spider in the box was so anxious that it made a hissing sound, as if threatening the people outside not to try such clever tricks. Jiang Tian moved closer with interest and began to observe the spider with its legs stuck. Judging from these 2 legs, its body size seems to be about the same as the previous spider. But judging by the force with which it pierced the board, the quality was definitely different. Moreover, the ordinary spiders before were covered with black hair all over their bodies, but on these 2 spider legs, there were 2 yellow hair stripes in the black hair. Really, things like spiders have also been strengthened. Chapter 93. Lu Bu discovers an island, is approaching, and asks for your instructions. At this time, the half of the yellow-haired spider's leg that was exposed was still twitching, hoping to retract its limbs. But Jiang Tian and Lu Bu would not let it get what it wanted, and just stuck it there. Not only that, Jiang Tian also picked up 2 branches from the side. He pinched the sharp end of the spider's leg and scratched the wooden box twice. Seeing the scratches on the wooden box, Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. Hey, this thing is pretty sharp. Feeling its feet being played with, the spiders in the box went crazy. This is so fucking humiliating. Then, the spider twitched its limbs more and more vigorously, and its body inside the box also hit the movable wooden board above the box. Seeing this, Jiang Tian said calmly. Lu Bu pushed the lid back in. Yes, my lord. Bang. Lu Bu pushed the movable wooden board forward, and 2 broken spider legs fell to the ground with green blood flowing out. This time, the spider inside hissed in pain again. I feel like the way I came out seems a little wrong. The spider was rolling around inside, and Jiang Tian squatted down and began to study the 2 spider legs. One of them should be its front foot, with a sharp conical spike at the end. Although the other foot is also sharp, it is not as sharp as the previous one. I poked the spikes on the front foot and felt that they were quite hard. Moreover, this spike can be peeled off from the softer part of the spider's foot to form an independent, hollow conical spine. Seeing this hollow part, Jiang Tian had a bold idea. Use this thing as the arrowhead. This thing is much better than sharpened wood. Although it is not as good as bronze arrowheads, it is naturally formed and free. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian began to covet the other front leg of the spider. Lu Bu, open the box a little more so it can stick its other leg out. Lu Bu did as he was told, slowly pulling open the wooden board. Sunlight shone into the box through a small gap. However, this time the spider learned its lesson. He huddled in the corner of the box, motionless. just when Jiang Tian decided to order Lu Bu to open the lid and cut the spider directly. Kai Wenji was hiding on the other side fishing, and the bell rang again. Lift the fishing rod, and the clouds fall. Bang! Another box. Jiang Tian thought about it, and let Lu Bu stay as he was for the time being. He went to another box, and slowly opened the wooden board a little. Just as Jiang Tian was wondering whether there was a spider in the box, a green hand stretched out from inside and grabbed the edge of the box, trying to push the wooden board open. Goblin? Seeing the goblin's palm, Jiang Tian had another idea. He pulled the wooden board away. The goblin inside was stunned, then stood up, just when he was about to roar and attack with the stone axe in his hand. Suddenly, I felt a pain in my right arm. When I looked again, I saw that my right arm holding the stone axe was broken. Before he could even shout, he felt someone lifting his neck up again. Lu Bu, pull open the board holding the spider. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu opened the wooden board, and Jiang Tian threw the goblin directly in. Then he pushed the board back. The spider inside was feeling depressed when it suddenly felt something bump into it. Suddenly, he was filled with anger and pounced on the beast to bite it. The goblin inside had just recovered when he felt himself being bitten again. He was immediately furious and started to fight back while howling. Bang, bang, bang. There was a commotion in the box. After a moment, the movement stopped. When they opened the box again, the goblins and spiders inside were motionless, and both were covered with bloody wounds. TSK, 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 what a vengeance. Jiang Tian muttered to himself while asking Lu Bu to pour out the contents of the box. Now, the spider's entire body was revealed in front of Jiang Tian. Although its legs are as thick as those of an ordinary spider, its body is larger and covered with yellow stripes. The claws and fangs are also larger and sharper and can also be tied to arrows. Then, he checked the goblin's wound again. Apart from the damaged muscles, there was nothing unusual, and the spider did not seem to be poisonous. Having said that, with its lethality, it doesn't need poison to deal with ordinary species. After dissecting the stomach, there was still nothing special inside. After a rough study, Jiang Tian instructed Lu Bu, if you come across this kind of spider again, keep the spider's fangs and the round spines on the front two legs, and cut the rest into pieces and keep them ready for sale. After Lu Bu responded, the fishing area returned to normal operation. Jiang Tian also went to Shi Gang and his team to continue participating in the production of the greenhouse. With the addition of Jiang Tian and the Tang Yin that was just caught, the construction speed of the greenhouse has been greatly accelerated. About 2 hours later, a simple vegetable greenhouse was built on top of the newly acquired farmland. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Please sit down and rest for a while. At Jiang Tian's invitation, several people sat cross-legged on the ground. He fanned himself by the collar of his clothes and wiped the sweat off his face. The weather now is indeed hotter than before. After working here for a while, the moisture in the human body is dried up a little, and there's a feeling of dry mouth and tongue. Okay, it's a bit hot in the sun. Let's go back inside. Yes, boss. The 6 of them stood up and returned to the stone brick house. Since Lu Sandow washed himself and changed his pants last night, he no longer had any smell on him. Jiang Tian led him into the house. Each of us was given a bottle of mineral water and drank it while leaning against the cool concrete wall. We felt much more refreshed. After arranging Lu Sandow to deliver a few bottles of water to several people at other workstations, Jiang Tian opened the trading room. See if there are any mats or bamboo mats for sale there, so you can cool down when you sleep at night. Just when a few people were resting. I searched for a long time, but didn't seem to find anyone selling mats directly, but they did have bamboo ones. 0888 did catch some finished bamboo mats, which I exchanged from him at a relatively high price. The others were made by buying some long bamboos to make by hand. After putting the mats back in a room, everyone was almost done resting. Shi Gang asked, Boss, the greenhouse is finished. What should we do next? Tang Yin interrupted, Boss, let's open the blacksmith shop. Jiang Tian thought about the current weather and replied, Okay, let's divide the work and cooperate later. Shi Gang will take you to make bricks and build a blacksmith shop. I also had to glue the plastic sheets together to make a large transparent board to cover the pool to prevent water evaporation. By the way, the weather is a bit hot now, so I'll ask Mr. Song to make some straw hats for us later. Just finished giving these instructions. Song Yingxing suddenly ran in and reported, My lord, Lu Bu has discovered an island ahead and is seeking your instructions. Chapter 94 Warriors, go ahead, I support you. Hearing this, Jiang Tian frowned. Mr. Song, which direction is the front? Just north of the island. I was applying fertilizer just now when I saw something flying over there. I told Lu Bu about it, and he told me to let you know. He's watching from over there. Well, everyone, push the crossbow carts, load the crossbow bolts, and head north. Yes. The group walked out of the door together and headed to the east, west, and south to operate the crossbow carts placed there. Jiang Tian had an indifferent expression and walked directly towards the north. Tang Yin looked at the others busying around, somewhat confused, and curiously followed Jiang Tian and asked, "Boss, what's going on? What happened?" "You'll know soon." "Hey, tell me now, what's that attack you were talking about just now? Just tell me." "Okay, shut up." Jiang Tian was speechless about this blacksmith. Why is his mouth so chattery? Arriving at the north, Lu Bu bowed and said, "My lord." Jiang Tian looked forward and saw something floating in the air not far from his sight. The flying speed was not fast, but it was indeed flying towards us. "It's someone else's empty island." Jiang Tian sighed. Although he already knew that many people had now created Sky Island mobile devices for flying and plundering. But I didn't expect that I would encounter this kind of thing again so soon. Just sent one away and another one comes? If he doesn't know what's good for him, then I'll have no choice but to send him off as well. The other side, a small island of about 100 square meters, with large fans installed in the front and back, was flying slowly. The sails were blown up by the south wind, and 3 men at the back were shaking the handles to turn the fan. There was a short-haired, fair-skinned young man with a sunny look, standing in front of the sail with his arm around a woman in bright clothes. Looking at the island appearing in front of him, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect to come across someone else's Sky Island so soon. Looks like I'm lucky. I wonder how that person's Sky Island has developed and how many resources it can provide me. After muttering this to himself, the young man opened the world chat channel. There was a lot of noise from all the comments above, but most people were talking about the same topic. Woohoo! I just grabbed a Sky Island and got a fishing rod. The resources I'll get from now on will be doubled. This feels so good. I looted an island too. The survivors are now available. Everyone go buy them. Oh my god, these pirates are so rampant. Is there no one in this game to control them? I'm the king of this airspace. Who can control me? Hey, you dare call yourself the king? I should be the king of Sky Pirates. I've been wanting to ask this for a long time. What exactly does this Sky Pirate King you've been talking about these past few days mean? Is there such a thing? Dude, where are you from? Haven't you watched One Piece? I'm a little confused too. I've watched a little bit of One Piece, and there seem to be 2 more distinctive characters in it. What's their name? Kiba Red. Seeing this, the young man closed the chat channel and sneered. Everyone else has started to take action, so I have to hurry up and annex other islands to increase my strength and gain a place in this new world. Annexation. The woman in his arms also showed a strange expression. Are we going to take that island? Of course we have to rob them, and I'm also going to deal with the indigenous people up there and exchange them for more resources. What if those people up there resist? He resist? They can't resist because I have the strength to do so. The young man looked very proud. In his eyes, ordinary people in this area are completely unable to compete with him. Because in this environment where each person has 2 subordinates, he has 4 subordinates through his own efforts. In addition to the woman in his arms, there are 3 strong men behind him. Of course, this doesn't mean that he catches people more often. In fact, the young man had only caught 2 people before. It was just that he was luckier and caught 2 women, the probability of which was extremely low. Just yesterday, he sold one of his female subordinates in exchange for these 3 strong men and the Sky Island moving device. One of the strong men seemed to be an ancient military general named Wang Ying, the dwarf tiger, although he didn't know much about the ancients. But from information on the World Channel, it seems that these ancient people were quite powerful. So, he is full of confidence. This Sky Island mobile device is also quite advanced, and 2 fans have been replaced directly. There is one in front and one in the back of the island, allowing for more flexible movement. The purpose of purchasing these is to catch up with the big ship of this era and increase one's own strength through plundering. Thinking of this, the young man looked at the woman in his arms. Wait a minute, this plunder might be a bit cruel. You have to avoid it first. Need not. There was a strange light in the woman's eyes, and she said coquettishly, I want to be behind you and watch you fight. Hearing this, the young man felt very happy and gave the woman a wicked smile. Okay, you'll just stand by and watch me take over this island. After I take it, I'll let the whole world know that this island is yours. Honey, you're so manly. The young man was full of energy as he caressed the woman who was throwing herself into his arms and acting coquettishly. He instructed the strong man behind him. You three, hurry up and shake it, then grab your weapons and kill them. Yes, the three strong men responded and swung even harder. Not long after, the distance between the two islands was getting closer and closer, about 1 or 2 miles apart. People on both islands can also see the scale of the other island and some of the buildings on it. At this time, seeing this scene, the young man and the woman in his arms were stunned. This is fucking huge. I couldn't tell from the distance just now. I didn't expect the island to be so big. Yeah, that island across the way, it's got to be 10 times as big as us, right? Look, dear, there seems to be a big house on it. A brick house. The young man was stunned, as if he remembered something. Suddenly, my body shuddered and cold sweat broke out. Trembling, he opened the regional chat channel and asked, CNNS 2111, I have a question for you guys. The one who said he wanted to build a stone brick house was at the 1111. It's him, what's wrong? Except for this 1111, no one else can build a brick house at this time. Why? Are you interested in his brick house and want to rob it? Go Warriors, I support you. Looking at these chat records, the young man broke out in a cold sweat. Such a large piece of land, plus this brick house. Isn't it just 1111? Isn't it the 1111 who swallowed up the Sky Pirate Leader 4144? No wonder the land is so big, this person. He can't afford to offend. What the hell? I didn't expect that I would run into such a tough opponent on my first expedition. If this really hits, I'm afraid that 1111 will sell it out right away, right? Thinking of this, the young man hurriedly shouted, Fuck, you three, stop shaking. Stop it now. The three strong men were stunned, not knowing what was going on. The young man's face was filled with fear, and he was too lazy to explain. Don't go any further. Hurry up and fold the sail, then hurry up and row the car in reverse. Back up quickly. Oh, okay. Although the three men didn't know what was going on, they trotted forward and started shaking the fan in the opposite direction. The young man was not idle either. He sat down and shook the handle together with his men. While shaking the handle, he cursed at the confused woman standing next to him. Fuck, bitch, what are you looking at? Why don't you come over here and help? On the other side of the island. Jiang Tian looked at the island opposite, which suddenly braked and then sped away and shook his head speechlessly. Judging from the look of it, he must have been scared away by himself. I just don't know who I'm going to meet this time. Then, open the chat channel and look through the records. When Jiang Tian saw the information about the brick house, he reacted. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he murmured, This person's ID is 2111? Chapter 95. Someone is calling for an alliance to kill you. Jiang Tian did not know the person with the ID CNNS 2111. I had never chatted with him or made any deal with him before, not even a single word. However, this ID still caught Jiang Tian's attention. The IDs of the two parties only differed by 1 digit, and the other party came from the north. Could it be that the original location of 2111 is just to the north of me, above number 1111? Also, 4144 met the first middle-aged man who used a fan to move, whose number was 4150, which was very close to his number. In other words, the initial positions of this game are most likely arranged according to numbers. While thinking, Jiang Tian squatted down, picked up a branch, and drew a square on the ground. Then, above the square, write the letters CNNS. Their current locations may be arranged in a square. The position information from left to right and from top to bottom is 0001, 0002 to 1000. This is the first row. Going up further above 0001 is 1001, and then it continues to 2000, and so on. Jiang Tian looked at the square with horizontal and vertical lines drawn on the ground, and he had the answer in his mind. The maps of this game might be configured according to numbers. The number behind each person's number represents the coordinates of this area. This explains it. No wonder 4144 rushed over from the northeast. As for the middle-aged man, 4150, the first to move the Sky Island, why wasn't he spotted by 4145 and the other characters before he met 4144 while flying westward? Perhaps it was because with no reference points, his flight path was curved and he just bypassed them. Perhaps those 5 people have lost their lives. These are minor issues, and don't be too concerned. As others plunder, This information should be discovered by more and more people. He has more important things to do now. Okay, now that they've left, let's not stand here anymore. Jiang Tian waved his hand, interrupting the thoughts of his men around him. Everyone, go back to your respective posts and work. Lu Bu will continue patrolling, and the others will take the tang salt and burn some bricks to prepare the blacksmith shop. Sure, Ji Gang, come with me. Boss, what's up? Look, cut a 1-meter-long square of paper and draw 100 squares on it to make a map. The other side, a small island of about 100 square meters, is moving rapidly towards the north. 2111, who was sitting on the island, was accompanied by 3 men and 1 woman, frantically shaking the handle of the fan, looking very weird. After an unknown amount of time, 2111 and the woman were finally too tired and collapsed to the ground. How long have we been driving? Sir, we should have been moving for half an hour. That big island didn't catch up with us, did it? My lord, it seems not. That's good. Hearing this, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. After he relaxed, he began to recall what had just happened. I set up the fan myself and followed the wind south. Then I came across this 1111. After pondering for a while, he combined the IDs of both parties and discovered the distribution pattern of the locations of the various islands. Figured this out, I was happy. I actually cracked this information by accident. I really am a genius. After a burst of joy, 2111 turned his thoughts back to what he had seen and heard during his encounter with 1111 Island. Suddenly, I felt a chill again. The area of more than 1,000 square meters. If you pay the land normally at the efficiency of a fishing rod, it will definitely not increase so fast. That person, in addition to 4144, should have also annexed other people's islands. This guy is so scary. I'm afraid no one has a bigger land than him now, right? However, he himself did not say a word about invading other people's land in the chat channel, pretending to be very honest and upright, and from time to time, he would show off his resources. Just to attract other people's attention, you attack him and send him express delivery? Wow, this is much faster than plundering everywhere by myself. Damn, this guy is so insidious. Luckily, I ran fast. Thinking of this, I feel extremely fortunate. However, thinking back to how he had just boasted in front of the woman and was frightened to death, he felt extremely embarrassed. Very angry. But there's no way, because I really can't beat him. Open the regional chat channel to divert attention. At this moment, the messages were scrolling rapidly, and everyone was discussing himself. 2111, did you just go looking for trouble with 1111? Hey, did you fuck him? What's the situation now? He hasn't said anything since a while ago. Could he have been beaten to death by 1111? I think it's possible. Maybe he could put it on the trade. I just went to the trading house and looked around, but I didn't see this 2111. I guess he was beaten to death. Many people have begun to speculate that 2111 has already gone to the Western Paradise during this period. Looking at these news, I was very angry. Sent a message in reply. 2111, stop bullshitting. I just saw him. He has a huge plot of land, at least 1,000 square meters. Luckily, he was far away, and I ran fast, so I got out. Haha, you ran away? I thought you were so awesome. That's right. Why don't you go up and beat him up? Maybe you can get some fat. Fuck, 1,000 square meters? How many people would he have to eat to make it this big? 2111, get lost, stop nagging me. Go ahead if you can. After this sentence came out, there was silence in the channel for a while. Then a man appeared and said, I've always felt bad seeing that 1111 showing off. If he keeps going like this, won't he get fatter and fatter? That's right, what if he eats us all? It seems 1111 hasn't spoken in the regional channel these past 2 days. Maybe he's planning to attack us. I'm not too worried. If his land is really that big, I guess he can't fly over there, right? Who can say for sure? What if we run into him during a robbery? That would be so embarrassing. I saw on the World Channel that many people are calling for an alliance. How about we form an alliance and fight him? I think it's okay. We should strike first and gain the upper hand. Where are you? I'll go find you first and gather you. In the regional channel, you and I are talking at the same time. Some people equipped with mobile devices began discussing joining forces to defeat 1111. 2111 also participated in the discussion, and it was particularly intense. The other side, Jiang Tian looked at the coordinate map in front of him, nodded, and said to Shiji Gang, Okay, go back to the blacksmith shop. Yes, boss. Shiji Gang nodded and left the house. Jiang Tian opened the chat channel and prepared to collect some construction materials such as metal and plastic sheets. At this time, he received 2 private messages. It was sent from 0066 and 0888. Two people said the same thing. Go check the regional chat channel. Someone's calling for an alliance to take you down. Chapter 96. Another girl caught? Seeing these two pieces of news, Jiang Tian couldn't help but frown. Instead of replying immediately, he opened the regional channel and took a look. As expected, in the chat logs, several people were unscrupulously discussing how to form an alliance to attack him. When discussing the location, some people with higher ID numbers also began to give each other advice and drive southwest. It must be the guy with ID 2111 who exposed his location. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian was speechless. The kid just now was a mile away from me, just out of the range of the crossbow card. Moreover, this kid's island is relatively small, so he can run very fast. My island is so big, and there are so many things on it, I may not be able to catch up. Jiang Tian didn't even look down on such a small place. But if this person had just run away like that, it would have been fine. Now he has secretly exposed his position. Jiang Tian took note of this matter. Afterwards, these individuals disappeared from the regional chat channel because they ran out of chat time. However, according to their chat records above, they should have switched to private chat. Jiang Tian replied to 0066 and 0888 with "got it" and said nothing more. I closed the chat interface with a thoughtful look and continued to work. The most urgent task is to build the blacksmith shop first, and then equip the equipment with metal. This will be of great help whether you encounter monsters or other survivors. The sun sets. After the hard work of the team, the produced bricks have begun to be placed in the brick kiln for firing. It will be ready for use by this time tomorrow. With the remaining bricks, it should be no problem to build a blacksmith shop. After the group had finished their meal, Jiang Tian did not let them sit idle. Except for a few people who were fishing, the rest were asked to make crossbow arrows outside the house. Jiang Tian circled the island alone to inspect the situation and plan future development. Walking slowly along the way, when I reached the west, I was attracted by the calls of animals. Chuckle. Quack, quack, quack. Moo. Turning to look at these animals, Jiang Tian felt somewhat relieved. Now, I have more and more meat. 10 pigs, 5 sheep, and 2 cows. Some poultry. As the number of animals raised increases, some of them are kept outside, tied with ropes to several poles driven into the ground. After the blacksmith shop is completed, we need to set up this breeding circle. There is also the problem of animal feces. In the past, Song Yingxing was the one who dealt with it and put it into farmland or vegetable fields as fertilizer. The rest that was not used was directly flushed down. We also need to fix that septic tank he mentioned. Just then, Lu Bu, who was on patrol, came and reported, "My lord, we've caught another fish at the fishing spot." "Well, bring him here." "Yes, my lord." After receiving the order, Lu Bu returned to the fishing spot. A moment later, a man dressed in special attire came over. She was about 20 years old, with a graceful figure and wheat-colored skin. She was wearing a leopard print short top and skirt, and her long flaxen hair was tied into a braid with a ribbon and hung down her back. With a pair of bright eyes, he called out "Master" to Jiang Tian. "Is it a woman?" Jiang Tian was stunned, then asked, "May I have your name?" "I." The woman was stunned and thought for a while. "I don't remember my name. It seems many people call me Leopard Girl." "Cheetah?" Jiang Tian was a little surprised. "Then will you turn into a leopard?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone on the island turned to look at Jiang Tian. There was a strange light in his eyes. Tang Yin laughed heartily and said carelessly, "Oh my God, boss, why are you asking this of a girl? I didn't realize you have such a weird habit." After being criticized by Tang Yin, the expressions of several people on the field became very strange. The leopard woman stood there in a daze, looking confused. I don't know how to." Jiang Tian glared at Tang Yin, then waved his hands awkwardly. "I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Do you remember what skills you have?" "I." The leopard woman still looked confused and began to look around at the situation. "He seems to know nothing and seems like an ordinary person." At this time, Song Yingxing came over and said, "My lord, why don't you let this little girl come with me to look after the fields?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Tian was about to nod in agreement. At this moment, there was a cry of animals behind me. "Moo!" Attracted by the sound, the leopard girl turned around and saw the cows, sheep, and pigs. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and his eyes lit up. "I can take care of these cattle and sheep." Song Yingxing on the side smiled kindly. "Okay, then let this kid take care of the animals. I think little one Ji is too busy feeding these animals every morning. Jiang Tian nodded. I just did a rough check, and there are about 100 chickens, ducks, and geese. In addition to the cattle, sheep, and pigs, Kai Wenji has been the only one who has been feeding and managing them these days. It was easier in the past, when there were fewer animals, but now she may be too busy to handle it all. Then, Jiang Tian looked at Kai Wenji. Kai Wenji said in a bitter voice, "Master, it's okay. I can handle it." Jiang Tian looked at Kai Wenji's dirty little face and sighed slightly. Now, in all respects, she is still a young girl. If it were in modern society, he would still be living carefree in an ivory tower. But now, not to mention fishing, I have to raise these animals, boil water, and cook, and even babysit myself. Such a well-behaved girl. Yet there are people who say she is useless and a drag. In Jiang Tian's eyes, as long as a subordinate is healthy and obedient, he can be used. Ahem, there is nothing useless. Thank you for your hard work these days. Jiang Tian stepped forward and touched Kai Wenji's head. From now on, the breeding of animals like cattle and sheep will be left to Leopard Girl. Chapter 97, Is It Going to Hail? After handing over the breeding work to Leopard Woman, she went directly to the west to check the condition of each animal. The others also turned their gaze away and began to busy themselves with their own affairs. Kai Wenji, Li Xiaoning, and the old man Wang Yun continued fishing. Shi Jigang led other men to make crossbow arrows and smeared cement on the planed wooden tips. At this time, Hui Tsubing also came out with 2 Ruoma bows and handed them to Jiang Tian beside him. "My lord, it's ready. Please review it." Jiang Tian took it and looked at it carefully in his hand. This Tomo bow is obviously larger than the bows I've seen before, and its surface is polished, giving it a very textured feel when held in the hand. Unlike the 2 bows I got from 4144 before, they feel light and fluttery. Hold the bow with your left hand and pull the string with your right hand. The bow and bowstring are in a triangular shape, like a slice of pizza. A tense reaction force came from between the fingers. Feeling this power, Jiang Tian nodded. It is indeed a bow made by Takumi. If it weren't for my stronger physique now, it would be really difficult to pull the string. In other words, the lethality of this bow must be considerable. Very good. Thank you for your hard work. My lord, you are too kind. Hui Tsubing nodded and said, "Since this bow has caught the lord's eye, I will go and make arrows now." Jiang Tianxian nodded subconsciously and then called out to Hui Tsubing, "Wait a minute, I have something for you." After saying that, Jiang Tian came to the fishing spot and picked up a woven bag. There were some black, cone-shaped, sharp objects inside. These are the fangs and sharp legs that were ripped off from the spider. When making arrows, use these as arrowheads. Oh, and this is from a spider. Remember to do the same with spiders when you take over your shift at the fishing spot. Yes, my lord. Hui Tsubing took the bag, took a look at it, bowed, and left. After that, everyone worked hard at their own posts, and, apart from occasionally dealing with some monsters caught, everything seemed to be in order. Looking at the people working, Jiang Tian counted the number of people. 2 more people were added today, and together with Liu Sandow, who was recruited earlier, there are now a total of 13 people. I have to arrange food, clothing, and accommodation for these people. Fortunately, the new house has been built, and we have stockpiled some tents before, so we don't have to worry too much about accommodation, and most we just have to squeeze in. The food is easy to deal with, but as for the poultry, I don't know when I can finish eating them. All of these can be simply dealt with by simply dealing with the issue of dressing. Thinking about this, Jiang Tian opened the trading house. To avoid trouble, I just put away some winter clothes. These clothes are quite cheap. For a bag of salt, you can get dozens of sets of clothes in various styles. More than an hour later, Jiang Tian was sitting by the campfire, looking through the supplies on the trading floor, when a clear female voice came from the side. "Master, the animal has been checked." Jiang Tian closed the interface and asked, "How's it going?" "All the animals are healthy. None of them are sick." After reporting the situation, Leopard Girl continued. "However, their current living environment isn't very good. If it rains or snows, some animals with poor insulation will easily get sick. I suggest building some breeding sheds here." Jiang Tian nodded. "Well, I've thought about these issues today, but it's getting late now. Let's have Shi Jigang select some people to help you build the shed tomorrow." Leopard Girl responded. Not long after leaving, a figure came jogging from not far away. Seeing this person, Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows and asked, "Wang Yin, why are you here instead of going fishing? Are you trying to slack off again?" No. Wang Yin rubbed his hands and said in defense, My lord, I just felt a little cold and wanted to come over to warm myself by the fire. Cold? Jiang Tian was stunned. Now that the weather is getting hotter, do you still feel cold? Looking up, Kai Wenji was fishing with her arms folded, and old man Song Yingxing had rolled up his sleeves. It looks a bit cold. I had been sitting near the fire the whole time and really didn't feel anything. Sure, Ji Gang and his team have a heavier workload, but they are working normally. Jiang Tian nodded and replied to Wang Yun. You came at the perfect time. I just bought a bunch of clothes and put them in the house. Tell the others to go inside and get some clothes if they're cold. After receiving the order, Wang Yun trotted off to inform others. Jiang Tian stood up, left the campfire, and walked around the island to stretch his muscles. Look up. A gibbous moon hung high in the sky, half hidden by a few dark clouds. There was a gentle breeze, and it did feel chilly, and it felt like the temperature had dropped by more than 10 degrees. The temperature difference between day and night is quite large. If this cold air continues, it will probably hail. At this time, Zhang San and Li Si also received the news and ran into the room to find a coat to put on. Kai Wenji was also thoughtful enough to get one for Jiang Tian. Put on your coat and open the World Chat channel. Oh my god, what a horrible weather. It was hot this afternoon. How come it suddenly turned cold? Yeah, I was sleeping on the floor in my short-sleeve shirt, and I woke up from the cold. Fuck, is this going to be summer or winter? Collect clothes, some private chat. Damn it, based on my experience, it looks like hail is coming. The channel was filled with noise, with everyone complaining about the weather. It seems that this cold air is still global. And judging from the situation, it is indeed going to hail, but we don't know when it will fall, nor do we know how big the hail will be. To be on the safe side, Jiang Tian called Ji Gang and others. All right, let's leave the crossbow bolts here for now. Everyone should be able to feel the sudden change in temperature by now. Just in case, everyone should work overtime today to build the cow sheet first. The group nodded, and Ji Gang took a branch and went to the west, planning the location on the ground. Others also brought shovels and wooden stakes and started construction. Zing dang dang. Knock knock. Time passed slowly with the sound of hammers, nails, and wood hitting each other. During this process, the temperature seemed to drop by a few degrees Celsius. Halfway through the work, several people went into the house to put on more clothes. There were more people now, and 3 hours later, a simple cow sheet appeared on the west side. The main body is a few pillars inserted into the ground, with a triangular top made of double-layered wooden boards. The bottom is simply surrounded by wooden boards to prevent rainwater from flowing into the cow sheet. There aren't that many requirements for a cow sheet. Currently, as long as it's sturdy enough to withstand rain and hail, it's fine. The sheltered area is quite spacious. We drove the chickens, ducks, geese, cows, sheep, and pigs in. It is about 50 square meters. Jiang Tian nodded, clapped his hands, and said, Let's leave it at that for now. We'll finish the walls of the cow sheet tomorrow. Everyone, go back and rest. Thank you for your hard work. Before he finished speaking, a dull voice reached everyone's ears. Boom! Chapter 98 The Pigman has changed. Hearing the noise, several people were stunned. Is it thundering? Before I could react, another voice was heard. Snap! It seemed like something fell to the ground. Lubu walked forward and squatted down. He picked up something and came over to ask for instructions. My lord, look at this. As he said that, he handed something over. Jiang Tian took it and felt the coldness in his hand. This thing is the size of a soybean and crystal clear. Hail? At this time, a few more hailstones fell. Pa. Seeing this, Jiang Tian immediately ordered. It's going to hail. Everyone, hurry up and move your fishing rods and freshly caught supplies back into the house. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, not caring about the hard work they had just done, and began to carry the supplies one by one. Because there weren't a lot of things, and there were enough people, the supplies were quickly moved back into the house. Next to it, there were a few tied-up goblins and murlocs. I was too lazy to deal with these things and just left them outside. Not long after, in the stone brick house, all 13 people sat in the small living room. We don't know how big the hailstorm will be today, and we don't know whether the original cabin can withstand it. Therefore, Hua Xiubing and the 2 old men who originally lived in the wooden house were also arranged to squeeze into the stone brick house to avoid accidents. Outside the house, the sound of hail falling was endless, and the frequency is getting faster and faster. Pa. There was a constant thumping sound from the hailstones hitting the concrete roof. White crystalline objects also began to appear on the ground. Rustle. From time to time, there would be a few thunders in the sky. Boom! The hailstones, originally the size of soybeans, gradually became as big as quail eggs. Bang! An egg-sized hailstone hit the eaves, scattering ice chips everywhere. Fortunately, there are not many hailstones of this size, only a few falling occasionally. Otherwise, the wooden house next to it might not be able to hold on. The 13 people sitting in the room all put on the thicker coats they had just bought and stared blankly outside the door. The unpredictable weather almost gave them a warning. At this time, Jiang Tian looked at the situation outside and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I reacted early and took all protective measures. As long as the scale of this hailstorm is not too excessive, today's sudden weather change should not have any impact on me. And when cooking dinner today, the stove was also moved into the brick house. He ordered Kai Wenji to boil some hot water for everyone to drink to warm themselves up. After taking a sip of hot water, the group came to their senses and breathed a sigh of relief. It was already late, and Jiang Tian began to arrange accommodation for tonight. Leopard Girl naturally shared a room with Li Xiaoning, while the two old men Wang Yun and Song Yingxing squeezed into Zhang San and Li Si's room. Hui Tsubing, Tang Yin, and Lu Sandao slept on the floor in the living room. After the distribution was completed, everyone returned to their rooms and prepared to go to sleep. Jiang Tian returned to his room and lay on the bed. He opened the regional chat channel to see what the disaster situation was like for other people. It's all over this time. I finally planted some vegetables and was about to harvest them, but this hailstorm is going to kill them all. Fortunately, I haven't planted any vegetables since I raised the pigman. The pigman is really my lucky star. I need to buy some goblins to feed it and then upgrade it. When the hailstorm hit, all the pigs I raised rushed into my house. The already small wooden house was so crowded. This is fucking... Oh shit. Suddenly, a hailstone as big as an egg fell and smashed a hole in the roof of my cabin. I just watched one of my chickens get killed by hail. It breaks my heart. Fuck, I used to build the cabin with the thinnest planks to save wood for making fans, and now they've all been fucking pierced through. Haha, you deserve it. I asked you to be a fan with bad intentions. I used to build a thatched hut, and now the roof is full of holes. I'm also sore from the hail. Damn, it hit my head. 0888. My wood house is pretty awesome. It has 2-centimeter thick boards nailed to it, so hail can't penetrate at all. It's my crops that will be destroyed. By the way, 1111, how are you now? Did the hailstorm cause you any damage? The message 0888 sent also aroused the curiosity of others. By the way, I haven't seen 1111 for several days. That's right. Didn't he say before that he wanted to build a brick house? How's the house going? I also want to know how 1111 is doing now. He said that his brick house is going to be 100 square meters. It shouldn't be that fast, right? In this kind of weather, his crops and animals must be suffering too, right? Jiang Tian was stunned when he saw the news. But now the news of building a brick house by myself has spread, so it's okay to tell other people about it. Replied, because we have more manpower, we completed the brick house 2 days ago and are now in the house. The house is indeed 100 square meters, with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. By the way, hail is certainly lethal, potentially damaging crops and animals. So today I rushed to build a greenhouse over the crops. I also just built a 40 square meter cattle shed out of wood. It should be quite effective, and I suggest you build one too. After Jiang Tian sent the message, the chat channel exploded immediately. What the hell? A 100 square meter house was completed so quickly. While I was holding the planks, the boss had already finished the wooden house. 10 days later, I finished the wooden house, and the boss had already finished the brick house. It was 100 square meters, with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Holy shit. A brick house should be perfectly safe from hailstorms. I'm so envious. What the hell is this 40 square meter bullpen? The cabin I live in is less than 30 square meters. On the chat channel, people were talking about random things. Most of them were discussing the protective measures built by Jiang Tian. At this moment, an inappropriate message appeared in the field of vision. 2345, TSK, what's there to be jealous about? It's just a brick house. No matter how envious you are, it's not yours. You might as well come and look at me. The pigman I raised has been eating monsters for some time, and most of its body has turned into black hair, with only its head still white. I just bought a goblin. Do you want to know what a pigman looks like when he turns completely black? The pop-up of this message actually successfully changed the topic. After all, brick houses are out of reach for them. But the pigment is easy to make, and basically everyone can buy one. All the jealous people turned their heads and let that guy live broadcast the evolution of the pigment. Amidst waves of inquiries on the channel, not long after, 2345 sent another message. I just threw the goblin to the pigment, and it was so happy that it pounced on it and started chewing it. By the way, ever since it grew black hair, its fighting power has indeed become stronger and stronger. When its entire body turns black, maybe it can evolve into a new form or something. Well, after the goblin finished eating, it had completely turned into a black pig, etc. Something seems to be wrong with it. It looked at me. No, what the hell are you doing? Oh my god. Chapter 99 Purchase Foam Board. Pre-sale as soon as possible. When this message appeared in the regional chat channel, the scrolling messages on it paused for a moment. When some of the surviving pig farmers saw this news, cold sweat instantly covered their foreheads. He quickly asked, "Hey man, what's wrong with you? What happened to that pig man after he turned black? What did he do to you? Explain clearly. Could this 2345 be killed by the pigmen?" Fuck, pigmen can kill people? Don't scare me. I have pigmen here too. This guy must be keeping things in suspense again. Let's wait and see. Nothing should happen. The messages in the regional channel were basically asking whether 2345 was dead and what had become of the pigmen. However, after half an hour, there was still no response from 2345. At this moment, everyone's heart skipped a beat. This 2345 may have met with an accident and can no longer send messages. The culprit must be the pigman who turned black after eating the goblins. After realizing this, some of the pig farming survivors looked at the pigman who had crawled into his house and whose half-body had turned black. I shuddered violently. After this pigman turns completely black, it seems like he will turn into a complete monster and hurt people. No, this pigman can't be raised. Yeah, I have to push this pigman down tomorrow. But if there are no pigmen, what will we do if we encounter monsters in the future? Will we have to deal with them on our own? That's true. Monsters are getting stronger and stronger these days. What if I get hurt fighting one? Getting hurt is such a hassle in this place. So, when the pigmen get dark enough, we can use food to lure them under the island, and then buy new pigmen. I think it's okay. The other side, under the moonlight, on a small island of more than 100 square meters, hail was hitting a small wooden house on the island. In the wooden house, a pig man covered in black hair stood up and fell to the ground. Using its 3-inch-long black claws, it tore the flesh from the two corpses on the ground and stuffed it into its large mouth. The next day, when the rooster crowed, Jiang Tian and his group woke up from their dreams. At this time, the sound of hail hitting the houses and the ground had disappeared, and it seemed that the disaster had stopped. After a brief greeting, everyone went about their duties. Kai Wenji and Li Xiaoning were making breakfast, while the others went out together to start work. The moment I opened the door, a chill came from outside. "Hiss!" Wang Yun shuddered, looked outside, and exclaimed, "My lord, look, it's all ice outside." At this time, Jiang Tian was also stunned when he saw the scene outside the house. The ground above the island is covered with ice lumps of various sizes. When accumulated together, it is estimated to be more than 10 centimeters high, and the entire island is covered in white. Tang Yin opened his eyes and sighed. "Oh my god, this thing is fucking amazing. How can it produce so much ice? It's like an ice city. Is it going to feed us shaved ice or something?" "Okay, stop sighing." Jiang Tian interrupted Tang Yin speechlessly, thought for a moment, and then ordered, "By the way, the situation outside is special today, and there are some things that need to be handled by everyone." As he spoke, Jiang Tian looked at Shiji Gang. "Take 2 people and make some dustpans out of wood. Mr. Song and Leopard Girl go check on the flora and fauna as usual, and the others go clean up the ice lumps that have fallen on the island. Collect the cleaner ice in boxes and pile them together." "Yes." Everyone responded in unison and began to carry out the tasks assigned to them. A wooden dustpan is very simple to make. Just nail 3 boards together. After the dustpan is made, use it to shovel the ice lumps on the ground and then pour it into the wooden box that was used to hold people. According to Jiang Tian's instructions, the first thing to do was to clear the road leading to the breeding plants and animals. Song Yingxing and Leopard Girl also had to go to the areas under their respective jurisdiction to check the conditions of crops and animals. After clearing the road, Jiang Tian instructed everyone to first clear a piece of 100 square meters of land in the expanded land in the north. When all the ice lumps on the land were collected, the wooden boxes could no longer hold them, and the other ice lumps had to be piled aside. Looking at the open space, Jiang Tian nodded. Okay, then hurry up and use the wood to build a big wooden house here. At this time, Shi Gang looked at the ice cubes piled up next to him, and then realized what was happening and asked, Boss, are you planning to put all the ice cubes in this new house and make a freezer? Jiang Tian nodded. It has been getting hotter these days. It must be summer. This time there was a hailstorm. It could be said to be a natural disaster, or it could be said to be a benefit for getting through the summer. It depends on whether you can seize the opportunity this time. Generally speaking, the method of storing ice is to dig caves underground. However, the thickness of the island is limited, so we can only build an ice storage on the island. Shi Gang nodded and immediately began to assign tasks. Get tools, dig foundations, carry wood. Kai Wenji, Wang Yun, and Li Xiaoning continued to shovel the ice on the ground and clear the area where they were fishing. Not long, Song Yingxing and Leopard Girl came to report. Even under the protection of the greenhouse, some damage still occurred to the animals and plants. As for crops, a few large hailstones smashed a hole in the plastic sheet and killed several seedlings. The situation with animals was similar. No chickens, ducks, geese, cattle, sheep, or pigs were harmed, but more than 10 fish in the pond were killed. For the more than 100 fish in the pond now, these are not a problem. Jiang Tian waved his hand to show that he didn't care. Then he asked them to go together and collect the ice lumps on the ground and pile them together, and make sure to complete this task before the temperature rises. After watching their work status for a while and making sure everything was normal, open the trading line and start purchasing supplies. A few days ago, a new item was added to the supplies caught, which was foam board. When Jiang Tian caught this thing before, he hadn't figured out how to use it. Now it seems that it is most likely used to keep these ice cubes warm. As long as the wooden house is built and foam boards are pasted on the walls inside, it can effectively maintain low temperatures and extend the storage life of the ice cubes. Of course, if you build a new house later, you can also use this foam board to make the insulation layer, but that's another story. Soon after, Jiang Tian bought up all the foam boards hanging on the trading floor and piled them neatly next to him. These foam boards are enough to be used in the ice storage, but Jiang Tian is still not satisfied. After all, we still have to prepare for the subsequent house construction. Then he opened the chat channel and shouted, Buying foam boards, sell them quickly. Chapter 100, I'm almost dying, and I'm still going to rob? Seeing Jiang Tian talking, there was another pause in the chat channel. Then they asked, 1111, what do you want a foam board for? You don't even know this. Foam boards are used to keep warm. Yeah, I slept on a foam board last night, and it felt fine. And didn't you know that those popsicle vendors used to put the popsicles in foam boxes to keep them warm? Oh my God, are you going to save these ice cubes? Of course it is. The temperature has risen in the past 2 days. I guess they want to save the ice cubes and make a refrigerator. Fuck, there's this function. I burned a foam board as fuel a few days ago. This thing seems to be quite valuable. 1111, what are you going to exchange it for? I won't trade with you for something worthless. Just when these people were asking Jiang Tian how to bid, Jiang Tian glanced to the north at the fish that were killed by hail and had been caught by Song Yingxing. Then he replied, I can trade fish with you. I've just slaughtered some and I'm going to eat them myself. They're very fresh. What Jiang Tian didn't expect was, food, which was a common commodity before, is useless today. Moreover, his little plan was seen through by others. Haha, freshly killed fish? I think it was killed by hailstones, right? I see. Who would kill fish so early in the morning? Even if your fish are fresh, we won't buy them today. All my fish were killed. They are fresh and frozen. Please sell them. Selling frozen cabbage. I want to sell food, pork, freshly slaughtered whole pigs. Bah, they must have been killed by hailstones. Why are you using such a 1111 trick? I have a foam board, boss 1111. Can you exchange your clothes with me? I'm so cold. Seeing this, Jiang Tian sighed. No wonder I couldn't exchange meat for resources at the trading house just now. The pile of foam boards next to it was obtained by Jiang Tian in exchange for flour and some potatoes, which are easier to store. Also, Jiang Tian doesn't even have enough clothes to wear himself, so it's naturally impossible for him to exchange them. After thinking for a moment, he showed some sincerity. If you have foam boards, you can exchange them with me for some live poultry and fish, or huazi is fine. Oh, and I'll take clothes and quilts too. The reason why there is no shortage of meat today is ultimately because those animals were smashed to death. In this context, living animals appear even rarer. Suddenly, many transaction invitations were sent to Jiang Tian. For a moment, Jiang Tian was so busy that he was overwhelmed. A live chicken or fish can be exchanged for 10 foam boards of 1 square meter. Some people had less foam boards, so they exchanged 2 eggs with Jiang Tian, hoping to use their own temperature to create a miracle. After receiving these living creatures, hope was ignited in the hearts of the survivors whose poultry were crushed to death. They hugged the animals in their arms with tears in their eyes and said thank you to Jiang Tian. The other side, he squatted outside his wooden house, feeling very depressed. Because his wooden house was relatively sturdy, he himself did not suffer any damage when a hailstorm yesterday. But the scene he saw when he went out today almost made him lose his mind. The vegetables he planted on the land were smashed to pieces by the hail. There are also chickens and ducks raised in the pen. There weren't many of them originally, only 4 or 5. When I looked today, I found that they were all smashed to death. There's also a small fish pond that I dug myself. When I went there today, I saw that it was full of ice and all the fish had been killed. After working so hard for so long, all our efforts were ruined by a hailstorm. This is fucking ridiculous. Who can I go to for justice? The weather changes so suddenly that I don't have any warning at all. After thinking for a moment, he decided to take these dead chickens and fish to the chat channel and try to sell them, hoping to trick a few fools and exchange them for 2 living animals. When he opened the chat channel, his mentality collapsed again. He wanted to sell the animals that were killed by hammers, but there were actually a lot of people selling them. His trick was seen through, and he couldn't exchange them for living animals at all. Just when I was feeling depressed, I was shocked to find out. 1111 actually appeared on the regional chat channel today, and they're still trading living things. Looking at the thank yous in the channel, I was stunned. My goodness, how did 1111 do this? Why are there so many living things? And judging from his situation, he has quite a few living creatures. Seeing the scene, I was so jealous. After thinking about it, I opened private chat and sent messages to a few people. Hey guys, you all saw the chat, right? That 1111 is so fat. When can we team up and take him down? Soon, the news came back. Stop it. I'm almost dying, and I'm still trying to rob you. It's too cold. I don't want to go out and turn on the fan. Maybe next time. I'll definitely do it next time. I'm currently exchanging resources with 1111. Let's talk about it later. Grass. I cursed inwardly and could only close the chat channel. Continue to carry dead chickens and fish and throw them into the trading house. Then go out fishing in the cold weather to replenish resources. Before I knew it, 3 hours had passed. The other side, Jiang Tian looked around and saw a pile of foam boards that looked like a small mountain. He nodded with satisfaction and called Zhang San and Li Si to transport the foam boards to the warehouse. Then he looked at Shi Gang and others who were busy. Thanks to sufficient manpower, the structure of the wooden house has been completed and will be finished soon. Then lay the foam board and fill the area around the wooden house with mud, and an ice storage is completed. The other side, a bonfire was also lit at the fishing spot. Kai Wenji and the other 2 were carrying fishing rods to obtain supplies while roasting by the fire, feeling very comfortable. Just at this moment, a fishing rod holding a cloud of fish was bent into an inverted U shape. Bang! The clouds dispersed, and a wooden box appeared in front of them. Chapter 101. Natural disasters are more terrifying than man-made disasters. Since you happen to see it, go over and see what's going on and take a break. When we arrived at the fishing spot, we could see more clearly that the wooden box was slightly larger. Moreover, the movable wooden board was slowly pushed open from the inside, revealing 2 hooves, followed by a fat face. It's a pigman. Just as Li Xiaoning was beating the pigman, Jiang Tian also recalled what he saw last night. Last night, the pig feeder 2345 on the chat channel suddenly panicked and then stopped communicating. I didn't see his comments when I was watching the regional chat channel just now. It's probably a bad situation. After this pigman is put on the trading board, it will show a red name, which means it is dangerous. Jiang Tian had known this for a long time, but he was still curious about what happened after the pigman was fed so that his body was covered with black hair. While thinking about these things, I watched Li Xiaoning knock the pigman unconscious and then tie it up. Then throw it near the other monsters that were caught and controlled, waiting for Jiang Tian's decision. Looking at this pigman, Jiang Tian started thinking about doing an experiment again. According to what was said in the chat channel, after the pigman eats the monster, some of his white hair will turn black and his combat effectiveness will increase. I wonder what this pigman would look like if he turned completely evil. This is not because Jiang Tian deliberately wants to die. On the one hand, with their combat effectiveness, Even if the pigmen improve their combat effectiveness, they should not pose a threat to them. On the other hand, Jiang Tian had a hunch that the pigman species was not as simple as it seemed. Moreover, if you encounter the evil pigman in other situations in the future, you should be prepared. Move the unconscious pigman to a more open area on the other side and wait quietly for it to wake up. 10 minutes later, the pigman woke up and found himself tied up, and he started to groan again. Seeing this, Jiang Tian ordered the patrolling Lu Bu to bring over the other monsters that had been caught earlier. Skeletons, goblins, murlocs, spiders. Seeing these things, the pigman stared at the monster and shouted with his big mouth. Jiang Tian ordered Lu Bu to take the spider over. The pigman drooled. Take the spider and throw the skeleton over. The pigman's fat face twitched, full of disgust. When the goblin and the murloc were taken over, the pigman's eyes lit up and he looked extremely greedy. Following Jiang Tian's instructions, Lu Bu threw the fishman over. The pigman arched his body and moved over to the fishman, opened his big mouth, and started to eat. Jiang Tian was too lazy to watch its eating process, so he asked Lu Bu to keep an eye on it, and then opened the World Chat channel. Jiang Tian had seen on the World Channel before that people in other regions were raising pigs. I don't know if they have encountered a situation where the pig man turned completely evil. If so, how do they solve it? The World Channel is very lively. They were basically cursing the sudden change in weather, which had injured their bodies or destroyed their crops. WDNMD, this damn hail, smash my eggplant. Oh, my poor carrot is smashed to pieces. Asshole, my chicken got hit and my head is covered in blood. Forget it, let's just eat chicken tonight. Lord, why didn't you tell me before the hailstorm? I'm all swollen from being hit. Lord, you're such a bastard. Oh my God, the hail broke my pickle jar. Holy shit, the sails are broken and the island is covered in ice. Teach, fix them for me. During this process, Jiang Tian also discovered those who had previously clamored about becoming pirates and robbers, including the one who caught Blackbeard, seemed to have stopped their operations today and stayed on the island to repair their losses. A natural disaster stunned all the air pirate gangs. It seems that natural disasters are more terrifying than man-made disasters. Moreover, the natural disasters of this season have not yet passed, and drought and heat may still be waiting for them. After watching for a while, it seemed that no one mentioned the pigman. Then Jiang Tian used his daily speaking opportunity on the World Channel and asked, "Have any of you ever encountered a pigman turning completely black? What happens?" After I sent this message, a few people actually responded to me. Several people said that around evening yesterday, someone actually said something like Black Pig Man and help on the World Channel, and then there was no more movement. This topic didn't last long before it was drowned out by a flood of complaints, and Jiang Tian felt lonely watching it. Closed the chat interface and looked back at the pigman. Half of the fishman's body had been eaten, revealing human-like bones. But the pigman seemed unaware of his fullness and continued to gnaw on his food. Moreover, the area from the left foot to the calf did turn black. Jiang Tian reached out and pinched both colors of the pigman's skin. The hair in the black part is harder and the cortex feels thicker. Let Lu Bu watch it. Jiang Tian came to the construction site of the ice cellar and started building it with others. Finally, an hour later, a square ice cellar of 100 square meters and 2 meters high has been roughly completed. This ice cellar is sunken 1 meter into the ground, and a downward slope is dug at the entrance. However, the top board hasn't been nailed on yet. Since these are relatively small ice cubes, they cannot be stacked as high as common ice bricks. After entering the ice cellar, you have to erect foam boards to block them from the floor to the ceiling, leaving only a standing space for one person at the door. Arrange the foam boards of the entire ice cellar into a concave shape, and then pour the ice lumps stored outside into it from above. Among them, the ice blocks on Jiang Tian Island alone were not enough to fill the ice cellar, so they also went to the regional channel to make some purchases. After these tasks are completed, cover it with foam board and then nail the roof of the ice cellar cabin. Finally, the internal insulation work was completed before lunch, so there's no need to worry about the hail melting when the temperature rises today. At this moment, the work on the ice cellar was still not completed. Finally, cover the part of the ice cellar exposed to sunlight with soil. The ice cellar is completely finished. Looking at the ice cellar in front of him, Jiang Tian felt relieved. I now have nearly 200 cubic meters of ice resources. Although I don't know how long the summer will last, as long as we have this ice cellar, our group should be completely safe. After finishing these, Let everyone take a break and prepare to eat. Jiang Tian came to the place where the pigman was placed just now. At this time, a fishman was completely eaten and the pigman was snoring. The pigman's hair has turned black from his feet to above his knees. The blackened part of the limbs seems to be thicker than before. Seeing this, Jiang Tian nodded. Now, it's time to test the intensity of the blackened part. Then he asked Lu Bu to bring various weapons and walk towards the pigman. Chapter 102. Could it be that something has changed in this world again? First, use a bone knife to experiment on 2 parts of the pigman's skin. Hold the bone knife, control the force, and start cutting at the blackened part. The other party was unharmed. On the white part of the skin, only a shallow mark could be made with a bone knife. The same effect can be achieved by pricking the skin on both sides with a stone fork. Then, he changed to a bronze dagger and stabbed at the pigman. Although he felt some resistance, the tip of the sword still pierced into the black skin under Jiang Tian's strength. Ah! The pigman woke up in pain, his lower legs flapping constantly. Bang! The pigman directly tore off the hemp rope tied to his feet. He stared at Jiang Tian, and his blackened calves kept kicking, trying to stand up and fight with the guy who hurt him. But it didn't struggle for long before Hua Tsubing, who was standing next to it, knocked it unconscious and tied its legs again with more hemp ropes. Seeing this, Jiang Tian nodded. The blackened part of the pigman has indeed become stronger, and his physical fitness has been significantly improved. In terms of defensive capabilities, it is almost catching up with the previous blue skeleton. But this kind of pigman is not that scary to them. Afterwards, Jiang Tian called Hua Tsubing and brought the wooden bow and the prepared arrows. Now that the bow and arrow have been made, I must practice with it. Looking at the Tumu bow in his hand, Jiang Tian felt a lot of emotions in his heart. When Jiang Tian got this bow yesterday, he pinched the bowstring to test its hardness. He did not release his fingers afterwards, but controlled the strength and slowly restored the bowstring to its original position. Well, no empty strings. At this time, part of the arrow has been made. Among them, half of the arrows were also equipped with spider-sharp feet. Then, under Jiang Tian's instructions, Hua Tsubing stood 10 meters away, drew his bow and shot an arrow at the pigman. Call out! Call out! Shoot wooden arrows and reinforced arrows with pointed feet at the pigman's legs respectively. Jiang Tian came to the pigman and squatted down to check the situation. The wooden arrow could not penetrate the black part of the skin. When it came into contact with the skin, it left a small hole and then broke on its own. The arrow equipped with a pointed foot has the tip of the arrow piercing into the pigman's blackened skin. Jiang Tian nodded. Under the huge power of this bow, as long as the arrow is strong enough, the effect is still very good. At this time, lunch was ready. Let Lu Bu and Hua Tsubing take turns watching it, and feed it monster food when it wakes up. Then everyone goes back to the room to eat together. After lunch, the group walked out. You can feel that the temperature has risen a lot now. Some of the ice scattered on the roof began to melt, leaving behind puddles of water. The ice cellar has been built, so there's no need to worry about the insulation of the ice. The next step is to check whether other buildings are damaged. After a round of inspection, it was found that the wooden houses on the newly acquired land had suffered some damage. But there wasn't much in those rooms to begin with, just some wood and tools, which were harmless. Overall, we weathered the hailstorm last night without a problem. No big loss. Next, everything can be back on track, and the blacksmith shop can be started. The bricks of the blacksmith shop are being fired and will be ready for use at sunset. Now people are being arranged to dig the foundation first. The blacksmith shop was located near the blast furnace, with an area of more than 50 square meters. Shi Jigang, along with Tang Yin, Zhang San, and Li Si, picked up shovels and started digging the foundation. By the time the foundation is completed, the bricks are almost ready. Jiang Tianza led Lu Sandao and began to make plant ash cement. Time flies quickly in the busy life. When the foundation was laid, the setting sun was just hanging in the sky. After opening the brick kiln for ventilation, the group temporarily finished their work and went back to the house to eat. At the dinner table, Tang Yin was in a very good mood. While shoveling his food, he chatted with others with his mouth wide open, not afraid of choking. Oh my goodness, the blacksmith shop is finally finished. I can finally pick up the hammer and go back to work. Oh, sir, after you finish building the blacksmith shop, you can fix the forge and then give me the bellows. This food tastes really good. Wow, I want to eat pork stewed with vermicelli. Boss, can we make pork stewed with vermicelli? Noodles are also fine. Boss, how much metal do we have here? What do you want to make later? Weapons? Armor? or a hoe or shovel. It will be difficult to make anything if we don't have enough of this material. Boss, Okay, shut up and eat. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes as he listened to Tang Yen say these things. Wow, he's such a chatterbox. Why is he called Tang Yen? Why not Tang Monk? Although he likes a nag, most of what he says makes sense and is about manufacturing-related topics. Except for pork stewed with vermicelli. Jiang Tian thought about the current metal reserves. Through the purchases and fishing harvests over the past few days, there were probably more than 1,000 kilograms of copper, which, when combined together, would have a volume of about 50 to 60 liters. There is relatively little iron, only 300 or 400 kilograms. Moreover, most of the iron was melted together to make that simple anvil. Still need to get some more metal. While thinking about these things, I opened a regional chat channel. He shouted again inside and bought the metal. Although, everyone knows that metal is definitely worth a lot. In today's circumstances, living, fertile animals are even more precious. In comparison, metal, which is a nettable and a relatively late-stage material, is slightly inferior. Soon, piles of metals were placed around him, and he asked a few people to move the metals to the warehouse. The meal was almost over at this time, and everyone went to work overtime, while Jiang Tian looked at the chat channel to digest the food. Among the many ordinary chat messages, the appearance of a message instantly attracted everyone's attention. Holy shit, do you know what I just saw? I saw a huge thing flying in the distance. Fly? Did you run into some sky pirates? No, that's not an island. It looks like a bug, the kind with wings. Bugs? Flying in the air? There are such things in this damn place. Yeah, this thing looks pretty big and scary, and it seems to be on fire. Fortunately, it's quite far away from me. Stop it. Aren't all the living things on Sky Island squatting in boxes? Where are you going to find flying insects? Are you confused after sleeping? Jiang Tian glanced at the regional channel. Bugs flying in the air? Moreover, it's not small in size. I've been here for 24 days now, and there's not a single insect or bird to be seen. Could it be that something has changed in this world again? After all, nothing is certain here. Jiang Tian shook his head and put this matter behind him for the time being. Close the chat interface and walk out. At this time, the blacksmith shop was already under construction, and Shi Jigang and his team were laying bricks. Before we knew it, the moon rose and its light spread over the entire island. Tonight, it's brighter than any other night. Even without lighting a bonfire, you can still see the surrounding situation clearly. Look up. A full moon is hanging in the sky. The moonlight is bright. Chapter 103. Full moon night, changes on Sky Island. In this bright moonlight, the subordinates who were working would also look up at the full moon from time to time. On the other side, a tied-up pig man was lying on the ground with a humanoid skeleton next to him. The skeleton was originally a goblin that Huitsubing had fed in the afternoon, and it had been almost eaten by the pigman. As for the culprit, the pig man, you can see that the entire area below his belly button has turned into hard black hair. After a few more meals, it will turn completely black, and then you can check its condition. Although there was an incident last night where the pigman ate monster meat and turned completely evil and hurt people. However, some people still continue to raise pigmen, thinking of pushing them down when they are halfway through their transformation to evil. I wonder if there are any unlucky people who failed to control the dosage and ended up turning the pigman completely evil. Maybe we can get some information from the chat channel first. Thinking about this, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel. I was shocked to find that all the topics discussed were related to pigman. The moon is so big and round tonight. I love it so much. The new pigman next to me is also looking at the moon. I wonder if it has awakened the blood of Pigsy and wants to go to Guanghan Palace to play games with Chang'e. My pig is also admiring the moon and seems to be quite focused. Wait, why does it have more black hair? What's going on? Fuck, I just bought this pigman and it was all white. Why did it suddenly turn all black? Help, I don't know what happened to this pig. After looking at the full moon for a while, it suddenly turned black, howled twice, and then killed my men. It ate my men right in front of me. What should I do? No. Will a pig go crazy looking at a full moon? Does a full moon have this function? Isn't this a characteristic of werewolves? Why do pigmen behave like this too? It's the full moon. The pigman in my room is fine. Hurry up and get him inside, and don't let him look at the moon. There was a lot of noise in the chat channel. Seeing this, Jiang Tian frowned. Pigman, will he turn evil immediately after seeing the full moon? Is there such a thing? Moreover, Jiang Tian discovered that these people who asked for help were only a small part. Many survivors who had previously revealed that they were pig farmers did not continue to speak at this time. Maybe something unexpected has happened. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian looked to the other side and saw the pig man snoring. If this is true, then the pig man on my island will also undergo a change when he sees the moon, right? Jiang Tian was just about to order Hua Xiubing to drag the pig man into the wooden house and use the monster meat to study it slowly tomorrow. The pig man grunted twice, moved his body, and opened his eyes. It seemed to have just woken up. Then, he raised his head following the direction of the moonlight and stared at the moon with his round eyes, motionless. The black hair that originally covered the lower half of his body spread rapidly. Belly, arms, neck. Finally, the head. The pigman's entire body turned black. As the hair changed, the pigman's body also seemed to swell a little. His ears, which had been drooping, stood up, his hooves grew black claws, and two fangs slowly extended from his lower jaw. This sudden change made Hua Xiubing's eyes widen. Jiang Tian also frowned. It seems that this is indeed the case. Pig people will quickly turn evil when they see the full moon. Ouch! Ouch! The blackened pig man twisted his body and howled at the moon. But he felt that his shouting was not very satisfying. He realized that he was tied up with ropes, and his muscles suddenly bulged and pushed out. Bang! The ropes tied to the front and hind hooves were torn apart. The pigman regained his freedom and ran to the edge of the island on all fours. He raised his head and roared happily at the full moon. Ah! This scene is very similar to the werewolf transformation in many previous movie scenes. Jiang Tian was too lazy to think about its relationship with the werewolf and directly gave orders to Hua Xiubing and Lu Bu. This thing will actively hurt people. Be prepared for battle. Yes, my lord. Hua Xiubing took out the wooden bow, installed the arrow, and pulled the string. Call out. The black tip of the arrow reflected a faint light and rushed directly towards the pigman. Puff! The arrow pierced through the pigman's black fur and entered its back, and black blood flowed down. The pigman felt pain, turned his head, and stared at Hua Xiubing with his red eyes. He kicked the ground with his limbs and ran toward Hua Xiubing. During this process, Hua Xiubing knocked another arrow. Call out! The sharp blade cut through the night sky and flew towards the pigman's neck. The pigman seemed to be smarter and dodged to the side when he saw the arrow coming. But the arrow was so fast that it was not completely avoided and still penetrated the pigman's left arm. Ouch! The pigman cried out in pain, stood up, grasped the arrow with his right claw, and tried to pull it out. At this moment, Lu Bu came with a bronze spear in his hand. He took a few steps and came in front of the pigman, pushing forward with his right arm. Drink! Puff! A stream of black blood spurted out, and the pigman was stabbed through the heart. The pigman paused and blood spurted out of his mouth. His outstretched arms drooped, and his body fell backward. Bang! Under such weight, the wooden part of the bronze spear was also broken. Lu Bu looked at the half-broken stick in his hand in a daze. On the other side, Hua Xiubing put away his bow and came to the pigman to check his condition. He nodded to Jiang Tian and said, My lord, the pigman has been killed. Jiang Tian nodded, walked to Lu Bu, and patted his arm. Okay, don't just stand there. Once the blacksmith shop is built, I'll make you a more handy weapon. Yes, thank you, my lord. Well, go help build the blacksmith shop and make this thing quickly. After sending Lu Bu away, Jiang Tian squatted down and began to examine the body of the blackened pigman. After the entire body turns black, the strength of the body is about the same as when it is partially blackened. All in all, the thickness of this fur is pretty good. It can be used to make a leather armor. Of course, Jiang Tian naturally doesn't think much of it. Maybe you can put it on the trading platform and sell it for a good price. Then he opened the trading house and put the blackened pigman on the shelf. At this point, the matter is over. He looked at the moon in the sky again. The round jade plate still emits a bright light, but in this situation, it looks a little weird. Jiang Tian shook his head. Tonight, no one knows how many surviving pig farmers will suffer. But it's none of his business. After all, it's the pig farmer's own choice. If you want to blame someone, blame the organizer of this game. Jiang Tian felt something was not right on this full moon night. It should not only have the function of making the pigman evil, but may also foreshadow other things. Also, today in the chat channel, I saw that bug flying in the air. Jiang Tian frowned and had some guesses in his mind. Then he ordered, Hua Xiubing, light a bonfire and take Lu Sand out to keep watch. Yes, my lord. It's late at night. Jiang Tian and his men all fell asleep. There was no light in the house. Only moonlight and bonfire illuminated everything on the island. Hua Tsubing and Lu Sandao circled the island and looked into the distance to see if there were any foreign objects flying towards their island. At this time, at the edge of the island, bang! A black spider suddenly appeared 1 meter above the ground and fell to the ground. The 8 black legs moved and ran towards the fence not far away. Chapter 104. Last night, something strange happened. The next day, early morning, after washing up, Jiang Tian opened the door. My lord. As soon as he walked out of the house, he saw Hua Tsubing bowing to him and saying, Last night, something strange happened. Hearing this, Jiang Tian frowned. What's going on? My lord, please follow me. Jiang Tian responded and followed Hua Tsubing to the west. Here, Leopard Woman is taking care of the animals. 3 bodies were lying on the ground next to them. 2 are spiders and 1 is a goblin. Hua Tsubing pointed to the corpse. My lord, these monsters inexplicably appeared on the island last night and were killed by Lu Sandao and I. Unexplained appearance? Yes, Lu Sandao and I didn't go fishing last night, and we don't know where these monsters came from. Jiang Tian nodded and squatted down to check these monsters. The spider had no yellow hairs on its body, and the goblin was not as strong as the one caught 2 days ago. It looks like the product that appeared when the monster was strengthened last time. There were arrow holes on the body, so he must have been shot to death. Then, Jiang Tian asked, When you saw these monsters, did they all appear on the west side of the island? One of the spiders was found near the pen. The other spider and the goblin were at the edge of the island. Okay, I understand. You 2 can go and rest after breakfast. Yes, my lord. Soon after, breakfast was ready. After the meal, Jiang Tian asked Hua Tsubing and Lu Sandao to tell them what happened last night and reminded everyone to be careful and pay more attention to the situation around them. Then, Hua Tsubing and the other man went to rest. Others also started to get busy at their respective jobs. The main task today is to complete the blacksmith shop that was unfinished yesterday. Jiang Tian also copied another crossbow cart, and now there are a total of 6 crossbow carts. Once the blacksmith shop is completed, we can assign manpower to make crossbows with all our strength. The other side, while Hua Tsubing and the other man were resting, the patrolling task was handed over to Lu Bu. Looking at Lu Bu surrounding the island, Jiang Tian thought for a while. Unlike before, monsters will only appear from chests at fishing spots. Now, monsters will suddenly appear on the island, and the danger level is much greater. Lu Bu had to keep an eye on the sky to see if there were any invaders, while also observing whether there were any monsters appearing on the ground of the island. I'm afraid he can't handle it all by himself. So he also took the wooden bow and arrows, hung a bronze axe around his waist, and joined in the patrol work. By the way, I'd also like to find a chance to see how this monster suddenly appeared. The 2 men each held a bow and walked leisurely around the island. About an hour later, Jiang Tianzheng wandered to the southwest corner of the island and suddenly discovered. At the edge of the island, rays of fluorescent light are converging. Finally, it condensed into a human-like shape and appeared 1 meter above the ground of the island. Bang! A fisherman holding a stone fork landed on the ground. Oh, Uday! The fisherman shouted and ran towards Jiang Tian holding a stone fork. Jiang Tian's eyes narrowed. Grab the bow, put the arrow on, and pull. Call out. The arrow passed through the merman 1/2 meter away, scaring him. Jiang Tian felt a little ashamed. My aim is too poor. It seems that I still need to practice more with the bow and arrow. He put down his bow and arrow, grabbed the bronze axe, ran to the murloc, and chopped him down. The murloc broke in 2. Leaving behind the stone fork, he kicked the body out of the island. Ever since the incident of the pigmen turning evil, these monsters haven't been so easy to sell, so it's better not to have them. After dealing with the fishman, Jiang Tian began to recall the scene that had just happened. The sudden appearance of fluorescence condensed into a fishman. Fluorescence? Jiang Tian recalled that he had seen this kind of fluorescence many times. The parchment instructions when he first came to this world, and when he sold his subordinates and survivors, they all turned into fluorescent light and dissipated. This fluorescence should be a means of transmission. In other words, this can also be considered a natural disaster. Due to lack of sufficient information, Jiang Tian was unable to continue his analysis. Simply withdraw your mind and tell everyone working at the same time this information. If you suddenly notice a fluorescent light gathering in front of you, move away quickly and prepare for battle. Then continue patrolling the island to prevent any accidents. Not long after, the sun hangs overhead. This morning, Jiang Tian and Lu Bu dealt with two monsters that suddenly appeared. These monsters all appeared at the edge of the island, which made everyone feel relieved. In this case, you don't have to worry about sleeping soundly in the room and then a fluorescent light flashes next to your pillow or a spider suddenly appears. At this time, the blacksmith shop was also ready. After the cement on top has dried, it can be used normally. Tang Yin looked at the blacksmith shop in front of him with shining eyes. He put his hand on the cement that had not yet dried and looked like he couldn't let it go. Oh my goodness, the blacksmith shop is finally finished, but the equipment inside isn't ready yet. Boss, can you build me a blacksmith's furnace? It has to be 1.5 meters high, and then... All right. Jiang Tian was speechless. Let's prepare dinner first. You can talk to Shi Gang about these things this afternoon. He will cooperate with you. What to eat? Can we have pork stewed with vermicelli? Shut up. After stopping Tang Yin, Jiang Tian thought about it. Speaking of pork, it seems that these meats are almost eaten up, so we need to prepare some new ones. These past 2 days, Jiang Tian wasn't very interested in buying meat from the trading floor. After the hail and a monster's active refresh and attack, those animals are likely to have died. Let's not talk about the quality first. It tastes a bit weird anyway. There are 12 pigs in the pigsty now. We can slaughter one and have something fresh to eat. And since I have my own eye cellar, I don't have to worry too much about keeping the leftover pork fresh. Then he ordered, Shi Gang, take someone with you and go kill a pig and get some meat. Put the remaining pork in the ice cellar. Yes, boss. Shi Gang wiped the sweat from his forehead and responded. Call Zhang San and go to the pig pen in the west. On the other side, just as Kai Wenji and Li Xiaoning put away their clubs and prepared to cook. The bell on a fishing rod rang, and it was pulled up. Bang! Another wooden box. Li Xiaoning used a hook to pull open the wooden box, and a man in cloth clothes stood up. He was probably in his 50s, short, and had dark skin. Master, we caught another one. Chapter 105, what's going on? Why are they suddenly arguing? Hearing the sound, Jiang Tian asked Kai Wenji and Li Xiaoning to continue to retract the pole. Then he called Wang Yin to bring the new member over. Owner. After the man was brought over, he greeted Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian nodded and looked at the man. He is a bit short, maybe less than 1.6 meters. Dark skin. Could be Wu Dalong. May I have your name? Master, my name is Ding. Mun. Jiang Tian's face was full of question marks. It turns out that it's not Wu Dalong. By the way, what does Ding mean? Are there any other names with just one character? Oomph. Ouch. Before Jiang Tian could react, he heard a shrill sound coming from another place. Looking back, Shi Gang and Zhang San were dragging a pig to the southeast corner of the island. Shi Gang was holding a knife in his hand and was about to stab the pig's neck. The pig had realized that something was wrong and was struggling and howling frantically. Hearing this sound, Zhang San, who was holding the pig, frowned. The reason why the pigs were brought to this place is that they don't want other pigs to see their future and panic, which would affect the quality of the meat. What if this pig keeps squealing and the other pigs notice it? Then, Zhang San reached into his pocket and took out a brick. Bang! It hit the pig directly on the forehead. The bricks were broken into pieces, and the pig fainted and fell to the ground. Shi Gang squatted beside it and began to gesture with the knife. I don't seem to know where to start. At this moment, Jiang Tianchao pointed over there. If you have nothing to do, go over there and help. By the way, don't call me master from now on. Call me lord. Yes, my lord. After the man received the order, Jiang Tian nodded. While cooking, continue to walk around the island a few times to see if there are any monsters appearing at the edge. Not long after, when Jiang Tian circled the island and turned near Shi Gang and others. Then I heard a loud noise. You're butchering the pig incorrectly. The skin and meat are stuck together, so a lot of the meat is wasted. Hey, that's not how you chop it. You're chopping on the bone. The knife will become dull in no time. Don't you know how to butcher a pig? No, you have to split it into two first. Then, Shi Gang's voice was heard again. Either I do it or you do it. Can you please stop nagging me? Do you know how exhausted I am? I have to design, move bricks, and slaughter animals. Stop giving me orders. If you can do it yourself. Shi Gang's voice was full of helplessness. After hearing this, Jiang Tian also felt a little embarrassed. Ever since Shi Qi started fishing, it seemed like he was the one who had to do the job of slaughtering animals. Actually, slaughtering animals wasn't his job. It was just because he was ordered to do it. So, Shi Gang had no complaints until now. However, it was okay for him to kill chickens, ducks and fish before, but now it is really difficult for him to kill a pig. He walked forward quickly and looked at the situation here. A pig with its skin and flesh exposed was placed on the ground. Next to it was a basin of blood and a large wooden board. Shi Jiang and Jiang squatted on the ground with blood on their bodies, looking speechless. The man stood not far away, looking calm and composed. After taking a look at the three of them, Jiang Tian asked, "What's going on? Why are you arguing all of a sudden?" Shi Jiang complained. After this person came over, not only did he not help, he also stood by and pointed fingers at us, which made me feel a little annoyed. Men also feel aggrieved. Actually, I just saw him butchering a pig and wanted to teach him. I don't have any other intentions. My lord, let me handle this pig. I seem to be more proficient in butchering. Jiang Tian looked at the man for a while and nodded. He asked Shi Jiang to hand the knife to him, and then observed the man's condition from the side. The man was seen holding a knife in his right hand and stroking the pig's body with his left hand. Then he thrust his knife down. The blade moved across the pig's body, bypassing each bone without any resistance, very smoothly. In just a few moments, the man skillfully threw pieces of meat with distinct skin and flesh onto the wooden board. Seeing this scene, Shi Jiang and Jiang Tian, who had just been chopping meat with great effort, were both stunned. This technique is so skillful. Jiang Tian was also stunned, and two idioms subconsciously emerged in his mind. With ease, and the art of butchering an ox, etc. Cook. Jiang Tian looked at the man and asked, "Are you the butcher?" The man paused and murmured, "How ding, what a familiar name." Jiang Tian nodded, with the answer in his mind. "From now on, I'll call you Pading. This pig, as well as all the subsequent butchering work, will be handed over to you. Shi Jiang and Jiang Tian, you two have worked hard. Go wash up and prepare to eat." "Yes, boss." Shi Jiang and Zhang Sanru felt as if they had been pardoned. They stood up and ran to the toilet to start washing the bloodstains off their bodies. Looking at the chef busying himself alone, Jiang Tian thought for a moment. Now monsters will appear directly on the island. Just in case, it is better to let Lu Bu come out to watch and help. After taking turns to eat, everyone started their afternoon work. It is the equipment needed for making in a blacksmith shop. Then the others began to divide the work and make the bellows used for blacksmithing. Then make wood ash cement and prepare to build a blacksmith furnace in the blacksmith shop. Jiang Tianza came to the slaughterhouse alone. At this time, a pig had been dismantled and the bones and meat were neatly placed on the wooden board. After he and Pading processed the pork, they put in the ice cellar and sprinkled salt on a basin of pig blood to preserve it. Meat resources processed. At this time, Hu Tsubing and Lu Sandow also got up and asked Jiang Tian for orders. Now, the patrol personnel were free again, and Jiang Tian was able to rest for a while. He sat in the house and opened the chat channel. At this time, the chat channel is full of news about monsters appearing on their own initiative. Ah, damn it. A spider that appeared out of nowhere bit my leg while I was fishing. This morning, a murloc suddenly appeared on the edge of the island and scared me. Goblins have appeared on my island too. Oh my god, could it be that after the full moon, these monsters will come to the island on their own initiative? These monsters come and cheat. They come and attack us, the survivors. Is this okay? This is not okay. I advise these monsters to learn from their mistakes and reflect on their mistakes instead of resorting to such petty tricks. After looking for a while, Jiang Tian also got the information he wanted. Just as he expected, the monsters appeared at the edge of the island. The monsters that appear now are relatively weak. Although the difficulty has increased, it also gives survivors some time to adapt. However, these monsters that actively come to the island will probably become stronger in the future. By then, while I was thinking about it, a message that appeared on the channel attracted everyone's attention again. Holy crap, I saw someone selling the corpse of a blackened pigman on the trading floor. Who's so awesome? Chapter 106, Blackened Pigman Fur, the highest bidder wins. The corpse of the blackened pigman? Seeing this, Jiang Tian remembered. I put this blackened pigman on the rack last night and then dumped the body on the south side of the island. This morning, I encountered a monster invasion, and my attention was focused on it. The blackened pigman kept hanging out in the trading house, and I almost forgot about it. At the same time, discussions about this blackened pigman were still ongoing on the World Channel. The stone spears and bone knives of ordinary monsters can't cut its skin, but someone actually killed it. How do they do that? I just checked the trading platform. This is what the blackened pigman looks like. It's a bit scary. I sent messages to a few acquaintances who have pig owners last night, but they haven't replied. I guess they were killed by this thing. Last night, the moon was full, and my pigman turned completely evil. He even killed one of my men. I then used a stake to knock him off the edge while he was eating. He can even kill this thing. What a ruthless person. I wonder if the meat of this blackened pigman tastes good. Honestly, this pigman's skin feels pretty thick. It would be great if I could make some armor out of it. While reading the chat messages, he walked to the south, squatted down, and touched the pigman's corpse. After being left there for a long time, the black blood had drained away and the body had shrunk a little, but there was no sign of decay. The leather is still tough. Seeing this, Jiang Tian opened the trading bank to check the situation. At present, there is only one person who has put the blackened pigman on the shelves, and that is himself. At the same time, many people send him trading applications. Most people want to get the pigman's fur, and a small number of people want to spend money to buy some blackened pigman's meat to taste it. Jiang Tian thought about it, and decided that if he could sell the pigman's skin and flesh separately, he could achieve the highest profit. Just as Jiang Tian was thinking, a voice came from the side. "My lord, what is this?" "A wild boar." Jiang Tian turned around and saw that it was Pading. After processing the pork, Jiang Tian let him walk around the island by himself to familiarize himself with the situation. At the same time, he was also told to move away quickly and notify the patrol personnel if he encountered any fluorescent light gathering. It seems that he just happened to stroll here. Jiang Tian then pointed at the blackened pigman and briefly explained the situation to him. Hearing this, Cookding glanced at the pigman. "My lord, leave this skinning job to me." Pouting volunteered to do the job, which just happened to be what Jiang Tian wanted. After agreeing, Pading picked up the kitchen knife he had just used to slaughter the pig and started to work while feeling the pigman's muscle and skeletal structure. Jiang Tian didn't care much and opened a trading house to start purchasing metals. However, after more than 2 hours, Jiang Tian closed the trading house and prepared to take a break, but he found that Pading, who was originally very good at slaughtering, frowned when he was cutting. "What's wrong?" "My lord, this pigman's fur is too tough. It's really inconvenient to use a kitchen knife. It would be much better if there were a skinning knife or saw made of tougher material." Hearing this, Jiang Tian expressed his understanding. "This skin is indeed a bit difficult to get. So, come with me to find Tang Yin and make one for me now." After saying that, Jiang Tian got up and went to the blacksmith shop. At this time, in the blacksmith shop, the stone platform and blacksmith furnace have been made of cement. Tang Yin was standing next to the blast furnace, directing several people to melt the unfortunate piece of iron into molten iron and pour it into the mold, preparing to make a proper anvil. Jiang Tian called Tang Yin to his side and instructed, "I have a job for you now. Cooperate with Pading to make 2 skinning knives." When Tang Yin heard about blacksmithing, his eyes lit up. "Okay, boss, they're just 2 small knives. Once the anvil is ready, I'll make these 2 things for you." "Well, then I'll leave it to you, Pading. Just work with Tang Yin first." "Yes, my lord." Not long after, Tang Yin asked Zhang San and Li Si to be his assistants. In the blacksmith shop, the iron bars began to clang. Time passes slowly. The sun sets. Cookding took a large piece of black fur and handed it to Jiang Tian respectfully. "My lord, the skin has been peeled off. Please take a look." "Well, thank you for your hard work." Jiang Tian nodded and asked Pading to throw the pig skin directly to the ground. Ever since Pading got the professional tools, his skinning speed has increased a lot. At this time, he has peeled off the blackened pigman's skin cleanly. On the other side, there is a piece of blackened pigman's flesh, which looked a bit disgusting. Let the chef clean himself and prepare to eat. Jiang Tian opened the trading house and threw the pigman's flesh and fur on it. Blackened pigman's flesh, exchange metal. Blackened pigman's fur, exchange metal. The highest bidder wins. If you're interested, please chat privately. After throwing it down, Jiang Tian looked at the fur spread on the ground. Having said that, when this thing is spread on the ground, it really feels like a fur carpet. You can consider making a whole one in the room later. The pigman's skin is a bit ugly and pitch black. I wonder if there are tiger men, leopard men, or anything like that. Just when Jiang Tian and his group went to eat. This transaction information was also discovered by people from the World Channel and regional channels. Fuck, that blackened pigman just disappeared, but there's a piece of skin and a pile of blackened pigman flesh. Blackened pigman meat. I don't know what it tastes like. I've already submitted a trade request. I hope I can eat it tonight. Wait, pig skin. I just tried to kill a half-blackened pigman, but I couldn't cut the blackened skin at all. How'd this guy do it? Yeah, I just used a kitchen knife to cut it. Although I could cut it, it was really hard. Fuck, this skin is so neat. The other side. After dinner, Jiang Tian looked at the dozen or so people sitting in the room. There are more and more people, and this small brick house and the wooden house next to it seem a little insufficient. Now that there is enough land and the blacksmith shop is completed, we can consider building a few houses. So instead of rushing everyone out to work overtime, I called them together and held a meeting. We talked about what each of us would do next. Kai Wenji was responsible for raising chickens, ducks, and fish, while Li Xiaoning continued to be responsible for clearing out monsters of the fishing area. Wang Yin didn't change much. He just continued to fish for his empty land. Leopard Girl is responsible for feeding cattle, sheep, and pigs. If you need help, you can contact her for coordination. As for Shi Gang, he began to plan the houses for the newlyweds to live in. After all, as more and more people come to fish, there is still a certain number of requirements for houses. Lu Bu, Hua, Xubing, and Lu Sandao continue to take turns patrolling to prevent the monsters that suddenly appeared on the island from posing a threat to others. Tang Yin completed the forging task assigned to him. During this time, Zhang San and Li Si could help him and speed up the production of weapons and armor. After arranging everything, Jiang Tian yawned and waved to everyone. Okay, if we're working overtime tonight, Hua Zubing and Lu Sandao will patrol the island, and the others can make the crossbows. Chapter 107 Lord, are you hungry? The order has been given. Jiang Tian was walking on the island to digest his food while looking at the scenery outside the island. At this time, the moonlight was no longer as bright as last night. The full moon above my head has disappeared, replaced by a waning gibbous moon. The next time it returns to a perfect state will probably be 30 days later. Call out. The sound of an arrow breaking through the air was heard, and on the other side, Hua Zubing shot through the spider that appeared on the island. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tianxia sighed subconsciously. This full moon has caused so many changes. I wonder what kind of changes will happen in the next full moon. Before he knew it, Jiang Tian had walked onto the pigskin. After taking a look at the pigskin, Jiang Tian opened the trading platform. We have received many trading applications for the black pork and fur that are put in it. Among them, the meat of a whole pigman has reached 5 iron ingots. Jiang Tian thought about it and directly sold the blackened pigman's meat. This thing is useless to keep, and I won't eat it myself, so it's better to get rid of it as soon as possible to prevent it from getting smelly. The price of fur is quite scary, having risen to 15 iron ingots, which is equivalent to almost 300 kilograms of iron. Before the transaction, Jiang Tian thought about it and decided to open the chat channel to see the demand before deciding whether to sell the pigskin at this price. Alas, a fishman suddenly appeared today and scared me. My men were also ambushed by the monster and their legs were bitten. This incident caused, and that yellow-haired spider we caught. Its legs are too sharp. Thinner wooden armor can't stop it at all. I heard from the survivors of the pig farming community that black pig skin can block monster attacks. Yellow-haired spiders have no effect on the blackened skin of pig people. It would be great if we could use that stuff to make leather armor. There's a black pig skin on the trading floor, but it seems quite expensive. I tried to trade it for 10 iron ingots, but no one paid any attention to me. TSK, of course. After all, this thing is so rare. How can ordinary people afford it? Is this black pig skin so expensive? Wait a minute. I'm going to kill that half-blackened pig man now. I just bought a piece of blackened pigman meat, and it tastes weird. Seeing this, Jiang Tian had the answer in his mind. 15 iron ingots. This price has not yet reached its highest value. We have to sell this pig skin for a good price before other people start trading in blackened pig skin. But now everyone is relatively poor and cannot afford so much metal, so they just buy the whole pig skin. Perhaps this thing can be divided into pieces and made into simple leather armor to be sold individually. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian looked at the other side where the leopard girl was strolling after feeding the cattle, sheep, and pigs. And the tube top and short skirt she was wearing. This thing seems to be made of leather, right? Maybe she can make leather armor. Cheetah, come here. Master, what is it? The leopard girl came in front of Jiang Tian with a confused look in her eyes. Jiang Tian asked directly, "This thing you're wearing should be leather, right? Can you make leather armor?" The leopard girl was stunned for a moment and replied, "It seems yes." "That's good. Talk to Cook Ding later and make some leather armor out of this pigskin on the ground. It doesn't have to be super fine as long as it's wearable." "Oh, okay." Under Jiang Tian's satisfied gaze, the leopard girl pulled the pig skin and went to find the butcher. Jiang Tian also canceled the listing of pig skins on the trading floor. At this moment, everyone in the chat channel was shocked. What the hell? How come such a big piece of pig skin is gone? Could it be that someone bought it? My friend just said that he offered 15 iron ingots, but still couldn't buy it. Oh my god, how many iron ingots did this pig skin sell for? I just sold some food for 20 iron ingots and was just about to try to trade them, but they were taken off the shelves. What the hell? An hour later, Cook Ding and Leopard Girl came to Jiang Tian with 4 pieces of leather armor. The production process of leather armor is very simple. Just poke a few holes at the joints and tie them together with thin ropes. It looks crude, but the quality should be okay. Before the armor is made, it seems like it would be a good idea to use this thing for protection. Just then, Tang Yin came out to get some fresh air. I just happened to see the leather armor in the hands of the 3 people. He also leaned over and asked, "This thing, is it leather armor?" Well, what's wrong? After Jiang Tian answered, Tang Yin waved his hands in disdain. It's summertime. You have to keep yourself warm when wearing these things. Don't get prickly heat. Jiang Tian nodded. This indeed made sense. But he doesn't plan to wear this leather armor. So if you want to cover it up, it's not for him. While thinking, Jiang Tian looked at Hua, Xiubing, and Lu Sandao, who were patrolling. Then he thought about it and left 2 pieces of leather armor, only putting 2 pieces on the trading house. Blackened pigment leather armor. Trades for iron ingot. Note, the highest bidder wins. Please do not bid if you have less than 15 iron ingots. This time, everyone in the channel was shocked again. Holy crap, blackened pigment hide armor appeared on the trading floor. That pig skin was just bought, and they made it into leather armor? That's great. It helped me, a clumsy guy, solve a lot of problems. I looked at the details of this leather armor. It looks like it's only 1/5 the size of pig skin, and it's selling for the same price as the pig skin. Fuck, it's so damn dark. At the same time, Jiang Tian just looked at the chat channel and smiled without saying anything. Although these people were cursing, the price of this leather armor continued to rise. Finally, the 2 pieces of leather armor were sold for 40 iron ingots. Looking at the iron ingot beside him, Jiang Tian nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Hua Xiubing came over and asked, "Master, a pigman just appeared on the island." Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. "Pigman? Have you got it under control?" "It's under control." "Very good." Jiang Tian showed a kind smile on his face and ordered, "Besides patrolling tonight, remember to feed these pigmen some monster meat." "Yes, my lord." Not long after, the night deepens. Under Jiang Tian's instructions, everyone except Hua Xiubing and Lu Sandao returned to their respective rooms to rest. The newly arrived Chef Ding was arranged to live in the previous wooden house and live with the 2 old men. Just as Jiang Tian was about to wash up and go to bed, sudden, a pitch-black head popped into Jiang Tian's room. This scene scared Kai Wenji, who was preparing footbath water for Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian looked up and said, "Pao Ding, why are you here? It's getting late. Go to bed early." Cook Ding chuckled and said, "My lord, are you hungry? I'll give you something to eat." Chapter 108. What's this smell? Why is it so fragrant? Hearing this, Jiang Tian's mouth twitched. "What the hell are you talking about, kid? Get out of here right now." No. Seeing Jiang Tian state, Pao Ding also reacted and quickly waved his hands to explain. "What I mean is, besides butchering, I'm also good at cooking." Jiang Tian was filled with dismay. As a modern man, he certainly knows that Pading is a good cook. After all, the word po in Pao Chu is taken from the po in Pao Ding. "My lord, how about I show you my skills?" The pig I slaughtered today, besides being put in the ice cellar, happened to have a section of ribs left outside. Jiang Tian heard this and said with a strange look on his face, "Okay, then hurry up." "Yes, my lord." Cook Ding agreed and ran out of the room. "Anyway, I don't go to bed so early. If this chef's cooking skills are really good, I can let him take charge of cooking in the future. After all, with the increase in population, Kai Wenji and Li Xiaoning alone would probably be overwhelmed. Besides, both of them are amateurs, but this Chef Ding is different. He is a professional." When Kai Wenji on the other side heard this, she immediately realized that Jiang Tian intended to let him take charge of the kitchen. His eyes looked aggrieved again. She took small steps to Jiang Tian and tugged at the corner of his clothes. "Master, do you mean he will cook later?" Jiang Tian didn't think much about it and nodded slightly. It was this action of his that made Kai Wenji's expression even more aggrieved. "Master, what should I do?" Jiang Tian finally reacted and touched her head with a smile. We're sure to have more and more people here. There's only two of you, Li Xiaoning and you. It's definitely going to be a bit overwhelming to deal with so many mouths to feed. But Kai Wenji seemed to want to say something more, but was interrupted by Jiang Tian. Don't worry about that. You just need to feed the chickens and ducks when you're not fishing. By the way, how many chickens and ducks do you have now? Kai Wenji counted on her fingers in a naive manner. Including what we caught in the past 2 days, there are now 117 adult chickens and 156 ducks. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. There's still so many? Looks like I can build another oven and open a shop selling roast duck. What is opening a shop selling roast duck? Kai Wenji looked at Jiang Tian curiously. Jiang Tian rubbed her head again and was about to speak. The voice of the chef was heard outside the door. My lord, it's ready. Come out and eat. As soon as these words were spoken, they attracted the attention of everyone in the room. Everyone stuck their heads out and looked at the chef waving at them. What's that smell? Why is it so fragrant? Zhang San, who looked sleepy, suddenly opened his eyes wide and started sniffing with his nose twitching up and down. Li Si next to him also smelled the scent and frowned slightly. Who's cooking? A midnight snack? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes were on Kai Wenji, who walked out of the door and followed Jiang Tian. It's so late, and Kai Wenji is still cooking? Kai Wenji waved her hand. It's not me, it's this Pading. He said he's good at cooking, so we asked him to give it a try. Oh, so that's how it is. Li Si shrugged. The others also retracted their heads, not really caring about it. However, Tang Yin, who was originally sleeping in the living room, suddenly opened his eyes. He got up from the ground, sniffed his nose, and went to the restaurant on the other side and asked, Is this a midnight snack? TSK, there's a midnight snack this late at night? What's it made? Is it pork stewed with vermicelli? Jiang Tian smiled and said, I don't know. You'll have to ask the chef. So Tang Yin looked at Pading eagerly. Pading lived. Go. I made this for the Lord. There's no place for you. Having said that, he turned and left. After a while, a plate was brought over. There was another plate mysteriously covering the plate, making it impossible to see what was inside. But even so, there's still a constant flow of fragrance wafting out from inside. No, hurry up, open it, and let me see. At this time, on regional channels. Although it was late, it was still bustling with activity. Alas, hell broke into my house a few days ago. It took me 2 days to fix it. What the hell? I'm almost there too. By the way, how's your house coming along? Don't mention it. Wood is damn expensive these days. I just built a foundation with a few pillars and then cover the roof with thatch. I hope it doesn't hail again. Ha ha, my house is already built. It's awesome. I wouldn't be afraid, even if there's another hailstorm. Tisk, what's so awesome about this? No matter how awesome it is, can it be better than 11:11? Of all us, I guess only 11:11 can get a good night's sleep at this hour, right? Exactly. I guess he's still hugging lowly, and I don't know what he's doing. The other side, Jiang Tian ate the food fed by Kai Wenji while browsing the chat channel. When he saw this message, he immediately twitched his lips and replied, CNNS 1111, stop. You guys please stop talking. Don't spread rumors, understand? We swear to God, we are innocent. Bah, who would believe you when you say that? That's right. The moment you open your mouth, you start to act like Versailles. Alas, ouch. Seeing the messages flashing before his eyes, Jiang Tian replied again. Alas, I'm not as free as you think. Today, I caught a man named Pao Ding, and not only do I have to find him a job, I also have to find him a place to live. There are so many other things to do. Huh? What didn't? Could it be the same butchered Ding who butchered an ox? Fuck. Why are you so lucky that all the people you catch are either famous generals or celebrities? Exactly. The one I caught today was a fat one. Not only was he greasy, he was also lazy and stupid. I asked him to go fishing, and he almost lost my fishing rod. Me too. I hooked up a guy yesterday. You might all know him. He said his name was Hunched. He doesn't do anything, but just keeps saying cheesy love words to me. When I ignore him, he calls me a bitch. It almost pissed me off to death. 666, Hunched has it all. Xixian? Are you kidding me? For a while, the conversation on the regional channel became more and more off topic. Jiang Tian could hardly bear to watch it anymore. He really didn't expect this Hunched. Not only that, someone later said that he caught the armor hero. Isn't this bullshit? I even caught an Ultraman. Jiang Tian was too lazy to argue with them. So he just said a few words and closed the regional channel. You guys go ahead and chat. Pouting maybe some midnight snacks. I'm eating right now. I'll be leaving now. 886. Chapter 109. Someone is flying towards me from Sky Island. Finish this sentence. Jiang Tian looked at Kai Wenji, who was carefully feeding him pork chop noodles, and smiled. Take the chopsticks. Don't just feed me, have a bite too. Ah, wow, budgie, budgie. Kai Wenji's eyes lit up as she chewed the meat. It smells so good. Then ask the chef to make more next time so we can eat together. Okay. The two chatted while eating noodles. On the side, he was lying on the floor of the living room, covered with tang salt, stretching his body and watching two people feeding each other not far away. Saliva was flowing from my mouth, and tears were silently flowing in my heart. At the same time, the regional chat channel exploded again. Fuck midnight snack? I've been working so hard these past 2 days. I've traded all my food for lumber and haven't even had lunch. And you're having a midnight snack? I really want to eat the midnight snack made by Pading. You're still a human being talking about this topic this late at night? The other side, 2111, just now, he and some of his men renovated the farmland and then bought some fish and put them back into the pond. Dragging my tired body, I lay on the bed. With the intention of playing some social software to relax before going to bed, I clicked on the chat channel. When I saw the records above, I almost vomited blood. Holy crap, we're all repairing the damage. And this 1111 is actually having a midnight snack with a little girl in her arms? This is fucking. Staring at the information above, I became more and more angry. Immediately open a private chat and send messages to several people. Are you all still awake? Have you repaired all the damage from the hailstorm a few days ago? I'm almost done with the repairs. I'm almost dying of exhaustion. I'm Fina. There aren't many things on the island anyway. I'm a poor bastard. I'm too lazy to fix it. I've just been lying in the house for the past 2 days. What's wrong? After receiving the reply, I encouraged. Turn on the regional channel and see how infuriating 1111 is. Now that we've almost finished everything on our island and the weather is cleared up, can we get together and go take down 1111? I just saw it. Damn, it's too Versailles. It's so fucking infuriating. I really want to give this 1111 a stick. This 1111 wealth was all robbed, all ill-gotten gains. There's nothing to be proud of. Go grab him, fuck him. Seeing these indignant teammates, 2111 nodded with great satisfaction. Then he told them the location. Those with larger numbers fly southwest. There's one that starts with 00, and it mainly flies towards the east. Talking about location, another question comes to mind. According to the coordinates matched by the ID, he and 1111 should be in the southwest corner of the CNNS area. And some people are in the north, northeast, and east of this area. It's still quite far away from them. But it's also good this way, as it allows them to develop and strengthen their own strength first. By the way, when you fly in your respective directions, if you encounter other islands, seize them first. Once we have developed well, and then join forces, our chances of success in attacking 1111 will be much higher. Got it. Learn. I can't wait any longer. I'm going to find some unlucky guy and start operating on him. Start grabbing. After everything is arranged properly, close the chat interface. Since everyone is going to grab it, I have to change direction and grab some land and resources. By the way, it's too troublesome to chat with each other individually. It would be great if we could create a group. Muttering something, he fell asleep with beautiful fantasies. The other side, on the island of 2345, a black pig was sitting in a wooden house, staring at the two corpses on the ground in a daze. It seemed like it had just woken up from a nightmare. At the same time, its brain seemed to be clearer than before, and it seemed to have some additional memories that did not belong to it before. But it cannot find these memories and can only vaguely see some images. After wiping the dried blood from his mouth, Black Pig subconsciously picked up the fishing rod in the house and walked out. The next day, the sun is shining. Jiang Tian and his group walked out of the room and started a new day's work. After circling the island, Jiang Tian came to the north. Here is a rectangular, 2-meter-deep fish pond. In the fish pond, there are hundreds of fish, and the water is sparkling. This piece of land was enclosed by the empty soil previously controlled. In the following days, Jiang Tian built another 50-square-meter pool in front. If it rains again and fills up this pond, the fish pond can be expanded. On both sides of the pond are farmlands integrated by Song Ingxing, totaling 400 square meters. The sunlight shines through the plastic greenhouse onto all kinds of vegetables on the ground, making them lush and green. Some seeds that had been caught and purchased before were also planted by Song Yingxing. Although the place is not very big, there are all kinds of fruits and vegetables on the farmland, and they're almost grown now. Seeing Jiang Tian coming over, Song Yingxing also stepped forward and introduced him. Coriander, celery, eggplant, watermelon, cucumber, various radishes. Looking at the vegetables growing well, Jiang Tian nodded. In 2 days, there will be a lot more dishes on my table. And then you can take it out and exchange it for some vegetables that you don't grow here. After looking at the vegetable garden, Jiang Tian went to the blacksmith shop in the south. Tang Yen, Zhang San, and Li Si stood next to the blacksmith furnace, pointing at the equipment. Since the two of them are going to help Tang Yen, these cognitive work must be done. Jiang Tian walked forward and pulled Tang Yen over. This blacksmith shop should be fine, right? Can it work normally? Of course. After getting the answer, Jiang Tian nodded. Okay then, I'll give you all the metal later, so you can make me some weapons and armor. Unexpectedly, Tang Yen waved his hand. Let's talk about this later. I have to make something else first. Something else? What are you going to do? Jiang Tian was a little confused. Tang Yen curled his lips and said, What else can I do? Make tools. I have to make pliers and hammers of various sizes first, otherwise I won't be able to work later. Making that little knife yesterday was easy. I could have done it with a small hammer from the supermarket, but if I want to make a weapon, I definitely need a big hammer, otherwise I could have made a hammer weapon. Tang Yan's words were a bit confusing, but Jiang Tian also understood. I didn't care much about it, and asked him to make the tools as soon as possible. So, a big hammer? It seemed like I really needed a sledgehammer to do something before. After recalling for a while, Jiang Tian remembered. A blue skeleton came to the island before, and I was thinking of turning it into powder. As a result, because there was no hammer, it has been left until now. It's better to make the hammer first, and then smash the skeleton to see the effect. While thinking about this, Jiang Tian also checked the work progress of others. Then, we came to the crossbow card. I copied this thing again. Now, there are a total of 7 ballistae. Patting the hard body of the crossbow card, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel. I don't know how the wood in 0066 is growing. Once the new batch of wood is grown, maybe I can use my ability to copy some other things. Jiang Tian discovered it as soon as he opened the chat channel. 0066 sent me a private message. Are you there? Lend me the ballista. Someone's flying a sky island towards me. Chapter 1 Tenyu. Can also throw a javelin? Jiang Tian frowned when he saw this message. Sky Island? Someone wants to rob you. I don't know, but he's flying towards me. Lend me the crossbow. No problem. I told you the specifications of the crossbow before. You should have prepared this thing, right? Yes. After you told me, I immediately started preparing. All I need is your crossbow. Well, that's fine. Jiang Tian accepted 0066 transaction invitation and sent the crossbow card over. After the deal was concluded, Jiang Tian asked, By the way, how many sky islands are approaching you? Holy crap, this ballista looks awesome. There's only one on Sky Island, so this one should be enough. After receiving the other party's reply, Jiang Tian nodded. Add another sentence. Don't reveal the ballista thing. Then, find the leading survivor on the island and try to take him out with a single crossbow arrow. Don't let him say anything he shouldn't. Do you understand? After this message was sent, the other party was silent for a while. I understand. I'll go get ready then. Private chat ends. Jiang Tian looked at the rising sun in the east and felt the warmth of the sunlight on his body. The temperature has warmed up, and those air pirates should become active again. Close private chat and open the world channel. Sure enough, there was another burst of noise from above. The sails are fixed and the ship is ready to sail. Blackbeard, go ahead. Plunder, plunder. Poor helpless survivors, surrender to the terror of being trafficked. Francis Drake, set sail. Why are you robbers out again? Arashima is coming towards me. Can someone lend me some men? My Sunny has been repaired and is heading for the new world. Fuck, this is also called Sunny. You better change my name. Really? After 2 days of rest, the air pirates could no longer hold back and began to take action. After closing the chat interface, Jiang Tian looked around the island. Hua Tsubing and Lu Sandow have gone back to rest, and Lu Bu is patrolling the island. No other islands were seen within the field of vision. No one is looking to cause trouble for me for the time being. However, it still feels like it's not enough for him to patrol alone. Hopefully I can catch some more people. Then, Jiang Tian looked towards the fishing spot again. The three of them kept lifting their fishing rods and pulling up resources one by one. iron ingots and copper ingots, flour, rice, spiders, fishmen, pigmen. Li Xiaoning, tie up this pigman and feed him monster meat. Yes, master. Ah, everything seems very harmonious. With Li Xiaoning watching over us from the east, there shouldn't be any problems. Mainly other places. At this time, the leopard girl of the livestock farm in the west was relatively free after feeding the cattle, sheep, and pigs, wandering around the island in a leopard print outfit. At this time, I have already gone to the fishing spot and looked at the monster I caught with curiosity. He picked up the stone fork that had fallen on the ground and looked at it, as if he was quite interested in it. Just then, the leopard girl seemed to have discovered something and ran towards the west with a stone fork in her hand. Jiang Tian was stunned and looked towards the livestock farm to the west. A fluorescent light was gathering at the edge and had condensed into the shape of a goblin. Wee! After the goblin landed, he looked at the pigs in the shed with greedy eyes. With a grin on his face, he swaggered towards the cowshed, ready to kill the pigs and sheep. The leopard woman was already 10 meters away from the goblin. He raised the stone fork and swung it with all his might. Drink! The goblin was about to crawl into the cowshed. Suddenly, the stone fork flew through the air and pierced its forehead. The goblin didn't even have time to shout before his entire body was carried away by the stone fork and fell to the ground. The hole in his forehead, pierced by a stone fork, was leaking green and white liquid. Afterwards, the leopard woman acted as if nothing had happened. Yu came to the cowshed, and in the frightened eyes of the fat pig, he casually picked up the stone fork and threw it under the island along with the goblin's body. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tian was a little confused. He stepped forward, looked at the leopard girl for a few times, and asked, "You can also throw a javelin?" The leopard girl was slightly stunned, her eyes still a little confused. It seems so. Good. Jiang Tian was a little surprised. If the leopard woman also has combat capability, then the west side also has certain defensive capabilities, and she can watch it by herself. Then, Lubu mainly looked at the north, and he looked at the south. There should be no problem guarding the edge of the island. Of course, this is only during the day. At night, when everyone is asleep, people are still needed to patrol and clear out monsters that appear on the island. Once we have enough materials and manpower, we might be able to build an iron fence or something on the island to be safer. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian asked Lu Bu to bring all the stone forks. They were all placed next to the animal husbandry and given to the leopard woman as weapons. After thinking for a while, he took out another piece of pigskin armor and handed it to the leopard woman. However, the leopard woman looked at the leather armor and shook her head. "This is ugly and hot. Are you sure you don't want to?" Jiang Tian shrugged. "This thing is a bit small, Lu Bu can't wear it, and the leopard woman dislikes it. Although this leather armor is a bit ugly, its defensive power is still pretty good. Only Hua, Xiubing, and Lu Sandao were not very opposed to this thing, so I gave it to them for safekeeping. These things have been processed." Jiang Tian returned to the house and walked into Shi Jigang and Lu Bu's room. At this time, Shi Jigang was drawing blueprints in the house. Today, he was not allowed to go out to work, but stayed in the cool room. It made Shi Jigang feel very comfortable. Seeing Jiang Tian coming in, he greeted respectfully. "Boss." Jiang Tian responded and asked, "Is the house designed?" "It's designed. Take a look," Shi Jigang said, handing the blueprint to Jiang Tian and said, "This is the staff dormitory I designed, covering an area of 100 square meters and 2 floors. Each floor can accommodate 4 rooms and a larger public toilet. 20 people can easily live in one dormitory." Having said that, he took Jiang Tian out the door. Pointing to a vacant lot near the south, he said, "We'll do it here when the time comes. Is that okay with you?" "Yeah, very good." Jiang Tian nodded. Patting Shi Jigang on the shoulder, he said, "Okay, then you take a break and get ready to build." "Huh? This?" Shi Jigang was a little confused. Pointing at his nose, he asked, "Boss, if I do this alone?" "This? I'm afraid I don't know how long it will take." Jiang Tian was stunned. At this time, I remembered that everyone else had been assigned tasks, and Zhang San and Li Si also went to work as an ironworker with Tang Yin. Shi Jigang can be regarded as a lone commander now, and it is a bit difficult for him to build the house by himself. "Well, let me go find some help first. Once we have enough people, we can consider the dormitory. You can go build a roast duck oven first. Is that okay?" Chapter 111. I need subordinates now. Do you have any? "Okay, boss." Shi Jigang quickly agreed, ran to the warehouse, carried 2 bags of clay, and squatted near the blast furnace to work. At this time, Tang Yin poked his head out of the blacksmith shop. Roast duck? What roast duck? As he spoke, he squatted next to Shi Gang. TSK, TSK. Are you going to make a roast duck oven? I think I can do that too. Come on, let's work together and quickly build the roast duck oven. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes and walked forward to lift Tang Yin's collar. It has nothing to do with you. Go and work on your iron. Tang Yin was thrown into the blacksmith shop by Jiang Tian and was a little dissatisfied. No, it won't take long to make an oven. Let's finish the oven and roast the duck. Jiang Tian didn't say anything, but gave Zhang San a wink. Zhang San took out a brick from his pocket. No, Zhang San, what are you going to do? Is there anyone who can help you like this? Hey, don't. I'm forging iron now. When the sound of ding 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 came from the blacksmith shop again, Jiang Tian walked out. Then he looked at Shi Gang, who was squatting on the ground covered in mud. There is still a shortage of labor now. It would be great if we could attract more people. Just then, Master, I caught a person. Hearing Kai Wenji shout, Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows and walked towards the fishing spot. In a wooden box placed at the fishing spot stood a man with white hair and a goatee. Another old man. Owner. The old man bowed to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian nodded and looked at the other person again. He looks very strong, but he is an old man after all and should not be able to do hard labor. May I have your name? The old man nodded and said, Master, my name is Sun Si Miao Miao. Sun Si Miao. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. This Sun Si Miao, also known as Miao Yingjunren. He was a famous medical expert in the Tang dynasty and a renowned king of medicine. All in all, a very good doctor. If you have a headache or fever in the future, you can go to him for help. The old man's fishing was not in vain. Good old man, he has medical insurance. Future medical care is guaranteed. Jiang Tian thought about it, and it seemed that no one on the island was sick at the moment. Since he is the king of medicine, let's arrange for him to make medicine first. I also caught some herbal seeds before. Mr. Song may not be able to handle it all by himself, so these seeds have been kept in the warehouse. Now someone can get busy. Jiang Tian asked, Master Sun, you should be good at herbs, right? Ha ha, I understand a little bit. Sun Si Miao smiled very humbly. Jiang Tian nodded, went to the warehouse to take out the herbal seeds, and then led Sun Si Miao to the north. Let the two old men open up another piece of land and work together. After completing the arrangements, Jiang Tian returned to the house. Although the fish caught by the old man were of relatively good quality, the construction labor force was still not replenished. Also, the patrol personnel have not yet been replenished. How about buying some labor? I opened the chat channel and was just about to shout. At this moment, he found that he had received a private message. ELSD0517. Hey, my old friend, do you have any wood? That foreign friend who likes to exchange Chinese wine? Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. When I was purchasing resources before, I often asked him to help me go to other areas to make a call. The resources he had always asked for were huazi, but today he actually asked me for wood. This is the first time. Then he replied, There's some. What's the matter? Are you in urgent need of wood? The other party quickly replied, Yeah, I've been having a rough time lately. That damn hailstorm destroyed my house. I have to fix it quickly to prevent the next disaster. However, wood is too expensive now, and under such circumstances, people in my area are unwilling to sell wood to me, so I can only ask you for help. Help me, my friend. Maybe I have the resources you need. Seeing this sentence, Jiang Tian thought for a while. Wood is indeed quite expensive nowadays, and in addition to building fans, everyone is also busy repairing the house. The situation in both areas is similar. When I was short of clay and water before, I often asked him for help. I have quite a lot of wood, so I might consider selling some to him. Okay, I need men now. Do you have any? I have 3 people here, none of those famous figures, and they're all men, but they are all relatively strong. If you're willing to give me enough wood, I can give you one. Okay, give me the one with the best physical qualities. The best. Then we must talk, my friend. After some bargaining, Jiang Tian used 20 wooden boards, 2 wooden stakes, and 5 huazi to complete the deal. At the moment the transaction is completed, rays of fluorescent light converged into human shapes. Soon after, a man appeared in the house. He glanced at Jiang Tian and bowed blankly. Hello, my master. Jiang Tian looked at the other person. He is 1.8 meters tall, has a strong body, and a bald head. The pupils are green. It doesn't look like it's very smart, but it doesn't matter as long as it can do its job. I asked for the name, and I really didn't know it, and it was quite difficult to pronounce. Jiang Tian ordered. From now on, I'll call you Qiangzi. Also call me boss. Yes, boss. Afterwards, Jiang Tian took Qiangzi out. There is not enough labor force now, and it is probably not enough to build houses. He was then given a bone sword, asked to wear pigskin armor, and patrol the island like Lubu. Tie up the pigmen you see, call for help if you can't beat them, kill other monsters directly, drag them to the tied pigmen on the other side, and feed them. Now that there are 2 patrol officers, Jiang Tian feels a little relieved. Yu came to the northeast side of the island. There are 2 tied-up pigmen here, gnawing on a goblin. Half of one pigman's body has turned black, while only his calves have turned black on the other pigman. If they continue to eat at this rate, they can slaughter one tomorrow and make a few more sets of pigskin armor. Then, click on the transaction line. Purchase some supplies, and see if you can find a few more suitable men to buy. Not long after, the sun is hanging high above our heads, and it is almost noon. Jiang Tian stretched and glanced at the south side of the island. Not far from the brick kiln, Shiji Gang and a man were making bricks. This man is the new subordinate Jiang Tian bought from the trading house, named Biaozi. Moreover, only one suitable labor force has been found for the time being. Those who sell their men in the trading house are basically all ordinary people. Moreover, most of the subordinates are either weak and powerless and can't do any work, or he would ask for an exorbitant price, but Jiang Tian would simply ignore him. In addition to his men, there seem to be a lot more survivors put up for sale. It seems that many people have been killed by air pirates. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian thought of 0066. It seems she also encountered air pirates. I wonder if the problem was resolved. When he opened the chat channel, several private messages appeared in front of Jiang Tian. The time is marked an hour ago. 0066. The other party should be a pirate. I have already dealt with it. Chapter 112. The alliance was established not long ago, and one of them was killed. In addition, there was also the doubtful voice of 0066 below. He ran to within 100 meters of my island and started bragging in front of me, saying he wanted to take me back to play with me. What a fucking bastard. By the way, this crossbow is really useful. I followed your instructions and shot through that pretentious survivor in one go. My Takumi here will soon grow out. You must remember to make one for me later. Hey, why aren't you talking? What are you doing? Fuck, you're not going to block me, are you? Seeing the news, Jiang Tian shrugged. This chat system originally had a sound prompt when receiving private messages. However, in order to prevent others from disturbing him, Jiang Tian blocked the sound effects of all messages sent by others. Since the other party has been dealt with, I can ask about the situation and take the crossbow back. Have you occupied the other side? Have you taken over the territory? I got it. It seems the other party has just started to be a pirate. He only has a little over 100 square meters. With these, my land now has 300 square meters. What about the manpower? Have you recruited them? After I killed that survivor, his 3 men went crazy, charging towards us with their fans on. Then Uncle Wong killed them all. Not a single one of them survived. I see. Jiang Tian accepted the transaction request from the other party and took out the crossbow card. While starting to think about the problem, 4144 said before that as long as the survivors do not agree to trade their subordinates, even if they die, those subordinates will not be transferred to other people's command. Although some of these subordinates are lazy and some like to stir up trouble, deep down they will not betray. If you want to subdue them, you can only threaten the original owner to trade with you. 0066, since he had killed the enemy leader first, it was natural that he could not recruit his subordinates. I originally wanted 2 laborers, so it seems I should go to the trading house to look for them. Jiang Tian was stunned when he saw the private message. Asked, by the way, who is Uncle Wong? How can you fish out your neighbors from the island? 0066. What the hell are you talking about? I'm fishing for Wang Jian. Okay? Not the Uncle Wong who's looking for mom to play with. You fucking... Seeing this, Jiang Tian understood. It turns out that Uncle Wong is a military general. Having said that, 0066 was quite lucky to have caught such a famous general from the Warring States period. Ordinary air pirates probably wouldn't be able to do anything to her. After chatting for a few more words, Jiang Tian closed the private chat interface. Click on the regional channel and prepare to shout out to recruit some useful laborers. CNNS 1111. Hiring. Anyone with young and strong laborers can bring them to me in exchange for resources. Boss, I want exchange. Adult male in his 20s, who seems to be in good physical condition, for 100 planks. I have strong men here, but air piracy is rampant these days, and my men are very valuable. If you don't have 5 pigs, don't even think about trading with me. Boss, I have a strong man here who weighs about 200 pounds and has a lot of abdominal muscles. Do you want him? I think he can do well after some exercise. I have a mature woman here, Tang Dynasty style. 1111, do you want it? I have people here, but there's not enough food to feed so many mouths. Why are you still accepting people? How much food do you have to feed so many people? Seeing this news, Jiang Tian's mouth twitched. 100 wooden boards. Isn't the lion's mouth too big? Besides, a strong man weighing over 200 pounds with a pair of abdominal muscles? Isn't it this fat guy? Mature woman, Tang Dynasty style. An old, fat woman? Good man, you still want to fool him with this little trick? When it comes to cheating people, he is the ancestor. Send a message. CNNS 1111. Don't worry about how much food I have here. I can't finish it anyway. Don't worry about it. I'm looking for young and strong men. If you have them, trade with me. I've already made note of those who try to rip me off. Don't come to me to trade in the future. Fuck, there's no food left. I have 4 mouths here, and they're almost done eating, but you can't even finish yours. I'm so angry. I'm angry too, but I have no choice but to rage helplessly. The other side? What the hell? It's just a little more food. What's there to be so arrogant about? 2111 looking at the messages on the chat channel, I felt sad. But on second thought, as long as my group of people can rob him, it would be a good thing to make a fortune. But now 1111 is also recruiting people, and there's also hunched, so the armed forces should be quite large. We also need to develop quickly on our side. Open private chat and start asking other allies about their situation. How's it going? Did you gain anything today? Soon after the message was sent, a lot of good news was received. Haha, I robbed one this morning and got a large piece of land and 2 men. That's pretty good. This is me too. There's still wood on this kid. This wave is fat. Hey, the person I robbed seems to have a number very close to mine. Is the location here arranged by number? I'm almost there too. There's an island just ahead. Wait for my good news. At this time, it was discovered. There was one that started with a 0, and it seemed like he didn't get a reply. Thinking back, I asked him to go east last night. The person you met should be the woman named 0066. Moreover, before seeing the island, 0065 did say that he came across an island with a woman and said that he wanted to keep this survivor for his own use. It should be easy to solve. Then asked again, 0065, how's your situation going? Didn't you say you ran into that bitch? Did you handle it? Message sent. After a while, there was still no reply. At this moment, my heart skipped a beat. Oh shit, is this kid going to be in trouble? I feel a little confused. Is that 0066 really that awesome? The alliance was established not long ago, and one of them was killed? This is a huge loss to the alliance's combat power. Forget it, I might as well go plunder it myself. After thinking about it, I definitely can't go to the south because I will encounter 1111. Let's go to the east and have a look. Isn't 2345 dead? While we're grabbing other people's land, maybe we can also take over the land of this dead man. 2111 thought the plan was sound and told his men, turn around and head east. Chapter 113. We need to do business quickly to earn resources. The other side, Jiang Tian and his friends had already finished their lunch. While making lunch, Song Yingxing also made a straw hat. Several people wore straw hats and did their work as usual under the bright sunshine. Jiang Tian also lay leisurely in the room, recruiting his men in the regional channels and trading houses. Another hour later, a total of 100 grams of salt, 20 wooden planks, and 2 ducks were spent, and there were 2 more people in the room. A foreign friend named Zhuzi. The other one was received on the regional channel, called Taidan. Jiang Tian nodded with satisfaction and walked out of the door with the 2 strong men. My lord. As soon as he went out, Huicubing and Lu Sandow greeted him. Are you awake? Yes, my lord. Please give your orders. Looking at the 2 people nodding in front of him, Jiang Tian thought about it and realized that Huicubing and Lu Sandow had been keeping watch these days, so it was time for them to change shifts. Then he ordered, thus, you eat first, and then continue patrolling in the afternoon. Then you sleep normally at night, and let Lu Bu and Xiangzi keep watch at night. Xiangzi, Huicubing and Lu Sandow looked at each other in surprise. Jiang Tian waved his hand. We have a few new members today. Don't worry about these details. Just patrol well later. After the 2 of them responded, they went to the warehouse to eat some cooked food. Jiang Tianza instructed Lu Bu to go back and get some sleep after Huicubing and the other 2 came to take over the shift and then keep watch at night. All instructions have been given. Jiang Tian came to the brick kiln and brought Zhuzi and Taidan to Shiji Gang, asking him to lead the two of them to lay bricks and build the dormitory as soon as possible. Then, he found the chef and asked, "Roast duck, can you make it?" "Roast duck." Cook Ding pursed his lips and thought for a moment. "Roast the duck over the fire?" "No, I'm talking about the ones from Quan Jude and Bayan Yufeng." Jiang Tian waved his hand to explain, then remembered that Pao Ding probably didn't recognize these two things. "Forget it. Go pick a duck and kill it first. By the way, after you kill the duck, take out the internal organs and clean it. Just make a small opening at the bottom. Don't make it too big." Cook Ding took the order and went to the west side of the island to find a suitable duck. At this time, Tang Yin ran out. He was standing with his hands behind his back, looking calmly at the roast duck oven. Seeing this, Jiang Tian rolled his eyes again. "Why are you out again? Are you done with your work?" "Not yet. I've already made the pliers, but the hammer will have to wait." "Then why are you hanging around? Why don't you get back to work?" "Don't worry, just take a break." Tang Yin pointed at the roast duck oven and said, "We're going to use this to roast the duck later?" "Well, what's wrong?" "Boss, don't you think something is missing? That thing you hang the duck on." "Lack." Jiang Tian looked at the stove and remembered. To roast a duck, you need to put an S-shaped iron hook on the duck and then hang in the oven to roast. Also, you need to get a duck needle to sew the duck skin. At this time, Tang Yin smiled and pointed at himself. "Boss, how about I go make the hook and other things first so we can finish making the duck sooner?" Jiang Tian was speechless. Wow, why is this guy so concerned about food? He's the one you were talking about as a foodie, right? But on the other hand, these things can be made quickly, and the sooner the roast duck is made, the sooner it can be used to exchange for resources. Then he said, "Okay, hurry up and make the hammer so you can get the weapon out as soon as possible." "Okay." After getting the consent, Tang Yin trotted back to the blacksmith shop. Suddenly, the tinkling sound was heard again from inside. Not long after, Pading brought the slaughtered and cleaned duck, and Jiang Tian checked it and found nothing wrong with it. Ask him to kill a few more in the same way and set them aside for later use. Anyway, there's so many people now, so even if we kill more than 10, we don't have to worry about not being able to eat them all. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian calculated the population on the island. With today's new population, there are now 18 people on the island. This house is definitely not big enough now. Until the dormitories are built, these new arrivals will have to live in tents for the time being. Moreover, as the population increases in the future, more and more houses or dormitories will be needed. At that time, construction resources will become a problem again. I have to do business quickly and make money from the resources. Selling pigskin armor and finished food is one of Jiang Tian's strategies. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian took another look at the two tied-up pigmen. One of them has turned black up to the chest and is now snoring lazily. For me, the speed of darkening is still a bit slow. Moreover, although the pigman is planned to be among the monsters, the probability of it being caught is much smaller than that of other monsters. I only caught one this morning. How about buying a few more on the trading floor? After the full moon night, it seems that no one wants the pigman even if it is given for free. Maybe I could take advantage of this opportunity to make some money. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian opened the trading platform. Unexpectedly, I discovered that the price of pigmen has gone up again. The current price of a pigman is such that the cheapest one requires 2 chickens. Moreover, besides him, there are also pigman skins for sale there, but the size is much smaller, and it looks like only half a skin. Moreover, the cutting method is of very poor quality. The fur looks very strange, crooked and not round at all. I asked about the price tentatively, and found out that this half-pig skin cost 25 wooden boards. Jiang Tian frowned slightly. I opened the chat channel and took a look at the situation. In the chat channel, some people are discussing the issue of pigmen's blackening and fur. I just fed the pigman until he turned black from the neck down, and then I wanted to kill him, but he beat me up instead. Like you, I also fed it until it turned black from the neck down. Damn, it's so blackened that I can't even beat it, and I'm afraid it'll do something completely black, so I don't dare to feed it anymore. I can only find an opportunity to push it off the island. You're all raising pigs? Are you raising them for their skins? That's right. Yesterday, someone was selling pigskin armor. I heard that one piece sold for more than 10 iron ingots. Gee, if that were converted into food, it would last for several days. I was wondering, right after the full moon night, we couldn't sell any pigs. No wonder the price suddenly went up again last night. I managed to kill a pigman by feeding him half his body black. But damn, his hide is so thick. I can't cut it with scissors. I I tried to cut it bit by bit with a hatchet, but it only messed up the hide. How can I make leather armor out of this? Alas, we don't have the tools or the skills, so it's probably hard to make a fortune from this. If all else fails, we could just make a quilt out of the skin of a black pig. After seeing the news, Jiang Tian subconsciously glanced at the butcher who was squatting nearby and slaughtering a duck. Suddenly, an idea struck me and I sent a message. We offer pigman breeding, black pig skin cutting, and black pig leather armor processing. If interested, please contact us privately. Chapter 114. Not many, only about 20. As soon as Jiang Tian said this, everyone in the entire regional channel was stunned. No, 1111, what kind of business are you running? Weren't you still collecting young men this morning? Why are you doing pig farming in the afternoon? What does this pig farming mean? No, the pigman skin is so thick that we can't cut it. How can you cut it? Wait, black pig leather armor. Damn, you didn't sell that black pig leather armor yesterday, did you? Yes, it must be him. He has a butcher's knife. Oh my god, you build houses, cook, and even deal in furs. How come you could do everything? 1111, don't worry about it. If you're worried about the pigman turning completely black and hurting people, or if you don't know how to cut fur or make leather armor, you can come to me or just sell the pigman to me. Jiang Tian's message was just released. Oh shit, please help me cut the fur. I have a pigman. I'll give it to you. Just give me 2 pieces of leather armor in return. I'd rather not keep this pigman. I'll just sell it to you. No, what if 1111 hacks our pigman? That's not the case. He's such a powerful person. Would he criticize a pig like you? For a moment, the regional channel was noisy. At the same time, transactions were thrown towards Jiang Tian one after another. Some people also questioned Jiang Tian, saying that after they traded the pigman to Jiang Tian turned his back on them and blackmailed the pigman. Jiang Tian was too lazy to pay attention to these. With their limited resources, they are not rich enough to force Jiang Tian to tear up the trade agreement. What's more, when it comes to doing business, you can only succeed longer if you abide by the rules. The price is just a little bit lower. If you use a pigman to return leather armor directly, a completely white pigman can only return half a piece of leather armor after the cost of feeding monster meat, cleaning the pigman's feces, manually cutting the fur, and the production process. If you want to get a complete set of leather armor, you have to pay more money. After a while, this transaction with others has been completed. Then, Jiang Tian went to the World Channel and shouted again, and then asked a foreign friend to help him shout. However, most of them are skeptical about themselves, and only a small number of transactions are sent to themselves. But Jiang Tian was not in a hurry. He decided to take his time with this kind of thing. After all the collected pigs were settled together, the island suddenly became much more lively. More than 20 pigmen with their front and back legs tied were piled in a row on the southeast side of the island. When these pigmen saw so many of their companions, they all stared at each other in confusion, their fat faces full of helplessness. The sound of their humming and chirping can be heard almost all over the island, and it can be said that it is endless. This made all the men on the island look over here curiously. Tang Yin poked his head out of the blacksmith shop and then ran to the southeast. He paced back and forth, looking at these pigmen in amazement. TSK, what the hell is this? There's so much of it piled up here, it's disgusting. Boss, did you get all this? What are you doing with it? Are you going to eat it? TSK, I didn't realize you have such a strong taste, boss. Jiang Tian was really speechless about this blacksmith. He frowned and asked, why did you come out again? Are you done with the things? It's done. It's just a few hooks and needles. Yes. After saying that, Tang Yin trotted over with a bag of things. Inside are S-shaped hooks and iron needles that are more than 10 centimeters long and 1 millimeter in diameter. This time, Jiang Tian's expression looked better. He took the bag and said, okay, go make your hammer and make the weapon as soon as possible. As soon as these words were spoken, Tang Yin continued the conversation. Making a hammer isn't difficult, but making a weapon, there are so many types of weapons, what can I make? Jiang Tian thought for a moment and replied, well, go ask others first to see if they have any requirements for the weapon's design. If not, just make a few machetes. Become. Tang Yin nodded and ran towards the patrolling Huatsubing. Jiang Tianze came to the side of the chef with a hook and a needle. At this time, Pading also slaughtered and cleaned the duck. More than 10 white ducks were lined up on the wooden board. Seeing Jiang Tian coming over, Cook Ding asked, lord, what should we do next? Jiang Tian thought about it and first used a needle to sew up the incision at the bottom of the duck to ensure that there was no air leakage. He told the chef to follow suit and sew up the rest of the ducks. Then, he took one of the ducks to Jiang. Jiang, put down the work you're doing for now and take your people to build a blower. Blower? Jiang Tian handed the duck to him and pointed to the gap on the duck's neck. The air outlet is made as big as a duck's neck to blow the duck. One of the techniques for making roast duck is to inflate the duck, causing the skin and meat to separate. Jiang didn't ask any more questions, just picked up the duck and left with his men. As for the other ducks, they will be left there to dry until the blower is made. During the production period, Jiang Tian came to the northeast corner where the monsters were placed. Monsters that appear at the edge of the island and those caught by fishing will be thrown here. At this time, there are 3 goblins for murlocs, 3 spiders, and 3 skeletons. What we need to do now is to feed these monsters to the pigmen so that they can quickly grow from white and fat to black and strong. Apart from the skeletons that cannot be eaten, there are 10 monsters, which are enough for these pigmen to eat. He dragged a goblin in front of the 3 pigmen who were rushing towards him. The pigmen's eyes lit up immediately, and they moved their bodies and pounced on the goblin to start eating it. The other pigmen looked at the 3 pigmen with eager eyes and hummed in dissatisfaction. Jiang Tian couldn't just stand there and watch, so he went to get the second monster. Soon, the 10 monsters were fed, and each pigman had eaten his share of food. More than 20 pigmen were eating at the same time, which was a spectacular scene. Jiang Tian sat aside and shook his hands in disgust. Dragging monsters is a very dirty job. Dragging goblins and murlocs is okay, but it feels a bit disgusting when my hands touch spiders. From now on, I'll let someone else do the feeding of the pigman. Jiang Tian looked around the island. Everyone was working hard at their job and had no time to spare. After thinking about it, I decided to go to the chat channel to ask and plan to buy another subordinate. After logging into the chat channel, Jiang Tian was shocked to find that everyone there was talking about him. I just took a look, and it seems like 1111 has collected quite a few pigmen. Yeah, I have a few friends who said they traded all their pigs to 1111. Isn't the island of 1111 filled with pigmen? Jiang Tian looked at the location where the pigmen were placed and said casually, "You're exaggerating. There aren't that many. Only about 20 or so." When these words were spoken, everyone in the regional channel was stunned. What the hell? More than 20? Fuck, you're the pig collector? Real pig collector. Chapter 115, The Pigskin Armor, was made by you. Jiang Tian was too lazy to argue with them any further. While they were discussing the pigskin armor, Jiang Tian stated his purpose and wanted to recruit another strong man to work as a laborer for him. As soon as these words were spoken, the man who had just been shouting that he couldn't cut the pig's skin put forward his conditions. "I have a half-blackened pigment skin. If you can help me make it into leather armor, I can use a strong man as a reward." Seeing this, Jiang Tian readily agreed. Accept the trade request from the other party and get half a piece of pigment skin. The blower was not ready yet, and Pudding was free, so he gave the pigskin to him and asked him and Leopard Girl to process it. Time passes slowly. Jiang and Biaozi walked out of the house, carrying a duck and a wooden push-pull blower similar to a bellows. "Boss, it's done." Jiang Tian nodded and told them to take these things to the slaughterhouse. At this time, Pudding also happened to be holding a piece of leather armor and a rectangular piece of fur. "My lord, this pigman doesn't have much fur on his lower body. I can only make a piece of leather armor out of it, and there's some leftover material. It's okay, that's all." Jiang Tian didn't care much about this. Originally, I was using a processing fee to exchange for someone else's strong man, not to mention there were some leftover materials that could be used to make leather armor later. I still made money this time. Then, Jiang Tian didn't rush to trade with that person. Instead, he took Pudding and Jiang and brought the bellows, the duck, and a hook to the kitchen. Jiang, boil some water first." "Yes, boss." While Jiang was boiling water, Jiang Tian wrapped a broken end of the duck's neck around the air outlet of the blower in front of the chef. Then operate the blower to inflate the duck's body, and at the same time press the seams under the duck tightly with your hands to prevent air leakage. During this process, the duck's body began to expand, becoming larger and larger. Soon, a pot of hot water was boiled. Jiang Tian wrapped the duck neck around the hook, took a large spoon, and poured boiling water over it to scald the duck. This step is to tighten the duck's pores, solidify the epidermal protein, expand the subcutaneous gas to the maximum, and tighten the skin. In this way, The duck skin will be crispy and fragrant after roasting. Afterwards, Jiang Tian exchanged salt for some sugar. Pour sugar into water to dilute it, and then pour the sugar water evenly on the duck skin to increase the crispness of the duck skin. After doing all this, Jiang Tian looked at Pao Ding. At this point, the process of making the duck blank is almost complete. Take this duck to a cool and ventilated place to dry. You will do the same with the ducks from now on. Pao Ding nodded and trotted out the door. Looking at the back of Pao Ding, Jiang Tian thought for a while. Once the ducks are dried, you can start roasting them. Today, we won't sell these 10 or so ducks for the time being. You could try them yourself. Anyway, there's so many of us, so we don't have to worry about not being able to finish the food. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian suddenly reacted. Now that there are so many people here, eating may be a problem. To cook for so many people, those 2 stoves alone might not be enough. Then, he instructed Shi Gang. Weren't the 2 stoves in the old kitchen moved to the brick house? So, you can have someone build 2 more stoves and put them in the old kitchen. From now on, we can cook using all 4 stoves at once, saving us some cooking time. Shi Gang nodded and left the room. Jiang Tian stretched leisurely and walked slowly to the slaughterhouse where the pigskin armor was placed. He picked up the pigskin armor, took a look at it, and sent a message to the person he had just seen. The leather armor is ready. Bring your people over for the trade. As soon as the message was sent, the other party sent a transaction request. After putting the pigskin armor on it, the other party looked at it and sighed. Wow, it's exactly the same as what I saw at the trading house. The pigskin armor hanging there last night was indeed made by you. With this thing, I don't have to worry about being attacked by monsters anymore. Jiang Tian ignored it and observed the person placed by the other party. He is a young and middle-aged man in good health and looks strong and muscular. Not bad. After a while of communication, the 2 sides reached a deal, and Jiang Tian also learned the man's name from the other party. Okay, idiot. I'm your boss from now on. Yes, boss. Very good. I'll take you to work now. Afterwards, Jiang Tian took her Langzi out of the door. At this time, Hui Xiubing just killed a goblin. Jiang Tian picked up the goblin, walked to the southeast, and threw it to the pigman, demonstrating it to her Langzi. Then he ordered, "From now on, you'll be responsible for picking up the corpses of these monsters, as well as the monsters at the fishing spot over there. Then throw them here to feed these pigmen. Oh, and if a pigman's body is black up to its neck, don't feed it. Notify the patrol immediately to deal with it." Got it. Erlangzi nodded. I know, boss. Well, go ahead. Jiang Tian slowly walked to the bathroom and washed his hands. I feel very relieved when I see the busy people on the island. Now we have enough manpower, so we don't have to deal with many things ourselves, and we can take a good rest. Just like that, Jiang Tian sat leisurely in the room, browsing the trading house to exchange supplies. Before I knew it, the setting sun was hanging in the sky. Jiang Tian stretched, walked out the door, and clapped his hands. It's time to get off work and get ready for dinner. Here it comes. Tang Yin rushed out of the blacksmith shop immediately. Boss, what are we having for dinner? Is the duck ready? Can we have pork stewed with vermicelli with the duck? Jiang Tian's mouth twitched. Have you made your weapon yet? My boss asked me to ask for their opinions. Hui Xiubing wants a plum blossom spear, Li Xiaoning wants a sword, and Leopard Girl wants a spear. Lu Bu was sleeping, so he didn't ask, and the others didn't care. So, are the weapons ready? Not yet. Making weapons is never that quick. Seeing Tang Yin shaking his head so straightforwardly, Jiang Tian pointed towards the blacksmith shop. Go work overtime and come over when the meal is ready. Puff! Zhang San and Li Si laughed out loud. Tang Yin was very depressed and shouted to Li Si, What are you laughing at? Come here and help me. Huh? Where's Zhang San? Why don't you call him? Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. After Tang Yin and Li Si left, Kai Wenji, Li Xiaoning, and Pao Ding went to cook. Jiang Tian counted the number of people. Including himself, there were 20 in total. In order to speed up the progress, Jiang Tian ordered. Kai Wenji and Li Xiaoning are cooking in the house, and Pao Ding is in the old kitchen. Shi Gang, you should come with us to speed up the cooking. Okay, boss. Shi Gang responded. Jiang Tian looked at Shi Gang, walked up and patted him on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work these days. It's fine. As Shi Gang walked towards the kitchen, he looked at the sunset and sighed, I'm used to it, boss. Chapter 116, A Scrapped Machete? After the 4 of them went to cook, Jiang Tian arranged for other people to move the table out. It is definitely not enough for 20 people to squeeze into the small dining room in the room. Can only sit outside to eat. Looking at the strong men busy in front of him, Jiang Tian felt a headache. It would be better to build a special canteen and cook meals in a big pot for all the new recruits. This would be more convenient. When talking about building a canteen, Jiang Tian thought of Jiang again. Good man, I have to find a chance to give him a vacation. If he keeps doing this, he might die suddenly from it. If this happened in my old world, I would probably have been in the newspaper. While I was daydreaming, the food was already served. On the table that was brought out were various dishes. A pot of fish soup with 3 fish in it, a pot of fried chicken and a pot of braised pork, a pot of vegetable stew and a large pot of potatoes. In addition, there is a pot of fried duck offal. They were all taken from the ducks slaughtered today. Next to the table, filled with dishes, there was a large bucket of rice. After Jiang Tian finished his meal, the others lined up and took turns getting their meals from their bowls. Only Lu Bu was holding a basin. At the dinner table, Lu Bu was eating rice frantically, while Tang Yin stood up and picked up dishes frantically. While eating, he kept muttering, "This Chinese cabbage, wow. And this braised pork, it's amazing." Sun Simyao looked at the leopard girl gnawing on a chicken leg and said with concern, "Cheetah, don't just eat meat. Eat more vegetables. It's good for your health." "Well, I don't eat vegetables. I only eat meat." The leopard woman stammered in response while stuffing pieces of meat into her mouth. The other new laborers were smacking their lips while eating. The scene was very lively. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tian couldn't help but recall the time when he just came here. At that time, Lu Bu, Kai Wenji, and Jiang were sitting in a small wooden house eating home-cooked meals. Although there were not many dishes and the environment was very simple at that time, the atmosphere was still very warm. Now that it has developed, it feels like working in a factory and eating in the cafeteria after get off work. This feeling really very subtle. After the dormitory is completed, I will ask Jiang to build the staff canteen as soon as possible. Soon after, the meal was over. After resting for a while, the group began to clear the table, wash dishes, and clean the kitchen. Others also started their respective work, some fishing and some laying bricks. However, Jiang was not asked to work overtime tonight and was allowed to go back and rest. Lu Bu and Xiangzi patrolled the island while digesting their food. Tang Yin sat on the ground, rubbing his round belly and singing leisurely. There's a village called Yangjiazhuang in the east of the city. There's an old man there. His surname is Yang. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. Have you finished your work? Do you still have time to sing Rinzu in here? Go and forge your iron. After driving Tang Yin into the blacksmith shop, Jiang Tian looked at the people laying bricks on the other side, came to the warehouse, and opened the trading room. Start acquiring clay and water. 2 or 3 hours later, under the dim moonlight, Jiang Tian closed the trading house. Looking at the warehouse full of clay, Jiang Tian shook his head. "Oh my God, the warehouse is almost full. We have to build a new one." He sighed, sat down on the ground, and opened the World Channel. Check out what's happening in the world today. Oh, Captain Blackbeard has taken over another piece of land today. I'm going to continue plundering and trample everyone under my feet. This world is so wonderful. Damn it, Blackbeard has already robbed so many people. How can we resist him if he continues like this? We have to hurry too. We can't let this Blackbeard develop faster than us. Hey, I found out the survivor I robbed had a number very similar to mine. I noticed that too. I have to check the regional channel to see if there are any wealthy people nearby. I'll be at his doorstep soon. Lord, please protect me from being attacked by air pirates. There's an island flying towards me. There's a skull and crossbones flag flying on it. I need weapons. Who can sell them to me? I'm willing to exchange a large amount of resources for them. Sky pirates are rampant right now. Peacekeepers from every region must unite, share weapons with each other and allies, and fight them. There was a lot of noise on the World Channel. Moreover, many people have discovered the connection between numbers and location information. In fact, the first group of people who engaged in short-term pirates had already discovered this information, but they just didn't say it out loud. As the number of air pirates increased, more and more people knew about it, and this information was eventually discovered. By the way, Jiang Tian noticed. It seems that there are a lot of people who are thinking about purchasing weapons. After dealing with the pigman leather armor and roast duck, I will equip my own weapons and consider selling some weapons. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian went out and came to the blacksmith shop. Ding, dong. Jiang Tian walked into the house accompanied by the sound of metal knocking coming from inside. Inside, Tang Yin was holding a red-hot iron sheet with pliers and hitting it continuously with a hammer. There was a blade on the ground nearby, which was slightly different from the machete that had already been forged on the forging table. Jiang Tian walked forward, picked up the blade, and asked, "What's with this blade?" "This," Tang Yin said casually. "I'm new to forging weapons, and I'm not very familiar with this furnace. This knife is what I use to practice, so the quality might not be very good. I plan to melt it down and forge a new one later." Jiang Tian then picked up a well-made machete and weighed it in his hand. Indeed, from his layman's perspective, this scrapped one is not very good. Suddenly, Jiang Tian seemed to have thought of something. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then his eyes lit up. "A scrapped watermelon knife? This thing is garbage to me, but it is garbage to other survivors. But it is a rare weapon. After all, most people are still using equipment dropped by monsters. Occasionally, some people with better conditions also use bronze weapons. However, bronze weapons are not very tough and may break when used to slaughter black pigs. The sharpness is not high either. Iron weapons are different. It is comparable to a divine weapon when dealing with the blackened pigman." Thinking of this, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. "No need to melt it. Just install the handle of this watermelon knife and give it to me." After a while, a product on the trading channel attracted everyone's attention. Iron watermelon knife, exchange metal. Note, are you still worried about not being able to cut through the blackened pigman's skin? With this watermelon knife, you are the most shameless in front of the pigman. Chapter 117, I have to go have a midnight snack first. The machete was placed on the trading floor. In other areas, survivors were being forced to flee by air pirates and frantically searching for weapons at the trading post were startled when they saw this newly listed item. "Is this a watermelon knife? Look at this luster. Is this made of iron? There's actually someone who can forge iron. Oh my God, iron weapons. If we had them, we would have a better chance of resisting the invaders. The sky pirates are coming soon. I have to buy it quickly to help me. I'm the most shameless in front of the pigman. Yeah, if I use this weapon, maybe I can chop off the blackened pigman's skin." With these thoughts in mind, the survivors threw out their prices one after another. Tin 10 Jin. Copper, 20 Jin. Iron, 18 Jin. The other side, Jiang Tian was not in a hurry to sell the machete, but hung it there first to let it brew for a while. Let be seen by more people and get higher prices in the competition. Jiang Tian walked out of the blacksmith shop slowly and looked at the moon hanging in the sky. Calculating the time, it's probably around 10 o'clock in the evening. In a little while, we can have supper. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian called over the chef Ding. "Take him with you and put the dried ducks into the oven one by one. Light the charcoal fire and start grilling. The roasting process of the duck takes about 40 minutes. The chef is told to watch over it and observe the roasting of the duck to control the heat and change the roasting angle of the duck." After making all the arrangements, Jiang Tiankai returned to the room to observe the price of the machete. At this time, the price of this machete has risen to 30 kilograms of iron, and it only takes a few pounds of iron to make a machete. This means that the same piece of iron will have a value at least 3 times higher after being made into a knife. Jiang Tian looked at the gradually rising price and nodded with satisfaction. As expected, the most profitable business is still selling weapons and armor. If you make defective products in the future, you could just sell them. After your equipment is gradually upgraded, the eliminated equipment can be used to exchange for resources. In addition, there were many private messages sent to Jiang Tian. "I hope to exchange this machete for other supplies. Things like wood, food, and water." The ID prefixes of those who sent private messages varied greatly, coming from all regions. "I know the metal I'm offering isn't much, but the enemy's island is closing in on me. Could you please sell me the weapons first? Please. Brother, I don't have much metal here. Can I trade with food? I'm willing to give you 3 bags of flour. I'm Chung Guanxi, and I'm on Sky Island right now. I'm at a bunch of really bad people. Island robbers, I need your help now. Trade me a machete and help me take back the island. Do you understand me? I salute you. Hello, I'm a female college student with nowhere else to go. I urgently need your machete to help me start business. After the success, we can split the profits 50-50. Is that okay with you, brother?" Most of the messages were about wanting to get the machete for free or exchanging a small amount of resources for it, but Jiang Tian simply ignored them. But in the end, we found someone who was willing to exchange his labor for a machete. Jiang Tian thought about it and agreed to the deal. As long as there are enough people and more people are sent to the blacksmith shop to manufacture weapons, the production of weapons will increase. Not long after, a new member appeared in front of Jiang Tian. Hello, my boss. Jiang Tian patted the other person's shoulder and let him out the door. From now on, your name is Schwanzi, and remember to call me boss. Come on, I'll take you to the blacksmith shop to be an apprentice. The other side, on the World Channel. I just exchanged an iron knife with my men. This knife can cut through the blackened part of the pigman's skin. I don't have to be afraid of blackened pigmen anymore. The only pity is that the knife broke after a few cuts. What? Iron weapons. I'm still using the stone club in the goblin's hand. Actually, the iron ingots I have now should be enough to make a machete. But I don't know how to forge iron. I can forge iron, but I'm short-handed here, and I'm very busy. I don't have time to make iron tools. Hey, you're focusing on the wrong thing. In this chaotic situation, everyone should keep their weapons for themselves. Who would sell them to others? Yeah, nowadays seeing bronze artifacts on the market is a big deal, but this guy actually took out an iron machete. How extravagant! While the appearance of the iron weapon caused a stir on the World Channel, it was also seen by many people in the CNNS area. On the regional channel, a group of people were clamoring. Holy crap, someone was selling an iron machete on the World Channel. Mellow knife? Is it the kind you use to chop people? Yes, that's the one. The same one Lu Huaqiang wore. I saw it too. It said that you can use it to kill the blackened pigmen. Oh my god, so awesome. I want this machete too. If I had this thing, wouldn't robbery be much easier later on? I don't know who is so awesome that he could create iron weapons so quickly. CNNS 1111, it's me. When Jiang Tian said this, the people in the regional channel felt a little confused. What the hell? 1111, why are you here again? Since 1111 collected so much metal before, it's not surprising that he made it. During the day, they deal in pigs and young men, and at night, they start selling knives. You're not going to catch them for blacksmithing, are you? Boss, do you have any knives for sale? I need this knife to chop someone. I want it too. If any sky pirate dares to mess with me, I'll chop him to death. Seeing these messages requesting weapons, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. He had just instructed the chef to peel the skin of the roasted ducks. Then he sat in the house and waited for the chef to bring the sliced duck over. When you have nothing to do, open the regional channel and take a look to kill time. Unexpectedly, I happened to see other people talking about my machete, so I just casually replied. I originally planned to make a voice on the channel to get some business for myself. I didn't expect them to start talking about it themselves. Taking this opportunity to reply. There's nothing strange about this. There's nothing I can't do, only things you can't imagine. I'll also sell other weapons in the future. If you want one, please privately message me. The highest bidder wins. Just finish this ad. At this time, there were several knocks on the door. Cookding pushed the door open and walked in, nodding and saying, My lord, the roast duck has been sliced. Well, bring it out, and then ask everyone to stop and eat the roast duck together. Jiang Tian gave his instructions to Cookding. After thinking about it, he added another sentence in the chat channel. Pao Ding just made over 10 roast ducks and finished skinning them. I have to go get some supper first. That's all for today. We'll talk about weapons tomorrow. Chapter 118 Mental Breakdown. Fuck roast duck. I've roasted duck before. It's nothing special. Haven't you heard people say that as duck, it a roast duck with the skin sliced off? How can it be the same as the duck you roast directly over the fire? Oh my god, Peking duck. 1111 has even made this thing now. He's not even making a roast duck oven, is he? After the hailstorm, many people still can't even repair their houses, and this guy actually built a roast duck oven. Wait, didn't you notice? 1111 roasted more than 10 ducks. Holy shit, so many ducks in one night. Please be a human being. Why are you talking about roast ducks so late at night? I'm so hungry. On the regional channels, many people's mentality has collapsed. After Jiang Tian sent this message, he closed the chat channel and walked out of the door slowly with Pao Ding. Not long after, there were all sorts of plates on the tables outside. The sliced duck is placed on top, with the reddish-brown duck skin attached to the meat slices, exuding a fresh fragrance. There were also several basins containing more than a dozen cut duck frames. At this time, everyone put down their work and stood on both sides of the table. Except for the two old men Song Yingxing and Sun Simiao, everyone else was staring at the duck meat on the table, swallowing their saliva secretly. Jiang Tian picked up the chopsticks first and tasted a piece. Because I don't know much about the techniques and methods, the taste is somewhat different from the authentic roast duck I've eaten before. But it's okay. I'll let the chef practice his skills some more, and then prepare the lotus leaf pancakes, green onion shreds, cucumbers, and so on, and it should be almost done. Then he clapped his hands. Okay, whether it's ancient or modern, domestic or foreign, young and old, pick up your chopsticks and try it. With this order, Li Xiaoning arranged everyone to take their seats one by one, either holding chopsticks or holding a fork, reaching towards the roast duck. Ah, delicious. The meat is delicious. The skin is crispy, and the juices are splattered with every bite. Oh my god, this roast duck tastes pretty good. There's actually this way to cook duck? It's so delicious. Why did it suddenly disappear? The group of people, while sitting in their seats, praised the roast duck highly. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. Kai Wenji brought a plate of duck skin and meat, and the two of them returned to the house to savor it slowly. The other side, on a flying island, 2111 squatting on the ground, looking at the two ducks in front of him and the duck eggs in their nest, he couldn't stop sighing. No needles, no pricks. I can eat 2 duck eggs every day. After saying this, he took out the egg inside and gave it to his female subordinate, asking her to make fried rice with egg. Then he looked to the side, at another subordinate with a fawning face. He was a middle-aged man with broad shoulders and a thick waist and a silly smile on his face. He was his new trophy of the day. The man was squatting on the ground with his butt sticking out, not knowing what he was doing. Seeing this subordinate, he thought of Hua Xubing, whom he had caught before. We are both fishing for subordinates, so why can't I catch that famous general? Only by replacing one woman can we get Wang Ying, who seems to be quite famous, and 2 ordinary people. Then he gave the man a vicious look and ordered, "You take care of these 2 ducks from now on. If they don't lay 2 eggs a day, I'll hold you accountable." Yes, yes. The middle-aged man nodded quickly. Snort. He snorted coldly and returned to his room. Although I was dissatisfied with my subordinates, I still gained a lot after a busy day. Today, on his way eastward, he had just passed through a large cloud when he came across an island. However, the island looked quite powerful, and with a bow and arrow in hand, he didn't dare to get close. So, keep moving forward. If you come across an island that looks wild and aggressive, just go around it. If you're killed or injured by the other party, there's no way to seek justice. One of the islands contained only the remains of a single survivor who had starved to death. There was nothing else, not even a fishing rod. It seems that this guy is the one who just traveled to the Sky Island and lost his fishing rod. This island is quite depressing. Originally, he was thinking of robbing other people's resources and exchanging them for a set of sails and fans to increase his movement speed. After all, in this environment, the faster you move, the more islands you can encounter, which increases your plundering efficiency. Moreover, if you can't win, it will be convenient to escape. I didn't expect that this thing has no resources except a piece of land, and carrying this land will affect my speed. After thinking it over, 2111 decided not to rush to merge this unlucky island, but to leave it here first. He would wait for the main force to gather and then take it back when he returned. Finally, 2 hours ago, we encountered another island. There's a wooden house and 3 people on it. It looks well developed and not very strong. Taking advantage of the situation, he immediately went to the island and robbed some things. After a struggle, 2111 won, killed one of the enemy's men, and recruited another one of them. That's the silly middle-aged man just now. The 2 ducks were also plundered by him. What's more, there's a fan on it. The only flaw was that the damn survivor threw the fishing rod down when he wasn't paying attention before being sold. Thinking of this, I felt depressed again. By the way, when he listed the other survivor, he accidentally discovered that the other party's number was 2156. What's going on? I flew to dozens of islands in one day. I can't figure out the reason, and I'm too lazy to think about it. Now all he has to do is show off his spoils in the chat channel. Put on a good batch. You know, because of the hail 2 days ago, many people's chickens and ducks were killed. And now I have 2 living ducks and can eat 2 duck eggs every day. If people tell this to others, how many people will be envious to death? Thinking of this, a scornful smile appeared on 2111's lips, and he opened the chat channel. Just as I was about to start the process, I saw the message sent by 1111. More than 10 roast ducks. I've finished peeling the skin. I have to go get some supper first. More than 10 roast ducks? 2111, I was completely confused. A sour feeling surged from his heart. Directly exasperated. Bah, what's so great about eating Peking duck? You're just pretending to be a swindler. You can actually eat something this greasy? You'll be sick to death. After she finished spitting, The woman came over with a plate of egg fried rice and said, "Honey, the egg fried rice is ready. Come and eat it." Eat, eat the hell. Chapter 119, Should We Make One? A night passed. The rooster in the cage raised its head as the sun rose. Oh, with the sound of the rooster crowing, Jiang Tian slowly got out of bed. "Master, you're awake." I'll go boil some water." Kai Wenji trotted out of the room, and Jiang Tian sat on the bed and took a nap for a while. After a short while, he stretched and opened the world chat channel. Look at what is happening in the world today. As soon as I opened the chat system, a message suddenly popped up. Reminder, group chat is now enabled. Survivors can create a new chat channel with multiple survivors by adding their IDs. There is no limit on the number of times you can speak in this channel. Currently, the number of channels you can add is 1. Reminder, alliance function is enabled. Group chat? Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. Looking at the chat system again, it was true. There is an additional plus sign next to the 2 options, world channel and regional channel. It seems that this is the option for creating a new channel. As he was watching, Kai Wenji came in with a basin of hot water. "Master, the hot water is ready. Do you want to start washing now?" "Well, thank you for your help." Jiang Tian closed the interface and began to accept Kai Wenji's service. Not long after, Jiang Tian finished washing up and opened the door. "Hello, boss." Several strong men stood in a row outside and shouted at the same time, which startled Jiang Tian. Then he waved his hand and said, "All right, I don't like this kind of face-saving project. Go and set up the tools. Come over to eat when you are ready." "Thanks, boss." Looking at the strong men dispersing, Jiang Tian broke out in a cold sweat. How should I put it? It feels like being a manager in a sales company, giving people a lecture in the morning. This made Jiang Tian very embarrassed. I have to have a good talk with them later and not let them do this again. As his men began to place their fishing rods and tools, Jiang Tian began to walk around the island to check the current development situation. On the west side of the island, Kai Wenji was feeding chickens, ducks, and geese, and Leopard Girl was feeding cattle, sheep, and pigs. Kai Wenji was spreading food in the poultry's food bowl, and from time to time, she looked at what Leopard Girl was wearing. Then he said, "Sister Leopard Girl, your clothes look really nice." "Nice." The leopard woman was stunned and looked at the leopard fur on her body. Then he said, "If you like it, I'll make you one when I find prey." "Same." Kai Wenji looked at the belly exposed under the leopard woman's tube top and her thighs under her short skirt. She looked down at her figure again, and her face turned red. At this time, Jiang Tian just walked behind the 2 girls. Hearing what the 2 said, he was speechless. "What are you 2 talking about?" Kai Wenji turned around and saw Jiang Tian. Her eyes widened. The face becomes more rosy. Master, you are here." The leopard woman also turned around, her face a little confused. Pointing at Kai Wenji, he said, "Just now, Kai Wenji said something about me, huh?" Kai Wenji stretched out her little hand, stood on tiptoe, and quickly covered the leopard girl's mouth. Then he smiled sweetly at Jiang Tian and said, "Master, I was just asking Sister Leopard how to make pigskin armor." The pig next to him looked confused. "Is it really okay for you to talk about this topic in front of me?" Jiang Tian didn't expose it, pretending nothing had happened, and continued on his way. As he walked towards the south, Jiang Tian's expression looked a little strange. This won't work. If Kai Wenji really imitates Leopard Girl and wears leopard print, it will feel too weird. We need to let Leopard Girl change into some normal clothes, so as not to lead the children astray. I collected a bunch of clothes before. Next time, I will let Leopard Woman look through them and change the clothes she is wearing. While thinking about this, I came to the south. Tang Yin and several helpers were busy in the blacksmith shop. After Zhang San, Li Si, and Xuanzi learn how to forge iron, they can build a blacksmith shop to increase the efficiency of tool production. Then I can speed up the arms trade and exploit, get more resources. Not far away, there's a table used for butchering. As for Cook Ding, he went to make breakfast. Then turning to the east, Wang Yun and Li Xioning set up their fishing rods one by one. The fishing rods were neatly placed aside. Turning to this, Jiang Tian thought about it. He walked forward and copied another fishing rod. At this time, there are a total of 25 fishing rods. Now that there are more and more people, the efficiency of obtaining resources must also be increased. There cannot be a situation where income exceeds expenses. Finally, go north. 2 old men, Song Yingxing and Sun Ximiao, were looking at the vegetable field. Seeing Jiang Tian coming over, Song Yingxing stepped forward and nodded. "My lord, these vegetables have grown. Please take a look. Jiang Tian nodded and looked around the vegetable garden leisurely. Most of them are home-cooked dishes. Eggplant, leek, various radishes, etc., as well as peppers, onions, and coriander, which are mainly used for seasoning. There are even a few winter squashes. Although the vegetable garden is not big, only about 400 square meters, it has a wide variety of vegetables and all kinds of colors. I don't know how other people's vegetables are growing. Can I try some other dishes? Thinking of this, Jiang Tian clicked on the regional channel. Right now, early in the morning, people are exchanging supplies on the channel, just like a vegetable market. Frozen Chinese cabbages, for on a wooden board, hee. Spinach on sale. Spinach on sale. Sweet potatoes, frozen sweet potatoes. Mom, I want to eat baked sweet potatoes. Eat big pieces. Are 2 pieces enough? That's enough. Thank you, Mom. You are so kind. Exchange for corn on the cob. Frozen cobs. 2 sticks for 1 cob. 5 sticks, and I'll give you 3 cobs. Don't leave after you buy 3 cobs, and I'll give you another. Selling Xiaomi. Who the hell wants to buy Xiaomi? Looking at the sale above, Jiang Tian was speechless. Wow, are you selling vegetables so cheaply there now? What should I do with all these dishes? Should I order them over one by one? How tiring this is. Jiang Tian opened the chat channel and was thinking about how he should sell these vegetables. Just then, Tang Yin suddenly rushed out from the blacksmith shop, stood beside Jiang Tian with his hands behind his back, and looked at the vegetables together. Sudden, he started singing as soon as he opened his mouth. Coriander, spicy green pepper, scallions, tender celery, lentils, eggplant, cucumber, winter melon, and large eggplant. White radish, carrot, flat radish with tender sprouts, green onion, garlic, delicious chives. This song. Jiang Tian was stunned. This message was actually sent out like this. The moment this message appeared on the regional channel, the originally noisy channel instantly froze. Soon after, there was a burst of cheers. Good. Although this is just a piece of text, a voice message popped up in my mind. 1111 is so amazing. By the way, damn, 1111, do you have that many vegetables? What the hell? I only have cabbages here, and they're smashed, and you have so many vegetables. Are you relying on your large space to bring out the whole farm? I have spinach here. Do you want some, big boss? By the way, boss, you can now set up a group chat. Have you set up a group? I want to join your group to buy things. The other side, Jiang Tian stared at Tang Yin in a daze. How did you sing this part? Tang Yin chuckled and said, I don't know, but I can't help myself when I see these vegetables. Have you prepared your weapon? Not yet. Why don't you go and forge iron quickly? Just when Jiang Tian had sent Tang Yin away, 0066 and 0888 sent private messages to Jiang Tian at the same time. 1111, are you there? Many survivors on the World Channel have started to form alliances. Should we start one? Chapter 120 Group Chat? Alliance function launched. Alliance? What alliance? Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows and asked back. 0888 reply channel. Since you just sent a regional message, you should have seen the new chat channel feature, right? It's the group chat feature that was open today. A friend of mine joined someone else's group chat and told me that after entering the group chat, you can choose whether to join the alliance of the inviter. After joining an alliance, a symbol will appear in front of your ID. You can also obtain the location of your allies with their consent. By the way, should we form a new alliance? At the same time, 0066 also sent a similar message, describing the functions of the alliance. And let Jiang Tian form an alliance and include her in it. Jiang Tian did not rush to reply, but opened the World Channel first. The above talks about news about the alliance. Everyone, the alliance feature has been released today. We can unite more systematically to fight these sky pirates. The alliance I've formed has been established. It's primarily focused on fighting air pirates. Allies will share weapons with those in need. Everyone is welcome to join. Once you join the alliance, we'll be a loving family. Alliance, are you asking me to form a fleet? Hey, I formed the Blackbeard Pirates, and those who want to follow me, hurry up and join. The name Straw Hat Pirates has already been taken? That's outrageous. Who did this? Change it for me now. YLGL 7758. Hey, my good brothers, come join my alliance. It's full of brothers. The news scrolled like crazy, and Jiang Tian took a closer look. Those who claim to have created an alliance do have a small logo in front of their ID. It is an inverted triangle, like a flag, and there seem to be some small words on it. For example, The person with the ID ELGL7758 has an inverted triangle in front of him. Click on the triangle icon, and you will see Basic Sword Club written on it. Jiang Tian was speechless. By the way, just now on the regional channel, some people's names seem to have logos, but Jiang Tian was interrupted by Tang Yin before he had time to look at it. Alliance. It seems I can make one. After all, everyone else has formed an alliance, so I should at least create one myself to see what functions are there. As for the candidates, these two are good choices. After all, in this world, they're the only two people I am familiar with. The chat channel opens. Click the new plus sign to create a group chat. When creating a group chat, a window pops up. Please name this group chat. Name? Jiang Tian thought about it and typed 2 words. Business Alliance. Click to confirm. The name is available and does not conflict with anyone else's alliance. After this group chat is created, enter the Business Alliance channel. When you choose to enter, another message pops up. Would you like to create an alliance with this channel name? Yes. Only after completing the selection can you successfully enter this group chat channel. This channel is somewhat similar to the group interface of a certain social software. The upper right corner is the group announcement, and the lower right corner is the group members. At the very top of the upper right corner, there's a gear-shaped selection button. There's also a sign next to it saying Settings. Click on this gear, and several options will pop up. Add group members, delete group members, and view location. Also, delete group chats/alliances. For now, these are the only options, but that may change later. Jiang Tian nodded, chose to add, and sent invitations to 0066 and 0888. Not long after, in the Business Alliance channel, there are 2 more IDs. 0888. Damn, why is it you? 0066. Damn, why is it you? Jiang Tian was stunned. Why? Do you two know each other? What do you mean by acquaintance? When I first came here, this woman followed me around and acted cool. Later, I found out she was a woman, and I wanted to flirt with her, but I didn't expect she was from Zwan. She's not cute at all, and she's boring. Bah, you stinky rascal. Get out of my way with your cucumber. What the hell? Cucumber? I'm warning you. Don't slander me, or I'll kill you. You fucking. In the Business Alliance channel, 2 people started arguing as soon as they came in. Jiang Tian twitched the corner of his mouth and clicked on the IDs of 2 people. Sure enough, there's an option to mute. After silencing both of them, Jiang Tian said in the group, if you want to criticize me, do it in private chat. Don't argue in a group chat, or I'll be kicked out. Do you understand? After the message was sent, both of them sent private messages to Jiang Tian to express that they understood. Afterwards, the ban on the 2 was lifted. These 2 people asked Jiang Tian at the same time in the group, what does this business alliance mean? Also, where are you now? Open your location and let me know. I want to find you. Business alliance, as the name suggests, means I plan to do business in this world. After replying, Jiang Tian asked, why are you guys so anxious to come to me? Are you trying to cause trouble? What are you talking about? I just watched the World Channel and saw that many pirates have formed an alliance. They might come to our place, so we have to unite. Besides, if we unite, wouldn't it be easier for you to capture Takumi? That's right. I just want to go play with you. It has nothing to do with Loli. Jiang Tian twitched the corner of his mouth. Although what 0066 said makes sense, if the land is connected, it will be much more convenient for communication and obtaining supplies from them, and the talents there may also be able to be used by oneself. But if 0066 and 0888 come, how can I copy them every day? After all this, the system will be exposed, right? As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Jiang Tian still knew the principle of not showing off one's wealth. Even Jiang Tian can be said to be a very powerful person at the moment. But they couldn't withstand the siege of Guangmingding by the 6 major sects. Then, Jiang Tian thought for a while and decided that there was no need to rush into contact with them. Then he said, you should develop first and make the sales and fans as soon as possible. If someone attacks, you can come to me. 0066 and 0888 hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. However, their intention to curry favor with the powerful is still very serious. Boss, let's make a deal. If there's any danger in the future, you have to protect us. Yes, if you have any good stuff, sell it to us first. Hey, I really liked that watermelon knife before, but it's a pity that I was a step too late. Boss, do you have any watermelon knives for sale? Jiang Tian looked at the chatterboxes 0066 and 0888, curled his lips, and closed the group chat. You guys go ahead and chat. I'm leaving first. The other side, after getting up, he first want to play with his female subordinates. Then I opened the chat system, wanting to know the direction of the world trend. Suddenly, a prompt popped up and appeared in front of 2111. He took a closer look and gasped. Group chat. Someone actually handed me a pillow when I fell asleep. I was very happy to see this new group chat function. I immediately wanted to open the chat channel to ask what this new feature was all about. I opened the world channel and found that they were discussing group chat matters. It seems that we can rely on this to form an alliance. This news made me so happy. After waiting for a long time, I finally got this new feature. Then, he went to the regional channel to make a call and let more people join his alliance. Unexpectedly, as soon as I opened the regional chat channel, I saw Jiang Tian shouting out so many vegetables. 2111, I was immediately furious. What the hell? Yesterday, he packed a roast duck pie. And today, he's showing off his vegetables? When will this ever end? This is so fucking infuriating. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Immediately, his eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. Got it. Because the force was too great, 2111 grimaced and clicked on the function of creating a new group chat. After a while, the group chat was created successfully. Alliance name: Alliance of Anti-Rich People. Chapter 1, 21 Predators and Anti-Predators. After creating this anti-rich alliance, 2111 looked at the new channel that appeared in the chat system and the small flag that appeared in front of his name and nodded with satisfaction. He still has lofty ambitions for this alliance. He wants to unite all the people who hate the rich in the world to fight against those survivors who are living a good life. Well, we'll attack whoever is richer and take away all the resources. Now, what he has to do is to develop the alliance and recruit members. While thinking about this, 2111 contacted the allies he had communicated with before and asked them to join his alliance. Yes, now they could be true allies. Those who had communicated with 2111 were also surprised when they saw the name of this alliance. An alliance of haters of the rich. The name of this alliance feels a bit subtle. Why did you choose such a name? Aren't we sky pirates? Why don't we follow the others and call ourselves the sky pirates? Yes, although I do hate the rich, isn't this name a bit too straightforward? 2111 explained. There's nothing to change. We just want a simple and direct name like this. It'll let everyone know at a glance that we're just going to fight whoever has the money. Okay, guys, while we're free to grab the island, remember to bring some people in on the chat channel and expand our alliance. The others didn't have any objections and agreed. Seeing this, he was very satisfied and started his day's work. He arranged for his men to shake the electric fan and then opened the chat channel to observe. On the channel, there are many people who show off their resources, trophies, etc. I just caught a rooster and a hen. I can finally breed chickens. My luck exploded. I just caught a lot of wood. I can use it to trade for other things. My 50 square meter cabin is finally finished. I'm filling it with food. I'm so satisfied. Afterwards, you can see some people criticizing these pretentious people, and there's a hint of sourness in their words. It's just 2 chickens. What a show off. That's right. What's there to be proud of? Just keep pretending. When I catch you, you'll be in big trouble. See these speeches. 2111's eyes lit up, and he sent private messages to each of these speakers, inviting them to join. This handsome guy, the Alliance of Anti-Rich People, should get to know him. Time passes slowly. The sun hangs overhead. On an island of more than 1,700 square meters, Jiang Tian walked out of the room after exchanging supplies for a whole morning. At this time, the subordinates outside were busy at their respective posts. The blacksmith shop was buzzing with the sounds of forging iron, while Hua, Tsubing, and Lu Sandow were patrolling the island. They had just killed a monster and were ordering the idiot to drag the body over to feed the pigman. On the other side, where the pigmen are placed, half of the originally fat and white pigmen have turned half black and are gnawing on various monsters. Among them, one pigman's black hair had grown to his neck, and he was about to turn completely black. Erlangzi immediately stopped feeding and ran to Hua Tsubing to inform him. Hua Tsubing nodded and walked towards the pigman with a machete. Unlike the one sold yesterday, this machete is obviously thicker. Under the sunlight, the blade reflected a murderous light. Of course, what Hua Tsubing wanted before was a plum blossom spear. However, the quality of General Wood is not very good. If it is made directly into weapons to fight against pigmen, it can easily cause the situation that Lu Bu encountered before. It won't be long before the wood breaks. Jiang Tian thought about it, and felt that Takumi should be almost grown up. It wouldn't be too late to make a spear for him after that thing arrived. For now, I'll just make do with a watermelon knife. Soon, Hua Tubing walked to the pigman who was snatching the goblin and dragged it to another place, where the other pigmen couldn't see. Hua Tubing raised his sword and struck down. Wow! A white light flashed, and a large gap appeared on the pigman's blackened neck. The blackened pigman's throat was cut, and he convulsed and lost his life before he could even howl. Seeing this, Jiang Tian nodded. With this weapon, dealing with pigmen is indeed easier. After arranging Pading to deal with the bleeding pigman, Jiang Tian looked at other workstations. Song Yingxing and Sun Simiao have already divided the area for herbal seeds and are now working on another piece of land, planning to expand it by another 200 square meters for growing crops. The other side, several strong men were laying bricks. During this morning, 2 more men were added to the island. One was caught, and the other was bought from the trading house. They were all ordinary laborers and were all arranged to build dormitories. Bricklaying doesn't require much technical expertise, so it's all handled by ordinary people. Shi Gang wasn't allowed to come to work today, so he could have a good rest in the house. In the morning, when Shi Gang heard Jiang Tian tell him to take a day off, the whole person was stunned at first. Then, after confirming with Jiang Tian several times, she learned that she really didn't have to go to work today, and tears suddenly flowed down her face. He wiped his eyes and went into the house to sleep. This made Jiang Tian feel embarrassed. Not long after, it's time to eat. After lunch, the group returned to their respective posts to work. Pading was in the south, starting to process the fur of the blackened pigman. While digesting the food, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel to check the situation. Justice League. Recruit members, let's fight the pirates and monsters together. As long as we stick all the islands together and work together, those pirates won't dare to do anything to us. Our alliance shares the same idea, and we've already gained 3 allies. If we combine forces, including our subordinates, we'll have over 10 people in total. The Sky Pirates won't be able to do anything to us. Idiots, if you can form an alliance, why can't the Sky Pirates form an alliance? Justice League, huh? Clean your necks and prepare to die. I want to join. As the saying goes, if you can't beat them, join them. In this morning, many people have formed alliances with flags in front of their names. The purpose of these people forming an alliance is roughly to form 2 camps, predators and anti-predators. The business alliance founded by Jiang Tian remained neutral. The purpose is to sell items on both sides and obtain resources. After the emergence of the alliance, doing business seems to have become more convenient. When selling items in the future, Jiang Tian's first choice will be those who have alliances. After the transaction is completed, you may be able to ask others to speak up in the alliance to get orders for you. When the number of orders increases, the production here will also have to increase, and we still need manpower. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian opened the trading bank again. Start looking for suitable men. Chapter 122, I have something good that might interest you. Most of the day was spent in busyness. In the evening, 3 more workers were added to the island. 2 were purchased, and 1 was caught. Both are good laborers. All these people were assigned to the dormitory to lay bricks and dig foundations to speed up the construction of the dormitory. If we keep going like this, it won't take long to be completed. After dinner, while digesting his food, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel to see what was happening in the world. Ha ha! I plundered another piece of land today, and my crew has grown even more. I was targeted by a pirate today, but luckily, I ran away quickly and escaped. Damn, the pirates are just a bunch of people. Once I meet up with the Alliance, I'm going to kill you all. Looking for strong men. If anyone has a strong man, I'm willing to exchange him for chickens and vegetables. Idiot, in this chaotic environment, you want to use animals to exchange for people? Using wood is more appropriate. Seeing this, Jiang Tian sighed. Having said that, this thing seems to be becoming more and more popular now. When Jiang Tian was acquiring his men this afternoon, the 2 survivors who had sold their men refused to accept food as a price. Air piracy is prevalent now, and with the emergence of mechanisms like alliances, everyone realizes that manpower is now the most precious resource. After all, if you want to fight against the plundering of air pirates, or to plunder others as an air pirate, you must have enough manpower to do it. Judging from the current situation, only wood can be worth the value of my men. Especially now that everyone is rushing to make fans and sails, the price of wood remains high. As a result, the transaction terms for all those who sold their subordinates were marked with timber without exception. It could be said that adult men, who were once despised by many people, have now become one of the most precious resources. When exchanging his subordinates this afternoon, Jiang Tian took out resources that made them even more coveted. While thinking about this, Jiang Tian opened the trading house. Find a strong man with good qualities and send a message to the survivor who sold him. Hello, I don't have any wood. Can I exchange it with you for something else? Soon, the other party sent a message. If you don't have wood, get out of here and don't get in the way. Well, I wanted to trade the machete with you, but it seems like there's no chance anymore. What? A machete? Change it. I want to change it. Dad, please trade with me. I'm a strong man, and I'm very good. Watching the other party pleading, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. I went to the blacksmith shop, picked up a watermelon knife with a somewhat strange shape, and put it there. This afternoon, Tang Yin asked Zhang San, Li Si, and Xuanzi to learn how to make a machete. However, the machetes they made were not satisfactory. Not only were their shapes weird, but the thickness of the iron sheets was also uneven. It was obvious that the quality was not very good. But it doesn't matter. These 3 machetes have been sold by Jiang Tian in exchange for his 3 subordinates. After the dormitory was built, Tang Yin taught Zhang San, Li Si, Xuanzi, and others how to make weapons, and then built a blacksmith shop, letting Zhang San and others teach the newcomers how to make weapons. Everything is arranged perfectly. Jiang Tian nodded and arranged for them to continue working. Then he walked out of the blacksmith shop and continued to observe other people's work. After cutting the black pig skin, Pading hung the processed duck in the roast duck oven. Now I am watching the fire next to the stove. At this time, Leopard Girl also stepped forward and said to Jiang Tian, Master, the black pig leather armor is ready. Jiang Tian nodded and followed the Leopard Girl to a table. Including the leftover material from processing pig skin for someone else yesterday, I made exactly 5 pieces of pig skin armor today, which are neatly stacked on the table. After a quick look, I found that the production process is still the same as yesterday. It is to cut the leather into pieces of different sizes, then drill holes on them and tie them together with ropes. It's a bit crude, but pretty good given the current situation. Jiang Tian nodded and said, All right, leave it there. Leopard Girl, go back and do your thing. After the leopard woman left, Jiang Tian put 3 of the pigskin armors on the trading floor. After thinking for a while, the transaction conditions were marked as metal or hands. As soon as the pigskin armor was put up, we received a lot of trading requests. One of them was exchanged for 30 iron ingots, and the other was exchanged for a subordinate. Among them, many people sent private messages to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian thought about it and looked through the private messages. See if anyone is selling some rare items inside. Boss, can I exchange food and wood for pigskin armor? Sir, someone is approaching my island. I'm afraid I'm going to be attacked. Could you lend me your pigskin armor first? Please. Hello, I'm an elementary school student. You can... Jiang Tian was speechless after seeing the news. Not to mention exchanging food and wood for leather armor. There are even people who want to get it for free. Jiang Tian felt that his IQ was being mocked. I closed the trading house directly and opened the chat channel, thinking of shouting to see if I could raise the price of the pigskin armor. Just as he opened the chat system, a private message was sent to Jiang Tian. 1111, are you selling that pigskin armor on the trading floor? Jiang Tian was stunned when he saw this message. Being recognized, Jiang Tian remembered that he did shout in the regional channel when he was selling the pigskin armor yesterday, so it was normal for him to be recognized. The ID that sent this message also has the prefix CNNS and is from a certain area. The number looks familiar. I think he was clamoring to be a sky pirate before. I don't know why he came to see me. Is he trying to threaten me? Then he replied, I sold it, what's wrong? Soon, the other party replied, I want this pigskin armor, but I don't have the metal or the wood, and I can't give it to you. But I have something nice that might interest you. What? Jiang Tian was indeed curious. Could it be that the other party caught some rare item? Not long after, the other party replied again. Land, are you interested? I have a 200 square meter piece of land, 3 meters deep, and I want to exchange equipment with you. Seeing this message, Jiang Tian smiled playfully. Trading land? A long time ago, Jiang Tian tried to buy some vacant land on the trading house. However, no relevant items were found. He had tried it before, fishing up some empty soil and putting it on the trading platform, but he found that this kind of thing could not be traded at all. How are you going to trade? You know, you can't trade empty soil on the World Trade Center. It's very simple. The other party responded very quickly. We don't even need to go through the transaction methods of this world. I can send a subordinate to deliver the empty land to you, and then you can trade the equipment to me. One hand for money, the other for goods. Chapter 123, I'm almost vomiting. Seeing this, Jiang Tian understood. This guy took advantage of the loopholes in the way this world does business. But it doesn't matter. As long as he can get the corresponding benefits, it doesn't matter to him what method the other party uses. Then he said, sure, a piece of pigskin armor, right? We could trade it any time. Just tell me the location. Haha, how is that possible? In this place, land is so precious that I don't need to tell you much, right? Moreover, this piece of land is a full 200 square meters, and it would take at least 6 pieces of pigskin armor to exchange for it. Oh, and if I remember correctly, you can also make watermelon knives, so you need 2 of these too. The other party obviously did not fall into Jiang Tian's trap, but instead revealed his true conditions. Jiang Tian smiled contemptuously at this. Land isn't as valuable as you say these days. Sky pirates are rampant these days, and they can easily steal over 100 square meters of land. And it's useless for you to have so much land. We can't manage it all. Anyway, I can't accept your price. If you want this piece of land, you have to show your sincerity. 2 machetes, 2 sets of pigskin armor. If you don't agree, forget it. The last thing we need right now is air pirates. At worst, I can trade with someone else. Maybe I can get more land than you have. Jiang Tian threw out a price. The other party was silent for a long time and then agreed. All right then, I agree to this deal. Just consider a friendship. You should also know that in this world, the initial locations of islands are numbered, right? So, how about we trade at 0200 tomorrow at noon? It's not too far from you. How about that? Jiang Tian looked at the other party's number, which started with 1. This kid's robbery route seems to be heading all the way south. However, Jiang Tian still discovered the other party's attempt to find out whether he was still there. After a moment of thought, he replied, I've been heading north these past few days, so this place is a bit far from me. The day after tomorrow morning around 8 o'clock, we'll trade at 1200. No problem. I'll have someone hang a large sail with a V painted on it on the island. When you see it, you'll know it's me. We can trade then. After the other party agreed, Jiang Tian closed the private chat. Then, Hua Tsubing was called over. My lord, what is it? Seeing Hua Tsubing nodding in front of him, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. I just bought a piece of land and need to go somewhere else to recruit people. I'll leave this task to you. Is that okay? Yes, my lord. Hua Tsubing knelt on one knee and bowed, a look of joy appearing on his face again. Jiang Tian nodded and ordered. The departure time is probably tomorrow evening. You and Zhang San will leave together. Before that, you have to work overtime tonight to make some arrows, put on your weapons and leather armor, and go to reclaim the land. Oh, and bring the ballista and crossbow bolts as well. On the island where we were trading, there was a large sail with a V drawn on it. As he spoke, Jiang Tian took a branch and drew a V symbol on the ground. Then he added, the other party should have only sent 1 person. If they come in large numbers, or if there are any unusual behaviors, it's up to you to decide whether to kill them or retreat. Yes. After receiving the order, Hua Tsubing went to the blacksmith shop to inform Zhang San. Outside the blacksmith shop, Hua Tsubing called Zhang San out and told him everything Jiang Tian had instructed him to do. Going to collect land again? Preparing weapons? Yes, I'm going back to make arrows first. Come back to me with the other weapons. Yes, I understand. After listening to the story, Zhang San nodded and returned to the blacksmith shop. At this time, there were 2 more machetes made of tang salt. Zhang San walked forward, stretched out his hands, grabbed a machete in one hand, and was about to walk out. Tang Yin stopped forging iron and asked curiously, No, what are you going to do with the knife? It's the boss's arrangement, don't ask too much. Zhang San answered, then turned around in disgust. By the way, Tang Yin, please make me an iron brick later. What do you want? Tang Yin looked at Zhang San in front of him. Holding a machete in each hand, he looked murderous under the light of the fire. Tang Yin shrank back subconsciously. Zhang San replied, I feel like a knife isn't very useful. A brick would be better. Is that okay? Okay, go ahead. Tang Yin sent Zhang San away and went back to working on the iron. The other side, Cooking knocked on Jiang Tian's door and replied, My lord, the duck is ready. Well, let's go check it out. Jiang Tian nodded and followed Pading to the roast duck oven. At this time, there was a table with sliced duck and duck racks on the plates. Jiang Tian tasted a piece of duck meat and thought it was okay. It tastes better than yesterday's. I'll keep 2 plates of duck meat for myself later and wrap the other things in plastic bags and sell them to it. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian looked at the duck frame and frowned. There was one thing he overlooked. Then he ordered, cut off the wings and feet of these ducks. From now on, before roasting the ducks, cut off the wings and feet separately. I have other arrangements. Yes, my lord. Cook Ding nodded and started working according to Jiang Tian's instructions. Soon after, all the ducks' wings and feet were chopped off. Jiang Tian put the ducks that had lost their limbs into plastic bags one by one and put them up for sale. Then he shouted on the regional channel, "Freshly baked Peking duck is now available for trading. The skin is crispy and the meat is tender. All you need is some metal to trade. Pre-order now." At this moment, the noisy news in the regional channel suddenly stopped and started boiling again. What the hell? Peking duck? Is that the same kind the boss had yesterday? I saw it on the trading floor. A plastic bag contained duck meat, and another bag contained duck bones. It really looked like that. I want to buy it. I want to buy it. Boss, I don't have any metal. Can I trade 2 ducks with you? All of a sudden, countless transactions were thrown towards Jiang Tian. Soon after, the ducks packed in plastic bags on the table disappeared, and piles of metal appeared around Jiang Tian. There were also a few ducks. In the regional channel, the original topic about the alliance instantly turned into a discussion about the taste of roast duck. Haha, I bought roast duck. Oh my god, it's really roast duck. The skin is crispy, completely different from the duck I roast myself. It's so damn delicious. I haven't eaten this kind of duck for a long time, but I don't know how to make it myself, and I don't have the conditions. I have limited resources, so I only bought a duck frame. Me too. Boss, these Peking ducks are so delicious. Why don't you keep them for yourself? Seeing this, Jiang Tian replied casually, "Oh, don't even mention it. I got so excited yesterday that I roasted over 10 ducks. I ate them all day and still haven't finished them. I'm almost vomiting. Tired." Chapter 1:24 Move the island over to me. As soon as these words came out, those who bought roast duck were fine. In addition, those who didn't buy the roast duck were devastated when they saw this sentence. Fuck, did they eat more than 10 roast ducks? I want to live like this too. I want to be sick too. Boss, can you give me some roast duck? Let me eat it too. 11:11. Are you going to make roast duck tomorrow? If you do, I'll come buy it tomorrow. I must buy it. I'm so angry. I hate people like this who pretend to be great. After Jiang Tian sent this message, he directly closed the chat interface. It's getting late. It's time to go to bed after eating duck. After instructing Cook Ding to distribute the duck wings and feet to others, Jiang Tian took Kai Wenji's hand and walked towards the room while singing a little song. The song is about the rolling red sun, setting on the western slope. Master, what are you singing? Ahem, nothing. The other side. 2111 was communicating with other allies in the room after a busy day. Today, while 1111 was selling vegetables, he recruited a few jealous guys to join his anti-rich alliance. Seeing the team expand, I feel a little proud. At this time, he was encouraging these new members. People are forced out. Everyone has potential. We are born in comfort and die in misery. Therefore, brave men can go to Liangshan. Times create heroes. The poor want to change, and people only have motivation when they are under pressure. At this moment, the words were not finished yet. One member interrupted hastily. Fuck, that 1111 is showing off on the channel again. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. 2111's expression turned extremely ugly. Damn it, they are so unorganized and undisciplined that they actually dare to interrupt my speech. Then he silently wrote down the man's ID, thinking of making things difficult for him in the future. After adjusting his mindset, he asked, "What is he pretending to be?" The member quickly said, "Roast duck." Roast duck again. He said he ate more than 10. Roast duck. More than 10 roast ducks? Why didn't you eat him to death? I saw it too. He even said he was sick of eating roast duck. This bastard is too Versailles. I really can't stand it anymore. One day, I have to kill him. I'm so angry. I was so busy chatting with you that I didn't buy the roast duck. Seeing this, he was immediately furious. I cursed in my heart. A bunch of good-for-nothings. It's just roast duck, but you act like a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Then, 2111 snorted coldly and spoke in a regional channel. Roast duck is nothing special. As long as everyone follows me, I believe that under my leadership, everyone will definitely become bigger and stronger and create greater glory. As soon as these words were spoken, the other allies immediately asked in response, "Boss, there's so many air pirates now. Can we do it?" Yeah, the boss said our ultimate goal is to cause trouble for 1111. I heard he's pretty awesome. Don't die before you achieve your goal. Hearing this, his eyelids twitched, and then he paused. It's like recalling the past. After a long while, he finally spoke. My brothers and I are ambitious. A fortune teller said that my success will be achieved through the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers, but I disagree. I believe that if you are out there, whether you live or die is up to you. When everyone heard his words, they immediately became excited. Judging from his tone, he seems to be of extraordinary status. They also joined the anti-rich alliance temporarily and didn't know much about its leader. I just think this person speaks with great force, just like an old sow putting on gloves, one set after another. As if he had guessed what they were thinking, he said calmly, "Don't mention the past anymore. Just let it go with the wind. Everyone has glorious moments. Don't take one moment as forever. Now that we are all in the same alliance, we share the good and the bad. In one word, let's do it." As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly won applause from the whole room. That's right, boss. I believe what the boss just said. Sleep on the floor today and be the boss tomorrow. We share happiness and hardships together. 2111 saw the news and nodded with satisfaction. One look at these people and you can tell they have no social experience. Just a little bit of encouragement will make you drunk. For 2111, this kind of subordinate is the best. After all, if these guys were too smart, he wouldn't be able to turn the anti-rich alliance into his own one-man show. The next day, he was falling asleep in her warm embrace when suddenly a hurried voice woke him up. "Boss, this is bad, this is bad." One of his men suddenly rushed into his room, startling him and the female subordinate beside him. 2111 was already in a bad mood when she woke up, so she cursed. "You're the bad one. If you don't have anything to do and disturb my sleep, I'll throw you down to feed the fish. Boss, there's an island ahead of us." Bang! Hearing this, the corner of his mouth twitched. A slap in the face gave this guy a huge payout. 5 bright red fingerprints were directly printed on the other person's face. What's wrong with discovering an island? Isn't this a good thing? Bring the island over to me. After saying that, he turned over and got up. Then he swaggered out of the house and looked outside. I saw that there was a faint island not far from my own island. At the edge of the island, there were several fat figures sitting on the edge of the island. It looks like fishing. Behind these fat figures, there was a very empty space, with only a house that looked dilapidated. Besides that, there weren't even any trees around. Just like that, it was exposed in front of 2111's eyes, clearly visible. There really is an island. He stroked his chin and pondered. But this island looks so damn poor, doesn't it? Forget it, even a mosquito leg is meat. Moreover, the famous philosopher Lao Ba once said, "No matter whether it smells good or bad, it's all meat when it reaches your mouth." Then, he directed the men at the helm. "Speed up. Move the island closer." "Yes, master," the younger brother replied. As time passed, the island 2111 was getting closer and closer to the island where the fat man was squatting. The image, which was originally vague, also became clearer. 2111 looking into the distance, he squinted his eyes and looked over there. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. I saw a few fat figures fishing at the edge of the island. How can this be called a survivor? It's clearly a pig man. Hiss! 2111 gasped and quickly wiped his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating. Then he looked over again. It's really a pig man. Oh my god, pigmen can fish now. Is this a spirit? Chapter 125. The pig man turned into a spirit. This sudden scene shocked 2111. He quickly ordered his men, Stop rowing, fold up the sails, and control the distance." Hearing this, several of the men were stunned. "Didn't you just say to speed up and get closer? Why do you want to control the distance now?" However, they did not dare to refute and obediently stopped shaking the fan and then retracted the sails. In this process, 2111 was also in front, continuing to look at the island opposite. According to the estimated distance, this island should be the one at 2345. The island is more than 100 square meters, and there are 3 pigmen on the edge. 2 of the pigmen were black below their calves, as if they had eaten other monsters. The other one is all white. Of course, none of this matters. The main thing is that he never expected that the pigmen would fish. Of course, he had seen this pigman before. I caught one a couple of days ago, and when I got to the island, I started humming and looking for something to eat. This thing only knows how to eat, drink, defecate, urinate, and sleep. Apart from being able to walk upright, it feels no different from a pig in other aspects. How come you can even fish after not seeing me for a few days? On the other side, several men folded up the sails. Driven by curiosity, we also came to the front of the island and looked at the island opposite. When they saw several pig men on the other island, they were both shocked. One of the men stepped forward and asked, "Master, what's going on with the pig men on this island?" "How the hell would I know?" 2111 replied unhappily and continued to observe the island opposite. The two partially black pigmen each held a fishing rod, while the all-white pigmen sat nearby and watched. Wait, 2 fishing rods? 2111, a thought came to my mind. If I could grab these 2 fishing rods, wouldn't my development speed be faster? It's just that those 3 pigmen look a bit troublesome. I wonder if my men could defeat them. Just when 2111 was thinking about whether to let his men continue to control the island and move forward, the pigmen on the opposite side also discovered them. The all-white pigman raised his hoof, pointed at them, grunted twice, then stood up and ran towards the wooden house. Not long after, an even more shocking scene appeared. Led by the white pig, a pigman covered in black hair walked out of the house. Seeing their island, the black pigman trotted to the edge of the island. He stopped and waved to them, as if calling them over. This scene looks very strange. At this time, with the inertia of movement, the 2111 island was less than 20 meters away from the other side. At this time, it was discovered. Behind their island, there seems to be another island. There's also a sail and a fan on it. The black pig on the other side waved even harder, grinning with its fanged mouth, as if it was very happy to see them. And the pig's mouth opened and closed, and actually squeezed out a few words. Come. Oh shit. Seeing this scene, 2111 was completely shocked. This pig can even talk. Is this thing really a spirit? At this relatively close distance, the black pig's current condition can be seen more clearly. The gaping mouth was covered in white and red mucus, and there was something hanging from it which looked like a finger. Oh shit. It looks like this pig man just ate a person. This time, 2111 was completely frightened. Only then did he react. 2 fishing rods. There are sails and fans on the island behind. Could it be that other sky pirates were planning to invade this island, but were eaten by this pig man instead? Holy shit, this is so scary. I can't follow this guy's old path. After realizing this, he quickly shouted, "Retreat! Retreat! Hurry up and get to the front, turn on the fan, and reverse. Reverse quickly." Yes. Several of his men also came back to their senses from their confusion. Shivering, he began to sway under the fan in front of him. The fan in front of the island began to rotate, and under the thrust in the opposite direction, the island slowly retreated. The other side, on the island of 2345, the black pig man watched the other island moving away from him. The joy on his face disappeared instantly, and his expression became a little ugly. Let's go. Damn it. The pig's mouth shouted out these words blankly, and the black pig man couldn't help but recall what happened before. These 2 days, it holds the fishing rod and fishes subconsciously. I was surprised to find that I could actually catch food from the clouds. There are wood, grain, and vegetables inside. Others are lumpy, hard things that cannot be eaten and seem to be of no use. It threw it directly down. Sometimes it would catch a wooden box, which contained monsters it had eaten before. The attacks of these monsters had no effect on it, and instead became its food. To its surprise, it fished up a wooden box yesterday. What was inside was actually its companion. This adds a touch of fun to its originally boring life. At the same time, 1 or 2 fluorescent lights will suddenly appear on the island. Shortly after the fluorescence appears, a monster will also appear. After being killed by it, it was shared with its companions. Until last night, when it was fishing with its companions. Suddenly, they felt the ground shaking. When they turned around, they saw an island appearing behind them, sticking to the island they were on. 3 humans came from the other island. After seeing it, humans were obviously a little panicked and wanted to flee back to their own island. However, before these people could run back to their island, they were killed by themselves. Then he walked to the other island and found a fishing rod with his own kind tied up at both ends. It liberated its fellow fish and taught them how to use fishing rods. It then drags humans into the cabin and eats them. After gnawing on the brain of a person who was dressed noticeably differently, it felt something was wrong and fell asleep. After waking up, I felt that my mind seemed to be clearer again. It can also distinguish the supplies that were caught before. Some are carrots, some are cabbages, and some are flour. Also, I seemed to understand some human language commands. While it was eating the leftovers of humans in the house, it was pondering the knowledge that appeared in its mind. A companion came into the house and motioned for him to go out and take a look. When it went out to take a look, it discovered that there was another island floating not far away. Seeing this scene, it was so happy. Yesterday's experience, plus the memories that came to mind. It already knew that the floating island meant food and resources. Then he waved to the other person, hoping that he would come over quickly. Unexpectedly, the other party reacted so quickly and immediately turned around and ran away. This made it very depressed. It seems that next time I encounter humans, I have to find a new way to lure them over. Chapter 126. Reap the benefits while others are doing it. The other side, on a flying island. Sitting on the ground, shaking the fan while sweating, he asked, "How long have we been running?" A subordinate who was waving a fan replied, "Master, we should have been on the run for half an hour." Yeah, 2111 looked forward. Under the cover of clouds, the island where the pigmen were squatting had disappeared from his sight. 2111 breathed a sigh of relief, stopped shaking the fan, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Even if those pig men seem smarter and can fish for supplies, they shouldn't be able to shake a fan, right? The pigmen shouldn't be chasing after him. Thinking of this, I felt scared again. I didn't expect that after living for so many years, I would meet a talking pig today. I really saw a ghost today. Could it be that after the full moon night, pig people will become smarter? I remembered that there was more than one person calling him pig farmer before. On the night of the full moon, he was not the only one to be harmed by the pigmen's violence. I don't know what happened to those violent pigmen on other islands, and whether they were encountered by other pirates. Thinking of this, I opened the chat channel. Unexpectedly, as soon as I clicked on the chat option, a message popped up. The number of survivors has dropped to a certain level, and the chat system has been updated. World chat channel frequency updated to 3 times per day. Regional chat channel limit updated to 30 times per day. I was stunned when I saw the news. However, he rarely speaks on the channel, so he didn't take this update to heart. Close the prompt and click into the regional channel. There's a lot of discussion above, and apart from the people selling food, there's also the topic of the chat system update and air pirates. Fuck, the chats are increasing? Does that mean I could chat a lot? Huh, I grabbed another island today. So cool. Recruit subordinates. The price is determined by their physical fitness. By the way, 2111, who was asking about 1111 situation, hasn't spoken in a while. Could he have been killed by boss 1111? No, I heard someone say yesterday that 2111 created an alliance, and it seems to be doing pretty well. Yes. I joined his alliance yesterday. Our boss has a way with his words. You can tell at a glance that he's no ordinary person. Is your boss really that powerful? How about I join your alliance and ask for your protection? TSK, that guy, he ran away when he saw 1111 before. What kind of success can such a coward achieve? There are 7 of us on this island, including a general. Yesterday, we even bought a machete and a set of pigskin armor. It can be said that no one can defeat us. Then, if you join my alliance, you only need to hand in a piece of wood every day, and I will protect you. Exactly. There are already 8 people on my island. I have a general and bought a machete. What's so good about that 2111 alliance? It's called the Anti-Rich Alliance. What a stupid name. I'm rich. If you can, tell him to reveal his position so I can have a fight with him. Seeing these news, I was so angry. He never expected that he would be ridiculed even though he hadn't said a word on the channel in the past 2 days. And he even mocked the alliance he created. Can he bear this anger? Shouldn't we pick up our weapons and beat them? 2111 looked at my own development. The land is more than 400 square meters, with 5 men and 1 woman. Their weapons are wooden spears and stone sticks dropped by monsters. Then, he looked at the information revealed by those who mocked him. 8 people, with generals, watermelon knives, and pigskin armor. Forget it. A lack of patience will ruin great plans. Although he swallowed this anger, he couldn't just sit there and watch the members he recruited being poached. After all, he still needed their strength to attack 1111, and once he had completely fooled them, he wanted to collect protection fees from them. The best way is to teach them a lesson yourself. But I can't beat them. What should I do? Look into the distance and start thinking. When he looked forward, he remembered the pig man who had just spoken human words and was eating his fingers. Suddenly my heart moved. Got it. Then he opened the chat channel again and said, "Ha! Everyone, I just discovered that the island of 2345 seems to have been used as a warehouse. A lot of supplies have been hidden there, and there are only a few silly pigmen watching. Everyone, come with me and share it." After sending the message, 2111 paused and added, "Holy shit, isn't this the Alliance channel?" How did I end up posting to the regional channel? Holy shit, is there an undo button in this chat channel? After the two messages were sent, there was a noticeable pause in the messages on the regional channel. Everyone noticed this statement. Immediately afterwards, laughter began to appear on the channel. Ha! This idiot actually sent it to the wrong channel. Oh, I'm right, this guy is really a fool. Island 2345, right? Okay, I'll take people there now. I'm going too, don't compete with me. Seeing these news, 2111 showed a sly smile. Since he couldn't defeat them himself, he just let the weird pig man fight them. As long as these two forces suffer casualties and their strength is damaged, I will go over and take them all down. Then, he looked at the guy in the chat channel who was shouting the most fiercely. His ID starts with 33, and he is the closest one to the Pigman Island. All you need to do is squat nearby and wait for them to start fighting, then you can reap the benefits. Isn't that wonderful? Thinking of this, a smile appeared on 2111's face again. While ordering his men to start fishing, he waited for these unlucky guys to appear. The other side, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel and was also surprised when he saw the update of the speaking mechanism. Has the number of survivors dropped to a certain level? I don't know how many people have died. After muttering this, Jiang Tian opened the regional chat channel. Then, I saw the message sent by 2111. Hide all the resources on the island. Hearing this, Jiang Tian was speechless. Isn't this just fooling fools? If there were any resources on that island, they would have been taken away by 2111 alone. The reason why he said he sent it to the wrong channel was simply a trick to attract others to the island. So many people still believe it? However, Jiang Tian did not expose 2111's plan. He was also very curious about what was in this gourd. Since some people have fallen into the trap, just let them go. I will then look at the situation based on their experience. After thinking about this, Jiang Tian switched to the World Channel and started his serious work. Chapter 127, this is a direct attack on the top of the head. At this time, the World Channel was filled with news about being plundered by sky pirates and resisting them. Woohoo! Today, my brothers and I defeated an alliance and obtained a lot of resources. It was so satisfying. Haha, my little brothers are going to set off with me too. Lord, our alliance has been attacked, and all our allies have been captured. If I hadn't run fast enough, I would have fallen into their clutches. I need to join another alliance and make a comeback. Today, a pirate tried to rob me. Luckily, I spent a lot of money to buy a machete and leather armor, and I hacked the pirate to death. Members of our alliance have come together. What we lack now are weapons and armor. Who has the equipment? Seeing this, Jiang Tian clicked on the name of the person who needed weapons and armor and sent a private message. Hello, I have the equipment you want. Would you like to talk? Soon, the other party sent a message. Do you have weapons and armor? What kind? Bone swords and stone forks? Or wooden armor? That junk is outdated. What's more popular now are watermelon knives and blackened pigment leather armor. Do you want them? Watermelon knife? Leather armor? The other party was stunned and asked, Hey, were you the one who sold these things on the trading platform before? Exactly. Man, you came at the perfect time. Our alliance needs these things right now. The other party's reply revealed joy. Both machetes and leather armor are needed. There are 8 people on my island now, so I need 8 sets of equipment. Furthermore, I need 8 sets as backup. There are 16 sets in total, right? Yes, my friend. After receiving the reply, Jiang Tian thought for a while. Since some islands began to unite, the distribution of manpower seems to be more reasonable than before. There are already other people making knives and leather armor. Although the quantity is small and the quality is poor, it still has a certain degree of competitiveness and the price can be slightly lowered. After doing the math, he replied, The watermelon knife and leather armor are both 20 gene of iron ingots each, so a set of equipment is 40 gene. 16 sets of equipment equals 640 kilograms of iron ingots, and we pay for them on delivery. What? 640 kilograms of iron? Why is it so expensive? Seeing the price, the other party reacted strongly. I bought so much, you should give me a discount. Seeing this, Jiang Tian thought for a moment and said, If you're willing to refer me to your alliance, I can give you a cheaper price, 600 kilograms of iron. What Jiang Tian didn't expect was, after a brief silence, the other party sent a long message. Hey man, you know what we're doing? We are fighting against air pirates. We are maintaining world peace. On this issue, you should not protect your own small interests, but join us, stand on our side, and contribute to justice. So, for the sake of love and peace, I am willing to give you 50 kilograms of iron. Seeing this, Jiang Tian was really speechless. Wow, no one else can make moral kidnapping sound so righteous. Moreover, this kidnapper is too cruel. Even if you bargain, you can't get the price so low. This price is not only cut in half, but it is also cut directly to the very top. With this rhetoric, it can probably fool a fool, but it's far from enough to fool him. If that's the case, then why are you buying weapons? Can't you just use your love and peace to influence those sky pirates? Hey, you can't do this, you stupid, get out. After saying this, Jiang Tian directly blacklisted the person with the ID HHDX 1313. Then continued to watch the World Channel and look for business. Just at this moment, a statement came out on the World Channel. HHDX 1300. Hey, 1313, you hypocrite who talks so much about being kind and righteous. You're a coward, and you're actually trying to collect equipment on the channel. What the hell can you get? When I get the equipment, I'm going to kill you. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up when he saw this message. Immediately send a private message to the other party. Do you need a watermelon knife and leather armor? As long as you buy a large quantity, I can give you a discount. Not long after, Jiang Tian looked at the iron ingots beside him and smiled with satisfaction. The deal was done. The other party needed 10 sets of equipment, and these iron ingots were the deposit. According to the agreement, the remaining iron will be traded for 10 machetes and 10 pieces of pigskin armor tomorrow morning. I have to say, sky pirates are relatively direct and decisive when it comes to doing business. Maybe it's because of plundering that they appear to be rich and powerful. I just don't know what will happen to 1313, who likes to use moral blackmail, after 1300 gets the weapons and armor. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian closed the chat channel. I walked to the blacksmith shop and took a look inside. Tang Yin was working hard at forging iron, while Zhang San, Li Si, and Xuanzi were helping him. Following Jiang Tian's instructions, several people were making 3 additional anvils and hammers. Seeing Jiang Tian coming, several people greeted him together. Boss. Jiang Tian nodded and ordered, speed up the progress of these tools. Once these things are done, Zhang San, Li Si, and Xuanzi will come when you practice. After giving the order, Jiang Tian glanced at the 4 people who were busy working and left the blacksmith shop. Except for the machete that was made at the beginning, all the weapons made by Tang Yin afterwards were of good quality. From then on, the weapons used by their own people were manufactured solely by Tang Yin. Zhang San, Li Si, and Xuanzi began to make some simple weapons to practice. That is, a watermelon knife. Once they have mastered the blacksmithing skills, they will build another blacksmith shop to recruit new people and increase production. Of course, Jiang Tian himself would not use these equipments made for practice. Sell them all. The machete needed for the deal that was just concluded was made by the 3 of them. There may be some issues with the quality, but that's okay. Anyway, it's not for their own use. The other side of the island. There are 2 more pig men who were killed by Lu Bu after they became evil to a certain extent. Then, Cookting took over the pig men and began his work. 10 pieces of pigskin armor should be completed today. At this time, the fool who was picking up the corpse shouted to himself, "Boss, we caught a guy at the fishing spot." "Well, bring him over here." Shortly after giving the order, the new member came to his side. After observing and communicating with him for a while, I found out that he was just an ordinary person from modern times, named Pai Shantian. He was a male, probably in his 20s, but not very strong and didn't seem to be able to do heavy work. Jiang Tian thought for a moment, looked at the chef on the other side, and instructed Pai Shantian. "Your name contains the word Pai, so you have a connection with fur. So, from now on, you can learn how to cut fur from that chef. By the way, call me boss from now on." "Okay, boss." Pai Shantian responded and walked towards Pao Ding. Looking at the way Pao Ding taught his apprentice, Jiang Tian nodded with satisfaction. There is one more person who can make protective gear. In the future, Pai Shantian can also sell the leather armor he has made through practice. By the way, after the dormitories and canteens are completed, they will be able to accommodate more people. In the future, food businesses such as roast duck will be able to recruit more apprentices and increase production. Chapter 128. Meet your Grandmaster. The morning passed slowly as each member was busy. During this process, another person was caught and arranged to participate in the construction in the dormitory. At this time, there were 28 people on the island. The dormitories must be completed quickly to accommodate these people. On the other side, at the construction site of the dormitory, Shi Jigang was working diligently, observing the situation of other workers from time to time and giving instructions. After a day's rest, he looked much better and in a very good mood. Under his arrangement, the construction workers worked in an orderly manner like worker ants. This dormitory looks almost finished and should be completed tomorrow. In addition, a new brick kiln was built next to the original brick kiln to increase the speed of firing bricks. The construction team has begun to take shape, and with Jiang watching over it, there is no need to worry. In the future, the construction task can be fully handed over to him, and all I need to do is to arrange manpower for him. Thinking about this, Jiang Tian was in a good mood. Continue looking away. The vegetable and herb planting areas have been cleared, and two little old men wearing straw hats are watching over them. Jiang Tian felt a little sorry that he had to work in such a place at his age. We can arrange a few more young and middle-aged people to help them later. Moreover, the weather is getting hotter and hotter. When there are enough people, we can build a small shed or something for them. Then, Jiang Tian looked to the south. A ball of fluorescent light is slowly gathering. Hua Tsubing exchanged a few words with the patrolling Lu Bu, and then Lu Bu walked away. Afterwards, Hua Tsubing called Xiangzi over and said something to him. As the two talked, the fluorescent light gathered into a goblin. Under Xiangzi's gaze, Hua Tsubing walked forward. While dodging and resisting the goblin's attacks, he turned back and shouted a few words to Xiangzi. Then he chopped the goblin to death with one blow. Seeing this, Jiang Tian also understood. Hua Tsubing was teaching Xiangzi fighting skills. Jiang Tian was very satisfied with this move. As the land expands, more and more people will be needed to patrol. Moreover, these monsters will become stronger and stronger. The monsters that appeared a few days ago were relatively common, but now they are showing a trend of becoming stronger. Not only did the goblins and murlocs grow abdominal muscles, but a skeleton riding a spider also appeared this morning. Taking advantage of the spider's relatively fast movement speed, he showed off his power while holding a bone sword. Just when Xiangzi was in a panic, Lu Bu chopped down with a machete, chopping the skeleton and the spider into pieces. In addition to these generals, the combat capabilities of ordinary people must also be strengthened. From now on, the training will be left to Hua Tsubing. After figuring this out, Jiang Tian looked towards the east. Various supplies were placed nearby. Kai Wenji, Wang Yun, and Li Xiaoning were pulling their fishing rods and wiping their sweat. Later, we can also build a shed on the east side to provide them with shelter from the summer heat. At this time, Kai Wenji just pulled up the fishing rod in her hand. Bang! The mist dissipated and a wooden box fell to the ground. Li Xiaoning waited for 2 seconds very skillfully. Seeing that the box showed no sign of opening from the inside, she picked up the wooden hook and pulled open the movable wooden board. A square-faced man, wearing linen clothes, stood up. Seeing the outfit and face shape, Jiang Tian walked forward curiously and took a look. When the man saw Jiang Tian, he nodded respectfully and said, "Owner." Jiang Tian nodded in response. I feel that this man is ordinary and doesn't look like a military general. Jiang Tian touched his head. Could this be an ancient coolie? Forget it. Just find out his name and then arrange for him to go farm with Song Yingxing. Then he asked, "May I have your name?" "My lord, my name is Gong Shuban." "Oh, then you go." Jiang Tian was just about to let him go farming, but he was stunned when he heard the name. "Tell me, what's your name?" "My lord, my name is Gong Shuban." "Lu Bon." Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. "Are you Lu Ban?" Jiang Tian really didn't expect that this ordinary-looking man was actually the famous craftsman Lu Ban. Lu Ban, Su Nam Zi, Fan Gong Su. He was a native of Lu during the spring and autumn period. Because he was a native of Lu, he was called Lu Ban. A famous craftsman, he was revered as the ancestor of craftsmen by later generations. The Ban, in the poem Ban Min Nong Fu, refers to Lu Ban. I won't go into further details. He is the ancestor of all craftsmen anyway. Before Lu Ban could reply, Jiang Tian called Jiang directly. Jiang, come here quickly. Jiang was startled, walked up and asked, "What's up, boss?" "Quick, this is Lu Ban. Come and meet your ancestor." Jiang Tian kicked Jiang on the butt. Before Jiang could react, he stumbled and fell to his knees. Although he didn't remember the name, he always felt that it sounded very familiar. I feel particularly insignificant in front of this name, as if I had really met my ancestor. Grandmaster? Grandmaster? Okay, stop wasting time. Take Lu Ban to familiarize himself with the work. Then, you and Gong Shu Ban can build a few more wooden dining tables. As the number of people increased, the dining tables became insufficient. Shi Jiang is now mainly responsible for command work and does not need to do many things personally. He and Liu Ban can make some utensils needed for life. Liu Ban's eyes lit up. I can do this, let's go and do it. Before Shi Jiang could recover from his shock, he was dragged away by Liu Ban. Come on, where's the wood? It's just to the east. Go this way. Seeing this, Jiang Tian nodded with satisfaction. Then he shifted his focus to other directions and began to plan other things. The other side, on the Sky Island at coordinates CNNS 2345, several pigmen are fishing for supplies. Not far from this island, there is another island hidden in a cloud. 2111 has been paying attention to the regional channel and has also arranged for his men to pay attention to the situation nearby to see if there are any islands flying over. Before this, he had spread the false news that there were resources hidden on Island 2345. Looking at the regional channel, many survivors are clamoring to go to the island to plunder. I don't know whether they're just doing it on a whim or have really started to take action. The survivors have lived for so many days, there should be few fools among them. However, in the face of huge interests, it is inevitable that some people will lose their minds. At that time, as long as the other party conflicts with the pigmen, both sides will suffer losses. Then hey, just as he was thinking about this, an island slowly drifted from north to south, heading towards the pigman island. Chapter 129. Tie up the 3 pigmen and bring them back to me. I want to sell them. Someone's coming. Seeing this island, I was delighted. Judging from the speed and direction, the person coming should be the one with a number starting with 33. When the pig feeder in 2345 was brutally murdered, I didn't see his speech on the regional channel. It seemed that this person was not watching the regional channel at that time. In other words, this person probably doesn't know what happened on Island 2345. I just don't know what he has become now. It wouldn't be good if he was too strong. If he just killed these pigmen directly, he would be giving away gift packages. The best thing would be to fight against the pigmen on equal terms and end up with both sides suffering heavy losses. While thinking about this, he squatted on the island and quietly looked at it, just watching it get closer and closer to Pigman Island. The other side, a small island of about 400 square meters, is drifting towards the south. Above the island, 3351 looked at the 3 men behind him who were fanning themselves vigorously, then looked at the island that appeared in front of him, feeling a mixture of emotions. When he saw the news revealed on the regional chat channel, he was extremely excited and immediately wanted to go and take a look. However, after a brief excitement, 3351 regained his composure. What this person said might be a trap. His purpose might be to lure some people to the coordinates 2345 and then attack them. However, after guessing this possibility, 3351 felt confused again. Before, I saw that he looked very timid, like a complete loser. Those boastful air pirates in the regional channel heard what he said. If they all come over, can 2111, with a small body, defeat those big air pirates? This is like trying to steal a chicken, but losing the rice. You might even lose your life. Could it be that 2111 has called all the allies over to prepare for a siege? After thinking about this possibility, 3351 felt confused again. In the past 2 days, he also observed the anti-rich alliance created by 2111. With the help of the chat channel, he also took a rough look at the members in it. People who join this alliance shout things like, I'm so angry. Fuck, someone is showing off again. Boss, please give me something to eat every day. They all seem like a bunch of poor bastards. What's the point of this kind of crazy alliance? Moreover, the coordinates of these members are all over the place, quite far away, and they probably won't be able to get here in a short time. Well, it should be fine. If it really doesn't work, just run away. There are fans in front and behind the island anyway. If the situation gets bad, you can reverse and escape. Thinking of this, 3351 sighed again. As a sky pirate, he is relatively unsuccessful. Since his debut, he has only successfully robbed one sky island, and there are not many resources on that sky island. So now he only has 400 square meters of land and 2 fishing rods. Other pirates, through their own efforts, have developed the island into an area of 700 to 800 square meters, or even thousands of square meters. It seems that some big air pirates are already developing downlines and forcing them to pay franchise fees. This is even more efficient than robbery. Comparison is the thief of joy. The competitive pressure in the air pirate industry is also very high. If you don't find ways to overtake others and develop yourself, you will be left behind by this era one day. I hope this person is really an idiot and tells the truth. There are really resources here. And this place is not far from me. I can come and take a look. A man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth, and a horse cannot become fat without night grass. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. If I really encounter that anti-rich alliance that is besieging me, I might as well join them. I'm a poor guy anyway. While secretly pouring out his grievances, he watched the island on the other side getting closer and closer. Stop taking the sail. Yes. After being able to clearly see the other island, 3351 gave the order. While his 3 men were busy reefing the sails, he began to look around at the situation nearby. No other islands were seen surrounding us. Then, he began to look at the small island in front of him. This sight immediately scared 3351. Oh shit, what the hell? There are 3 pigs fishing on the island. What kind of world is this? Even pigs are working so hard. 2 pigmen were carrying fishing rods, and 1 pigman was moving the supplies to the side of a wooden house on the island. Food and water, wood, metal, etc. There are also a few things floating in the air, which seem to be empty soil. This made 3351 start to envy. Not to mention other resources, the value of those 2 fishing rods alone is immeasurable. If I can get it, then this trip will not be in vain. 3351 looked around the island again. There seemed to be no one else there except these 3 pigmen. But there is an empty island with fans and sails at the back, which makes the picture a bit weird. But since I'm here, I have to bring something back. Maybe someone deliberately trained these pigmen to fish like humans and come back from time to get supplies. Thinking of this, 3351 ordered his men to slowly move closer to the island. When the island was 2 or 3 meters away from the opposite side, it stopped. Cover the gap with 2 wooden boards to form a bridge, and arrange one of your men to go over and scout the way. The subordinate responded, swallowed his saliva, and walked to the other island. The island was filled with indescribable things, and the stench was so strong that the subordinate couldn't help but pinch his nose. At this time, the 3 pigmen turned around and looked at them. This look made 3351 and his men slightly stunned, and cold sweat broke out subconsciously. However, after taking a look, they turned around and continued fishing, as if it was none of their business. The men who went to the island to explore breathed a sigh of relief, walked tentatively to the pigmen, picked up a branch, and poked them. The pigman simply waved his hand in disgust, knocking the branch away, without any other reaction. It feels just like an ordinary pigman, not very aggressive. Moreover, the black hair has only grown on the calves, and it will take some time before it turns black. 3351 and his men saw this scene and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Then the man circled the island again and saw no one else. Then we came to the wooden house in the center of the island. The cabin was a bit shabby, with a hole the size of a fingernail on it, and it was pitch black inside. There was also a strong stench inside, which was even stronger than the smell at the edge of the island and was really irritating to the eyes. The subordinate almost vomited, but after thinking about it, he decided not to push the door open. He picked up a piece of wood from the supplies piled next to the wooden house and walked back. "Master, the island seems to be safe except for the stench." "Look." The subordinate returned to the island to report. At this time, 3351 felt relieved. Just now, his men returned safely with the planks. Everything was back to normal, and the pigmen did not riot because the supplies were touched. Although we didn't enter the small wooden house in the middle, it doesn't matter. The wooden house is not very big and can accommodate several people. Just based on the smell, it's impossible for anyone to be hiding in that house. Otherwise, they would be suffocated to death before they catch their prey. Then he glanced at the pigmen and ordered his 3 subordinates. "All of you, go up there and bring back the fishing rods and supplies. Oh, and bring the monster and the twine too. Then tie up the 3 pigmen and bring them back to me. I'm going to sell them." Chapter 130, tell me in detail. What did it do to you? Yes. The 3 men responded, took the monsters tied up on the island and a bundle of hemp rope, and walked towards the 3 pigmen. The method of controlling these pigmen is relatively simple. Throw the monsters to the pigmen, and while they are eating, get the fishing rod first, and then bring the supplies back. When they finish eating the monster and start to sleep, tie them up and sell them at a low price. Everything is arranged perfectly. In 3351's eyes, those fishing rods, supplies, and pigmen have already become his possession. It's just that this island is a bit troublesome, it stinks, and I don't know how long it will take to deal with it. On the other side, 3 men had come to the fishing pigmen and threw the monster in their hands. Come on, eat quickly. Seeing the severed spider legs and goblins on the ground, the pigs drooled. He dropped the fishing rod, pounced on the ground, and started to eat these monsters. But while chewing, he was still staring in the direction of the wooden house, and no one knew what he was thinking. Seeing this scene, several men joked. These pigs are really interesting. Are they thinking of going back to the house to sleep after eating? Ah, these pig people have such a comfortable life. All they do is eat and sleep. Unlike us, we have endless work to do every day. All right, stop talking. Hurry up and take the fishing rod and supplies back. If you make the owner wait anxiously, you'll get scolded again. After a few words, the men started to reach for the fishing rod on the ground. Just at this moment, suddenly, a howling came from the wooden house that was ignored by the men. Ah, ah. The cry startled several of his men and 3351 on the other island. Before they could react, a black shadow rushed out of the wooden house and rushed towards his men. In a moment, he arrived in front of several people. He directly pushed a subordinate who was trying to pick up the fishing rod to the ground, making a dull bang sound. Puff! The man's shoulder blade was broken and blood spurted out of his mouth. Seeing this scene, the other 2 men had to react. His face turned pale in an instant. Darkened pig man. A completely darkened pig man. Run! While shouting, he ran forward in a panic. At this moment, the pig man who was holding down his men howled again. Ah! Hearing this, several pigmen who were eating food got up and used their short legs to chase after the 2 fleeing people. The subordinate was so frightened by the sudden scene that his legs went weak and he was quickly caught up and then knocked to the ground by the pigman. Seeing this scene, 3351 came back to his senses. At this time, he didn't care about the lives of his men. He kicked the wooden board connecting the 2 islands off the island, then sat in front of the fan and shook the handle frantically. In this situation, he felt that all the potential in his body was stimulated. His hands moved very fast, and he was like an engine. The fan was turned and slowly moved away in the opposite direction. At this time, the blackened pigman let go of his dead subordinate, waved his bloody claws, and ran towards 3351, which was adjacent to his island. While running, he shouted a few words. Don't go, don't go. What the hell? It's a monster. Seeing this bizarre scene, 3351 was so frightened that he almost peed himself. The hands that were turning the fan felt a little weak, but he still gritted his teeth, pulled down the sail, and continued to turn the fan. The other side, 2111, who was hiding in the cloud, estimated the time and began to order people to start the fans and drive some distance to the northeast. At this moment, it was blocking the flight path of the island that had just passed by. Just when 2111 was considering whether to fly over to see the situation, the island he had just flown over happened to be flying towards him. Since he didn't know the other party's current condition and combat effectiveness, 2111 ordered his men to sit in front of the fan and get ready to escape. At this time, he discovered that the flying speed of the other island had slowed down a lot compared to when he passed by just now. When the other party got closer, they found that there was only one person left on the other island, and he was fanning the fan with a grunt. And it looked like he was extremely tired. After shaking for a while, he collapsed to the ground. Seeing this scene, I was ecstatic. He immediately ordered his men. Quick, drive to the island. Yes. The men responded, went to sit at the fan on the other side of the island, and started shaking it. Not long after, bang! The 2 islands collided with each other, waking up 3351 who had fallen exhausted to the ground. Holy shit, what's going on? The pigman is catching up? Before 3351 could recover from his shock, he saw several men running to his island. The young man who was in the lead turned around calmly for a few times and finally focused his attention on himself. Who are you? What are you doing? 3351's face was full of panic. Seeing him like this, I knew. This must be because he was scared by the blackened pigman. Moreover, he was the only one left on the island, and his men were probably in trouble too. After thinking about it, I decided to find out some information first. Don't be afraid. I'm just a good person passing by. What's wrong with you? What happened? When asked this question, 3351 recalled what had just happened. His face turned pale again, and he pointed in the direction of Pigman Island and stammered. Pig demon. There's a pig demon over there. He can talk. Oh, is there such a thing? Tell me in detail. What did it do to you? It. After asking for a while, 2111 also learned about his experience. I couldn't help sighing in my heart. Fuck, I'm glad I didn't go to the island just now. This is too scary. After sighing, he noticed that the other party's fingers were tapping something in the air, and his mouth was open. Seeing this, his face changed immediately. Huh, he wants to post this message on the channel. This won't do. If the other party leaks this information, how can I lure others into fighting with this pig man and reap the benefits myself? Then he took out a fruit knife from his trouser pocket and wiped it on the other person's neck. Blood splattered, and he stared in disbelief. Then he fell down with a look of resentment in his eyes. He sneered and ordered, "Throw him down, and after I merge this island, continue hiding in the same spot and wait for the next unlucky guy to come." Yes, master. Chapter 131. I just caught a good thing. Do you want to know? The sun hangs slowly in the northwest. Jiang Tian woke up from his nap and walked out of the house. As soon as I came out of the house, I saw a large table at the door. Liu Ban and Shi Jigang stood on either side of the table and replied, "Master, boss, the table is ready." Jiang Tian nodded. He asked Kai Wenji, who was following behind him, to continue working, and then came to the wooden table and began to look at it. At the same time, Liu Ban was also introducing. The table is 6 square meters in total and is made up of 6 independent structures. The table is made to look like a puzzle by using the mortise and tenon structure to connect them together. Each structure is a tabletop and a table leg. The edge portion has 2 table corners, and the number of mortise and tenon joints on the tabletop varies. Both disassembly and assembly are very convenient. When there are fewer people, the 2 edge parts can be assembled together to make a small table of 2 square meters. When there are many people, we can continue to add components into it, and the usage conditions are very flexible. Seeing this table, Jiang Tian's eyes showed admiration. As expected of Liu Ban, his design ability is amazing. At this time, Jiang Tian remembered. Ever since Liu Ban arrived here, he has been busy making tables with Shi Jigang and has not even had lunch yet. Then he ordered, "Shi Jigang, take your ancestor to eat something first and rest for a while before going back to work." "Okay, boss. Grandmaster, please come this way." Shi Jigang responded, nodded and bowed as he led Liu Ban into the warehouse where food was stored. At this time, there was a beeping sound in Jiang Tian's mind. He then opened the chat system and found that it was a private message sent to him by 0066. In order to get Takumi in time, Jiang Tian unblocked the private chat audio for her. Judging by the time, Takumi is almost mature. This time he came to me, probably because of this matter. Really? 0066. The trees have been cut down and can be traded now. When you make another crossbow card, remember to sell me one. Jiang Tian thought for a moment and replied, "No problem. Just trade Takumi to me first, and we can start making it later. Since they have to leave the island to trade at night. Xubing and Zhang San are resting now. But it doesn't matter, I caught a Liu Ban today. With his ability, as long as he is given a crossbow card to study, he should be able to make it." After Jiang Tian walked to the east, the two began to trade. There was a pile of rubbings of wood in the place where the wood was placed. The quantity was quite large, about twice the quantity of the last transaction. At this time, 0066 sent another message. "By the way, since you can make machetes, you should be able to make axes and saws too, right?" "Yes, what's wrong?" "Great. In that case, could you sell me some of these as well? When I first came here, I caught a bronze axe, but it's a bit blunt now, and it's a bit difficult to chop trees with it." Okay. Just give me the metal first, and I'll make it for you in a couple of days." "Huh? Can't you do it for me now? My blacksmith is busy making something right now, so I don't have time for now. How about this? You give me your bronze axe first, and I'll have the blacksmith repair it for you." After a while, 0066 agreed. The two parties conducted another transaction before closing the private chat interface. Holding some copper ingots, iron ingots, and a bronze axe, Jiang Tian came to the blacksmith shop. At this moment, the 3 of them were making clanging sounds with their weapons. So far, 3 low-quality machetes have been made. Li Si and Xuanzi are making the next one, and it is almost completed. When they saw the visitor, the 3 of them greeted the boss. Jiang Tian responded and walked forward, taking a look at Tang Yan's work. He is currently making a sophisticated version of a watermelon knife. Jiang Tian then handed over the bronze axe and the metal and instructed, "After this weapon is finished, sharpen this axe a little more." Seeing this thing, Tang Yan complained, "What's up, boss? You prefer to chop monsters with an axe? Don't use this copper one. I'll make you an iron one. It's not me. It's a friend of mine. Boss, is that friend you're talking about yourself? Stop nagging and get back to your work. Jiang Tian twitched the corner of his mouth and left the blacksmith shop directly after giving his instructions. But speaking of this, Jiang Tian remembered. Now that Takumu has arrived, he can make a plum blossom spear for Hua Tsubing. Also, the spear that Leopard Girl wants and the sword that Li Xiaoning wants can also be arranged. Since we don't have enough weapons here and there are not many people, it will take a long time to make these weapons. Therefore, Tang Yin had always been asked to make watermelon knives that were simple to make, took less time, and used less materials. The sophisticated machete I have now is sufficient, and I can also put other people's exclusive weapons on the agenda. While thinking about this, Jiang Tian walked around the island, checking on the work progress of others. Lu Sandao and Xiangzi were on patrol and happened to kill a howling fishman. After killing the monster, Erlangzi picked up the corpse and threw it into the pile of pigmen. The pigmen grunted as he began to eat the delicious food that fell from the sky. Some of them have turned black to the chest, and then I can make a few sets of pigskin armor. Pading was cutting the black pigskin. On the other side, Pai Shangtian, after learning for a period of time, was also practicing with a small piece of leftover material. After one round, everything was safe and sound. After purchasing some supplies, Jiang Tian came to the wooden house. Just now, Liu Ban and Shi Jigang seemed to have brought food in to eat. I wonder how their rest was. Taking this opportunity, you can talk to Liu Ban about making the crossbow card. Inside the wooden house, the two had finished their meal. Liu Ban held a piece of wood in one hand and a knife in the other, carving something on the wood. Shi Jigang squatted on the side, observing his master's operation honestly. Seeing this, Jiang Tian also walked forward to take a look curiously. I saw Liu Ban waving the knife in his hand continuously, and a rectangular piece of wood gradually took shape. Soon after, it turned into a little man with a nose and eyes. Although his entire body is made of wood, his eyes and eyebrows reveal a hint of charm. At this point, Shi Jigang couldn't help but sigh. Grandmaster, your skills are too strong. It's nothing, my hands just moved subconsciously, and when I reacted the carving turned out like this. Sorry for the ugliness. Liu Ban looked at the figure in his hand, stroked the wood carving with his calloused hands, and smiled modestly. Seeing this, Jiang Tian also wanted to say a few words of praise. At this moment, the sound effect of the alliance message suddenly rang out. I clicked on the message, and it was 0888. 0888. Hey, I just got something good. Do you want to know? Chapter 132, do you have any favorite anime characters? Got something good? Jiang Tian was stunned. By the way, this kid seems to have played too many card drawing games. Every time he catches something, he says he drew it. Having said that, this guy seems to be a lucky guy. As long as it is something new in this world, this guy can definitely catch it. I don't know what I caught this time. At this time, in the Alliance channel, 0066, who seemed to have nothing to do, had already responded. Fuck you. Are you going to say something obscene again? 0888. Hey, what are you talking about? Don't tarnish my innocence, or I'll sue you. 0066, bah. You privately messaged me and said you'd won something good and wanted to give it to me. Then later, you said you'd won a cucumber and asked if I wanted it. You're such a pervert. 0888. Honestly, I'm asking if you want to use it as a facial mask. Are you blaming me for your own nonsense? 0066. Shut up, don't fucking talk. Seeing the conversation between the two, Jiang Tian was speechless. Then he interrupted their quarrel and asked, Okay, stop arguing. 0888, don't keep me in suspense. Tell me, what did you catch this time? He, 0888 boasted, I caught a piece of metal. It's bright white, but it doesn't look like iron. It even says AG on the ingot, so it looks like silver. Do you think I'm cool? 1111, don't watch. 0066, bah. Hooligan. 0888. Jokes are just jokes. Jiang Tian looked at the chat history and couldn't help but sigh. Wow, this thing is really silver. The chemical symbol is written on it. I never saw this kind of thing when I collected metals before. Could it be that it has just appeared in the world? At this time, 0888 continued. Okay, I didn't speak correctly earlier. Let me rephrase. I just asked on the World channel, and it seems like I'm the only one in the world who has caught silver. Do you know what this means? 0066. It means you are a een person. 0888. You 0066. Don't go too far. This clearly means that I am a European emperor. Okay. Seeing this, Jiang Tian twitched the corner of his mouth again. That's enough for the two of you. 0888. Do you want to use this silver bar? If not, sell it to me. Hey, I was waiting for you to say that. I really don't know how to use metal, so I can sell it to you. Make an offer. What do you need? Give me some machetes and pigskin armor. 0066. I want one too. Jiang Tian thought for a moment and replied, Sure, but I've taken on an order and am rushing to finish it these past 2 days. So, it will probably take a few days before I can finish it for you. Since we're doing business, we still have to abide by industry rules such as timely delivery. Moreover, after completing this order, Jiang Tian also wanted to ask Zhang San and Li Si to help him speed up the production of weapons for his side. It's unknown how long it will take to make weapons for them. At this time, 0888 replied, Well, we'll talk about it later. I'll give you this silver ingot. It's no big deal. Jiang Tian felt a little depressed after seeing this news. Although he wanted to take advantage of others, the other party's attitude still made Jiang Tian feel a little strange. It's like accepting charity from others. Since I can't give him weapons for the time being, why don't I trade him something else first? Then he asked, Besides weapons and armor, is there anything else you need? 0888. No more. I don't have to worry about food, drink, or clothes, and no one comes to beat me up. I feel like life is full of joy. Now, Jiang Tian was in a dilemma. Apart from equipment, this European emperor seems to have nothing missing. So what can I give him? Just at this moment, a voice came from beside Jiang Tian. Lord, we have almost rested. Is there anything we can do now? Jiang Tian came back to his senses and closed the chat interface. He saw Liu Ban and Shi Jigang nodding beside him, waiting for instructions. On the table next to it was the little figure that had just been carved. At this moment, Jiang Tian's heart moved and he asked, Liu Ban, how long did it take you to carve this little man? Liu Ban thought for a moment and said, It didn't take long, maybe half an hour at most. Any instructions, my lord? Jiang Tian did not reply, but opened the alliance channel and asked, By the way, 0888, judging from your previous comments, you must be otaku, right? 0888. What do you mean by otaku? I'm just a 2D fan. So, do you have any favorite anime characters? 0888. There are so many like Ramrem, Asuna, Istethicame, Hyuga Hanada, Komi. They're all my wives. 0066. Otakus are so disgusting. 0888. 0888. What do you mean by disgusting? My wives and I are pure and have never even held hands. 0066 by 1111. Stop talking so much. Which one is your favorite? 0888. If I had to say who I like the most, it would have to be Rem. What's wrong? Why are you asking? Don't even tell me you caught one. I don't believe it. Jiang Tian twitched the corner of his mouth. What the hell is this? Then he replied, Don't be so nervous. How about this? I'll trade you the Rem figurine for that silver ingot. 0888. What the hell? You can even fish out a figurine? Are you kidding me? Jiang Tian explained. That's definitely not something you can catch. But I caught a pretty impressive sculpture. You can ask him to carve one for you. 0888. Sculpture? Who is it? Could it be Alexandros, the artist of the Venus de Milo? Damn, you can catch someone from abroad too. Jiang Tian was speechless. What the hell is going on? Stop guessing. I'll tell you the truth. The one I just caught was Liu Ban. Chapter 133. What I want is 3-view drawing. Can you draw it? I saw this message from Jiang Tian. There was a pause in the alliance channel, and then 2 sentences popped up. What the hell, Liu Ban? You can even catch someone like this? Did you grow up eating the luck fruit? Don't talk so much nonsense. Just trade the silver ingot to me first. Without saying much to them, I directly sent the transaction request to the other party. Not long after, there was a rectangular silver ingot next to Jiang Tian. The length, width, and height are approximately 20 centimeters, 10 centimeters, and 5 centimeters, and it weighs about 20 pounds. Although this silver ingot is a rare resource at present, the quantity is too small and no one knows what it can be used for. Holding the silver ingot, Jiang Tian looked at Liu Ban, who was waiting for orders in front of him. You are now carving. Halfway through his speech, Jiang Tian remembered. Liu Ban didn't know what this Rem looked like. How about drawing one for him yourself? There happened to be a set of paper and pen in the wooden house. Jiang Tian took it and put it on the table. The pen paused on the paper, and then he remembered that he couldn't draw. This is a bit embarrassing. Forget it. I'll find someone in the channel to draw one for me later. Then he ordered. Well, Shi Jigang will go back to supervise the construction of the dormitory. Liu Ban, come with me. I will take you to see something first. The two responded and walked out of the room. Jiang Tian put down the paper and pen, picked up the silver ingot, and left. Shi Jigang went to the dormitory, while Lu Ban followed Jiang Tian to the north. Two of the crossbow carts made previously are placed here. When he saw this thing, Lu Ban's eyes lit up. Without any instructions from Jiang Tian, he walked forward and began to look at the crossbow cart. Seeing Lu Ban's concentration, Jiang Tian did not disturb him and walked aside to observe the growth of the plants. Just then, Sun Simiao, who was looking at the herb field in the north, pointed at the silver ingot in Jiang Tian's hand and asked, "My lord, this is—" Jiang Tian was stunned and replied, "This is silver. What's wrong?" "Silver." Sun Simiao's eyebrows showed a hint of joy, and he suggested, "My lord, if you have silver, can you make some silver needles for me to use?" "No problem," Jiang Tian answered very straightforwardly. "This amount of silver ingots probably can't be used to make anything else, but it would be great to use them to make silver needles for Sun Simiao. And there's no need to skimp on medical equipment." Then he took the silver ingot to the blacksmith shop. When he saw Jiang Tian, Tang Yin greeted him casually. "Hey, the boss is here again? Sit wherever you want." Jiang Tian didn't respond, put the silver ingot aside in the blacksmith shop, and asked, "How's the making of your watermelon knife going?" "It's almost done. I'll fix the bronze axe later." "What's wrong?" "It's okay. After I finish repairing the bronze axe, I'll make a set of silver needles. I'll put the silver here." Hearing this, Tang Yin was stunned. "Silver needle? How to make this thing? I've never seen it before." "It's okay. Before you start the silver needle treatment, talk to Sun Simiao and ask him to cooperate with you." After saying this, he left the blacksmith shop. After taking a look at the people who were busy, Jiang Tian returned to the room. What needs to be solved now is the issue of the reward for the silver ingot 0888. He had to find someone who could draw the blueprint, and let Lu Ban carve a rem for him. Thinking about this, Jiang Tian opened the World Chat channel and sent a message. "CNNS 1111. Can anyone draw a rem? I need someone to draw me a three-dimensional picture of Remington Price is negotiable." As soon as these words were spoken, the World channel that was originally discussing the air pirates and the alliance suddenly fell silent. Soon after, another long speech broke out. "Oh look, there's a dead otaku here. TSK, I've traveled to this world, and I'm still immersed in this fantasy. Yeah, what a poor guy. Asshole, what do you want to do by having someone draw my wife? And you guys upstairs, what do you mean by that? Rem? What is that? Rem, you don't know? Add me in private, and I'll explain it to you." The news on the World channel was noisy, and most of them were mocking Jiang Tian for being otaku. Jiang Tian was speechless about this. He didn't want these things, he was doing them for others. But he was too lazy to explain, he just stared at the channel to see if there was anyone who would volunteer. At this time, Jiang Tian received a private message. "Hello. Excuse me, you're in need of a portrait of Ram, right?" Jiang Tian took a look and found that the other party was from the same area as him. "I didn't expect to encounter this. It's unique. If I had known earlier, I would have sent it through the regional channel." Then he asked, almost, "I want a 3-view drawing. Can you draw it?" "Yes, I used to draw pillows for people." "Okay, draw me one." "Okay. Boss, when I finish drawing, can you give me a watermelon knife?" "A machete again?" Jiang Tian fell helpless. But this is understandable. I had shouted something in the regional channel before, and now everyone in the region who wants to trade with me wants a machete. However, Jiang Tian could not accept this request. After all, the order hasn't been made yet. Then he replied, "The machete won't work. Currently, equipment can only be exchanged for metal. I can't accept the price of a painting for a weapon." Seeing this, the other party was silent for a while and said, "Then, give me a roast duck." "That's fine. Okay, I'll draw it now." "Boss, can you give me a duck leg to try first?" "The roast duck isn't ready yet. Let's talk about it tonight. By the way, you have to draw it well and clearly. If it's not good, I can only give you half a duck." "All right." The other side, a girl in her 20s, wearing sportswear, looked at the chat history with a speechless look on her face. She was an ordinary art graduate. After graduation, she stayed at home and worked with an online store, drawing customized pillows for them. "Every day, I spend my time drawing and revising paintings, and I'm often tortured by the client's demands and feel depressed. But it doesn't matter, after all, the salary for this kind of job is still very considerable." However, just when she was about to complete a month of work and was about to get her salary and go out to have fun, Pia traveled through time. When she opened her eyes and saw this world, her mentality collapsed. "That's all. Now that we are here, Let's make the best of it. What she never expected was, coming to this world, I actually met Party A. What the hell is going on? He sighed and went to a simple wooden table to pick up a pen and paper. Just as I was about to start writing, I suddenly remembered something. I opened the private chat again and found CNNS 1111 and asked, by the way, do you want the normal rim or the colored one? Chapter 134, I am old and can't stand being scared. Colored. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian's mouth twitched. My goodness, if a little old man like Lu Ban showed this kind of picture, how embarrassing would it be? Who do you take me for? The most classic kind will do. Oh, okay. After receiving the other party's reply, Jiang Tian directly closed the chat interface. After taking another look at the work status of others, Jiang Tian opened the trading house and began to walk back and forth between the warehouse and the livestock department. Under Jiang Tian's operation, some rice, noodles, as well as some wood and poultry in the warehouse disappeared. At the same time, pieces of metal ingots will appear beside him. More than 3 hours later, looking at the piles of metal around him, Jiang Tian wiped the sweat from his forehead. I liquidated these metals through fishing and exchanging them these days. The iron ingots already weigh more than 2,000 pounds. Jiang Tian's second choice was to purchase about 1,500 kilograms of copper and even less of tin. Fortunately, although metal is relatively heavy, it does not occupy a large volume. When piled together, it only weighs about 300 cubic decimeters. The warehouse is almost full, so I can use some of the things that take up space to exchange for high-value, small-volume metals. Selling weapons and armor for metals has a high return rate, but crafting these items takes time. If you want to quickly stockpile metal, you still need to exchange it for other resources. Afterwards, Jiang Tian liquidated the supplies in the 2 warehouses. In the warehouses closer to residential areas, in addition to the large number of store-bought and non-staple foods that were just caught, the main items are grains, oils, rice, and flour. Another warehouse for storing construction materials, in addition to the metals that have just been cleared, is mostly clay, followed by wooden boards, and some parts such as nails. Then we came to the animal husbandry department. Not to mention poultry such as chickens, ducks, and geese, there are hundreds of each kind, filling up the several story cages. Due to lack of space, the poultry caught later were either sold or served on the table. After dinner today, I will ask Lu Ban and Shi Jigang to lead people to make a few more cages. Jiang Tian had previously thought about building a chicken coop and putting all the poultry in it. But if you really do this, the space required will be huge. I guess a few chickens fly out of the island from time to time. Cages are better. They can be made into several layers, which saves space and is easier to manage. There are cows, sheep, and pigs in the shed on the other side. In addition to the pig that was slaughtered and served on the table, there were 15 pigs, 7 sheep, and 3 cows. 4 large animals like pigs and sheep, the probability of catching them in a day for an average person with just a fishing rod is about 3%. The probability of catching animals like cattle is even lower. Things like iron ingots and copper ingots are not too difficult to catch. If you calculate based on 1 fishing rod, you can catch about 1 ingot a day. However, the size of the fish caught varies, which adds up to about 10 kilograms a day. Among the materials caught, wood is relatively easy to catch. Moreover, when monsters and characters are caught, the wooden boxes in which they are stored can be sawed open and used. Correspondingly, the consumption of wood is also huge. Nowadays, everyone needs wood, whether to build a house, make benches for seats, or make fans and sails. Therefore, the value of wood has always been at the forefront. Those who always hold a fishing rod to harvest supplies mainly rely on selling wood and monsters to feed their men. Anyway, for Jiang Tian, there is never a shortage of wood. In addition to the wooden boards placed in the warehouse, there is another pile on the east side. After the settlement was almost complete, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel. At this time, the painter seemed to have completed his work and was frantically sending messages to himself. Boss, I've finished the painting. Can you take a look? I personally think the drawing is okay. It shouldn't need any revisions, right? Boss, are you there? Seeing this, Jiang Tian replied. Okay, let's take a look. As soon as these words were spoken, the other party immediately sent a transaction request. A phantom appeared from Jiang Tian's side. It was 2 A4 papers with some things sketched on them. However, because it was a phantom image, it was not very clear. Jiang Tian was a little unhappy. Just trade directly. Why are you just standing there? Boss, that roast duck. You have to show me the effect first before I can decide whether to give it to you or not, right? Hurry up. Oh, okay. After the other party confirmed it, the two pieces of paper turned into real form and appeared in Jiang Tian's hands. The picture above is of Rem, one of the heroines of the popular anime, wearing a black and white maid outfit, with her left hand extended, inviting me to shake her hand. Even though it's not colored, it's still pretty good. Moreover, the painting is quite detailed. In addition to the front, side, and top views, the back and top view are also drawn, so that the bottom of the skirt can be clearly seen, etc. Under the skirt, Jiang Tian was speechless. At this time, the other party asked, "Boss, how about it? Is it okay?" "Yes, the painting is quite detailed." "Can I have a roast duck?" "The roast duck isn't ready yet. I'll give it to you tonight, don't worry." "Oh well." Seeing the other person's pitiful appearance, Jiang Tian thought about it. I gave her 2 duck wings that I had cut off yesterday and asked her to eat them for now. After getting the blueprint, Jiang Tian left the room. I glanced at the sunset in the sky and realized it was almost time for dinner. Jiang Tian walked into the kitchen and saw Chef Ding stirring the wok. So Jiang Tian walked over, patted the chef's shoulder. "How is it? Are you still busy?" Pading seemed to be startled, but when he turned to look at Jiang Tian, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "My lord, please don't scare me anymore. I'm old and can't stand being scared." Then, Ding paused and continued. "I'm busy enough, but the pot here is too small." After saying that, Ding raised the pot in his hand. It is the kind of iron pot that is commonly seen at home. It was caught in the first few days after arriving at Sky Island. An iron pot like this can only hold enough for 3 to 5 people at most. It is indeed a lot smaller to cook for more than 20 people. Jiang Tian nodded. "Well, I'll tell Tang Yin to make a big pot for you. Do you have any requests?" Upon hearing this, Ding burst into tears of gratitude and said, No, my lord. I'm already very satisfied that you can think of me." Jiang Tian patted his shoulder with relief. "Work hard, and next year the Lord will try to find you a wife." "Lady." Hearing this, Pading was stunned. "I'm already old. I don't know if I can do it." Thinking about this, Pading glanced down. It was not until a burnt smell came that Pading came back to his senses. "Ouch, my food." Chapter 135, Let's eat first, and then we'll set off immediately after eating. After leaving the kitchen, Jiang Tian went straight to the blacksmith shop. Tang Yin, Li Si, and Xuanzi were busy inside. Seeing Jiang Tian coming in, Tang Yin paused, then looked at the sky outside. He said it carelessly. "I've been so busy that I've forgotten the time." "Boss, are you here to tell us to get off work? Can we eat now?" Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. "Why are you in such a hurry? How is the task I gave you going?" "I'm working on it. The machete is finished, and the axe has been redone." As he spoke, Tang Yin put down the hammer in his hand. He took the bronze axe from the other side and handed it to Jiang Tian. "Here, your axe." "It's not mine, it's my friend." "Hey, I know." Tang Yin waved his hand and didn't care much. Jiang Tian was too lazy to explain and continued. "Remember to talk to Sun Ximiao later and have the silver needles made. Also, make an iron pot for cooking. Is that okay?" "This has to be okay." When it comes to making pots, Tang Yin agreed very readily. "Tell me how big the pot is. I'll take care of it. You can discuss this with Pao Ding when the time comes." "Okay. Anything else?" "No more." "Then I'll go prepare dinner first." After saying that, Tang Yin said hello to Jiang Tian and started to walk out. Just at this moment, he noticed the paper in Jiang Tian's hand. "Hey boss, what is this?" Jiang Tian was stunned and looked in the direction Tang Yin was looking. It was the portrait of Rem that the painter had drawn for him just now. He subconsciously brought it out when he went out. "This is..." Before Jiang Tian could come to his senses, Tang Yin leaned over. When he saw the characters in the painting, his eyes widened. Pointing at the portrait above, he shouted carelessly, "Oh my God, isn't this that guy? I can't believe you, boss, actually like this." The sound was so loud that it startled the other members of the island, and they all looked towards the blacksmith shop at the same time. Everyone was bewildered. "What's wrong, boss? What did Tang Yin mean by that? Which one is the boss like?" "I don't know, did something happen?" "Let's go and take a look." For a moment, except for the chef and the patrolman, everyone put down their work and walked towards the blacksmith shop together. In the blacksmith shop, Jiang Tian was startled and explained. "No, this thing was made by a friend of mine." "Boss, that friend you were talking about. Is it you?" "No." "Hey, you." "No need to say more, boss." Tang Yin interrupted, revealing a meaningful smile. "I understand. You know nothing." Jiang Tian kicked Tang Yin on the butt. "Don't eat today. Work overtime for me." After saying this, Jiang Tian left Tang Yin with a bitter look on his face and walked out of the blacksmith shop. Walking out of the door, Jiang Tian was stunned. Why are there so many people gathered outside the blacksmith shop? Boss, what happened just now? Master, what did Tang Yin say just now? My lord, this. As they spoke, these people looked at the paper in Jiang Tian's hand. When they saw what was drawn on it, everyone's expressions varied. Hey, boss, I think I've seen the person painted here before. Isn't this a maid outfit, boss? This. Master, do you like this? At this time, Kai Wenji was standing beside Jiang Tian. He also leaned over and took a look at the paper. Suddenly, his expression became a little strange, and I don't know what he was thinking. Gai, bun, yi. Before Jiang Tian could finish his words, Kai Wenji trotted back to the stone brick house. Jiang Tian was completely speechless. He waved his hand to disperse the crowd and said, "All right, stop looking and go prepare the ingredients." Jiang Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief after the crowd dispersed. Coming to the north, he asked Lu Ban, "How is it? Have you thoroughly researched this ballista?" Lu Ban nodded. Although this ballista is ingenious, it still has some structural flaws. It might fall apart after a period of use. If I were to make it, I could create a more sophisticated version. Okay then, I'll leave the making of the ballista to you. Seeing that Lu Ban understood what he meant, Jiang Tian was very satisfied. Then, he handed over the portrait in his hand. By the way, can I carve this figure out of wood? Lu Ban took a look at the drawing. The expression on his face was also a little subtle. When Tang Yin shouted just now, he followed the crowd to join in the fun, and naturally he saw what was drawn on the paper. Lu Ban didn't expect that his lord wanted him to carve this thing. However, he didn't say much. After answering, he took the paper and walked into the wooden house. Jiang Tian also began to give orders to others. Relocate the large sails and fans on the island to the eastern corner of the island. At this time, a large word Shang was painted on the originally pure white sail with black pig blood. That is the code name on Jiang Tian's side. At the same time, the crossbow carts and crossbow arrows were also moved over in preparation for the transaction tomorrow morning. Not long after, everything is ready and the food has been prepared. On the wooden table made by Lu Ban, there were pots of steaming food. At this time, Hua Xiubing and Zhang San had also gotten up and reported to Jiang Tian. Master, boss, when do we leave? Jiang Tian nodded and ordered. Let's eat first, and then we'll set off immediately after dinner. Yes. The two responded and lined up with others to get their food. Today's meal is still rich with chicken, duck, and fish soup. Tang Yin could only poke his head out of the blacksmith shop from time to time, drooling unwillingly. After dinner, the group got busy again. Move the crossbows, bows and arrows, machetes, and pigskin armor to the east. These equipments have nothing to do with this transaction. They are provided to a few people to ensure the safety of the transaction. Then, everyone began to separate the land. Soon after, the land was separated, about 50 square meters. If the transaction can be carried out normally, there will be an extra 200 square meters when we return, so 3 fans are placed on it. In order to save energy for Hua, Xiubing, and Zhang Sanxing, Jiang Tian called 2 ordinary people to do hard labor for the 4 people. Since the land cutout was not small, these people and equipment could be accommodated. Take a large piece of wrapping cloth to cover the crossbow cart, and everything is ready. Jiang Tian handed the coordinate map he had drawn before to Hua Xiubing and drew 2 positions in the second row. He reminded, "Our position here is 1111 and the trading position is 1200. It doesn't matter if you can't find them. Just remember the way back. By the way, safety is paramount. If they honestly take the land, you can take it back and don't make things difficult for them. If they're in numbers and they're ready to attack, you know what to do." "Yes, my lord." Hua Xiubing knelt on one knee, clasped his hands, and responded. When he stood up, there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. "Take Zhang San and a few ordinary people with you to completely divide the land. Hoist the big sail, fan the boat, and slowly sail eastward." Chapter 136, Give it to me quickly. Let me feel better. After Hua Xiubing and his group left. After resting for a while, everyone returned to the dining table and began to clear the dishes and clean the table. After Kai Wenji finished her meal and washed the dishes, she went back to the house, and no one knew where she went. Jiang Tian didn't care much and told Sun Simiao to take a piece of bread and a bottle of water into the blacksmith shop. Let Tang Yin eat a little so that he has the strength to work as an ironworker. By the way, let Sun Simiao cooperate with him to make the silver needle. At this time, Lu Ban walked out of the wooden house, holding something in his hands, and presented it to Jiang Tian. "My lord, it has been carved." Jiang Tian nodded, took the wood carving, and took a look at it. The wooden block, about 30 centimeters long, has been carved into the shape of an anime character. The carving is so lifelike that it is almost identical to the portrait. Although not as precise as modern carvings, Lu Ban's strength lies in his skillful techniques, which would be more profound than those carved by machines. Jiang Tian touched his chin and pondered for a moment. "I thought to myself, letting Lu Ban carve the figurines seems like a waste of his talent." So, Jiang Tian communicated with the trading house through his mind and posted a purchase information. "I can do carving and carpentry work for you. All I need is metal ingots." Just when Jiang Tian was communicating with the trading house, Kai Wenji ran out of the house. At this moment, the clothes on her body turned into a maid outfit, exactly the same as the Rem sculpture in my hand. "Owner." Kai Wenji lowered her head shyly. Two delicate little hands were placed in front of her body, rubbing the lace on her clothes helplessly. Although she didn't know what this dress was, she always felt ashamed when she put it on. But you could tell by looking at the wooden figurine in the owner's hand. "It seems to be just as Tang Yin said." Jiang Tian was stunned. When I was purchasing clothes before, it seemed that there was indeed such a strange piece of clothing mixed in. But at that time, I just collected the clothes I had and didn't care too much about it. I had completely forgotten about this, but I didn't expect Kai Wenji to dig it up. Then, Jiang Tian looked at Kai Wenji. "What are you doing?" Kai Wenji lowered her head shyly. "Master, do I look good in this outfit?" Jiang Tian. A trace of cold sweat ran down his head. What is this girl thinking about all day? He looked down at the Rem figurine in his hand. Jiang Tian just twitched the corner of his mouth. "Tang Yin, you idiot. You've ruined my innocence." Jiang Tian explained to Kai Wenji for a long time before he made it clear that he did not have any special habits. Looking at Kai Wenji going to work in a bad mood, Jiang Tian couldn't help but sigh, and he recorded Tang Yan's evil deeds in his little notebook. Immediately, Jiang Tian opened the Alliance group chat and tagged 0888. "It's ready. I'll give it to you now." 0888 seemed to be waiting for Jiang Tian and quickly replied, "Is the thing ready? Are you talking about Rem's figurine?" 1111. "Yes, it's done." 0888. "Give it to me quickly. Give it to me. Let me have some." 0066. TSK, what a pervert. 0888. "Go away, what's the matter with you? Go somewhere cool. I want to reunite with my wife Rem." It can be imagined that this Rem figure is really important to 0888. Perhaps you can say that. In 0888's heart, the Rem figure is his spiritual food. Just like when Jiang Tian caught Huazi before, some people would rather go hungry and cold than not exchange Huazi with Jiang Tian. Because for those people, Huazi is their spiritual food. Besides, with a lucky guy like 0888, he should have nothing to lack now. After being satisfied materially, the natural thing to pursue is spiritual satisfaction. Jiang Tian was able to please the other party. 0888 ignored 0066, urged Jiang Tian to trade quickly, and frantically sent trading applications to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian was not vague and directly agreed to the deal and put the Rem figurine on the table. At this time, on an empty island, a fat man in a sweatshirt sat on a rock. He looked nervous and his hands were shaking uncontrollably. This person is 0888 who is doing business with Jiang Tian. "Rem Chan, wife, I'm finally going to get you." Fortunately, his men were busy elsewhere at this time. Otherwise, you will definitely be regarded as a pervert. Transaction successful. Suddenly, a wooden sculpture fell into 0888's hand. 0888 looked down, held his breath, and stared intently. "This, Rem Chan." 0888 gasped. The wood carving in his hand was too realistic. Except for the lack of color, other aspects are full of details. "Lu Ban is still awesome. He really sculpted my Rem Chan." 0888 carefully held the figurine in his arms, as if he was holding not a wooden sculpture, but a living being. "I was afraid that I would accidentally drop it on the ground and get hurt. I'll have to ask 1111 to make me a few more figures in the future. Ram, Asuna, Istef, Akame, Hyuga Hinata, Kurumi. Ladies, we're about to be reunited." While 0888 was excited, he did not forget to open the regional channel and found a few regional members who were old 2D fans like himself. and showed off to them crazily. After Jiang Tian completed the transaction with 0888, he left the Alliance group chat. He was about to check the regional channels to see what was new, but he found that someone was talking about him on the regional channel. You know, I heard today that someone on the world channel was asking if anyone knows how to draw RAM. I heard about this too. It seems that person was ridiculed by foreign friends on the world channel. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is so embarrassing. What do you know? That guy wanted to make a REM figurine. What the hell? A figurine? Bullshit. That's right. Some people can't even get enough to eat right now, who would waste their energy making figures. Besides, what's the point of figurines? They can't be eaten, they can't be used to kill monsters, and they can't be used for labor. At this point, several old 2D fans who were friends with 0888 couldn't stand it anymore. You know nothing. It's because I'm well fed and don't have to work, let alone fight monsters, that I have the time to make action figures. That's right, you poor bastards, you can't even get enough to eat, so you must be thinking about eating every day. Old Second Dimension European Emperor Alliance welcomes fellow enthusiasts to join. By the way, 0888, you can join our alliance and become its leader. 0888, I'm not going. I have a strong supporter in this alliance. Why would I go to your place? 0888. Besides, if I leave, won't there be no action figures in the future? As soon as these words were spoken, people in the regional channel suddenly discovered this 0888 is actually in the same alliance with Boss 1111. Suddenly, a strange idea emerged in everyone's mind. Could it be that this figurine was made by the boss of 1111? Chapter 137. Taking advantage of the opportunity to advertise. Thinking of this, everyone spoke again and began to confirm the answer to this matter with Jiang Tian. Boss 1111, did you make this figurine? That should be him. Right now, in this entire region. No, in the entire world, he's the one most likely to have time to make figures. Boss 1111, please come out and say something. Seeing this, Jiang Tian also took the opportunity to advertise. Yes, this figurine was made by one of my men. I have now expanded into a new business, undertaking furniture making, figurine carving, and other carpentry work. Contact information. Click CNNS 1111 to send a private message. Materials are provided by the client, and a processing fee of varying amounts will be charged based on the complexity of the work. As soon as this advertisement was released, it immediately sparked heated discussions among people on the channel. Holy crap, it's really 1111. You're really worthy of me. You even make action figures. Just now, 0888 showed me a glimpse of it through the trading system. Even though it was just a shadow, it looked really awesome. I want to buy it. How much is this, sir? Make one for me, too. At the same time, Jiang Tian received a series of private messages and orders. There are all kinds of requirements, mainly carving figures of various anime characters. Jiang Tianza first asked them to bring the materials over, and gave different prices according to the size and complexity of the items required by the other party. And the design fee is also added in. All in all, the price of a figure is about 20 kilograms of iron ingots. After all, although Jiang Tian knew some of these anime characters, he couldn't draw them, so he had to ask the artist for help. Drawing a blueprint requires a duck, so we must not forget the cost. Thinking about this, Jiang Tian remembered. The painter is still waiting for his roast duck. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian closed the chat interface and came to Pao Ding. At this time, the skins of the two black pigmen had been almost cut and were handed over to the leopard woman on the other side for processing. Pao Ding did not stay in the slaughterhouse, but took Pai Shantian to the breeding shed, pointing at a pig and explaining its skeletal structure and where to start when slaughtering it. The pig was so frightened that it stood still and dared not even breathe. I was afraid that the other party would suddenly give me a live lesson. Jiang Tian waved his hand and called Pao Ding over. Pao Ding, have you prepared the duck for today? It's already hanging out, my lord. What are your instructions? Now go roast the duck and sell it early today. Yes, my lord. Cook Ding responded and took Pai Shantian to wash his hands. Then they moved the dried duck to the stove together and roasted it while teaching. More than 40 minutes later, the skinned ducks were placed in bags on the table. Jiang Tian left 2 ducks and put the rest on the trading floor, then shouted in the chat channel. The bags of ducks disappeared and turned into iron ingots and a few live ducks. At this time, Jiang Tian received a private message. Boss, I saw you selling ducks. Look at my share. It's that painter. Jiang Tian smiled faintly and replied, Don't worry, I'll keep it for you. After that, he sent a transaction request to the other party. The other side, On a small island, there is a girl in sportswear. Looking at the roast duck in front of me, I was so excited that tears filled my eyes. Roast duck. It's really roast duck, the kind I saw on the trading floor before. Although the communication method of this 1111 is not much different from the bad client's behavior style, explained by the teacher in school before. But he doesn't default on the balance. Simply the best party A in the world. This person is the painter who did business with Jiang Tian. She didn't think too much about it now. She quickly untied the bag, picked up the chopsticks, reached over, picked up a piece of duck skin, and took a bite. It was still hot. The duck skin was crispy, and the oil flowed into your mouth when you took a bite. So delicious. Eating this duck makes me feel like I'm back to my original world. I was thinking about having a nice roast duck meal after getting my salary, but I didn't expect. This reminded the painter of the past. It's strange to say, when I first came to this world, whether encountering natural disasters or monsters, she could grit her teeth and lead her men to overcome them. But now I could sit down quietly and eat this hot roast duck. Her psychological defenses seemed to collapse in an instant, and big tears flowed down her face. While eating, he sent a message to the person with the ID CNNS 1111. Boss Party A, can I still cooperate with you in the future to exchange resources? I'm a professional and can draw a lot of things. Of course. On the other side, Jiang Tian sent this message with a smile. If you want to do this kind of custom engraving service, it would be great to have this kind of painter to work with you. Of course, what the other party said was in exchange for resources, not for roast duck. Jiang Tian didn't care about this little thought. As long as the value created by the other party is high enough, you can consider giving them some other materials in exchange. Anyway, the initiative is in my hands, so there's nothing to worry about. Then, Jiang Tian checked the order he had just received and ordered. Now go draw Asuna, Ram, and the others. After sending all the requirements on the order to the other party, Jiang Tian closed the private chat. Looking around the island, Lu Ban and Shi Jigang were sitting where they had been observing the crossbow cart in the morning. While talking, the two men drew blueprints in preparation for making an improved version of the crossbow cart. Seeing this, he picked up the remaining duck and walked over there, intending to give it to Lu Ban to try. This time, Jiang Tian didn't leave any roast duck for himself. If you eat too much duck, you'll feel sick of it. I'll think of other new dishes in the future. Not long after, Jiang Tian came to the two of them and handed them the roast duck. Lu Ban, try it. Is this a duck? Seeing this production method, Lu Ban also found it very novel. Shi Jigang on the side also introduced, Grandmaster, this is roast duck. It tastes very good. Please try it. At the invitation of the two, Lu Ban picked up a piece of duck meat and took a bite. While chewing, his eyes gleamed with brilliance. He didn't care about his image for a moment and stuffed the roast duck into his mouth. His mouth was full of oil, and he praised it highly. Jiang Tian looked at the wooden table next to the crossbow cart. There were two pieces of paper on it. One was the drawing he had made when he was working with Hua Xubing to make the crossbow cart, and the other was based on the original drawing, with a lot of notes and some mortise and tenon structure diagrams added. There was a saw next to the wooden table, and it seemed that he was planning to make the crossbow cart tonight. Jiang Tian looked at the sky and gave the two of them new instructions. Shi Jigang continued to go back to the supervisor's dormitory. After eating the roast duck, Lu Ban went to carve a few rims in exchange for resources. Now, the manpower is mainly concentrated on the construction of the dormitory. After the dormitory is completed tomorrow, a group of people can be assigned to cooperate with Lu Ban in the production. This can save time and improve efficiency. As for Lu Ban's residence, he was arranged to live in a small wooden house. Now, Wang Yun, Song Yingxing, Cook Ding, Sun Simiao, and Lu Ban live in the wooden house. They are all little old men. Jiang Tiandu wanted to hang a plaque on the wooden house that read, Old Man Concentration Camp. If more and more old men are caught in the future, we may have to build a nursing home or something. While Jiang Tian was daydreaming, time passed slowly. Everyone had to go back to sleep after work. Only the ship that had left the island remained, flying slowly into the distance with a large sail inscribed with the Chinese character Shang. Chapter 138. Wow, why are there so many people here? The next day, morning, a small island of about 50 square meters, with fans rotating and large sails raised, is flying towards the rising sun. On the big sail, there was a black word Shang written on it. It was Hua Xubing and Zhang San who were sent out. Hua Xubing looked into the distance and muttered to himself. According to what the Lord said, we should be meeting up with him soon. Just at this moment, Another flying island appeared in Hua Tsubing's sight. The other island also had a sail with a big V written on it. Seeing this scene, Hua Tsubing's eyes narrowed and he ordered, "The traitor appears. Move the island closer. Be careful to maintain distance." The several strong men behind him responded, watching the position of the other island while communicating with each other to control the strength. At this time, the island opposite also noticed its own island. He moved in a different direction and came closer. When the two islands were about 100 meters apart, both sides stopped at the same time. Hua Tsubing stood in front and began to look at the situation on the opposite island according to his lord's instructions. There were two people on the other island. They looked unremarkable, just ordinary people. The island was empty except for the big sail, the fan, and the two people. No weapons were seen. At this time, there were two people on the other island. When he got closer, he was shocked to see Hua Tsubing and his group. Wow, why are there so many people here? Are you planning to rob your fellow criminals? However, under the order of his master, he still waved his hand to Hua Tsubing and others and shouted, "Hey, are you guys from 1111? That's right. Hua Tsubing's answer was resounding. The other party asked again, "We are from 1330. Our master has contacted you before and is here to conduct a land transaction. Who are you? We've received the same order to come and take over the land. The Lord said that after we take the land back, we'll trade it to you for the reward. Now, bring the island over." Hearing this, the two men looked at each other, turned on the fan, and drove towards the island. Bang! Soon, the islands joined together. After the islands were connected, Hua Tsubing waved his hand and sent people to nail the land on both sides together with wooden stakes and hemp ropes. It was cleared again. This island is 20 meters long and 10 meters wide. It is indeed 200 square meters. In addition to the fan and sail, there are also 2 shovels on it. Moreover, there is a 30 square meter island behind, which should be used for the two men to return. During this process, the two men of 1330 looked at Hua Tsubing and Jiang Tian holding machetes and dared not breathe. After confirmation, Hua Tsubing nodded. "Okay, go back and inform your master and wait for news." After hearing this and seeing that the few people had no intention of hurting them, the two men finally breathed a sigh of relief. After getting close to the island, the sails and large fans were planed and installed on the small island at the back. At the same time, several strong men also got busy. Install your own fans and sails on the newly acquired island. After both sides are arranged, the two men under 1330 bowed and said hello. "In that case, we will go back and report. Have a safe trip, everyone." After saying that, he hurriedly turned on the fan and floated away. Hua Tsubing did not rush to arrange for people to leave. He told a few people to pay attention to the surrounding situation and kept staring at the direction where the other party was leaving. After confirming that there was no unusual movement, he waved his hand. "Pull the sail and return." The other side, "I wonder what's going on with Hua Tsubing. Should the deal be completed?" Jiang Tian looked into the distance and muttered something. Then he looked at the 10 poor quality machetes and pigskin armor lying on the ground. "All of this equipment has been completed this morning. You can now trade." When I opened the chat channel, the customer with the ID HHDX 1300 sent me an inquiry message. "Hey buddy, do you have the equipment I ordered ready? I can't wait to get started." "It's done. We can do the transaction now." After sending this message, the other party immediately sent a transaction request. Click agree. Jiang Tian moved his fingers and placed the machetes and pigskin armor one by one. Seeing these equipments, the other party became a little excited. "Ha ha! With so many weapons and armor, my guys can take down that coward with just this." Don't get too excited yet. Only after you pay off your balance will these equipment be considered yours. "Oh, no problem. Guys, bring the iron ingots over here." Soon, pieces of iron ingots appeared on the other party's transaction box. I calculated the weight, and it's at least 300 kilograms. Adding the previous 80 gene iron ingot deposit and the 20 gene discount, it is indeed the price of 10 sets of equipment. After both parties confirmed it, the other party sent him another message. "Haha, iron weapons, and the hide of a terrifying blackened pigman. Great. Once I catch that coward, I'll come back to buy some equipment from you. Guys, hoist the sails and set sail." After saying this, there was no more news from the other party. I guess he was busy with something else. As for what he wants to do, it is none of Jiang Tian's business. He closed the chat interface and looked at the situation on the island again. The dormitory is almost completed, and Shiji Gang is leading his men to inspect the situation. Jiang Tian also entered the newly built dormitory and took a look. There are 2 floors in total, and the middle of the 2 floors is separated by cement and wooden boards. Shi Gang later modified the design to maximize the use of the space in the dormitory. There are 5 rooms on both floors and a small living room with a table. In addition to the rooms, there is a toilet in the same position on both floors, with a large bucket inside for cleaning. According to Shi Gang, the protruding piece made of cement outside the dormitory houses a pipe made of wood with plastic sheets laminated inside, which connects the toilets on the 2 floors and can be cleaned together. The decoration inside the dormitory is also very simple. It can even be said that there is no decoration at all. The entire dormitory was also gray. Each room had a window, a small table inside, and a wooden box used as a wardrobe. There is nothing else. Once everyone has taken away their tools and cleaned the dormitory, it can be officially occupied. Including the ordinary person who was caught this morning, there are now a total of 30 people on the island. In addition to the people who have been accommodated in the previous stone brick house, there are 15 more people. This newly built dormitory was fully adequate, and they were able to escape the predicament of sleeping in tents and move into a sturdy concrete dormitory. At this point, the inspection of the new dormitory is completed. Jiang Tian nodded and left the dormitory. Now that some manpower has been freed up, we can consider constructing other buildings. Chapter 139, I'll ask the chef to make you pork stewed noodles. Returning to his room, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel. In addition to some news about buying/selling supplies and some bold words from air pirates, there are also several discussions about monsters. Oh my god, I caught a goblin, and it looks like it's going to the gym again. Yeah, it seems the weapons they hold have been upgraded too. I feel like their defense has also increased. I couldn't do much damage with my bone knife, so I ended up killing them with the hammer I caught earlier. I just caught a murloc. Scales had grown on parts of its body. My men couldn't penetrate it with their wooden arrows. Luckily, I bought a machete and chopped it to death. What? You actually have a machete? Boss. Jiang Tian was stunned when he saw the news. The monsters upgraded again today? Having said that, the task of cleaning up the monsters and transporting their corpses was left to other people, and I really hadn't paid much attention to it these past 2 days. Then, Jiang Tian closed the chat interface and walked out. With a bang sound, a wooden box was caught at the fishing spot. After Li Xiaoning opened the wooden box, a goblin jumped out. Judging from his posture, he seems to be stronger than before. Following Jiang Tian's instructions, Li Xiaoning knocked the goblin unconscious and restricted its movement. Then Jiang Tian walked forward and took another look around. His abdominal muscles have become 6-packs, and the weapon he holds has changed from stone stick to a bronze hammer. It is called a hammer, but it is actually a stone stick with a copper lump tied to it. On the other side, there were several monster corpses piled up. The murloc's size hasn't changed much, but it does have some scales growing on it to enhance its defenses. However, after conducting experiments, Jiang Tian found that the defensive power of this thing was just so. It's okay for blocking bone knives, but it's not enough when facing sharper bronze weapons. It's not as good as the skin of a blackened pigman. The spider has also changed, and now the tips of all 8 legs have become arrowhead-shaped. After being cut by Li Xiaoning, it was neatly placed aside. Seeing these things and the copper lump on the goblin's weapon, Jiang Tian was a little amused. Isn't this just giving yourself resources? Of course, I don't care. I don't know how other survivors would react if they encountered this kind of monster. Through the chat channel, Jiang Tian discovered that the physical fitness of other survivors and his men seemed to be gradually improving. Although the body shape has not changed, the strength and physical strength have indeed improved a lot compared to before. Although it is difficult to deal with these gradually stronger monsters, we can still fight. As for improving physical fitness by killing monsters, the longer you stay on the Sky Island, the better your physical fitness will be. Jiang Tian is not quite sure for the time being. Anyway, after killing the monsters, I didn't see any experience balls or anything like that flying towards people. After checking the monster, Jiang Tian looked at Li Xiaoning. In her hand, she was still holding the same not-so-sharp bronze sword. The monster was knocked unconscious by this thing. Seeing this, Jiang Tian asked curiously, "Didn't I assign you a machete before? Why don't you use it?" This. Li Xiaoning glanced at the machete placed next to her with an embarrassed expression. Holding this machete, I always feel a little weird. Jiang Tian imagined the scene of Li Xiaoning chopping people with a machete. Well, it's a bit strange. Okay then, if I remember correctly, you wanted Tang Yin to make you a sword? right? Yes, master. Well, you can make do with this bronze sword for now. I'll talk to Tang Yin now. Thank you, master. Facing Li Xioning's grateful face, Jiang Tian waved his hand and walked to the blacksmith shop. In the blacksmith shop, several people were busy. On the stone table next to it, there were two sophisticated versions of watermelon knives. It's just that Tang Yan's spirit is a little depressed. Due to some special reasons, he was not allowed to have breakfast with everyone this morning, but was given 2 loaves of bread to make do with. In fact, 2 loaves of bread were enough to fill his stomach, and he looked like this just because he was greedy. Seeing Jiang Tian coming over, Tang Yin asked eagerly, "Boss, can you let me have a good meal at noon? If I don't eat something good, I will almost have no strength to work as a blacksmith." "Don't try this on me, kid." Jiang Tian rolled his eyes and gave an order. "After you finish making this machete, stop making this thing and make a sword for Li Xioning." Hearing this, there was a glimmer in Tang Yan's eyes. "Okay, there's no technical skill required to make a machete. I'm tired of it. Well, from now on you will be responsible for making weapons for our own people. You must ensure the quality. Also, after you make the sword, you should also make the gun that Hua Tubing wants and the spear that Leopard Girl wants." "No problem." Tang Yin patted his chest and responded, then looked at Jiang Tian eagerly. "Boss, can I have lunch at the table?" Jiang Tian thought about it and decided to let him concentrate on making weapons after eating. "Okay, just cook these things well, and I'll ask the chef to make you some pork stewed with noodles later." "Good." Hearing this, Tang Yin straightened his back, picked up the hammer, and smashed it on the iron. The whole person is refreshed again. Jiang Tian was about to leave when he heard Tang Yin ask again, "By the way, boss, what kind of weapon does Lu Bu want? I think I forgot to ask before. Besides, he was on guard last night and is sleeping now. How about you ask him when he wakes up?" "Don't worry about it, Lu Bu." Jiang Tian waved his hand and smiled faintly. "I know exactly what kind of weapons he wants." Walk out of the blacksmith shop. I just happened to see your Langzi dragging the monster's corpse back and forth and throwing it into the pile of pigmen. Now, the number of pigmen remains at more than 20. It takes a certain amount of time to feed the pigmen until they turn black below the neck, and they are smelly, so it is not a good idea to keep them piling up. What's more, it takes a certain amount of time for the butcher to cut the pig skin and for the leopard woman to make the leather armor. Therefore, Jiang Tian did not go to the chat channel specifically to collect them in the following days. If he caught any, or if a pigman appeared on the island, he would just keep it here. For now, it's good to maintain this number. When Pai Shangtian becomes an expert, we can consider expanding the scale of pig breeding. Just as Jiang Tian was thinking about this, Erlangzi was dragging the remains of skeleton and was about to throw it onto the island. The skeletons caught before were all ground into bone meal and placed in the warehouse. But the farmland is only so big after all, and it doesn't need so much fertilizer. The bone meal is piling up, but can't be used to feed pigs or people, so it seems useless. Besides, during this period, everyone was busy making the warehouse, so there was no need to waste labor to smash this thing. Just at this moment, Jiang Tian remembered. "I think I caught a blue skeleton before, but because it was quite hard and couldn't be broken by a stone hammer, I seem to have ignored it. Now that the iron hammer has been made, I wonder what the effect will be if I smash it into bone powder." Chapter 140, I Am Saving Them. Think of this. Jiang Tian stepped out, found Li Xioning, and asked, "Where did you put that blue skull from before?" Blue skull. As soon as Jiang Tian said this, Li Xioning immediately recalled the thing he had caught before. After all, among all the monsters caught, this one is the one that impressed Li Xioning the most so far. Moreover, no similar monsters were caught in the following days. Then he said while recalling, this monster had been placed here before, and then it seemed to have been thrown into that small room. Jiang Tian nodded and walked towards the living room. This was the cell that 4144 had previously used to imprison survivors. There were 2 wooden cages inside, and the broken blue skeleton was in one of the cages. I was busy with other things before and almost forgot about this. Fortunately, the skeleton's body was still glowing blue, and it seemed like nothing had changed. Now that the dormitory is completed, some of the staff are freed up, and we have a hammer, so we can find someone to get rid of it. The other side, on an island of about 1,000 square meters, a sail with a skull painted on it is swaying in the wind. Under the sails, 9 strong men stood in a row. Each of them wore armor made of wooden boards and held a broken weapon in their hands. Stone clubs, bone knives, stone forks. They all looked at the man in front of them. This man, who was obviously the leader, had brown hair, stubble on his chin, and a rough face. He is the HHDX 1300 who just traded equipment with Jiang Tian. At this time, 1300 was looking at the pile of machetes and leather armor in front of him and laughing. We finally bought the equipment. Guys, hurry up and equip these leather armors and machetes. Yes, Captain. The 9 men responded and looked at the equipment placed on the ground with happy expressions on their faces. They were already tired of using the stone sticks in their hands. Then the group of people rushed forward and scrambled for their equipment. After putting on pigskin armor and picking up machetes, everyone looked around carefully. This machete is much more convenient to use than the stone stick we used before. Yeah, holding this big stick every day makes me look like a primitive man. Look at this sharp blade. It must feel great if it cuts a monster. It's just that this knife is a little weird. I always feel that the knife is not made very evenly. But it's not a big problem. As long as it has a sharp edge, it's fine. The skin of the blackened pigman. It's so tough. I spent a long time cutting with a stone knife before I could only make a small cut. The men were talking among themselves. 1300 looked at his men's excited expressions and laughed again. Guys, this is nothing. There will be more powerful guys in the future. After 1300 restrained his smile, his eyes turned cold as he looked at the machete. Now, everyone in this area knows that I am a pirate, and no one dares to exchange supplies with me. His relationship with other sky pirates was not very good, and they all wanted to swallow up each other. It seems that in the future, I can specifically find the person with the number 1111 in the CNNS area to customize weapons. In 1300's heart, Jiang Tian has become his most important partner. Even in Jiang Tian's heart, this HHDX 1300 is just a crop of leeks that have not been harvested yet. At this moment, 1300 sent a message on the regional channel. Hey, where's that 1313? You're such a coward. Are you just trying to trick others into hiding with you and struggling to survive? Soon, HHDX 1313 popped up, and he responded bluntly. 1300, you Valair pirate, don't be so arrogant. I've already assembled a large force. I believe it won't be long before we take your life. When that happens, even if you kneel on the ground and kowtow to me, I will not forgive you. When 1300 saw what 1313 said, he was so angry that he laughed. Sky pirate? Do you have the right to call me that? You despicable guy, didn't you rob other people's islands before? Otherwise, where did all your men come from? After 1300 said this, 1313 was speechless. This I was protecting them. Yes, I saved them from those despicable survivors. I was protecting them. After gaining their men, these survivors showed no respect for human rights at all. They made them do the hardest and most tiring work, and not even allowed them to eat enough. How is this different from medieval slavery? I am saving them and defending human rights. 1300. Do you think that despicable fellow can hide the dirty truth by standing on a moral high ground? Yes, I am a pirate, but I will not rob others under the pretext of human rights. I'm a real villain, but you are a complete hypocrite. These days, 1300 has also paid attention to the trends of 1313. This villain actually founded a Justice League. How could he have such qualifications? Thinking of this, 1300 felt angry. Then, a line of words was typed out. Stop talking nonsense. Come and chop me up if you're a real man. I'll give you 1 day to prepare. Gather all the people you can. I'll pick them all. Chapter 141. Who among the decent people would do such a thing? HHDX 1300 said this. Everyone in the HHDX area was shocked when they heard this statement. Oh my God, why is this sky pirate so arrogant? Hey, even though I don't like that 1313, and I support you attacking him, isn't that a bit too arrogant? Yeah, I don't know how many people you have, but he should have quite a few on his side. I heard that he not only has 7 subordinates, but he's also the leader of an alliance. It is said that he has already called on other allies to gather with him. Can your island defeat so many people? What a shame. Such a big piece of fat meat like 1300 is going to be eaten by that hypocritical guy. It would be better for me to swallow it up. The other side. 1313 had just finished installing the batch when he saw 1300's reply message, and his face looked a little ugly. It's obvious that he's here to seek revenge on me. A few days ago, he was in high spirits after robbing an island. I came across this 1300 with a skull and crossbones flag and wanted to rob him too. As a result, he was unable to defeat the enemy and lost several of his men, so he had to flee in panic. Because he was seriously injured, his subsequent robbery journey was a bit bumpy. He couldn't rob some people who were not weak, which gave him a headache. It was at this time that the alliance function appeared. At that time, 1313 looked at the screen full of alliance recruitment information, and a bold idea came to his mind. Since using force to strengthen oneself is not an easy path to take, then just rely on bluffing. Aren't there many people now thinking about uniting to resist the attacks of air pirates? Wouldn't it be great if I could form an alliance, gather all these people together, and then swallow up their subordinates and resources? Immediately afterwards, he created a Love, Peace, and Justice League and began recruiting people widely. As long as you can recruit allies, have them move towards you and merge the islands together. It is called strength in numbers. Soon, 2 allies were attached to either side of his island. However, these 2 allies do not have enough manpower and resources, which makes 1313 feel a little dissatisfied. But it doesn't matter, other allies are already heading his way. However, at this moment, this 1300 suddenly jumped out and said that he was a hypocrite. If these words were seen by other allies and they became suspicious and withdrew from the alliance, how could he expand his influence? Faced with this situation, 1313 thought for a while. Speaker, everyone, look at how rampant these air pirates are now. In this environment, we must unite and stick together. In order to protect everyone's personal safety, welcome to join our Love, Peace, and Justice League to fight against those air pirates together. And, damn, 1300. You can't defeat us in front of our alliance. Justice will prevail. Those air pirates who knew something about 1313 almost vomited when they heard these words. The most shameless one is 1313. How can this guy have the nerve to say such words? Really, this guy is disgusting. Some of the more honest survivors became excited again when they saw the news. Yeah, these sky pirates are outrageous. I want to join. I want to join in too. Lord, is this the Justice League you sent to protect me? I'm going to join this league now. Seeing these news, 1313 was filled with joy. While inviting new members who were clamoring to join the alliance, he hummed a little tune. Some of those that are close should be able to merge with their own island soon. I wonder how many people are there on their side. But it doesn't matter. As long as there are enough people, he doesn't have to worry about the 1,300 people causing trouble for him. If he really comes to kill me, I can take his resources with justification. As long as this disaster is eliminated, he can find a reason to recruit the subordinates of his allies. Everything is arranged perfectly. 1313, while planning for the future, waiting for tomorrow to come. The other side, all the members on Jiang Tian Island have finished their lunch. The members who had previously slept in the tents were now taking turns touring the dormitory. At the same time, I can't praise this dormitory enough. That's great. We don't have to squeeze into a tent anymore. Yeah, before 2 or 3 people slept in one tent, and the space was too small. Now we can sleep in a room. This will give us a lot of usable space. One room should be about 15 square meters, right? It's much better than a tent. There's a public restroom inside the dorm. No more waiting in line to use the restroom. The boss really thinks of us in every way. The boss is so nice. Looking at the happy faces of his subordinates and listening to the praises, Jiang Tian waved his hand. These are nothing. Just work hard, and I won't treat you unfairly in the future. Yes, boss. The subordinates answered with full strength and stood upright in front of Jiang Tian waiting for orders. Now that the dormitories have been built and staff vacancies have been created, we can now consider the canteen. In addition to the personnel in charge of other positions and the ordinary people brought by Hua, Xubing, and others, there are now 9 people who can participate in the construction, including Shi Jigang and Lu Ban. Thinking of Lu Ban, Jiang Tian remembered again. I haven't made the crossbow yet, so I'll take it slow for now and use the wood I got to make the crossbow first. Also, he planned to let Li Si help Tang Yin make other weapons, and the stock of low-quality machetes for sale also had to be replenished. Then, Jiang Tian instructed these people. 2 of you follow me to the blacksmith shop, and the others will wait by the cabin. Yes. In the blacksmith shop, Tang Yin was hammering a large iron plate. Li Si was helping out on the side while watching Tang Yin's operations and learning from his experience. After lunch, Pading found Tang Yin and told him about his requirements for the iron pot. Tang Yin didn't say a word and rushed to the blacksmith shop after dinner without even taking a break. Once the iron plate is completed, you can cut it into a circle and then make it into an iron pot. Xuanzi was not in the blacksmith shop. Instead, he followed Jiang Tian's instructions and went to the small room with a big hammer to smash the blue skull. Although Tang Yin did not make any weapons, it doesn't matter. After all, It was Jiang Tian's own order to make the iron pot. Making the iron pot would save cooking time and allow Pading to cut the blackened pig skin more efficiently and train his apprentice at the same time. Jiang Tian walked forward with 2 ordinary people and said, Tang Yin, I brought 2 more helpers for you. Take good care of them, okay? Tell me. Tang Yin stopped and looked at the chests of the 2 men. If I remember correctly, they were busy working on the construction site before. Let me see if there are any bricks or anything hidden in their clothes. When these words came out, the 2 ordinary people were confused. Bricks in your clothes? What decent person would do such a thing? Hearing this, Jiang Tian was a little amused. Okay, they're different from Zhang San. You could teach them first. How's the pot going? When will it be ready? This iron plate is already made. All we need to do later is... Tang Yin hadn't finished speaking yet. Just then, Xuanzi came in from outside and said with an embarrassed look on his face, Dang, hey boss, that blue skull isn't easy to beat. Chapter 142. Wow, this money is easy to make. Jiang Tian looked at Xuanzi and asked, Not easy to hammer? What do you mean? Xuanzi explained, Boss, didn't you say you wanted to smash this skull into powder? I just put it on the board and hit it with a hammer. What happened after one hammer? The skeleton's frame is broken, but the wooden planks underneath are also broken. This skeleton is not easy to handle. Hearing this, Jiang Tian began to ponder again. Those white skeletons before were dealt with by simply throwing them onto the wooden board and using a stone hammer. After all, the quality of this skull is different, and it is not easy to handle it using bronze tools. This thing is so hard, I don't know why it works. It seems that I still need to put something harder underneath and then find someone stronger to hammer it. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian ordered, Look, first, work with Tang Yin to make the pot. Then, put the weapons aside for now. Then, melt the iron ingots and make a thicker base to smash the skulls with. Several people responded without hesitation and continued to work. Arrange those 2 ordinary people to watch here and learn from experience. Afterwards, Jiang Tian left the blacksmith shop. As for the person who would smash the skull, Jiang Tian already had the answer in his mind. Once the base is completed, Lu Bu should be awake, so let him turn that thing into bone meal. While thinking about this, Jiang Tian walked towards the wooden house. After lunch, Shi Jigang and Lu Ban went into this room to rest. During the rest period after the meal, Lu Ban digested his food while taking wood and a knife to carve the task assigned by Jiang Tian. Shi Jigang sat beside him, watching attentively and full of praise. 2 wooden Rem figurines appeared on the table, and she could take them to exchange for metal ones later. While thinking about this, Shi Jigang and Lu Ban greeted Jiang Tian at the same time. Boss, Lord. Jiang Tian nodded and asked, How was your rest? Almost done. Time to get to work. After Lu Ban responded, he asked, My lord, shall we continue to make the crossbow cart? Jiang Tian nodded. Yes, that's why I came here. There are 5 more people outside the door. You 2 will lead them to saw out the remaining crossbow components, and then we can build the mechanism box together. The 2 of them responded, picked up paper and pen, and walked out the door at the same time. After calling out to the 5 people waiting outside, they followed Lu Ban and Shi Jigang to the wood storage area. Shi Jigang showed the assembly drawings to those people, and then used a knife to cut a few cuts in the wood to indicate the positions. Afterwards, he and Lu Ban sought out another one and demonstrated it to several people. After guiding and supervising for a while and feeling that there was no problem, Shi Jigang took Lu Ban and took the copper and tin ingots to the blast furnace to smelt them in preparation for making the mechanism box. This morning, after Shi Jigang assigned construction tasks to others, he followed Lu Ban and worked on the wood pile and had already sought out some components. With so many people helping out, it shouldn't take long to make 2 crossbow carts using the wood we brought over earlier. Moreover, with the participation of the master of mechanical engineering Lu Ban in its production, the quality will definitely be a level better than before. Jiang Tian is also looking forward to the upcoming upgraded version of the crossbow cart. After watching several people work for a while, Jiang Tian returned to the wooden house. He picked up the 2 wooden Rem figurines on the table, opened the chat interface, and planned to sell the 2 figurines. The moment I opened the private chat, I saw a private message. Boss, I've already finished drawing Ram and Asuna. Take a look. It's that painter. Jiang Tian immediately replied. Well, bring it over here and take a look. Good. The other party replied very quickly, as if he had been waiting nearby. He sent a transaction request at the same time as sending the message. After accepting the invitation, 3 drawings appeared in front of Jiang Tian. One is of Ram. Since her outfit is the same as Rem's, except for the position of her bangs, the artist drew this one very quickly. The second picture shows Asuna in her classic look holding a rapier. Same as when I drew Rem before. Various angles of view, close-ups of her face, clothing structure, weapons, etc. This one is a bit more complicated to draw. After thinking for a while, Jiang Tian gave a price. The painting is fine. I'll give you 2 roast ducks in the evening. Boss, this guy. The artist replied somewhat awkwardly. I still want a machete. The monsters seem to have upgraded today, and my men are having a hard time dealing with them. You see, seeing this condition, Jiang Tian couldn't help but start thinking for a while. Although I don't know what the situation is like on the other side or how strong their combat capability is. But after the monsters become stronger, some survivors with poor equipment will definitely not have an easy time. If the painter is killed by monsters because of poor equipment, it will be very troublesome to find someone else to cooperate with him. This painter seems to have a good temper, is not greedy, and his paintings are also pretty good. You could consider long-term cooperation with him. It's not impossible to give some equipment as reward. Moreover, 0066 and 0888 will probably exchange resources with me for equipment. The previous order has been completed. After that, the production of watermelon knives can be done by an ordinary person to help Xuanzi and make a few more for them. Just when Jiang Tian was thinking, the painter sent a few more private messages. Boss, I know this condition is a bit abrupt, but I really need these equipment. How about this? I'll draw a few more for you and exchange them for the machete with these 2. Is that okay with you? There was a sense of panic in the message. Jiang Tian smiled helplessly, as if he was afraid that he would default on his debt. After looking through the orders he had received, he replied, Don't be so nervous. How about this? Draw another picture of Inada this afternoon, and I'll give you a machete. Okay. Thank you, sir. And that pigskin armor, how much does it cost? Same thing, 3 drawings. I should have told you the anime characters I needed to draw before, so just follow the instructions. 3 anime character drawings for 1 piece of equipment. Thank you so much, sir. I'll go paint it now. The other party replied with 1 sentence, and then there was no more message. He must have been busy. Jiang Tian also closed the private chat with this painter. I took an A4 paper with the ID recorded on it, found someone who was interested in buying the Rem figurine, and then sent them a private message. The Rem figurine is ready. Let's start the trade. Not long after, the 2 figures on the table disappeared, and several iron ingots appeared around Jiang Tian. Looking at these iron ingots, Jiang Tian couldn't help sighing. It didn't take Liu Ban long to carve these 2 figures, right? This is exchanged for 40 kilograms of iron. Wow, this money is really easy to make, much faster than selling weapons. If Liu Ban and the others were not busy making the crossbow cart, Jiang Tian really wanted to set up a model studio for Liu Ban and let him lead people to carve models every day. After thinking about this, Jiang Tian carried the iron ingot and walked out the door. Chapter 143. My goodness, who did you learn this from? After leaving the cabin, Jiang Tian directly moved these iron ingots to the blacksmith shop, and by the way, instructed Xuanzi to continue making watermelon knives with an apprentice. Then, he walked around the island and looked around. At the fishing spot, a wooden box was caught, and an ordinary person stood up from inside. Jiang Tian directly arranged for him to go to Shijigang to help, and then looked away. North. The plants are growing well, and the apples have also grown, hanging on the trees, bright red, just like Kai Wenji's little face. Also, a wave of cucumbers have grown. After dinner today, you can cut some fruits and vegetables to eat to help relieve the greasiness. When we have enough manpower, we'll have someone work with Song Ingxing to open up another plot of land and plant some other fruits. The whole fruit plate. Just when Jiang Tian was thinking, Lu Bu walked out of the stone brick house, came to Jiang Tian and bowed, saying, My lord. Well, are you awake? Yes, my lord, please give your orders. Seeing Lu Bu asking for orders, Jiang Tian turned around and glanced at the blacksmith shop. The base for smashing the skulls probably isn't ready yet. Then he ordered, Go eat something first, then take over patrol. I'll have something to deal with for you later. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu responded and went to the warehouse where the food was stored. Not long after finishing his meal, Lu Bu took over Lu Sandao's shift and patrolled the island with Qiangzi. In the process, a goblin with 4-pack abs was also killed. Seeing this, Erlangzi also ran over, picked up the corpse on the ground very swiftly, and threw it into the pile of pigmen. Then he found another pigman that was almost blackened, contacted Lu Bu, dragged the pigman to the pigman slaughterhouse, and killed him, and then handed him over to Pading for processing. All work was handed over very smoothly. At night, you can make a few more pieces of pigskin armor and exchange them for iron ingots. Time passes slowly. About an hour later, at the edge of the island, an unusual fluorescent light condensed. The concentrated volume of this fluorescent group is larger, and when the fluorescent group condenses, a faint blue light can be seen. This is boss. Seeing this, Jiang Tian's eyes narrowed. He immediately ordered Lu Bu and Xiangzi to prepare their bows and arrows and machetes and stand not far away ready for battle. Not long after, the fluorescent light condensed into a human shape and finally turned into a blue goblin and landed in front of the few people. The goblins before had always been that turquoise color. This goblin is blue all over and not very tall. Of course, the face is still as ugly. The moment the goblin landed on the island, it screamed and pounced on the people. Before he could finish shouting, the goblin jumping in the air saw two people in front of him pointing black arrows at him. I was stunned immediately. Jiang Tian said calmly, "Shoot the arrows and leave them alive." Yes. Whoosh whoosh. Two arrows with spider toes attached flew away. The nails hit the goblin's right arm and calf respectively, knocking it down and making it lie on the ground screaming. Jiang Tian walked forward with Lu Bu and Xiangzi and looked at the goblin. Where the arrow passed, blue blood flowed. Not long after the blood left the goblin's body, a layer of frost condensed on its surface. However, under the sunlight, the frost quickly dissipated. At this moment, Jiang Tian discovered. As I approached the goblin, the temperature around me seemed to drop a few degrees. It feels quite cool in this gradually rising temperature weather. Wow, is this a humanoid self-propelled refrigerator? At this time, the fool who was picking up the corpse ran up to the group, pointed at the goblin, and asked, "Boss, what should we do with this goblin?" Jiang Tian thought for a moment and ordered, "We'll restrain it later and lock it up in that small room." After saying that, Lu Bu and Xiangzi broke the goblin's hands and feet, then tied it up with some hemp ropes. It was as if he was being dragged away by Erlangzi like a bundle of rice dumplings. Although the goblin was tied up and unable to move, he kept making wee-wee sounds. Erlangzi listened to the goblin's harsh voice and silently took out a brick from his arms. Bang! Suddenly, the goblin fell silent. Lu Bu. Xiangzi. Jiang Tian. My goodness, who did you learn this from? Jiang Tian sighed and instructed Erlangzi. Don't kill this goblin. Let elder son come over and study it later. Yes, boss. Then Jiang Tian left with his hands behind his back. After returning to the room, opened the world channel. I want to see if there is anyone else who has encountered this kind of mutated goblin like me. As expected, the world channel has exploded. Oh my god, do you know what I just encountered? A blue goblin appeared on my island. There are blue goblins? Brother, are you confused? I think you really saw it, but I haven't seen any goblins of this color. Blue? A red one appeared on my island. Could it be that the goblins have mutated again? They're just goblins. What's there to be afraid of? They're just minions that can be killed with one sword. No, this isn't an ordinary goblin. I was scratched by a red goblin this morning, and now the wound is burning hot, as if someone is roasting my body with fire. Hurry, who has ice? Sell me some. I'm dying of heat. Scorching? I just got tickled by a blue goblin, and now I feel like I'm in an ice cellar. I'm shivering all over, and my hands and feet are freezing. I can't get over the cold, even after covering myself with several blankets. Cold hands and feet? Isn't that a good thing in this weather? Good thing? Have you ever experienced what it's like to stand naked outside in the snow? There was a lot of noise on the World Channel. For most people, the goblins that appeared on the island were ordinary goblins, and only a few people's islands had this kind of thing appear. After reading the words on the World Channel, Jiang Tian immediately had a guess. The red goblin should have a flame-like effect. After injuring someone, the wound will continue to feel a burning sensation. The blue goblins, on the other hand, are the opposite. It has an effect similar to frost, like the one I just encountered. I don't know if these two newly appeared monsters will continue to appear in the future. I must ask the patrol team and the fishing area to pay more attention later. Having said that, I still haven't seen anyone else claim to have encountered the skeleton I caught before. Perhaps other people have encountered this hard skeleton, but everyone who saw it was killed? After all, even a bronze sword can't cut this thing. Just then, Tang Yin poked his head out of the blacksmith shop and shouted, "Boss, the base is ready." Chapter 144. Goblins have other uses? Hearing the shout, Jiang Tian nodded. Call Lu Bu and go into the blacksmith shop together. At this time, an iron block about 1 square meter and 5 centimeters thick appeared on the floor of the blacksmith shop. There will definitely be no problem using this thing to smash the skull. It was the amount of iron used that made Jiang Tian feel a little distressed. There isn't much iron in total, and this uses up nearly 1/3 of it. We will have to do more business to replenish these resources. Of course, now is not the time to feel bad. There are more important things to do. He ordered Lu Bu to carry the base and led him to the small room where the blue skull was placed. There were 2 wooden cages inside. One contained a skeleton, and the other contained a frost goblin that had just been injured. At this time, the goblin seemed to have just woken up and was howling again. Erlangzi frowned and was about to take out a brick from his arms, but was stopped by Jiang Tian. "Stop hitting me. If you hit me again, I might die." Erlangzi was stunned for a moment, then nodded silently and stood aside waiting for orders. The goblin in the cage was frightened by Erlangzi's action. The screams also stopped abruptly. However, when it saw that the other party did not come to hit it, it started howling again. Jiang Tian frowned. "How about hitting it again? Just hit in the mouth. It's too noisy." Just as Erlangzi was about to take out a brick to attack, Lu Bu beside him suddenly sighed. This room is so cool. Is it because of this blue monster? By the way, it's really cool in this room. When I first entered the room, it felt like it was air-conditioned." Jiang Tian stroked his chin, recalled his previous guess, and glanced at the goblin. Well, that should be the effect it produces. At this moment, Lu Bu's eyes lit up and he asked, "My lord, can you put this goblin in my bedroom? The weather is getting hotter and hotter, and it's really uncomfortable to sleep." The temperature on the Sky Island is rising day by day. Although Jiang Tian does not have an instrument to measure the temperature, as someone who has lived in a hot city in the south for several years, the temperature these days is at least above 35 degrees. Hearing Lu Bu's words, the fool who was still holding a brick in his hand also interrupted. "Boss, make one for me too. The weather is so hot. Picking up corpses on the island and feeding those furry pigmen every day makes me sweat all over." As Erlangzi finished speaking, a familiar voice suddenly came. "Boss, I want one too. Please make one for me. Oh my god, this room is so cool." Jiang Tian and the other 2 in the room turned around and saw that it was Tang Yin. "Why are you here too?" Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. "This guy just slacks off at work every day. Dan dan juka. I'm just taking a break after a long day of hard work. I've been in the blacksmith shop for so long, I'm almost suffocating." Seeing Jiang Tian open his mouth as if he wanted to say something to him, Tang Yin quickly waved his hand. "Don't worry about the details, boss. I want to apply for a goblin like this to put in the blacksmith shop. After all, it's too hot in the blacksmith shop." Jiang Tian did not refute this statement. After all, it's over 30 degrees outside. There was a furnace burning in the blacksmith shop, and the temperature was probably around 50 or 60 degrees. "Okay, when a few more of these blue goblins appear, I'll have Erlangzi send one to the blacksmith shop." Tang Yan's face fell. Can't this one just be delivered directly?" Before Jiang Tian could say anything, Lu Bu snorted coldly. "You're dreaming. The Lord just said that this monster needs to be studied. Besides, I was the one who brought this up first. Even if we are close friends, we still have to follow the principle of first come, first served." Tang Yin rolled his eyes. "The boss hasn't spoken yet. Why are you so anxious? You're not the boss, and you're trying to jump the gun." Although Lu Bu had come into contact with modern people like Tang Yin before and learned a lot of new words. But when it comes to talking, Tin Lu Bu are no match for Tang Yin. At this time, Lu Bu, who only had martial arts skills, could only watch helplessly. However, Tang Yin was still insisting and talking some not-so-high-level trash talk. Seeing the veins bulging on Lu Bu's forehead, he couldn't help but clench his fists and attack. Jiang Tian sighed and slapped the back of each of their heads. "That's enough, you two. Tang Yin, shut up." Hearing Jiang Tian speak, the 2 of them suddenly fell silent, standing aside obediently. The goblin in the cage saw that the 4 people outside seemed to be discussing him, pointing at him from time to time. He suddenly felt that his dignity was being insulted, and he howled even louder. However, Jiang Tian and the other 3 outside the cage simply ignored it. "Lu Bu, take this skull out and smash it into powder." "Yes, my lord." Lu Bu responded. He then moved the iron base in front of him and placed the skeleton remains in the cage on the base. Tang Yin, go get the hammer. Okay, boss. When it came to serious matters, Tang Yin did not dare to be vague and immediately responded. After a while, he came back hurriedly holding the hammer he used. By the way, the iron hammer that Tang Yin specially made for himself was of quite large specifications. He is indeed a blacksmith, mighty and majestic. He could actually run with such a big hammer in his hand. If it were Jiang Tian, Li Si, or Xuanzi, they would probably be gasping for breath. When there are enough blacksmiths in the future, should we trick Tang Yin into going to war? Chapter 145, Bone Crushing and the Magical Uses of Bone Powder. Jiang Tian thought it was feasible to let Tang Yin go out and fight. After all, in the games, movies, and animations I've seen before, the blacksmith's combat power is generally not low. But we have to wait until he brings the person out. Thoughts returned to reality. The goblin in the cage was still howling. At this time, Lu Bu had already taken the hammer from Tang Yin's hand. He smashed the blue skull placed on the iron base hard. Bang! As if there was no resistance, the blue skeleton was crushed directly under the hammer, and the collision between the hammer and the base made a loud noise. This shock caused the other three people's cochleas to hurt. Everyone covered their ears and closed their eyes. Oh my God, Lu Bu, keep your voice down. That's right, Lu Bu, be gentle. Oh my God, my ears are almost deafened. Hey boss, is deafening considered a work injury? On the other hand, people at other workstations also noticed the sudden sound. At this time, they all put down the work in their hands and looked towards the small living room. What's that noise? You scared me. Huh, I'm old. I can't stand this kind of shock. Is it coming from that small living room? The boss and his men seem to have gone there just now. I wonder what they are doing. Nothing's going to happen, is it? Let's go and take a look. When Jiang Tian and the other two opened their eyes and released their ears. Then I heard someone knocking on the door of the wooden house and a friendly voice asking, Master, what's wrong? My lord, are you all right? Boss, what happened? Jiang Tian was speechless and explained to the person outside the door. It's okay, don't worry, just continue working. After hearing this, the people outside the door dispersed. Inside the room, several people simultaneously focused their attention on the base. When Lu Bu raised the hammer, it could be seen clearly. The part of the skeleton that was hit just now has turned into bone powder with a blue glow and some fragments. Although the sound was a bit loud, Lu Bu handled this thing with really good results. The other end. The goblin in the cage was also frightened by the loud noise and closed his eyes, howling. The moment it came to its senses and opened its eyes, seeing the scene in front of him, he was completely dumbfounded and stared at the wreckage on the base in amazement. The inmate who was in another cage just now didn't know what he had done wrong, but he was treated like this by this group of people. Too cruel. The goblin was stunned for a while, then looked at Lu Bu holding the big hammer and shuddered. The originally dishonest mouth closed tightly and remained completely silent. Jiang Tian squatted down and looked at the ground bone powder. Just as he was about to let Lu Bu continue the operation, he recalled what had happened just now and took a few people to the warehouse to get some foam boards. Not long after, moved the foam board into the small room. Then several people were arranged to lay foam boards on the inner walls of the small room to create a sound insulation effect. He tore off a few pieces of the remaining foam board and stuffed them into his ears before telling Lu Bu to continue. With the sound isolating effect of the foam and Lu Bu's ability to control the strength, the subsequent bone-crushing operation went smoothly without causing much noise. After a while, the debris in the base had been almost beaten away. Jiang Tian ordered Langzi and Tang Yin to bring 2 bags and use thin wood chips to shovel these things up. Although it hasn't completely turned into powder, there are still some small fragments and other residues, but should be usable. Thinking of the word use, Jiang Tian looked at the 2 bags of bone meal again. The bone meal produced previously was used as fertilizer. Since this skeleton is different from other skeletons, I wonder what effect it will have if it is scattered on the fields. Could it be that the plants that grow will be harder? If those eggplants, cucumbers, and carrots all became hard, would you still be able to bite them? Just when Jiang Tian was daydreaming. Sudden, a bold idea popped up in Jiang Tian's mind. By the way, this thing is so hard, I wonder what effect it will have if I put on a weapon. Then he told Lu Bu, take a bag of bone meal and send it to Mr. Song to use as fertilizer. Also, remind them that this bone meal is different and their effects are unknown. Have them sprinkle on a few plants first as an experiment. Lu Bu responded and walked out with one of the bags of bone powder. The moment he pushed open the door, He looked back at the goblins in the room and felt the cold air coming from the room again before leaving. Afterwards, Jiang Tian instructed Tang Yin again. Take this bag to the blacksmith shop and try mixing some of this bone meal into your ironwork. Tang Yin looked at the bag of bone meal, his face a little confused. Can this stuff be added in? What can be produced by this? Jiang Tian thought for a moment. Well, first use this thing to make a machete and see the effect. Then you can decide whether to use it to make weapons for your own people. All right. Tang Yin held the bone meal and took another look at the stuff inside. Then he looked at the goblin again. Boss, this goblin. Don't even think about it. I'll see if I can get a few more. We'll talk about it then. Jiang Tian waved his hand and sent Tang Yin away. After Tang Yin left with the bag in one hand and his hammer in the other. Jiang Tian then instructed Erlangzi. From now on, in addition to feeding the pigmen, you should also feed this goblin from time to time. Don't let it die. Erlangzi nodded, then thought of something and asked. By the way, boss, what does this thing eat? Does it also feed monsters? Jiang Tian glanced at the goblin. According to normal logic, this thing must be a man-eater. You decide. If there are any monsters left besides the pigmen, try feeding them. If that doesn't work, feed them some bone scraps or rotten vegetable leaves or something. Erlangzi responded and walked out the door. After the others left, Jiang Tian also glanced at the ugly goblin and felt the cool temperature in the room. Since this thing has special abilities, especially the fact that it emits cool air and helps you get through the summer, it's indeed worth getting a few more. I just don't know if it's sold on the exchange. Thinking about this, Jiang Tian opened the trading platform. After searching for a while, we found quite a few goblins, but most of them were of the ordinary type, just a little stronger at best. As for blue goblins, there wasn't a single one. This is normal. In this weather, if other people caught a blue goblin, they would probably put it in the room and use it as an air conditioner. No one would sell such a treasure. In addition, there are some red goblins on the trading floor. Its shape is the same as that of the blue goblin, but its skin is crimson. And there are no living people in this thing, only corpses. Since the blue goblin emits cold air, then this red goblin should emit heat, right? Jiang Tian speculated for a while, took a look at the cheapest one, and exchanged 10 wooden boards for one. Call. The moment the red goblin's corpse with blood on its neck appeared in front of Jiang Tian. A wave of heat swept over and the temperature in the room rose. The temperature that had been lowered by the blue goblins returned to normal levels. Looking at the red goblin, Jiang Tian sighed. No one wants this thing. What's the use of it in such hot weather? Are you making yourself uncomfortable? Then he took a rope, dragged the red goblin away, and threw it to the south of the island. I went back into the room and opened the chat channel in a cool environment. I was about to shout and ask this humanoid self-propelled air conditioner to be put away. Chapter 146, let's start the transaction now. First, open the regional chat and send a message. Looking for blue goblins. Price is negotiable. Sell as soon as possible. When this news came out, everyone in the regional channel was stunned. Blue goblin? Isn't that the turquoise one? 1111. You didn't run into another evolved goblin, did you? How many abdominal muscles did it have? No. Can fitness also change the color of the skin? I saw it on the World Channel. That goblin seems to have cooling abilities. What the hell? There's this function? I want one too. Who has it? I want it too, and I want the same. Jiang Tian looked through the messages, and it seemed that he was the only one in the area who had encountered this kind of goblin. Then, he opened the World Channel. There was a discussion going on inside about this kind of strange-colored goblin. I also encountered the red goblin you were talking about. When I fought it, it was steaming all over. One of my men was scratched and is screaming in pain on the ground. What should I do? Don't expose the wound to heat. It will be difficult to heal. Quickly drag your subordinate to a cool place and apply ice to the wound. What if I get scratched by a blue goblin? I was scratched by a blue goblin just now, and my whole body was freezing. Then I lay in the sun, and now I feel much better. Hey, it feels really cool now. But, ouch, I'm starting to feel the wound. It hurts. You guys are talking about something so exciting. This kind of goblin seems really amazing. I want to see one too. I just asked on a regional channel, and many people said they didn't know. Don't mention it. Our regional channel didn't even mention anything like this. If I hadn't watched the World Channel, I wouldn't have known about it. I seem to be the only one who encountered this in this area. Is it because I killed a lot of goblins? Jiang Tian couldn't help but frown as he watched the discussions on the World Channel. I just asked in the regional channel, and it seems that I am the only one who has encountered this kind of thing. Could it be that there is only one mutated goblin in an area? Some of the survivors who encountered the goblins may have been killed, so they didn't mention it at all. After thinking for a while, Jiang Tian sent another similar advertisement. Buying the blue goblin, sell as soon as possible. After the news was released, the world channel that was already discussing this matter exploded again. Hey, CNNS 1111, are you buying these blue goblins to use for cooling? Of course I am. I'm squatting next to the blue goblin's corpse to cool down. It's so comfortable. Hey, I want to buy a blue goblin too. If you catch one, please contact me. This is a rare item. We can't just sell it like this. No matter how much resources you give me, I won't sell this monster. It's my treasure for the summer. Seeing this situation, Jiang Tian shook his head helplessly. It's normal that no one wants to sell this kind of thing as the weather is getting hotter. However, business is not something that can be accomplished simply by advertising. If others are unwilling to sell, maybe you can talk to them yourself and get it done. Then, Jiang Tian found a man who claimed to have left a goblin alive and sent him a private message. Hello, is it convenient for us to chat? Soon after, the other party sent a reply. A foreigner? What do you want from me? Oh, you seem to be looking for a blue goblin just now. You saw I had this little guy, so you wanted to buy it, right? That's right. Since the other party saw his intention, Jiang Tian responded very straightforwardly. I just want this goblin. Can you sell it to me? The price is negotiable. Hey kid, I won't sell this goblin. I still need it to keep me cool. As for resources, I'm not short of them, so I won't sell it no matter what price you offer. Just forget it. The other party was very resistant to this deal, but this was also within Jiang Tian's expectations. Then he smiled faintly and said, if you're willing to part with it, I can trade you a watermelon knife. A watermelon knife? I really want it, but I can exchange it with you for something else, but not a goblin. The other party hesitated for a while and refused again. Jiang Tian continued calmly. We have arrived at this special place now. In a place like this, sensory comfort can't bring you anything. Safety is the most important thing. I believe you've also encountered this. Monsters constantly appear on this island, and it's filled with pirates. What you should seek is not temporary comfort, but a way to protect yourself, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the other party actually laughed. Haha, those monsters? They're nothing. As soon as they show up, my men will take care of them immediately. Besides, let me tell you the truth, I'm just a sky pirate. It's only because others fear me that I'm afraid, not because I'm afraid of others. Seeing the other party's reply, Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. He continued with a smile. Having survived until now and become a pirate, I believe you have the means to deal with these crises. However, the monsters here are constantly evolving. You may be able to deal with them with weapons made of inferior materials now, but what about in the future? If you were to encounter other sky pirates on your island and fall victim to their weapons, you would lose more than just this little goblin. After this message was sent, the other party did not reply. However, Jiang Tian did not receive any notification that he had been blacklisted by the other party. It seems he is hesitating again. Seeing this, Jiang Tian added another sentence. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him fish. Having a goblin like this will only make you feel comfortable, but it will not increase your strength. As long as you increase your armed forces, you can also use this power to create value. Maybe this machete can bring you more goblins and some other resources. Do you understand what I mean? This is much more efficient than a goblin. If you're worried about the temperature, I have some ice here that I can share with you. As long as you store it well, you can use it all summer long. When he said this, Jiang Tian felt that he was talking nonsense. Now everyone only knows that summer is coming, but no one knows how long it will last. But after these words were spoken, the other party didn't know whether he had figured it out or was confused by Jiang Tian. The reply was, okay, I agree to this deal, but in addition to the watermelon knife, you have to give me some ice cubes. Seeing this, Jiang Tian smiled slightly. Done. No problem. Let's start the transaction now. Chapter 147, Use this bone meal. After negotiating with the other party, Jiang Tian went to the blacksmith shop and took out a low-quality machete. At the same time, someone was arranged to go to the ice cellar and chisel out a wooden box of ice, about 1 cubic meter. Then send a transaction application to the other party and put these things on it. Seeing the machete and so many ice cubes, the other party was overjoyed. While praising Jiang Tian for being an honest man, he traded the goblin over. Looking at the goblin tied up on the ground, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. You know, although there was a hailstorm before, the ice had melted due to improper storage by many people. For example, those who were injured by the red goblins had no ice to treat their wounds. Moreover, even some of the well-preserved ones are only about 1 cubic meter at most. After all, not everyone has enough resources and manpower to build a 100 square meter, 2-meter high ice cellar to store all the hail that fell before. Although Jiang Tian has been complaining about the lack of manpower, he is probably the only one with 30 people. Sometime afterwards, Jiang Tian began to observe the world channel again and communicated with the customer in the same way. Because this goblin was rather special, the acquisition process was not very smooth. However, Jiang Tian still used a machete, pigskin armor, or some wood to exchange for 2 goblins and several goblin corpses. In addition, there are some potential customers, and we will wait and see how the situation develops. When you're busy with business, time flies. Jiang Tian, who had been walking between the blacksmith shop, ice cellar, and living room, glanced at the sunset in the sky, dragging a goblin's corpse into the small room. At this time, there were already 4 living, tied-up blue goblins and 3 corpses inside. Looking at these guys who can produce cold air, Jiang Tian nodded with satisfaction. With a big ice cellar and these goblins, there's no foolproof way to spend the summer. Having said that, with the increase in the number of blue goblins, it feels a bit cold to squat in such a small room with all these things. Then you can think about how to maximize the use of the cold air here. After closing the door, Jiang Tian left the small room. Yu wandered around the island and took in the sunlight, and then he felt much better. When he came to the south, Jiang Tian saw the corpse of a red goblin. I bought it before and just threw it here casually. He stepped forward and took a look at the goblin's condition. The blood has coagulated and emits much less heat. It seems that after the goblin dies, the effects will gradually dissipate. Fortunately, I mainly collect living organisms. Otherwise, it would not produce much cooling air and the shelf life would be over. The 3 goblin corpses should have a longer shelf life if they were kept in that environment. As for this red goblin, I'll leave it to Pading later and see if he can come up with something. Not far from where the body was placed was the blacksmith shop. Just now, during the transaction, when I was taking the machete, I saw that Tang Yin seemed to be almost done with the machete with blue skullbone powder added. I don't know if it's finished now. I stepped in and listened to the tinkling sounds inside. Jiang Tian just stepped in. At a glance, he saw Li Si and Xuanzi holding machetes, and Tang Yin chatting with 2 apprentices. After seeing the person coming, Tang Yin immediately ended the topic, sat down on the stool, and wiped the sweat off his face. Oh my god, this blacksmith shop is so hot that it's killing me. It's really not easy for us blacksmiths to work in such a hot day. Seeing this, Jiang Tian smiled helplessly. Okay, stop hinting. Don't worry, I'll arrange for the air conditioning for you in the next 2 days. Hearing this, Tang Yin jumped up from his stool. Oh my gosh, this is great. Thank you, boss. As he spoke, he kicked the 2 apprentices. What are you standing there for? Why don't you thank the boss? Thank you, boss. The 2 apprentices were a little confused, but they nodded and said this to Jiang Tian. Seeing this, Jiang Tian waved his hand. I've already told you not to do this kind of face-saving project. Tang Yin, is the knife I asked you to make finished? The one I asked you to add bone powder to. It's done. Tang Yin responded and pointed to the machete with a mark on the handle on the table next to him and said, this is it. It's just been made. Although I haven't tested it yet, it felt good when it was being made, so the quality should be okay. Jiang Tian nodded, walked forward, picked up the knife, and took a look. The style of this machete is no different from other machetes Tang Yin has made before. There was just a faint blue light. In order to test the quality of this knife, Jiang Tian took another high-quality machete in his left hand with the blade facing upwards. Holding a blue glowing machete in his right hand, he chopped it down. Clang! The 2 machetes collided, sending out a stream of sparks. Then, he observed the condition of the 2 knives. An ordinary version of a machete with a notch on blade, and the machete with a blue glow was intact. Then, Jiang Tian took the same stance again, colliding the blades of the 2 knives and trying it again a few times. Clang! Clang! There were several more collisions and sparks, and Jiang Tian put down the 2 knives and checked them again. The ordinary machete had cracks all over it, but the machete with bone meal added was still as good as if it had just been made without any flaws. Seeing this, Jiang Tian nodded. Regardless of its sharpness, the quality is indeed much better. It's very much in the style of that blue skull. At this time, Tang Yin also leaned over curiously. Seeing this scene, my eyes widened. Hey, these 2 knives are forged with the same process. How come they become so awesome after adding this bone meal? Jiang Tian turned around and asked, "How much bone meal did you add when making this watermelon knife?" "Not much. This watermelon knife isn't very big. I just scattered a small handful." "Very good." Jiang Tian looked at the bone powder, glowing blue, and ordered, "Start now. Forge the sword, spear head, and lance head using this bone meal." Chapter 148. If you have any work to do in the future, just tell me. See the extraordinary effect of this watermelon knife. Tang Yin also became interested and applauded Jiang Tian's instructions. "No problem. With this thing, the things we make will be amazing, right?" After saying this, Tang Yin looked at the sky outside again. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Oh, it looks like it's already dinner time. I've been so busy that I've forgotten the time. Boss, can we eat first?" Hearing this, Jiang Tian was a little amused. However, making weapons is different from making a machete. At least the effort invested is not on the same level. Then he agreed. "Okay, you can help them make the watermelon knives for practice first, and then prepare to eat." "All right, what are you guys still standing there for? Get to work." Listening to the sound of metal clashing coming from the blacksmith shop, Jiang Tian slowly walked out the door. In addition to the bag of bone meal distributed to the blacksmith shop, another bag was given to Song Ingxing for use as fertilizer. Since this bone meal is very effective in making iron tools, I wonder what effect it would have if it were sprinkled on the fields. While thinking about these things, Jiang Tian had already arrived at the fields in the north. Seeing the visitor, Song Ingxing and Sun Simiao greeted him at the same time. "My lord." Jiang Tian asked, "Have you spread the bone meal that was sent earlier?" "It has already been spread." Song Ingxing brought Jiang Tian to the edge of the field. Then he pointed to a place where eggplants and cucumbers were planted and said, "After getting the bone meal, I followed your instructions and spread it on this small area. The other areas will still use the original fertilizer." Jiang Tian nodded and looked at the vegetable patch. "So far, no effect can be seen. Let's wait until these plants grow and see the results. If the plants treated with blue bone meal grow the same as other crops treated with ordinary fertilizer, or are of lower quality, then blue bone meal will no longer be used as fertilizer. The machete I just made is enough to prove its value, so I can't waste it." The other side, thanks to the efforts of the team, the various components of the crossbow have been sawed and are now being assembled. Soon, there will be 2 new ballistae. Soon after, dinner was ready. All the members put down their work and gathered around the combination table made by Lu Ban with their bowls and chopsticks. There were pots of dishes on the table. Stir-fried pork with peppers, braised eggplant, stewed Chinese cabbage, winter melon, and pork rib soup. The entire island was filled with the aroma of delicious food, which made everyone who had been busy all day swallow their saliva. Due to the large number of people, the dishes are now placed on the table, and the members prepare the food and place it on their respective tables. Then take a plate and a bowl, pick up the dishes you want to eat, and scoop a bowl of soup. Finally, we sat together, eating and chatting. It's like a buffet. However, the whole scene looks quite lively. Soon after, the meal was over. After each member washed their own dishes, they sat down at their seats to rest and digest their food. Lu Ban and Shi Jigang took advantage of this opportunity to enter the wooden house and start carving figures. Seeing this, Jiang Tian followed in. At this time, Shi Jigang also followed suit. He also picked up a knife and started fiddling with a block of wood. But his ability in this area is really limited, and he looks clumsy. But Shi Jigang himself enjoyed it. Living in this place, cultivating an interest in sculpture is a great way to entertain yourself. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tian was very satisfied. Once Shi Jigang improves his skills, he might be able to stand on his own in the future. Maybe, in the future, I can hand over all my model business to Shi Jigang. As for Lu Ban, of course there are more important things for him to do. After all, he is a master-level figure like Lu Ban. It would be a waste of his talent to just let him carve figurines. Although Jiang Tian didn't know much about Lu Ban, he still knew the legendary Lu Ban book. In the past few days, Jiang Tian also asked Lu Ban about the Lu Ban book. However, Lu Ban's reply was that he didn't remember. Jiang Tian took it easy on himself. If I get it, I'm lucky. If I lose it, I'm doomed. Don't force things too much, especially books like Lu Ban's book that are so amazing. After all, Lu Ban, the author of Lu Ban book, has become his subordinate. There's still a long way to go. Looking at the 2 people who were happily carving, Jiang Tian remembered. The artist should have almost finished drawing Hinata's portrait. The chat channel opens. Really? The painter sent me several private messages. Boss, the drawing of Huganada is already done. Please take a look. Boss, are you eating now? Boss. Seeing these messages, Jiang Tian replied, well, I just finished eating and am trying to digest it. Let me see the portrait first. Ugh. After a while, Jiang Tian had 2 new pieces of drawing paper in his hands. The structure, close-ups, etc. are all clearly drawn. Jiang Tian nodded and replied, very good. I'll give you the watermelon knife now. Thank you, sir. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. After saying that, Jiang Tian walked into the blacksmith shop, picked up a machete, and sent a trade request. The other side, the female painter looked at the machete in her hand and was very excited. Watermelon knife. It really is a watermelon knife. Now, his men have more strength to fight against those monsters. She didn't expect that this skill of hers would come in handy on the Sky Island. Who knows, this might be the guy who feeds himself in the future. In her heart, this big boss with the number 1111 has become her breadwinner. As long as this 1111 gives the order, even if it means giving him a drawing book. A complete set of drawing books. She would agree without hesitation. After all, in this Sky Island world where ordinary people find it difficult to survive, the value of a stable job is self-evident. Chapter 149, I hope you won't break your promise. The other side, Jiang Tian placed Hinata's portrait on the table without giving any instructions. After Luban finishes carving the Asuna on hand, it's almost time to continue working. There's no rush for the Hinata figure. Not long after everyone had rested, they continued to work. After Lu Ban and Shi Jigang left, Jiang Tian also picked up the several carved figures on the table and sent messages to those who had placed orders. Soon, the deal was done and the 60 gene iron ingot was obtained. Then he left the cabin and went to the slaughterhouse. Pading was leading Pai Shantian to cut the skin of a blackened pigman. By the way, Pading has to cook, cut fur, and roast the duck later. There is really a lot going on. I hope he can bring Pai Shantian out as soon as possible, so that we can feel more relaxed then. While thinking about this, Jiang Tian called her Langzi and asked him to drag the red goblin's body over. Then he pointed at this thing. Pading, take a look at this. Hearing this, Cookding temporarily stopped what he was doing. He squatted beside the red goblin's body and looked at it for a few seconds. I saw this thing this afternoon, my lord. Do you want me to skin it? Jiang Tian nodded. Yes, I want to see what effect this thing has after it is made into leather clothes. Jiang Tian tried to feel the goblin's skin. In terms of skin hardness, it is definitely not as good as the blackened pigment skin, but it also has a certain toughness. But the feel is much better than the blackened pigment skin, and it's warm. Maybe I can make an inner armor. Cookding responded and then said, my lord, I've never dissected this thing before, so I might need to think about it a bit before I start. Also, since this is my first time skinning something like this, the cuts might not be that complete. It's okay, there's no rush for this. Just finish the things you have on hand first. Yes, my lord. After nodding in agreement, Pading continued to cut the blackened pig skin. Jiang Tian also strolled leisurely on the island. 3 hours passed slowly. During this period, another ordinary person was fished up on the island and was also assigned to Shi Jigang. The blackened pigman's skin has been cut and is being handed over to the leopard woman to make leather armor. After Pading took Pai Shantian to wash his hands, he went to prepare the roast duck. After this batch is made, add the 5 pieces of pigskin armor made this morning, minus the 1 piece used by goblins. There are 9 pieces of pigskin armor in the inventory. After the roast duck is made, sell them together and exchange them for another wave of resources. It would be even better if we could get a few more blue goblins. Afterwards, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel. Just when he was about to search for a potential customer who owned a blue goblin on the world channel, he found that someone had sent him a private message. My men have returned to report. They said they successfully handed over the 200 square meters of land to your men this morning. Can you now give me the agreed-upon compensation? The person who sent the private message was the air pirate who had previously traded land with Jiang Tian. Seeing this, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. Since the pirate he had a deal with had sent a message, it meant that his men had returned safely. That said, the transaction did go smoothly. If they were up to something, the sky pirate would never see his men again. Jiang Tian thought for a moment and replied, not yet. My men haven't returned to report yet, so I don't quite understand the actual situation. If the transaction goes smoothly, my men will arrive the day after tomorrow, and I'll give you the item then. In fact, judging from the distance, Huitsubing would be able to return with the land by tomorrow at the latest, saying this is just giving the other party misleading information. After these words were spoken, the other party was silent for a while, as if thinking about something. If you put yourself in his shoes, Jiang Tian's words are very reasonable. After all, subordinates are different from survivors. They have the means to chat remotely and can use private chat to immediately notify others of the situation. Before his subordinates came back, they didn't know what the transaction was like. Why should they give things to the other party? What if the other party tries to rob you of your money and kill you during a transaction? As an air pirate, he could indeed understand Jiang Tian's considerations. But, thinking of the murder and robbery, the pirate was speechless. According to his subordinates, the other party arranged 6 people to come during the transaction. They were equipped with bows and arrows, machetes, and pigskin armor, making it look like they were going to a war. He almost scared his 2 men to death. Moreover, among the people sent by the other party to conduct the transaction, the leader among them, although not tall, was very majestic, and it was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. It should be the famous Huitsubing from 1111. This is fucking ridiculous. When a deal is made, if someone of this size is sent over, who can possibly snatch it from him? The air pirate was suddenly speechless. Then he replied, "Okay, then I'll wait for your news the day after tomorrow. I hope you won't break your promise." After closing the private message, Jiang Tian continued to look at the world channel. After searching for a while, I finally saw someone catching a blue goblin. Then, another round of nonsense was thrown at the other party. Basically, it is to trick the other party into exchanging equipment with you to start a business and steal other people's goblins. In addition to emphasizing the advantages of his equipment, Jiang Tian began to belittle the effectiveness of this goblin. Although this blue goblin can create cooling air, it also consumes resources to raise it. It's better to use ice cubes to cool it down and not feed it. The effect is better. And it's edible. In a nutshell, it could be summed up in one sentence. Although this goblin looks rare, it is not very useful. After a round of friendly reminders, the other party figured it out and agreed to the deal. Afterwards, Jiang Tian exchanged a piece of pigskin armor, a cubic meter of ice, and a few wooden boards for the goblin. After completing the purchase, he called Erlangzi to bring him a bottle of water, and then threw the newly bought blue goblin into the small room. Then Jiang Tian sat on the ground, pouring water into his mouth. After talking for a long time, my mouth is dry. My goodness, this business deal isn't easy. After the transaction was completed, the duck was roasted and sliced. I sold all the roast ducks, kept 3 low-quality machetes, and 4 pieces of pigskin armor as spares, and threw the rest into the trading house. The day's work is almost over. Jiang Tian then stretched himself and shouted to the busy people, asking them to go home. Then I returned to my room, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep. The next day, early morning, when Jiang Tian stretched and walked out of the door with Kai Wenji, then I saw a piece of land appearing on the east side of the island. There are also several fans and a large sail with the word Shang painted on it. Huitsubing, who was patrolling the island, also strode forward and bowed to him, saying, "I have fulfilled my mission and successfully brought the land back. Please give me your orders." Chapter 150 System Upgrade. Seeing this, Jiang Tian asked Kai Wenji to go to work first, and then asked Huitsubing, "What's the deal like? When did you guys get back?" "My lord, this is it." Then, Huitsubing slowly told the story. 2 people came from the other side during the transaction. Everything went very smoothly, and there was no unusual movement from the other side. After the transaction was completed, the other party's 2 men ran away very quickly and were not followed by anyone. During the journey, the group of 6 people took turns to rest, ensuring that 4 people were operating the fan at the same time and the other 2 were resting. It was quite a rush along the way. As for the time of return, it was 2 hours before Jiang Tian woke up. Since Huitsubing had just rested during the process, he simply patrolled the island while waiting for Jiang Tian to wake up and report the news. Others, including Zhang San, continued to go back to sleep and wait for instructions. Hearing this, Jiang Tian nodded. "Well, thank you for your hard work. Go and rest for a while and have breakfast before you start patrolling again." "Yes, my lord." Huitsubing bowed, waited for Jiang Tian to leave, and then stepped into the stone brick house. Jiang Tian also walked to the fishing spot and started the first thing he did after getting up every day. He glanced at the fishing rods and pointed at one of them. "Copy." As the command was issued, the rays of light condensed. When the light faded, Another fishing rod appeared in front of Jiang Tian. In this way, there are 28 fishing rods. Just as Jiang Tian was about to leave, a voice sounded in his heart. Ding! Items have been copied 30 times in a row. Hidden ability upgraded. Cooldown time halved. If you copy it a certain number of times continuously, the ability can be upgraded again. Jiang Tian was shocked when he heard the voice. Oh shit, this skill has finally been upgraded. If you don't upgrade now, you might think the system has forgotten about it. Hi, this is what happened. Jiang Tian sighed for a while, then began to observe the upgraded abilities. Remaining cooldown time: 4 hours, 39 minutes, 12 seconds. It's probably around 7 o'clock in the morning now. That is to say, the number of uses will be reset at noon and 12 o'clock every night. In other words, it can be used twice a day. In this way, the speed at which your supplies increase can be increased to a higher level. After completing the observation, Jiang Tian's attention returned to reality. Then, we came to the land we had just purchased. Since Jiang Tian has not yet merged this piece of land, he now only uses a few pillars to insert into the islands on both sides, and then tie them with hemp ropes. Squat down and press your palms on the ground. Uninhabited land detected. Merge into current land. Yes. Soon after the order was issued, the purchased land was merged with its own island. Through previous fishing, as of yesterday, the island area has reached more than 1,800 square meters. Including this piece of land, his island has exceeded 2,000 square meters. Looking at the increasing land, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. With more land, we can build other facilities with more confidence and boldness. While walking on the island, I was thinking about these things. Lu Ban and Shi Jigang stepped forward and reported, "My lord boss, the crossbow card has been assembled." "Well, go and take a look." Jiang Tian nodded and walked to the south under the guidance of the two people. The two assembled crossbow cards are placed here. At first glance, the architecture is very similar to the previous one, but you can also feel the difference. After careful observation, it was found that some components were thicker than the previous crossbow cards. And after looking around, I couldn't see even a nail. While Jiang Tian was looking at the crossbow card, Shi Jigang and Lu Ban were waiting for orders nearby. In addition to them, the members who followed them to help also stood obediently aside, waiting for orders. Seeing Jiang Tian looking at him and his group, Lu Ban asked tentatively, "My lord, are you satisfied with this crossbow card? If it doesn't fit, Shi Jigang and I can take it apart and modify it. No need to change it, it's fine like this." Jiang Tian smiled faintly and waved his hand. Just by looking at the structure, you can tell that the quality of this crossbow cart must be good. As expected, he is Lu Ban. Anything produced by Lu Ban must be a high-quality product. I just don't know how powerful this crossbow is and whether it is better than the previous one. It would be nice if we could experiment with it. However, this thing is not easy to experiment with. You can't use a crossbow to destroy your own buildings, right? It would be nice if someone could build an island here for me to experiment on. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian looked around the periphery of the island. Everything is calm. There were no islands floating towards him within his field of vision. Seeing this, Jiang Tian sighed. It's broad daylight and the world is clear. How come there is not even a bad guy? Just then, breakfast was ready and placed on the assembled table. After receiving the agreement, all the members went forward with their bowls and chopsticks and lined up in the dining area. While eating, Jiang Tian looked at the crowd gathered around the table, and then looked at the sky above his head. He ordered, "Now that the crossbow card is ready, let's go build the cafeteria. It's not a good idea to eat outdoors all the time." Lu Ban and Shi Jigang nodded and asked, "Any requirements regarding this cafeteria?" "As for the requirements, I don't need to worry about the quality. I trust you too. The main thing is that we need a bigger space to accommodate the increasing number of new members. Let's start with 100 square meters. If it's not enough later, we can make it a better place." After saying this, Jiang Tian thought for a moment and continued to instruct. "Oh, right, we need to set aside a separate area inside and turn it into a kitchen and a food delivery window. Regarding this design, it is actually the same as that of ordinary school and corporate canteens. The food is cooked inside and placed on the table when it is ready. When people come, the food is served to them." Jiang Tian gave a general idea, and Shi Jigang immediately reacted and agreed. After breakfast, Shi Jigang arranged for the free staff to go to the brick kiln to make bricks and prepare to burn bricks. Then he took Lu Ban to his room and prepared to draw a blueprint first. At this time, Lu Bu and Lu Sandow, who were on night patrol, went back to the house to rest, and Huizubing also started patrolling with Qiangzi. Others also began to get busy at their respective posts. Everything is in order. Jiang Tian also came to the warehouse and sat down, opened the trading house, and prepared to exchange for some supplies he needed, like metal or blue goblins or something. As soon as the transaction line was opened, a prompt popped up on the interface. Trading line update. From now on, every survivor on the island can create a shop of their own. For more details about the shop, please visit the trading house and experience it yourself. Shop? Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. As a businessman, I have to pay more attention to this kind of thing. Then, Jiang Tian opened the trading platform and began to study. Chapter 151. Set sail and go hunting sheep. The other side. On the World Channel, all kinds of news are jumping around like crazy. Hey, good morning everyone. The trading house has been updated. Did you see it? What? An update? Are there any new features? I have to check it out. I just looked it up and there was this thing called a shop. I don't know what it means. I just created a shop, put some random things in it, and did some research. Once you create a shop, you can set up sections for the items you sell, like putting potatoes and tomatoes in there, creating a vegetable section or something, and you can name it whatever you want. I also created shop. The purchase conditions here are very rigid. For example, if you sell a wooden plank in exchange for 1 kilogram of potatoes, as long as the other party has 2 kilograms of potatoes, you can click on the trade button and the transaction will be completed automatically. Unlike the regular trading platform before, you have to wait for the seller's approval after posting the item before the transaction is completed. I just clicked into a store and took a look. When I clicked in, I found that the interface had changed. It seems that the store interface can be customized. In addition to some items for sale, the store I was looking at also had some notes on the items. There's also a message on the shop's homepage. Looking for live animals? What the hell? Can they advertise there? I took a look. Now, in the trading platform, besides searching for items, you can also search for stores, add stores to favorites, and so on. Wow, why does it look a bit like the e-commerce websites I've seen before? I hope there's a very affordable store that sells some cheap food or something. I'm in and I can barely afford to eat. Just when a group of people were discussing the new feature of the trading house, a statement with a slightly different style appeared on the World Channel. HHDX 1313. Hello, fellow peace lovers. Today is another peaceful day. I am the leader of the Love, Peace, and Justice League. I welcome all peace lovers to join my alliance and move closer to my coordinates. Here, we unite and love, share weapons and resources, fight against pirates and monsters together, and create a pure land for this world. By the way, my charity shop is now open. It's called Love and Peace. I hope you can spend money there and make a contribution to the forces of justice. As soon as this news came out, it aroused everyone's curiosity. This person who shouts love and peace all day long has appeared on the World Channel more than once or twice. Anyone who often watches the World Channel will be more or less familiar with him. He created a store right after the trading house was updated, but he didn't know what he would sell. Immediately, many people clicked on the transaction line, searched for the name of the store, Love and Peace, and went in to take a look. On the store's homepage, the first thing that catches your eye is the 4 big characters Love and Peace. The number of characters may vary depending on the translation in different places. Then scroll down. A row of items for sale appeared before everyone. 1 small stone to exchange for adult hen/duck. 1 weed for 1 adult pig/sheep. 1 wooden board, exchange for 1 watermelon knife. 1 cucumber, exchange for 1 blackened pigman leather armor. In addition, there's a message marked on the store. Please exchange your supplies for these items and contribute to creating a pure land for us. Seeing these purchase conditions, everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell? WDF? Saka? Asaba? What the hell is this? How is this different from giving away for free? Just when everyone was so shocked that they were about to go up and scold someone, a message appeared on the World Channel. HHDX 1300. You hypocrite, full of nonsense, you're facing a disaster, and you're still spouting these lies on the World Channel. How disgusting. Also, what kind of things are you selling? No fool would sell you animals and equipment at such a low price. You might as well just beg for money if you use this kind of nonsense to deceive fools. It's disgusting. As soon as HHDX 1300 said this, it was immediately echoed by many people. That's a good point. I felt weird about what HHDX 1313 said before, but now that I've seen his shop, I realize he's a complete idiot. That's right, creating that ridiculous alliance and weapon sharing is just a scam. Seeing so many people criticizing him, HHDX 1313 became a little anxious and immediately refuted them. HHDX 1300, stop spitting insults at me. What do you mean I'm lying? Is it a lie to be a peace enthusiast? I am doing this to contribute to peace. Also, what do you mean I'm in big trouble? Is it because you said yesterday you were going to kill us all? My allies and I are at the coordinates HHDX 1313. If you are a man, keep your promise and use your island to deal with me and my allies. We peace lovers are not afraid of you. The other side, on an island of about 1,000 square meters, a brown-haired man was sitting in the wooden house, watching the news on the World Channel and sneered. Does this 1313 really think that he and his rubbish allies can resist our attack? What an idiot. Before, when our equipment was not of sufficient quality, our large numbers were indeed a deterrent, but now. Muttering to himself, the man did not reply to the message, but looked at the blackened pigment leather armor on his body and the machete at his side. This person was none other than HHDX 1300, who had previously purchased equipment from Jiang Tian. I've already bought a full set of equipment. With this, no matter how many of you there are, it won't be any use. I gave you the opportunity to call for help yesterday. I hope you can call more of the best people to stay with you and don't let me down. While muttering to himself, 1300 had a ferocious smile on his face. Yesterday, he announced that 1313 should call more people. The purpose was not because he was too arrogant, but because he hoped to take advantage of this wave to annex more islands and plunder more resources. Yesterday, he had already learned that 1313 had returned to his original position after looting around. After that, he ordered his men to set sail and hid in a cloud not far from where 1313 was. Now it seems that it is time to harvest the crops. Moreover, the way HHDX 1313 speaks is really disgusting. We should get rid of him as soon as possible. Immediately, 1300 closed the chat interface. He took the machete and walked out the door, looking at the 9 strong men standing outside the house waiting, who were also wearing blackened pigment leather armor and holding machetes. Boys, hoist the sails, we're going to hunt the sheep. Oh, the 9 strong men responded and ran towards the center of the island at the same time. Pulled down the big sail with the skull on it. Then he ran to the back of the island, sat down next to the fan, and started shaking it very hard, passing through the clouds, heading towards the front, towards the islands connected together. Chapter 152. Wow, where'd you get this stuff? The other side, HHDX 1313 was humming a little tune while watching the news on the World Channel. At this moment, a voice came from beside him. Alliance leader, I was watching the World Channel just now, and that 1,300 said we're in big trouble. Is that true? 1313 closed the chat interface and looked back. He was a middle-aged man with some graying hair at the temples, looking at him with concern. The middle-aged man asked again, Alliance leader, I heard that this 1300 is a pirate. He seems to have robbed several islands before, and there are a lot of people. If he attacks us, we'll be harmed. Seeing this, 1313 stopped singing, raised his eyebrows, showing his big white teeth, and tried to force out a smile that seemed very righteous. Don't worry, didn't you see? After I said that, 1300 didn't dare to reply. This guy is just a coward who can only talk big. There is no need to be afraid of him. Even if he comes, we already have so many of us. He can't beat us. Remember, with a love, peace, and justice league are unbreakable. Really? That's great. After hearing this, the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. 1313 glanced at the man and said, All right, you just arrived yesterday, so put your supplies in our large warehouse. Remember, put all your weapons, armor, food, wood, etc. in there. Also, take out your farmland as well. I'll have someone manage it. Hearing this, the middle-aged man was stunned. These resources are all accumulated by me with great difficulty, and you. 1313 frowned and interrupted with a righteous wave of his hand. Don't talk about you, me, and mine. We are now an alliance. Our alliance is one. Is there still a distinction between you and me within this one entity? Besides, there's another group of sky pirates coming soon. After we defeat them, we'll divide the spoils equally among everyone. Then you'll get your share of resources, and then you'll find that what you contributed is nothing at all. Hearing this, the middle-aged man was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, he heard 1313 say again, After we defeat wave after wave of pirates who attack us, won't the supplies on their island become ours, the love, peace, and justice league as spoils? You also know that this damn 1,300 is looting everywhere and doing all kinds of evil. It can be said that the number of survivors persecuted by him has reached nearly 10 digits. With the strength of our Love, Peace, and Justice League, we can easily take him down. This time, the middle-aged man was finally shaken by what 1313 said. However, the middle-aged man still raised his last question. Finally, will the acquired supplies really be evenly distributed among all members of the Love, Peace, and Justice League? Of course, 1313 is a decisive railway. Afterwards, the middle-aged man nodded and turned away without saying anything more. Seeing the middle-aged man going back, probably to get supplies, 1313 returned to his original expression. Afterwards, 1313 looked at the situation of his alliance. Since he shouted those recruiting words yesterday, 3 more allies have settled on his island. Among them was a blond man with blue eyes. He's an old man. Moreover, this old man looked a little wretched and kept muttering words like "Lord, Lord." It's very annoying. If 1313 didn't have something to say to all the members at this moment, he wouldn't have wanted to call the blond old man over talk. 1313 took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and forced out a smile that felt very righteous. Then he opened the Alliance chat channel and tagged everyone. Everyone, please come to the center of the island. I have something to say to you. It wasn't long before this message was sent out. Several figures hurriedly trotted over. The blond and blue-eyed old man was the first to be hit. He was wearing a suit on the upper body, suit pants on the lower body, and a briefcase on his waist. In this hot summer, he is still wearing a pair of leather shoes. Looking at the texture, it looks like pigman's skin. 1313's eyes twitched when she saw him dressed like this. But they soon shifted their attention away from him and focused on the other members. The other members were dressed more normally, not as weird as this old man. Fortunately, not everyone is so weird. As the men got closer, the smile on 1313's face grew even wider. He said with a smile, "Is everyone here?" As soon as everyone stood still, the blond and blue-eyed old man came out first. "Alliance leader, is there something that can't be discussed in the Alliance channel? Why do you have to call everyone over?" Before 1313 could reply, the old man took out a paper box from his waist bag. He quickly opened the paper box and took out a cigarette. He shook the wrist holding the cigarette at 1313. "Come on, leader, take one." 1313. Other members. "My goodness, where did you get this stuff? It's just like the street urchins in the East." The blond old man finally reacted when he saw everyone looking at him strangely. "The alliance I joined is made up of my fellow villagers." This action of passing cigarettes was learned from the previous alliance. The last league he entered had several members from the East. He speaks in a strange way and behaves like this when he sees people. It seemed that using this method, he could get along very well with others, so he kept it in mind. But the good times did not last long. Not long after he joined the alliance was attacked by sky pirates. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and escaped with the supplies in his island, thus escaping the disaster. After running out, I saw 1313 showing off in the World Channel. The old man thought that since 1313 could say such things on the channel, he must be very powerful. So they took their weapons and came to him for help. Before this, he had joined more than 6 alliances in a row. Every time he joined an alliance, it would be attacked by air pirates not long after. The blond old man, a devout Christian, was so angry that he even shouted curses. "I hope this alliance is strong enough to protect me on behalf of the Lord, and not to go down the same old path. Amen." Chapter 153. Pretty good. At this time, in this awkward atmosphere, 1313 looked at the cigarette in the old man's hand. Although he really wanted to smoke one, he didn't know whether smoking would have any impact on his upright image. Then, 1313 said to the old man, "Okay, you old M0404, I have something to say to everyone. Go back to your seat first." The old man in a suit, numbered 0404, felt a little embarrassed after feeling the surprised looks from others. To ease this embarrassment, he simply lit a cigarette, returned to the other people, and squatted on the ground, smoking. Although 1313 was speechless, he stood up and began to look at the members in front of him. There were 2 allies leaning against me before, plus the 3 who came yesterday. There are now a total of 5 people. According to 1313's estimate of their land, each person's island area is more than 200 square meters. Adding my own area of more than 700 square meters is about 1,800 square meters. At this point in time, There should be very few survivors who own such a large piece of land. Also, the men brought by these allies. Through 1313's observation, each of them basically has 3 subordinates. These 5 allies have a total of 15 subordinates, including them, myself, and my 7 subordinates. The population of the island is as high as 28 people. At this stage, this land area and population are also a considerable force. 1313 feels very satisfied. That's right. In his mind, he had already included the land and manpower of other survivors within his own area. What we need to do now is to make them hand over all these supplies. I have just convinced the middle-aged man. There are still 2 newcomers left, and I need to communicate with them properly. By the way, brainwash everyone. Ahem, everyone. 1313 put on that stiff smile again. First of all, I'd like to welcome new and old members to join our Love, Peace, and Justice League. The philosophy behind my founding of this league is... Then, 1313 began his speech. He talked about his dissatisfaction with the world, the purpose and development direction of establishing this alliance, and creating a pure land in this world full of selfish desires. He said a lot of things. Of course, these are all made up. Then, he repeated the same words he had used to persuade the middle-aged man to hand over the supplies. I hope everyone can put the overall situation first, pool resources, and use them more efficiently. After saying this, 1313 looked at 2 of the 5 allies. One is the old man at 0404, and the other is a fat man who has gained some weight. Like the middle-aged man with graying temples, they are allies who just arrived yesterday. The 2 allies who had followed 1313 before have already handed over the supplies. The middle-aged man had just been convinced by me, and his men were still moving things into their own warehouse. Now, only the old man and the fat man are left. At the same time, the 2 allies who followed 1313 at the beginning, as well as the middle-aged man, also looked at the old man and the fat man at the same time. They have already handed over the supplies to the alliance, and the remaining 2 allies must also hand over the supplies. At this time, the fat man was a little unhappy when he heard that the supplies had to be handed over. Hey, it's not that I don't want to hand over the supplies, but does everyone hand over the same amount? What if others hand over less than I do? Wouldn't that put me at a disadvantage? This way, I'll give as much as they give, and that's fair. Hearing this, the 3 people who had handed over the supplies before looked a little ugly. Although they all gave away what they had saved, it had to be admitted that they were still very poor and did not have many resources. Most of the things we caught before were eaten as food or turned into wood to build some infrastructure and fans, so there wasn't much left. When 1313 heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Look at this fat guy. He can maintain his fat body shape even in this environment. It seems that he is quite lucky and must have a lot of things. As long as I can take all his things for myself, I will make a fortune. Just when 1313 was thinking about his words and preparing to trick the fat man into handing over all the supplies, a voice suddenly rang out. My child, you are wrong. The grace God bestows upon us all is the same. We are all created equal, and there is no such thing as injustice. Since we joined this alliance for peace and the same ideal, we should believe in it and contribute our own strength to develop the alliance. Besides, you are bigger in size, so you consume more alliance resources, right? Call. As soon as these words came out, everyone else looked at the speaker at the same time. It's that old man. Only he could say such a statement. However, it felt a bit strange to see this old man puffing on a cigarette and blowing smoke rings while calling master. At this time, the old man also realized that there seemed to be something wrong with his image. He put out his cigarette, stood up, took out a thick book from his bag, put his hand on it, and shouted him in. Seeing this thick book, several people looked a little strange. The book has Holy Bibli printed on it, as well as 2 Eastern words, Holy Stem. Is this the Bible? The Holy Bible? Is there something wrong with the printing? However, the old man didn't care about these details. Instead, he set an example by calling his men and taking the things to the alliance warehouse. The remaining fat man watched the old man's men carrying sacks to the warehouse, thought about what he said, and felt that his heart was a little narrow. Then he said to 1313, I'm sorry, I'm too narrow-minded. I'll arrange for someone to take the things over right now. I understand your thoughts, so it's okay. Welcome to join our big family. 1313 responded with a generous smile, then looked at the weird old man. This 0404 is quite smart. Judging from his appearance and the Bible in his hand, he must be a devout Christian. Although this book looks like a pirated copy, it doesn't matter. This kind of person is the most harmless, and his ideas are similar to mine. Maybe I can keep him to help me brainwash future allies. Just when 1313 was thinking, one of the islands was under the control of the allies in the west of 1313 and suddenly ran over. Pointing to a direction to the west of the island, he said to the ally in a panic, "Master, something bad has happened. Over there. Over there is a large island, flying towards us." Chapter 154. The equipment gap is so huge. What's the point of fighting? Upon hearing the news, several allies, standing in the middle of the island, listening to the speech, were shocked at the same time. What? A big island? Flying towards us? Are they air pirates? Lord, I hope this is a new ally in our alliance, and there will be no more sky pirates. 1313, who was standing by, was also taken aback and asked the ally subordinate, "A big island? How big is it? Is it 500 square meters? Why didn't you tell us just now?" "More than." The subordinate stammered and said, "I thought there were new allies, and since I saw you talking to a few allies, I didn't disturb you. However, when the island got closer, I found that it seemed to be 1,000 square meters. There's a big skull and crossbones painted on the sails of the island." Hearing this, 1313 hurried to the west, to the allies' island, and looked forward. An island is very close to them and is getting closer. A skull can be seen above the high-hanging sail. Below the skull, there are two cross scimitars. This is the flag of the Sky Pirates. When they saw this thing, the allies who came to check the situation were suddenly terrified. "Ah, it's really a Sky Pirate. Alliance leader, the Sky Pirates are coming. What should we do now? How about we just run? Fuck it. I haven't even sat down yet. And here comes another one. Lord, are you targeting me?" At this time, 1313's heart skipped a beat. He had seen this flag before. Isn't this the flag on the island at 1300? I took a look at this flag when I wanted to seize his island. This is 1300's island. Could it be that these past 2 days, 1300 wasn't just casually uttering harsh words, but was really coming to kill us? 1313 looked at the pale-faced allies around him and suddenly became furious. He's just a sky pirate. What's there to be afraid of? Who knows who will eat whom in the end? Once this 1300 is resolved, we can start planning other things. For example, snatching all the allies' men away. Although he thought so in his heart, he certainly would not say such words out loud. 1313 put on a righteous expression again, waved his hand forward, and said, "Don't be afraid, everyone. I know this pirate. There are only 10 of them on his island, and their equipment is similar to ours. We now have almost 3 times as many people as him, and we're not afraid of him at all. Now, it's time to test the strength of our alliance. Everyone, take up your weapons and start fighting back." After these words were spoken, several allies felt relieved. After responding, he called his men to follow 1313 to the alliance warehouse and put on their equipment. 0404 also followed the others and entered the warehouse with his men. In addition to supplies, there are also some equipment in the warehouse. Stone forks, stone clubs, bone swords, etc. These are all things dropped by monsters and are of very poor quality. In addition, there are some wooden bows and armor made from wood. Not only are their quality poor, but the quantity is also small. 1313 assigned all these things to his men, and the other allies could only watch helplessly after picking up a piece of junk weapon. At this time, 1313 noticed the gazes of others. He said righteously, "Don't worry about the armor. That air pirate's equipment isn't very good. Even if we don't wear armor, he won't be able to harm us. Okay, everyone, grab your weapons and head west to wait for the battle." Hearing this, the allies felt speechless, but he didn't say much. After picking up his weapons, he followed 1313 and his men out. Coming to the west again, it can be seen clearly. The other side's island with the skull flag was getting closer and closer to them, and it seemed to be less than 100 meters away. At this time, the island with several large wooden boards standing in the front was still attacking them. Seeing this, 1313 quickly ordered his men, "Quick, draw your bows and shoot. If the other allies don't have bows and arrows, pick up stones and throw them to death." Upon hearing this, several of 1313's men drew their wooden bows, put on wooden arrows, and fired. The men of other people were also picking up stones from the ground and throwing them at the other side's island. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Knock, knock, knock. The wooden boards put up by the other party were like a big shield. The wooden arrows shot at it did not cause any damage to the boards at all, and they fell down one after another. Not to mention those who threw stones, They couldn't throw them that far, and they all fell into the sea. Damn it! 1313 cursed and ordered his men to draw their bows and shoot arrows. But in this round, the arrows shot out still had no effect on the opponent. On the contrary, the enemy's island was getting closer and closer to them. Bang! The island with the skull and crossbones flag had crashed into his island. Then, a familiar rough voice was heard. Ha ha! 1313. Today is the day your garbage alliance dies. Guys, it's time to hunt. Yes. There was another bang sound, and the wooden board fell to the ground. After the wooden board fell, the figure of the enemy hiding behind it was revealed. There were 9 strong men wearing black clothes and holding weapons in their hands, running towards their island one by one. Behind him, there was a brown-haired man wearing the same equipment, looking at him and laughing wildly. Exactly 1,300. 1313 was also filled with rage and ordered everyone. Don't panic, everyone. Come on, they can't beat us. Let's take out this group of sky pirates, and their resources will be ours. Upon hearing the order, the eyes of several allies lit up, shouting to his men to attack the invading air pirates. In order to win the battle quickly and obtain the resources on the opponent's island as soon as possible, 1313 also ordered his well-equipped subordinates to attack. However, these things seemed to have no reaction when they hit the other strong man. When the bone knife and stone fork stabbed the black clothes on the opponent, they could not move forward any further. The burly man in black clothes laughed, raised the shining weapon in his hand, and started to fight back. Puff! The poor quality wooden armor was directly split open, and a stream of blood immediately spurted out from the waist of the man. After being attacked by the enemy, several men of 1313 screamed and fell down at the same time. This was true for those of them who were wearing wooden armor, not to mention those who were not wearing protective gear. Our weapons could not break the enemy's defense, and our side seemed to be made of paper, and one of us fell down after being hit by the enemy. 1313 and several allies were dumbfounded. Isn't this a one-sided massacre? Only then did 1313 react. The weapons in the hands of these strong men were all shining, reflecting the metallic light. This gloss, is it a machete? Also, those black things the other person was wearing. It seems, blackened pigment leather armor? 1313 was suddenly shocked. How come everyone on the other side has a set of equipment of this level? What the hell? The equipment gap is so huge. How can we even fight? Chapter 155, Take Action Quickly. Just when 1313 was stunned, another subordinate let out a howl, and the red color of blood splattered out, pulling him out of his confusion. At this time, 1313 didn't care about giving orders or the lives of his allies and subordinates, and hurriedly ran to the rear. No matter what, run away first. While running, 1313 was thinking about one thing. He had met 1300 before, when he was thinking of invading him last time. The equipment at that time was still stone clubs and wooden armor. There's no difference from my side. He said yesterday that he wanted to pick a group of his own. Was it because he upgraded his equipment? No wonder. But why has his group's equipment been upgraded to this level after just 2 days? There's so many machetes and pigskin armors. Even if they knew the production process, they couldn't make them so quickly, right? Did someone get it to them? Thinking of this, 1313 remembered. Previously, a person with the ID CNNS 1111 sold these equipment to himself. When he made his request for 16 sets, he did not hesitate about the inventory, but simply calculated a price for himself. It must be him. With so many sets of equipment, only he can carry them out. At this time, there was also news from the rear. These equipments are really good. The metal is well spent. After we take over this island, I will find that CNNS 1111 and buy a few more sets. Guys, since they can't hurt us, let's capture the remaining people alive and don't kill them. Yes, Captain. Hearing the happy voices of 1300 and his men, 1313 was furious. It turned out to be the equipment sold by CNNS 1111. Damn, if that guy had sold the equipment to me at that time, the battle situation would definitely be different now. However, this stingy boy actually refused and even scolded himself. That would be fine, but this person actually provided equipment to his opponent. If he didn't provide equipment to 1300, the battle situation would not be the same. Maybe his group has already taken over 1,300 islands. But now, everything is all due to CNNS 1111. 1313 was getting angrier the more he thought about it. He opened the World Channel while running. Taking advantage of the last speaking opportunity today, he started cursing. HHDX 1313. Damn CNNS 1111. You fucking beep. You little bastard beep. It's fine if you're unwilling to contribute to justice, but you actually sold equipment to pirates. You're a traitor to all of humanity, a scum. You fucking beep. After sending this sentence, 1313 closes the chat interface. Now that I've cursed enough, I should just run for my life. I have to find a way to get off this island. At this time, he had already run to the center of the Alliance and landed on his own island. 1313 was shocked to find that several people had already run ahead of him and arrived at the Alliance warehouse. WTF? They're actually running faster than me. Judging from this distance, they had already started running away the moment they were about to collide with the other island. This time, 1313 was shocked again. Damn, how come his escape posture is so skillful? It's like being trained. The leader was wearing a suit and had a briefcase tucked under his arm. It seems to be the old man in 0404. At this time, 1313 discovered again. When these people ran to the vicinity of the warehouse, at the old man's command, they rushed directly into the warehouse. What's going on? Aren't they running for their lives? Not long after, 1313 also ran to this location and took a look inside. When he saw clearly the actions of the people inside, he was completely shocked. WTF? After those men ran into the warehouse, one of them was holding a sack in his hand. These sacks seemed to be the ones they had just brought into the warehouse. At this time, they were grabbing the sacks and pouring something out. A closer look revealed that it was filled with food scraps and mineral water bottles. Wait, the things they just brought into the warehouse were all garbage? 1313 felt a little confused. At this time, the old man holding the briefcase was giving orders to his 3 subordinates. Quick, take out this garbage and fill up the warehouse with metal and food. Once it's full, let's leave. Yes, my father. The 3 men responded, emptied the garbage in the sacks, and then quickly swept the materials placed in the warehouse into the sacks one by one. Seeing this scene, 1313 almost exploded. What the hell, it's bad enough that he uses garbage to cheat me. But looking at the situation, he wants to steal my things. On the other side, the old man saw that his group's actions had been discovered and hurriedly urged his men. My children, hurry up and act. Yes, my father. 3 strong men responded. At this time, the strong men were running very fast with full sacks on their shoulders. At this time, 1313 couldn't help it anymore and stood at the door of the warehouse, pointing at several people and cursing. Hey, you old bastard. What the hell are you doing? You. The words haven't been finished yet. The 3 strong men carrying sacks have not yet reacted. The old man picked up a stone stick from the ground and rushed to 1313. Raise your right arm and lift the stone stick. Shouted loudly. Accept the judgment of the Lord. Hallelujah. Bang. The stone stick hit 1313's head hard. 1313, everything went dark before his eyes, and he fell forward. He heard a sentence just before he passed out. My children, the sky pirates are coming soon. Let's quickly retreat back to our island and seek a new alliance for protection. Yes, my father. The other side, Jiang Tian has already explored the functions of this store through the World Channel and his own exploration of the trading house. On the left are the items sold by the store owner, and on the right are the conditions required for customers to purchase. For example, 1 chicken exchanged for 1 duck. The shopkeeper sells chickens, and if customers want to buy them, they have to see if they have a duck. There are also other things like interfaces, which have also been polished. Afterwards, Jiang Tian also created the store. Store name, Shaman number 1. Then, several categories were established. First is the equipment category. Put the machete, pigskin armor, and some weapons dropped by monsters on it. Next, it's food. Put some flour, rice, salt, and other things on it. There are also figurines. After these things were put on the shelves, Jiang Tian thought about it and set up a special category. The meat of the blackened pig man was put on the shelf. In the future, the meat of other monsters may also be placed on it. After everything is arranged, just when Jiang Tian was about to go on the World Channel to advertise his own store. When I turned on the World Channel, I was stunned. Why did someone mention me for no apparent reason? Chapter 156, Making Dirty Money? HHDX 1313. Damn CNNS 1111 you're. When Jiang Tian saw this message, he was speechless. He never dreamed that someone would criticize him on the World Channel. Act like an internet troll. By the way, I haven't spoken much on the World Channel, so why am I being criticized for no reason? I looked at the other person's ID carefully and searched my memories. Jiang Tian's expression became a little strange. Isn't this the same fool who tried to blackmail me morally before? Then, I seemed to see someone on the World Channel saying that he wanted to teach this person a lesson, and then I sold my equipment to this 1313 enemy. Did they meet each other? No wonder he was so angry. He must have been almost driven to despair by the other party. The thought of the person who wanted to kidnap me being beaten by well-equipped people made me feel uncomfortable. Jiang Tian wanted to laugh, but I didn't laugh. At this moment, Jiang Tian discovered. After HHDX 1313 speech came out, it actually caused public opinion on the World Channel. What? This person with the ID CNNS 1111 is actually providing equipment to air pirates? This is too much. When I was attacked by air pirates before, they were armed with a machete. My armor was completely useless. Because of this machete, I had no choice but to split the island apart and escape. Me too. Once, we were attacked by air pirates. They were wearing pigskin armor, and my attacks were completely ineffective. Ha ha, I'm a sky pirate, and I'm worried that no one is willing to upgrade my equipment. CNNS 1111, right? I'm sending you a private message right now to buy some equipment. Bah, you damn pirates are still so rampant. CNNS 1111, you are an accomplice of the pirates. You scumbag. None of these equipment sellers are good people. Lord, our alliance has been attacked, and all our allies have been captured. If I hadn't run fast enough, I would have fallen into their clutches. I need to join another alliance and make a comeback. Upstairs, what you said looks so familiar. On the World Channel, many survivors were condemning the person to whom Jiang Tian sold equipment. Looking at these news, Jiang Tian was speechless. What these people say is incomprehensible. You all like moral kidnapping, right? Let's not talk about the simplest natural law in this world, which is the survival of the fittest. He is just a businessman now, and selling items is his job. It is impossible for him to change his behavior according to those people's ideas. If someone wants to buy something and you have some spare items, you can find suitable equipment to sell. It's that simple. Besides, he doesn't just sell equipment to pirates. His target customers are everyone in the world. These people don't upgrade their own equipment, but just blame others for having better equipment and causing themselves to be defeated. Isn't this incomprehensible? This logic is unreasonable. Jiang Tian thought about it and sent a message on the World Channel. CNNS 1111. My original intention in selling equipment was to hope that everyone would upgrade their weapons and armor to resist monster invasions and attacks. I hope that after purchasing my equipment, many people can survive in this environment where monsters are becoming increasingly powerful and avoid being harmed by these monsters. Therefore, there's nothing wrong with my selling equipment, and it can even be said to be a good deed. Moreover, when making a transaction, I have no idea what kind of person the other party is or what they will do with these things. Besides, I have sold a lot of things and done a lot of business with a lot of people. You said I sold equipment to a pirate. When I was trading, there was no sign next to the other party's ID that he was a pirate. If there were a GM in this world, you could ask them to put labels next to the IDs of those pirates. But do you think that's possible? After this message was sent, the World Channel, which was originally jumping at a very fast speed, suddenly stopped for a moment. Those who had been persecuted by the air pirates and vented their anger on the World Channel were also stunned when they saw the person involved come out at this time. Moreover, this logic left them speechless, and they didn't know how to refute it. After a short while, the channel messages began to scroll again. What you said is wrong. These pirates are so rampant on the channel. When you saw their chat history, you should have known they were pirates. That's right. You're clearly an accomplice to the evildoer, making dirty money. I think this CNNS 1111 is in cahoots with those air pirates. Fuck, there's such a good thing. 1111, I'm the sky pirate. Can you agree to a long-term partnership with me? See these messages. Jiang Tian chuckled and spoke directly. CNNS 1111, do you think I'm just like you guys with nothing to do all day, just staring at the World Channel and doing nothing? I'm very busy. There's simply no time to remember how these people speak and what they say, and to judge what kind of people they are. I don't have the energy or the obligation to think about that. Just as everyone was looking at each other in bewilderment, Jiang Tian spoke again, completely igniting the World Channel. Do you know how hard it is to harvest countless crops and take care of hundreds of livestock every day? My men and I, dozens of them, are so exhausted that we can't even straighten our backs. Can you understand this kind of pain? By the way, I just opened a shop called Shaman Number One. If you're interested, you can go check it out. It has a wide variety of products, and they're cheap and good quality. Chapter 157. Does your store have a membership card? Jiang Tian uttered this long paragraph. Everyone on the World Channel was stunned when they saw the information displayed in this passage. Immediately, countless speeches rushed into the World Channel. What the hell? So many resources. No, if I had so many things, I would be happy even if I fell in a bed exhausted. Didn't you notice? He said me and my dozens of men, not that he was going to do the work alone. My goodness, where did he get so many people from? Fuck, this is too Versailles, go to hell. Are all these resources earned from this 1111 business? Speaking of which, his focus is still on the advertisement in the last sentence, right? Cheap and good quality? That's such a crude word. I just got here. What are you guys discussing? Why is it so lively? Hey, is this another newly opened store? I have to go check it out. For a while, out of curiosity, many people opened the trading house and searched for the store Business Alliance Number One and entered Jiang Tian's store. On the store interface, the first thing that catches your eye are two big words. Business Alliance. There's also an announcement on the store. Xiaomi Number One is officially open. Products are constantly being updated, and there are also delicious food available at night. Please pay attention. By the way, I will also collect blue goblins. The price is negotiable. Next, there's a list of product categories. Food, flour, rice, potatoes. Seasoning, lard, salt. There are also live animals, including chickens, ducks, geese, boars, and rams, as well as figurines, furniture. There are even fertilizers, bone meal, unnameable things, etc. Of course, weapons and armor are also on display, compared to other survivors who only sell single items. Jiang Tian's store is like a large supermarket. This made the people who came to shop in the store confused. There was another uproar on the World Channel. What the hell? Ashi, WTF? Saka, oh my god, why is there so much stuff in this store? I can't even take it all in. Am I shopping in a supermarket? Just now, the CNNS 1111 said he had plenty of food and animals. I thought he was just kidding, but I didn't expect the store actually had so much stuff. Where did he get all these resources from? There are so many. I wonder if they stole it from others. I didn't know until I saw it. I was shocked. This black and pigment leather armor seems to be of better quality than what others are selling, and it's cheaper. The same goes for the watermelon knife. Although this watermelon knife doesn't look very well made, it's cheaper than others. Oh my god, several of my men are making machetes every day. I'm basically the one doing all the fishing and monster hunting. In the end, to increase sales, they only make a hard-earned living and labor fees from the knives. How come this guy is selling them cheaper than me? Yeah, I made a few pieces of black and pigment leather armor before. I finally managed to kill one, cut it up with a machete I bought, and sold it for 20 planks each. But this guy actually sold it for the price of 20 gene piece of iron. Oh my god, this shop actually has black and pigment meat? And it's so cheap, I want to try it. Isn't this a figurine of Rem, Asuna, and Hinata? In a place like this, who actually has the time to make something like this? This shop is awesome. I've saved it. As the World Channel fluctuated, the supplies on the shelves of Business Alliance Number One were constantly being bought up. While shopping, people on the World Channel were also discussing issues, such as the price and quality of the goods in Jiang Tian's store. By the way, the 1313 wave actually served as an advertisement for itself. Putting aside other things, the weapons and pigskin armor were sold out as soon as they were put on the shelves. And it seems to be more effective than shouting on the World Channel yourself. In addition to this, there were a lot of private messages sent to him, and it seemed that most of them were from air pirates. Boss, why are the weapons and leather armor out of stock? Hurry up and restock them. I need to buy a machete to chop people. Hey man, I heard you sell weapons to pirates. Is that true? I'm a pirate. Can we work together? Shopkeeper, do you have a membership card in your store? Hello, little brother. I'm in urgent need of a few machetes and some pigskin armor to start my own business. Can you help me? Love you. Because there were too many messages, Jiang Tian took a few glances and ignored the private chats. In terms of communication, it is quite humane. Those who frequently communicate with Jiang Tian can be added as friends and listed in a separate group. The messages sent by those who communicated with Jiang Tian for the first time were all in a list called strangers. Moreover, you can also search for all messages sent by strangers. For example, if you search for Blue Goblin, you can check among the numerous messages to see if there is anyone who wants to sell their Blue Goblin. It is very convenient. Ignoring these unfamiliar messages, Jiang Tian continued to look at the store. This new thing in the store is quite convenient. In addition to creating an exclusive interface, you can also put all the goods on it. In this way, other people may become interested in other products when shopping in the store and buy other things. Moreover, when listing items, you can also designate a specific delivery point, and the resources obtained from selling the items will automatically appear there. For example, the receiving point designated by Jiang Tian is placed in the warehouse, so he doesn't have to go back and forth to put things away. The most important thing is, as long as you put all the goods on the shelves, you don't have to shout out each product like before. You can just promote your own store directly in the future. As for what is in the store, those customers will promote it for themselves. Then, Jiang Tian continued to look at the store, his eyes fixed on some goods that had not yet been sold. There were some boars, rams, and figures and furniture on the shelves. Large animals like pigs and sheep are naturally not cheap. If you want to buy an adult boar from Jiang Tian, you need at least 350 kilograms of iron. Most people can't afford so much. Moreover, it is not easy to sell a whole pig. After all, the storage of the meat is also a problem. If it is not eaten in a short period of time, it will easily go bad. Afterwards, I arrange for the butcher to slaughter them and sell the meat directly. There are also figures. During the time of preparing the shop, Jiang Tian arranged for Liu Ban to carve several figures of different characters. A table and a stool were also put up there, both priced at 999 kilograms of iron. Naturally, no one could afford this price, but it didn't matter. Jiang Tian had no intention of selling these things. After all, the orders for those figures haven't been completed yet. If I want to sell the figures, I have to at least complete the order placed by the member of the Second Dimension European Emperor Alliance. The purpose of putting these things on the shelves is to make a display and advertise your own store. Once I finish dealing with these action figures, maybe I can take on some big orders like custom furniture. Chapter 158, I haven't read it for a long time. I can't help myself. After thinking about these things, Jiang Tian turned his attention to other places on the chat interface. Let's put the store matters aside for now and deal with some other things. The crossbow cart is ready, so we can give her the one for 0066. Click on someone in your friend list and send a message. The ballista is ready. Now it can be traded. Good. Shortly after the message was sent, Jiang Tian received a reply and transaction request from 0066. After coming to the crossbow cart, he agreed to the application submitted by the other party. A previously made, unimproved version of the crossbow cart was placed on it. Both parties did not drag their feet, and the transaction was completed quickly. Just at this moment, the Alliance channel rang. 0888. Holy crap. Check the regional channel. Our Alliance is on fire. Jiang Tian was stunned and directly opened the regional channel. At this time, the news inside was jumping rapidly, and the topic of discussion was the business alliance founded by Jiang Tian. I was just watching the World Channel and saw a lot of people discussing a store called Business Alliance No. 1. I saw it too. This store is awesome. There are so many things in it. I heard there's not only regular food there, but also watermelon knives and pigskin armor, but they sold out instantly. Now there are still a few pigs and sheep hanging there. It's really fucking extravagant. TSK, there are figures inside. Wait, figures. Wait, the Merchant Alliance. Fuck, isn't the Business Alliance the alliance founded by 1111? Could this shop be his? 1111. Yes, I did found this shop. I think it's quite big, and everyone is welcome to come in and have a look. If you find anything you like, just buy it. It's okay. Fuck, no wonder 0888 refused to join our two-dimensional European Emperor Alliance. Isn't the thigh he's clinging to too powerful? No, I can't stand it anymore. I want to quit my current alliance and join Boss 1111's alliance. I want to join too. Wait, I think I'm a leader? How about we disband the alliance? After seeing these news, Jiang Tian was speechless. After explaining for a while that the Chamber of Commerce did not plan to expand its allies for the time being, Jiang Tian closed the regional chat channel. At this time, news of the alliance came out again. 0066. 1111, I just went to your shop and saw that the weapons section is sold out. When you make the watermelon knife and pigskin armor next time, I want to buy 2 sets of equipment from you. Is that okay? 0888. Give me 2 sets too. Seeing this, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. The commonly used words 0066 and 0888 were mentioned before. Of course, I've already left a few sets of equipment here, and I can trade them now. But what's the price? 0066. The newly planted takuya hasn't grown well yet. I have other wood here, some golden enamel. Do you want some? 0888. I have silver here. I have silver here. 1111. Do you have any silver? 0888. Are you speaking Northeastern dialect? 0888. I have some silver and iron here. I want to use them to buy a watermelon knife and pigskin armor. These sets of equipment were originally reserved for them, so Jiang Tian didn't joke with them too much and sent a trading request to the two of them. Yesterday, I kept 4 sets of pigskin armor and 3 machetes, and took out a machete that I had just made, which was just enough for 2 sets for each person. After the two got the equipment, the news paused for a while. Maybe they distributed it to their subordinates, so Jiang Tian didn't ask any more questions. Not long after, the message popped up again. 0888. I just went to the store again, and I was so envious of the 3 figures there. I bought the Rem and Ram figures and the Asuna figures, but I don't have this Hinata figure yet. Tiske. Seeing this, Jiang Tian chuckled. Just buy it if you're greedy. Isn't the price marked on it? 0888. Fuck, 999 pounds of iron. Where can I get so much iron? 0066. These figurines are quite nice. They must have been made by Liu Ban, right? His carving is really amazing. By the way, Liu Ban probably hasn't seen these anime characters before. How did he carve these figurines? Did you draw them for Liu Ban to carve? 0888. Oh my god, 1111, you can also draw? Are you the legendary master? I didn't draw that. Jiang Tian explained. I did want to paint before, but I didn't have the skills, so I collaborated with an artist. 0066. Artist? She drew the pictures for these figures? 1111. Well, this artist seems to be quite good. He said he could draw anything, and he used to draw pillows. Fuck, drawing pillows. At this time, 0888 asked excitedly. 1111. You actually know this kind of talent? Can this artist draw a book? Quick, introduce this person to me. How about this? We bring this kind of talent into our alliance. Jiang Tian. 0066. Damn, aren't you exposing your perverted attributes a little too wildly? Can you restrain yourself a little? I already knew you were a pervert. 0888. Hey, sorry, I haven't seen it for a long time. I can't help myself. 0066, what are you talking about? I'm clearly called a gentleman, okay? 1111, why don't you consider it? Or you can tell me the artist's ID, and I'll talk to him directly. Seeing this proposal, Jiang Tian thought about it for a while. Based on my contact with the painter over the past 2 days, I feel that his personality and character might be okay. Of course, we need to observe further. If this artist can maintain a long-term cooperative relationship with me, it's not impossible to have him join the alliance. Then he said, I can't give you the artist's ID to prevent you from harassing others and affecting their work efficiency. As for adding the artist to the alliance, I'll think about it. 0066. Are you also? Without continuing to talk nonsense with the two people, Jiang Tian directly closed the chat channel. Then, he looked at the current situation of the island. At this time, it was already around 10 o'clock, and the sunlight was a little hotter than in the early morning. A group of workers led by Shiji Gang were making bricks while wiping their sweat. Song Yingxing and Sun Simiao were pulling black plastic bags to cover the greenhouse, then stand under the shed to avoid the sun. After Erlangzi threw a monster into the pile of pigmen, he began to look at the place where the goblins were imprisoned. Thinking of going to that air-conditioned room to cool down, Jiang Tian thought about it. The weather feels a little warmer. Let's build some shade for fishing and planting first. Also, we need to find a way to utilize the cold air of these goblins and distribute it to various positions. Chapter 159, How Can I Stay in This House? According to Jiang Tian's idea, a pavilion should be built between the fishing area and the planting area. This way, both the sun and the rain can be shielded. However, it takes a long time to make these things. Moreover, as the land expands, the number of fishing rods increases. The fishing area will definitely change in the future. By then, the originally built pavilion will be in an awkward position and may even be demolished. Or, how about building a shed with wood first? Thinking of this, Jiang Tian came to the wooden house where Liu Ban lived. At this time, Liu Ban had just finished carving a Hyuga Hinata. He placed the figurine on the table and greeted Jiang Tian. My lord, do you have any instructions? Jiang Tian nodded and told Liu Ban his thoughts. Liu Ban took on this small job very readily. He walked out the door and headed to the east side of the island to do the preparatory work. After Liu Ban left, Jiang Tian also took the opportunity to check the order and delivered the Hinata figure. Then, He took an iron ingot and walked out the door to the blacksmith shop. Ding clang. As soon as I walked out the door, I was greeted by the metallic sound of iron colliding and a wave of heat. Oh boy, it's really hot. Jiang Tian broke into a sweat. Due to the temperature, the door of the blacksmith shop is basically never closed. It is also more ventilated in design. But even so, the temperature inside didn't seem to change. It was just not as stuffy. At this time, Tang Yin was still busy forging Li Xiaoning's sword. Zhang Xin was still resting, while Li Si, Xuanzi, and an ordinary person were busy making a machete. Another ordinary apprentice was holding a wooden board and fanning Tang Yin. Seeing the newcomer, Tang Yin asked pitifully while forging iron. "Boss, have the goblins been distributed? When can you get one for a blacksmith shop?" Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. "It's so hot here. I'm afraid the goblin will die of heat if I leave it here. Don't worry if it's really hot. Have someone go to the ice cellar and make some ice packs. I'll find a way to cool it down." After saying this, Jiang Tian threw the iron ingot into a corner of the blacksmith shop and strode away. The way to deal with this blue goblin is indeed a problem. Let's not talk about it for now. If we put it directly in a place like a blacksmith shop, there might be some problems with the blue goblin's cooling system. If I really put this thing in my room, I always feel a little weird when I go to sleep. We still have to think of other ways to get the coolness of the blue goblins without having to see their ugly faces. Then, Jiang Tian found Shi Gang and a group of workers busy at the construction site. At this time, a batch of bricks had been made and were being placed aside to dry. After thinking about it, Jiang Tian arranged 2 people to go to Lu Ban to help. Then he told Shi Gang what he was thinking. Shi Gang thought for a while and said, "How about this? Let's hand these bricks over to a few people to look after them first. I will take the others to build a taller pavilion, lock the goblins inside, and then connect this air-conditioned pavilion to everyone's room through several pipes. That way, the cool air is piped to where it's needed." Hearing this suggestion, Jiang Tian nodded. "Okay, let's do as you say. Let's go and take care of it now. By the way, just build a simple house with wood and cement instead of bricks. It will save time." "Yes, boss." After Shi Gang agreed, he looked at the line of workers on standby and pointed at a few of them. Then a group of people strode towards the edge of the island. After explaining these things, Jiang Tian walked towards a small room where the goblins were imprisoned. It was quite hot that day, so I planned to cool down there first and take a look at the goblins. At this time, Erlangzi was dragging a bucket of kitchen leftovers towards the small living room. Seeing Jiang Tian, Erlangzi greeted him. "Boss." Jiang Tian nodded and asked, "Are you going to the small living room?" "Yes, the pigmen have been fed. Now it's the goblins' turn. I'm planning to go there too. Let's go together." "Yes, boss." As they were talking, several people had already arrived at the door of the small living room. Erlangzi pushed open the door. First, a cool air came out from the house, making both of them breathe a sigh of relief at the same time. Then, another foul smell came. The smell made the 2 of them pinch their noses. "Oh my God, what's that smell?" "Boss, this seems to smell like something indescribable and also has a hint of saucy smell." Jiang Tian felt helpless. Oh, if only this goblin didn't need to eat, drink, defecate, or urinate. I was originally thinking of coming in to cool off, but now this has happened. How can I stay in this room? Jiang Tian pinched his nose, felt the cold air, and hurried out the door. He instructed Erlangzi, "Hurry up, clean up this excrement first. Oh, and then you can clean up these goblins later." "Yes, boss." Erlangzi put down a bucket of slop and looked at the room full of feces. I couldn't help but pull the corners of my mouth, pick up the broom, and walk into the house. Jiang Tian stood outside the door, looking at the fool with a constipated expression on his face. I couldn't help but sigh. We should find someone to help him. So, Jiang Tian opened the trading platform. When I saw the new store function, an idea came to my mind. I don't know if there's a store that specializes in selling subordinates. If so, then you can increase the population appropriately. Jiang Tian had thought about acquiring some people before, but the price of my subordinates is too high now. When air pirates were rampant, basically no one would sell those stronger men, as they were all used to guard their own islands. Moreover, when the pirates go out to plunder, they also need these people to boost their momentum. Jiang Tian once asked some sellers who were selling middle-aged men, but these people asked for exorbitant prices. It's often 2 cows, 3 pigs, etc. Or 20 machetes. Isn't this bullshit? As the days went by, each person caught more and more fish. Except for those men with strong bodies, the prices of some ordinary people with average physical fitness who cannot fight should be lower. You can go up and take a look. While thinking about this, Jiang Tian opened a shop list. Looking at the shops one by one, my eyes suddenly lit up. There was a store called Shouxia Store that caught Jiang Tian's eye. Jiang Tian quickly clicked in and began to check the situation inside. Chapter 160, I can eat food, even though I haven't started working yet? Click shop. After entering the homepage, there are a few big words on it. Monopoly of subordinates. Monopoly of subordinates. In addition, there's a line of store slogans. Selling subordinates. Fresh subordinates. There are all kinds of styles for men, women, young and old. From Europe and America to Japan and Korea, there's always one that suits you. Don't miss it if you pass by. In addition, we are looking to acquire young and beautiful female subordinates. Price is negotiable. Seeing this slogan, Jiang Tian was speechless. Wow, this guy is really shouting with all his might. And it rhymes quite well. I don't know what it was used for before. However, according to the message expressed in this slogan, this guy should be an air pirate, or he could be a reseller. Then, Jiang Tian began to look for the product list. Sure enough, the place was full of his men. John, male, slightly injured. Note, he used to be a subordinate of a sky pirate and had several days of combat experience. Later, after the sky pirate was defeated, John was also captured. He is very suitable for fighting. Price, 2 adult pigs plus 2 ducks. Krava, female, healthy. Note, a young and beautiful woman. I won't go into details about what she can do. It's up to you to decide after you buy her. Price, 6 adult pigs/sheep. Or leave a message in the shop, and the owner will contact you privately. Kim Heiyasuk. I looked around. There are people from all regions. However, the price of these men is still so expensive. Not to mention the able-bodied men who can go to the battlefield. The most expensive ones are young and beautiful women, whose prices are simply sky high. Even those sky pirates cannot afford it unless they plunder to a certain extent. Not to mention those ordinary survivors who are thinking about developing well, they don't even have the chance to think about it. In addition, the price of some ordinary coolies with thinner bodies will be slightly cheaper. The price is about that of an adult pig, which is quite expensive. Just when Jiang Tian was about to look elsewhere, a subordinate at the bottom of the list caught his interest. aka male. Status, hungry. Note, please, kind-hearted people, please buy him out quickly. This person is affecting the profitability of my shop. The price is very cheap, just 1 loaf of bread. You can't lose money by buying a loaf of bread, but you can buy a subordinate. Price, 1 loaf of bread. So cheap? Jiang Tian clicked it open curiously. A phantom appeared in front of Jiang Tian. He was a young boy, about 17 or 18 years old, and very thin. His lower body was wrapped in a piece of cloth, and his skin was dark. Thick eyebrows, big nose, and thick lips. I won't comment on his appearance for now, but he doesn't look in good health anyway. I feel like I can't do any work and can only eat. No wonder no one buys it, even though the price is so cheap. Jiang Tian thought about it and went directly to the warehouse to get a loaf of bread. Bought this aka. It's just a matter of bread, I don't care. If you really can't do anything, just sell them off yourself. Purchase successful. As the prompt sounded, the bread in Jiang Tian's hand disappeared. At the same time, rays of fluorescent light gathered in front of him. Finally, a thin figure emerged and shouted to Jiang Tian. Owner. Jiang Tian nodded and ordered. Well, call me boss from now on. Okay, boss. Come on. aka, I'll take you to work first. Before he could finish his words, Aka's stomach growled. Gurgle. Hungry. Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. Aka looked a little embarrassed, with a hint of panic in his expression. No, I'm not hungry, boss. Take it to work first. Jiang Tian waved his hand and went to the warehouse to get another loaf of bread and a bottle of mineral water. Come, eat. Seeing these two things, Aka's face showed some disbelief. Point at the bread, point at yourself. For me. What else? Boss. I can eat food, even though I haven't worked yet. How can you have the energy to work if you're not full? Just eat what you're given. Stop talking nonsense. Upon hearing this, Aka's eyes widened. After taking the bread, he tore open the package and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he opened the cap of the mineral water bottle and poured the water into his mouth. During this process, Jiang Tian stood by and watched. Hearing the rumbling sound of AKA's stomach just now reminded Jiang Tian of the first time he caught Lu Bu. Due to the shortage of supplies at that time, both of them completed their work on the first day while starving. But later on, our lives became more and more prosperous, and we never had to go hungry. Hearing this voice again, I really missed it. Soon, A piece of bread and half a bottle of water were eaten. Aka grabbed the bread bag and the bottle of mineral water and looked at Jiang Tian with gratitude on his face. Thank you very much, my boss. Now I'm full of strength. Please give me your orders. Jiang Tian didn't say much and took him directly to the small room where the goblins were imprisoned. He pointed at the fool who was cleaning the room and said, "His name is Erlangzi. Go and help him clean up this place and then wash away these goblins." "Yes, my boss." Akon nodded and walked in. Faced with this environment, he didn't show any disgust at all. He just asked Erlangzi to give him the cleaning tools and then started to work. Jiang Tian nodded. "This guy looks okay. We can keep him for now." Having said that, even if we clean up the substances excreted by these goblins now, it will only be a temporary solution and not a fundamental solution. Once the air-conditioned room is built, the cold air produced by the blue goblin can be transmitted to your room through pipes. What if they do the same thing again then? Also, the gansui guy used to feed them has a very strong smell. By that time, besides the cold air, there will also be a foul smell. Will people be able to sleep in that room? I still have to explain the situation to Shi Jigang and Liu Ban to see if they have any solution. Also, we have to see if we can collect more of these mutated goblins. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian walked away. Chapter 161, Best Employee, southwest side of the island. Shi Jigang was arranging workers to dig the foundation. Seeing someone coming from a distance, he greeted, "Boss, what are your instructions?" Jiang Tian nodded and explained the problem of the blue goblin's metabolism. After learning about this, Shi Jigang also looked in the direction where the goblins were imprisoned and fell into deep thought. After all, the purpose of building this air-conditioned room is to provide cooling when the room is hot and stuffy, making it more comfortable to stay in. If there's a foul smell coming out, who can stand it? Then he said to Jiang Tian, "Then I'll go back and think of a way to see if I can solve this problem by changing the structure of the air-conditioned room so that I can get the cool air without being affected by the exhaust." Well, thank you for your help. After saying this, Shi Jigang gave some instructions to a few workers, picked up a pen and paper, and walked towards the small room where the goblins were imprisoned. After explaining these things, Jiang Tian went to the slaughterhouse again. After making breakfast, Pading has been busy here with Pai Shantian, dealing with the body of the red goblin. I don't know how I'm doing now. At this time, seeing Jiang Tian coming over, Cook Ding pointed at the pieces of skin on the table and said, "My lord, the skin of this red goblin has been cut. Please take a look." Jiang Tian responded, stepped forward and touched it. Although the original owner of this fur has passed away, the inside is still warm. As long as these leathers are sewn together, they should be very comfortable to wear when the weather turns very cold. Of course, this will have to wait until winter. Wearing this thing in this weather will definitely give you prickly heat. Moreover, this mutant goblin was not as large as a pigment. The fur of a goblin could only be used to make a set of inner armor. The remaining leather can be used to make insoles, gloves, etc. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian ordered Pading to cooperate with the leopard woman to make a piece of skin of these red goblins, first to see the effect. It's almost time for dinner. After handing over the work to the leopard woman, I started to prepare to cook. Everything is arranged as usual. Not long after, pots of food were brought over, and the members of the island put down their work, picked up their bowls and chopsticks, and walked towards the dining table. It's time to eat. I wonder what dishes we'll make today. I'm so excited. Were those big basins of fish soup? Why are they full of fish? SK, it looks like the fish have grown again and the pond can't hold them all. When everyone is discussing, Erlangzi walked out of the small room where the blue goblin was imprisoned, trembling. 5 blue goblins and 3 corpses created a very cold atmosphere in this small room. As a result, every time he cleaned for a while, he had to come out to bask in the sun, and he even put on another piece of clothing in the middle. Shi Jigang, who was working on the construction just now, squatted here with a pen and paper and looked through the goblins. Originally, he felt quite comfortable. At most, he could not stand the smell. But after staying here for a while, he began to shiver, and after recording almost everything, he hurried out. As he walked, he looked at himself and Aka with complicated eyes. From Shi Jigang's eyes, Erlangzi saw what he was thinking. This place is cold, smelly, and miserable. This sentence is also the voice of Erlangzi. Fortunately, it's almost cleaned up now. Just as he finished thinking about this, Erlangzi saw the dining table in the center of the island and the pots of dishes on it. It's time for dinner. Erlangzi's eyes lit up, and he immediately stuck his head into the small room and shouted to a black figure inside. AKA, Hurry up, it's time to eat after work. Aka, who was kneeling on the ground, wiping the edge of the cage with a rag, turned his head, his face full of confusion. I have to get off work? I just ate some bread. Can I eat now? What else? It's noon now, of course we have to eat. Before, if the work was done well, I could get a potato. Huh, a potato? How big is it? That's the size. Aka raised his fist and gestured. Sometimes if you don't do your job well, you'll end up with nothing. I'll go. Erlangzi opened his mouth slightly, his face full of surprise. There was also a hint of pity in the look he gave Aka. He stepped forward, patted Aka on the shoulder, and said, "Don't think about what happened before. Just work hard with our boss, and you'll have a pretty good life. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known there were people living so miserably. Come on, let's go wash up first, and then have dinner." After saying this, he pulled Aka towards the toilet, chatting as they walked. "TSK, it really stinks in there just now. Let's quickly wash the goblin this afternoon, finish this job, and then do something else." "Does it stink?" "I don't think so." Can't you smell it?" Erlangzi was stunned and turned his head to glance at Aka. At this moment, he seemed to have thought of something again. He looked at Aka, who was only wearing a piece of cloth, and asked, "By the way, you were wearing so little. Weren't you cold staying in there just now?" "Cold? Is it?" Aka looked puzzled. The meal was quite harmonious. Aka was eating while wiping his tears, leaving everyone confused. Even Jiang Tian felt inexplicably uncomfortable when he saw this scene. He didn't know what kind of life Aka had lived before. After the meal, everyone had a short break. Aka didn't think about resting. He picked up a bucket of water and went to the small room where the blue goblin was imprisoned, ready to clean it thoroughly. Jiang Tian felt very satisfied with this. This employee took the initiative to work overtime without being told. When conditions permit in the future, I will give him the Best Employee Award. Looking at Aka's back and the bucket of water in his hand, Jiang Tian also began to plan the follow-up matters. As time goes by, the ready-made foods found in supermarkets are no longer available. However, although snacks and instant noodles are gone, mineral water can still be caught. However, as the weather gets hotter, the probability of catching mineral water is getting smaller and smaller. I don't know if the probability has been reduced due to the hot and dry weather. Fortunately, I had accumulated a lot of it before, so there was no problem with drinking it. Moreover, I still have so much ice cubes. To be on the safe side, Jiang Tian didn't want to use the ice in the ice cellar except to exchange for blue goblins. After all, no one knows how long this summer will last. At a critical moment, a piece of ice may be a lifesaver. It's just that building a house is a bit troublesome. Apart from anything else, water is needed to make bricks and cement. It is naturally impossible to use drinking water, and some water from the pond at home must be retained. After all, there are fish in it. It has been difficult to collect rainwater recently, and the rainwater that was previously stored has almost been used up. The rainwater left behind by other survivors was also used as a reserve for drinking water, but they were either unwilling to sell it or asked for an exorbitant amount of it. I'd better go to the trading house and see if I can find a store that sells this. While he was daydreaming, Liu Ban and Shi Jigang also walked into the wooden house, ready to take advantage of this time to carve some more figures. With them around, the wooden shed and air-conditioned room should be built soon. This morning, I left a message in the store advertisement about purchasing blue goblins. I don't know if anyone left a message for me. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian clicked on the trading platform. Chapter 162. This speed is too fast. First, click into your own store. At this time, most of the items in the store have been sold out. Except for the pigs and sheep, as well as the extremely expensive figurines, everything else was sold out. Jiang Tian did not rush to replenish the stock, but looked through the store messages and began to search for news about the blue goblin. Among the messages filtered out from the shops, most of them urged Jiang Tian to ignore the blue goblins and quickly put the weapons and equipment on the shelves. They had to buy them as soon as possible to start a business, Rob. Some of them were actually asking Jiang Tian if he had any blue goblins for sale, as they wanted to buy them. There were only 2 people who said they had blue goblins. However, their offers were a bit outrageous. They all had their eyes on the pigs and sheep in the store, and they offered to exchange all the large animals in the store for this goblin. After Jiang Tian explained the reasons to them, they also maintained a reserved attitude and said they would consider it. Then, there was another person selling the corpse of a blue goblin, and Jiang Tian bought it with 20 wooden boards and some ice cubes. After the deal is done, the goblins appear. Jiang Tian squatted down and touched the goblin's fur. At this time, the goblin no longer had the ability to create cooling air, and at most his skin felt a little cool. After calling her Langzi and handing the body over to Pading, Jiang Tian sighed and closed his shop. Then I clicked on the store list and planned to look in other people's stores to see if there were any rainwater for sale. After looking around, I found that most of the shops sold food or wood. The remaining group sells inferior equipment. In addition to the weapons dropped by monsters, there were also some low-quality machetes and pigskin armor, as well as some bows and arrows. Click on these shadows and take a look. Most of the machetes are of poor quality, and even the shapes are wrong and crooked. Some of the better-made ones are much more expensive than mine. No wonder I am so competitive even when selling such low-quality machetes. Close the trading line and open the world channel. Since today's 3 world channel opportunities have been used up, Jiang Tian couldn't shout on the world channel. He could only watch the messages silently, planning to find those lucky people who were bragging about having blue goblins and then talk to them. At this time, on the world channel, news was scrolling at a very fast speed. Most of the news is about alliances and the like. For example, a certain alliance is recruiting people. A certain alliance was attacked by air pirates and successfully repelled the pirates. The XX alliance was attacked by air pirates not long after it recruited members. Some are used to promote their own stores. The news is all the same, nothing interesting. Just when Jiang Tian was about to close the chat channel, the appearance of a piece of news attracted his attention again. CNNX 9220. Oh my god, I saw a giant bug flying in the sky. It was on fire. Seeing this, Jiang Tian paused as he was about to close the interface. A giant insect emitting flames? I seem to have heard of this thing before. After thinking for a while, Jiang Tian recalled. This kind of thing has been discussed in regional channels before. It has been a long time, and if someone hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about it. By the way, why is there such a thing on the World Channel? Is there one in every area? At this time, in the World Channel, discussions about alliances and stores also stopped. The conversation turned to the subject of this bug at the same time. Bugs? Why don't I see any bugs? Can they be eaten? It's still on fire? Is there such a thing in this world? Maybe, after all, goblins that can cool down have appeared. But I asked in our regional channel, and this kind of thing spawned on an uninhabited island. I just asked in the regional channel, and everyone said they had never seen anything like it. I asked that too. No, are you telling a story? Within a minute, almost everyone in every area spoke up, saying they hadn't seen it. Just at this moment, a survivor with the same ID prefix CNNX and a number close to 9,220 said, "What he said just now is true. I vaguely saw this flaming thing before, but it was quite far away. I thought I was seeing things. I didn't expect such a thing to really exist." At this time, there are also several people with the prefix CNNX who are closer to 9220 and who said that they had vaguely seen such a thing from a distance. Seeing this, Jiang Tian had the answer in his mind. No one in other areas saw it. Only people in the CNNX area saw it. It seems that this thing might be unique. They all saw the same one, and there is only one in the whole world. The way it appears is not by squatting in a box and being caught by a fishing rod, nor by refreshing on the island with fluorescence. Instead, it relies on its own wings to fly around in this world. Wasn't this message found in my own regional channel before? How come it suddenly appeared on the world channel? At this time, Jiang Tian discovered. The regional ID of those who just said they saw bugs has the prefix CNNX. Even a person with the prefix CNNS appeared and testified that he had seen this thing with his own eyes. This is the person who said he saw insects in the Jiang Tian area before. Could it be that this bug has run away to another area? No wonder, ever since the previous shout in the area, I haven't seen this news in the regional channel again. By the way, the area I was in was CNNS, so why did I run to CNNX when I saw this bug again? Wow, if we arrange them according to the English alphabet, there are a total of 6 numbers from S to X. How many days did it take for this bug to fly to 6 areas? Isn't this too fast? Just thinking about these things. On the World Channel, faced with so many witnesses, people on the World Channel were skeptical. Okay, I'll believe what you said for now. Then tell me, what exactly does that bug look like? With fire on it? Didn't it do anything to you? To be honest, I still don't quite believe it. You know, many bugs eat flesh. And in this world, I don't believe that such a large bug wouldn't hurt people. If you were hit by this thing, would you still have a chance to send a message here? At this time, the person who discovered the large flying insect sent another message. CNNX 9220. To be honest, I'm a sky pirate, and I was just about to seize an island when a huge bug flew over from the sky. It had huge compound eyes and was flapping its wings. It looked a bit like a fly. Although it's a bug, it doesn't have that many legs. It has 2 large, sturdy-looking claws in the front, 2 thinner legs in the back, and a large tail. It also looks like it has scales. If it weren't for its large compound eyes and long mouth parts, I wouldn't classify it as a bug. Now, it has flown to the island I planned to rob. It can breathe fire. It burned the island I was planning to rob, and it was all ablaze. Damn, I'm leaving first. Chapter 163, I have a mission for you. After this long message appeared, there was another round of comments on the World Channel. Something flying in the sky. It has scales, a tail, and can breathe fire? Isn't that a fire dragon? I think so too. Could this kid have seen it wrong? Dragon? If such a thing really exists, what's the point of playing with it? I think this guy is just talking nonsense. That's right. Some people are just so scared they're having mental breakdowns, and they just like to talk nonsense. Someone even said they caught Ultraman, and I laughed at that. How could there be Ultraman in this world? Upstairs, stop talking nonsense. How come there is no Ultraman in the world? Hey CNNX 9220, don't run away, man. If you're a real man, don't be a coward. Go up and take a look at the situation. Yes, tell us clearly. Is it a dragon or a fly? There was a lot of noise on the World Channel. At first they were arguing with each other, but suddenly they united and told CNNX 9220 not to be scared and to go up and see what was going on. CNNX 9220 never sent any more messages, probably because it was busy shaking the fan and escaping. Seeing this, Jiang Tian closed the chat channel and fell into deep thought. Regardless of whether others believe it or not, Jiang Tian feels that this thing really exists. After all, goblins can be cooled, so it's not surprising that a flying and fire-breathing creature appears. However, goblins are nothing special, and most they could just emit some heat or cold air. It's a bit scary if this thing directly spews fire and burns the island. Moreover, witnesses who have seen this thing say that it is huge, but it is not clear how big it is. If this thing is like the dragon in fantasy stories, dozens of meters long, then there's no point in playing with it. I hope I don't run into it. Having said that, through observation of the witnesses just now, only people in CNNX and my own CNNS area saw it. If the prefix numbers were really arranged in alphabetical order, this dragonfly flew to 6 areas at once, and there must be more than just these people who saw it. Could it be that the CNNX area is right next to CNNS? In this way, it could be explained why the insect flew to another area. As for the arrangement of the areas, Jiang Tian hasn't figured out yet. However, he is too lazy to care about so much now. Regardless of whether this bug comes or not, you still have to make preparations. In case this bug really flies towards me, it would be better to be prepared. If you want to deal with this kind of flying insects, you definitely have to use a crossbow. Excluding the one given to 0066, I now have 8 crossbow carts. I don't know if they are enough. Still need to get some more. Also, if other people come across this kind of thing, they will probably need this kind of weapon too. Maybe I can make some crossbow carts and sell them. While thinking about this, Jiang Tian closed the chat channel and came to the improved crossbow cart. My copying skill was upgraded today, and after noon, I was able to copy just enough. A flash of light passed by, and a new crossbow cart appeared before our eyes. To be honest, Jiang Tian still feels a little distressed when copying the crossbow cart now. After all, something like a crossbow cart can be made as long as there is wood. But a fishing rod cannot be made. Someone has tried it before. They collected a lot of hemp ropes, twisted them together, and then fastened an iron hook to them. Then throw it into the clouds. I waited a whole day for this throw. This handmade fishing rod can't catch anything. So for now, the best way to use this ability is to copy things that cannot be made, such as fishing rods. As for the crossbow cart, try to let Liu Ban make it manually. 0066 had just given him the Dakumi, so it wouldn't grow for a while. He did have other woods, but he wasn't sure if they could be used to make a crossbow. Then, Jiang Tian came to Liu Ban, who was building a shed at the fishing spot. Seeing the visitor, Liu Ban greeted him. Then he pointed to the people who were busy working nearby and the wood on the ground and began to introduce the current situation. At this point, the foundation has been dug and the components for the shed have been sawn. According to Liu Ban's introduction, this shed was also built using mortise and tenon structure. If the location of the fishing spot changes later, the shed can be disassembled and moved to another place for assembly. Of course, the foundation still needs to be dug again, but this is already very convenient. After listening to Liu Ban's introduction, Jiang Tian nodded. Then he asked his purpose. You've researched the ballista on our island, haven't you? Can it be made using other woods? Lu Ban was taken aback and replied, of course it can be done, but it depends on the type of wood used. If you use some inferior wood, such as the one we use, it probably won't be long before the ballista falls apart, and the range and power will definitely be different. According to what Lu Ban said, if you use inferior wood to make a crossbow cart, it will probably not be used more than a few times at most. Jiang Tian nodded and ordered, I have a task for you. Now, how long will it take you to finish this shed? Lu Ban looked at the other workers and replied, I've already taught them how to build it. I will leave the rest to these people. If there is anything that requires my personal involvement, please just let me know. Good. Jiang Tian pointed at the pile of wood next to him. Go and saw these timbers into crossbow components first. Once the shed is built, you can lead the men to install the crossbows. The faster these crossbows are made, the better. With this wood. Hearing Jiang Tian's words, Lu Ban was stunned. He just said that the quality of the crossbow carts made of this wood is not very good. How come his lord seemed not to have heard anything? Then he asked tentatively, My lord, are we out of taku wood? If so, there are several other types of wood that can be used. As for the wood, let's forget about it. Weapons are about quality over quantity. I know. Jiang Tian waved his hand to interrupt Lu Ban's speech and replied, I will buy the good wood. You can lead the people to use the wood first. I will sell the crossbow carts made from this low-quality wood. Hearing this, Li Xiaoning on the side was a little puzzled. What if someone else sees the craftsmanship through this crossbow cart and buys good wood to make their own? Jiang Tian smiled faintly and patted Lu Ban on the shoulder. With Lu Ban here, others can't make this crossbow cart even if they dismantle it. Lu Ban, do you understand what I mean? Hearing this, Lu Ban smiled knowingly. Understand. Chapter 164, are you teaching Zhang San Kung Fu here? Got Lu Ban's reply and saw the expression on his face. Jiang Tian was very satisfied. Things made by Lu Ban. As long as he doesn't want others to see his craftsmanship, no one else can see it. For example, the Luban lock. Even if someone who knows the business takes this thing apart, it would be extremely difficult to restore it. Basically irreversible. Not to mention those who bought crossbow carts. Of course, there's so many people traveling together in this world. Even if some of them die, there's still at least 3 or 4 billion people left. There must be smart people among them. But smart people will definitely do it themselves and will not spend a lot of money to buy it from others. Those who would purchase their own crossbow carts are the large alliances with relatively concentrated resources, where they could be big sky pirates who can easily obtain resources through plundering. Then, Jiang Tian talked to Lu Ban about some of his requirements for the crossbow cart. For example, the range of crossbow cart cannot be too far. Also, save materials wherever possible. Some wood scraps, whatever can be used is used on it. But don't make something that is of very high quality. If people can't break it no matter how much they use it, how can I do business in the future? Jiang Tian remembered that there was a mobile phone brand that was so good in quality that it could even crack walnuts. In the end, this brand was completely defeated. On the contrary, some mobile phones break down after 2 days of use, but the companies are getting bigger and bigger and making crazy profits. Even later on, earphones and chargers were not included, and you had to buy them separately. After Jiang Tian chatted with Lu Ban for a while, he told the other party to complete the task he had assigned to him as soon as possible. Lu Ban nodded, then shouted to the workers who were busy nearby. 2 of them continued to build the shed, while the others, led by Lu Ban, picked up the wood and some waste materials on the ground and ran to work in a hurry. Looking at Lu Ban's departing figure, Jiang Tian smiled. As more and more people start selling weapons, things like low-quality machetes will sooner or later be eliminated. Before this, when others were still using low-quality wooden bows, he directly took out crossbow carts and sold them. You will definitely make a lot of money. As for whether other people would use this thing against him, Jiang Tian was not worried at all. According to the range he ordered, the enemy would probably be knocked down by his advanced crossbow before they even got close to him. Thinking of this, a bright smile appeared on Jiang Tian's face. Humming a little tune, he walked towards the blacksmith shop. Today the people are so happy. Before Jiang Tian reached the door, he saw Tang Yin walking out of the blacksmith shop with a smile. Hey, boss, you seem to be in a good mood. What's the matter? Are you having a baby? Roll. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes and cursed, then asked, Why are you out too? Is Li Xiaoning's weapon ready? Not yet. It's too hot in there. I came out to get some fresh air. As he spoke, Tang Yin took out a bag of wrinkled huazi from his pocket. He took out a cigarette and held it in his mouth, then took out another one and handed it to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian waved his hand, glanced at the bag of huazi, and asked, "You're all wrinkled now and damp from sweat. By the way, I gave you half a pack of huazi before, and you haven't finished it yet?" "No. After I finished making the watermelon knife, I couldn't bear to smoke the pack of huazi you gave me as a reward." "Okay, you've been working hard these past few days. I'll give you another pack after this one is finished." "Wow, boss, you should have told me earlier. You're so generous." Seeing Tang Yan's surprised expression, Jiang Tian asked, "How about the others? How's the machete you practiced with coming along?" "Made a few more." Tang Yan thought for a moment and replied, "Those two apprentices can already make machetes, but the quality is relatively low. By the way, the quality of the knives made by Li Si and Xuanzi is getting better and better. They're almost masters at making machetes." Jiang Tian nodded. "Well, that's good. Next time, when Li Si and Xuanzi are making weapons, you should watch them more often and improve the quality of their products. That watermelon knife for practice. Let those two apprentices do it. Li Si and Xuanzi will follow you to improve the forging technology. Try to make a batch of high-quality watermelon knives in the next 2 days." "Okay, boss. I'll go in and tell them right away." Jiang Tian left the blacksmith shop and returned to his house. As soon as I walked to the door, I saw Jiang chatting with Hua Tsubing. "Master, can you show me the boxing set you showed me last time again? I've been practicing on the way back, and I always feel like something is wrong." "There's nothing wrong. To put it bluntly, your lower body is unstable. Practice your horse stance more. But nothing much." Just as Hua Tsubing was about to teach Zhang Sen a lesson, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Tian approaching from the corner of his eye. Then, Hua Tsubing quickly stood up, clasped his fist towards Jiang Tian, and said, "My lord, you are here?" At the same time, Zhang San was also stunned. He also imitated Hua Tsubing and greeted Jiang Tian. However, Zhang San's movements were not as methodical as Hua Tsubing's. Jiang Tian didn't care, but looked at Hua Tsubing and Zhang San with a smile. "Hey, are you teaching Zhang San Kung Fu here?" Chapter 165 Now, I have a task for you. Facing Jiang Tian's question, Hua Tsubing looked calm and replied, "It's not really training, but when we were taking over the island, Zhang San said he wasn't used to holding the sword, so I taught him a few moves. Then he said he wasn't interested in knives and preferred bricks. I thought about it and taught him a set of boxing techniques that he might be able to use with bricks in the future." Hearing this, Jiang Tian was a little amused. After all, there is no such thing as a brick among the 18 kinds of weapons. I can only learn the skills of my hands. Lu Bu and Chang Zi had just woken up and were taking over patrol. During this free time, it would be a good idea to let Hua Tsubing improve Zhang San's strength. By the way, I saw him teaching Chang Zi some fighting skills before. Maybe in the future, we can let Hua Tsubing train new soldiers or something. Okay, you guys continue. Zhang San, after practicing for a while, remember to go back to the blacksmith shop to work and keep an eye on Tang Yin to make sure he doesn't slack off. Yes, my lord. The brief exchange is over. Jiang Tian did not disturb the two of them. He walked into the room, lay down on the bed, and took a nap leisurely. After waking up from a nap, Jiang Tian went out to inspect the work. At this time, the workers responsible for the construction were also divided into 3 groups. A group of workers are now building air-conditioned rooms under the leadership of Shi Gang. Another part was making bricks in preparation for the canteen. Another part followed Lu Ban and sawdwood. Lu Ban was holding a few pieces of wood and fiddling with something. Everything seemed in good order. During this afternoon, another ordinary person was fished up from the island and assigned directly to Shi Gang to speed up the construction. Time passes slowly in the busyness. Soon it was evening. During dinner, AKA's mood fluctuated again. "I never thought I could eat 3 meals a day. It's so blissful." While shouting this, he shoveled rice into his mouth. After dinner, he looked at Jiang Tian with a serious face and asked him to arrange a job for him. Jiang Tian was naturally very satisfied with this work attitude. However, the small room where the goblin was imprisoned has been cleaned up, and I haven't decided what to do with him yet. Moreover, his physical condition is not very good, and I don't know if he can carry bricks. After thinking for a while, he was assigned to clean the island. For example, chickens, ducks, geese, cattle, sheep, pigs, and the indescribable things produced by the pigs raised by humans. All these cleaning tasks were left to AKA. AKA had no objection to these arrangements. He responded and went straight to the animal husbandry department. Seeing AKA's positive attitude towards work, Jiang Tian became more eager to give him an Outstanding Employee Award. Well, I'll give one to Shi Jigang as well when the time comes. After all, he has worked very hard before. After dinner, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel and prepared to check the messages. At this point, the discussion about the fire-breathing giant fly has ended. Up to this point, a large number of people have opened stores, and the World Channel is full of store advertisements. It's time for dinner. Anyone who's too lazy to cook dinner can come and buy all kinds of rice with toppings from me. Selling noodles, wontons. Anyone need a sandwich? Freshly made veggie sandwiches. Selling weapons dropped by monsters, good quality and cheap. Do you want some fertilizer? It's freshly produced and hot. You're actually advertising this kind of thing while we're eating. Fuck you. Seeing these new gadgets, Jiang Tian found them quite fresh. Before, they all sold vegetables, but now many people have started selling finished products. Ever since the concept of stores came into being, many people seem to have set their sights on opening specialty stores, selling all kinds of things. For example, in this environment, many people on the islands do not have enough manpower. They are busy with fishing and construction and have no time to prepare food. Most of the time, they have to make do with what they have. Some people want to take advantage of this and make something that tastes better in exchange for resources. Jiang Tian also opened a store list with the intention of browsing e-commerce to kill time after dinner and see if there was anything he needed. As soon as he clicked on the store page, Jiang Tian was shocked to find out. In the message prompt in the upper right corner of the store, there is a 99 plus style marked. When I clicked on it, I saw that many people had left messages under my store. Boss, didn't you say there would be delicious food tonight? Where's the food? I haven't even had dinner yet. I'm just waiting to buy the delicious food you mentioned. How come it's not here? Boss, when will the food be available? I can't wait. Looking at the news, Jiang Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He called Cook Ding over and asked, "Have you taken care of the ducks?" Cook Ding nodded and pointed towards the stove and the kitchen. "The duck is already in the oven and will be ready soon. As you requested, the duck tongues, wings, feet, hearts, gizzards, and intestines have also been braised and are ready to be eaten. Well, bring it over here when you're done." After a while, Pading sliced the roasted duck one by one and put them into a plastic bag. At the same time, Jiang Tian also instructed Pai Shangtian, arrange the duck wings, duck feet, and internal organs in a certain order, weighing about half a pound of each. Some duck offal will also be mixed together to make a complete meal. After working for a while, the wooden table was full. Jiang Tian was not idle either, and put all these things on the shelves one by one. Roast duck is mainly exchanged for metal. As for these duck offal, they're used to exchange for live ducks for nesting dolls. Everything is arranged perfectly. However, after it was put on the shelves, the stock did not sell out instantly as before. This is normal. After all, the goods have been sold out before, and with more shops, other people have gone to other shops, and no one will wait in this empty shop. Jiang Tian was just about to send a message to promote himself. Then I thought about it again. I had used up my quota for today and couldn't send the message. TSK, what should I do? I can't just reply to everyone's private messages one by one. Looking at the message list, Jiang Tian was amazed. If I really send private messages to each of them one by one, how long will it take to reply? Just at this moment, the Alliance message prompt sounded. 0066 1111. Didn't you say there would be delicious food available tonight? Why didn't I see any just now? Holy shit, it's already on the shelves. 0888. It's on the shelves? Let me see if it's roast duck. Shit, besides roast duck, there are also duck wings and duck feet. 1111. Did you move those Zhou Heiya, Huang, Shang Huang, Jiwei duck neck, and other places here? 1111. No, I asked the chef to make these. Do you want to eat them? If you want, just buy them. It's okay. As soon as these words were spoken, 0888 sent a message. Hey, my dear leader, since we are from the same alliance, are there any discounts for buying these things? 0066. Same question. I haven't eaten these things for a long time. I want to eat them. But it would be better if they could be cheaper. Seeing the replies from these two people, Jiang Tian smiled helplessly. However, Jiang Tian did not intend to treat his allies the same way he treated ordinary customers. There is naturally no problem with the price. I don't lack these things, so it doesn't matter even if they're given for free. But since they are members of the business alliance, they must also contribute their own strength to the alliance. Jiang Tian recalled the messages in the store and came up with an idea. As a member of the alliance, there are naturally benefits, but you also have to contribute to the alliance. Now, I have a task for you. Chapter 166, is this thing just a one-time thing? What mission? 0066 and 0888 asked at the same time. Then Jiang Tian told them one by one what he wanted them to do. Soon after, on the World Channel. Everyone, you're hungry after a busy day, right? Come to our store and buy some dinner. The name of the store is... Look, our restaurant has launched shredded pork noodles with pork in it. Selling buns, bite out a calf. Just when pasta was being sold on the World Channel. Several messages appeared above. CNNS 0066, selling ducks, freshly cooked ducks. What to do if you're hungry? Please try Shaming black duck, authentic Oriental cuisine, made by famous chefs. Everyone says it's delicious. CNNS 0888. The largest duck restaurant in Sky Island has opened. A famous chef slices the duck online and dine with you to your heart's content. As soon as these two advertisements came out, this completely attracted everyone's attention. The Delicious Food Business Alliance #1, mentioned, is finally here. I need to check it out. Oh, Oriental food, here I come. Holy crap, I thought it was just a regular duck roasted over a fire, but I didn't expect the skin on this duck was even sliced. It looks amazing. What's the big deal? I can make this stuff too, but I'm too poor and don't have any ducks. Can anyone lend me two? I'll return them to you with roast duck later. Oh my god, besides roast duck, all the duck wings and duck feet are on the shelves. They haven't left out any valuable part of the duck. Why does this CNNS 0888 slogan sound so familiar? Oh my god, how come it's gone in just a short while? I haven't even bought it yet. Haha, I got it. Wow, this roast duck has crispy skin and tender meat, and the duck offal is spicy and delicious. We in the East are really amazing. We can make ordinary duck taste so good. Foreign ducks are not tasty. Eastern ducks are delicious. The other end. Looking at the discussions on the World Channel, the shop that sold out its food in an instant and the ducks and iron blocks next to it, Jiang Tian nodded with satisfaction. At this time, 0066 and 0888 sent messages in the Alliance channel to inquire about the situation. How's our advertising campaign going? I saw the news on the World Channel, and it seems to be quite effective. Hey, the ad has already been posted. Alliance leader, where are our rewards? Jiang Tian smiled faintly, took the remaining duck and some braised duck offal, and traded them to the two of them. The two people who got the duck couldn't wait to start tasting it. While eating, he was still talking about his thoughts. Delicious, really worthy of the chef's cooking skills. Yes. If you need to advertise in the future, remember to contact me. By the way, I want to eat pickled pepper chicken feet. Can Pading make it? Jiang Tian replied seriously. Advertising is just one of our tasks. Our business alliance has officially appeared in the eyes of every survivor in the world, and there will be more things to deal with in the future. For example, in a few days, you may be asked to work as customer service. Customer service? What do you need this for? Hearing this word, they were both stunned. Jiang Tian chuckled. You'll know when the time comes. The next day, as the rooster crowed, everyone woke up from their sleep. After Kai Wenji helped him wash up, Jiang Tian stretched and walked out. The Duke of Zhuang was strolling out of the city to the north and south corners and saw others riding horses while I rode a pig. While humming a tune, he looked around the island at the situation. Except for a few people who were preparing breakfast, everyone else was busy at their respective posts. The fishing shed has been built. Although it looks simple, it is enough to provide shade. Besides, there's also a crossbow cart at the fishing area. While Liu Ban was busy with his work, he also instructed several workers to saw the remaining wood into components. I went to bed early last night. It seems that the crossbow cart had been completed while I was sleeping. Seeing this, Jiang Tian stepped forward and took a look at the crossbow cart. In terms of quality, this crossbow is much inferior to the previous ones. However, the construction of each component seems a bit more complicated, and the architecture of some parts is different. Moreover, in terms of size, it is a little smaller than the crossbow carts used at home. Seeing the visitor, Liu Ban greeted him. My lord. Jiang Tian responded and asked, when was this ballista made? My lord, I finished it last night. Because it took quite a while. You were already asleep when I finished. Well, no wonder. Jiang Tian asked again. How does it feel to make this kind of crossbow cart for sale? Does it take a lot of time? Liu Ban humbly waved his hand, gestured to the busy helper beside him, and replied, this thing doesn't require much technical knowledge, and I've done it once before, so I have experience. As long as someone helps to make the components, it won't take too long. The main problem was that the parts for the mechanism box were not prepared beforehand, and designing the components to prevent disassembly took some time, but it became much faster to make afterwards. Hearing this, Jiang Tian nodded. If the production speed is relatively fast, you can consider making crossbow carts specifically to exchange for resources in the future. At this moment, Jiang Tian suddenly thought of a question. He looked at Liu Ban, gave him a strange look and asked, "By the way, this ballista looks quite sophisticated. How is its quality?" Hearing this, Liu Ban immediately responded to Jiang Tian with a look that said, "I understand. These woods are all of relatively low quality and are basically based on the principle of waste utilization. Some materials are made by nailing together a few pieces of waste materials and then modifying them. Moreover, the people I led were basically in the training stage, and the thickness and shape of some components did not meet the standards. From my perspective, it can be used. However, during use, the ballista may fall apart or components may break." Hearing this, Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. "So this thing is disposable?" "That's not the case." Liu Ban pointed to several wooden stakes of varying thicknesses placed nearby. "This type of crossbow cart definitely can't be used with crossbow bolts as thick as the ones we made before. The best crossbow bolts for this type of ballista are about the thickness of a bowl, a slightly thicker one. If you're lucky, you might be able to use it 3 times. "Very good." Upon hearing the news, Jiang Tian showed a sly smile. Then he ordered, "From now on, all crossbow carts for sale will be sold at this quality. When you have some free time, have the guys make a few crossbow arrows. We also need to make up for the spare parts business." "Yes, my lord." "Okay, it's almost time for dinner. Let's get ready to eat." Chapter 167. It's you. Not long after. After breakfast, it's time to rest. During this time, Liu Ban and Shi Jigang stayed in the wooden house and started carving figurines. At this rate, the order for the figures we received earlier will be almost completed in less than 2 days. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian began to plan the follow-up matters. These days, before meals and before going to bed, Liu Ban uses his spare time to make figures. This thing was made very quickly and created a lot of value for Jiang Tian. But most of the people who purchase these figures are members of the 2D European Emperor Alliance, although they were luckier and had caught more medals than the average person. However, after buying a few figures, the metal they had on hand was not enough, and the remaining metal was used to buy a machete and pigskin armor with Jiang Tian. The wool has almost been fleeced from the members of this 2D European Emperor Alliance. As for people from other areas, some of them did come to inquire about the figures and furniture that Jiang Tian had hung in his shop. It's just that many people come here to ask and try something new. Not many people actually want to customize these. After all, in this environment, things like figures and furniture just make people's lives more comfortable, but they don't play any role in safety. And 20 kilograms of iron can buy a piece of equipment. Maybe I'll consider some other businesses later. Moreover, this was also one of Jiang Tian's original intentions in making the crossbow cart for sale. While thinking about this, Jiang Tian opened the World Channel and shouted on it. "Don't miss it if you pass by. I have something great to share with you today." For a while, seeing this familiar ID, everyone on the World Channel was attracted to it. Isn't this the boss of Business Alliance number 1? "Yes, that's him." "What good stuff is that? Tell me about it." "We sold roast duck last night. Are you planning to sell breakfast now? Do you have steam buns and fried dough sticks?" "That shouldn't be the case. I think it might be something like weapons or armor." Now that you mention that, I remember. Isn't this the black-hearted businessman who cooperates with the Sky Pirates? Are you planning to sell machetes and pigskin armor to those Sky Pirates again? Holy crap, is there such a good thing? Hurry up, tell me what equipment you want to sell. I've already got the metal ready. After Jiang Tian appeared, news on the World Channel scrolled at a very fast speed. Jiang Tian cleared his throat and continued. CNNS 1111. This time we're selling a powerful weapon for sieges and plundering. The ballista. Quantities are limited, only one available. First come, first served. Buy it, and you'll win. What the hell? WTF? Saka. Ballist? I thought it was an enhanced version of a machete. Isn't your equipment upgrading a bit too fast? Oh my god, you're actually selling this stuff? If this gets bought by Sky Pirates, will we still have good juice to drink? Can someone explain to me what a ballista is? The guy above, you don't even know what a ballista is? You can think of it as an ancient cannon. Anyway, with this thing, in this kind of environment, you will be invincible and omnipotent. He's selling such awesome stuff? Doesn't he need it himself? For a while. A bold idea came to everyone's mind. That's right. The reason why CNNS 1111 put the crossbow for sale is not that he doesn't need the crossbow. Moreover, he has no shortage of crossbow cards. Thinking of this, everyone gasped at the same time. At this moment, Jiang Tian had already thrown the crossbow card into the shop. Price, 200 gene of iron. That's about 10 iron ingots. At the same time, the world channel was in an uproar again. Fuck, I want to buy it. I just want to check it out, and this thing actually requires 200 kilograms of iron. Fuck, so many. I've been fishing for so many days, and I've only caught a little over 100 kilograms of fish. You're stupid. You could clear out your grain warehouse and exchange it for iron ingots. With this crossbow, you can start your own business. Are you still worried about not having the resources? That's right. I'm a sky pirate. As long as I get this crossbow, I can earn back even 2,000 kilograms of iron, not to mention 200 kilograms. You idiots. While you were bragging, I already bought this crossbow card. Fuck, are you that quick? The rules of the underworld are to act cool before buying anything. You have no martial ethics. It's over. I just borrowed a few iron ingots from a friend, and they even charged interest just for this ballista. After I get the ballista, I'll start a business and make money so I can pay it back with the metal. What am I going to do with you? At CNNS 1111, sir, please put out a few more. One is too few. There's not enough for so many people. Yeah, you have to understand the hardships we entrepreneurs go through. Every time we have to go to the island to kill people, our hands will get tired. 10,000 people pledge their blood. Boss 1111 will place another crossbow card. +1. Jiang Tian looked at the +1s that were flooding the world channel, his face speechless. Are your world chat times so worthless? 2 characters are just wasted? By the way, Jiang Tian also wants to put a few more cars on display. Doing this kind of thing also takes time. We should be able to make one by the afternoon. We'll talk about it then. Just as Jiang Tian was thinking about the subsequent sale of the crossbow card, a message sounded. Click to take a look. 0066 and 0888 both tagged themselves in the Alliance channel. 0066. At 1111, what the hell did I just see? You actually sold all the crossbow cards? Aren't you afraid that someone will use this thing against you? 0888. At 1111, that's right. Do you still have any crossbow cards? With your personality, you definitely have some, right? It's a good idea to keep the good stuff within the family. So give me 1 too. 0888. By the way, 0066, what you just said seems a bit strange to me. Did you already know that 1111 had a ballista? What the hell? Why am I the only one who didn't know about this? Jiang Tian looked at the messages on the Alliance chat channel, responded calmly. For others, this thing called a crossbow card is extremely valuable. But for me, it's easily obtainable. Besides, I'm not a fool. How could I sell something that could pose a threat to myself, to others? The ballistae I put on the shelves were all of very average quality, with low range and power, and they broke down after just a few uses. After hearing Jiang Tian's explanation, 0066 and 0888 were speechless. As expected of you. 1111. Chapter 168 No Lies. Just when the 2 were speechless, Jiang Tian looked at the messages sent by the 2 and tagged 0888 again. At 0888, you want a ballista too? Of course. As long as you provide the wood and give me some labor fees, I'll build one for you. 0888. What the hell? Is this true? I'll send the wood to you right now. As for the labor fee, I'll just give you the metal. I just caught another one. 1111. Let me make it clear. The quality of the ballista depends on the wood you provide. The better the quality of the wood, the greater the power of the ballista and the longer its service life. But if you give it some junk wood, it will be like the ballista I put on the shelf. It will fall apart after a few uses or break in some places. See this message. 0888 no sound. After a long while, he finally spoke. 0888. Oh my god. All the wood I caught seems to be of the same quality. What should I do? Do I have to use that rubbish crossbow? 0066. Hey, I have some wood. Although the Taku wood hasn't grown yet, I still have a lot of slightly inferior wood like the ash wood. 0888. Do you want some? 0888. I want it. 0066. Haha, you beg me. I tell you, apologize to me first. Then I'll think about whether to give you these pieces of wood. 0888. 0888. Brother, please don't mess with me. We are all in the same alliance now. We are a family. Let's talk business. I'm not kidding you. Please don't mess with me. 0066. Bah. Who the hell is your brother? Who is your family? Who screwed you? I haven't even had a boyfriend yet. Don't slander my innocence out of thin air. 0888. You've never had a boyfriend? Why doesn't it look like one? 0066. What do you mean by looks nothing like me? You're talking as if you've seen me before. Tell me now, do you want me or not? If you do, apologize. Otherwise, forget it. 0888. Tisk, what's the big deal? You're still acting so high and mighty. I could just go to the World Channel and collect some. 0066. Go ahead. If you have the guts, look for it in the World Channel. Don't come to me. Don't beg me to sell you the wood then. Seeing the two bickering, Jiang Tian touched his nose speechlessly. These two people in my alliance are really a pair of funny people. He shook his head and put the matter between the two of them behind him. Jiang Tian closed the chat interface, temporarily blocked the alliance sound effects, and walked towards his room. Before he had taken a few steps, he was stopped by someone. Jiang Tian looked at the person coming. Hey, isn't this Song Yingxing? Song Yingxing looked anxious and asked, My lord, I have something to tell you, but I don't know whether I should tell you or not. Jiang Tian was speechless. Since you've said that, then go ahead and say it. Song Yingxing breathed a sigh of relief and replied, I observed the celestial phenomena last night, and it seems there might be a heavy rain in the next 2 days. Hearing this, Jiang Tian laughed out loud. I was just worrying about not having enough water to build a house, and now it's going to rain? Isn't it because you're sleepy that someone is offering you a pillow? Then, he called over with a smile the fool who was picking up the corpse. Erlangzi, arrange a few people to expand the pond and dig a bigger reservoir. Yes, boss. Erlangzi was about to call for help, but was stopped by Song Yingxing, who was standing beside him. Jiang Tian looked at Song Yingxing curiously. What's wrong, Mr. Song? Song Yingxing explained. My lord, this rain may not be as ordinary as you imagined, but a heavy downpour. Jiang Tian was stunned. Extremely heavy rain? How big? Song Yingxing thought for a moment and said, I heard from Lu Bu that there was a heavy rainstorm before. This time, the rain may be accompanied by strong winds. At that time, some wooden houses without solid foundations may not be able to withstand it. Hearing this, Jiang Tian was stunned. His expression also became serious. Mr. Song, are you serious? That's absolutely no lies. Song Yingxing's face was also very serious. Then, Jiang Tian looked at the 30-square-meter cabin he had built first. Sighed slightly. If it is true, as Mr. Song said, this wooden house will definitely not be able to withstand it. So, Jiang Tian looked at Song Yingxing. Mr. Song, have you ever observed the celestial phenomena at night and predicted when a rainstorm will come? About 2 days later, good. Jiang Tianlong walked with the gait of a tiger to the center of the island. Then he shouted assemble, calling everyone to him. At this time, all the men on the island heard Jiang Tian's voice. They all involuntarily put down the work at hand. Even the people from Jiaoyan came over out of curiosity. Everyone gathered in the center of the island at the same time, looking at Jiang Tian in confusion. My lord, what happened? My lord, why did you summon us? I, Hu Xubing, am willing to serve you, my lord, for generations to come. Boss, are we going to have a meeting? Boss, is it time for dinner again? Should we add an afternoon tea menu? Oh my goodness, that would be awesome. Chapter 169. This is the first time I have heard of such a method. For a while, more than 30 people gathered around Jiang Tian, surrounding him and chattering about what was going on. The scene was a bit noisy, as if we were just watching a show. Looking at the men surrounding him, Jiang Tian was speechless. He clapped his hands and ordered, Okay, be quiet. Line up in front of me. As soon as these words were spoken, the noise stopped immediately. Hu Xubing set an example by arranging everyone in an orderly manner according to their height, age, etc. After everything was arranged, Jiang Tian looked at the people in front of him and said loudly, I have something to announce to everyone. According to Elder Song, there may be a torrential downpour accompanied by strong winds in the next 2 days. Therefore, I hope everyone will be mentally prepared and face this natural disaster together. After hearing this, those who received the news for the first time looked at each other in bewilderment. Many people tentatively asked, Heavy rain? Extremely heavy. How big is it? Boss, it rained here before, and there was hail a few days ago. How heavy could this rain be to make you so concerned? As for the scale of this rainstorm, I don't know yet. This is what Mr. Song just told me. Jiang Tian shook his head, then shouted in one direction among the crowd. Mr. Song, Please explain the situation to everyone. According to your estimate, how severe will this rainstorm be? Song Yingxing nodded, walked out of the queue, and stood next to Jiang Tian. I also estimated the intensity of the rain to others. While making the estimate, he pointed towards the wooden house where a few old men lived. What this means is that this wooden house, which is not built firmly, may be washed under the island by the storm. After Song Yingxing finished his introduction, Jiang Tian instructed everyone. Everyone should be aware of this situation, so there will be some changes to the work arrangements. The construction workers and blacksmiths temporarily put down their work and took the time to re-strengthen the foundation of the wooden house. In addition, the wooden structures, such as the warehouse, cattle shed, old kitchen and toilet were demolished, and the recycled wood was used to build a larger warehouse and cattle shed with a stronger foundation. A large warehouse dedicated to storing wood was also built on the east side. At the same time, a group of people were assigned to make wood ash cement to paste on the exterior of wooden buildings to prevent water from seeping in during heavy rain. People in other positions will remain the same for the time being. By the way, Mr. Song and Mr. Sun, when it comes to growing plants, collect all the ripe fruits and vegetables and put them in the stone brick house. Some of the plants that are not yet mature and can be planted in pots or buckets and moved indoors should be temporarily moved indoors. Do not plant new plants during the next 2 days. Then, we will temporarily reclaim the vegetable greenhouse and consider planting again after this rainstorm is over. Everyone nodded in agreement to these instructions. However, Shi Jigang looked at the water storage pool in the north again, and his expression was a little embarrassed. Boss, it's nothing special, except that making cement requires water. If you were to cover all the wooden surfaces with cement, you'd need a lot of water. We don't have much water left, and there are a lot of fish in it, you see. Jiang Tian also glanced at the reservoir, waved his hand, and ordered, "Don't worry about the water. As long as it's for making cement, just use it. Of course, you still have to save on washing these 2 days. As for those fish," Jiang Tian thought about it and made a decision. "If there's not enough water in the pond for all the fish to survive, I'll just sell them off and focus on my work. As long as it rains, the water will be replenished, so it won't be a problem." At this time, Tang Yin, who hadn't had time to leave yet, interrupted. "No, boss. What if all the water is used up and it doesn't rain? What'll we do then?" As soon as these words were spoken, the other members who had not left also looked at Jiang Tian at the same time, with some worried expressions. "In this weather, if the stored water is used up, how will we survive?" When Song Yingxing heard this, he looked a little embarrassed. It was he who said it was going to rain. If it doesn't rain in 2 days, it will be a slap in his face and will be a disaster for the entire island. For a moment, the atmosphere on the scene was a little subtle. This time, Jiang Tian did not blame Tang Yin for being a chatterbox. After all, even he himself didn't know whether there would be heavy rain in 2 days. Water was very needed in this weather, so it was normal for his subordinates to worry about water resources. Seeing the expression on Song Yingxing's face, Jiang Tian patted the old man on the shoulder. "Smile slightly at everyone. Don't worry about that. I trust Mr. Song's judgment. Besides, even if it doesn't rain, I have a way to solve the water problem. Okay, everyone, do as I say and speed up." "Yes, boss." Seeing Jiang Tian's attitude, Shi Jigang could better understand the seriousness of the matter. After responding, he and Liu Ban began to assign work to the construction members. Tang Yin didn't say anything more and went back to the blacksmith shop to continue his work. After giving the instructions, Jiang Tian watched his men return to their respective posts and walked back into the room. Jiang Tian didn't think there was anything wrong with his decision. If it were any other survivor, they would definitely be extremely hesitant when faced with such a choice. After all, the weather is getting hotter and hotter. If, as the old man speculated, the water runs out and it doesn't rain, there will be no way out in this environment. However, Jiang Tian was fearless. "I had a lot of drinking water stored up, and there was still plenty of ice. Even if I ran out of water, I wouldn't die of thirst. At most, the water usage will be a little tighter. Since you have already decided to believe Song Yingxing, there is no need to worry about this. What should be considered now are other preparations for dealing with this rainstorm." Thinking about this, Jiang Tian opened the trading house. To make so much wood ash cement, you naturally need a large amount of clay and wood ash. Then he opened the World Channel and Regional Chat Channel and shouted, "Buying clay. Buying wood ash. Who the hell is selling clay and wood ash? Demand is high. Price is negotiable. We also have fresh fish for sale." As soon as this statement came out, The originally noisy world channel became silent again after seeing the message sent by the ID Jiang Tian. CNNS 1111? This ID looks so familiar. I remember this CNNS 1111. He's the owner of Business Alliance Number 1. Collecting clay? Are you going to build a house? Of course. I wanted to make bricks out of clay and build one for myself, but I had to give up because I didn't have enough water. So what do you use the ash for? Didn't he sell wood ash in his shop before? Why is he collecting it now? I've heard of a folk remedy that can make stone from wood ash and clay. Could it be that this kid wants to build a stone brick house? Oh my God, this is the first time I've heard of such a method. You're focusing on the wrong thing. As we all know, building a house requires water. In today's climate, there's not enough water to drink, and this person is using it to build a house. This person's ideas are so bold and arrogant. How much water does this person have? Chapter 170, it's not as exaggerated as you think. For a while, everyone who was watching the World Channel had a guess in their mind. This CNNS 1111, doesn't it mean there's a lot of water resources? You know, everyone is preparing for drought now, and they're reluctant to use the water that was stored before. This guy actually used it to build a house. When this guess came to mind, everyone took a deep breath. How the hell did they do this? In fact, their guess was pretty close to reality. The difference is that Jiang Tian built the house a long time ago. In addition to the house where I live, I also built a dormitory. For a while, countless transaction requests and private messages were sent to Jiang Tian. Most of them came with clay and wood ash, intending to do business with Jiang Tian. Some of them, taking advantage of Jiang Tian's current status as a demander, asked for exorbitant prices for clay and wood ash. I have 0.3 cubic meters of clay here. This is all the resources I need to build a house. You have to exchange more supplies with me. Just bring 30 planks. I'll give you 0.5 cubic meters of clay, and you give me 5 tons of water. Otherwise, there's no negotiation. You want clay? I have it here. Bring your watermelon knife and pigskin armor over here to trade. Those who raised the price all used the reason of building the house. What they said was that if they gave him their clay, they wouldn't be able to build a house, so Jiang Tian would have to pay more. Jiang Tian couldn't help but marvel at how shameless these people were. Under the current circumstances, even his water resources are not enough. Not to mention the other survivors. In today's water-scarce environment, clay is practically waste. If I didn't need these things, clay would be no different from garbage. If they have the ability, they can take water and clay and build a house. Of course, there were too many private messages like this, and Jiang Tian was too lazy to reply to them one by one, let alone waste his time in the World Channel to reply. So he simply blocked them and ignored them. Many people also chatted privately with Jiang Tian, hoping to get some water from him. However, the situation on Jiang Tian's side was somewhat different from what they had imagined. It was not as they had imagined that there was so much water that it could not be used up even if they wasted it carelessly. If all wooden buildings were to be reinforced with cement, Jiang Tian would not have enough water on his side. Therefore, such a deal is impossible to reach. Some survivors who wanted to buy water also cursed after being rejected by Jiang Tian. How can someone like you have no sense of public morality? You have enough water to build houses there, but you won't share some with us. Bah, you only care about your own pleasure and don't care about other people's lives at all. You just want to raise the price, and you're even saying you don't have enough water. Who would believe that? Isn't it just a little extra water? What's so arrogant about it? Aren't you just showing off? The rich are feasting and drinking, while the poor are freezing to death on the streets. Huh, CNNS 1111. Isn't it just more food, more weapons and armor, more manpower, and more water? What's so great about that? Jiang Tian was speechless about this kind of person. However, there are not many people who engage in this kind of moral kidnapping. Jiang Tian thought about it and responded to their angry speeches one by one. Yeah, having lots of resources is awesome. What can you do to me? Stupid. When those people saw this reply, they were almost mad with anger. What the hell? WDF. Saka. Ashi, right? When I wanted to respond, I found that I had been blacklisted and didn't even have the chance to fight back. Damn it. This businessman is so arrogant. He is such a bully. The other side. Jiang Tian ordered the fool who was picking up the corpse to get a net and go to the pond with him. Some traders who asked for less money would directly exchange fresh fish for clay. In addition, a batch of fish was caught and put on the shelves in the store. As the water in the pond is about to be depleted rapidly, the fish is probably gone. So at the moment, these fish are the main items for exchange in the past 2 days. It doesn't matter even if all these fish are sold. Jiang Tian is almost vomiting from eating fish every day. Just sell them and keep some fry in a big bucket for breeding. The exchange terms are very simple, just clay or wood ash. By the way, this way of listing is also quite convenient. After these fish are caught and put on the shelves, they can be put back into the water. If someone buys it, the fish will disappear from the pond directly, and there will be no need for anyone to keep watching it. After making these arrangements, Jiang Tian asked Erlangzi to go back and take care of his own business. Then, he looked towards a small room where the goblins were imprisoned. If there's a heavy rainstorm, supplies on other islands will also be affected. Jiang Tian naturally had nothing to do with how the other survivors fared, but if those mutated goblins were injured, he would be in trouble. So now we have to collect these things. Through the acquisition of goblins in the past 2 days, Jiang Tian discovered. Simply posting an advertisement on a channel or in a store saying something like buying mutant goblins, price is negotiable, won't be very effective. After all, other people also want to keep this thing and won't give it up just because of an advertisement. Just like the real estate, securities, and other industries. In addition to posting overwhelming advertisements, you also have to take the initiative to find customers. Expecting people to come to you to do such high-value transactions just because of an advertisement is a dead end, unless you have extremely powerful resources. After all, this means taking a large sum of money from someone else's pocket and putting it into your own pocket, which is not that easy. Alas, I still have to go to the World Channel to find those with goblins. It's so tiring. Jiang Tian sighed and opened the chat system. At this moment, Jiang Tian thought about it and switched to the Alliance channel. I just turned off the sound effects in the Alliance channel. I don't know what they are saying in there anymore. Have those two clowns finished their quarrel? When I clicked on it, I saw that the two people had stopped arguing about the wood and were instead tagging each other. At 11:11, check the regional channel. People are talking about you again. At 11:11, damn, did you just start collecting clay again? You're not going to build a house again, are you? Where do you get all that water? Seeing this news, Jiang Tian's face was full of question marks. Switched to the regional channel again. Really? There were bursts of messages inside, all discussing what he had just said on the World Channel. Oh my God, I was just browsing the World Channel and saw that 1111 was buying up clay on a massive scale. Wasn't he quite calmly collecting clay a few days ago? Why is he going straight to the World Channel to collect it now? Is he really that sure of clay? Is he going to build a house again? Fuck, didn't they just build a stone brick house 1111 ago? How long has it been since then? And they're building another house. It seems like 1111 has quite a lot of subordinates. Are you going to build the house for them this time? He wants to build stone and brick houses for his men. Are his men treated so well there? Yeah, my men are still sleeping in tents. My men sleep directly on the ground at night. Don't even mention my men. I'm still in the wooden house. TSK, TSK, TSK. People with resources can really do whatever they want. Seeing this, Jiang Tian was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Is explained above. You misunderstood. I don't collect clay the way you think. The second floor stone brick dormitory for my men was already completed, so you guessed wrong. I'm buying clay now because I want to reinforce things like the cow sheet. It's not as exaggerated as you think. Chapter 171, this is called stereotype, do you know? As soon as Jiang Tian said this, the regional chat channel, which had been buzzing with heated discussions, suddenly fell silent. After a long while, the regional channel's speech suddenly broke out. What the hell? What the hell? Hundreds of idioms omitted here. Just now, what did 1111 say? He said the dormitories for his men were ready, and they were double-decker? Did I see it wrong? You're not mistaken, I saw it too. 1111 also said that the purpose of collecting so much clay was to reinforce the cow sheet. This is so sudden. Fuck, I'm still living in a wooden house, and your cows are living in concrete houses? I thought my guess was exaggerated enough, but I didn't expect the reality to be even more exaggerated than I imagined. Look, is that what a human being says? 1111, I'm warning you, don't go too far. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. My men and I are squeezed into the same room, and one of them has body odor, which keeps me awake every night. The fragrance of my armpits, the fragrance of my armpits. Stop the fucking thing. I'm about to throw up. While all this noise was going on, Jiang Tian took advantage of the situation and collected a wave of clay using live fish in the channel. After collecting for a while, Jiang Tian opened the Alliance channel again. I found that 0066 and 0888 were condemning me. Oh my god, 1111, you're acting like a big shot in the regional channel again. Oh my god, I can't stand it anymore. It's fine if they just built dormitories for their men, but they even built a cow sheet. Speaking of which, this leader didn't even reply to our message. Instead, he went to the channel and acted like a boss. Yeah, he doesn't even pay attention to us talking here. He wouldn't have blocked the sound effects of the Alliance channel as well, right? What the hell? There's such a thing? He's the leader of the Alliance. How can he block the sound effects of the Alliance channel? Seeing the conversation between the two, Jiang Tian rolled his eyes and replied, "It's because you two are too noisy. Otherwise, why would I block out the Alliance sound effects?" Seeing Jiang Tian, the two began to ask questions again. 0066. Can you blame me for this? It's because 0888 always says some inexplicable things to make me angry, and he refuses to apologize to me. This fat otaku is so fucking hateful. 0888. Fuck. How do you know I'm a little fat? Have you seen me? Bah. How the hell are you talking like that? Who the hell is the fat otaku? According to you, people who like watching anime, playing games, eating chips and drinking cola, staying at home without exercising, spending most of their pocket money on action figures, frequently watching films about foreign cultures and telling dirty jokes, are all otakus? You're taking it too far. 0066. 1111. Can you expose yourself any more thoroughly? 0888. Ahem, what I was talking about just now wasn't me. It was a friend of mine. I was just trying to clear his name. 0066. This is called stereotyping. Do you know that? Back when I went to the internet cafe to play in a group, I wore a suit on purpose. Wasn't it just to shut people like you up? 0066. What the hell are you talking about? What do you mean by shut up? I'm warning you. Stop thinking about those dirty things, or I'll never let you go. 1111. Good boy. If you hadn't mentioned this, I wouldn't have thought of it. 0888. That's not what I meant. You just misunderstood it. 0066. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Can you retract the news here? Let's change the subject. 1111. Why are you suddenly so arrogant that you even upgraded the bullpen? Although I know you have a lot of resources, isn't it a bit of a waste to suddenly do all this? Or is it that you haven't done it, and are just saying these things to show off? As soon as these words were spoken, the topic really turned around. 0888 immediately said, "By the way, that message you just posted in the regional channel was really pretentious." Having said that, I have felt for a long time that I am not as good as you in pretending to be a batch. Why do I love to act cool, and you love to act cool too? Why can you act so naturally and so unexpectedly? Can you teach me? Seeing what the two said, Jiang Tian was a little amused. Then he replied, "What I said is true, and I'm not being pretentious. Cementing these things is a very important matter. If you have nothing else to do, come and help me gather some clay." Something important? When the two saw the message, they were stunned. What's going on? How important can this be? Exactly. Are your cows really that precious? Are they noble cattle? Why are they coughing because they're kept in a less than perfect cow sheet? No. Jiang Tian thought about it. These two people are his allies and can continue to provide him with resources. It would be best to tell them about the heavy rain so that they can take precautions. In 2 days, there might be a very heavy rainstorm. Some wooden houses with weak foundations and poor quality might be directly destroyed by this rain. You two had better reinforce your houses as well. 0888. Is this true? Is this true? 0066. What kind of rain is this? Is it really that exaggerated? Where did you get the news? Jiang Tian was too lazy to explain so much and said directly, "Don't worry about it. I've already said it. Believe it or not is up to you." After saying this, they both replied immediately, "Believe me, I'll arrange for my men to reinforce the building right now." Of course I believe you. You're so awesome. From now on, I'll follow you in everything you do. Although Jiang Tian revealed this news very suddenly and without any context, 0066 and 0888 immediately chose to believe Jiang Tian. The reason is very simple. In this place, the man with the ID 1111 is always able to be one step ahead and eliminate future dangers. Since he has taken precautions, I naturally have to follow his lead and make preparations as well. Chapter 172 is our honor to work for the boss of 1111. Seeing their attitude, Jiang Tian was quite satisfied. Then he explained the process of making wood ash cement on the Alliance channel, asking the two to make buildings such as warehouses more solid to prevent the loss of materials. When they heard this method, they were shocked again. 0066. Fuck, there's actually such a method? 0888. No wonder you built the stone brick house so quickly. It's amazing. 1111. Okay, now that I understand, let's hurry up and prepare. By the way, you should have enough water for making cement, right? The two of them didn't care much about things like water. Their buildings were not as numerous and large as Jiang Tian's, and the water needed to make cement was not too much. At most, they could use up all the water in the pond, and the remaining water could be kept drinkable. Moreover, as long as there is a heavy rain, water can be replenished immediately. Not long. News about 0066 and 0888 acquiring clay also appeared in the world and regional channels. This again shocked everyone. WTF? What's going on? People in this CNNS area are all starting to build houses now? Are the people in this area that awesome? There must be a lot of water for people in this area. The other end. After Jiang Tian finished giving instructions for everything, he also looked at the situation in his shop. A lot of fish have been sold, and there should be piles of clay in the warehouse. After calling Erlangzi and asking him to clean up the warehouse in his free time, Jiang Tian looked at his men on the island again. Now everyone is busy reinforcing the wooden buildings, and the construction of the house originally intended to house the goblins has been temporarily put on hold. The goblins also need to harvest more before the rainstorm comes. He then opened the Alliance channel and instructed 0066 and 0888. Now I have another task for you. If you two don't have anything else to do, please help me pay attention to the mutant goblins comments on the World channel and help me collect them. 0066. Collect? How do I collect this thing? 1111. If you two see someone on the World channel bragging about having a blue goblin or complaining about only catching a red goblin, go over and talk to them about selling the goblin to us. If you can't get through, tell me the number and I'll talk to them. 0888. Isn't this just like being a salesperson? The only difference is that salespeople sell things and we buy things. I don't really like this kind of work. It's too tiring. It's exhausting both mentally and physically. 0066. I don't like this kind of work either. I have to consider other people's faces. I absolutely can't do this. Seeing these two sentences, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. A message was then sent. Alas, I was thinking of paying you based on your sales, like giving you pigskin armor, an improved version of the machete, and even crossbows and arrows. Oh, and I've been wanting to have Pao Ding research new dishes these days, and I wanted to let you try them first. Never mind. It seems like there won't be such an opportunity anymore. I'll just have to find someone else. 0066. No. I'll do it. 0888. Hey, that was just a joke. I actually really enjoy communicating with people. 1111. Are you kidding? I was thinking if you guys didn't want to, I'd look for someone else. As soon as Jiang Tian's word was sent out, 0888 and 0066 immediately became anxious. Especially since Jiang Tian just mentioned the content of salary. With this kind of reward, forget about 0888 and 0066. I guess as long as there is a survivor, every one of them will be desperate to get the job. 0066. I'm willing. Why wouldn't I be willing? 0888. That's right. It's our honor to work for the boss of 1111. 1111. Haha. You two are so shameless, just like me back then. Forget it. No more nonsense. I'm here to train you on your job content. About half an hour later, Jiang Tian closed the Alliance chat channel with satisfaction. 0888 and 0066, following Jiang Tian's training, immediately opened the World channel. 0888. Hello, sir. I am the acquisition director of Shangming. Is it convenient for us to chat? 0066. Handsome guy, hello. I'm from the Business Alliance, Sano. In the afternoon, Jiang Tian sat on the fishing cloud on the Sky Island, chatting with Kai Wenji and Li Xiaoning to pass the time. But in his mind, he was thinking about his next move. The system can now replicate twice a day. According to Jiang Tian's plan, he would copy one fishing rod and one crossbow cart every day, so as to ensure the amount of resources obtained while also ensuring his own armed forces. After the armed forces are strengthened, we will accelerate the expansion of land and increase the population. Then it slowly entered industrialization. The road ahead is long and arduous, so let's first do what we should do at this stage. Jiang Tian greeted Kai Wenji, Li Xiaoning, and others. Then, he went to the blacksmith shop. Under this circumstance, Tang Yin and his team were urgently transferred from their posts to help reinforce the wooden buildings. Now, there was no one in the blacksmith shop except himself. On a stone platform in the blacksmith shop were 3 previously forged machetes. There are also 2 ordinary machetes, which should have been made by Li Si and Xuanzi. Jiang Tian picked up one of the ordinary versions of the machete and looked at it. It's still a little worse than the version made by Tang Yin, but it's already very good. Then, the 3 low-quality machetes were put on the shelf, and the ordinary machetes were kept as spares. For now, it is better to sell the inferior version of the weapons first. For the slightly better ones, they will either be used by themselves first or sold to acquaintances. Wait until the skills of all the blacksmith shop members are improved before selling the ones with better quality. Anyway, the quality of the machetes sold in the trading houses is not very good, so there is no need to worry about customers complaining. After the machetes were put on the shelf, we went to the slaughterhouse. The finished pigskin armor was also put on the shelf. Now Liu Ban and Shi Jigang and his team are reinforcing the construction, and even Tang Yin and several blacksmiths have been pulled there to work to speed up the progress. In the next 2 days, forget about exchanging machetes and crossbows for resources. The best you can do is ask the chef to make a few pieces of pigskin armor and sell them. The profit of the crossbow cart is so huge, but only one has been sold so far, which is a pity. Think of this. Jiang Tian thought of the lucky guy who bought the crossbow cart. I don't know what that person is doing now, whether he has already gone out to start a business with his crossbow cart. Chapter 173 Dear. This product does not include crossbow arrows. The other end. On an empty island of more than 500 square meters, a man with slightly dark skin was stroking a crossbow in front of him, looking like he couldn't let it go. Oh my god, a ballista! It's really a ballista! In today's environment, with a crossbow cart, you can be said to be invincible. Wow, look at this structure, how exquisite. Luckily, I was quick and bought it right away, otherwise it would have been snatched away by someone else. This person is the one who snatched the crossbow cart from the Business Alliance No. 1 store, with the number YDT8848. While everyone was discussing and crying poor, he quietly sold some of his wood and food and collected the 200 kilograms of iron, which he bought in one go. Being able to buy this weapon made me feel relieved. Just at this moment, hearing 8,848's exclamation, the group of subordinates who were busy working on the island also ran over curiously. When they saw this crossbow cart, their eyes widened at the same time. Wow, what is this? Is it a weapon? What a huge bow. No, this is a crossbow. Master, with this crossbow cart, we won't be afraid of other sky pirates chasing us. Hearing his subordinates' discussions, 8,848 couldn't help but recall an old memory. He's also a sky pirate. As a member of the popular industry of air piracy, his entrepreneurial journey was very difficult. After learning how to move the island, he immediately used all his resources to make fans and sails and launched an invasion against others. However, he learned about this method of movement a little late, when he ordered his men to start the fans and go to seize other sky islands. The places he went to had either been visited by other sky pirates or had already developed, and he could not defeat them. After much difficulty, we managed to snatch 2 islands that were not well developed and had few resources. And, in the process of starting a business, you will also meet some colleagues, that is, other air pirates. As entrepreneurs in the same industry, we will definitely interact with each other when we meet. However, because the others had already developed, this man was unable to defeat any of his peers he encountered. Many times, they failed to seize the island and were instead chased and beaten by other pirates. If his island was not smaller than others and he ran faster, it would have been swallowed up by other pirates long ago. After recalling all this, 8,848 sighed again. These days are so frustrating. During the days of being beaten, he was waiting for an opportunity, a chance to turn things around, a chance for revenge. Today, this opportunity comes. The crossbow cart he bought is his opportunity. Think of this. 8,848 sneered. Defend against other sky pirates? No. With this thing, we're going to rob the other sky pirates and show them how powerful we are. After saying this, the eyes of the other men lit up at the same time. Yes, as long as you have this thing, you can attack others from a distance. In this case, who do they need to be afraid of? Suddenly, everyone started howling. Steal the air. Steal the air. Show the other sky pirates who's boss here. Just do it. Seeing the state of his subordinates, 8,848 felt very satisfied. He ordered loudly. Now, hoist the sails, turn the fans, and we're setting sail with the big guy. Oh, the men responded in unison, hoisted the sail, sat under the fan, and started working. After a while, 8848 was browsing the regional channels, looking for the location of other air pirates. At this time, a shout was heard from his men. "Master, there seems to be an island ahead." Hearing this, 8848 quickly closed the chat channel and looked in the direction his subordinates pointed. An island was appearing in his sight. However, there were no fans on this island. He should be an honest person who is thinking about his own development. There are some deviations from my own ideas, but it doesn't matter. This kid can be used to test the power of the crossbow. Move the island closer. Oh, and keep some distance from them, or it will be hard to fire the crossbow. At this moment, one of the men asked 8848, "Master, how much distance should we keep from each other?" "Idiot, of course we have to stay within the range of this crossbow." "So what's the range of this crossbow?" Hearing his subordinates ask this, 8848 was speechless for a moment. "Although I know that this thing is powerful, I don't know much about it and don't know how far its range is. Since you don't know much about this product, you might as well ask the store yourself." This updated store function is designed to be quite user-friendly. After purchasing the goods, a dedicated communication channel can be established between the seller and the buyer. You can communicate directly with the store through the message option in the store. Thinking of this, 8848 clicked on the store in the trading house. Click Purchased Items, find the order for crossbow cart, and then click Contact Customer Service. Send a message. "Boss, what's the range of your crossbow?" Not long after, a message came back. CNNS 1111. "Hey, I just asked our technicians and they said the effective range is 50 meters. Upon seeing this message, 8848 immediately ordered his subordinates. "Quick, stay within 50 meters. "Yes." The men responded and controlled the fans and sails respectively, controlling the speed and heading towards the island opposite. Soon, the two islands were within a distance of more than 40 meters. 8848 looked at the other party's island and sneered. "Push the crossbow cart over here. Let's test its power on this unfortunate kid." "Oh." Several men responded and pushed the crossbow cart to the front of the island. At this moment, one of the men asked, "Master, this crossbow cart alone doesn't seem to be enough. How can we fire it without arrows?" Hearing this, 8848 fell silent. He walked forward and took a look at the crossbow cart. Indeed, there was only one fruit machine, and there was no crossbow installed on it. I was so excited when I saw the crossbow cart just now that I didn't even notice this. Then, he opened the shop and asked, "Boss, why is there no crossbow arrows on your crossbow cart?" Soon, the other party sent a reply. CNNS 1111. "Dear, this product does not include crossbow bolts." After seeing these words, 8848 was completely dumbfounded. "No, don't these things usually come with these crossbow bolts? Even just want to be fine. How can I use it without any bolts now?" CNNS 1111. "Dear, this problem is beyond the scope of our service. If you need crossbow bolts, you can purchase them separately." YDDA 8848. "How much do you sell this crossbow bolt for?" CNNS 1111. "An original crossbow bolt weighs 10 gene, approximately 10 caddies, of iron." YDTA 8848. "Why is it so expensive? Is there any cheaper?" CNNS 1111. "Dear, this crossbow bolt is already the cheapest one. After all, it is made of pure wood and handmade. The cost is obvious." After hearing this, 8848 felt that it made sense. After all, wood is quite expensive nowadays. However, all the metal had been used up when buying this crossbow cart, and now there is no extra metal to buy these things. YDDA 8848. "Boss, I'm out of iron. Since I'm the first person to buy a crossbow, can you give me a few?" CNNS 1111. "Dear, we are a small business. We don't give extra gifts." After seeing this, 8,848 people were dumbfounded. 200 kilograms of iron. You say this is a small business? Are you trying to fool people here? Chapter 174, take it slow. There must be a process of training. Just when 8848 was at a loss, a message came from the store. CNNS 1111. "Hey, I just thought about it. We're opening a new store. If you leave us a good review, we can give you a crossbow bolt for free." Seeing this message, 8,848 raised his eyebrows. "Good review? How can I give this thing a good review?" CNNS 1111. "All we need to do is advertise our store on the World Channel. It's very simple." YDTA 8848. Okay, I'll send it now. Just wait and see." Not long after, a message came out on the World Channel. YDTA 8848. "Everyone, do you still remember me? Before, I bought the crossbow card of Business Alliance number 1. After getting it, I immediately turned on the fan to experiment with it. This crossbow is so useful. It only takes one shot to kill the opponent. I will come to buy it again in the future. As soon as this message appeared, the World Channel was once again filled with excitement. Fuck, this guy just bought a crossbow, and he's already robbing people? Oh my god, I'm itching to buy a crossbow cart too. You better hurry up and get that CNNS 1111. That's right, I want to experience this feeling too. The other end. Jiang Tian looked at the news on the World Channel, and his expression was not very satisfied. This ad is a bit too rigid, but the effect is not bad. Forget it. I'll think of a few more slogans next time. Since the other party has already advertised his store, Jiang Tian does not intend to steal a crossbow arrow from him. There is no point. Then, he came to the place where the crossbow arrows were stored. Although Liu Ban and his colleagues are busy with other things now, the production of crossbow arrows is also very simple. They just need to make a few wooden stakes in their spare time. Now is the perfect time to take one and give it to the other person. Then, send a transaction request to the other party. The deal was done. A crossbow arrow as thick as a bowl appeared in front of 8,848. 8848 was delighted and quickly gave orders to his men. Hurry, put it on now. Yes. The men responded and started to assemble the crossbow arrows. Installation complete. 8848 personally took action and pressed the mechanism. Crack. The crossbow string was tightened and the arrow flew straight towards the other island. Bang. The crossbow arrow pierced the opponent's island, scaring the people on the opposite island. Oh my god, how can this arrow be so big and thick? Its power is so terrifying. If this were inserted into a person, they would be totally unbearable. What kind of weapons are these sky pirates using? Are they ballistic? It's over, it's over. The pirates we encountered this time were too awesome. I'm probably in trouble this time. The survivors and their men on the island were in a panic. They had encountered air pirates before. However, one of the survivor subordinates has a relatively high combat power. The group of air pirates who came earlier were instead swallowed up by them. Therefore, when the other island flew over, they were not at all at a disadvantage. However, when a crossbow card appeared, they were completely confused. My goodness, the other party has taken out this kind of weapon. How the hell can we fight him? The other side. 8848 was also very satisfied when he saw the power of this crossbow card. The only drawback is that it doesn't seem to cause any direct damage to the opponent. If only there were one more shot. Thinking of this, he opened the store again and sent a message. This crossbow bolt has been used up. Can you give me an extra one if I place an ad? CNNS 1111. No, this won't work. Each new customer can only enjoy this promotion once. If you want it, you need to purchase it separately. After seeing the reply, 8848 felt helpless. But there's nothing much to say. After all, I got one for free. At this time, when 8,848's men saw the power of the crossbow card, they began to howl again. This thing is amazing. Master, if we fire one more, we might be able to capture this island. Master, please give me another one. I can't wait to plunder. While listening to his subordinates' urging words, 8848 looked around worriedly. I want to see what else I can exchange for iron, and then go to the store to buy a crossbow bolt. While looking around at the island's resources, 8,848 saw several wooden stakes on the ground, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He ordered, "You guys grab your saws and make one yourself according to the specifications just now." Yes, not long after, a crossbow arrow with similar specifications to the previous one was installed on the crossbow card. Press the mechanism to fire again. The crossbow arrow flew away again. This time, the crossbow arrow hit directly into the strongest man on the other island. The man suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground along with the crossbow arrow that had lost its kinetic energy. Blood was everywhere. Ha ha! This time I hit the target. I directly made the opponent lose their strongest fighting force. This ballista is really good. It feels so good. While praising, 8848 reached out and patted the crossbow card. Bang! Crash! The other end. The sun is shining brightly. The group of people on Jiang Tian Island have been busy since they had lunch and a short break. Jiang Tian himself was checking the work status of each position while solving after-sales problems for customers. After the last crossbow arrow was sent out, a bunch of people sent me private messages, hoping to buy a crossbow card. Even if the price is increased, it's fine. Looking at these enthusiastic customers, Jiang Tian felt very pleased. If Lu Ban wasn't busy doing other things right now, I really want him to work overtime to make these things. But it doesn't matter. It's not impossible to do some hunger marketing. It's just that the after-sales work is a bit annoying, and I will have to assign 0066 and 0888 to handle these matters in the future. Therefore, while communicating with the consumer who had bought the crossbow cart before, Jiang Tian was also broadcasting the chat content with the consumer live in the Alliance channel. After the chat process was displayed, Jiang Tian said, "That's pretty much it for customer service. It's best to be nice to customers when chatting with them. After all, if you're running a business, you have to be polite." 0888. Okay, I see. By the way, if we also do customer service work, can we get a raise? 1111. I'll think about it. I think I'll add it. 0066. I might not be able to be nicer to others. I just want to find those mutant goblins and got into an argument with them. 1111. Take it slow. There's always a process of training. Just at this moment, the store's exclusive sound effects sounded. Jiang Tian clicked on it and saw that the person who bought the crossbow cart had sent him another message. YDTA 8848. It collapsed. The ballista collapsed. How could it collapse after firing 2 crossbow bolts? It just shattered into pieces all over the floor. What the hell is going on? Chapter 175, one more piece of equipment equals one more life. There was a look of bewilderment between the lines of YDTA 8848's message. Looking at this message, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. Here we come. Judging from the tone, the crossbow cart that was sold really fell apart, and it was scattered very thoroughly, turning into parts all over the floor. As expected, he is Lu Ban. So awesome. While thinking about this, Jiang Tian replied, "Dear, generally speaking, our crossbow carts won't collapse after firing 2 arrows. Is there something wrong with the way you operate the crossbow cart? Oh, right. It must be because you used non-original crossbow arrows, right?" The other party was silent for a while and then sent back a message. 8848, I don't care. This ballista has been broken into pieces. My men don't know how to put it back together. You have to fix it for me, or give me a new one. 1111, sorry, we don't offer exchanges. As for installing it, that's no problem. Repairs will require 40 kilograms of iron ingots. Trade the ballista and the iron ingots for me, and I'll arrange for a technician to repair it. 8848, what? Why do you have to pay extra? Don't you offer warranty on this kind of stuff? I want to return. See this message. Jiang Tian curled the corners of his mouth. Sorry, the item has been sold and no returns or exchanges are accepted. If you need it, we can recycle the ballista parts and return you 30 kilograms of iron ingots. After the message is sent, YDTA 8848 was confused again. This was the first time in his life that he had encountered a store with such a harsh attitude. After a long while, he cursed. The quality of this thing you're selling is completely unacceptable. It broke shortly after I received it, and you won't even offer a refund or exchange. You're going too far. You're simply a scam. I'm going to go on the World Channel and curse you. Shortly after cursing this sentence, this person's speech appeared on the World Channel. YDTA 8848. Listen to me, everyone. I was the first one to grab a crossbow. You absolutely must not buy anything from Business Alliance No. 1's store. This store is so shady. The crossbow falls apart as soon as it's used, and they won't exchange or refund it. This store is simply a scam. As soon as these words were spoken, many people in the World Channel were completely stunned. No, you 8848, weren't you just praising their products? How come you're bashing them all of a sudden? Fisk, that's what a man is. He doesn't recognize people when he puts on pants. Are you saying this because you're afraid someone will snatch the remaining ballista from you? I hope that none of us will buy this ballista in the future, and only you can buy it. I think this is very likely. Didn't this guy call us stupid when he got the crossbow cart? He's so arrogant. It makes me angry just looking at him. But could what he said be true? Did that ballista really fall apart after just one use? The quality is too poor, isn't it? How could it fall apart after just 2 uses? If that were the case, how could he keep his business open? Wouldn't no one buy from him anymore? Yeah, didn't he sell watermelon knives and pigskin armor before? No one complained about it. I bought a watermelon knife from him before, and it works pretty well. No, I bought a machete from him before, and it looked pretty good. But after I chopped a few people with it, the blade broke. The quality is really poor. Fuck, isn't this a scam? Who would dare to buy from him with this kind of quality? I propose that we all boycott these unscrupulous vendors and black-hearted capital. Then, in an instant, Countless people tagged Jiang Tian on the World Channel. They all asked him to come out and give an explanation and explain the quality of the products in his store. At this time, Jiang Tianjung held Kai Wenji's hand and helped her read her face. As the saying goes, the 5 elements work together to achieve both form and spirit. The 5 elements are about harmony. A single feature alone is not auspicious or inauspicious. The true meaning lies in the combined understanding of the 5 senses. Eyes are fire, ears and mouth are water, cheekbones are metal, nose is earth, and head and eyebrows are wood. Excessive or small size of any one organ can cause an imbalance in the 5 elements Qi. Kai Wenji blushed with shame. Heart said, "Master, didn't you help me read my face? Why do you keep holding my hand?" Jiang Tian didn't care about Kai Wenji's expression, but instead looked at her nose with his eyes, her mouth with his nose, and her heart with his mouth. Acting very serious. Certainly, he actually doesn't know how to read faces or palms. It's just that I was really bored on this island, so I pulled Kai Wenji aside to joke around. Just when Jiang Tian was about to continue talking about something mysterious, loud prompt sounds rang out. Jiang Tian was stunned, then let go of Kai Wenji's hand. "You continue working first. I have something to take care of now." Oh, Kai Wenji came to her senses and continued to raise the fishing rod. Jiang Tian then opened the chat channel. At this time, in the Alliance channel 0066 and 0888 sent several messages in succession. 1111. Someone is saying our store is a scam. Yeah, that guy who bought the ballista started cursing on the World Channel, telling others not to buy from Business Alliance number 1. Many people also say you are a black marketeer and urge everyone not to shop at Xiaomi number 1. Many people are tagging you on the World Channel, asking you to come out and give an explanation. While sending the message, they also tag themselves. After seeing these news, Jiang Tian clicked on the World Channel to take a look. Sure enough, the channel was noisy. Almost all of them were calling him out to explain, cursing at him, and saying that the quality of their products was ridiculously poor. Some even said that the machete broke into pieces when blown by the wind. Isn't this bullshit? Even if this was something an apprentice made to practice, it couldn't be broken by the wind. Immediately, Jiang Tian thought for a while and then sent a message. CNNS 1111. You get what you pay for. We do have good quality products, but they're definitely not this cheap. If you look carefully at other weapon stores, you will find that ours are the cheapest at the same quality. And at the same price, ours are the best quality. And the one who bought the crossbow cart. You spent 200 kilograms of iron to get the crossbow cart, so just be happy. If you don't like this crossbow cart, go buy it from someone else and see how much they want in exchange for it. Especially equipment like crossbows and machetes. In this world, these things are artifacts for survival. Everyone, please note that air piracy is rampant and natural disasters are constant. One more piece of equipment means one more life. 200 kilograms of iron in exchange for your life, isn't it worth it? There are only a few shops selling weapons in the entire store now. People from all over the world have come to Sky Island. With so many people coming here, do you really think there is no one else who can make weapons? They will make it, but they won't sell it, because these people are too proud of it. Chapter 176. You can choose whether to practice or not. If you don't want to practice, find someone else to do it. As soon as these words were spoken, the World Channel was in an uproar. You're just quibbling. You said all that, but you're just trying to find an excuse for the poor quality of your product. TSK, TSK, TSK. You make yourself sound so great. Why don't you give it to everyone for free? All the shady businessmen in the world are the same. They talk so high and mighty, but aren't they just trying to make some dirty money? Well, 1111, if you give me 2 free crossbows, 50 machetes, and pigskin armor, I'll trust you. Exactly. I was scammed by someone before. I bought a blackened pigman leather armor from him, but when I put it on, it was so itchy that I broke out in a rash. Yeah, I bought a pair of pigskin shoes a while ago, but after only a few days of wearing them, my feet started to itch like crazy. Then I saw that I had athlete's foot. Oh, does anyone have any medicine to treat athlete's foot? Can you sell it to me? My feet are completely ulcerated now, and black fluid is oozing out. Alas, vomit. You're so fucking disgusting. You're saying this on the World Channel. I was eating right now, and I almost vomited when I heard you say that. What's the big deal? My 8th brother used to. In an instant, the World Channel was filled with nausea and vomiting due to the guy with athlete's foot and that old man. However, in the end, the topic returned to the matter of the Xiaomi number 1 store. Actually, I think what 1111 said makes sense. Indeed, in this place, with one more piece of equipment, the safety of one's property can be guaranteed. I bought machetes from other people before, and the quality was terrible. They would even bend the blade after I chopped a pig. I've also looked at those selling weapons. In terms of appearance, the quality is about the same. The weapons in Xiaoming number 1 are indeed the cheapest. What the business alliance boss said is absolutely right. Where can you find a place selling crossbow carts these days? There's only one, and they won't let you buy from them? Those of you who just criticize their products, you're just doing it for the sake of criticizing them, right? The guy just now, who said his machete fell apart in the wind, I'm familiar with your ID. Aren't you the owner of that weapons store? Those words you just said were deliberately meant to discredit 1111, right? Fuck. It turns out that only colleagues have naked hatred. This time, the wind direction was changed again. Those who had bought things from Xiaoming number 1 before also jumped out to speak for Jiang Tian. I hope Jiang Tian will have a better impression of them and can get some discounts when buying things in the future. The old saying goes, the world is bustling with people, all for the sake of profit. The world is in turmoil, all for the sake of profit. Seeing this, Jiang Tian also smiled faintly. There aren't many merchants selling knives and leather armor right now. Moreover, they have abundant resources. In this environment, the products sold by the Chamber of Commerce can be guaranteed to be of the highest quality or the best value for money. These people can buy or not. It is a seller's market anyway. After a while, YDTA 8848, who bought the crossbow cart, also sent himself a message through the store. I'm sorry, I got carried away just now. You should fix it for me. 40 kilograms of iron, right? I'll give you the ballista parts and the iron ingots right away. In response, Jiang Tian sneered. 40 kilograms? Did you remember it wrong? It was clearly 60 kilograms. 8848. WTF? You can't just raise the price like that. 1111. You're asking for a high price? Do you know how much damage your casual remarks on the World Channel have caused our store? Do you know that I can move hundreds of pounds of iron in a minute? Now you're wasting your time arguing with you, and you've wasted my time sending messages on the World Channel. Can you afford to pay for all this? 8848. 1111. Don't talk nonsense. Anyway, it's just a matter of words. It's up to you to repair it or not. If you don't want to repair it, find someone else to do it. 8848. Okay, I'll fix it. It's just 60 pounds of iron. I have it. At the same time as the message was sent, the other party also sent a transaction request. Soon after, the transaction was completed. Several iron ingots and a pile of wooden parts appeared in front of Jiang Tian. Seeing these things, Jiang Tian smiled helplessly. Just now he said he had no metal, but now the transaction is so smooth. It seems that this 8848 has already seized an island using a crossbow cart. Isn't this thing very useful? Why do you want to return it? Moreover, there is no reason for Jiang Tian to return the things he sold for free after using them. This is really out of your mind. At this time, the sound effect of the Alliance channel sounded again. When I clicked on it, I saw that the two of them had posted a lot of messages in the channel again. 0066. Although compared to the ballista you gave me and my previous understanding of your character, I know you are indeed trying to trick me, but what you said really makes sense, and I am speechless. 0888. Yeah, you just told us to be polite to consumers. Weren't you just lashing out at them in public? Seeing these words, Jiang Tian's face was stern, and he replied, No returns is the service tenet of our business alliance. All our services are based on the principle of no returns. By the way, if I ask you to handle after-sales service in the future, if someone wants to return the product, you could just confront them directly. No need to give me face. 0888. Got it. 0066. If I could be offensive, I can definitely do this job. After saying this, Jiang Tian called her Langzi over. Asked him to place these iron ingots and wooden parts in the blacksmith shop and the wooden house respectively. Lu Ban is very busy now and has no time to repair these things. Just leave it here for now. In order to prepare for the upcoming heavy rain, everyone on the island is now busy. Let's see if there's anyone who can buy it. Thinking about this, Jiang Tian clicked on the store list in the trading house. Search for it. Chapter 177, I want them all. After clicking search, rows of store lists appeared in front of Jiang Tian. At the top of the list is still the shop under the hands, where I bought AKA before. Jiang Tian had a deep impression of this store. His shop has a complete staff, but the price is indeed a bit high. As the saying goes, shop around. In order to avoid being cheated, Jiang Tian decided to go to other stores first. After turning around, Jiang Tian discovered. It seems that most of the others who sold their men were air pirates. For sky pirates, those subordinates with certain combat capabilities are basically kept for their own use. Not to mention the female subordinates. They are basically kept for their own use. Moreover, the types of people in these shops are relatively simple, basically ordinary people with thin bodies, and the prices are quite expensive. The exchange conditions are often 2 or 3 pigs, hundreds of kilograms of iron, or a large amount of ice and wood. He doesn't even want food, he's very bloated. It seems that the road to entrepreneurship is relatively smooth, and there is no shortage of food and drink. Having said that, Jiang Tian discovered another thing. Previously, the resources that people commonly purchased on the trading floor were food or wood. Now in the shops, many people's exchange conditions have also changed to metal. It seems that many people's food and clothing needs have been met, and there is sufficient manpower, so they are ready to start making their own weapons. It seems that it may be difficult to acquire metals in the future. After going around in circles, I didn't buy any of them. It seems that I still need to go to a big store like handheld store first. While thinking about this, Jiang Tian pulled the scroll bar to the top again. Click on Shouxia Store at the top of the search category. Click to enter the store, and the internal interface also appears in front of Jiang Tian. There is still only one classification, that is, subordinates. However, this major category is further divided into various subcategories based on the conditions and regions of each subordinate. Then, Jiang Tian checked the situation inside. A male subordinate with combat capability basically needs about 800 kilograms of iron, or 3 pigs. For ordinary people, it is about 300 kilograms of iron. After comparing them, this Shouxia store has a better price-performance ratio. Although the price is also relatively high, it is still slightly lower than the price of competitors with the same conditions. It seems that the owner of this store has also done sufficient market research. Having said that, isn't the price of this crossbow cart a bit too cheap? A crossbow cart only costs 200 kilograms of iron, which is less than the price of an ordinary person. In the future, prices in this area will have to be raised. While thinking about this, Jiang Tian browsed through the other product categories of this Shouxia store. In addition to classification by age, gender, and region, 2 subclassifications have been added. Store manager recommended tierful sale. Seeing this, Jiang Tian couldn't help but exclaim, "This is so professional." Then, click on Store Manager Recommendation. The subordinates in this category are all younger female subordinates. The one with the highest price is directly sold for more than 2,000 kilograms of iron or other materials of the same price. Basically, they're the same people I met before, and they haven't been sold yet. After all, such an expensive price is really not something ordinary people can afford. Even if some alliance or big sky pirates were able to rob so many resources, they wouldn't spend so much on this, right? Would they be able to sell it on the shelf? I don't know what this boss is thinking. Exit this manager's recommendation category and come to another tierful sale. Jiang Tian was shocked to find that there were actually women in this category, a total of 4. Wang Chunfang, female, healthy. Note, as the owner of a conscientious store, I will not play tricks with you. This woman is probably in her 40s, average in all aspects, and I don't know what she can do. If you want something heavy, just take it away. Price, iron 50 gene. Niu Dongmei, female, healthy. Note, the conditions and price of this female subordinate are the same as above. Alikuling. Seeing this, Jiang Tian was speechless again. Wow, this store is really honest, and there are all kinds of people here. I don't know why he recruited these men. This shouldn't be easy to sell, right? It's not worth buying useful subordinates, and I don't know what to do with the cheaper subordinates. I didn't expect that after going around in circles, I still couldn't buy the right one. While complaining, Jiang Tian began to look around the entire store interface. The categories in this store are quite detailed, and I can make some changes myself later. At this time, Jiang Tian noticed that the slogan on the homepage of this store had changed. We don't produce men, we only serve as their carriers. Seeing this slogan, Jiang Tian's mouth twitched. Isn't this fucking nonsense? Can your subordinates produce this thing? Etc. Production? As his thoughts drifted to this word, a bold idea emerged in Jiang Tian's mind. I don't know if this thing can be produced. How about trying to get a few of your men to reproduce? By the way, I now have more than 30 people under me, and most of them are single. Apart from eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating, I work every day. Perhaps in the dead of night. They may also feel empty, lonely, and cold. It's unlikely to feel cold, after all, it's so hot now. In short, as a leader, you should also find ways to enrich the emotional lives of your subordinates. Maybe I could buy some female subordinates to keep my subordinates company. Having said that, Jiang Tian looked at the several female subordinates who were put on sale inside the shop. I couldn't help but shook my head. This kind of female subordinate is really too expensive. At present, spending more than 1,000 or 2,000 kilograms of iron to provide benefit for subordinates is simply an extreme luxury. Even I can't afford it. Moreover, with Jiang Tian's personality, it is impossible for him to be a leak and be bullied by others in vain. I'll see if there's anything cheaper. Just then, Jiang Tian's eyes were fixed on the tearful sale category. My heart moved and a smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. Isn't it here? Then, click Contact Customer Service. CNNS 1111. Boss, are you there? Soon after the message was sent, one ID responded enthusiastically. CRQQ 3650. Hello, welcome. How may I help you? Jiang Tian was stunned when he saw this message. Although I only saw a piece of text, a voice appeared in my mind. Looking at this tune, I feel like I'm buying milk tea in a certain brand store. Wow, this boss is really awesome. Putting this little thought in his mind aside, Jiang Tian sent out a message with great confidence. I want all 4 of your female subordinates you're selling off. Give them a discount since I'm packing them up. Chapter 178, I have good news to tell you all. After this sentence was sent out, the other party fell into silence. Then, a message came back. What the hell? Did I see that right? There are only 4 old women in my store. You want to buy from them all? Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows and asked. Yeah, what's wrong? What do you mean by all this panic? Don't you want to give me a discount? Not long after, the other party adjusted his mood and returned to his original tone. CRQQ 3650. Ahem, it's not about the price. If you really want to buy them in bulk, there's naturally a discount. But can I ask, what are you going to do with all these women? Seeing this, Jiang Tian answered very frankly. Buy her back to have a baby. What else can I do? By the way, can your female subordinate still have children? After the message is sent, after waiting for a long time, the other party did not reply. Jiang Tian felt a little puzzled. Where's the guy? Are you going to sell this guy to me or not? If not, just say so, and I'm leaving. Sell, sell, sell. 3650 replied at this time. Then, he explained the silence just now. Sorry, buddy, just now. To be honest, your actions were too strong, and I couldn't accept it for a moment, so I was confused just now. Theoretically, they can still have children, and they should be able to give birth to a few big fat boys for you. Jiang Tian said speechlessly. You misunderstood. It's not me, it's my 3650. Those friends of yours need it, right? I understand. I've seen countless people over the years, and I've seen all sorts of people. No need to explain. They're just 4 old ladies, nothing special. By the way, I just checked my order. Did you buy that skinny, dark-skinned ACOF from a store? Wow, your taste is truly unique. Seeing this, Jiang Tian's eyes twitched, and he was speechless. It was the same when I was making figurines before. It was clearly prepared for others, but others just thought they liked it. What's going on? Why is it that no one believes the truth now? However, Jiang Tian was too lazy to explain because he couldn't explain it. At this time, the other boss was also very considerate and integrated these 4 female subordinates into one product, with a package price of 160 kilograms of iron. The deal was done quickly. 4 ants appeared in front of Jiang Tian. I won't describe her appearance in detail. It's the most common type anyway. Seeing Jiang Tian, the 4 ants simultaneously crossed their hands on their waists and bowed to him. Owner. Faced with this situation, Jiang Tian felt a little weird. Before I could say anything to them, the prompt sound in the trading house sounded again. CRQQ 3650. Dear, I've roughly figured out your taste. If there's anything I can't sell to someone else, I'll contact you again. If you're satisfied with my hands and subordinates, please remember to give me a 5-star review on the World Channel. Welcome to visit next time. Jiang Tian was stunned when he saw this message. Although the service attitude is quite good, but this boss seemed to have some misunderstanding about himself. That's all. Jiang Tian was too lazy to explain further, so he decided to settle these 4 people first. Then he looked at the 4 ants bowing in front of him and asked, Call me boss from now on. So, first, can you introduce yourselves? Do you have any special skills? What do you do? Jiang Tian still holds a glimmer of hope for these 4 subordinates. Maybe these ants are hidden talents and have some skills that ordinary people don't have and can contribute to their own development. However, their answer still made Jiang Tian give up. Yes, boss. My name is Wang Chunfong. I'm 44 years old, and I'm single. My name is Liu Xiaoxiang, and this year, these 4 ants are named Wang Chunfong, Liu Xiaoxiang, Li Qiuling, and Niu Dongmei. As for special skills, it seems that he has no special skills except square dancing. After learning about the situation, Jiang Tian couldn't help but sigh. This is normal. Before they were put up for sale at the tearful sale, that 3650 must have figured out the situation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be sold so cheaply. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the purpose of buying them is not this. After introducing the 4 ants, Jiang Tian took them into the staff dormitory and placed them in a room that was not occupied yet. Out of humanitarianism, Jiang Tian mentioned his arrangements for them and asked for their opinions. If they don't want to date his subordinates, Jiang Tian won't force them. After hearing Jiang Tian's thoughts, the 4 ants all blushed. Although no clear answer was given, they all implicitly expressed that they accepted the blind date arrangement. Jiang Tian nodded and walked out of the room. Now that the woman is pregnant, it's time to inform the man. When I was leading these 4 ants just now, everyone else was busy and no one noticed me. Now I can go and tell them the good news. I wonder how they will react. There are now 38 people on the island. There are only 4 candidates for marriage. I wonder who will be the 4 lucky ones. Afterwards, Jiang Tian came to the south side of the island. He said to the busy crowd, "Okay, everyone, put down your work for now. I have good news to tell you." Hearing this, all the men paused and put down their work at the same time. They all looked at Jiang Tian and asked, "My lord, what's the good news? Is this rainstorm not coming?" "Boss, can we take a break and have some food?" Jiang Tian, do your job well. The good news I'm telling you this time has nothing to do with food. What's that? Facing everyone's puzzled eyes, Jiang Tian smiled slightly and explained, "You've all been with me for so long, and seeing you all busying around every day, yet still single, I feel really bad for you. So, do you want wives? If you do, I'll give them to you right now. The number of people is limited, and only 4 lucky ones can get a beautiful woman." Hearing this, everyone was shocked and stared at each other in amazement. They never expected that their lord boss would suddenly talk about such a thing. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. When Tang Yin heard this, his face was filled with ecstasy. "Really? Really? Oh my god, boss, you're so nice. You even guarantee to find a partner for me. I want it. I want it now. Don't fight with me for it. I'll make one first." Seeing Tang Yin like this, Jiang Tian showed a look of relief on his face. "Since you've said so, then fine. Come with me. Your future significant other is waiting for you in the dormitory." Woohoo! Tang Yin followed Jiang Tian in a swagger and walked towards the dormitory together. While walking, he showed off to others. "Ha ha! I knew that the boss would not treat me unfairly after working in such a hot blacksmith shop every day. Everyone, I've got the upper hand this time. Don't lose heart. You'll always find a wife. Oh, by the way, boss, how many wives can one man have? Can he have more?" Chapter 179 Something is wrong. Accompanied by Tang Yin's nagging voice, Jiang Tian led him into the dormitory. "Tisk, TSK, boss, where's the wife? Why can't I see her?" Seeing Tang Yin's anxious look, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. "Look at how anxious you are. It's in the last room on the 2nd floor. You'll see it soon." "Oh my god, you're quite mysterious, boss. But I like it." Tang Yin smiled happily and patted his chest, assuring him, "Since you're so kind to me, boss, I promise I'll never slack off at work again." "Well, I'm relieved to hear you say that." As they talked, they went up to the 2nd floor. Soon after, he arrived at the door of the room where the female subordinate he had just bought was placed. Jiang Tian pointed towards the closed door. "Your future significant other is right here." At this time, Tang Yin stared at the door panel, his breathing becoming a little rapid. The corners of his eyes curved up and a sly smile played on his lips. The whole face looks like that funny expression. "Boss, open it quickly. Let me see what my wife looks like." "Well, let's start right away." Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Tian knocked on the door and pushed open the wooden door. The wooden board was slowly pushed open, and Tang Yin couldn't wait to take a look inside. Inside, 4 ants stood up at the same time and looked at Tang Yin shyly, greeted him cordially. "Hey, handsome boy, are you my match?" "Hey, it's so long and exciting. This handsome boy is quite strong, just my favorite." "Little brother, don't just stand there. Come and sit with me." I saw the 4 ants in front of me, smiling and waving at me, calling me over. Tang Yin was completely stunned. He took a deep breath and his eyes widened. His originally rosy face turned pale in an instant. He slammed the door shut and stared at Jiang Tian with disbelief on his face. Boss, the women you arranged for me, aren't they the ones in here? That's them. Jiang Tian still had that faint smile on his face. How about it? Do these sisters like it? Huh, sister? Tang Yan's eyes widened, and he pointed at the door and then at his nose. Boss, are these all my sisters? They look old enough to be my mom. Boss, look at me. Look at my young face. I'm still young. Can't you assign me a few people of similar age? Xiao Dang. Jiang Tian patted Tang Yan's shoulder and said earnestly, I know you might be a little resistant, but you can see that our current living conditions are not very good. There are many people who are still single. Just be content with having a partner. Why would you care about a bicycle? I also took into consideration that you, a young man with vigor and vitality, are still working in the blacksmith shop every day in this weather, making weapons for us. Based on this, I gave this good job to you first, and you must seize this opportunity. No, would you buy? Tang Yan waved his hands quickly. Boss, I didn't work well before and failed your trust in me. Well, you should give this good thing to someone else. I haven't finished my work yet. I'm leaving now. After saying this, Tang Yan hurried out of the dormitory building. The other side, the construction team members responsible for reinforcing the house were chatting while working. Look at how happy Tang Yan was just now. When he heard that he was going to give his entire wife to me, he almost flew into a trance. Of course, we are all grown men, so we will definitely want a wife or something. Tang Yan is just lucky. This time, such a good thing happened to him. But that's normal. After all, this guy works hard as a blacksmith every day. Oh, I hope the boss will notice me and assign me a wife or something. Just while chatting, all I heard was a series of hurried footsteps. Tang Yan, the person they were talking about just now, was running hurriedly towards the construction department. As soon as he ran over, he bent down and started mixing the wood ash cement very hard. The rest of his men were shocked when they saw Tang Yan's appearance. Oh my God, isn't this Tang Yan? You're back so soon. Not long ago, Tang Yan was still working and sitting on the ground to play fish. Now he works so hard and never slacks off for a moment. Is it because the boss assigned him a partner, so he has to work hard to repay the boss's kindness? Hey, Tang Yan, has the boss assigned you a wife? How are you getting along? Can I attend your wedding in a couple of days? Tang Yan's heart skipped a beat every time his subordinates talked. Faced with other people's questions, he completely ignored them, just worked a little faster, pretending to be busy and didn't hear them. Just as his subordinates were talking, Jiang Tian also walked out of the dormitory building and came to where his subordinates worked. Hearing his men's questions about Tang Yan, Jiang Tian smiled helplessly. I want to assign a partner to Tang Yan, not only to see if he can produce a little helper, but also because I really hope that he can concentrate on his work. Although Tang Yan did not accept it, the effect was still good. Since he is not willing, I will just arrange a partner for someone else. Then, Jiang Tian said to everyone, just now, Tang Yan's blind date with several of his female subordinates was unsuccessful. But it doesn't matter, you have one less competitor. There are 4 ladies in the dormitory right now. If any of you are interested, you can come with me to take a look. Hearing this, the subordinates all turned their eyes to Tang Yan. Just now this guy was clamoring for a partner. How come this blind date failed after just a while? According to his character, even if the woman is not satisfied with him, he should still say a few words to her. He came back so easily and worked so hard, as if he was threatened by something. Is there something fishy about this matter? At this time, Tang Yan felt the puzzled gazes of others. In order to assign this good thing to others, don't let your boss continue to assign this task to you. He immediately stood up, forced a smile, and said, everyone, don't think too much. These sisters are fine. I just feel that I'm still young and should devote my energy to work instead of thinking about these personal affairs. Hearing this, the other men frowned. Suddenly I realized that something was wrong. No one said a word and continued to work. Jiang Tian stood with his hands behind his back, looking at his men working hard, and asked, if you're interested, you could take turns putting down what you're doing and come with me to see your future partner and settle your lifelong affairs. Who knows? The men waved their hands and replied, no, boss, I'm still young and there's no rush to think about these things. I don't want love, I just want work. Women will only slow down my pace. I'm still young, so why don't we let those with more experience get this benefit first? Team leader Shi Jigang, what do you think? Boss, I think we should reinforce the house first and then consider this matter after we get through this rainstorm crisis. When the time comes, I'll also arrange blind dates for these young people under my command. What do you think? All of Shi Gang's men. Seeing this, Jiang Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Come on, what Shi Gang said makes sense. It would be better to wait until this rainstorm is over and then find an opportunity to arrange a blind date meeting for them. Then I stop disturbing their work. Open the trading platform and search for the supplies you need. Chapter 180. You should have this little bit of prestige, right? The other end. On an island of about 800 square meters. 2111, sitting on the island. He looked at his men busy with fishing and construction, his face full of depression. Before that, he used the pigmen on island 2345 to set a trap. The plan was very simple and direct, which was to fool others on the channel, saying that there were a lot of resources on the islands of 2345. The purpose is to let these survivors bring their men to fight to the death with the pigmen, and then take the opportunity to seize the islands and resources of the survivors and make the pigmen work for them. On the first day, the plan was quite successful and tricked one unlucky guy. While the unlucky guy was escaping, his island, resources, and 2 fishing rods were robbed. It could be considered a wave of weight gain. However, the subsequent ambush was not so smooth. During these few days, there were indeed a few survivors who were not very smart and flew towards the island of 2345. But after flying over, none of the survivors came back. It seems that they were all taken care of by those pigmen. For a while, I feel like I'm working for those pig people. Especially today, until this point, not a single island has flown over. What a waste of time. What the hell is going on? If I hadn't stayed here these few days and instead caused trouble for others, I guess I would have gotten into trouble by now. But now, fuck, this is fucking. 2111, he cursed angrily. After wasting a few days, it might be difficult to snatch it from others again. It's better to see if there are other ways to accelerate your development. Thinking about this, I clicked on the World Channel, hoping to find some inspiration there. At this time, on the World Channel, WTF? I just passed an island and saw a talking blackened pigman on it. Huh, there's actually such a thing. Is it true? Really? Even though we lost 2 of our men, we still managed to kill that blackened pigman. How can a pig talk? Are you dreaming? I also saw on my local channel that someone seemed to have encountered a talking blackened pigman. I wonder what happened to him later. Perhaps, after a pigman turns black, it can speak. Don't mention it. I encountered this the day before yesterday. This pigman almost scared me. Luckily, I bought a machete from Business Alliance number 1. Otherwise this thing would be really hard to deal with. However, now that the machete is broken, it seems I have to go to that store to buy a few more. Holy crap. Is this knife really that useful? Can it really kill the blackened pigman? Of course it's real. After all, this thing is made of iron, which is more useful than copper. Although it breaks easily, it can indeed cut into the skin of the blackened pigman. Oh my god, I thought it was all just a lie. Looks like those people who said Business Alliance number 1 machete was bad this morning were actually haters. I'm going to buy a few machetes too. I want to buy some too. But ever since this incident this morning, Xiaoming number 1 hasn't received any stock. I don't know what the owner is up to. Yeah, I've been urging the boss of Business Alliance number 1 to restock the products. This jerk boss never ships the products, and it feels like I've encountered a slow-paced updater when I was reading a novel. See these messages. I'm so angry. Business Alliance number 1? Isn't that the 1111 store? What's the matter with this 1111? It was okay to make money in the regional channel before. Now that I have opened a store, I'm even doing business in the world channel. Once this damn deal is done, won't you get richer? In this case, when will I be able to find trouble with him? Especially I wasted these few days. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got, but there was nothing I could do. I wanted to slap myself twice to vent my anger. After being angry for a while, he looked at the World Channel again. At this time, another round of advertisements came on the World Channel. Many people are posting messages on it to attract business for their stores, doing all kinds of things. Seeing this, I began to think, since my fighting ability is not strong now, why not try to open a shop and sell some things? But what can I sell? Now, I don't know if the supplies I have are enough to feed my own people. I should check the Alliance channel to see if I can get something to sell. After all, I am the leader of the Alliance, so I should have some prestige, right? Thinking about this, I feel that the plan makes sense. Then, he clicked on the Alliance channel. This period of time, although the development of his own island is not very good, the Anti-Rich Alliance is developing quite well and has brought in several new people. During the days of waiting on the island, he also gave these people lessons from time to time in the Alliance channel. Most of these newcomers were the ones who got angry when 1111 was showing off in the regional channel. For example, when 1111 said he wanted to build cement sheds for the cows, he brought several of them himself. This is much faster than working hard on advertising yourself. As long as this 1111 keeps pretending to be awesome, his alliance will continue to expand. 2111 My heart is full of hope. Chapter 181 I have something to tell you. After thinking about this, 2111 has already opened the Alliance channel. At this time, the Alliance channel has grown to more than 10 group members who are chatting in it. Good afternoon, fellow anti-rich people. Hello, I'm fine. Hello, everyone. Everyone, how's business going lately? I'm doing okay here. I grabbed 2 islands. How about you? I was unlucky. I found an island that seemed like a tough nut to crack. The men on that island were wearing blackened pigment leather armor. I don't know if my crappy weapon can cut through them. How about this? You go to Shaman number 1 and buy a few machetes. That should solve your problem. Mellow knife? Is this weapon useful? It works great. I asked a friend to grab one for me a while ago, and it feels great and it's so smooth to chop people with. So powerful? Will be expensive. It's a little expensive, requiring 20 kilograms of iron. However, we entrepreneurs still have to treat ourselves well and invest what we should. In today's environment, who can understand the hardships we entrepreneurs are going through? If we don't treat ourselves well, who else can treat us well? Yes, everyone only sees that the big-name pirates live a comfortable life. But who can understand the hardships we, the entrepreneurs at the bottom of society, have to endure? I'm in tears. You're right. I'm going to the store to place an order now. See these messages. I'm so angry. He never expected that there would be someone in his own alliance advertising for 1111. But then again, is this machete really that smooth? Can it really cut through the skin of the black pig man? Why not just buy a few myself? Maybe I can even consider going directly to 2345 and killing that talking blackened pigman. Just while I was thinking about this, a message that popped up in the Alliance channel instantly caught everyone's attention. I haven't been robbing anyone lately. I've been preparing for the store. I think I'm going to make a fortune soon. Ha ha ha. 2111 was stunned. Preparing a shop? Make a fortune? What does this mean? Could it be that a kid in my alliance has also caught up with the store's bonus period? At this time, other allies in the Alliance channel also asked questions one after another. Hey man, what did you say about making a killing? Are you opening a shop? I don't know how to make this thing. You're not selling weapons, are you? Oh my god, you have this skill. What are you tinkering with? Tell us about it. That's right, we're all family. Share some of your methods so we can earn some money. We're so poor these days that we can barely make ends meet. Accompanied by questions from Alliance members. 2111's eyes were also fixed on the Alliance channel. He had originally thought of doing some business to earn some resources and then show off in the Alliance. Unexpectedly, someone on my side had already started to take action. This news was hard for me to accept for a while. Where would his face as the leader be? There's another aspect. 2111 also wanted to find out how this ally made money. As long as you learn it, you may be able to make some money using this method. Under the attention of thousands of people, more than 10 people, the ally who just said that he was about to make a fortune has spoken. It's actually very simple. The weather is getting hotter and hotter, so I was wondering if there would be a drought. There would definitely be a water shortage then. Moreover, now, in addition to 1111, other people have also started to think about building houses, and all of these require water. By then, water will definitely become a scarce resource. So, I've been looking for people to chat with privately lately, and at the same time, I've been collecting things like water on the trading platform so I can sell them later. As soon as these words were spoken, more than a dozen people in the Alliance channel were shocked. Oh my god, why didn't I think of that? Oh, I was so busy drinking that I didn't even think about storing water. I had a chance to stock up on water before, but I didn't take advantage of it. I only regretted it after I lost it. That's not right. Water is already very expensive now. How can we have so much resources to store water? After seeing these words, the others also reacted. Yes, even if you want to do this business, you must have enough capital. By the way, isn't their alliance made up of a bunch of poor bastards? How could they have so many resources to stockpile this kind of stuff? At this time, the one who stored the water also spoke. You are right, the price of water is indeed more expensive now. So, when I bought water, I sold almost all the resources like wood, food, and metal. I only left myself some food to survive. When I made this decision, I thought about it for a long time. I also admit that there's a gambling element in my thinking. However, if there's a drought, I'll definitely be able to make a killing with this water, at least tenfold. Hiss. Seeing these words, everyone took a deep breath. That's right. Although the cost is high, the profit is also very considerable. Then, everyone started shouting and rushing to buy water to store. Seeing this, I was also moved. I have to say that this guy who collects water really has a long-term vision, and this matter is very promising. Or, why not stock up on some water and resell it later? Thinking of this, I felt that this matter was not so easy to handle. The price of water is rising almost every day. If it was a few days ago, it would have been fine if we were in a hurry to collect the water. Now the price has risen to a certain level, and I don't know how much water I can get for these things. Although I should be able to make some money by then, I don't have much in stock, so I probably won't make much. Moreover, it is very troublesome to find each survivor to collect water by yourself. It would be nice if I could receive a large amount of water at once. At this time, 2111's gaze was again fixed on the ID of the boy who hoarded water. A bold idea came to my mind. Aren't the younger brothers in this alliance just a large piece of water resources? As long as I can take his water, won't I be able to make a lot of money? I think the plan makes sense. But how can we get the water collected by this kid to our own island? Although I'm the leader of the alliance, I can't just rob people directly. Moreover, I don't know where this kid's island is, so I can't go there to rob him. Besides, if these allies become rich by then, will they still listen to me? No, I have to find a way to solve all these hidden dangers. Not long after, an idea came up. The corners of his mouth curled up, and a cunning smile appeared on his face. Immediately, 2111 sent a message in the Alliance channel. Everyone, don't rush to collect the water. I have something to tell you. Chapter 182, If I Don't Go to Hell, Who Will? At this time, League of Anti-Rich People channel. Seeing the leaders speak, all the allies changed the subject and spoke at the same time. Alliance leader, good afternoon. Hello, I'm fine. Hello, everyone. Alliance leader, do you have classes again this afternoon? Alliance leader, this family member just told us a way to make a fortune. Do you think it's feasible? Looking at the messages sent in the channel, 2111 first responded to these allies. Then he got to the point. Just now, I found that some family members were discussing the issue of water storage. Based on my experience over the years, this approach doesn't work. 2111, as soon as these words came out, the Alliance channel suddenly exploded. Oh my God, the leader said it won't work. Oh my God, I was just about to go buy some water when the leader said that. Why doesn't it work? I think his analysis makes sense. Yeah, what's going on? Alliance leader, please tell us. Alliance leader, is there something wrong with me collecting the water? Why can't I collect it? Allies of the Anti-Rich Alliance ask questions one after another. The person who just collected the water also revealed curiosity in his reply. Seeing this, 2111 think about it. If you want to get water from this person, you must first get close to him. Although in order to make his allies listen to him, he usually calls them family members. But this alone is not enough. This relationship needs to be brought a little closer. Then, 2111 asked in the Alliance channel, the family member who taught us how to collect water, what's your name? Upon hearing this, the boy who had just collected the water replied, Alliance leader, my ID is... I'm not talking about your ID. That's too unfamiliar. What's your name? How do people close to you usually call you? See this sentence. The ally who collected the water answered honestly. Alliance leader, most of my friends call me Jazzy. Well, hello, Jazzy. So from now on, don't call me leader. Just call me Uncle. Uncle 2. Okay, Uncle 2. Seeing Jazzy's attitude, I am very satisfied. This set of work has been done, and now it is time to implement the plan. Then he said in the Alliance channel, just now, when you're teaching everyone how to collect water, I watched you for a long time. Now, will you listen to your second uncle? Jazzy said honestly, well, listen, 2111. If I remember correctly, when I added you to our Anti-Rich Alliance, you were furious with 1,111's for Psi-style pretense. You really hate capitalists who act like they're superior on the channel, right? Right. After Jazzy finished replying, 2111 upright and awesome. Then why are you thinking of raising this capital yourself? Do you also want to be like 1111? As soon as these words were spoken, the Alliance channel was filled with excitement. Yeah, why? So, I almost became the kind of person I hate the most. Actually, I think 1111 is living a pretty good life. I'm quite jealous. At this point, let's mute the ally who told the truth. Then, he said righteously, so, Regarding the issue of Jiazi, I will analyze it with the other family members in the alliance. Actually, Jiazi, you're backing off now for two reasons. One is face. You want to make a lot of money and show off. But as the saying goes, if you want to save face, you'll suffer. On the other hand, you want to earn enough material goods, become rich, and leave our anti-rich alliance organization. Do you have it? Jiazi looked a little anxious and explained. No, I don't. If everyone collects water and sells it when drought comes, wouldn't life be better? If you don't have it, then don't get involved in these nonsense things and don't think about hoarding goods. Just work hard, be self-sufficient, and be happy. 2111 after throwing this sentence. Then he spoke earnestly. You may not understand my decision. You're still a child, and it is easy for you to be blinded by some things. I tell you, these things are volatile. You don't have enough control, kid. Because the water here is very deep. You don't have that much experience, nor that much rich experience, to do these things. Throw out this sentence. The entire alliance was confused again and asked, What's so uncertain about this? Alliance leader, isn't this just a matter of buying water, keeping it for a few days, and then selling it? Yes, explain it to us. After seeing these speeches, I started to talk about it. Why didn't I let you collect the water? Collecting the cash now and selling it later is the same as futures. I used to work in the finance industry, but due to a wrong judgment, I lost everything. For example, the water you receive today may be priced high, but tomorrow there may be a heavy rain and the collected water will be worthless. If this situation really happens, and you take others with you to collect the profits, if you lose money, the entire alliance will suffer. By then, you will be letting down all our family members in the alliance. See this. Everyone in the anti-rich alliance took a deep breath. What the leader said makes sense. Although water seems precious, if it rains, it's worthless. Yet what if I sell all my belongings to trade in water and lose money? Seeing other people joining in the conversation, I was overjoyed. What a bunch of idiots. It is said that it might rain, but under such circumstances, the weather will definitely get hotter. Droughts are bound to happen. It is simply wishful thinking to have it rain at this time. Now we must strike while the iron is hot, convince this person, and get the things handed over to us. Then, 2111 said, Here, I want you to learn from me. I now have a principle, which is not to take advantage of such loopholes. When I want to buy things, I just buy the supplies that I need. I will never think of taking advantage of loopholes to earn supplies and live a life of luxury and debauchery. Jiazi, I want to ask you, are you short of supplies? After all your development, are you short of supplies? Jiazi hasn't spoken yet. 2111 waved his hand and continued. No, you don't. Now you should find a way to get rid of these things quickly. Let go of the burden, calm down, be down to earth, and deal with those rich people properly. This is what we, the anti-rich alliance, should do. Good. Jiazi replied. Uncle, I understand. I'm going to sell these bags now. Don't. 2111 hurry to stop it. Then he chuckled and suggested. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? Well, I'll take care of all that water for you. Chapter 183, Why Don't You Bring the Machete Yet? Under the arrangement of 2111, everything went very smoothly. On the island of 2111, food, wood, metal, and the few remaining chickens, ducks, and geese disappeared. What appeared instead were dozens of barrels of water stored in the warehouse. Looking at the water, I felt ecstatic. TSK. So comfortable. With this water, I can wait a few days when the weather's hottest and sell this water. By then, I will be the most handsome guy in this area. Maybe 1111 is not as good as me. Thinking about this, he was so happy that he even hummed a little tune. Today is a good day. 2111 is having fun. His female subordinate suddenly ran into the warehouse and asked in a panic. My dear, I just checked, and all our poultry is gone. 2111 Don T. Care. I know, I sold all these animals. The female subordinate was dumbfounded. All the chickens, ducks, and geese are gone. How am I going to make fried rice with eggs? Oh, egg fried rice? He glanced sideways at his female subordinate. Not only are the poultry gone, but even the rice and oil are all gone. Are you still thinking about making fried rice? Hearing this, the female subordinate was completely stunned. Honey, if you sell all this, what will we eat in the future? Oh, you're just too narrow-minded. You only think about eating every day. 2111 showed an evil smile at the corner of his mouth and pointed at the water on the ground. See, as long as we have this water, We can sell it and eat whatever we want. You don't have to worry about these things. Go back to your work." Hearing this, the female subordinate didn't say much and walked out of the warehouse. After the female servant left, he squatted down again and touched the buckets, unable to let go. Now, he's even considering it. How about tearing down the house and the fan, then stocking up on it and making a fortune in silence? The other end. "Boss, this is the portrait I drew. Please check it." "Well, thank you for your hard work." Looking at the message sent by the painter, Jiang Tian accepted the transaction request from the other party. After the transaction was completed, several portraits of anime characters appeared in his hands. After taking a look at the portraits, Jiang Tian nodded. "Well, the quality of the painting this time is still good." "Really? Thank you, sir. That pigskin armor. I'll send it to you now." "Transaction successful." "Thank you, sir. I've almost finished the character you asked me to draw. What should I draw next?" Seeing the painter's question, Jiang Tian thought about it. Generally speaking, Liu Ban was mainly busy dealing with crossbow carts or building reinforcements, and he would only carve some figures during his rest time after meals. And relatively speaking, it takes longer to design a new figure, so carving a figure that has been carved before is definitely more efficient. At present, there are more than 10 portraits of the figures. So many types are enough for now. There is no need to get anything else. Then, Jiang Tian said, "There's nothing to draw for now, so you can take a rest." "Really? Okay then." The painter couldn't get any work and looked quite pitiful. Seeing the other person's look, Jiang Tian was a little amused. Then he remembered that he had discussed the issue of bringing this artist into the alliance before in the alliance channel. The other party seems to be honest, so we can indeed consider inviting him in. After joining the group, you may be harassed by 0888 and then scolded by 0066 At this time, the alliance channel was quite quiet. The two of them weren't arguing inside. They were probably preparing for a rainstorm. At this time, Jiang Tian remembered something. If it really rains heavily at that time, what will the painter do? We have been cooperating for quite some time, and everything is going well. Moreover, it is possible to become a member of your own business alliance. Jiang Tian also didn't want to see the other person being washed away by the heavy rain. Then he spoke to the other party. There might be a heavy rainstorm in a couple of days. Some wooden houses with weak foundations might not be able to withstand it. Tell your men to strengthen the foundations. It will be best if you could use cement to secure the houses. Then, Jiang Tian explained to the other party the method of making cement. After a while, the other party sent a message. "Huh, boss, what did you say? Heavy rain. In this kind of weather?" Seeing that the other party was a little unconvinced, Jiang Tian was too lazy to explain too much. "Answer directly. This is the speculation of one of my men. I can't guarantee it 100%. Anyway, I'm currently reinforcing the house." "Ah, well, since you've already started preparing, I'll do it too." The painter finished this sentence. After a while, he asked again, "I've already arranged for my men to reinforce the house. As for the cement, boss, making this cement requires a lot of clay and water. My current water resources are barely enough. If it doesn't rain, that's something you should consider. If you don't believe what my subordinate says, you can choose not to use cement. It's up to you." "Okay, I understand." Close the chat box. The painter looked at a small pond. During this period of time, he and his men have been reluctant to use the water in it. Basically, every drop of water is used to its maximum value. If I really want to use this water to make cement, this is really risky for me. However, I still choose to trust the big boss 1111. Judging from his style of never delaying the final payment and never making himself change more than a dozen prints for no apparent reason, and finally choosing the original version again. Such a person will definitely not deceive himself. Fortunately, clay is relatively cheap now, and my house is not big, so this water should be enough. Not long after, news came on the World Channel about painters purchasing clay and water. Seeing this, Jiang Tian nodded. This painter is quite sensible. It can be seen from the fact that the other party is willing to believe in you and follow your footsteps. You can add this person to the alliance. Of course, once this artist joins the alliance, he will definitely take advantage of the other party's advantages and get himself some big design orders or something. In the past, didn't pirates like to make some figureheads for their ships? Sky piracy is all the rage these days, and I wonder if there are any big-time sky pirates out there who'd like to get themselves a whole island head portrait or something like that. By the way, I had previously announced in the regional channel that I could be an agent for custom-made furniture, but no one came to me. It seems that I still need to shout it out on the World Channel. What's going on with Business Alliance number 1? Why hasn't he brought the watermelon knife yet? Yeah, I'm getting impatient. Now, in the entire store, besides the pigs and sheep, there are only tables, chairs, and a few figurines. TSK, TSK. These furniture and figurines. I want them, but they're too expensive. 999 kilograms of iron. Only a fool would buy them. These prices must have been deliberately marked by the store owner. He must be trying to express something. Just at this moment, a message appeared in everyone's sight. CNNS 1111. We undertake furniture making, figurine carving, and other carpentry work. Contact information. Click CNNS 1111 to send a private message. Please add the keyword customization before the private message, and add the items you want to customize at the end. Materials are provided by the client, and a processing fee of varying amounts will be charged based on the complexity of the work. Chapter 184. I met a fool today. Saw this message from Jiang Tian. The world channel began to boil again. Oh my God. Mention the devil and he'll appear. Gao Gao. This CNNS 1111. Is he Chow Chow? Foreigners, you guys won't understand what I'm saying, but this guy suddenly came out and did some advertising, and it caught me off guard. Custom furniture? That's CNNS 1111. You're not only dealing in weapons, you've also started carpentry work. I want it. I want to make a figurine. I have a lot of spare wood lately. Can you make me a gaming chair? I feel uncomfortable sitting on other chairs. Haha, a gaming chair? Look at your lack of talent. Can you even make a figure the size of a human? The kind that wears cooler clothes. Upstairs, there's something wrong with you. The one above, you can't get in. Upstairs, did you get so excited that you said the opposite of what you said? No, he didn't say the opposite. The world channel was filled with noise. The topic started out as carpentry work, but then it started to go off track. There were even a few people who were banned from the world channel for 3 days because their language was too vulgar. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes and closed the world channel directly. Then click on the stranger's message and search for the keyword customization. There was actually a list of messages that were filtered out. It seems that advertising on the world channel is quite useful. Then, Jiang Tian began to look through the messages. A large part of them are some anime characters sent to request customized figures. It also states what kind of clothing these anime characters are required to wear, what kind of poses they are required to pose, etc. Jiang Tian ignored these orders for the time being. I'll wait until I can't sell the anime character figures I own now. Now, Luban can recognize each of these cartoon characters accurately. Every time I hear him ask himself questions about Ram, Kurumi, and Asuna. Jiang Tian felt a little embarrassed. If it really doesn't work, let's wait until Ji Gang practices these things. There's some more. The request is to customize some life-size sculptures of anime characters and celebrities, the kind with very little fabric on the body. Seeing these messages, Jiang Tian rolled his eyes again and ignored them. Even if these things are carved out, I don't know if they will pass the review. Well, audits in all aspects. There are a few people who want us to make furniture. It's like chairs, benches, wardrobe drawers, and the like. These don't require much technical skills, so you probably won't earn much. After a rough look around, I haven't seen any requests to make an island head portrait. Perhaps these air pirates are more pragmatic now and save their resources to exchange for weapons. Just at this moment, a new message popped up among the messages filtered out by customization. CHGJ 3333. Can you make a custom dragon throne? Jiang Tian was stunned when he saw this message. Dragon throne? You mean, it's the kind that the emperor sits on, the dragon throne. Can you make it? Jiang Tian was shocked when he saw this sentence. He never expected it. The island leader's statue didn't come, but someone came to ask to make a dragon throne. Wow, this is much more inflated than the island leader statue. But whether the other party expands or not has nothing to do with him. Tell me your requirements first. What kind of dragon throne do you want? The other side, in an airspace, more than 10 sky islands are connected together to form an area of 2,000 square meters. Near the center of this area, a pile of wood is placed here. Next to the wood stood a man. He put his hands behind his back, held his head high, and looked around the rest of the islands with pride. These allies are working with their men. From time to time, someone would come over and carry a few pieces of wood. When meeting a man, she would bow and shout, "Long live our emperor." Well, Director Zixinci, please step aside and do your thing. Yes, my emperor. The director of the Salary Protection Department bowed and turned to leave. The man called him again. Wait a minute. I'll ask Taitsong to feed the pigs and the Minister of Personnel to water the vegetables. By the way, the toilet in my room seems to be blocked. Please notify the doctor from the construction department to clear it for me. Then ask the Imperial Kitchen to prepare dinner and make an extra dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes tonight. Yes, my emperor. The director of the Salary Protection Department bowed to the man, then took a few wooden boards and walked back. Looking at the other persons departing back, the man's face was full of pride again. Since he established the alliance, he has assigned official positions to every ally that joined. All the 3 offices and 6 ministries were installed. He even gave his allies subordinates positions, such as Commander-in-Chief of the Royal Guards. You can say that. Now, there is no ordinary person in his alliance. Now, he was the only one missing, the throne. Then the man looked at the wood on the ground and then looked at the chat box. A message was displayed on it. CNNS 1111. First, tell me your requirements. What kind of dragon throne do you want to make? What kind? The man smiled proudly and replied. CHEJ 3333. Of course, it's the kind of chair that exudes dominance and embodies the aura of the true Dragon Emperor. CNNS 1111. In this day and age, people don't care about things like the true Dragon Emperor anymore. How about you change your title? Upon seeing this news, CHGJ 3333 was furious. Don't worry about it. I am the true Dragon Emperor of this world. Didn't you see that the last digits after my serial number are all leper numbers? CNNS 1111. Me too. The other side. After Jiang Tian replied to this message, the corner of his mouth twitched. Well, I've been here for so many days, and today I actually met a fool. Chapter 185 Division of Labor and Cooperation. In order. After Jiang Tian sent this sentence. After a while, the other party sent a reply. CHGJ 3333. Yours is different from mine. Mine is 3,333. It's bigger than yours. Stop talking so much. Can you even make the dragon throne? It should be possible. Jiang Tian twitched the corner of his mouth. Forget it. Just let it be a fool. It should be easier to make money from a fool's resources. When it comes to carving, there is definitely no problem with Liu Ban. Now it depends on whether the artist can draw it. It's better to ask for the requirements first, and then send them directly to the artist to see if he can draw it. Jiang Tian thought about it and replied seriously. The main reason is that your concept of domineering is too general, and it's difficult for our designers to handle it. CHGA 3333. You call this general? This is easy to understand. It's about that sense of dignity and grandeur, you know? I know a fucking thing. Jiang Tian felt that this person was really ill. Just tell me how long, wide, and high you want the chair to be. This was said not long ago. The other party sent a reply. CHGJ 3333. Since it's a dragon throne, it has to be majestic. It should be long, about 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, so you can just turn over and lie down on it when you get tired. It also has to be high, so you'll feel like you're looking down on everything when you sit on it. Hear this description. Jiang Tian inexplicably felt familiar, and he asked tentatively, are you talking about the top bunk in the student dormitory? What upper bunk? CHGJ 3333 was furious. It's similar in specs, but it's not that thing. Let me be frank, it's the ones in TV dramas with dragons carved on them, just bigger. Hey, why didn't you say that earlier? Jiang Tian breathed a sigh of relief. He had probably seen the kind in TV dramas. No matter how precious or rare this thing is, it is still just a chair. It's nothing more than carving a dragon on the structure of the chair. Then, Jiang Tian found the painter and asked, are you there? Yes. I've already arranged for my men to reinforce the house, and they're working on the foundation now. By the way, what do you want? Do you have a list? The artist responded very quickly. Jiang Tian replied, yes, I just received an order. By the way, can you draw a dragon? Dragon. The artist was stunned and asked, are you talking about the dragon made of the Kobayashi family? That's also fine, Thor or Connor. Seeing these 2 names, Jiang Tian was confused. What does this mean? Could it be another anime character? It seems that the orders he had issued before have driven this artist crazy, and everything he says reminds him of anime. Jiang Tian then explained what was required for this order, and the painter understood. Oh, I see. It's the dragon throne from the TV series, right? I watched a bit of the TV series before and remember it roughly like that. And I've learned these before I can draw dragons, but if I want to draw each dragon on the chair, clearly, it will take a lot of time. After all, the dragon has so many scales. Seeing this reply, Jiang Tian thought about it. Well, don't rush to paint. I'll go check out the situation first, and I'll let you know when I'm ready to paint. After saying that, Jiang Tian first retrieved CHA 3333 and started the following process. The chair can be made. First, you need to provide the materials yourself. You have to send them to me first. CHJ 3333. That's no problem. I have some wood here in Amu. Jiang Tian nodded and continued to ask. And how detailed do you plan to make this chair? Is this question even necessary? CHEA 3333 proudly said, Of course, the more detailed the better. A perfect replica of the original dragon throne. There should be all sorts of dragons carved on it, and there should also be dragons wrapped around the handles on both sides. Seeing this answer, Jiang Tian thought for a while and gave a reply. That's not impossible. If you want a perfect replica, it would cost 500 kilograms of iron. What the hell? So expensive. I paid for all the wood. Why is it so expensive? Of course it's expensive, but there's a reason for it. After all, dragons are difficult to carve. From design to production, it takes a lot of manpower. Jiang Tian smiled faintly and continued. Don't think good things are too expensive. Didn't you just say you were the true dragon emperor? In the days ahead, you'll surely have to prove this to other outsiders. Leopard IDs are not uncommon. The number 3,333 alone is not enough and cannot express your extraordinary identity. However, the dragon throne is different. It is the only one of its kind in the world. As long as you have the throne, you are the most handsome guy in the world. After a while, you're right, but let me think about it first. After CHGJ 3333 sent this message, there was no further news. Seeing this, Jiang Tian smiled helplessly. In this deal, when the buyer says he'll consider it, it's most likely a failure. However, Jiang Tian could understand the situation, and this price is really too expensive for people nowadays. Besides, Jiang Tian had no idea what was going on with this kid. Maybe he's just a complete idiot. I guess this kind of person can't come up with so many resources. Never mind. Just go about your own business. Close the chat interface. Jiang Tian walked out of the room and checked the work progress on the island. In order to cope with this rainstorm, most of the manpower on the island was handed over to Liu Ban and Shi Jigang to reinforce the construction. Biaozi, Zhuzi, Taidan, and those 10 ordinary people. There were also Tang Yin, Zhang San, Li Si, and Xuanzi who were responsible for blacksmithing, and even Pai Shangtian who was learning from Pao Ding, who were sent to this job. There are 20 people working on this reinforcement construction work. Since we have sufficient manpower, the progress is quite good. At this time, a foundation of about 100 square meters and 1.5 meters deep had been dug near the east side of the island. This is the new grocery warehouse that is being built. Once this warehouse is completed, the 2 previous small warehouses will be no longer needed, and all the supplies will be concentrated here. At this time, Liu Ban was directing some of his men to drive wooden stakes inside. Since there were quite a few buildings that needed to be reinforced, in order to speed up the progress, 2 furnaces were built with clay next to the new warehouse to burn wood ash and make cement. Another part of the subordinates are also dividing the work and cooperating. Several men were burning wood ash inside under the supervision of Shi Jigang. Several other men were carrying clay and wood ash back and forth to fill the pit and mix them. The mixed cement is then handed over to the warehouse construction workers. Under the command of Liu Ban and Shi Jigang, everything was in order. Once the foundation of this grocery warehouse is completed, we can assign another group of people to lay the foundation of another warehouse specifically for storing wood. In addition, the foundation of the wooden house needs to be retreated, and the cowshed also needs to be expanded and reinforced. Try to get all of this done before tomorrow morning, so the cement has enough time to dry and harden. That is to say, tonight, most of the people on the island have to work overtime all night. They take turns to rest, sleeping for a while, and then getting up to work to ensure the progress of building reinforcement. Of course, this is also because the situation is special, and people certainly cannot be kept under this level of work intensity all the time. At that time, Jiang Tian will give them a day off so that they can relax. When it rains heavily, people will definitely not be able to go out to work. Let's give them a holiday then. Thinking about this plan, Jiang Tian nodded with great satisfaction. He is willing to take this way of vacation. It's called adjusted leave. Chapter 186. Okay, let's draw now. After a while, dinner is ready. According to Jiang Tian's instructions, the dishes cooked tonight are relatively simple. It's just a big pot of potatoes and vegetables. and a big pot of pork to replenish everyone's energy. Moreover, the pork had been processed by the butcher and the bones had been removed. The purpose is to let everyone eat heartily, finish eating early, and get to work early. Looking at the crowd of people, covered in dust and sitting on the ground eating their meals, Jiang Tian felt a little sorry for them. After this rainstorm is over, we still have to hurry up and finish building the canteen. After the rain, there will definitely be no shortage of water. The main thing is clay. This construction will also consume a large amount of clay, and it is not known whether it will be enough by then. It's better to collect some money on the trading platform. Thinking about this, Jiang Tian opened the trading house and searched for clay. Due to the shortage of water resources, the price of clay is very cheap now. After all, without water, clay is of no use at all. Many people simply dispose of the clay by selling it off. Jiang Tian was also very happy and directly exchanged the fish for other products. After exchanging the clay, he threw it to the construction site and gave it to the workers to use. After exchanging these, Jiang Tian also sat on the ground. He glanced at the people busy at work and opened the world chat channel. When it was time for dinner, the atmosphere inside became lively again. Generally speaking, there are 3 most active points in the chat channel. One is in the morning. Although they have arrived on the Sky Island, many people still can't break the habit of lying in bed and browsing their phones. I usually check the news and chat a little. There are also some who sell vegetables in the morning, and now some of them come out to sell breakfast. One time point is noon, and the other time point is evening. It is usually used to sell food before and after meal times. Like now, selling buns. Selling buns. We also have wontons and dumplings. We have all kinds of freshly made noodles. Affordable. Take a look at the fried noodles. There are ones with shredded pork and eggs, and ones stir-fried with cabbage. Welcome to our shop. Wong Key Food Stall to shop. Hello everyone. Today our fast food restaurant is serving braised fish fillets, hot and sour potato shreds, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Friends who haven't eaten yet are welcome to come in and order. Oriental food, delicious. My foreign friends, please take a look at my shop. You will definitely be satisfied with the traditional Oriental food. Oh, Oriental food? Do you have mapo tofu? Don't always look at Eastern cuisine. You're too westernized. We have rice balls here. Kimchi. Selling kimchi. Wow. I just went to the store and saw your food selling so fast. I'm so envious of you guys who can cook. I don't have any skills at all. I do have some skills, but I'm a barber. How should I approach the business? Can you give me your head so I can cut it? Wow. Wow, that's new. Is there anyone who gets their hair cut like this? My name is Kira Yashikage. I'm 33 years old and single. I'm a famous hand care therapist. Is there any lady willing to send her hand to me for care? I do have some freaking skills. I can perform acrobatics. Can you even describe that? I jumped up, did a 720-degree flip in the air, and then stood on my men's shoulders. I could do magic. Look everyone, I stuffed a chicken into my pants. Now is the moment to witness the miracle. Swish. I pull my pants down, and the chicken is gone. Wow, that's amazing. Are you a professional shill upstairs? Even this can scare you. Come on. The World Channel is very active. Jiang Tian watched the conversation in the channel with great interest and felt that it was quite lively. There is the feeling of taking a walk on the pedestrian street at night. Having said that, Jiang Tian discovered that the strategies of those selling ready-made foods were similar to his own. In addition to exchanging these finished foods for some metals, wood, and other resources, they will also use the finished foods to exchange for more ingredients or seasonings for nesting dolls. While increasing your own resource acquisition, you can also ensure that the business can continue in a cycle. Moreover, it seems that business is pretty good. Now that there is a channel like the trading house, the prepared dishes can be delivered directly to your door, which is more convenient than takeout. Once the canteen is completed, we will definitely put some staff in it. At that time, these people cannot be idle. They have to make some food and sell it. Just as Jiang Tian was reading these messages to pass the time, the prompt icon of the private chat message began to flash. Jiang Tian clicked on it and saw that it was the potential customer who made furniture. CHGJ 3333. Are you there? I've figured it out. I'll make this dragon throne. But I don't have enough materials. I just asked the Minister of Finance, and they only have 100 kilograms of iron available. Is that okay? Finance Minister? Jiang Tian was stunned, but he didn't care about these details. He just smiled faintly and replied, "It's simple. You get what you pay for. If it's 100 kilograms of iron, I can also arrange for someone to make you an affordable dragon throne. Is there an affordable version of the dragon throne? What does it look like? It's just not as refined in the details, but still the dragon throne in essence. The other party thought for a while and replied, okay, in addition to the iron, I can also add some copper and some wood. But at least you have to carve the dragon head for me. Okay, bring the wood first. After replying, Jiang Tian received the other party's transaction request. They were whitened wooden stakes, some of which had already taken on certain shapes and bore traces of carving, though the craftsmanship was crude and ugly. This guy might have tried to carve before, but failed. At this time, Jiang Tian was on the east side of the island and placed these woods directly next to other woods. Then, a message was sent to the painter. I just asked the client, and the requirement is, okay, let's draw now. After receiving Jiang Tian's instructions, the painter immediately replied. Afterwards, neither of them spoke again. Jiang Tian was very satisfied with the painter's work attitude of just doing the job. Afterwards, Jiang Tian closed the chat box. Continue following the previous process. Find Pudding and Leopard Woman, get the pigskin armor and put on the shelf, and also process the roast duck. After instructing Shi Jigang and Lu Ban about the overtime work in the evening, he returned to his room to rest. Chapter 187. You are the best party A in the world. The next day, sunlight streamed into the room through the plastic panels. Jiang Tian stretched, washed up, and walked out. At this time, the men are still busy outside. Some of his men were calling out to their companions who were sleeping in the tent to get up. Those who were called stood up, stretched, and hurried to the construction site to join the work. After these people got up, they ordered their men to go in. It seems that they are just changing shifts. The person in charge of directing the work at the construction site was only Shi Jigang with red eyes, and there was no sign of Lu Ban. He must have let his ancestor rest while he was holding on. Jiang Tian did not ask any questions and walked around the island to check the reinforcement of the construction. Even with this kind of overtime work efficiency is also very high. The grocery warehouse has been completed and a layer of cement has been applied on the outside. On the other side, the warehouse for storing wood is almost completed. One group of people was applying cement, while another group started to work on the foundation of the wooden house and expand the cowshed. North side of the island, Song Yingxing and Sun Simiao also began to collect grown plants. Some of the plants that have not yet grown can be temporarily transplanted into wooden boxes. Those that cannot be transplanted will be dug out later and wait to be sold by Jiang Tian. Under Jiang Tian's instructions, aka was also working in the vegetable garden in the north, helping the two old men. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. Jiang Tian didn't feel bad about selling these half-grown plants. As long as there are seeds, it is only a matter of time before they are planted again. It is better than being destroyed by rain. Soon, breakfast was ready. Lu Ban got up and looked in good spirits, probably having had a good rest. After breakfast, Shi Jigang went to his room to rest and arranged for Lu Ban to take command. The others also returned to their posts and worked. Jiang Tian also came to the fishing spot, picked up the fishing rod, and made a copy. Now, there are 30 fishing rods in total. In other words, judging solely by the speed at which fishing rods acquire supplies, Jiang Tian's island has already reached 30 times the rate of other people who only have one fishing rod. Even those air pirates who rob others are not as efficient as they are now. According to Jiang Tian's understanding on the World Channel, the pirates who have robbed the most people now seem to have only robbed a dozen islands. The number of fishing rods should be only half of Jiang Tian's. Of course, although there are more fishing rods, there are more and more people now. There are now 38 people on the island, and the consumption is very high. If you spread it out evenly, the resources each person gets from fishing rods are not enough for everyone to have one. But it doesn't matter. We have stockpiled a lot of supplies before, so there's no need to worry too much about this issue. Moreover, you can also obtain resources by doing business on the trading house. Although for now, the production of weapons, crossbows, and other things has been temporarily suspended, only pigskin armor and roast duck are still being sold. However, once these buildings are reinforced, Tang Yin and his group can return to the blacksmith shop to continue working, and Lu Ban can continue making crossbow carts and furniture. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel, wanted to see if anyone had continued to send him orders after yesterday's dragon throne. At this time, the message icon is flashing. I clicked on it and saw that it was that painter. Boss, I've finished drawing the dragon throne. Take a look. Jiang Tian did not rush to accept the transaction request from the other party, but raised his eyebrows and asked, You finished it so quickly? You didn't stay up all night working on this, did you? Well, because this is quite troublesome and I don't know how long it will take, I have been busy with it. By the time I came to my senses, it was already daybreak. Okay, let's take a look. As he spoke, Jiang Tian accepted the transaction request sent by the other party. After the transaction is successful, 3 pieces of drawing paper appeared in Jiang Tian's hands. The first piece of paper had the outline of the dragon throne drawn on it. Due to the limited area of A4 paper, the details above are not very clear. The details are drawn on 2 other sheets of paper. One of the papers had a drawing of the dragon head, body, and other structures, and the dragon horns and teeth were clearly drawn. The remaining one has a carved pattern of the lower half of the dragon throne. Seeing such detailed drawings, Jiang Tian was speechless. Replied to the artist, "Good boy, you've drawn this in such detail. Didn't I tell you that the other party doesn't have enough resources, so the affordable model will do? Hey, forget it. Thank you for your hard work all night. What kind of reward do you want this time?" After posting this paragraph, Jiang Tian originally thought that the painter would want more machetes, pigskin armor, or crossbow card. However, Jiang Tian was stunned by the message from the other party. "I don't need anything. If there really is a heavy rainstorm this time, then you've done me a big favor, sir." "Are you sure?" "Sure." Jiang Tian had a strange expression on his face. After thinking for a while, he asked again, "It's not 100% certain that it will rain this time. Maybe tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Everything will be normal, and there won't be a drop of water at all. What are you going to do then? If that happens, I'll give you my compensation then." After the message was sent, the other party was silent for a while. Then give an answer. "What else can I do? Forget about the pay or not. This is my own choice, so I'll just call it bad luck. It's nice to be able to take orders here and put what I've learned into practice." Seeing the painter's answer, Jiang Tian felt a little uncomfortable. "I always feel like I'm bullying others. But I didn't bully him. I did tell him the information I got. How should I put it? This ally is acceptable. Okay, we'll talk about it later." Jiang Tian thought about it, went to the warehouse, took 3 bottles of mineral water, and sent a transaction application. "I don't know if you have enough drinking water over there, so just make do with what you have for now." "Thank you, boss. You are the best client in the world." The painter did not hesitate and accepted the deal directly. Party A. Seeing this word, Jiang Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Having said that, "I used to be the one who sent the orders and made the request to the other party, and we were indeed in a relationship of Party A and Party B. However, once this painter joined the Chamber of Commerce, he was no longer his second party. But become your own worker." Chapter 188. This thing is really not easy to get. As for the painter's remuneration, apart from making sure the other party joins the business alliance, Jiang Tian has already thought it through. If it doesn't rain by then, Jiang Tian won't let the painter suffer any loss. After everything returns to normal, weapons and items such as machetes will be supplied first, just like other allies, and they will be of better quality. Just thinking about this, Jiang Tian received another private message. "CHGJ 3333. Are you there? Are you there? How's the dragon throne? Is it ready?" Jiang Tian rolled his eyes when he saw this message. My goodness, how anxious must this silly boy be? I dream of becoming an emperor every day, and I don't know how I managed to make it. While complaining, Jiang Tian replied, "Not yet. Designing these things takes time. It won't happen that quickly. Just wait." After sending this message, Jiang Tian directly closed the private chat. Then I opened the world channel, intending to see if there were any changes in the world today. Selling vegetables. Fresh vegetables. Cheap. Selling sesame cakes. Fried dough sticks. If you haven't had breakfast yet, come and buy some. Fresh milk for sale. Fresh pig's milk. Fuck pig milk. Is this drinkable? There's nothing we can do. There are no such things as dairy cows these days. Stop talking too much. Do you want to buy it or not? We have a membership system now. As long as you become a member, we will deliver milk to you every morning. Please tell me, how can a barber survive here by relying on his craft? Same question. How can a magician use his advantage here? The acrobats ask the same question. Mime, Lord, our alliance has been attacked by sky pirates again. Please bless me and let me encounter a powerful alliance again. I want to rely on this alliance to make a comeback. After looking around, I saw that most of the people were selling things. Things like monsters shouldn't have changed much. After closing the world channel, Jiang Tian discovered that the prompt icon for the private chat message was flashing all the time. When I clicked on it, I saw that the guy who was collecting the dragon throne had been urging me. Hurry up, hurry up. I can't wait. Do you have VIP expedited service? Please help me finish the dragon throne. I can add money. I have all the resources ready. Jiang Tian was speechless after seeing the news. It's just a chair, isn't it? Is that necessary? Could it be that this chair, like Huazi and other things, is the spiritual sustenance of 3,333? If Lu Ban wasn't busy taking rain protection measures, Jiang Tian would have simply asked him to do the job quickly. Think of this. Jiang Tian suddenly remembered. If it really rains heavily, resources other than water, such as metals and wood, may see substantial price increases. By then, will the chair still be sellable? It would probably be difficult to get the balance back then. Otherwise, let Lu Ban make this thing first and get the supplies here sooner. Then, Jiang Tian came to Lu Ban. Lu Ban, how's the situation? When will these things be ready? My lord. Lu Ban greeted him and then looked at the construction work in progress. He rubbed his chin and thought for a while before answering. We worked all night yesterday, and the most troublesome work is almost done. Complete all the tasks you assigned to me, and they should be finished by noon. Really? So soon? Jiang Tian was stunned. But this is normal. The most troublesome thing is building the 2 new warehouses. As long as these 2 houses are completed, the other measures are nothing more than putting cement on them. The main problem is that it takes a long time to wait for the cement to dry. Hopefully, the cement will completely harden and turn into stone before the heavy rain arrives. Then, Jiang Tian nodded. Since there is still enough time, we can consider making the dragon throne. Jiang Tian looked at Lu Ban, but didn't say anything. Lu Ban was the first to nod and ask, My lord, do you have any instructions? Yes, what's the current construction status? Do you need to personally take charge and keep an eye on it? No need. I've already explained the process to them. Even if I'm not here, the work can proceed. I'll check it once it's finished. My lord, please feel free to tell me what you want. Jiang Tian nodded and handed the drawing in his hand to Lu Ban. Study this thing today and see if you can make it quickly. The wood is to the east. It's water Nanmu. You should recognize it. Lu Ban took a look at the blueprint and was stunned. Then he looked at Jiang Tian in shock. My lord, this is the blueprint for the dragon throne? On the drawing, there was a large chair. Carved on it was a dragon pattern, which symbolized royal nobility. That's right. My lord, is this what you prepared for yourself? If so, why would you use such an inferior wood as water Nanmu? You should at least use golden Nanmu. After saying this, Jiang Tian smiled and patted Lu Ban on the shoulder. I don't have this kind of fetish. This is for someone else. Please speed up and make this thing. By the way, it doesn't have to be as detailed as the drawing. This is an economical model, so it's okay if it's of a lower quality. Yes, my lord. Lu Ban nodded, went to the construction site, and gave a few more instructions to his busy men. Then, he took the blueprint to the east and started thinking about it. At this time, Jiang Tian seemed to have thought of something and found Lu Ban again. Added a sentence. Once the chair is finished, just paint it with some yellow paint. Yellow paint. Lu Ban was stunned. This thing is really not easy to get. After all, in his impression, paints are all applied with plant juice. No matter what Jiang Tian did for him before, he never mentioned the matter of paint. Lu Ban scratched the back of his head. He looked around. Suddenly, I looked toward the house where the goblins were kept. Chapter 189. Everyone can take a day off tomorrow. See this building. Think about the people who live in this building. A bold idea emerged in Lu Ban's mind. Anyway, this chair is not for the master, so it doesn't matter what material it is made of. Then Lu Ban patted his chest. My lord, leave this matter to me. Following Lu Ban's gaze, Jiang Tian also glanced at the small room where the goblins were imprisoned. Jiang Tian also had a rough guess about Lu Ban's thoughts. However, since I'm not going to use this chair myself, it doesn't really matter what material it's made of. Then he patted Lu Ban on the shoulder. Well, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. My lord, I will go back to making chairs first. After Lu Ban said this, he took the blueprint and went to where the wood was placed. Jiang Tian then looked at the small room where the goblins were placed. This little cabin definitely can't withstand the heavy rain. When a rainstorm comes, it's better to throw these blue goblins into the house first. And by the way, give them some coolness. In the past 2 days, 0066 and 0888 have been busy reinforcing the buildings on their side and have not had much time to collect goblins. So the number of blue goblins is still 5, and there are 3 corpses. These living goblins, one was thrown into the cabin, and one was thrown into his own brick house. There are more people in the dormitory, so throw 3. Just throw the remaining goblin skeletons into the ice cellar. By the way, the outside of the ice cellar needs to be covered with cement so it can't be destroyed by rain. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian went to the construction site again and gave an order to his men. Then, opened the chat interface. Sent a message to CHGJ3333, who customized the dragon chair. I'll start making the chair for you now. Prepare the materials, and we should be able to trade this afternoon. CHGJ3333. It's already ready. Hurry up, ship it out. I can't wait to announce this to the world. Jiang Tian was stunned. The world? Are you going to show off on the World Channel with this thing? CHGJ3333. It's none of her business. Just prepare your goods quickly. After sending this sentence, the other party soon sent another message. CHA3333. All right, I have the throne now, but I don't have the imperial seal yet. You have to make me one. Carve on it. Mandated by heaven. May you live long and prosper. Yatesel. Jiang Tian twitched the corner of his mouth. Wow, this guy has all the equipment he wants. Will I have to prepare the dragon rope for him in a few days? It's not impossible to carve a jade seal, but it will cost extra. Also, if you want the jade seal, you have to give me the jade first. CHGJ3333. I don't mind paying more, but I don't have jade. Find a way to make me one. Jiang Tian asked tentatively. Then I'll have the technicians carve one for you out of wood? Wood? No, it's too lowbrow and doesn't suit my status. And metal? Metal won't work either. It doesn't look like it. After sending this message, CHGJ3333 was silent for a while. He continued, It seems like no one is jade these days. Although the raw materials are scarce, you have to make me something similar, something crystal clear. I'll also give you 50 kilograms of copper. Looking at this request, Jiang Tian was speechless. Well, it depends. I had to finish it quickly and deliver the goods. If I continued chatting with him like this, I felt like I was going to become a middle school student. Close the chat interface. Jiang Tian glanced at the people busy on the island. Go to the east side of the island and place your palms on the empty soil floating in the air. The shadow of the entire island appeared before his eyes. Jiang Tian chose a location and settled down. Then, head to the north side of the island. These days, under Jiang Tian's arrangement, a 50 square meter, 2-meter deep swimming pool-shaped terrain was formed in front of the original 100 square meter pool. Together with this 502 volume pool, once the heavy rain fills these pools, the island will instantly have more than 200 tons of water resources. Having this much water is enough, even for swimming, right? Thinking of this, Jiang Tian's face was full of relief. At this time, several figures around him were busy, attracting Jiang Tian's attention. Look up. It was Song Yingxing, Sun Ximiao, and AKA, who were busy planting some plants in boxes. Seeing Song Yingxing, Jiang Tian suddenly remembered. Mr. Song is knowledgeable and experienced, and perhaps he can find this crystal-clear material among the limited resources to make the jade seal. If he couldn't find the right materials, the worst that could happen was that he wouldn't make any money from the jade seal. Song. Looking at the busy Song Yingxing, Jiang Tian gang shouted a word. He paused as his attention was drawn to something on the ground. This is... At this time, Song Yingxing heard the noise and ran over to ask. My lord, you called me? Do you have any instructions? Ah, it's okay, you can go ahead and do your work. Jiang Tian waved his hand and arranged for Song Yingxing to go back to work. Then he looked at the thing on the ground and smiled faintly. I think I found the right material. After lunch, the men were divided into two groups. One group continued to make cement and paste it on the exterior of the building. Another group is also moving the things placed in the old warehouse to the new warehouse. After a while, the subordinates who were doing the division of labor gathered together. We've already finished our stuff. What about you? It's the same here. The wood has been placed in the wood warehouse. The foundation of the wooden house has been prepared and the cement has been applied. Where's the ice cellar? Is it finished? Done. Great. Hurry. Go report to team leader Shi Jigang. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Boss. After the door was opened, Shi Jigang walked into the room and nodded in greeting to Jiang Tian. Shi Jigang, are you awake? Yes, boss. Shi Jigang bowed and reported. Boss, all the work you ordered has been completed. Well, go out and take a look. As they spoke, the two of them walked out of the stone brick house. At this time, under the sunlight, most of the buildings on the island are covered with a layer of gray mud. At the same time, compared to before, There are 2 more buildings, which are also covered with a layer of mud. I have inspected these buildings, and there are no problems. Yeah, very good. Following Ji Gang's introduction, Jiang Tian nodded. Everything is ready, and now we just have to wait for the cement to harden and turn into stone. The sun was still very scorching, and Jiang Tian couldn't help but raise his hands to shade himself. Next to him, a group of subordinates stood in neat rows, sweating profusely and looking tired. But his eyes revealed the joy of completing the work. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Jiang Tian looked at the expressions of his men and smiled faintly. He ordered loudly, now I declare that everyone who has been busy with the construction can leave work now. Besides, whether it rains tomorrow or not, everyone can relax in their room for the day. Oh, Chapter 190, what is this smell? Following Jiang Tian's order, all the men shouted in unison. Oh my God, does the boss mean that tomorrow is a holiday? Very good. I've been here for quite a few days, and this is the first time I've heard the word holiday. The boss is awesome. Then they bowed to Jiang Tian and said, Thank you, boss. Thank you, my lord. As everyone bowed in gratitude, Tang Yin seemed to have thought of something, wiping the sweat off his face as he approached Jiang Tian. Asked tentatively, Boss, you just said, I can rest now? I cannot work tomorrow. Jiang Tian was stunned. Yeah, what's wrong? Boss. Tang Yan's expression was a little strange. You just said that the people in charge of construction can rest. I was in charge of ironwork before, so I'm not exempt from this, right? You won't wake me up tomorrow and ask me to continue working, right? Seeing Tang Yin like this, Jiang Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No, what are you thinking about? You've been very tired these past 2 days, so just rest assured. Hearing this, Tang Yin felt relieved and laughed out loud. Oh my God, this is great. I didn't realize you have such a conscience, boss. Ha ha ha. Jiang Tian glared, and Tang Yin shrank his neck. No, that's not what I meant. What I wanted to say is, well, boss, remember to have someone call me when dinner is ready. After saying that, Tang Yin trotted into the stone brick house. Jiang Tian just rolled his eyes and shook his head helplessly. What do you mean by not being able to see that you have a conscience? You are obviously a very conscientious person, okay? If the top 10 bosses of Sky Island were to be evaluated, Jiang Tian would definitely be in the top 3. After expressing their gratitude, the other men all headed towards the dormitory. Jiang Tian also called Ji Gang and asked them to take the 3 goblins to the dormitory to cool off. Of course, as for how to distribute these 3 goblins, that is none of your business. At this time, Lu Ban just happened to come to Jiang Tian's side and reported back. My lord, I have completed what you asked me to do. Really? Come on, take me to see it. Under the leadership of Lu Ban, the 2 came to the south. Here, there's a square chair that is held together by a mortise and tenon structure. 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and more than 1 meter high. Judging from the thickness of the wood, the quality is relatively guaranteed. It's just that the details are a little different from what the artist drew. Originally, surrounding the edge of the so-called dragon throne were golden dragons. Because the other party did not provide enough resources, the appearance of this chair is not so gorgeous. The wooden board on the back is carved with a dragon pattern, and there is a dragon placed on each handle on both sides. These dragons are also fixed to the edge of the chair through mortise and tenon joints. The dragon head is sculpted all right, but there aren't many details on the dragon's body. Seeing the chair, Jiang Tian nodded. To be able to accomplish this in such a short time is already quite impressive. Only, the color of this chair is a bit strange. Although it is yellow, it is not golden yellow. The color is not uniform. It has a mottled feel, and it seems to emit a strange smell. Feeling this, Jiang Tian pinched his nose with his hand. Seeing this, Lu Ban smiled embarrassedly. My lord, after this chair was completed, Aka and I prepared a golden liquid to pour over it. Even though it's been exposed to the sun for a while, I still smell it when I get close. Jiang Tian thought for a moment and ordered. Well, you and Aka light a fire nearby and use the smoke to smoke this thing out and try to cover it up. Yes, my lord. After Lu Ban and Aka finished lighting the fire, Jiang Tian asked, By the way, is the other thing I gave you ready? It's done, just follow me. As he spoke, Lu Ban led Jiang Tian into the wooden house. He came to the wooden table, picked up something, and placed it in front of Jiang Tian. This is the imperial seal you ordered me to make. Please take a look. At this time, in Lu Ban's hand, there was a jade seal. It is a square shape with a dragon without many details coiled on it. Most importantly, it's crystal clear. Jiang Tian took the thing from Lu Ban's hand and took a look. There were also 8 big characters carved on the bottom. Mandated by heaven, may you live long and prosper. Seeing this thing, Jiang Tian was very satisfied. I didn't realize that besides wood carving, you're also good at carving this stuff. My lord, you are so kind. Lu Ban lowered his head humbly. Okay, you go and rest for a while. I'll let you know when there's work to do. Yes, my lord. After Lu Ban left, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel. At this time, the customer who customized the dragon throne and the jade seal was frantically sending messages to Jiang Tian. CHGJ 3333. Boss, is the food ready? Boss, are you there? It's just a dragon throne and a jade seal, right? They haven't finished it yet, have they? Hurry up and ship it, or it'll be too late. Seeing this news, Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. My goodness, is there any need to be so anxious? What does it mean that it's too late? Could it be that he can't wait to sit on this chair and hold court for his subordinates? Didn't the emperors in ancient times hold court in the morning? What would be done at this time in the afternoon? Is this a meeting for a small leader? Then, a message was sent to the customer. I've already made the chair and seal you requested. Let's start the transaction now. You're finally here. Let's trade quickly. Hearing what the other party said, Jiang Tian pushed the door open with the jade seal and walked towards the dragon throne. Not long after, the chair and the imperial seal disappeared. Several iron ingots, copper ingots, and somewhat appeared in front of Jiang Tian. Although I didn't make much money this time, it's still okay. The other side, in the CHGJ region, the center of a region consisting of more than 10 islands. CHGJ 3333, looking at the dragon throne in front of him and the jade seal placed on it, was extremely excited. This is the symbol of my imperial power. Wonderful. Watch for a while. While 3333 was excited, he also felt something was wrong. Then I opened a private chat and asked the seller, this dragon throne you made doesn't look like the ones in TV dramas. Besides, it looks like there aren't even any scales carved on the dragon's body. Soon, the other party sent a message. CNSS 1111. Of course, it can't be exactly the same. I told you before, you get what you pay for. And you're pushing so hard. You even want dragon scales? Anyway, I've made the faucet according to your request. I'm being very conscientious by not carving a faucet for you. After reading this passage, 3333 felt that it made sense. Although the appearance is a bit simple, the dragon head is carved very well. It looks okay, but the color doesn't seem right. Then he asked again, that's not right. Isn't the dragon throne golden? Although the top of your chair is also yellow, it doesn't have the golden and noble feeling you imagined. Soon after, the seller gave an explanation. CNNS 1111. Of course it can't be golden yellow. How long have we used that golden yellow before? It's outdated now. Ours is this year's most fashionable color, autumn fragrance yellow, which will keep you at the forefront of fashion and show off your uniqueness. You're right. Seeing the seller's statement, CHGJ 3333 was overjoyed and even wanted to give the boss a thumbs up. Just at this moment, CHGJ 3333 sniffed and frowned. That's not right. What is this smell? Chapter 191. Why did it fail? Boss, why does your chair smell like that? It's a bit weird, and it smells like cigarette smoke. It feels familiar. CHGJ 3333 sent this question, sniffing his nose and searching his memories. At this time, the seller's reply came again. Does this smell give you the feeling of walking in a field? Yes, that's the feeling. 3333 quickly responded and described. While I was a kid playing in the fields with my friends, I could smell this. It's that feeling of being in the fields. CNNS 1111. That's right. We asked famous craftsmen to carefully design this paint. It is designed to allow you to savor the natural freshness while lying down on the chair during your busy work. Really? Boss, you're so thoughtful. 3333 gave a thumbs up to the boss from a distance. The more I look at this dragon throne, the more I like it. He just reached out and touched the chair. Then, I felt something was wrong. I turned over my palm and saw that it was yellow. I was shocked and asked the seller, that's not right, boss. Why is the color of your dragon throne fading? My hands are all covered in paint when I touch it. CNNS 1111. Discoloration? It's possible that the royal aura of the dragon throne has rubbed off on you. This is the dragon throne recognizing its master. This is normal, dear. Seeing this reply, 3333 was stunned. Then, he raised his thumb to the void. For someone with extraordinary bloodline like him, it is perfectly normal for the dragon throne to recognize its master. I have finished looking at the dragon throne, and I am very satisfied. Now it is this jade seal. 3333 stretched out his hand and carefully held the small jade seal in his palm. Looking at it, it is indeed crystal clear. The dragon carving on top is also very nice, and the words below are also vigorous and powerful. Only, this thing seems to be carved out of vegetables. 3333 found the seller and asked, "No, boss, how come your jade seal is carved out of radish?" CNNS 1111. Dear, there is no such thing as jade nowadays. Only white radish best fits the image of crystal clearness. 3333 thinks it makes sense. However, when I think about the 50 kilograms of copper I paid for, I feel it is not worth it. I thought you were going to get me some materials, but you charged me 50 kilograms of copper for just half a carat? Isn't that too much? Black, honey, are you kidding me? CNNS 1111. Don't underestimate it because it's just a carat. It was carved by a master craftsman, and I only sold it to you for 50 kilograms of copper. You've already made a profit. Besides, a mountain is famous not because of its height, but because of the immortals living there. And a river is magical not because of its depth, but because of the dragons living there. Even if it's just a carat, in the hands of a self-proclaimed emperor like you, it's still priceless. Boss, you understand me so well. 3333 was so excited holding the carat. It's totally worth it to spend this much money to buy such a good product. I am very satisfied with this purchase, and I will ask you to customize it next time. Well, luckily the delivery was fast this time. The person hasn't arrived yet, so I have to get down to business with these things now. The other side, Jiang Tian looked at the chat interface and breathed a sigh of relief. My goodness, this after-sales work is not easy. Half of the value of this transaction is reflected in the after-sales work. Then, Jiang Tian thought of what the other party had said just now and asked curiously, "All right, you just said that if we don't get these things now, it will be too late, and now you say you want to use them for real work. Excuse me, what are you going to do with this chair and the imperial seal?" CHGJ 3333. That's right. Yesterday, after you accepted the order, I hosted a banquet for the monarchs of the other two alliances in our area and invited them to participate in the 6-day celebration of our dynasty's founding. By then, I can sit on the dragon throne and demonstrate the power of our dynasty. Jiang Tian was bewildered. The dynasty has been established for 6 weeks? What is this? You just want to use this thing to show off in front of others, right? Just when Jiang Tian was thinking about this, the other party sent a message. CHGJ 3333. Okay, they should be here soon. That's all for now. I'll ask you to customize something else next time. The other side, CHGJ 3333 just closed the chat interface. Then he saw a man jogging towards him and reporting, "My emperor, the monarchs of other nations are almost here, and their islands are already in sight." Really? You came just in time. 3333 smiled proudly, pointed at the dragon throne and the imperial seal, and ordered, "Scout, have the others move my throne and seal to the Golden Palace. We'll be discussing important matters there later." Yes. The scout responded and went to call for help elsewhere. And 3333, with his head held high, came to an island near the edge of the alliance. Not far away, 2 small islands are slowly approaching. Soon, the 2 islands bordered the alliance. Among the guards who were wearing pigskin armor and holding machetes, 2 men dressed in more gorgeous clothes landed on the island where 3333 was. Seeing this, 3333 gave a look to his allies and subordinates. Everyone understood and immediately lined up on both sides, unfurling banners made of wrapping cloth and wooden sticks. It read, "Welcome, both leaders, to our great new dynasty to participate in the 6th anniversary celebration of the dynasty's founding." After unrolling the banner, everyone shouted at the same time, "Welcome, a warm welcome." See this posture. The 2 alliance leaders were speechless at the same time. This 3333 knew both of them before the alliance feature appeared. To be honest, the relationship is pretty good. This person is usually very smart and arranges many things well. He survives quite well on the Sky Island. This person likes to show off and is a bit of a middle school student. After the alliance function appeared, it was actually named XX Dynasty, which is so shameful. I don't know what the intentions of his allies were in joining his alliance. Anyway, they wouldn't be able to come up with such a name. This kind of alliance name is too pretentious and not down-to-earth enough. This is not very beneficial to the development of the alliance. Just as they were complaining in their hearts, 3333 had already come forward to greet them enthusiastically. My two monarchs, you are finally here. Although they complained in their hearts, the two leaders could not tell the truth. With a warm smile on his face, he greeted, "Yes, we can't miss your great new dynasty, 6th anniversary celebration. Here, as the leader, I would like to express my warm congratulations on behalf of the entire Dog Riding Rabbit Alliance." Yes. We, the Emu Alliance, wish the great new dynasty continued longevity. Hearing the words of the two alliance leaders, 3333 was even more delighted. He extended his hand toward the two men, ready to let his allies and subordinates witness this scene of friendly diplomacy. Seeing this, the leaders of Dog Riding Rabbit and Emu also extended their hands. Just then, the two alliance leaders were stunned at the same time when they saw 3333's hand. Why did this 3333 hand turn yellow? Chapter 192, Are You All Alone? There was no time to react. 3333's hands were already tightly clasped in the left and right hands of the two men. After shaking hands for a while, 3333 looked at one of his subordinates nearby and gave him a look. Have you finished moving your things? This little brother is the scout from before. At this time, the younger brother also gave him a look. It has been moved to the Golden Palace. 3333 nodded and then let go of her hand. He gestured towards the center of the alliance and warmly invited. Let's go to the Golden Palace and have a good chat. Yeah, okay. The two alliance leaders looked at 3333's back. I raised my hand and sniffed the yellow stuff on my hand that was rubbed by the other person. For a while, the expressions of the two became very strange, and they stared at each other with wide eyes. Could this be? I also think that this smell should be that thing. This 3333, did he just poop? Did he accidentally get on his hands and not wipe it clean? Oh my God, didn't you see just now? His hands are all covered with it. It doesn't look like he got it on his hands accidentally. It's obvious that he was pulling it right into his hands. This 3333 has this kind of habit? It's very likely. The feel seems like it's been in the sun for a while, and there's a faint smell of smoke which is very strange. You mean to say that after getting 3333, it's been lying in the sun, waiting for us to come? I just thought this guy was a little bit immature before, but I didn't expect his taste was quite strong. Just as the two were talking, 3333 in front turned around and greeted them. What are you waiting for, you two? Come with me to the throne room. I'll show you something exciting. In the ecstasy of obtaining the dragon throne and the imperial seal, 3333 couldn't wait to show off to the two of them. As he spoke, he showed a proud smile. In the back, the leaders of Dog Riding Rabbit and Emu saw that 3333 was in high spirits. There was nothing much to say, so I could only follow 3333 towards the Golden Palace. At the same time, they were also curious about the good deal that 3333 mentioned. What exactly are these good news you're talking about? Are they new resources? Hey, what new resources? Even more exciting than new resources. While speaking, the three of them have arrived at the most central part of the Alliance Island. Here, there stands a large wooden house of more than 300 square meters. The wood is quite thick and looks of good quality. On the wooden house, 3 large green characters were written in the goblin's blood. Golden Throne Hall. The door of the wooden house was open, and there were 4 men standing guard on both sides, each holding a spear. When they saw the person coming, the men all knelt on one knee. Meet the Emperor. Well, stand up. Thank you, Your Majesty. After the 4 men stood up, the leaders of Dog Riding Rabbit and Emu looked at each other again. I have to say, this is a very face-saving project. Isn't this a bit too shameful? While he was thinking about it, the 3 people had already entered the house. Inside the room, there was a large table made of wooden boards and sticks. There are also a few simple stools. Although the workmanship is not very good in this environment, being able to have the leisure to make these furniture is already very good compared to other survivors. Look up along the furniture. Something appeared in the sight of the 2 people. It looked like a bed quite high with something carved on it. Mainly, the color of this bed is a little off. Thinking of this, the 2 alliance leaders looked at their palms at the same time, then looked at the bed and compared them. I was completely dumbfounded. Same. The colors are the same. The reason why 3333 has this on his hands is that he probably pooped in bed, right? And he smeared that stuff everywhere. This is so. Seeing the two people's stunned expressions, 3333 was extremely proud. You too, take a look at this dragon throne of mine. What do you think? The two looked at 3333 at the same time and asked in disbelief, what? This is the dragon throne? Wait, this thing, could it be you who did this? Hearing this, 3333 thought about it. If you outsource this work to outsiders, you will appear to be very incompetent. In order to make himself look more impressive, 3333 nodded and said proudly, that's right, I did it all myself. Oh. The two alliance leaders were shocked. Wow, such a big bed. How much does it take to pull it? You're all alone? That's right. Oh my God, this bed is so big. And you can? How did you do it? Ha. That's not convenient to tell you. Seeing the shocked expressions of the two alliance leaders, 3333 smiled heartily and lay down directly on the dragon throne. Not only did he lie down, he also rolled over a few times. At the same time, he was sniffing hard with his nose. The smell of nature. So fragrant. Upon hearing this, the leaders of Dog Riding Rabbit and Emule were completely dumbfounded. And looking at his expression, he seems quite happy to have it rubbed against his clothes. It really smells good? My God, this fetish is too heavy. After rolling around for a while, 3333 sat up and looked at the two stunned people with a smile. You two, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? What do you think of this throne of mine? Is it awesome? Upon hearing this question, the leaders of Chi too and then looked at each other again. At the same time, they gave a thumbs up and spoke from the heart. Fuck you, you're such a fucking awesome guy. Chapter 193, Sky Pirate Hunter. After some friendly condolences and conversation, 3333 took the two alliance leaders to tour the various islands of the Great New Dynasty Alliance to let them see their own alliance power. After walking around, he returned to the Golden Palace. Of course, while touring the island, the two alliance leaders also washed their hands under the pretext of metabolism. At this time, the 6-week commemoration celebration of the Great New Dynasty by Dog Riding Rabbit and Emule has also come to an end. In addition to packaging, CHCJ 3333 also invited them to talk about some serious matters and held a meeting. The leaders of the three alliances have been fighting each other since the first day they arrived at Sky Island and have a good relationship. Therefore, 3333 proposed that the three alliances should be friendly with each other and unite to face the outside world. In terms of resources, priority will be given to exchanging resources between the alliances in accordance with the demands put forward by the three alliances to ensure the normal development of the three alliances. During this process, the three alliances cooperated to first gain control of the CHCJ area. After developing this area, we will determine the direction and advance into other areas. At the same time, they can also use the World Channel platform to do some business to increase revenue. After the meeting, the leaders of Dog Riding Rabbit and Emule also nodded secretly. Although the number 3333 is a bit silly, it is acceptable in terms of planning development direction. Moreover, among the three alliances, the development of 3333's Great New Dynasty is the best. Judging from the situation on the island just now, it seems that they are now preparing to make their own weapons. Since even he has made this suggestion, there is nothing much for the two of them to say. Just now, 3333 also proposed an idea for business development. It is very thoughtful and seems to have good development prospects. Developing according to his ideas is also a way to improve his own strength. You can follow him. After thinking about this, the two alliance leaders immediately agreed. Seeing this, CHCJ 3333 said with a smile, since both monarchs have agreed, let's start signing the Union Treaty now. Union Treaty? The two alliance leaders were stunned. 3333 nodded and shouted to the door. Someone come here. Bring the contract over. Hey, a subordinate who was waiting outside the door responded and walked into the Golden Palace. It was the subordinate who was ordered by 3333 to place the dragon throne and the imperial seal. After he entered the hall, he opened a drawer of a cabinet and took out 3 pieces of paper with both hands. At 3333's command, the The subordinate bent over and placed the 3 pieces of paper in front of the 3 alliance leaders. Then, he stood beside 3333 and waited for orders. Seeing this, the 2 alliance leaders who came to visit also looked at the paper curiously. I saw that the same content was written on each piece of paper. What caught my eye was the large handwritten title above, regarding the 3 alliances, namely, the Great New Dynasty, the Dog Riding Rabbit, and the Emule, and their friendly mutual assistance agreements. Below the title, there is a list of regulations. No mutual attacks, no cooperation with other alliances, priority in exchanging materials, etc. Seeing the contents on the paper, the 2 alliance leaders were stunned again. Wow, you're ready for even this? It's quite complete. Gentlemen, if there are no problems with this contract, please sign, number, and stamp your handprint below. After CHGJ 3333 extended the invitation, the 2 alliance leaders nodded. This treaty was reasonable and fair, and did not favor any party. Then they stood up and took turns signing their IDs on the 3 treaties. He took a red pen handed to him by the other man's subordinate, filled his thumb with it, and then pressed it on the paper. This process is completed. Now, there are only 3,333 left. Under the gaze of the 2 alliance leaders, 3333 stood up. With a proud look on his face, he signed his ID on 3 pieces of paper. He did not accept the red pen handed to him by his subordinates. He came to the dragon throne, rubbed it with his hands, then returned to the table and waved his hands. Baji, just press on 3 pieces of paper. Seeing the fingerprints on the 3 pieces of paper, 3333 was very satisfied. The handprints of the other 2 leaders were an ordinary red, but his CHG 3333 handprint looked unusual. It's yellow, full of royal atmosphere. In the bewildered eyes of the leaders of Chi2 and David, CHG 3333 waved his hand again. And bring me my imperial seal. Yatesel. The 2 alliance leaders stared at each other. Wow, they even did this? Could it be that this 3,333 even caught the jade? Although he didn't know what the use of jade was, if he really caught some jade at this time, he would still feel very cool. Hey! As the 2 men watched, the subordinate responded and entered a small compartment. Through the door frame, you can see a bed inside, and a goblin tied up next to it. Next to the goblin, there was a crystal clear thing. The subordinate carefully picked up the thing and came to the dragon throne to report. My emperor, the imperial seal has been brought to you. Looking at this thing, the 2 alliance leaders were stunned again. Isn't this just a carrot? What if this jade seal rots? Oh, right. No wonder the radish has to be placed next to the goblin. It needs to be kept fresh inside. This is a really thoughtful idea. At this time, 3,333 gave another order. Go apply the royal seal in my manor. Hey! The subordinate came to the dragon throne with the jade seal and rubbed it carefully. Then he came to the table and covered the 3 pieces of paper in the correct positions. Baji, yellow scab marks appeared on all 3 pieces of paper. 3333 was very satisfied and said to the 2 leaders, at this point, the diplomatic relationship between our 3 alliances has been officially established. You 2 can take these 2 contracts back with you. In ancient times, there were 7 major powers in the Warring States period. Now, with the alliance of our Daxing dynasty, Dog Riding Rabbit, and Emule, we will surely create a new world for ourselves. 3333 smiled and extended his hand toward the 2 of them. Well, look at these hands. The leaders of Dog Riding Rabbit and Emule fell into deep thought again. At night, on the World Channel, CHGJ 3333's speech appeared. CHG 3333. Good evening, everyone. Today, I, CHG 3333, have obtained the Dragon Throne and the Imperial Seal and officially ascended the throne, becoming the first emperor here. Here, we welcome everyone to join us, Daxing Dynasty. I have already established the official ranks. Anyone who enters my dynasty can be assigned an official position. And there is another good news to announce to everyone. We, the Great New Dynasty, have officially established diplomatic relations with the Dog Riding Rabbit and Emule alliances. The purpose of the alliance establishing diplomatic relations is to stabilize the world environment and eliminate the threat of air pirates. I, the first Emperor 3333, and the 2 allied princes have decided to establish a new department to fight against air pirates. Some survivors who have been harassed by air pirates can submit an application to us. We will eliminate the air pirates according to the situation and issue a wanted order. At the same time, you can apply to become a sky pirate hunter here. We will arrange nearby missions based on the area information of each sky pirate hunter. After completing the mission, we will give a bounty. Finally, I welcome everyone again to join us, Dashin Dynasty, or become our sky pirate hunters. Chapter 194, let's just go to sleep. You won't be hungry when you fall asleep. As soon as this news came out, the World Channel, which was originally filled with buying and selling news, suddenly exploded again. What the hell is this? Dynasty? What is this, Dashin Dynasty? Someone even built a dynasty. What? It's just an alliance. Why is he calling it that ridiculous name on purpose? He must be acting like a Chinibyu. The term First Emperor is too crude. Exactly. I've heard about this dynasty before. In it, everyone, human or ghost, has an official position. Even the one who cleans the toilet is an official. I'm so happy. And that dog riding a rabbit thing? Isn't that just a three-wheeled vehicle? And a small electric car? How did they come up with these alliance names? By the way, what the hell is this sky pirate hunter? He seemed kind of awesome. I was beaten up by a sky pirate earlier. Luckily, I ran away quickly. Can I go to your place and place an order for revenge? Assigning tasks to the nearest air pirate hunter. Why does it feel like assigning a rider to deliver food? CHEJ 3333, you set up this department, didn't you, after seeing Dog Riding Rabbit and Emule got the inspiration for food delivery? Is your newly established department called DD Fights Air Pirates? Or is it DD Fights Air Pirates? Anti-monopoly. Anti-monopoly. The other side, Jiang Tian, who had just finished dinner, looked at the news on the World Channel and curled his lips. Wow, this guy is really pretentious. There are also things like Dog Riding a Rabbit and E-Donkey. The names of the two alliances that cooperated with that kid are too stupid. No wonder I can play with him. But the Sky Pirate Hunter platform he built is quite interesting. I just don't know how long this thing can last. Just as he was complaining about this, Jiang Tian received a private message. 1111. Did your subordinate bring the land back? I've been waiting for you for 2 days. You're not going to break your promise, are you? When Jiang Tian saw the man's ID, he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Isn't this the pirate who traded land with me before? It was originally agreed that the land would be paid to him yesterday. As a result, I was too busy these 2 days and forgot about it. Then he replied, my men are back. The land is fine. I'll give it to you now. After saying that, Jiang Tian came to the slaughterhouse and traded the 2 machetes and 2 pieces of pigskin armor placed there. Only after the transaction was completed did the other party feel relieved. It's okay. I thought you were going to do some black-on-black stunt and scared me. No, I do business with conscience. Jiang Tian replied in a resounding voice. I looked at the other party's speech, the words black eating black, and the long message on the World Channel just now. In the spirit of chatting after dinner, I asked, by the way, how is your business going now? What do you want? The other party was a little wary. Jiang Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and replied, just asking casually. I really don't intend to rob you. Our business alliance is neutral. We just finished our meal, so let's chat and kill time. The other party was silent for a while. Then he replied, it hasn't been going well lately. I've already moved to another area. There's another wave of pirates in this area. It seems outsiders don't get along well with them. We haven't opened for the past 2 days. Another area? Jiang Tian asked curiously. What happens when we go to other areas? You want to get information from me? Then you have to give me some benefits before I can tell you. Seeing the other party's cunning attitude, Jiang Tian thought about it and agreed. Okay, I'll make a note of it and give you a coupon. When the value of your trade with me reaches 100 kilograms of iron, I can give you a 10-kilogram discount. As soon as these words were spoken, the other party was confused. After a while, a message was sent. Are you exaggerating? You're even doing this whole discount thing? And coupons? The idiot from the CHEJ area just now used the takeout method. Are you trying to do the same? Have you all been eating too much takeout? Seeing this news, Jiang Tian chuckled and continued the topic by asking, did you see the message the guy just sent? He said he wanted the entire platform to buy orders to arrest air pirates. Since you're an air pirate yourself, what do you think of his business? Opinion? What opinion can you have? The other party sneered. There's so many pirates in this world. How could they possibly catch him? Besides, why would anyone else believe what that guy says? What if he stops working after the resources are traded? Anyway, I think this is unreliable. This person is just an idiot who lives in his own imagination. Yeah, I feel that way too. After giving a simple answer, Jiang Tian continued to ask. Let's not talk about him for now. I've already given you the coupon. First, tell me what it's like to go to other areas. After the message was sent, the other party did not reply immediately. It seems like he is considering the value of this coupon. Maybe he thought that even if he didn't say anything, CNNS 1111 would still ask other people or go and take a look himself. With the idea that something is better than nothing, I replied. There's a large space between each area, and it seems like there's nothing inside. Nothing. Well, anyway, when I came here, I didn't see any islands after flying for a while. Moreover, once you arrive in this area, whether you are reading or sending messages, the comments in the regional channel will be attributed to the area you are in. Is that so? I'm going to go take care of my own business. Remember to keep my coupon in mind. I'll contact you if I need to trade in the future. After saying this, the other party did not reply again. After receiving the news, Jiang Tian didn't ask any more questions. Looked at the situation on the island. Since most people are resting in the house, the island now looks very empty. Apart from Lu Bu and Xiangzi who were on patrol, only Kai Wenji, Li Xiaoning, and Wang Yun continued to fish, while Pao Ding, Bao Nu, and Pai Shantian were observing the animals in the cowshed, pointing and talking as they watched. After nightfall, the weather's not as hot as during the day, but it seems a bit stuffy. Combined with Song Yingxing speculation, it looks like it is very likely to rain. Jiang Tian thought for a moment and ordered, everyone, except for the patrol officers, there's no need to work overtime tonight. Pack up your poles and go back to your houses. Upon hearing the news, everyone was delighted. Yes, Lord Boss. After shouting, several people went to the fishing spot to help collect their rods, and then went to the house to rest. At this time, on the World Channel, the news is still rolling in quickly, but the topic of CHEJ 3333 and his alliance has passed. Various advertisements and purchase information have been restored. Damn, this day is so dull. What's going on? I'm so thirsty. This little bit of water isn't enough for all of us. Can anyone sell me some water? Me too. I'm not very lucky. I haven't caught any fish in the past few days, and I've finished all the water I used. I have water in my shop. You could go and have a look. The name is... Fuck, your water is too expensive. Selling it to me at half price will be fine. This is the price right now. Idiot, buy it if you want or not. The other end. The man who stayed in the warehouse watched the news on the World Channel, glanced at the dozens of buckets nearby, and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. One of them is almost dying of thirst. Keep going, turn up the heat. Let me sell it to my heart's content. After a moment of pleasure, 2111 returned to his room contentedly and instructed his female subordinate. Go ahead, I'm a little hungry. Give me the whole egg fried rice. Did you forget, dear? You sold the poultry and the rice. Well, never mind. Let's just go to sleep. You won't be hungry when you sleep. After saying this, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep with a smile on his face. Not long after, a slight cool breeze blew by, and some leaves on the ground were rustling. A drop of water fell on a dry leaf and splashed everywhere. Chapter 195. The weather is not right. The other side. Ugh, I'm so thirsty. On an island of about 200 square meters, a man was leaning weakly against the inner wall of a wooden house. He murmured through his dry lips, his eyes fixed on a bottle of mineral water on the ground. These days, as the weather gets hotter, it's getting harder and harder to fish in the water. Moreover, he was unlucky and the amount of fish he caught was much less than that of others. This is the last bottle of water. Do you want to drink it yourself? If you drink this bottle of mineral water in this situation, it will definitely be very refreshing. But if I drink it now, what will happen later? He is just an ordinary survivor, not a pirate, and he doesn't know how to do business. It has always been in this self-sufficient situation. However, as the number of people increases, by raising some animals and crops, we can save some food and have enough to eat. But this water, thinking of this, the survivor felt sad again. Before, whether it was raining or hail, he didn't store much, so it ran out after a short time. These 2 days, he also thought about using food and some wood to exchange for some water. But these days, the price of water is skyrocketing. The most basic foods, such as flour and rice, as well as some wood, can no longer be exchanged for water. Even if you change it, you'll have to pay a high price. If it really doesn't work, I can only sell my hands and change the water. Thinking of this, the survivor looked at his 3 men who were fishing on the edge of the island. Although population is a resource for development and construction, its consumption is also huge. Selling a subordinate can reduce certain consumption, and the price of subordinates is not low. As long as they sell one subordinate, it should be enough to replenish their water resources, right? Looking at these three figures, he felt sorry for them. Whenever I encountered monsters on the island before, I would lead my men to fight them off. Are we going to sell them like this today? The survivor didn't want to do that. However, if he didn't sell his men, he didn't know how to exchange them for water resources. The survivor felt very conflicted. Just when he gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, ready to sell his men, a cool breeze blew by, startling the survivor. Tick-tock. Before he could recover, a drop of water fell on his face. The survivor touched something that brought coolness to his face. Is this water? Could it be that raindrops are falling from the sky? Before he could recover, more rain fell from the sky. In the light of the bonfire, it seemed as if there were pieces of hanging silk threads on the island. The moment these threads touched the survivor, they began to moisturize his dry skin. At this time, several men who were fishing paused. I stood up and spread out my palms, feeling the rain falling from the sky. He looked up at the sky in disbelief, as if trying to confirm something. Then he turned around and ran towards the survivors, shouting with surprise on his face. It's raining. It's raining. Master, it's raining. Great. We don't have to worry about water resources anymore. At this time, the survivors reacted. There was now a glimmer in his originally empty eyes. With a grin on his face, he instructed his subordinates. Quick, dig the pond bigger. We must store more water this time. Yes. The men responded, ran into the cabin, picked up the shovels swiftly, and began digging the soil on one side of the island. His body, which had been somewhat exhausted due to thirst, was now full of strength, and he moved extremely hard. While my men were busy, the survivor also stood up, opened his mouth greedily, and accepted this favor. At the same time, he opened his arms as if to embrace the rain. At this time, both the World Channel and the Regional Channel were in an uproar. Oh shit, it's raining. It's raining. It's fucking raining here. Ha ha ha. Oh, ha ha. I was just worried about having no water to drink, and it finally started raining. It's so cool. It's raining at this time. It's like saving my life. Take a cup of water from heaven, shine it on the bright moon, and sway it in the world love and hate are but a moment, drifting in the mortal world. Your singing is so vivid, I give you a thumbs up. Everyone, we need to take advantage of this rain to dig the pond bigger and store the water. That's right, guys, get your shovels out. Get digging. Uncle 2 is right. I really can't handle a situation like this that comes up suddenly. It's truly a blessing for me to meet Uncle 2. Uncle 2 is so awesome. Who is Uncle 2? Countless survivors began to cheer when they encountered the rain. Even the survivors who had been diving before opened the chat channel and expressed their joy when they encountered this weather. Of course, faced with this sudden situation, everyone has different mentalities. Those who had hoarded water before were completely stunned by this situation, started fooling around like crazy on the World Channel. No, you're mistaken. It's not raining at all. Sell water. Sell water. Water resources are being sold at a low price. Yes, you've been thirsty for too long and are hallucinating. Water for sale, water for sale. Hello, everyone. I'm an expert. Rainwater is not drinkable. It contains all sorts of toxins. I'd like to recommend the health water in our store. Expert, get down here. You're still trying to fool yourself at this time? Who would buy your water now, you idiot? Of course, the number of speeches on the World Channel is limited. After using up those times, the water seller immediately moved to advertise on regional channels. Naturally, I got scolded again. The same scene was happening simultaneously in countless areas. Just as the channel was filled with noise, the survivors were busy digging holes. The raindrops falling from the sky are also getting bigger and bigger. Sa-la-la-la. Countless raindrops hit the islands, making a sound of hitting the ground. By this time, someone had already noticed something was wrong. Has the rain suddenly gotten a lot heavier? Yeah, the rain was so loud that I couldn't even hear my men talking. We had to shout. It was just like that. Before, this rain was barely a thread. How long has it been, Sure. Now it's become a stream of water as big as a pinky finger. Zen, it's raining so hard. This weather isn't right. Hey, let me ask you something. Will there be a flood on this island? Just when the survivors realized something was wrong, the originally dark sky was suddenly illuminated. A large amount of white light flashed through the eyes of all the survivors who were busy outside, instantly covering all objects in their vision. The whole world seemed to have turned into a ray of white light. In just a moment, the white light disappeared. Before they could react, they heard a loud explosion next to their ears. Boom! Chapter 196 next. I'm afraid there will be a big deal to do. Boom! Boom! Countless thunders exploded in the air, frightening the survivors. Many survivors even had tinnitus in their ears caused by thunder. Buzz! Even after the tinnitus disappeared, they were still in shock. Other sounds reached their ears. Sa-la-la-la-la. Countless huge raindrops seemed to have a grudge against the ground and were smashing down madly. When the water droplets hit the survivor's body, he felt this force coming from the sky, as if he was being hammered by countless small fists. Feeling this scene, the language environment on the World Channel became increasingly noisy. Holy shit, everything in front of my eyes just turned white. Me too. Doesn't that look like lightning? Lightning? That big. I thought I was blind. This is fucking loud. It feels like hundreds of strong men are beating drums in my ears. It's so loud. Oh my. The rain seems to be getting heavier again. Something's wrong. This is so fucking wrong. WDNMD, my pants are all wet. I'm not going to dig anymore. I'm going back to sleep. Let's go. The weather's a bit scary. I'm going back too. Uncle 2 is right. The water is too deep. I really can't control it. Who is Uncle 2? The other side. Jiang Tian, who had just fallen asleep, was awakened by the sound of thunder. Was that noise just now thunder? When Jiang Tian opened his eyes, the lightning had already passed. The room was still pitch black and nothing could be seen. All I could hear was a series of da-da-da-da sounds. It was the sound of something hitting the plastic on the window. Is it still raining? And why is it so noisy? Jiang Tian was stunned and ordered, Kai Wenji, go light the candle. Owner. Kai Wenji's voice came to his ears, and Jiang Tian felt something nudging towards his arms. Jiang Tian smiled faintly and touched Kai Wenji's head. What's wrong? Are you scared again? No, I'm not afraid. In the darkness, Kai Wenji pursed her lips and said, Master, you press my hair. Oh, okay, I'll move. After the feeling of her hair being pressed down disappeared, Kai Wenji climbed up. He reached out skillfully and fumbled for a lighter and an oil lamp made of a cup and cooking oil. When lit, the candlelight filled the entire room. At this time, Jiang Tian could also see the situation outside through the transparent plastic plate. At this time, outside the window, countless raindrops fell from the sky like streams of water. Even through the window, I could hear the sound of rain hitting the ground and the wind howling outside. At this time, a flash of lightning flashed in the sky. Next second, then, countless electric snakes spread out, as if they were going to tear the sky apart. Through the electric light, you can also see the branches and leaves of the apple tree swaying in the wind. Oh my goodness, it's really raining. Jiang Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Look at the intensity of the rain, it's really heavy. Fortunately, Song Yingxing reminded me. After looking at the situation outside the window for a while, Jiang Tian clicked on the World Channel. The above news is already too confusing. Damn it, it's raining so hard, and the wind is so strong. I'm not going to dig the pond anymore. I can't stand it anymore. I'm staying in the house now, and the wind is blowing wildly outside. Sister Ziyang brings the wind, blows the thieves. Taking a bath. Oh, Senlu, that must be painful, that must be sad. The waves rushed through the rain. The wind blew black and gray, and the end of the line was filled with laughter and excitement. Fuck, it's clearly text. Why is there a singing voice in my ears? I'll make one for you too. Blow, blow, my pride and indulgence blow, blow, but can't destroy my pure garden. Oh shit, it's blown away. The door of my cabin was blown away by the wind. The wind is so damn strong. A board on my roof was blown away by the wind. Holy crap. Stop talking. My wooden house doesn't even have a foundation. The whole house just flew away. The supplies I left outside were washed away again. You can see it from the chat messages on the World Channel. Many survivors were stunned by the sudden storm. Some people have even given up. He didn't think about resisting the rainstorm at all, but instead went crazy in the World Channel. To put it nicely, it is to find joy in suffering. To put it bluntly, it means giving up on yourself. Jiang Tian closed the World Channel and sighed softly. Then he walked downstairs with a candle. By candlelight, he found a raincoat in the living room and put on himself. Then he opened the door and walked towards the warehouse in the wind and rain. Just as Jiang Tian was about to leave, Kai Wenji's soft voice rang in his ears. Master, it's raining so hard. Where are you going? Looking at Kai Wenji, whose face was full of worry, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. Go to the warehouse. I'm afraid there will be a big deal to do next. Chapter 197. The rainstorm is coming. In the dim candlelight in the house, Kai Wenji stood in the house, facing Jiang Tian, as if she wanted to say something. Before he could say anything, another flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Boom! Just then, a voice emerged from the darkness in the corner of the living room. Oh, what's the big deal? Kai Wenji was startled by the sudden voice and threw herself into the arms of Jiang Tian, who was standing at the door. Hearing this voice, Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. Tang Yin stopped hiding in the corner and suddenly making noises like a ghost. What? Are you awake? Isn't he awake? Tang Yin got up from the corner, pointing out the window and cursing. I was just sleeping soundly when a thunderclap woke me up. I was just about to go back to sleep when you, boss, came down. Oh my God, the wind is howling. Old man's song is really awesome. It's really raining heavily. While Tang Yin was speaking, Hua Tsubing, who was sleeping next to him, also got up. My lord, I'm awake too. Before Jiang Tian had time to say hello to Hua Tsubing, another voice came. Owner. Boss. The other three doors were opened one after another. Shi Jigang, Zhang San, Li Si, and Li Xiaoning came out at the same time, holding oil lamps. The originally small living room was suddenly filled with people. Jiang Tian said speechlessly, Good fellow, you were all woken up by this thunder, weren't you? They didn't say anything, but looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Jiang Tian glanced at the crowd and asked, By the way, where's Leopard Girl? Li Xiaoning Rupelia. When the thunder started, Leopard Girl looked up at the window, then lay down and fell asleep again. Okay, a good sleep is a good thing. As he was speaking, Lu Bu's figure appeared outside the door, with water droplets on his body. My lord. Looking at Lu Bu, Jiang Tian had a complicated expression. Lu Bu, it's raining so hard. You're not still on patrol with Qiangzi, are you? By the way, where's Qiangzi? My lord, I've been monitoring the situation from under the eaves since the rain, and Qiangzi is guarding the dormitory door. That's good. Is there anything unusual on the island? No, after the rain, those fluorescent monsters didn't appear again. Hearing the reply, Jiang Tian nodded. In fact, with such strong wind and rain, even if the monsters came to the island, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. I don't know what happened to the monsters and pigmen placed on the island. Outside the door, the heavy rain and strong wind were still roaring. However, the rain was blocked by Lu Bu's back, so not much of it blew in. Lu Bu, go inside and dry yourself first. If there's nothing else to do, everyone go back to sleep. I'm going to the warehouse. Jiang Tian invited Lu Bu in and was about to leave. Master, wait, I'll go too. As Kai Wenji spoke, she began a search in the living room. Soon after, I found a yellow raincoat with thorns and put it on. At this time, Lu Bu also said, My lord, the wind and rain outside are too strong. I will follow you. At the same time, Li Xiaoning and Hua Tsubing also stepped forward. Master, I'm going too. My lord, Seeing this scene, Jiang Tian was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Isn't it just a business trip to the warehouse? Why are you making it look like a war? So, Kai Wenji and Lu Bu come with me, and the rest of you stay in the house and go to sleep. I'm going too. Seeing Tang Yin also clamoring to go, Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. No, what were you doing there? Dang dan juke. Since the afternoon, I have been sleeping except for dinner time, and now I am almost asleep. I can't sleep after being kept like this. The house is too boring, so I'm going to take a walk. Jiang Tian thought about it and didn't refuse. Just ordered. Well, sure, Jigang, go get Lu Ban. I have something for you to take care of. Oh, and didn't Tang Yin just say she wanted to go with you? You'll have to work if you go, so go ahead. The same goes for everyone else. If you want to work, just follow Shi Jigang. Yes. So far. After Jiang Tian gave Shi Jigang a few instructions, they put on their raincoats and walked out together. Swish. Call. Outside the house, the rain fell with a rustling sound and the wind roared. In the pitch-black environment, the group only took a few steps forward each time lightning struck. Under the electric light, the streams formed by the rain are rapidly spreading outwards from the island. Some parts of the monster's body were blown to several corners of the island. The pigmen didn't seem to react at all, grinning and burying their heads in the mud. This scene looks very strange. Not long after, Jiang Tian and the other two arrived at the grocery warehouse, while Shi Jigang led a group of people to the wooden house and called out the old man Lu Ban. Afterwards, Shi Gang and his group walked towards the timber warehouse. Outside the grocery warehouse, Jiang Tian used the lightning to take another look at the situation on the island. At this time, except for the monster corpses destroyed by the rain, under the surge of the strong wind, the wooden house that had previously imprisoned the goblins was also blown crookedly. Even the roof was blown off. These cement-reinforced houses, including the warehouse in front, remained motionless in the strong wind. Jiang Tian once again expressed his admiration for Song Yingxing's foresight and his decision to rush the work, then stepped into the warehouse, closed the warehouse door, and light the candles on the wooden table. The situation inside appeared in front of Jiang Tian. According to Jiang Tian's instructions, this warehouse has a total area of 100 square meters and is more than 2 meters high. Compared with the two small warehouses before, it is much bigger. All the supplies that were previously stored in the small warehouse were now moved here. The most common ingredients are naturally basic ingredients, such as rice and flour, which are placed in one place, with some charcoal underneath. These things alone, stacked together, take up a volume of 30 cubic meters. If some food had not been exchanged for metal before, there would probably be more now. Next to them are labeled boxes containing packaged food from the supermarket. Since they had caught a lot of fish before, Jiang Tian, Lu Bu, and others didn't eat snacks much, so they haven't finished their meal yet. In addition, there was a pile of potatoes and boxes of mineral water. Food and other items were piled on one side. Pigskin armor, metal ingots, and other items were placed on the other side, and there were also some plastic bags wrapped in leather and other things. It was previously placed in the small living room, and the base used to smash skulls is also placed here. Compared to the image of the store Shangming No. 1 in the trading floor, this place looks more like a supermarket. Although there are a lot of things, the warehouse still looks quite empty because it has a relatively large space. While looking at these supplies, Jiang Tian looked around the inner wall of the warehouse and nodded. There's no rain leak. Jiang Tian took a box of snacks and let Lu Bu and Kai Wenji, who were waiting for him, eat them to pass the time. He sat on the ground and opened the chat channel. The world channel is still a mess. A large number of people are complaining in the channel, and some are pretending to be cool and show off. Looking at the news, Jiang Tian smiled faintly, and he was also aware of the materials that could be sold at this time. Then, start editing a message on the World Channel. Chapter 198, it's not just these pieces of wood and paper boxes. On the World Channel. Oh my god, my door panel also flew off. You're lucky that the door panel was blown away. Everyone else's house was blown away, and all the wooden boards I put outside are gone. My house was blown crooked. My men and I are working hard to fix it. Fortunately, after the last hailstorm, I learned my lesson and reinforced the house. Fortunately, there are no problems with the house now. However, the vegetables I planted outside, the foundation of my house is fine. It should be able to withstand the rain. At most, it will just leak a little. The warehouse where I store food is leaking, and a lot of the food is soaked. Is this still edible? How am I going to run a restaurant in the future? Fortunately, I replaced a lot of supplies with metal before, so this thing is not afraid of being rained on. I finally managed to catch the chicken, but it's wet now, with its head drooping. It might be cold. I have a question. My house collapsed due to the wind. If the goblin inside gets caught in the rain, won't it freeze to death? My house might collapse soon, and my supplies might get soaked by the rain. Water for sale. Water for sale. At this time, a message appeared in the World Channel, attracting everyone's attention. CNNS 1111. Good evening, everyone. I am the boss of Shangming No. 1. Many of my friends know that I am a businessman. Seeing everyone suffering from natural disasters and swaying in the wind and rain, I feel very sad and hope I can do something for everyone. In addition to selling weapons and armor, we are now also undertaking furniture, carpentry, and other businesses. This time, the sudden natural disaster has brought a lot of inconvenience to everyone. For example, due to the quality of the house, it may leak, be blown away by the wind, etc. Seeing everyone suffering from natural disasters and swaying in the wind and rain, I feel very sad. Under my decision, our technicians are now urgently building houses to shelter from the rain, hoping to help everyone get through this crisis. As soon as this news came out, the entire World Channel was stunned. What the hell? WTF? Saka, Ashi, I've been here for so many days, and this is the first time I've seen someone selling a house here. No way, sir. You can do this? Awesome. When we'll be done? I'm still getting wet in the rain. Oh my god, you can't do this. You built the house to shelter others from the rain. How can I pretend to be good? That's right. After posting this paragraph, Jiang Tian opened the store and set the delivery address in this new warehouse. Then he called Lu Bu and Kai Wenji and left the grocery warehouse with a bunch of plastic bags and headed for the timber warehouse. The timber warehouse seemed a bit crowded. Wooden stakes and boards of various sizes were neatly stacked inside, and outside were some tools and materials such as hammers, nails, and clay. Shi Jigang, Lu Ban, and others were busy inside. Seeing the visitor, Shi Jigang greeted him. "Boss, you're here. Well, how's the house going?" "It's in production. The staff have divided the work, and one has already been made. This thing is very simple, and a batch should be ready soon." As he spoke, Shi Jigang gestured toward a few people and began to introduce them. On the other side, several people have formed an assembly line. Shi Jigang and Lu Ban were responsible for sawing wooden boards of different sizes, and the sawnwood was given a hua, tsubing, and tang yen to drill holes in. After the processing is completed, it will be handed over to Zhang San and Li Si to put the wooden boards together and nail them together. Next to the assembly line, there's already a finished house placed on the ground. It's called a house, but it's actually just a container. This wooden box is 3 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 2 meters high. There is a sliding door on the side, so people can walk in. Inside, there are several ventilation holes drilled from top to bottom. In fact, it is no different from a box for monsters, except that the space is much larger. Should be able to accommodate 6 people. Moreover, the wooden boards in various parts of the container are relatively thick, and the quality is acceptable. It can be used as shelter from the rain, no problem. Jiang Tian nodded, and then instructed Shi Jigang and others to cut the plastic bags into flat pieces, sew them together, and nail them to the top of the container. This can also increase the degree of shelter from rain for the house. Then, Jiang Tian looked at the container again. It's empty inside and not very pretty. Since it's a house, there must be some furniture in it. Jiang Tian thought about it, put a few pieces of wood in, and then put a cardboard box inside. Only then did I put the container in the store. On the World Channel, the news spread like wildfire. Fuck, this strong wind blew me unconscious. Who says it isn't? A part of my house has already collapsed, and the wind and rain are rushing in. It was so hot before, I thought just blocking the sun would be enough. So I just made a simple house out of thin wooden planks without even building a foundation. And then the house blew away. Didn't Business Alliance number 1 say he wanted to sell his house? I've been staring at him from inside the store the whole time. Where's your house? What? There's still people building houses? Selling houses on a sky island? Who is so awesome? I think that person is just bragging. How can you trade a house? Oh shit, they've got some goods. A big one has arrived in this store. Is it really a house? I have to go check it out. I'm going to. At this time, countless people were staring at a product in the Business Alliance number 1 store with their eyes wide open. Product: wooden homemade container, 322. Note, although it's called a container, it's actually a house. Handcrafted, it features minimalist decor and a bold, 1-bedroom design. The wooden furniture and pillows, along with the open bathroom, allow you to feel the center of attention while you go to the bathroom. The portable toilet allows you to poop anytime, anywhere. The first batch of commercial housing of Xiaoming number 1 will become your warm home to shelter you from wind and rain. Marked value: 150 caddies of iron. Those who have mutant goblins or other rare resources can contact me privately. Seeing the product's notes, everyone on the World Channel was stunned. Not long after, the channel exploded again. Oh my god, this house is so small. It's only 6 square meters. Yeah. Anyway, this isn't a house, it's just a shipping container. The product name is clearly written on it. Judging from the product's shadow, it looks like just an ordinary big box. No, there's furniture in there? Is that true? I'm curious about what this open bathroom and portable toilet are. Hey, I haven't even researched it thoroughly yet, and someone actually bought this thing? Nonsense. Why are you still bothering with so much nonsense at this time? Shouldn't you take shelter from the rain first? The one who bought the house, please come out and tell me what this house is like. Amidst a chorus of inquiries on the World Channel, the person who just bought the house spoke. Ha ha, I was still getting wet in the rain just now. Luckily, I quickly snatched this house. I'm going in with my men now to take a look at the design of this house. WTF, this place is empty? Not even a room, just a box. What about the open bathroom, pure wooden furniture, pillows, and portable toilet mentioned above? Wait, it's not just these pieces of wood and cardboard, right? Chapter 199. See if you can have a conversation with this person. The buyer spoke. The channel exploded again. What the hell? Empty? It's just a container. The product name says it all. I was confused by this note just now. I thought it was just like a house. Didn't it say in the notes, 0 rooms and 1 living room? They weren't wrong. Blocks of wood used as pillows, pure wood furniture. That's pretty awesome. Ah, this. He's pooping in front of his men in the open bathroom? This is too open. How does it feel to be the center of attention? You're the one doing the poop while your men watch. And that portable toilet is just too lame, isn't it? This description, which is full of nonsense, is actually the truth. I love it. Just then, the survivor who just bought the house spoke again. Although this box has me a little confused. It seems to be rainproof. And when my men and I sit inside, the box doesn't shake at all even when the wind blows. It feels pretty solid. Fuck, it's so good. I'm freezing cold from the wind too. I want to buy one. Idiot, isn't this still a box? I can do it too. You're the idiot who can brave the rain and saw wood to make a box that big. If you can make something of this quality, I'll buy it right away. That's right, let alone now. How many pieces of wood can you find that are not wet? Wood is quite valuable nowadays, so a wooden box that big and 150 kilograms of iron. It's not that bad, is it? Holy crap, there's another container inside. Business Alliance number 1. Buy it. Boss, I don't have that much iron. Can you lend me money for this house? Can I pay it off over 40 years? Before I knew it, more than half an hour had passed. In more than half an hour, Jiang Tian made 3 more houses and placed 2 of them on top. The rain was still falling outside, and the news on the World Channel was still scrolling. Although Jiang Tian no longer spoke on the World Channel, the news was still related to the house made by Jiang Tian. Many survivors who entered the World Channel later saw this topic and actively participated in the discussion, trying to figure out what the house that others were talking about was like. There are also some people who keep saying that the container is not worth that much iron. Jiang Tian was too lazy to pay attention to these people. Anyway, as long as this thing is put on the market, it will definitely sell. During this period, Jiang Tian also checked the private chats. I actually found 2 people who were willing to exchange mutant goblins for a house. One is a red goblin and the other is a blue goblin. The one who paid with the red goblin said nothing and sent messages to Jiang Tian frantically, hoping to give him the house. Jiang Tian thought about it and agreed to the deal. After the transaction is completed, a tied red goblin appeared in front of Jiang Tian. There were still beads of water on her skin. Her body was trembling slightly, and the heat she was emitting was not that high. It looks like it got caught in the rain. The person who sold the red goblin was probably afraid that the goblin would die after being caught in the rain, so he wanted to sell it quickly. Having said that, although there are mutated goblins, most of the living mutated goblins are blue and can produce air conditioning. Red goblins like this were basically killed directly by the survivors. This is normal. At least during the previous period of time, there was no need to keep this thing. It's really not easy to receive one this time. After Li Si wiped the water off the goblin's body, the goblin's condition improved a lot as its body temperature rose, and the temperature of the heat it emitted also increased. It seems nothing serious happened. After the rain, the temperature dropped, so this goblin was placed in the warehouse to warm up the people. Jiang Tian looked at another person who was selling blue goblins. This guy was much more cunning. Although his condition was also to change houses, he added a few more requirements. He hoped that the configuration inside could be upgraded to make him live more comfortably. At this time, a new house was just completed. Jiang Tian thought about it, put in a few larger pieces of wood, and then placed a bucket inside. Then I used this upgraded house to exchange for a blue goblin from the other party. After completing these 2 transactions, there's no more information about exchanging goblins for houses. Next to them, several people were still busy making containers on an assembly line. While waiting, Jiang Tian opened the message list again. At this time, in addition to the messages sent to Jiang Tian by strangers, alliance messages and friend lists were also flashing wildly. I was busy with work just now and didn't click to read it. Now that everything is in order, I can take a break and chat with these people for a while. In the alliance channel, news came one after another. 0066. Oh shit. A thunderclap just woke me up from my dream. It's raining. It's really raining. 0888. I was also woken up by the explosion just now. Rain. Such heavy rain. And such a strong wind. 0066. The World Channel just exploded. Someone even had their house blown away. 1111. This news is incredible. It's raining so hard. Fortunately, we took precautions. 0888. Yeah, I never admitted that there was anyone more awesome than me until I met 1111. Oh, where's 1111? Is he still sleeping? 0066. I think he should be using natural disasters to make money. 0888. Fuck, it really is. 1111, he is actually selling the house. 0066. I just saw it too. The configuration and description of this container are so fucking stupid. 0888. Let's ask 1111 about this when he comes back. Now, let's talk about something else. You know, hearing that thunder reminded me of something. 0066. Remember something? 0888. Thunderbolt. This heaven-shattering purple gold hammer, purple lightning. My Schwangen flame 9-day, hanging sword shocks the world. 0066. Climb. Looking at the news, Jiang Tian smiled helplessly. In it, I asked, how's the situation over there? Did the rain cause any damage? Fuck, you're here. After the two people in the alliance asked this question at the same time, they also began to answer the current situation of the two. 0066. There was some loss, but luckily you warned us before, so the loss wasn't too big. There's nothing wrong with the house and the warehouse, but the shed we built was blown away. Some of the wheat was destroyed, and a few trees fell. 0888. I just planted some cucumbers a while ago, and now I've harvested them, so basically there's no loss. It seems that being lazy does have its advantages. It's just that I can't sleep now, and it's a bit boring to stay in the house. 0066. It's really boring. I don't know what to do sitting in the house, so I can only watch the World Channel. There are too few people in the alliance, and I don't want to talk to that idiot 0888. It will affect my mood. 0888. Hey, how you talk like that? Jiang Tian smiled faintly. How about this? I'll bring a new person into the alliance, and you can see if you can get along with this person. Chapter 200 is really raining. You are so awesome. After saying this, Jiang Tian opened the private chat and found the painter. While everyone is bored, we could just bring this painter into the alliance. At this time, the artist's ID was also flashing. When I clicked on it, I saw that the other party had sent me a long line of messages. Wow, Zen, such heavy rain. Boss, it's really raining. You're awesome. Thank you so much, sir. Luckily, I prepared early, so the more important things didn't suffer any damage. Boss, I slept during the day, and I'm quite awake now. Is there anything you want to draw for me? Boss, are you sleeping? After glancing around, Jiang Tian replied, there's nothing to draw for now, so I hope there's no loss. Boss, are you still awake? Or were you woken up by the thunder? Don't worry about the details. I have something to ask you. Jiang Tian looked at the other party's ID and there was no flag in front of it. Then he asked directly, you haven't joined the alliance yet. Do you want to join our business alliance? At this time, on a floating island, a girl in sportswear was stunned when she saw the private message in front of her. The boss wants to recruit me into the alliance. This person is the painter. Since she came to this strange island, she could be said to have no relatives. Besides painting, she had no special skills. It was only through luck and the help of her subordinates that she managed to hold on until now. But ever since the appearance of this 1111 boss, she seemed to have seen a ray of light in her life. So here, you can even exchange your paintings for supplies. Before this, she had always blamed herself for why she chose to study fine arts in college. If I had chosen a more practical major in college, I might have had a better life here. Until Boss 1111 said that my paintings and designs could be exchanged for supplies from him. Thinking of this, the girl in sportswear suddenly had tears in her eyes. It turns out that I can survive with my skills. Then, she tremblingly sent a message in the private chat interface. Ido. Time goes back more than an hour. On a small island of over 800 square meters, I am dreaming a sweet dream. He dreamed that his warehouse was full of water. Moreover, more and more water was rushing towards him, and it was impossible to stop it. This is fucking. If I sell them all, I'm going to get rich. She was smiling sweetly in her sleep, and even talking in her sleep. Just at this moment, I felt a cool sensation on my face, as if something had been sprinkled on it, and I subconsciously reached out to touch my face. Huh? What's going on? Why is it wet? Is it water? My hands and face feel wet. Feeling this touch, he grinned drowsily. Could it be that my dream is going to come true? Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound suddenly rang out. I was in a sweet dream when I was suddenly startled. Moreover, it truly demonstrated what it meant to startle and sit up in the midst of a dying illness. He swallowed hard and opened his eyes suddenly. What the hell happened? Was there an earthquake? Someone come. Someone come quickly. Where the hell have you been, you idiot? At this time, he then noticed that his wooden house was in a swaying state. The wind was howling in my ears, and the heavy rain was hitting me in the face. Suddenly looking up, fuck, where did the roof go? Where's my roof? At this moment, there was only an empty frame above my head. The originally luxurious solid wood roof disappeared. Instead, there were patches of inky black clouds and pouring rain. Pa pa pa. Crash. The cold, icy rain slapped my face randomly. Completely dumbfounded. Damn it, how come the world has changed so much when I woke up? At this moment, a thin figure ran into the room panting. Boss, it's bad. It's raining heavily. When he saw the person coming, he immediately became furious. Then he slapped the man in the face with his backhand. Bang. Isn't what you said just bullshit? I saw it all. After saying that, he pointed at the roof angrily. Where's my roof? Where did it go? Did you guys eat it? The man was slapped and staggered to the ground. Seeing that his master was angry, he didn't dare to say anything more, but staggered to his feet from the ground. He explained with a wry smile. Boss, the roof was blown away. The wind is so strong, there's no way I can hold on to it. He paused, as if he had thought of something. He continued. All right, that Wang Ying tried to grab the roof, but the wind blew it away along with it. Upon hearing this, his face suddenly froze. What? What the hell is this? Wang Ying? Blown away by the wind? Grass. This is his only general. He has barely fought in a few battles, and he's gone? Thinking of this, 2111 became even more furious and started punching and kicking the men in front of him. How the hell didn't you get blown away by the wind?